Chapter 1. Zhang Xining's Rebirth. In August 3028, it had been 5 years since the island country began discharging nuclear wastewater into the sea. Zhang Xining would always remember the afternoon of August 24th, 3023, when the island country, disregarding the condemnation from various nations, insisted on opening the floodgates to release nuclear wastewater into the ocean. In an instant, the sea was divided into two colors, as if Pandora's box had been opened, and no one knew what the consequences would be. Although the island country claimed that the only toxic substance in the nuclear wastewater would pose no harm to humans once diluted by the sea, allowing for swimming and regular consumption, the country where Zhang Xining lived still took active measures, completely suspending the import of seafood from the island country while strengthening testing of the nuclear wastewater. Years passed, and people's initial strong condemnation of the island country turned into tacit acceptance. Life, work, and study continued. It seemed as though the nuclear contamination from a few years ago was just a trivial matter. No one knew that while everyone thought everything was fine, a great disaster was sweeping across the nation to end the second year of the apocalypse. At the Magic City base, in a luxurious living room, a beautiful woman was arguing with a tall and slender man. The man looked at her with a hint of helplessness. "Ning Ning, this is just a temporary measure. Nanyue is an ordinary person. Let's exchange her first, and I will definitely rescue you." The woman crumpled the new clothes she held in her hands and threw them harshly to the ground. She had thought that Zhang Xining finally understood her kindness in sending her clothes, but it was only for his white moonlight. She looked at the man she loved deeply, her gaze filled with sorrow. "Zhang Xining, you know better than anyone what kind of person the big spider is. Don't take advantage of my love for you to demean me. I am also a person." Zhang Xining's heart ached as if it were being cut by a knife. She squatted on the ground, tears streaming down her face, appearing small and helpless. Zhang Xining could not bear it any longer. He walked over and embraced her. "Ning Ning, I have my difficulties. Don't worry, I will ensure your safety. Just this once, please help me. Just this once." Looking at this handsome man she longed for, tears blurred her vision. "Zhang Xining, we have been together for 2 years. I thought there was finally a place for me in your heart. I once foolishly dreamed of replacing Nanyue in your heart. At this moment, I realize I was wrong, outrageously wrong. No matter how hard I try, I will never compare to your white moonlight. So, I'm tired now. Loving you is really exhausting." Zhang Xining tightened his grip, pain evident in his brows. "Don't worry. After we exchange Nanyue, I will find a way to eliminate the big spider. We will be as we were before. Didn't you say you wanted everyone in the base to live a self-sufficient life? Once I take over the base, I will accompany you in whatever you want to do." Zhang Xining closed her eyes and remained silent for a long time. Finally, she opened her eyes, traced the man's stunning features with her fingers, and said softly, "All right, this is the last time I will believe in you." After successfully exchanging Nanyue, the big spider locked Zhang Xining in a basement, making her feel extremely anxious. "Miss Zhang, we meet again." The big spider greeted Zhang Xining in poor Mandarin. Then several people dressed in white clothing, leaving only their eyes exposed, entered. Zhang Xining wanted to hide, but was held by the arm and injected with a syringe. Soon, she felt her head growing heavy. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a laboratory, her hands and feet bound to a cold iron bed. Beside her was a row of transparent cylinders taller than a person, filled with some clear liquid, each containing a headless body, both male and female. Her pupils suddenly constricted as she realized things were not as she thought. A wave of coldness spread through her limbs, and a deep fear welled up in her heart. She had been deceived, betrayed by the man she loved. Zhang Xining wanted her dead. A tear involuntarily fell from her eye. They had weathered floods together, endured extreme cold and heat, fought zombies, and shared countless life-and-death moments. Was it all to end like this? A staff member spoke to the big spider in a language she couldn't understand, likely that of the island country. The big spider laughed heartily, clearly in a good mood. He walked towards Zhang Xining in a white lab coat, looking down at her, his face full of smiles. "Miss Zhang, you are truly extraordinary. Not only do you possess the rare lightning ability among humans, but even the purity of your crystal core is higher than others, not to mention this body of flesh." The big spider bent down, sniffing Zhang Xining's body with a look of intoxication. "I wonder how you would taste." Zhang Xining's hair stood on end as she shouted at the big spider, "Beast! Han Qing won't let you go, and our fellow countrymen will not let you go either." The big spider waved his hand dismissively. "Unfortunately, your Han Qing is now in the arms of soft jade, and your fellow countrymen will not discover this. I will become even stronger, haha. Out of respect for your impending death, let me tell you one more thing. Nanyue told me that your crystal core is different from others. To ensure I obtain you smoothly, we planned all of this together. You white country people are superstitious if you die. Don't seek revenge on the wrong person." What? Zhang Xining couldn't believe it. Everything was designed by Nanyue. She hadn't been captured by the big spider. It was Nanyue who wanted her dead. How foolish she was to wait for Chu Hanqing to save her. She was too naive. The gamble she took had cost her life. The big spider's voice rang out again. Nanyue said your crystal core is very special and must be extracted while you are conscious for better results. Although it is a bit cruel, it can be done. Miss Zhang, I'm sorry that a buzzing sound from machines filled her ears as Zhang Xining clenched her fists, her eyes red with anger, staring at the ceiling. Chu Hanqing, Nanyue, big spider, if there's an afterlife, I will never let you go. Zhang Xining suddenly woke up, the imagined pain not coming. Ning Ning, did you have a nightmare? A gentle female voice entered her ears, making her a bit dazed. Looking down in the direction of the voice, Su Mo was sitting at her desk watching a period drama, while she was in her university dormitory. Quickly grabbing her phone for the bedside, it was August 29th, 2028. She tightly closed her eyes, taking a deep breath to calm herself. She had been reborn 3 days before the outbreak of the apocalypse. Ning Ning, come with me to the basketball court to watch Jiang Tong play basketball, Su Mo said, munching on a spicy stick. Zhang Xining got out of bed. Looking at her former friend, a wave of bittersweet emotion surged in her heart. How wonderful! Mo was still here. Su Mo pulled out a tissue from her desk and wiped Zhang Xining's tearful eyes, saying, Ning Ning, who bullied you? I'll help you beat them up. Seeing Su Mo's pouting expression, Zhang Xining sniffed and smiled. No one bullied me. I'm just very happy to see you, really very happy. Chapter 2. Hostility. In the first year of the apocalypse in her previous life, Su Mo was pierced through the heart by a mutated zombie while trying to save Jiang Tong. After Su Mo's death, Jiang Tong left their group. It wasn't until a few months before her death that she learned from Chu Hanqing that Jiang Tong had died at Su Mo's grave. Ning Ning. Su Mo waved her fingers in front of her face, dissatisfied. What's wrong with you today? You seem distracted. Zhang Xining composed herself and smiled lightly. It's nothing, sorry, I was just lost in thought. Su Mo pouted, forget it, I won't argue with you. Hurry up and get ready. Let's go to the gym to watch Jiang Tong play basketball. Zhang Xining's heart trembled violently. The gym? In her previous life, she had met Chu Hanqing at the gym, and from that moment on, all her youthful infatuation was directed at him. She tightened her fingers, burying this resentment deep in her heart. Ning Ning, you're lost in thought again. Hurry up and change your clothes. We need to get there early to secure a good spot, Su Mo said as she rummaged through the wardrobe for clothes. It was a pink floral dress. She had loved pink in her last life. Later, she found out that Chu Hanqing preferred girls in white clothing, so she replaced all her pink with white. It was quite amusing to think about. Zhang Xining pulled out a pair of army green cargo pants from the wardrobe, paired with a black tank top, and topped it off with a baseball cap of the same color. Su Mo's eyes widened. Ning Ning, are you changing your style? Didn't you used to hate black? Zhang Xining pulled Su Mo aside. Mo, people can change. And there's something very important I need to tell you. A buzzing sound echoed in her head, and Zhang Xining hit her head hard, but nothing improved. Hello, host, I am the task system Xiaohu. The host can complete tasks to earn corresponding points, which can be used to purchase needed items in the system mall. Note, refusing a published task will result in corresponding punishment. The lifeless system voice rang out, and Zhang Xining realized the sound appeared directly in her consciousness. The cold voice continued in her head. The host cannot disclose any future events in any way. Ding! The first task, go to the gym. Ning Ning, let me take you to the infirmary. Su Mo looked at Zhang Xining, whose forehead was beaded with sweat, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Zhang Xining squeezed her hand and smiled lightly. It's fine. Didn't you say you wanted to go to the gym? You go ahead and secure a good spot. I'll rest for a bit and find you later. Thinking of Jiang Tong, Su Mo's face flushed, and she bid farewell to Zhang Xining as she walked towards the gym. Seeing Mo's figure, a pang of pain crossed Zhang Xining's eyes. Mo, what can I do to stop you? She had given too much for Jiang Tong, but Jiang Tong only realized his feelings after Mo died. The price was too high. If she could, she would rather Su Mo had never liked Jiang Tong. Thinking about how she had once been as foolish as Mo, but after her death, Chu Hanqing wouldn't behave like Jiang Tong. In this life, she must protect Su Mo well. Walking through the familiar campus, gazing at every blade of grass and tree where she had left her footprints, Zhang Xining felt a surge of emotions. Soon, this beautiful campus and even the entire country would face flooding. She wandered aimlessly towards the gym. Get out of the way, move. A panicked voice rang out. She used to be very afraid of pain, but this time, despite falling heavily, she felt as if she couldn't feel the pain at all. It turned out that when a person had experienced extreme pain, those so-called minor pains were simply insignificant. The boy climbed off her, bent down, and helped her up, apologizing, I'm sorry. The boy in front of her was tall, with delicate features and a hint of handsomeness. He was Zhao Shuo, a friend of Jiang Tong and a classmate of Su Mo's in high school. In her previous life, she had been so focused on Chu Hanqing that she didn't have a deep impression of Zhao Shuo. She only knew that Zhao Shuo was very popular at university, had a great charm with girls, and changed girlfriends more frequently than he changed clothes. She didn't like such a flirtatious person, and she hadn't paid attention to Zhao Shuo after the apocalypse. Bending down to pick up her baseball cap from the ground, brushing off the dust, she glanced at Zhao Shuo and said lightly, It's fine. She continued walking towards the gym. Hey, what's your name? Which department are you in? I'm Zhao Shuo. Zhao Shuo's voice called out from behind, but Zhang Xining ignored him. She just wanted to complete her task and stockpile supplies. The sun at the end of August was still scorching, and by the time she reached the gym, she was already covered in a thin layer of sweat. A cold smile crept on her lips. Once upon a time, she had been just like those girls, but what had it brought her? Entering the gym, the game was in full swing. She immediately spotted the most dazzling person on the basketball court, her mind replaying the words Chu Hanqing had once said. Ning, I have my reasons. Don't worry, I will definitely protect your safety. Just this once, can you help me? Just this once. Her hands clenched tightly. A wave of uncontrollable resentment surged within her. It wasn't until she felt a slight pain in her hands that she managed to adjust her thoughts. If given the opportunity, I will make you taste the suffering I endured. Ning, over here. Su Mo's voice came from the front, and she walked toward her. The spot where Su Mo was sitting was taken by girls who had come for Jiang Tong. They were filled with excitement and regret. Wow, Jiang Tong got the basketball. He will definitely score. This time Jiang Tong is the coolest. The ball was stolen by Chu Hanqing. Too much. The continuous sounds filled Zhang Xining's ears as she crouched down to move closer to Mo, when suddenly the entire venue fell silent. Curious, Zhang Xining looked towards the court of basketball, was magnifying in front of her eyes. She seemed to see a small mark on the ball, and it looked like it was flying towards her direction. She widened her eyes, even forgetting to dodge, forgetting to breathe, watching the basketball rush directly towards her forehead. Bang! The crowd erupted in chaos as she was struck by the sudden basketball, feeling dizzy. Why'd her head feel so heavy? A warm stream trickled down her forehead. She instinctively wiped it away blood. Ning, what's wrong with you? Su Mo was stunned at the sight. Coming to her senses, she shouted towards Chu Hanqing on the court. Hey Chu, you're supposed to play basketball, not hit people. Her voice was so loud that everyone in the gym could hear Su Mo's roar. Chu Hanqing was taken aback logically. He would never make such a rookie mistake, but the reality was that he had indeed hit someone. Chu Hanqing's cheerleaders frowned at Su Mo's shout. Who are you? How can you say that about Chu Hanqing? Yeah. I think she just wants to attract Chu Hanqing's attention. Su Mo glared at Chu Hanqing's fans, her lips trembling with anger, wishing she could fight those brainless fans. Chapter 3. The enigmatic affairs of the island nation. Zhang Xining gently tugged at Su Mo, signaling her that she was fine. Su Mo stood up and removed Zhang Xining's baseball cap, revealing a large patch of blood mingled with her hair. Overcome with guilt, she lamented, Xining, I should not have allowed you to come to the basketball court. Zhang Xining wiped away the tears that fell from Su Mo's eyes, urging her not to cry, lest she become a little raccoon, especially with Jiang Tong still watching. Chu Hanqing, if looks could kill, Chu Hanqing might have perished 1,000 times over. Observing Zhang Xining's gaze filled with resentment, Chu Hanqing furrowed his brow and spoke in a frigid tone. To the infirmary. Zhang Xining shook him off, a sudden surge of inexplicable anger flaring within her. My affairs are none of your concern. Chu Hanqing stood frozen in place, gazing at the furious Zhang Xining. A flicker of realization crossing his eyes. You know me, and you harbor disdain for me. The certainty in his tone was unmistakable. Zhang Xining was taken aback. Was her disdain so palpable? Resolutely, she decided to prolong this aversion. Yes, Chu Hanqing, I detest you. I implore you, do not appear before me again. Zhang Xining, calm yourself. Remain composed. This is still a society governed by the rule of law, and murder incurs imprisonment. She was no match for Chu Hanqing and needed to devise a long-term strategy without exposing her inner turmoil. She was determined to make the man before her, along with his cherished one, pay the price. She must learn the art of patience and concealment. Suddenly, she was swept off her feet by someone, the familiar scent rendering her breathless, and she yearned to escape his embrace. Unfortunately, the young man possessed remarkable strength. Casting a glance at the girl in his arms, who was now as agitated as a startled cat, he spoke with unwavering calmness. The more you struggle, the more I will perceive it as a game of cat and mouse. A cold smile tugged at his lips, though it did not reach his eyes. Chu Hanqing, you overestimate yourself. Do not assume that everyone is enamored with you. I have a boyfriend, and I loathe you. Is that so? Then do not move, lest your boyfriend misunderstand. As they exited the basketball court, Zhang Xining caught sight of Zhao Shuo approaching with a skateboard, calling out, Zhao Shuo? Only then did Zhao Shuo realize that the girl in Chu Hanqing's arms was the very same girl he had bumped into earlier. With a look of confusion, he approached and observed the two. Seizing the moment while Chu Hanqing was distracted, she broke free from his grasp and grasped Zhao Shuo's wrist, declaring, This is my boyfriend. Zhao Shuo, so you needn't worry about what comes next. I will not extort you, goodbye. With that, she turned, a flicker of coldness in her eyes, silently vowing, Chu Hanqing, await your fate. When your beloved appears, you shall both descend into the abyss. As Zhao Shuo remained in a state of bewilderment, she led him away briskly. Chu Hanqing watched their retreating figures, a rare smirk gracing his lips, for it was indeed a laborious endeavor to conceal his true feelings. Zhang Xining pulled Zhao Shuo to a corner and released him. I apologize, I did not intend to do that. Rest assured, I shall clarify the situation with your girlfriend to prevent any misunderstandings. Had there been anyone else present, she certainly would not have sought out Zhao Shuo, whose reputation for being a womanizer was notorious throughout the entire university. Despite his playboy moniker, numerous infatuated admirers continued to flock to him. Your name is Zhang Xining, correct? Also, I do not have a girlfriend, Zhao Shuo replied candidly, and Zhang Xining suspected he might not be lying. Yet, what did it matter to her? She was indifferent and casually remarked, Oh, but thank you anyway. Goodbye. Zhao Shuo then retrieved a cotton handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Xining, gesturing towards his head with a finger. Zhang Xining cast a glance at him and replied, No need. I shall tend to my wounds in the infirmary. I must tell you, although I am high school classmates with Zhao Shuo, for the sake of your happiness, it would be wise to keep a distance from him. Zhang Xining gently patted her on the back, reassuring her, Rest assured, I harbor no feelings for him. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed once more, Congratulations, host. On completing the task, you have earned 100 points. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the system rewards the host with a storage space. A storage space? The storage space can be upgraded by completing tasks. We hope the host will actively engage in them. Upgrade? 2 girls from the neighboring dorm approached them. One was named Wenjing, while the other remained unknown. Wenjing perked up and whispered, What's the matter? The other girl glanced around, her eyes locking with Su Mo's for a brief moment before she quickly looked down, pulling Wenjing along as they passed by. Su Mo intercepted them with a smile. Classmates, what is so mysterious? Do share with us. The girl glanced at Su Mo and then at Zhang Xining, leaning closer to whisper. Our teacher was dining at a renowned seafood restaurant in the island nation when suddenly a diner at the adjacent table began to act strangely. His eyes bloodshot, his complexion ghastly pale, and he appeared utterly bizarre. He then lunged at a waitress who was serving them. Fortunately, the surrounding diners managed to subdue him in time, preventing harm to the waitress. Shortly thereafter, the police arrived and took him away. The teacher was quite close to that individual and remarked that he could detect a foul odor emanating from him, akin to the stench of decaying flesh. Zhang Xining's pupils constricted. In her previous life, the emergence of mutated fish prompted the nation to take comprehensive measures to investigate the cause. After extensive testing, it was determined that the appearance of mutated marine creatures was a consequence of nuclear wastewater being discharged into the ocean by an island nation several years prior. Despite the implementation of proactive measures, the ensuing zombie outbreak had already engulfed the country, leaving no choice but to establish various bases. Subsequently, the extreme temperatures, both scorching heat and frigid cold, resulted in countless fatalities. The peculiar behavior described by the young woman was indeed that of zombies. Could it be that the undead had manifested so early? Zhang Xining pulled Su Mo into the dormitory and closed the door, with only the two of them present. As the other two roommates had yet to arrive on campus, a sense of unease settled in. Frowning deeply, she expressed, Mo, I have an ominous premonition. Suddenly, a warning echoed in her mind. Warning, warning, future events must not be disclosed to anyone. A penalty will be imposed on the host for any further infractions. This unexpected admonition left her feeling somewhat irritable, as she had scarcely completed any tasks, yet the system was quick to threaten punishment. Chapter 4. The best Su Mo. Upon hearing the news, Su Mo's eyes widened in astonishment as she inquired, Ning, what is happening? Zhang Xining shook her head and grasped Su Mo's hand, saying, Mo, I believe what they mentioned earlier is quite significant. We should prepare ourselves promptly. Su Mo stared intently at her. Disbelief etched across her face. Are you suggesting that the incidents our teacher faced in the island nation are genuine? That the monster might manifest in our vicinity? Zhang Xining nodded thoughtfully. The Su family was quite affluent. As for the nature of their business, she was not entirely sure, only aware that they were engaged in some form of trade. Remarkably, Su Mo did not look down upon her for her rural background. Rather, she consistently offered her assistance. However, Zhang Xining was not fond of feeling indebted to others, often refraining from taking advantage of Su Mo when she was capable of purchasing or accomplishing tasks on her own. She recognized Su Mo's genuine kindness and was willing to reciprocate within her means, gradually evolving into inseparable friends. That night, both were restless, pens in hand, jotting down the essentials they needed to prepare. In the event of an apocalypse, the first priority would be food, particularly items that were easy to store. Su Mo pondered while biting the tip of her pen. Eventually, Chu Hanqing, through his remarkable abilities, earned the admiration of the base leader, and their lives improved slightly. However, their respite was short-lived, as the base was soon overrun by monsters, forcing them to continue their nomadic existence. At that time, she had endured enough of the wandering life, vowing that if given the opportunity, she would establish a base of her own, a sanctuary for those she cherished. Zhang Xining supplemented with insights from her previous life. Staple foods such as rice, flour, processed steam buns and dumplings, and easily storable bread can all be procured. Eggs, meats, vegetables, canned goods, ham, sausages, various pickled vegetables, and an assortment of milk. Su Mo furrowed her brows and remarked, What you suggested can indeed be prepared, but how can we store the vegetables? They will spoil before we finish them, and where shall we possibly keep all these items? Upon hearing Su Mo's words, she suddenly recalled her ignorance of how to utilize the space. Closing her eyes, she endeavored to sense the existence of the space and was abruptly aware of herself in an endless expanse of white. Welcome, Master, to the fairy space. I am the administrator of this realm, and you may call me Fairy. Fairy, could I please have a manual for using this space? I apologize, Master, but there is no manual for utilizing the fairy space. Everything relies on your intent. Never mind, I shall simply experiment myself. You, as an administrator, are quite ineffectual, she concluded, channeling her thoughts to exit the space. Observing Su Mo writing fervently, with an intensity surpassing her own, Zhang Xining casually picked up a cup and said, Montak, look. Su Mo lifted her gaze and was greeted by the sight of Zhang Xining performing a magic trick. Impressive. Ning Ning, when did you learn magic? Zhang Xining once again picked up a book, which then inexplicably vanished from her hands. Following this, her computer, blanket, towel, garments, and shoes all disappeared into thin air wherever she ventured. Su Mo's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape in a perfect O shape, prompting her to humorously assist in closing it with a gentle hand. She pointed to her own head, stating, I possess a space here that can contain anything, though I am uncertain if living beings can be accommodated. I have yet to conduct an experiment. Is that truly the case? Su Mo pondered, finding the notion utterly bewildering. As she circled around, unable to glean any clarity from the situation, Zhang Xining, with her hands resting gently on Su Mo's shoulders, sighed with a resigned smile. Mo, there's no need for you to turn it over anymore. I made up my mind. During the summer break, I managed to save a bit of money, and with my previous savings, I now have around 50,000. Tomorrow, I will use all of this to purchase supplies for unforeseen circumstances. Su Mo dashed to her bed, rummaging through her belongings until she retrieved a card. With a pen, she inscribed a series of numbers on the back and handed it to Zhang Xining. Ning Ning, this is my allowance and New Year's money from my parents, totaling over 500,000. Take it and prepare everything you need to buy. As Zhang Xining beheld the sparkling eyes of Su Mo, she felt a surge of emotion, her lashes fluttering as she embraced Su Mo tightly. Montak, this is your money. I cannot accept it. Though she was indeed in dire need of funds, she firmly believed that Su Mo's money belonged to her, and she had no justification to take it. Su Mo smiled gently. Ning Ning, you need not feel this way. I trust you completely. Purchase what is necessary and store it away. If the apocalypse truly arrives, I will follow your lead, as if I am merely placing my belongings in your care. Zhang Xining released Su Mo, saying, Are you not afraid that I might be a deceiver? After all, over 500,000 is indeed a substantial amount for them. Su Mo, with unwavering resolve in her gaze, replied, If you are a fraud, then let it be said that I, Su Mo, have misjudged character. However, I place my trust in you. Zhang Xining felt a warmth welling in her eyes and a tingling sensation in her nose. She sniffed and resolutely declared, I will not let you down. In her previous life, her heart had been solely occupied by Chu Hanqing, neglecting the presence of this earnest girl who had poured her heart out for her. Su Mo gently caressed her eyes and said, All right, come and take a look. This is the list I compiled. Is there anything else you think we should add? The list included food, seasonal clothing for spring, summer, autumn, and winter, various types of shoes, bedding essentials, an array of medications, disinfectants, and even a minutiae like flashlights, combs, rubber bands, and various tools. It also encompassed solar batteries, solar power banks, solar lighting fixtures, solar water heaters, and solar power generation systems. Everything one could possibly need. Zhang Xining gazed at the list with admiration, and behind Su Mo, she added a self-defense weapon to the inventory. In a world devoid of legal constraints, many individuals struggle to meet their basic needs, resorting to desperate, bandit-like behavior. No matter how well-stocked one is, lacking the means for self-protection renders all preparations futile. She had once been harassed by a band of marauders before she acquired her abilities. It was only after being rescued by Chu Hanqing that she became steadfast in her loyalty to him. After completing her additions, she sighed deeply, feeling the weight of her financial limitations. If only she had the means to procure a few vehicles, they could escape swiftly in the face of danger. Ning Ning, is there anything else we're missing? Su Mo asked, meticulously cross-referencing the list to ensure nothing was overlooked. Suddenly, Zhang Xining pondered how they would purchase the items, how they would transport them, and how they could discreetly store them in their space without drawing attention. They were merely two students. If they revealed their stockpiling of supplies, they would undoubtedly attract the unwanted gaze of those with nefarious intentions once the apocalypse arrived. After much contemplation, she shared her concerns with Su Mo. Chapter 5. Preparing for the apocalypse, Su Mo's expression gradually turned serious. She had been so focused on gathering supplies that she had overlooked these critical issues. The two of them deliberated late into the night before finally succumbing to sleep. The following day, Zhang Xining was awakened by the system's notification. Host. New mission. While purchasing supplies, you must not allow anyone to recognize you. Complete the mission to earn 100 points. What an extraordinary task. It was as if points were being handed to her on a silver platter, for she had already planned to conceal her identity during the procurement. Just after brushing her teeth, her phone rang. Hello, Montag. Ning Ning, my parents don't believe me. They say it's all rumors. What should I do? Sumo's tone was tinged with urgency and disappointment. Zhang Xining set down the mouthwash cup. Momo, you should tell your uncle and aunt that you've recently had a dream. Perhaps a message from one of our ancestors, warning of significant events to come. They should stock up on supplies, and most importantly, they must visit the tallest building in a city the day after tomorrow. In her previous life, Sumo's parents had perished in their home. After the villa was flooded, they were tragically devoured by mutated fish. Ah, Ning Ning, you truly have a way. I will speak to them further. Once I finish here, I will call you. After saying this, the call ended abruptly. Gazing at her phone, Zhang Xining hesitated for a moment before dialing another number. A voice on the other end sounded weary and hoarse. Hello, who is this? Dad, it's me, Xining. School has started, hasn't it? Yes, it has. Make sure to study diligently. Graduating early will help ease the burden on the family. Stepfather Zhang Ergu. Who are you calling? Hurry up. Aren't you going to send your son off to school? I'm coming. Xining, your brother is reporting to school today. I'll take him. That good-for-nothing still has the nerve to make calls? Hang up quickly. The call was disconnected. She looked at her phone and let out a bitter smile. She had intended to remind them to prepare some supplies, but she knew they would not believe her. Even if she spoke up, despite living another life, she still yearned for familial affection, yet it always eluded her. After pondering for a moment, she dialed another number. A sweet voice answered. Who is this? Ting Ting, it's me. Oh, cousin, what's the matter? Sensing an unusual tone in Zhang Yining's voice, tinged with hostility, she wondered if she was being overly sensitive, but chose not to dwell on it. Ting Ting, how have you been these past few days? Let us have dinner together tonight. Cousin, I'm quite busy. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Once again, the call ended abruptly. Zhang Xining momentarily lost her focus, changed into a casual outfit, donned a baseball cap to shield her eyes, and wore a mask that concealed much of her face. She left the campus and made her way towards the wholesale market. Early in the morning, the market was not particularly crowded. Her first destination was the largest grain and oil store in the market. After wandering through the aisles, the owner, noticing a young person clad in a cap and mask, did not rise to greet her. Zhang Xining grasped a bag of rice nearby. Sir, what is the price per pound for your cheapest rice? The proprietor cast a fleeting glance at her. The one you're holding is fragrant rice from Thailand, priced at 5.8 yuan per pound. She raised her gaze to meet the owner's eyes, revealing no discernible emotion. I require the most affordable rice. Please offer me your lowest price. I need several thousand pounds, along with glutinous rice, white rice, yellow beans, and green beans. Why seek the most economical rice? The answer lies in her limited funds. In a time of crisis, mere sustenance from rice would suffice, rendering taste irrelevant. The owner abruptly rose from his chair, skepticism etched upon his face. Young lady, have you discussed such a substantial purchase with your family? Zhang Xining's expression remained unchanged, her voice devoid of emotion. Boss, I'm 25 years old this year. I am purchasing these items to start business. If you are unwilling to engage in this transaction, I shall seek elsewhere. With that, she lifted her foot to leave. Upon hearing this, the boss realized she was a significant client. The arrival of a major customer early in the day was indeed a promising omen. How could he allow her to depart? My dear girl, forgive my short-sightedness. I can offer you the lowest price on rice at 1.2 yuan per jin. The boss felt a knot of frustration in his chest. Who was the scoundrel disturbing the market prices? The wholesale price for the cheapest rice was typically 1 yuan. He considered that perhaps this young woman might be easily deceived, hence he quoted 1.2 yuan, yet 0.8 yuan was utterly ludicrous. Noticing the internal conflict on the boss's face, Zhang Xining smiled and remarked, There is no need for you to be so troubled. I can easily find another store. The boss's brow furrowed deeply, as if he could crush a fly with it. Wait, I will sell. Although the profit margin was slim, the volume was substantial. selling at a lower margin was not without its merits. A triumphant smile flickered at the corners of her mouth as she ultimately purchased glutinous rice, cooking oil, and various beans at prices even lower than the market rate, effectively clearing out a significant portion of the stock from the boss's warehouse, spending over 200,000 yuan in total. "Boss, please deliver these to this address tomorrow morning," she said, handing him a piece of paper with the warehouse address written on it. The boss glanced at the address, his expression becoming inscrutable. This was indeed a sizable order, yet why did it leave him feeling so unsettled? As Zhang Xining exited the grain and oil shop, she brushed past a young man clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and khaki trousers, standing an impressive height of over 6 feet. He wore a baseball cap that obscured his features, yet his demeanor unmistakably signaled that he was strikingly handsome. Having spent 2 years in close proximity, Zhang Xining was all too familiar with him. He was none other than Chu Hanqing. Struggling to suppress the tumultuous thoughts within her, she lowered the brim of her cap, striving to maintain her composure. As Chu Hanqing passed by, he discreetly cast a glance her way, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips, forming an enchanting arc that captivated the heart. Upon reaching the entrance of the grain and oil shop, the proprietor was muttering to himself, lamenting the difficulties of the retail industry. "It's tough these days. That girl still wishes to pursue this line of work. She'll learn her lesson the hard way. Well, I suppose I should arrange for Oldly to deliver the goods promptly tomorrow." Chapter 6. A haircut for 2 yuan. Chu Hanqing stepped into the grain and oil shop, and the owner glanced at him casually. After surveying the store, the young man declared, "I'll take all the rice, flour, oil, and beans you have in stock." The proprietor leapt from his chair once more, astonished at the unexpected influx of customers with seemingly endless money. It seemed that young girl was anything but foolish. She was rather astute. The owner, taken aback, stammered, "Are you certain you want all of it?" Upon sensing the proprietor's incredulity, Chu Hanqing boldly produced a card from his pocket and placed it on the table, swiping it with assurance. The subsequent words he uttered sent a chill down the owner's spine. "I want all your available stock. It must be delivered by tomorrow at the latest." "All your available stock?" The owner thought incredulously, realizing that apart from a few pricier items, everything had already been purchased by that girl. Chu Hanqing's expression shifted slightly, his tone growing cold. "This shop is the largest wholesaler in the area. Is it too much to ask to buy some goods?" "That's not the issue. It's just that the delivery might be problematic tomorrow," the owner stammered. "If no one else is around, I can send someone to pick it up now. I just need the stock." The owner hesitated and confessed, "To be honest, a girl came in this morning and bought almost everything except for these items." Chu Hanqing frowned slightly, casually inquiring, "Who would buy such a large quantity of grain and oil?" The owner, recalling Zhang Xining, winced at the thought. Young people today seemed to believe that the old ways still held true, and that 20,000 yuan would surely go to waste. Was it a girl in sportswear, wearing a baseball cap and a mask? Chu Hanqing, Hobet. The owner slapped his thigh in realization. "Yes, that's her." Then, a sense of unease washed over him as he questioned, "Do you know her?" A smile flickered across his lips. "I encountered her earlier on the road. There were hardly any patrons at the market this morning. The girl you mentioned is likely her." Chu Hanqing purchased the few remaining items from the proprietor, who smiled as he bid farewell to this extraordinary customer. "Ah, after delivering the goods, I can finally change my career. The rent is due soon, and business has been quite challenging. Task failed as a consequence. The host must proceed to the corner ahead and enter a barbershop to have the chief stylist personally design a hairstyle for you." Task failed? Zhang Xining could hardly believe her ears, engaging in a spirited debate with the system. "System, how did I fail? I have clearly completed the task. The host has been discovered. The system does not err. Please accept the punishment, host." Zhang Xining suddenly recalled the moment she brushed past Chu Hanqing that morning. She had indeed been careless. She had thought she had concealed herself well enough not to be noticed. Yet Chu Hanqing was no ordinary person. Glancing at her meager phone balance, she noted that the hair salon around the corner was quite renowned in the city, with numerous branches across the country. Having the chief stylist personally design a hairstyle would likely cost her nearly 1,000 yuan for just a wash and cut. Yet her balance stood at a mere 2 yuan. It seemed as though this system was deliberately setting her up for failure. With only 2 yuan to her name, how could she possibly have the audacity to request a personal design from the chief stylist? However, she had no choice but to go in. She had initially believed that with the system, her life would be extraordinary, yet it felt as though the system was merely toying with her. Clutching her 2 yuan, she reluctantly stepped into the salon, where the staff stared in surprise at the girl who was bundled up tightly. A handsome gentleman approached and inquired, "Would you like a haircut or a perm? Do you have an appointment with a stylist?" Zhang Xining removed her mask, revealing a face that, while not breathtaking, possessed an enduring charm. "I have come to get a haircut." In her previous life, she had grown her hair long due to Chu Hanqing's preference, maintaining it until her last moments. Washing and caring for such lengthy locks had become quite cumbersome, especially in extreme temperatures. Countless times she had yearned to cut her hair short, yet for the sake of Chu Hanqing, she had restrained herself. In this life, however, she need not appease anyone nor conform to another's desires. Why should she compromise her own comfort? Is there a stylist available? She pondered before speaking. How much does it cost for the chief director to cut hair? The young man, taken aback, quickly donned a professional smile. "I apologize, but our chief director only designs hairstyles by appointment. May I ask if you have made one?" Yet this task was imperative. After some contemplation, she set aside concerns about cost. Securing the appointment was of utmost importance. "I haven't made an appointment, but I would like him to cut my hair. Is that possible?" Zhang Xining asserted her request, her tone markedly more confident than when she had entered. The young man continued to smile. "You can make an appointment now to visit our chief director for a hairstyle design next time, but it truly is not possible without prior booking. I will be heading to Jianghai City tomorrow, so I leave the matters of the shop in your hand for now. Please handle the clients coming in over the next few days," a clear and resonant voice interjected. Zhang Xining looked up to see a fair-skinned, handsome individual descending from the upper floor. Jiang Tong? Could this be the very person whom Su Mo secretly admired? Following Jiang Tong was none other than Zhao Shua. What a stroke of misfortune. Zhang Xining hastily donned her mask, contemplating a swift escape. The mechanical voice in her mind incessantly issued warnings. Zhao Shua dashed down the staircase and blocked her path, swiftly pulling off her mask, his tone brimming with uncontainable excitement. "It's truly you. What a coincidence. Are you here to get a haircut?" The sight of Zhao Shua sent a throbbing pain to her temples. Just yesterday afternoon, in a bid to placate Chu Hanqing, she had pretended that Zhao Shua was her boyfriend. To her dismay, that very night, Zhao Shua posted a picture. Though merely a snapshot, it had caused her considerable distress. The image depicted her holding Zhao Shua's hand, and now the entire school buzzed with rumors that Zhang Xining was pursuing him. Faced with this awkward encounter, she feared she would have no means to express her anguish. Yet, now that her secret was uncovered, there was no point in concealing it any longer. Zhang Xining nodded. "Yes, I am here for a haircut, but it seems the chief director here is quite the busy person." "Oh, are you looking for Jiang Tong?" Zhang Xining was taken aback. "What? Jiang Tong?" Zhao Shua nodded, her innocent eyes wide with surprise. "Yes, Jiang Tong is the chief director here. You didn't know?" She glanced up at Jiang Tong, only to find him engrossed in his phone. After a moment's hesitation, she approached him. "Jiang Tong, could you possibly give me a haircut?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Shua couldn't help but chuckle, while the other staff members exchanged amused glances. Zhang Xining was puzzled. Jiang Tong looked up at her and casually remarked, "So, you were the one struck by Chu Hanqing's ball that day?" Zhang Xining stood frozen in place, pondering whether there was any need to revisit this matter. In the next moment, Jiang Tong emitted a laugh that was utterly incongruous with his appearance, exclaiming, "Haha, is that really you? You have no idea. That was the first time I witnessed Han Qing's dark expression. Haha." He continued to laugh heartily, clutching his belly. Zhang Xining furrowed her brows. She had always found Jiang Tong irksome in her previous life, and now her disdain only deepened. Is it truly amusing to derive pleasure from the suffering of others? Sensing the discontent etched on Zhang Xining's face, she turned to continue, "My apologies, but I find joy only in seeing Chu Hanqing humbled. You wish to get a haircut, do you? Given that I am in a good mood today, I shall assist you." Zhao Shua could not resist adding a sharp remark. If you possess the skill, why not defeat Chu Qinghan fair and square? Let us not even mention anything else. You have already lost in your pursuit of Nanyue. Chapter 7. A plain girl can transform into a beauty Nanyue? Zhang Xining silently repeated the name in her mind, her fists instinctively clenching. Zhao Shua, who do you think you are? Jiang Tong jested while arranging for someone to wash Zhang Xining's hair. An hour later, Zhang Xining stood before the mirror, gazing at her reflection. The girl had a delicate countenance, her hair cropped to ear length, exuding a sense of cleanliness and sharpness that enhanced her ethereal charm far beyond that of her former long locks. Wow, indeed. A hairstyle can alter one's aura. Just moments ago, she resembled the girl next door, but now she appears as if a celestial being has descended upon us. Zhao Shuo remarked, his eyes fixed on Zhang Xining in admiration. Jiang Tong wore a confident smile, declaring, under my guidance, even an unattractive girl can blossom into a beauty. Zhang Xining cast an unhappy glance, while Jiang Tong chuckled awkwardly. I apologize, I did not mean to imply that you are unattractive. Zhang Xining vowed that if given the chance, she would certainly deliver a sound thrashing to that person. At that moment, her phone rang. Glancing at the screen, she pressed the answer key. Hello, Momo? A cacophony of noise echoed from the other end, and Su Imo sounded quite exuberant. Xining, have you finished your work? I'm at the warehouse right now. Come over. I have a surprise for you. Oh, all right. I'll be there shortly. She sighed inwardly at the thought of having only 2 yuan left, contemplating the cost of a haircut. With a vague look, she turned to Jiang Tong. Jiang, how much is it? Zhao Shua interjected, what money? We're all classmates, right? Isn't that so, Jiang Tong? Jiang Tong glanced at Zhao Shua, who was frantically winking at him from a spot where Zhang Xining couldn't see. Jiang Tong smiled knowingly. Since we're all classmates, let's forget about it then. Indeed, especially since you're Sumo's roommate, Zhao Shua continued. By the way, there's a promotion at the shop. Any hairstyle designed by the chief stylist qualifies for a free lottery. All you have to do is leave a good review. Zhao Shua nudged Jiang Tong aside, smiling as he introduced the idea to Zhang Xining. A lottery? Yes. Zhao Shua brought down a large box from the second floor, filled with smaller boxes. Just pick one at random. Encouraged by Zhao Shua, she hesitantly selected a small box and handed it to him. Zhao Shua opened the box, pulled out a small card, examined it, and exclaimed, Xining, your luck is incredible. You've won second prize, 2,000 yuan. Ah. Zhang Xining doubted her ears. Zhao Shua confirmed once more, second prize, 2,000 yuan. He tugged at Jiang Tong, who reluctantly retrieved 2,000 yuan from the cash register and handed it to Zhang Xining. Congratulations, Zhang, on winning second prize. What great luck. She caught the 2,000 yuan bills, feeling a sense of unreality wash over her. Was it true that when one desired rest, a pillow would be offered? Not only did she receive a free hairstyle designed by the chief stylist, but she also won 2,000 yuan. As she stepped out of the barbershop, Zhang Xining's mind was still in a daze when the system voice echoed once more. Congratulations, host, for completing the penalty. The system mall is now open. With the thought of the mall lingering in her mind, an unlock mode appeared. Little fox, why can't I access the mall? Host, do not fret. The mall will automatically open at the onset of the apocalypse. A gentle reminder, try to earn as many points as possible. Watching Zhang Xining exit the store, Jiang Tong lounged on the sofa, legs crossed, chuckling softly. So much effort. Are you perhaps smitten? Zhao Shua gazed outside for a long while, perhaps. But it seems she has little interest in our Zhao Gongzi. Zhao Shua smiled faintly. There is still time ahead. As Zhang Xining walked down the street, she suddenly recalled Jiang Tong mentioning a trip to Jinghaishi tomorrow and paused, contemplating whether to offer a gentle reminder. In a previous life, Jianghai City was the first region to be affected, where although the people's character left much to be desired, at least they allowed themselves to complete their tasks. And moreover, it was someone whom Mo held dear. Never mind, I shall inform Mo. 2 hours later, Zhang Xining arrived at the warehouse, where a dozen trucks were parked at the entrance, and Su Mo was directing the unloading of goods. Be careful with that, don't drop it. Place that here. Mo. As Su Mo turned around, she saw a beautiful girl approaching with a radiant smile. Which stunning beauty is this? Have you taken a wrong turn? With a mysterious smile, Su Mo retrieved a small notebook from her backpack and handed it to her. Zhang Xining, puzzled, opened it and exclaimed, Mo, did you sell the house your father bought for you? Indeed, I sold it for over 2 million. I realized I needed many more things, so I went ahead and purchased them. Su Mo opened another notebook and continued, I bought 1,000 boxes of canned goods, ready-to-eat meals, tissues, toiletries, toothpaste, and toothbrushes, skincare products. I also bought a few motorcycles, which are incredibly cool, and there's this. Zhang Xining perused her notebook, surveying an array of sleeping bags, tents, high-intensity flashlights, daggers, telescopes, and an impressive assortment of diving gear, including wetsuits, masks, oxygen tanks, and even 50 inflatable rafts. Most crucially, there was a substantial supply of antibiotics, an invaluable commodity in a post-apocalyptic world where illness could be far more perilous than any supernatural ability. In the later stages of the apocalypse, while many might develop various powers, widespread infections could render such abilities utterly ineffective. It is the availability of antibiotics that remains paramount. Gazing at the meticulously compiled list, she felt a wave of admiration for Su Mo, who had anticipated every necessity without omission. As she surveyed the warehouse brimming with supplies, Zhang Xining inquired, how much do we have left? Su Mo placed a card in her hand, replying, we still have over 1 million. What else do you think we should acquire? Tomorrow, we shall continue our shopping spree. Zhang Xining's thoughts, however, were not here. What about your parents? Could you take me to see them? After the previous catastrophe, when the flood had led to widespread infection and the emergence of zombies, the reinforced houses would not easily succumb to destruction, remaining habitable even after the deluge. Once the goods here are unloaded, I shall take you there. My parents have been residing in another community these past few days. If you notice anything that requires improvement, I shall inform them. As dusk approached and the cargo was gradually unloaded, Su Mo gazed at the now empty warehouse, which was now piled high with goods, feeling a wave of melancholy. Ning. With so much food, how long can we sustain ourselves? Su Mo's brow furrowed. Is it truly that serious? Though we have not yet reached that day, I cannot predict what may come. It is always prudent to be prepared. Mo, cherish the moments with your loved ones while they are near. By the way, Jiangtong is leaving City A for Jianghai City tomorrow. Isn't that extremely perilous? I must go stop him. Su Mo appeared quite anxious, hastily preparing to depart. Chapter 8. Unable to resist the urge to contact you considering Jiangtong's character, Zhang Xining resolved to accompany Su Mo on her journey, primarily out of concern that Jiangtong might mistreat her. Moreover, if matters could be clarified, it would be beneficial for Su Mo to find closure. She grasped Su Mo's hand and said, Mo, I shall go with you. Su Mo nodded in agreement. Zhang Xining stored all the food from the warehouse into her spatial dimension, and in an instant, the once abundant warehouse was left utterly barren. Su Mo couldn't help but exclaim, Ning, what a fortunate life you lead. I envy you so much. A hint of pain flickered in Zhang Xining's eyes. What is mine is yours. There is no need for you to envy Mo. Su Mo buried her head her shoulder, her voice slightly choked. Ning, it is truly wonderful to have you. Zhang Xining gently patted her back and inquired softly, aren't you going to seek out your heartthrob? Su Mo lifted her head, sniffing back her emotions, and replied, of course I am. Come on, let us go together. Jiangtong was set to depart from City A the following day, so he would undoubtedly be at home today. The two promptly hailed a taxi to Jiangtong's residential complex. The Jiang family, like the Su family, was engaged in business, and they resided in the most opulent villa district of City A. According to Su Mo, the Zhang family's enterprise surpassed that of the Su family in scale. Upon arriving at the entrance, they were halted by a handsome security guard. I apologize, but outside individuals are not permitted entry. Su Mo smiled and said, hey there, could you make an exception? We are here to see someone. The handsome guard replied with firm resolve, you may call the person inside to grant you access. Call? Su Mo was taken aback. She had no means of contacting Jiangtong. Sir, we genuinely have something very important to discuss. Please, I implore you. Su Mo resorted to her charms, attempting to sway the handsome security guard. Zhang Xining, unwilling to witness Su Mo in a state of supplication, pulled her aside. Mo, Aside from Jiang, who else do you recognize here? Su Mo pondered for a moment. Then her gaze fell upon a tall figure approaching from a distance. Her brows arched slightly, and a glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes as she pointed at the advancing individual. There, SM. Zhang Xining followed her gaze, observing the young man beneath the street lamp. He possessed a tall and slender figure with an elegantly straight neck. Clad in a simple white t-shirt, his strikingly handsome visage rendered him the center of attention wherever he went. Yet, his expression conveyed a certain aloofness, suggesting that he was not easily approachable. Zhang Xining's heart immediately turned cold. In her previous life, she yearned to meet him but could never manage to do so. In this life, she sought to evade him. Yet fate conspired against her. Su Mo walked towards Chu Hanqing, lingering in place for a long time, reluctant to move. Upon noticing Su Mo's lack of reaction, Chu Hanqing's gaze fell upon Zhang Xining, momentarily taken aback before swiftly regaining his composure. However, that brief moment did not escape Zhang Xining's notice, causing her heart to tremble violently. Why did he regard her with such a familiar gaze? Though it lasted but an instant, Su Mo cut to the chase. Chu Hanqing, we wish to enter. Could you escort us inside? Chu Hanqing furrowed his brow as he regarded Su Mo. Are you looking for Zhao Shua? He should be at school. No, that's not it. I am looking for Jiang. The words tumbled out, causing her face to flush crimson. Chu Hanqing, maintaining his composure, cast a sidelong glance at Su Mo, the corners of his mouth twitching into a slight smile. I shall take you in. Naturally, he was more than willing to engage in matters that could trouble Jiang. Ding. Hello, host. I am your dear little fox. A new task has been issued. Please find a way to deliver the electric baton to Chu Hanqing in person. Zhang Xining furrowed her brow slightly. Why is it always Chu Hanqing? System, I do not possess a stun baton. This task can be disregarded. Host, do not worry. The stun baton is already in your space. I hope you can complete the task promptly. Hey, I refuse. She feared that she might lose control and inadvertently deliver a fatal shock to Chu Hanqing. Zhang Xining clenched her jaw tightly, acutely aware of the essentials for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. The mere possession of a storage space in this lifetime had already astonished her. It would be utterly unworthy to sacrifice everything she had for a scoundrel. Moreover, the current Chu Hanqing held no memories of her. If she were to present him with an electric baton now, his disposition would undoubtedly lead him to regard her as a lunatic. Can this system not issue any reasonable tasks? Having vented her frustrations, she nonetheless steeled herself to accomplish the mission. Su Mo quickly supported her, saying, Ning Ning, be careful. Zhang Xining gently patted her hand, signaling that all was well. A shadow crossed the eyes of Chu Qinghan, who walked at the forefront. As they approached the villa where Jiang Tong resided, Zhang Xining still hadn't devised a way to present the stun baton to Chu Qinghan. Anxiety churned within her. Any delay would result in the person slipping away, and the mission would end in failure. It's rather inappropriate for two girls to seek someone out at such a late hour. Allow me to summon him for you. You can speak in person. Chu Qinghan offered with remarkable understanding. Su Mo nodded eagerly. Contrary to the belief that Chu Qinghan was aloof and disinterested in socializing, she found him quite approachable. Chu Qinghan pressed the doorbell and exchanged a few words with a woman who answered the door. Moments later, Jiang Tong stormed out, his expression furious. Momentarily pausing upon seeing Zhang Xining and Su Mo, rarely did Chu Qinghan provide an explanation. Yet there was a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. A girl has come to your doorstep, and I facilitated her arrival. Remember, this earns me a favor. You defeated adversary. Jiang Tong was prepared to unleash his anger, but upon catching sight of the two girls, he restrained himself and approached them, maintaining a polite distance of about a meter. Is there something you need at this late hour? He inquired. Su Mo appeared dazed, her nerves rendering her speech incoherent. Zhang Xining glanced at her flustered friend and addressed Jiang Tong. Mo has something to say to you. After pinching Su Mo discreetly, she positioned herself against the wall, ensuring she could observe them while remaining out of earshot. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, she stealthily retrieved the stun baton from her bag. In the dim light of night, a girl wielding a stun baton seemed decidedly out of place. I apologize for the incident last time, she began, but was startled by an unexpected voice. Gazing at his face, she tightened her grip on the stunned baton, suppressing the resentment bubbling within her. He was merely Chu Qinghan now, oblivious to their past. There was no rush. Everything required meticulous planning. The moonlight cast a sculptural glow upon his features, imparting an aura of unapproachability. Zhang Xining could not deny that Chu Hanqing was indeed quite handsome. However, as someone who had once faced death, how could she allow herself to be ensnared by him once more? At this moment, she had no choice but to steel herself and extend the electric baton she held towards Chu Hanqing. Before she could utter a word, he had already swiftly retreated 2 steps to ensure a safe distance between them. Zhang Xining gazed at Chu Qinghan in bewilderment. "What are you retreating for?" Chu Qinggang, eyeing the electric baton in her hand with caution, responded, "What are your intentions?" Zhang Xining sneered, realizing that it was indeed a misunderstanding. She retracted the electric baton and continued to approach Chu Hanqing, halting at a distance of approximately 1 meter from him. Chapter David Sumoyes Herpeik. With her eyes closed, Zhang Xining recited as if memorizing lines. "I am aware of your popularity, and I assure you that my intentions are purely platonic. I merely wish to present you with this electric shock baton. Please accept it, and from henceforth, we shall remain strangers." After forcefully placing the baton into Chu Hanqing's hands, she fled in haste. Only when she could no longer see his figure did she pause. "I articulated my thoughts so clearly. He surely won't misunderstand, right? Yes. He certainly won't misconstrue my intentions. Who confesses with a shock baton? After all." In a similar manner, Chu Hanqing pressed a compact handgun into Zhang Xining's hands, observing her reaction as she regarded the firearm and his departing silhouette. As she watched him walk away, a faint smile graced her lips, and a chilling glimmer flickered in her eyes. Had the world not been on the brink of collapse, she would have pursued a career in acting after graduation. Alas, there are no what-ifs in this life. As Chu Hanqing departed, he finally heard a mechanical voice resonate in his mind. "Congratulations, host, on completing the gun-giving task. You have been awarded 100 points. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he left the place, his spirits notably elevated. Zhang Xining concealed the firearm within his space and strode towards Su Mo. From a distance, he observed the subtle trembling of her shoulders and felt an unsettling premonition. Could it be that someone was bullying her? Thereupon, Jiang Tong raised his eyebrows, his eyes widening as he addressed Su Mo. "I am not acquainted with you. Hence you lack the authority to dissuade me from going to Jinghaishi. I must go." "Jiang Tong, you truly cannot go. You will regret it profoundly. Something catastrophic is bound to occur. Do you not realize?" Someone improved. She gazed in disbelief at the one she had secretly adored for 3 years, only to discover that he had already found someone else. The rumors had indeed been true. In that moment, a sharp pain pierced her heart. Biting her lip, she fought to steady her trembling frame, tears lingering at the brink of her eyelids, refusing to fall. Clearing her throat, she pleaded once more, "Jiang Tong, you absolutely must not go to Jinghaishi. You truly cannot." She could perhaps relinquish her feelings for Jiang Tong, even endeavor to forget him. But she could not bear the thought of watching him walk into the jaws of death. Zhang Xining rushed over, shielding Su Mo behind her. "Jiang Tong, she is merely a girl. Why are you directing your anger towards her?" Jiang Tong took a deep breath and replied, "You both should leave," before striding towards the villa. Casting a glance at Su Mo, whose eyes glistened with tears, Zhang Xining shouted at Jiang Tong, "Sooner or later, you will understand that Sumo's intentions are for your own good. After today, she will no longer harbor feelings for you, and I will not permit her to do so. Do not limit your choices in the future." Zhang Xining, after speaking, left the villa area with Su Mo. Jiang Tong halted in his tracks, a wry smile playing on his lips as he shook his head and murmured, "I will not regret it." She embraced Su Mo, softly reassuring her, "It's a good thing to clarify things now. I will find you a handsome man, even more charming than Jiang Tong another day." Sumo's voice trembled with emotion, "But I have liked him for 3 years, a full 3 years. Today he told me he has someone he likes and will never love me. Ning Ning, do you know? I'm truly heartbroken." That night, Su Mo cried until late before finally drifting off to sleep. Zhang Xining gently laid Su Mo on the bed, removed her makeup, and washed her face with water before beginning to tidy up. Just as she settled into bed, the system's voice echoed once more. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the task. Reward, 100 points. Available points, 200. System, we need to talk, she thought, feeling that the tasks assigned were often insurmountable. Host, you may call me Xiao Hu. That was an implicit agreement to converse. I have a request. Could future tasks be a bit simpler? Host, this is the most basic task. It is already quite easy. The tasks could not be altered, so she shifted the conversation toward rewards. Since I have worked hard to complete tasks, the rewards should be substantial. Can I choose my own rewards? Host, by earning corresponding points, you can acquire anything you desire. Cursing inwardly at the repetition of this phrase, she felt a sense of hopelessness. Given the host's somewhat lackadaisical work attitude, Xiao has decided to temporarily show the host the system mall. Suddenly, images of the mall appeared in her mind. Lying in bed, Zhang Xining delved into her consciousness, surveying the items available in the system mall. Cold weapons for 50 points. Hot weapons for 100 points, and everything from food and various seeds to warrior armor capable of withstanding enemy attacks, Gatling guns, rocket launchers, tanks. Everything conceivable was available, provided one had points. Host, the mall is now closed. Please focus on completing tasks diligently to earn points. Xiao will guide the host to greatness in the apocalypse. Cooperation is essential. A flock of crows flew overhead, and she thought, just give me some simpler tasks, and stop toying with me. Unbeknownst to Zhang Xining, the tasks assigned after the apocalypse would prove to be truly arduous. The next morning, Suamo was still asleep. Zhang Xining quietly got out of bed, tidied herself up, and headed to the cafeteria to prepare breakfast for her. She wrote a note and placed it beside the meal before going to the warehouse for supplies. From a distance, she spotted Zhao Shuo and inwardly lamented her misfortune, pulling her baseball cap lower and attempting to circumvent him from another direction. Hey, Ning Ning. Zhao Shuo's call drew the attention of surrounding classmates, leaving her no choice but to confront him. Stopping in her tracks, she greeted Zhao Shuo, who was approaching from the side, with a feigned enthusiasm. Good morning. I have something to attend to, so I must be off. With that, she turned on her heel and hurried away. Hey, Ning Ning, where are you rushing off to? Let me accompany you. As someone grasped her wrist, Zhang Xining furrowed her brow in displeasure. Zhao, I have matters to attend to. Please let go. Only then did Zhao Shuo realize that his gesture had been somewhat abrupt. He promptly released her hand, apologizing, I'm sorry. Upon hearing this exclamation, Zhang Xining felt as though she had been struck in the head, a dull ache settling in. The reason for her discomfort stemmed solely from the fact that her cousin harbored feelings for Zhao Shuo. Chapter 10. The peculiar tasks of the system. As Zhang Xining stepped out of the school gates, she was met with the sight of Zhao Shuo holding onto Zhang Xining, sparking a flurry of whispers among her classmates nearby. Look, that's Zhao Shuo. Why isn't he with Jiang today? Indeed, it is Zhao Shuo from the finance department. But who is the girl he's conversing with? Hey, look, they're holding hands. Could she be his girlfriend? That girl seems somewhat familiar. Oh, I remember now. She is the one from Zhao Shuo's photos on Weibo. So that must be his girlfriend. I plan to confess my feelings to him in a few days. My heart is utterly shattered. Zhang Xining stood at the entrance of the campus, listening intently to the whispers around her, her gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the two individuals. Her hands clenched tightly. After a brief moment, she appeared to relax, her expression softening as a smile graced her lips, and she sweetly called out to Zhang Xining, cousin. Zhang Xining glared at Zhao Shuo, warning him, stay away from me in the future. We are not acquainted. After uttering these words, she made her way towards Zhang Xining. Cousin, where are you and Zhao Shuo headed so early in the morning? Zhang Xining inquired, her lips curling into a sweet smile, feigning casualness. Zhang Xining observed that she was not angry and felt a significant sense of relief. Ting, please do not misunderstand. I am not well acquainted with him. Oh, I see. I had thought that Zhao Shuo was pursuing my cousin. Zhang Xining replied, her tone tinged with disappointment. Zhang Xining, feeling a twinge of guilt, bit her lip and said, Ting, do not overthink it. How could that be? Besides, he would never be interested in someone like me. You are well aware of my circumstances. Right now, my sole focus is to graduate successfully and secure a good job. relying on no one in the future. Cousin, it was merely joking. Please do not take it to heart. Just then, her phone rang, and she answered it. We are delivering goods to you. Is there someone at the warehouse? We will arrive in an hour. All right, I will head over immediately. After hanging up, Zhao Shua approached her with a smile. Where are you off to? I just happened to. Zhao Shua, your timing is perfect. Please accompany Ting Ting for breakfast. I have something to attend to. Zhang Xining interrupted hurriedly, finishing her sentence before slipping away like the wind. Zhang Xining gazed at the person of her dreams before her and softly inquired, Zhao Shi, there's a noodle shop over there that is exceptionally delicious. I happen to be heading that way. Would you care to join me? Zhao Shua, watching Zhang Xining's retreating figure, replied, I apologize, but I have matters to attend to. Perhaps another day. Thus, Zhang Xining stood alone, her face devoid of expression. Yet her fingertips involuntarily tightened. Meanwhile, Zhang Xining hailed a taxi at the school gate and hurried to the warehouse. Upon her arrival, several trucks were already parked at the entrance. A middle-aged man stepped down from the foremost truck and, upon seeing Zhang Xining approach, smiled and said, Little girl, all the goods have been delivered. Surprised to see her boss personally making the delivery, she asked, Boss, why are you personally delivering the goods today? Aren't you supposed to be at the shop? Zhang Xining exerted herself to open the massive iron door of the warehouse, while the boss instructed his staff to commence unloading the goods. As they worked, he remarked to her, Young lady, I have spent the better part of my life in business, and in recent years, it has become increasingly challenging. After casting a subtle glance at Zhang Xining, he continued, Interestingly, after you left yesterday, a young man arrived and purchased all the stock in the store and warehouse. Although it may not have yielded substantial profit, at least it prevents the goods from languishing unsold. Sigh, I shall take this opportunity to spend some quality time with my family. Zhang Xining was captivated by the remark regarding the young man purchasing all the remaining goods. She inadvertently remarked, while you may not wish to engage in certain endeavors, others seem eager to do so. Just look, it's not only me. That young man you mentioned is likely involved in wholesale as well. The boss shook his head. My dear, that young man paid in full yesterday and promptly had the goods carted away. It is evident he is stockpiling. Stockpiling? This is not the time of the pandemic. Why would anyone stockpile? Zhang Xining feigned confusion. Yet the boss continued to shake his head, having conducted business for several decades. I can discern these things. He is undoubtedly stockpiling. Nevertheless, this has ultimately solidified my resolve to change my profession. A shadow flickered across Zhang Xining's eyes. Was she hoarding supplies at this moment? Did anyone else besides her foresee the impending apocalypse, or was it merely a coincidence? The boss seemed unusually talkative today, continuing, Young lady, it is indeed beneficial for the youth to explore, yet I must remind you, in whatever endeavor you embark upon, do not charge in recklessly. Instead, you must align with the market. A mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Host, a new task has been assigned. Find a way to persuade the boss before you to stockpile supplies. Completing this task will reward you with 100 points. System. The boss just stated that it was a challenge to sell the goods, and now you want me to convince him to hoard them? Could we perhaps have a task where I earn points by simply sleeping? The system has automatically accepted the host's choice. Please ensure timely completion of the task. Zhang Xining continued to grumble about the increasingly demanding system. The system coolly replied, Host, you will thank me for this in the future. Zhang Xining felt an overwhelming urge to roll her eyes. Yet alas, she lacked the capacity to do so. The boss's voice resonated once more. Young lady, please check the inventory. Everything has been unloaded in the warehouse. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xining managed to smile. Thank you, boss. But have you sold out all the goods? Don't you keep some stock at home? The boss, lighting a cigarette, replied, In this peaceful world, it's far better to purchase fresh supplies whenever needed. There's no need to hoard. With money, one can acquire anything. While the boss proclaimed the world to be at peace, she felt it inappropriate to voice her dissent. What was she to do? As she pondered, the boss added, Young lady, please check the goods. It's getting late. As Zhang Xining experienced a moment of inspiration, the system merely instructed her to stockpile supplies. However, there exist numerous methods to achieve this. After all, she currently possesses an abundance of materials, and finding a way to distribute a portion is far more feasible than allowing the boss to accumulate them independently. She entered the warehouse and, upon observing the substantial stacks within, feigned interest in various items while contemplating how to mix something into the rice. Opening a large bag of rice, she peered inside and retrieved a bottle of soy sauce from her storage space, pouring a portion into the rice. The once pristine grains of rice were immediately tinted with a rich hue of soy. Discreetly stirring the mixture, Zhang Xining suddenly exclaimed, "Boss, it seems this rice has gone moldy." The boss promptly approached, and upon seeing the colored rice mingling within the bag, his brow furrowed. Seemingly capable of crushing a fly with the intensity of his expression, he scooped a handful of rice and inhaled its aroma, his demeanor softening as he squinted and remarked, "Child, this is not mold. It's merely soy sauce mixed in." "But why would soy sauce end up in the rice?" Following this, Zhang Xining opened a bag of glutinous rice, several bags of beans, and a few packages of flour, all revealing similar conditions, though the flour contained fewer impurities. Regardless of the contaminants, any flour with impurities cannot be sold. The boss continued to gaze in disbelief, muttering, "This is impossible. How could this happen?" Chapter 11. Campus bullying. Zhang Xining raised an eyebrow, her tone resolute. "Boss, these items are unsellable for me as well. They only occupy space here. You should take them away." Observing that Zhang Xining was impervious to both soft and hard tactics, the boss seemed to have made up his mind. "Girl, these. I won't charge you. I'll compensate you for whatever the cost." "Boss, it's not about the money. Please take the items." The boss's demeanor shifted abruptly, transitioning from a favorable view of her, with heartfelt exchanges, to one devoid of any semblance of compassion. His tone became somewhat displeased. "Girl, in business, one cannot be overly rigid. I have already offered these for free. Why are you being so stubborn?" Zhang Xining felt that her actions were somewhat lacking in empathy. However, for the sake of her mission, she felt compelled to proceed in this manner. Moreover, she believed that the boss and his family would eventually express their gratitude. After a moment's contemplation, she hurried outside and called out to her boss, who was seated in the truck. "Boss, the weather may turn unfavorable the day after tomorrow. It would be wise for you to remain at home and refrain from venturing out." The boss, sitting in the passenger seat, cast her a sidelong glance, scoffed softly, and turned his head away. Shortly thereafter, workers loaded items infused with soy sauce into the rear compartment of the vehicle, which then drove off into the distance. Accompanying this was the system's prompt: "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have earned 100 points, bringing your total to 300 points. Please continue your efforts." Sighing, she pondered whether the boss would heed her advice. Zhang Xining stored all the provisions from the warehouse into her spatial compartment, secured the shutter door, and turned to leave. Unbeknownst to her, a few individuals nearby were engaged in fervent discussion. "Xiong, hasn't this warehouse been empty for a year or two? I wonder what this girl is up to, constantly hauling things inside these past few days." Xiong, nonchalantly munching on a spicy snack, shrugged. "What's so remarkable about it? The world of the wealthy is beyond our comprehension. Are we heading to school tomorrow?" Zhuang playfully tapped Xiong on the forehead. "Where are you going?" "Those student council folks might have us doing menial tasks. Let's wait a few days until those junior girls arrive, then we can go." Zhang Xining had never encountered such a version of Su Mo before. With concern, she approached Su Mo, eager to see what she was doing, only to find Su Mo hastily shutting her laptop. Mo, why are you up without even combing your hair?" As she spoke, she picked up a comb from the table to tend to Su Mo's hair. Casting a glance towards the bathroom, Zhang Xining shook her head and sighed as she made her way to the cafeteria. As she walked, she encountered a group of 4 or 5 girls. The leader, with a cherubic face and large, doe-like eyes, had a hint of baby fat. She cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Xining before diverting her gaze, but to Zhang's surprise, the group approached her directly. The leading girl fixed her with a menacing stare. "Are you Zhang Xining?" Zhang Xining raised her head, her eyes filled with perplexity. "Is something the matter?" The girl with a doll-like face crossed her arms over her chest, while several individuals behind her obstructed her path, clearly preventing her from departing. Zhang Xining furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the girl with a doll-like face who rolled her eyes and remarked, "I've heard that you're not only seducing Chu Qinghan, but are now entangled with Zhao Shuo as well. You're not even that impressive." A cold sneer formed in Zhang's heart. Was she truly facing bullying on campus? especially from her own junior? Considering that Su Mo was still in the dormitory, she wished to avoid further confrontation. Little sister, I'm not well acquainted with the two you mentioned. Even if I were, it's none of your concern. So, good dogs don't block the way. Step aside. The girl with the doll-like face placed her hands on her hips and raised her chin defiantly. So, you're admitting it? All right. Ladies, let us teach her a lesson and show her that some people are beyond her reach. A group of 3 or 4 girls surrounded her, appearing ready for a fight. Yet, under their determined expressions, Zhang Xining turned on her heel and sprinted towards the cafeteria. These girls merely sought to intimidate her. Had they truly intended to discipline her, they would not choose the school as the venue. As Zhang fled in disarray, the girl with the doll-like face revealed a scornful smile before turning to leave. Oblivious to their intentions, Zhang could only focus on her full-speed escape. In her haste, she collided head-on with someone, causing her lunchbox to crash to the ground. Gazing at the scattered food, the already irritable Zhang snapped at the stranger. Are you blind? Can't you see someone else in your way? You've ruined my meal. What if Mo gets hungry? Can you compensate for that? She quickly lowered her head, attempting to hide her face, only to remember that she wasn't wearing a hat that day. Apologizing hastily, she tried to make her escape but was caught by the hem of her clothing from behind. Internally lamenting her misfortune, she thought, what a plague to encounter. Chu Hanqing pointed to the food strewn on the ground, his expression unchanging. Is this the quality of your school? Zhang Xining gritted her teeth and declared, fine, I will scan right away. After completing the task, Chu Hanqing had already departed, and she let out a long sigh of relief. Glancing at the time, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Su Mo appeared to be in significantly better spirits, seemingly unconcerned about Jiang Tong. It was reasonable to think so. After all, they hadn't even begun their romantic journey, so how deep could their feelings truly be? In the afternoon, the two continued their errands, gathering supplies. Montak, what do you think we could find oil? Gasoline or diesel would suffice. Oil was a precious commodity in this apocalyptic world, yet private individuals were prohibited from selling petroleum. To acquire it, one needed connections. Su Mo replied apologetically, Ning, I am afraid I cannot assist you with that. That's all right. Mo. I was merely inquiring casually. However, we could ask Zhao Shaw. His uncle is a high-ranking official at an oil company, so he must have a way. Upon hearing Zhao Shaw's name, Zhang Xining instinctively recoiled, but Su Mo grasped her arm and urged, come, let me take you to find Zhao Shaw. I will inquire on your behalf. He is, after all, a distant relative of mine. Remote relative? Indeed, his grandmother and my grandfather appear to be distant cousins. I happened to overhear my parents discussing it, and later, we ended up being classmates for 3 years in high school. Though he can be a bit of a heartbreaker, he remains quite loyal to his friends. Su Mo rambled on about Zhao Shua, sharing every detail. Zhang Xining quietly listened as she was led into a quaint CF. The atmosphere was serene, with only a few patrons present, and the gentle strains of romantic music enveloped the space, inducing a sense of relaxation. Mo, weren't you looking for Zhao Shua? Zhang Xining inquired, puzzled. Su Mo chose a seat by the window, ordered 2 cups of coffee, and replied, this establishment is owned by Zhao Shua. Everyone who associates with him has their own ventures. She paused momentarily. Jiang Tong runs a barbershop, while Chu Hanqing is even more impressive. He owns a club that features horseback riding, archery, shooting, and martial arts. Despite his seemingly frail appearance, I've heard he possesses remarkable skills. We attend the same high school, and there was an incident involving Nanyu, our school's belle, who was harassed by a group of delinquents outside. He single-handedly subdued more than a dozen of them. And since then, the area around our school has been devoid of such troublemakers. She was certainly aware of this incident. Chu Hanqing's abilities were not merely good, but exceptionally proficient. During the zombie outbreak, when no one else had any supernatural powers, he managed to fend off numerous zombies alone. Regrettably, she had never encountered the individual who ultimately led to her demise. Suddenly, Su Mo stood up and called out, Zhao Shua. All eyes in the CAF turned toward her, and she slightly leaned forward. My apologies. Sumo, have you come to see me? Upon noticing Zhang Xining beside her, Zhao Shua's eyes brightened, as he nudged Su Mo further into the booth and took a seat opposite her. Xining, Are you here to see me as well? Zhang Xining had lost interest in him, turning her head to gesture at Su Mo to speak swiftly. Su Mo glanced at Zhao Shua, then at Zhang Xining, and with a sly smile remarked, I have a matter of importance to discuss with you. I've heard that your uncle has connections in the oil industry. Zhao Shua raised an eyebrow. So, you too wish to stockpile oil? Zhang Xining squinted slightly. Could it be that someone had hoarded oil previously? Upon hearing the goddess speak, Zhao Shua glanced around and quietly said to them, Chu Qinghan approached me the day before yesterday regarding this matter of oil. I have already promised to assist him, so let's leave it at that. Zhang Xining's thoughts whirled in a myriad of directions. Zhang Xining felt that the possibility of a systematic approach was greater. Or perhaps her subconscious simply refused to acknowledge that Chu Hanqing could also be reborn. In her previous life, after her demise, Chu Hanqing remained devoted to his beloved until old age. How could he possibly meet the same fate? No, she must find an opportunity to probe the truth. Regardless of whether he was reborn or not, she would ensure that those individuals paid the price. Zhao Shua gazed at Zhang Xining, his face filled with remorse. I apologize for not being able to assist you in this matter, but what do you need the oil for? Zhang Xining and Su Mo exchanged a glance. Su Mo remarked, It's nothing much, just a casual inquiry. Well, Ning Ning and I are off to shop. The two swiftly rose to their feet. Although Zhao Shua appeared rather carefree, he was not easily deceived. He might very well be harboring doubts at this moment. Contemplating this, Zhang Xining paused and turned her gaze towards Zhao Shua, who, caught in her stare, felt a flutter in his heart, his ears flushing crimson. Sumo, witnessing Zhao Shua's flustered state, could not help but chuckle. Zhao Shua, are you feeling shy? Ha! Zhao Shua shot a glare at the gleeful Su Mo and, with a smile, inquired of Zhang Xining, Ning Ning, is there something else? Indeed, there is a matter at hand, concerning our search for oil. I hope you can keep it confidential. Zhao Shua scratched his head and chuckled. Of course, it must remain a secret. Zhang Xining did not anticipate his cooperation. A friendly reminder, it would be best to refrain from venturing outside the day after tomorrow. Matters that require attention over the next 2 days can be postponed. Perhaps there will be no opportunity to attend to them later? Zhao Xiao, perplexed, wished to inquire further, but the two had already departed. Throughout the afternoon, they went to view vehicles, as Su Mo expressed a desire to purchase a motorhome. Ning Ning, let us acquire a motorhome. We could travel wherever our hearts desire. A motorhome? Zhang Xining's eyes flickered with intrigue. In her previous life, they had traveled with a group of over a dozen individuals, and Chu Hanqing possessed a motorhome as well. However, with so many people, her living conditions were far from comfortable. Eventually, they encountered a giant zombie, which demolished the motorhome. In this lifetime, she vowed to ensure that she and Mo would not endure such a wretched existence. Zhang Xining opted for the largest motorhome available. Its robust structure and considerable height provided a sense of security, particularly with the protective netting over the windows, rendering it nearly impossible for either humans or monsters to intrude. It was, without a doubt, tailor-made for an apocalyptic scenario. Ultimately, they acquired the vehicle for a staggering price of $1.6 million. However, a dilemma arose. Who would drive it? Although both had obtained their driver's licenses during their sophomore year and possessed the ability to operate a vehicle, the regulations of a lawful society prohibited them from driving such a sizable motorhome with only a C1 license. After deliberation, the dealership agreed to transport the vehicle to their storage facility. Once the personnel departed, they stealthily maneuvered the motorhome into their space. This clandestine transfer was witnessed by the idle De Xiong and De Zhuang. De Xiong exclaimed, De Zhuang, although this storage facility is quite expansive. They just drove a motorhome inside. Those two girls appear to be mere students. How could they possibly afford such luxury? De Zhuang playfully tapped De Xiong on the head, responding, is there a shortage of wealthy second-generation elites in City A? They could very well be two affluent ladies. The pressing question now is how they managed to fit a motorhome among all those items. De Xiong remarked, you fool. Perhaps they transported the previous belongings elsewhere without us noticing. As the two girls strolled hand in hand along the school path, fellow students ambled by in groups of 2 or 3, the dim lighting casting elongated shadows behind them. Nink nink. Do you think we will still witness such scenes after the apocalypse? Zhang Xining paused her steps, surveying her surroundings. The post-apocalyptic city had transformed into a desolate wasteland, with countless corpses strewn across the abandoned streets. Humanity began to undergo a gradual metamorphosis, as individuals sacrificed their loved ones for the sake of survival. No one understood the true nature of the apocalypse better than she did. Chapter 13. The premature arrival of the apocalypse, turning her gaze towards Su Mo. She gently tapped her shoulder, offering reassurance. Do not be afraid. As long as you wish for it, we can still lead a life free from want even in the aftermath of the apocalypse. There remained just one day. Tomorrow would mark their final day of peace on this planet. What awaited them the day after was shrouded in uncertainty. Yes, let's cherish our time with uncle and aunt. That night, Zhang Xining's heart was tumultuous. As she lay in bed, closing her eyes would conjure a chaotic array of images in her mind. They were memories from her previous life, extreme cold, scorching heat, fractured lands, and rivers that had run dry. Countless individuals resorted to unimaginable acts driven by their thirst. She had witnessed floods, torrents that ravaged farmlands, uprooted trees, and destroyed homes, with innumerable souls swept away, their fates unknown. She also recalled the biting cold, where many succumbed to eternal slumber in the dead of night, leaving the entire city enveloped in a lifeless white haze, resulting in an epidemic of snow blindness. Even more terrifying was the emergence of various ravenous monsters after humanity had barely survived these calamities. Their appearances were grotesque and fearsome in the extreme. The sounds of movement stirred Su Mo from her slumber. With sleepy eyes, she inquired, Ning Ning, what are you doing? Why aren't you asleep? Zhang Xining descended from the bed. Her expression calm as she said, I can't sleep, so I will browse the computer for a while. Montak, you should go to sleep first. Not perceiving any unusual signs on her face, Su Mo felt reassured and peacefully slipped into slumber. Zhang Xining, with pen in hand, diligently inscribed her thoughts upon the paper, recollecting the cataclysmic flood that had once submerged buildings up to 12 stories high, only to witness a gradual receding of the waters. During that tumultuous time, most of the city's inhabitants had sought refuge in the Jiandi building, a towering edifice exceeding 500 meters in height. While other lower structures succumbed to the deluge, this bastion remained steadfast, undoubtedly serving as the most secure sanctuary. As for the extremes of cold and heat, she had yet to discover a more suitable haven. Time was scarce, and she lacked the means to acquire a residence of her own for modification. Upon surveying her surroundings, she noted the presence of a cooling air conditioner, a freezer, a refrigerator, and electric fans, complemented by heating devices such as a heater, electric blankets, comforters, and various other necessities, which appeared to be sufficiently equipped. Suddenly, the sky unleashed a torrential downpour. Glancing out the window, she observed the rain cascading like sharp needles, rendering distant objects nearly indistinguishable. The downpour arrived abruptly, its intensity overwhelming, prompting her to rise and secure the balcony door. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away in Jianghai City, tumultuous waves surged menacingly towards the shore, engulfing many in their unexpected embrace, and the entire city was swiftly overrun by the floodwaters. A closer inspection revealed the presence of sharks gliding through the streets, though these creatures bore a strikingly peculiar appearance. With two round, crimson eyes situated beneath their snouts rather than on the sides, their mouths resembled those of humans, albeit significantly larger, capable of devouring half a human body whole. Trailing behind this extraordinary shark were countless bizarre and grotesque fish, all sharing a singular trait: razor-sharp teeth. They wandered through the streets, leaving in their wake an eerie silence, devoid of human cries, as blood began to seep from beneath the surface towards the water's expanse. In her dormitory, Zhang Xining found herself immersed in her computer until the early hours of the morning when, unexpectedly, a loud bang resonated and the screen went dark. Had the power gone out? Turning to observe the relentless downpour outside, she noted that its ferocity had not diminished. Rather, it intensified, as if a bucket of water were being poured directly from the heavens onto the earth below. Zhang Xining furrowed her brows, her expression grave. According to her previous life, the apocalypse was not to arrive until the following night. Why was it happening ahead of schedule? If her predictions were accurate by tomorrow morning, the flood would have already submerged the first floor. Sensing that something was amiss, she flung open her door and dashed downstairs. At that moment, the dormitory supervisor was slumped over her desk, fast asleep. Ding! New task. The host must go to sleep immediately. A dispassionate mechanical voice echoed in her mind, but she could not afford to heed it. She shook the supervisor awake. "Annie, wake up." The plump woman blinked, then shouted at Zhang Xining. "What are you doing awake at this hour?" Zhang Xining wore an expression of anxiety. "Auntie, please evacuate all the students from the first floor to the second. Tonight, the flood will inundate the first floor. Warning, warning, the host is prohibited from disseminating information about future events." "Warning, warning." Irritated, Zhang Xining retorted, "Oh, I'm aware of who you are. You're Zhang Xining, aren't you? What nonsense are you spouting at this hour? Be careful, or I shall report you to the counselor." With that, she forcefully shoved Zhang Xining towards the door with her sturdy arms. "Auntie, I'm telling the truth. Well, has City A ever experienced such torrential rain? That is not your concern. Just take care of yourself. It's not as if the apocalypse is upon us." With a resounding slam, the door was shut. The system's voice echoed once more. "Host, completing tasks, even while sleeping, was once your aspiration. Please choose to accept. The apocalypse is imminent. Accumulating points will provide additional security for your life." Zhang Xining cast another glance at the downpour enveloping the night and gritted her teeth, declaring, "I shall retire for the night at once. Do not urge me further." The system lamented the burden of having such a host. Noting her lack of enthusiasm for tasks and her continual disregard for the established regulations, lying in bed, she dared not succumb to a deep slumber. Her mind incessantly whirled while her eyes betrayed her, succumbing to the allure of sleep. Time slipped away, and she remained unaware of how long she had been in that state, until Su Mo's anxious voice jolted her awake. "Nink, nink. You must rise and see what lies outside. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Available points, 400. Zhang Xining suddenly opened her eyes. Disregarding the notification in her mind about the points being credited, she swiftly leapt out of bed, not even pausing to put on her shoes, and rushed to the balcony to observe the situation outside. Rainwater cascaded into the balcony, soaking her clothes, yet she remained oblivious to it. The view beyond the window had become utterly obscured by mist. The ground was entirely submerged in murky water, resembling a vast ocean. Trash bins and household refuse floated upon the surface. In a daze, she recalled the scenes from her past life. "Ning Ning, if this rain continues, I shudder to think of the consequences. This morning, I saw in a WeChat group that Jianghai City has already been engulfed by the waves." Zhang Xining retrieved her phone from beneath her pillow to check the class group chat, where a torrent of messages inundated her. Chapter 14. The Arrival of Heavy Rain. When will this downpour cease? Today is the day we are to welcome the junior students, yet we cannot even step outside. Not only can we not go out, but our dormitory on the second floor has also been relocated to the third floor. If this rain continues unabated, it may well inundate the second floor. What is there to fear? It's the perfect opportunity for a swim. Are there any comrades willing to join me? Count me in. I sweltered last night due to a power outage. I have yet to eat. Could someone bring me breakfast? I'll offer a reward of 50 yuan for the errand. Still eating? The cafeteria is likely closed by now. What then? How could this happen? Isn't the apocalypse meant to arrive tomorrow? Could it be that my rebirth has altered the timelines of many events? Su Mo's phone rang. "Hello, Dad." Mo. Take good care of yourself at school. The rain is intensifying, and the streets have already flooded. Find a higher ground to shelter yourself. Once the rain ceases, the waters will recede. Please ensure your safety. I understand. How are you and Mom? Do not worry about us. We are currently in a high-rise building and quite safe. Just focus on looking after yourself. All right. I will. Good. Call if you need anything. After ending the call, Zhang Xining reconfirmed, Mo, are uncle and aunt currently in the high-rise? Sumonadi? Yes. They're doing well. Zhang Xining exhaled in relief, determined that in this lifetime, she would ensure Su Mo had a complete family after the loss they endured in the previous one. Recalling Su Mo's earlier mention of Jianghai City, Zhang Xining inquired. Mo, what is the situation in Jianghai City? Sumo's gaze dimmed slightly. I have a classmate from high school studying in Jianghai City. Last night, while we were asleep, the sea suddenly inundated the entire city. If he hadn't been staying elsewhere, he might have been swept away. She extended her phone towards Zhang Xining, revealing images from their group chat, where houses and the silhouettes of trees were barely discernible. The land transformed into a vast ocean. Jianghai City had also been submerged overnight in the previous life. At that moment, notifications pinged in their WeChat group. One classmate tagged Jiang Tong. Nan Yu is trapped in Jianghai City. Hurry and be her hero. Another classmate replied, it's too late. I heard Chu Qinghan has already gone. The name Chu Qinghan struck her like a dagger, her expression unchanging while tumultuous emotions stirred within her. She despised this version of herself. Raising her gaze once more, clarity washed over her eyes as she glanced at Su Mo, who flickered with a glimmer of understanding. With a hint of a smile, she said, Ning, you need not worry about me. There have always been rumors that Jiang Tong liked Nan Yu. I once dismissed them as mere gossip. Had I known the truth earlier, perhaps I wouldn't have harbored feelings for him for so long. Now I realize he does not reciprocate my affections, so why should I belittle myself? Zhang Xining grasped Sumo's hand, a flicker of compassion shimmering in her eyes. Indeed, our MO is the most remarkable. This is the essence of who you are. In the future, you will undoubtedly encounter individuals who surpass that Jiang Tonghao by 1,000-fold, even 10,000-fold. Ding! A new mission has arrived. Promptly prevent Chu Qinghan from departing city. Completing this task will yield a reward of 300 points. This is a significant score, and Little Fox hopes the host will take the initiative to accomplish the task. Zhang Xining furrowed her brow and questioned the system. Is Chu Qinghan going to rescue the damsel in distress? Should I intervene? System, come forth, we need to converse. Host, the Little Fox reminds you that this task offers substantial points. Acquiring these points could ensure both your safety during the onset of the apocalypse. Host, the end of the world is imminent. To thwart Chu Qinghan in his pursuit of Nan Yu, if denying the system meant losing everything she possessed, what purpose would her second chance at life serve? Since they were destined to meet once more, why not probe into how he anticipated the arrival of the apocalypse and whether he had indeed returned from a previous life? After weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Xining devised a plan in her mind. System, I have no knowledge of Chu Qinghan's whereabouts, and with such torrential rain, I am unable to proceed. The system seemed to fathom her thoughts. By choosing to agree, the host will be rewarded with an additional speedboat. Zhang Xining's eyes shimmered with clarity as she sought confirmation once more. In addition to the speedboat, there are also an extra 300 points, correct? Indeed, thus, Little Fox urges the host to swiftly accomplish the task. Zhang Xining entered the space with her consciousness and, as expected, discovered a small speedboat. The ethereal space administrator addressed her. My esteemed master, the ethereal space has acquired a speedboat constructed from bulletproof composite materials and fortified with bulletproof glass. The canopy atop can be opened or closed at will, accommodating a maximum of 4 passengers. Considering that you may not operate it yourself, this speedboat is equipped with an autonomous driving mode, so there is no need for concern. She nodded in satisfaction. It sounds like a splendid addition. The administrator continued. My master, please endeavor not to decline system tasks, as they may lead to numerous unforeseen rewards. Zhang Xining spoke with a harsh tone. Are you colluding with the system? Master, the system brought me into existence, and my sole objective alongside the system is to empower you, to ensure your survival, and to enable you to become a divine being. Zhang Xining feigned a smile and replied, All right, I too wish to become a godlike person, surrounded by handsome men from all corners of the world. In this lifetime, the one she truly cared for was none other than Su Mo, a person who placed unwavering trust in her. Observing Su Mo, who was frowning and incessantly scrolling through her phone, Zhang Xining retrieved several boxes of self-heating rice, bread, milk, an assortment of fruits, and a dozen bottles of water from her space, and placed them on the table. Su Mo glanced up, catching sight of the torrential rain outside. As countless raindrops pounded against the window like stones, creating a cacophony. She pressed her lips together. Xining, it's far too dangerous to go out now. If there's an urgent matter, we should wait until the rain subsides. Witnessing the determination in her gaze, Su Mo's heart suddenly felt at ease. Xining had always been formidable and would undoubtedly be fine. A sudden smile broke across Su Mo's face as she turned to comfort Zhang Xining. Xining, I'm already an adult and can take care of myself. You need not worry. The corridor was devoid of any presence, save for the constant patter of rain, which echoed relentlessly. Even with the windows tightly shut, moisture seeped in through the floor tiles, leaving them damp and chilly. Zhang Xining emerged, enveloped in a raincoat, her shoes creaking against the ground, soon drowned out by the relentless sound of rain. The doors of the other dormitories were firmly shut, leaving her uncertain of whether anyone remained inside. Chapter 15. Wind Elemental Abilities. The thought of her mission sent another wave of pain through her head, but she resolutely encouraged herself, for the speedboat, to earn more points, and to ensure her safety in the impending apocalypse. Nothing could deter her. With determination, she descended the stairs, her gaze fixed on the water level outside the second-floor window, which surpassed the sill, and without hesitation, she plunged into the depths with a splash. The weather in August and September rendered the water somewhat chilly, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Gradually acclimating, she adjusted her state and swam outward, following the contours of the window ledge. The water outside measured approximately 3 to 4 meters deep, and the raindrops striking her body made swimming a laborious endeavor. She suddenly recalled her classmates in the group chat who had expressed a desire to swim. She wondered if they had fulfilled their aspirations. Surveying her surroundings, she found herself on the side facing the corridor, where all her classmates had remained inside their dorms during her descent, thus rendering her nearly invisible to onlookers. To avoid unnecessary complications, she sought a secluded corner and retrieved a speedboat from her spatial pocket. Although modest in size, the boat stood out against the torrential rain. Clambering aboard through the side, she lowered the canopy, and the speedboat surged forward like the wind across the water. Its throaty roar drew the attention of the entire school, and as they peered out from their windows, all that remained was a fleeting shadow left in the wake of her passage. Once settled in the speedboat, Zhang Xining took a moment to catch her breath, wrapping herself in a blanket retrieved from her spatial pocket and drying her damp hair with a towel. In that moment, she felt immense relief for having cut her long hair. As the speedboat glided through the inundated streets of the city, a profound sense of desolation filled her heart. Was this truly the beginning? The speedboat successfully brought her to the base of a skyscraper, the tallest in City A. The second floor was eerily vacant, save for a few floating desks and chairs on the water's surface, and not a soul was in sight. Exiting the room, she navigated her way to the safety exit she knew well. However, the door would not budge, the building was completely dark, and the elevator was not an option. Diving beneath the surface, she glimpsed the safety exit's wooden door, secured by a large lock, and her brow furrowed in frustration. Retrieving her tools from her spatial pocket, she struck the lock twice, but refused to yield. Rising to the surface for air, she plunged back down, and after several attempts, the dilapidated lock finally snapped open with a resounding click. She should have realized that earning 300 points would not come easily. Such is the nature of these trials. Unable to suppress her exasperation, her hands continued to work. She pried open the safety exit, swam up the stairs, and emerged from the water. The wet clothes clung uncomfortably to her skin, and when she looked up at the seemingly endless staircase, her eyes dimmed with dismay. System, please don't tell me I have to climb to the rooftop? Her tone laced with dissatisfaction. Host, it is with regret that I inform you that Chu Qinghan is currently on the rooftop, preparing to depart the city via helicopter. If the host acts swiftly, there is still time to intervene. The system warned with a hint of urgency. Failure to complete the task will result in certain penalties. I urge the host to act promptly to fulfill the mission. With a slight furrow of her brow, she expressed her discontent, saying, Are you threatening me? If I choose not to comply, then I shall not. With that, she stepped towards the water. The system's voice resonated once more, lacking its earlier coldness, and imbued with a sense of resignation. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, some individuals will awaken corresponding supernatural abilities. The host's powers will only manifest during a moment of peril on the day of the apocalypse. For now, I implore the host to awaken their wind-based abilities to accomplish this task. As Zhang Xining stepped onto the water's surface, her foot suddenly froze. Wind attribute ability? In her previous life, she had awakened a thunder attribute ability during a perilous moment. How could she have transformed into a wind attribute in this new existence? Are you certain it is wind and not thunder? The mechanical voice resonated once more. The system does not err. Simultaneously, a panel materialized in her mind, indicating host Zhang Xining, available points, 300, wind attributability, level 1. A shimmer of white light enveloped her, gradually absorbed by her body, leaving her feeling significantly lighter. She extended her right hand and waved it, leaving a fleeting afterimage before her eyes. In awe of her transformation, she inquired of the system, "Little fox, does the wind attribute ability mean my speed has increased considerably?" Level 1 wind attribute ability merely enhances speed, yet it is substantially faster than the average person. Upon reaching level 3, the host will be able to wield wind-infused weaponry. This knowledge was not new to her. She understood that to upgrade her wind ability, she needed to absorb corresponding crystal cores, which were the essence found within the heads of zombies. The higher the level of the zombie, the greater the purity of the crystal core. Since her rebirth, she had prepared adequately, though her only concern was her ability to protect herself and Su Mo. She was eager to elevate her ability to level 3, to prepare thoroughly for the impending apocalypse while the others remained oblivious. The host need not worry. When the time comes, system tasks will be issued. A reminder, time is limited. Please proceed swiftly to the top floor. Raising her gaze once more to the seemingly endless staircase, she checked the time on her phone from her spatial pocket. 9:40 a.m. With a determined heart, she concentrated and surged upward. Uncertain of how many floors she had ascended, she suddenly felt her stomach rumble in hunger, accompanied by a sense of exhaustion. Sitting on a step, she glanced at the time. 9:50 a.m. She realized this fatigue signified the depletion of her energy. Level 1 abilities had the shortest duration but consumed the most vigor. Only by continuously replenishing her food supply or receiving assistance from a light ability user could she swiftly restore her strength. She retrieved a chocolate bar, a few pieces of bread, and a carton of yogurt to consume. Once finished, she felt an invigorating surge of energy. With renewed vigor, she dashed towards the rooftop, the iron door now within sight, and an unexpected wave of emotion threatened to overwhelm her. At the 166th floor, she had finally reached her first seemingly impossible challenge. Though it bore elements of deception, it was rightfully hers. However, upon seeing the password lock beside the door, she was momentarily taken aback. Was such a high-security lock truly necessary for mere rooftop access? Although she had spent half a month in this place during her previous life, she had never ventured to the rooftop. Approaching, she pushed against the door, but it remained resolute. She pressed the password lock several times, yielding no response, and continued pressing, losing count of how many times she had attempted. Chapter 16. The Southern Moon of This Life. Should she resort to brute force to unlock it? She pondered when suddenly an ear-piercing alarm blared from the door. She quickly covered her ears and stepped back a few paces. The iron gate creaked open from the outside. A man in his 40s, with slick back hair and clad in leather shoes, stepped inside. Upon seeing Zhang Xining, he paused momentarily, his brows knitting slightly. "Young lady, this is not a place for someone like you." Zhang Xining was acquainted with him. He was Wang Shu, the butler of Chu Hanqing. She wasted no time and stated her purpose directly. "I am looking for Chu Qinghan." A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Shu's eyes. "What business do you have with the young master? He is currently occupied. I suggest you leave. He is inside, isn't he?" With that, she deftly sidestepped the man and slipped away to the rooftop. A helicopter was stationed on the opposite side of the top floor, where Chu Qinghan, holding a tarpaulin umbrella, stood tall and poised, striding gracefully towards the helicopter with his long, elegant legs. Zhang Xining, feeling a surge of urgency, dashed towards him without a moment's hesitation. As she ran, she called out, "Chu Qinghan, stop. You cannot go up there." Chu Qinghan turned to see a disheveled girl, drenched and in distress, approaching him. He frowned slightly, preparing to reprimand her. Zhang Xining stood before him, raindrops pattering against her face and body, yet she remained oblivious to their presence. Wiping the rainwater from her face, her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Chu Qinghan and declared, "Chu Qinghan, you must not go to Jianghai City." It was only then that Chu Qinghan recognized her, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. He subtly shifted the oilcloth umbrella closer to her and inquired, "Why?" Zhang Xining raised her head. The rain fell in torrents, cascading into her eyes, compelling her to rub them with her hand before lowering her gaze to ponder a solution. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She placed her hand on her forehead and looked up at Chu Qinghan. "Since Jianghai City has already been submerged, there is little you can accomplish by going there." Chu Qinghan revealed a hint of amusement. "Then do you know what my purpose is in Jianghai City?" Zhang Xining exclaimed. "Of course I don't know, but you cannot go to Jianghai City." "What if I must go?" The voice above continued to resonate. "Do you truly have feelings for me? Are you concerned for my well-being?" The deep voice echoed overhead, calm and unwavering. The insincere words slipped from her lips, leaving her with a sense of disgust. Her hand, drenched in rain, instinctively clenched. "Chu Hanqing, in this lifetime, I will make you understand the essence of betrayal." A melodious female voice emerged from the distance, drawing Zhang Xining's gaze. A girl of exquisite beauty, with large, captivating eyes, descended from the helicopter. A bodyguard held an umbrella, trailing behind her, while her high heels clicked crisply against the platform as she approached them with a radiant smile. Casting a sidelong glance at the drenched Zhang Xining, she remarked, "Hanqing's charm remains undeniable. Someone has even come all the way here to profess their feelings." The voice above persisted, seemingly tinged with a hint of laughter. "You still do not know my nature? Let us go. Your father awaits you downstairs." Nanyu hesitated. This girl seemed somewhat pitiable. From the helicopter, I saw that City A is also flooded. It is rare for her to be so thoughtful in coming here to declare her affection. "Hanqing, you should clarify matters with her." Zhang Xining then turned her gaze towards Nanyue, who wore an innocent and harmless demeanor as she playfully clung to Chu Qinghan's arm, laughing sweetly. If her intuition served her right, this was indeed the Nanyue from her previous life who had ensnared her, a visage of purity and innocence, yet harboring a heart so malicious, ruthlessly discarding the crystal core. Zhang Xining lowered her head, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Fearing that she might inadvertently reveal her true feelings, she hastily retreated into the rain shelter at the entrance. Chu Hanqing observed her departing figure, his gaze devoid of emotion. Yet his heart was tumultuous with unspoken turmoil. Nanyue's voice echoed once more. "Hanqing, look, you frightened the young lady away. Aren't you going to chase after her?" Chu Qinghan cast a glance at Nanyue, his voice icy as he replied, "Nanyue, your kindness remains unchanged. We need not concern ourselves with outsiders." "Outsiders?" "Indeed. I have always been an outsider," a bitter smile curling within. "This trip has not been in vain. I have been troubled about searching for Nanyue, but now it seems my worries have been alleviated. Apologies, host, there is a minor glitch in the system. Given your enthusiasm for the task, rewards will be issued, as usual. 300 points awarded. Your total points are now 600. Is that all? Am I merely here to be the subject of their mockery? Why should I endure this? After all, I can run swiftly. If I cannot engage in verbal sparring, I must at least find some satisfaction, lest my golden finger be wasted. It is also a perfect opportunity to test Chu Hanqing's current abilities. Host, remain calm. This is none of your concern." For the first time, Zhang Xining actively shut down the system, her gaze fixed intently on the two approaching figures. Chu Hanqing furrowed his brow, his expression growing colder. "Why are you still here?" Zhang Xining let out a cold snort, disregarding her still damp clothing, a mocking smile playing at the corners of her lips. Nanyu widened her eyes in astonishment. "Hanqing looks down on you. Do not let love turn to hatred." Zhang Xining furrowed her brows in displeasure as she directed her gaze towards Nanyue. "And you, believing that your beauty renders you an innocent little rabbit. Little do you know that you are but a wolf disguised in sheep's clothing. Wouldn't you agree, Nanyue? Who are you to speak of me in such a manner?" Nanyue retorted, raising a hand, only to have it firmly grasped by Zhang Xining, leaving it suspended in midair. What a disappointment. Is this the so-called young lady? I expected you to be of a more refined stature, yet you are no different from the raucous women of the countryside. With that, she forcefully shook off Nanyue's hand, the power of her motion causing Nanyue to stumble back a few steps. Han Qing approached Nanyue, her eyes glistening with tears that threatened to spill, evoking a sense of pity. Zhang Xining's eyes revealed a hint of disdain. How could someone like Chu Hanqing possibly be attracted to such a woman? What folly had she committed in her past life to be so utterly devoted to him? Under the piercing gaze of Chu Qinghan, she turned to leave, only to sense something unusual behind her, prompting Zhang Xining to swiftly sidestep. With a tone laced with contempt, she remarked, "Do you think you could teach me a lesson now that you've seen through my thoughts?" Chu Hanqing was momentarily taken aback. In her previous life, Zhang Xining had never possessed such agility. Could it be that their rebirth had altered many aspects of their fates? Zhang Xining remained unaware of the peculiarities surrounding the two and seized the opportunity to slip away. Just as she reached the entrance of the top floor, Uncle Wang rushed towards her, his demeanor far from dignified, exclaiming, "Young master, hurry. There is something in the water, something in the water. Do not venture into it." Chapter 17. The early appearance of mutant fish. The uncle's face was etched with terror as he declared, "Fish! There are strange fish! Man-eating monstrous fish! How could this be?" In her previous life, the mutant fish only manifested after a week of rain. Why then were they appearing so prematurely now? Zhang Xining descended the staircase with remarkable speed, a scene witnessed by Chu Qinghan just as she stepped through the door, a shadow of concern flickering in her eyes. Upon reaching the fourth floor, she spotted an individual ascending the stairs, clutching a missing arm. She continued her descent, the trail of blood leading ominously to the water below, where a crimson stain floated on the surface. Nearby, several capsized boats bobbed in the water. Suddenly, the sharp crack of gunfire echoed. She inched upward, seeking a position from which she could gaze outside. Through the window, she discerned a vessel in the distance, with a figure sprinting upon it, seemingly pursued by an unseen entity. Could there be something lurking in the water, attacking humanity? Considering this possibility, she hastened to the fifth floor, positioning herself by the outer balcony and flinging open the window, the rain continuing to pour unabated. Unperturbed, she leaned out to observe the ship below. Blood marred the deck, leading into the cabin, punctuated by the occasional sound of anguished cries. Clearly, something had assailed that individual. It must be a mutated creature from the depths. A flicker of urgency igniting in her gaze. With a splash, an individual could no longer bear the terror and leapt from the rear of the ship into the water. A frantic swarm of small fish, measuring 20 to 30 centimeters, darted toward him. In a matter of moments, before he could even sink below the surface, he was overwhelmed and devoured by the fish, leaving a vast pool of blood to float upon the water surface. Zhang Xining observed with clarity that the fish were not particularly large, yet they possessed teeth as sharp as saw blades, their eyes entirely blood-red, and their bodies devoid of scales, resembling the pockmarked skin of a toad, an unsettling sight indeed. Mutant fish. Such creatures had been reported on the island a month prior, though the news had not been disseminated widely. Our nation has implemented every conceivable measure to prevent these aberrant fish from infiltrating our waters, yet it appears we have failed. Chu Hanqing's voice resonated from behind. It was reported a month ago. The island nation remains as predictable as ever in its ability to disappoint its populace. A strange sound erupted, drawing Zhang Xining's gaze to the man who had previously lost his arm. At that moment, his eyes were a ghastly gray, and his skin exhibited signs of decay. His mouth was torn to the ears, stained with blood. Observing that Chu Hanqing was nearest, he lunged directly at him. A zombie? Why has everything unfolded ahead of schedule? Chu Hanqing swiftly retaliated, firing a shot that struck the man's head. With a resounding crack, his skull burst open, revealing a grotesque mass within, accompanied by a foul stench reminiscent of rotting eggs. Zhang Xining immediately covered her nose, yet the pungent odor still infiltrated her senses, prompting her to gag a few times while bracing herself against the windowsill. Chu Hanqing's lips curled into a slight smile. "Is this what frightens you?" There will be more to endure in the future. With that, he turned and left without hesitation. Zhang Xining raised her gaze to the tall figure of the boy, her expression starkly contrasting with her earlier reaction. A warning from the system echoed. Warning, warning, due to a series of circumstances, the apocalypse has arrived. Please ensure your safety. Host, the system marketplace is now open. To upgrade, absorb the corresponding color crystal nuclei from the lost mines. The color for the wind system crystal chip is transparent. Best of luck to you, host. A smile crept across her lips. The crystal nuclei had finally arrived. Observing the rising water level and the occasional monstrous fish leaping from the depths, she felt no fear. She retrieved a baseball bat from her space, her face devoid of emotion as she approached the zombie, striking its head with a forceful blow. Noticing the absence of a chip, she furrowed her brow and continued to strike. Once, twice, thrice, until the flesh was a mangled mess, revealing a glimmering object within. Donning a pair of gloves, she picked up the crystalline fragment, a transparent chip the size of a coin, sparkling like a diamond. A smirk tugged at her lips. It was indeed the corresponding crystal nucleus for the wind system. She wiped the nucleus clean with a disinfecting wipe and pressed it to her forehead. In no time, the crystal began to be absorbed slowly. Approaching the door and gazing at the placid water surface, her unease deepened. System, can the creatures beneath the water catch up to a speedboat? As long as her movements were swift and the speedboat was fast enough, she should be able to reach the school safely. The host may attempt it, came the response. Glancing around to ensure no one was nearby, she summoned a speedboat from her space. The sound of the boat hitting the water attracted a swarm of monstrous fish. She dared not be careless. Swiftly leaping into the speedboat and shouting at the screen, "To a university!" The speedboat surged forward with a forceful thrust, racing across the surface of the water before the monstrous fish could react. Hidden in the shadows, Chu Hanqing's eyes widened in surprise. In her previous life, Zhang Xining possessed only lightning abilities and lacked spatial powers. In this new life, she harbored so many undisclosed secrets. Xining, it seems you will fare well even in my absence this time. The speedboat was evidently of the highest caliber, and he had witnessed it was an unmanned vessel. Zhang Xining, naturally, paid no heed to Chu Qinghan's series of reactions. Warning, warning, an unidentified object is moving towards us from 300 meters southwest. Should we shake it off? Of course we should, she replied, fully aware that the unidentified object was undoubtedly those mutated fish. If we shake them off, we need to change our course. Please confirm if a course change is necessary now. The disturbances in the water grew increasingly tumultuous. Zhang Xining's brow knitted in concern as she realized the creatures were drawing nearer. The rain continued to pour relentlessly, and the water level rose higher. This route was the closest to the school. If she altered her path, would Su Mo still be able to wait for her? She could not afford to take that risk. Without lingering in indecision for long, she seemingly resolved to confront the approaching swarm of mutated fish. With a steady gaze directed at the display screen, she commanded, "Proceed towards the school and switch the canopy to a sunshade." Retrieving the firearm bestowed upon her by Chu Qinghan from the spatial realm, she drew upon the skills honed in her shooting class and past experiences, which proved invaluable at this moment. Satisfied with the magazine filled to capacity, she ascended to the rear seat of the speedboat, half kneeling as she unleashed a barrage of shots at the pursuing mutated fish. It was uncertain how many she struck, but the water's murky yellow hue gradually transformed into a deep crimson. Raindrops pelted against her face and body, yet she remained oblivious, her eyes wholly fixated on the mass of fish behind her. Not until the handgun was devoid of ammunition did her furrowed brow relent, albeit for a fleeting moment. She realized it was imperative to prevent these mutated fish from reaching the school. She needed to devise a plan. Chapter 18. The perilous journey back to school instantaneously. A system panel materialized in her mind, displaying a marketplace. She began to sift through the offerings within the marketplace. A system voice resonated, stating, "The host may articulate their desires, and the little fox will present a selection of goods tailored to the host's requests." Zhang Xining wasted no time. The most robust fishing net. The panel displayed several types of fishing nets, the cheapest costing merely 10 points. a net suitable for the most ordinary fishing. Surprisingly, the most expensive reached 300 points. Reluctantly, Zhang Xining spent 50 points to purchase a large fine steel fishing net. She retrieved a few frozen chickens from her storage, uncertain whether they would attract the mutated fish. Host, live chickens are available in the system shop for 50 points each. 50 points? Zhang Xining felt a pang of regret. The points she had toiled for were not something she wanted to squander on this. She resolved to first try the frozen chickens. The speed of the speedboat gradually diminished, with the mutated fish now merely 50 meters, then 20 meters, and finally 10 meters away. She tossed a few frozen chickens directly into the water, and several mutated fish rushed to compete for them. But only a small fraction did so. Taking a deep breath, she unhesitatingly exchanged 50 points for a live chicken and tossed it into the water. The live chicken floundered, emitting a clucking sound. The mutated fish instinctively swam towards the live chicken, and as most of them gathered, she threw the wire net into the school of fish. The net plunged into the water along with the fish, leaving only a few mutated fish, their grotesque forms attempting to leap onto the yacht. She regarded these monsters with cold detachment and, once again, painfully spent 200 points to acquire an air bullet. The advantage of the air bullet was that it did not require conventional ammunition. When fired, it instantly encased air to form a projectile, albeit with limited lethality. It was not difficult to repel the mutated fish with a single shot, but to eliminate them entirely, several shots were necessary. The speedboat surged forward, while Zhang Xining repeatedly shot at the mutated fish behind her. Host has spent 300 points, available points, 300. A shot struck the body of a mutated fish, causing it to pause for a brief moment before continuing its pursuit. "Be quiet, shut down," Zhang Xining exclaimed impatiently. These mutated fish were relatively small and swift, making them hard to hit. As they approached the school, she gritted her teeth and spent another 50 points to exchange for 100 rounds of ammunition. The handgun was reloaded, and the sound of gunfire blended with the engine's roar, resonating conspicuously in the rain. Until the water surface was awash with dark red blood and the carcasses of mutated fish, she exhaled deeply, finally having eradicated them all. Completely drained, she slumped into her seat, her nerves, having been taut for so long, suddenly relaxed, leaving her feeling fatigued. Stretching her sore hands, she climbed to the front once more. Gazing at the school transformed into a vast expanse of water, her heart clenched tightly. The flood had inundated the 4th floor, and as she passed the Western Teaching Building, she could clearly hear many people inside banging on the windows, their cries for help. In the downpour, she could not see their expressions, but perhaps her classmates or even teachers were among them, and she could envision their despairing and numb gazes. If the rain continued, the entire 6-story teaching building would cease to exist. The speedboat headed towards the girls' dormitory in the West District, with the 3rd floor already submerged beneath the water, while the sole remaining 5th floor dormitory was equally filled with anxious faces pressed against the glass windows. Upon hearing the commotion outside, they emitted trembling cries of despair. Zhang Xining stood upon the speedboat, desperately scanning the throng of heads in search of Su-Mo's silhouette. Yet, time and again, her efforts yielded no success, and a flicker of panic surged within her, a haunting fear of losing Su-Mo once more. She strained her voice, shouting into the chaos, "Mo, Su-Mo." In response, she was met only by the anguished cries echoing around her. "Help me. Please save us." After circling the entire dormitory building without spotting Su-Mo, she resolved to halt the speedboat before a glass window. With a hammer in hand, she called out to those within, "Clear the way, step aside." The relentless sound of her hammer striking the glass mingled with her desperate pleas. "Zhang Xining, take me out. Please, classmate, I beg you, take us out. I do not wish to die. Zhang, I was wrong before. I should not have collided with you. I implore you, please, take us out." Their incessant supplications filled the air, and the despair in their eyes transformed into clarity the moment they beheld Zhang Xining. Zhang Xining was in a state of desperate urgency, drenched in the rain, her demeanor reflecting a palpable anxiety. She shouted once more, "Step aside, please make way." Taking a deep breath, she raised her gaze. her eyes glimmering with an icy resolve. With a sharp crack, the glass shattered instantly into a myriad of tiny fragments. Yet before she could fully break through, those inside had already rushed forward, shattering the remaining glass with their hands, the minute shards cascading around them, seemingly disregarded. In the face of life and death, individuals often unearth latent potentials previously unknown. Having accomplished this, they surged forward, leaping towards her speedboat. Retreat. Zhang Xining gazed at the individuals surrounding her, her eyes devoid of any emotion. The sole object of her concern was Su and Mo, yet these people obstructed her search for her. Suddenly, the speedboat lurched backward, causing the foremost individual to lose their footing and tumble into the water. A cacophony of cries for help and curses erupted. They could hardly fathom that Zhang Xining would stand by and watch as they faced peril. Scanning the interior through the rightmost window, she made a swift decision. Moments later, the speedboat approached the window once more. This time, she showed no mercy, shattering the glass with a decisive blow. It was unclear whose skin was pierced by the shards, or who was shouting. Before the astonished onlookers, she summoned the speedboat into her spatial realm and leapt inside. Those witnessing this transformation widened their eyes in disbelief. A girl who recognized her immediately pushed through the crowd, wearing a disarming smile. Zhang Xining, for the sake of our past friendship, I implore you to take me away from here. Remaining only leads to a dead end. Zhang Xining recognized the girl as Wen Jing from the neighboring dormitory. Known for her amiable disposition, grasping the girl's clothing, she fixed her gaze intently and inquired, "Have you seen Mo? Sumo?" Wen Jing hesitated for a moment before realizing the urgency, exclaiming, Mo has been taken away by the school bullies." The school bullies? Zhang Xining questioned, though she immediately sensed that Su Mo was undoubtedly in peril. Where's she? Her voice was laced with urgency, causing Wen Jing some discomfort as she held onto her arm. Wen Jing withdrew her arm and pointed towards a dormitory with a tightly shut door. A sense of foreboding washed over Zhang Xining as she swiftly dashed forward, pushing against the door, but it would not budge. She kicked the wooden door forcefully, calling out, Mo, Su Mo, Sumo. Inside, faint sounds could be heard, and a woman's voice emerged, "Stop knocking, or I'll make you regret it." Chapter 19. Su Mo, is bullied that voice? Zhang Xining instantly recalled the earlier incident in the cafeteria when she had nearly been bullied. The girl with the doll-like face seemed to match that voice. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the shattered glass, and the fish had returned. They swam through the broken window, attacking anyone in sight. The foremost fish clamped down on a girl's ankle, causing her to collapse into a splash of water. Blood from her ankle mingled with the water as a dozen fish converged upon her. The girl struggled desperately, attempting to fend off the fish, but her efforts were in vain. The swarm began to gnaw at her abdomen and internal organs, and a heart-wrenching scream erupted from her lips as one fish even burst forth from her mouth. Blood smeared the fish, and with its grotesque visage and serrated teeth, it appeared particularly horrifying. The students had never encountered such a scene, crying out and fleeing in panic, turning the once narrow corridor into utter chaos. They sought refuge in dorms, hurriedly shutting the doors behind them. Zhang Xining shouted loudly and kicked the door before her once more. Those inside seemed to sense the commotion outside, falling into an eerie silence. From her space, Zhang Xining retrieved a chainsaw. Though it was not insignificant in size, it was remarkably lightweight, making it easy to handle. This chainsaw had been prepared by Su Mo, though the emotions that accompanied its preparation remained a mystery. Gripping the chainsaw with her right hand, she pressed the button, and its buzzing sound reverberated throughout the corridor. Most individuals had already retreated into their dormitories, but with the sheer number of people and the limited space, some remained trapped outside. They banged on the door in despair, occasionally glancing at the mutated fish. 1, 2, 3. 3 girls had already fallen in pools of blood. Hearing the chainsaw's roar, the few remaining girls hurried to the dormitory door, knocking frantically, yet no one answered. After finishing off the 3 girls, the mutated fish continued their search for prey, while Zhang Xining was busy breaking down the door. With a buzz, then another, The noise, combined with the scent of fresh blood, drew the mutated fish directly toward her. Zhang Xining, be careful! Jing shouted in alarm, only to inadvertently attract a portion of the mutated fish toward her. New task received. Please eliminate the mutated fish before you to earn 100 points. Please confirm whether to accept. Zhang Xining resolutely chose to agree, extracting the chainsaw lodged in the wooden door. With remarkable swiftness, she dashed to Wen Jing's side. Just as the mutated fish leapt forth, poised to bite Wen Jing, she raced past like the wind, raising the chainsaw in a sweeping motion. In the air, only the dismembered remains of the mutated fish lingered before gradually descending into the water. Several girls, seemingly finding their pillar of strength, took refuge behind her. Zhang Xining gripped the chainsaw tightly, her gaze unwavering as she fixated on the mutated fish swimming towards her, a cold sweat breaking out upon her brow. As a mere college student yet to graduate, she had never been particularly formidable in her previous life, and now, confronted once more by these aberrant creatures, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Casting a glance at the trembling girls nearby, she steeled herself, suppressing the rising tide of fear within her. However, her trembling hands betrayed her resolve. Suddenly, a fish leapt from the water, aiming directly for Zhang Xining's arm. Instinctively, she sidestepped, swinging the chainsaw through the air and cleaving the creature in two. Seizing the opportunity, another fish lunged at one of the girls, sinking its teeth into her calf. The girl let out a startled cry and collapsed to the ground, desperately clutching Wen Jing's pant leg. "Let go, please, let go." Wen Jing stood frozen, her face a portrait of panic as she watched the approaching fish, kicking her legs in a futile attempt to free herself from the girl's grip. In a fleeting moment, she bore witness to several fish swarm in, ravenously gnawing at the girl's body. Stunned, Wen Jing remained rooted to the spot, as if her limbs had turned to lead. Her eyes widened in horror as a fish, baring its menacing teeth, swam towards her. "Get away!" Zhang Xining wielded a chainsaw, shouting at her as she approached through the water. Reacting to the imminent danger, Wen Jing watched as the fish drew ever closer, her anxiety overwhelming her to the point of collapsing into the water. She swallowed hard, a chill creeping into her heart. She didn't wish for death, yet she found herself unable to flee, her eyes shut tight, trembling in anticipation of her demise. After a considerable time, the expected pain did not arrive. She opened her eyes to behold a blood-soaked girl, valiantly maneuvering through the water with a chainsaw. The girl was covered in blood, yet she exuded an aura of strength that left no room for weakness, compelling one to submit to her will. This was the first time when Jing had witnessed such a formidable side of Zhang Xining. Gradually rising from the water, Wen Jing clenched her fists tightly. Taking a deep breath, she opened her eyes once more, and the fear that had once consumed her vanished. Scanning her surroundings, she sought a relatively safe position. Her gaze remained fixed on Zhang Xining, occasionally calling out reminders, "Behind you, to the left, ahead." Zhang Xining heard a sound and turned around, severing the mouth of a fish. With her left leg thrust forward, the chainsaw split a fish open down the middle. With Wen Jing's subtle reminder, she became increasingly adept. In no time, the water beneath her transformed into a crimson pool. The surface was littered with the carcasses of various fish and the remains of those devoured girls. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, earning 100 points with a total of 400 points available. We hope the host will continue to excel. The untimely notification from the system reverberated, but she chose to disregard it. Casting a sidelong glance at Wen Jing, she uttered 2 words, "Thank you," before making her way towards the dormitory where Chao Sumo resided. Wen Jing watched her depart, suppressing a profound sense of dread as she waded through the water, navigating past the corpses to follow her. Zhang Xining appeared unusually calm this time. She neither knocked nor kicked the door, but instead seized the blood-stained chainsaw and continued to saw at the door. The sound of the chainsaw echoed for an indeterminate duration until, with a resounding crash, she delivered a powerful kick that created an irregular square opening in the wooden door. With the chainsaw in hand, she slipped through the aperture into the dormitory. Inside, 4 girls huddled in the corner, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld Zhang Xining, who resembled a grim reaper. turning her gaze towards the source of the sound. Her blood froze instantaneously, and her eyes ignited with a furious blaze. Su Mo was bound hand and foot and discarded on the balcony, her mouth stuffed with a foul sock, her attire reduced to nothing but her undergarments. A glance revealed her alabaster skin marred with bruises, half of her face swollen and crimson, making it hard to fathom the horror she had endured. On the girl's desk lay the plastic bag containing food that Zhang Xining had left for Su Mo before her departure. With a cold, bloodthirsty glint in her eyes, she cast a glance at the girls. She hastened to the balcony, set down the chainsaw, removed the sock from Su Mo's mouth, and untied the ropes binding her hands and feet. Chapter 20. Lesson for the school bully trio. Zhang Xining retrieved a comfortable dress from the space and gently adorned Su Mo with it. With tender fingers, she wiped away the tears cascading down Su Mo's cheeks, her eyes reflecting a hint of remorse. As her fingertips brushed against Su Mo's face, a sharp pang of heartache pierced through her, and she softly inquired, "Does it hurt?" Su Mo looked up, her reddened eyes brimming with tears, each droplet rolling down her pallid cheeks as she sniffled. Clenching her fist, she offered a quiet reassurance. "Do not worry. I shall ensure they pay the price." Her gaze coldly fixed on the group of girls. The girl with the doll-like face, noticing that only Zhang Xining stood before her, mustered her courage to step forward, haughtily declaring, "Consider this a minor lesson for you. You may leave now." Zhang Xining curled her lips into a chilling smile, her gaze sharp as she fixed her eyes on the doll-like face, a blatant intent to kill glimmering within her eyes as she advanced step by step. The doll-like face trembled and retreated, stammering, "What? What do you want to do? What do I want to do? Do you truly believe I would reveal my intentions?" Her tone was frigid, regarding the doll-like face as if it were a corpse. "They're back again, Zhang Xining." A voice filled with urgency called out as a large group of docile figures surged in from outside. Casting a sidelong glance at the speaker, she moved to the edge of the balcony, seizing a chainsaw to shatter every window on the terrace. Leaping up, she extended her hand. "Momo, come up." Su Mo was bewildered by Zhang Xining's decision not to confront the group, yet instinctively placed her hand into Zhang's palm. A surge of strength enveloped her, drawing her up onto the windowsill. Zhang Xining retrieved a speedboat from the space, urging Su Mo to enter first. She cast a glance back at the trembling girl with a doll-like face and coldly remarked, "You brought this upon yourself," before leaping into the boat. "Zhang Xining, take me with you, I beg you," came the gentle plea from within. Zhang Xining gazed within, where several mutated fish had already swum through the gaping entrance, causing the girls to flee in panic. "I won't hold you back," Wen Jing stated with unwavering resolve, her clear, vibrant eyes reflecting a hint of longing. "Ning Ning, take her with you," Su Mo remarked casually as she observed the fish. "All right," she replied, turning to the others inside. "If you want to come, hurry up." "Good." Wen Jing's voice resonated with extraordinary clarity, infused with overwhelming joy. Realizing the impending danger, the youthful face pleaded with Zhang Xining and Su Mo. "Zhang Xining, Su Mo, I'm truly sorry for my past foolishness. I beg you, please save me." Zhang Xining and Su Mo occupied the front row, while Wen Jing sat in the back. She raised her eyes to the person pleading by the window, her gaze devoid of any emotion. "You should be grateful that I am not here to kill you. Otherwise, your suffering would be 100-fold greater." With that, she turned and sped away on the speedboat. The frantic cries from behind seemed to fade from her ears. Su Mo observed Zhang Xining, hesitant to voice her thoughts, while Zhang's eyes remained fixed on the outside, her features touched by a hint of melancholy. Montak, have you ever contemplated what would become of us if I were unable to defeat them? Have they ever shown you any mercy?" Noticing Su Mo's silence, Zhang Xining continued, "The entire city has been submerged. Many are too preoccupied with their own survival to care about anything else. In the pursuit of life, people are capable of anything. If we allow ourselves to show weakness, it will be we who are irreversibly trapped in despair." When Jing listened to this discourse, her eyes concealing emotions that were difficult to decipher, the car was enveloped in an eerie silence. After a long pause, Su Mo finally spoke. "Xining, do you have your phone with you?" Zhang Xining retrieved her phone from the spatial pocket and handed it to Su Mo. Sumo took the phone and pressed the buttons fervently. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Once, twice, all were met with the same message. Trembling, she returned the phone to Zhang Xining. Observing the slight tremor in Sumo's fingers, Zhang Xining grasped her hand reassuringly, saying, "Mo, do not fret. We shall seek out uncle and aunt." With that, she shouted at the screen, "Proceed to the Su family villa at the utmost speed." A siren blared, and the screen illuminated a red dot near the Su family villa, indicating a perilous area. In response to Sumo's pleading gaze, Zhang Xining's resolve softened. "There may be danger in that direction, yet I can accompany you there. Perhaps they are not at the villa." Sumo's lips quivered slightly as she replied, "All right. If her parents were unharmed, they would surely answer her call. But why they not? Hadn't she informed them to seek refuge in the tall building?" A wave of foreboding washed over her. Even if but a glimmer of hope remained, she felt compelled to verify at the villa. Zhang Xining turned to Wenjing behind her and said, "The place we are heading to may harbor dangers. I shall place you in a safe location, and afterwards." Wenjing interjected, "I will accompany you. Having an extra person offers more protection. If peril arises," she paused, her eyes glinting momentarily, and smiled, "if danger comes, you may abandon me. I shall hold no resentment." A flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Xining's eyes as she glanced at the slightly plump yet remarkably attractive girl. The group drove towards the Su family's villa in the city center, and Su Mo gazed at the once familiar city transformed into a vast expanse of water. A hint of sympathy reflected in her eyes. As they drew closer to the Su family villa, the blaring alarms grew increasingly loud. Zhang Xining watched intently outside, ever vigilant for the approach of danger. Upon seeing that only a single attic remained of the Su family villa, Su Mo exclaimed with excitement, "Ning Ning, over there. Let's go that way." Zhang Xining deftly maneuvered the yacht closer to the glass of the loft, causing the tranquil surface of the water to ripple, as if awakening the slumbering creatures within. Approaching the window, she retrieved a hammer from the compartment and struck the glass, shattering it with a resounding crash. Water cascaded into the loft, accompanied by what seemed to be a chorus of cries. "Father, father." A glimmer of surprise sparkled in Sumo's eyes. Her father was still there, awaiting her rescue. Suddenly, the yacht was upended as if by some colossal beast, sending the three of them tumbling within, disoriented and reeling. Zhang Xining clutched the handrail tightly, shouting at the screen to steer away from the danger zone. Sumo struggled and cried out, "No. We can't leave. My father is still inside. We cannot go." A monstrous 6-meter-long mutated shark broke the surface, its skin pockmarked like that of a deformed fish, coated in a brownish slime that exuded a putrid stench of decay. Following the mutated shark was a throng of aberrant fish, scattering in all directions. A piercing scream soon echoed from the attic, and a torrent of blood gushed forth, mingling with the water outside before quickly vanishing. "No! Dad!" Su Mo, oblivious to the blood trickling from a gash on her head, cried out in anguish towards the direction of the attic. The mutated shark swiftly pursued the speedboat, its jaws agape, as if eager to devour the entire vessel whole. "Steer to the left." The shark mirrored their course, following the speedboat wherever it went. "We cannot allow this to continue. We must devise a way to shake it off." Wenjing gazed at the shark outside, her eyes surprisingly devoid of fear. Chapter 21. The Mutated Shark. The mutated shark again caught up to the speedboat, its razor-sharp teeth sinking into the boat's stern, violently thrashing it to the side. "Hold on tight, everyone." Zhang Xining tightly grasped the handrail, striving to maintain her balance, while Su Mo appeared lost, allowing her head, arms, and body to collide with the speedboat. As Mo witnessed Su Mo's head strike the boat once more, Zhang Xining swiftly leaned to the side, shielding Su Mo's head with her hand, while her own body crashed forcefully against the vessel. A sharp, agonizing pain surged through her, and a sense of dizziness enveloped her. The yacht's alarm blared increasingly loudly, intensifying her disorientation. She pressed a hand against her head, her voice faint. "Do not call for help. Focus all efforts on shaking off the shark behind us." Concern flickered in Sumo's eyes, which were reddened and brimming with distress. Zhang Xining, The shark is approaching again. A calm voice announced. Summoning her strength, she propped herself up and continued to command the speedboat. Ding dong, a new mission from the system. Incapacitate the mutated shark with medication. A successful escape will grant 100 points. Zhang Xining resolutely chose to refuse the task. Paralyzing the shark? She wouldn't even dare to show her face, let alone paralyze a shark. The system expressed its exhaustion with such a host, once again advising earnestly, given the current situation, the host cannot escape. Only by paralyzing the shark can she truly shake it off. I hope the host can actively complete the task. Zhang Xining cast a glance around, observing the yacht speeding through the city, with the shark relentlessly pursuing from behind. He let out a bitter laugh, remarking, "It truly offers me no opportunity whatsoever." The system acknowledged his statement, consenting to proceed with the task, yet he knew he could not approach the shark. In response, a tranquilizer gun materialized in the space before him, equipped with 3 tranquilizer darts. This gun is effective within a range of 10 meters, and any shot striking the shark's body is deemed a success. Zhang Xining retrieved a tranquilizer gun from her spatial pocket, stifling the pain coursing through her body as she maneuvered towards the rear. Wenjing immediately yielded her position. As they prepared to replace the sunshade, everyone quickly recognized her voice and promptly adjusted the canopy. With no obstacles ahead, she raised the tranquilizer gun to her line of sight, her gaze fixed intently on the swiftly advancing dorsal fin of the shark. Her expression was one of unprecedented seriousness. "Momo, Wenjing, I will steer the yacht toward the tall building. If I fail, you must jump from the yacht and swim to the structure." Tears streamed down Su Mo's face as she replied, "Ningning, I've already lost my parents. You are my only friend. I cannot bear to lose you." Zhang Xining sighed, revealing a hint of helplessness. "I mean, if something were to happen, I would certainly do my utmost to ensure my safety. Please do not distract me." She turned to Wenjing with a serious expression. "If I encounter any misfortune, I hope you will take good care of Mo, considering our past." "Thank you." With her heart finally at ease, Zhang Xining continued to shout towards the yacht behind her, "Slow down a bit." The speedboat received the instruction and gradually decelerated, while the mutated shark drew ever closer. Her palm, gripping the gun, was slick with sweat. In that fleeting moment, she even held her breath. This time, failure was not an option. She had to strike decisively, her entire focus directed at the dorsal fin behind them, which moved with remarkable speed, its surface glistening like a small hill above the water, significantly complicating her aim. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. She prepared herself, waiting for the most opportune moment. Suddenly, the mutated shark leapt from the water, its gaping mouth lunging towards the speedboat. "Xining, Montak," came the frantic cries, as the enormous maw loomed before her. Zhang Xining did not hesitate to pull the trigger, sending a tranquilizer dart straight into the shark's mouth. The creature paused midair, as if deprived of strength, before crashing into the water with a tremendous splash. At that moment, Zhang Xining's heart truly relaxed. She stowed the tranquilizer gun away and collapsed into her seat, gasping for breath. "Zhang Xining, the speedboat is sinking," Wenjing's voice echoed in her ears, and only then did she realize that her feet were submerged in water. The rear of the speedboat had developed a hole, and water was pouring in from the breach. "System, I request a repair for the speedboat." "Apologies. Host lacks the necessary permissions." Zhang Xining muttered an expletive under her breath, gazing at the towering skyscraper several kilometers away, directing the yacht towards it. However, the speedboat remained stationary, refusing to budge. The shark was temporarily incapacitated, yet no one could predict the duration of its stupor, not to mention the presence of those mutated fish. With determination, she retrieved an inflatable raft from her space, urging her companions to swiftly board it. They did not detach from the water's surface, and the 3 of them, wary of their surroundings, immediately transferred from the yacht to the inflatable raft. Zhang Xining cast a glance at the speedboat generously bestowed by the system, yet ultimately decided to stow the dilapidated vessel away in her space. She and Wenjing deftly maneuvered the fixed oars, propelling themselves towards the towering edifices. Zhang Xining gazed at her, soothingly saying, "Momo, this calamity has left many people homeless. I believe that your uncle and aunt watching from above, would wish for you to strive to survive. We must reach that place to find temporary safety. What is that? Zhang Xining? Wen Jing exclaimed, her eyes fixed on the rippling water's surface in astonishment. Zhang Xining followed the direction of her finger, observing a multitude of fish swimming towards them. Hurry, paddle quickly, she urged, not daring to pause for a moment as her hands fervently propelled her forward. On the windowsill of a towering building, a tall boy gazed down at the swarm of fish, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Do you think those three down there have disturbed the fish's nest? They've attracted so many mutated fish over here. I suspect their minds have been compromised, remarked Zhao Shaw, his tone laced with a hint of schadenfreude. Chu Qinghan cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Shaw, but chose to remain silent, her eyes fixated on the yacht below and the swirling fish. Meanwhile, Jiang Tong slightly furrowed his brow, pondering aloud. Why do those people down there seem somewhat familiar? Jiang Tong, still as popular as he was in high school, recognized many faces. Nanyu smiled and said, the goddess speaks thus. Jiang Tong shot a sidelong glance at Chu Qinghan, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Nanyu, your penchant for teasing me is ever present. You are well aware of my affections. Wait, is it possible that it's Ning Ning and Su Mo? Zhao Shuo exclaimed, his eyes widening as he tried to discern the figures on the yacht, but the distance rendered him unable to see clearly. He swiftly turned and dashed down the stairs, prompting Jiang Tong to realize something was amiss and follow suit. Nanyu looked at Chu Qinghan with curiosity. Why aren't you joining them? Chu Qinghan smirked slightly. Do you believe I am one to seek the limelight? Nanyu merely smiled in silence. Chapter 22. Yet to return Sun Yinji stared at her with wide eyes, filled with astonishment. Me? The one from class 6 in the first year, perpetually punished by the teacher to stand? Su Mo glanced at the clean-cut boy before her, her mind elsewhere as she absently uttered no. Zhang Xining gently clasped Su Mo's hand in a gesture of comfort, her voice somewhat subdued, and Mo's family. Sun Yinji immediately comprehended the situation and addressed the other boys, saying, this is my high school classmate. You must not bully her or allow anyone else to do so. The vacant office, approximately 30 square meters, was tidied up simply by the three of them. Zhang Xining then retrieved 2 beds of 2-meter-wide cotton from her spatial storage, laying them beneath a layer of soft matting. After completing this task and noticing their disheveled appearances, she produced 3 sets of casual attire from her space, distributing 1 set to each of the other 2. You all rest for now. I will step out and see if I can find some cleaning supplies. As she opened the door, she encountered Zhao Shuo, who was cradling a couple of blankets. Zhang Xining inquired, puzzled, what are you doing? Zhao Shuo, flustered, replied, I brought you 2 new blankets from above. His eyes widened in surprise. I noticed you had brought nothing. Does anyone here possess spatial abilities? Realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, Zhang Xining simply nodded, leaving it to him to ponder who among them had such powers. Zhao Shuo, still clutching the blankets, wandered away in a daze, muttering to himself, I thought I was impressive for awakening my abilities, yet they not only possess powers but also spatial abilities. How utterly unfair. Sun Yinji, witnessing this scene, chuckled and shook his head. That's just how he is. Don't take it to heart. Zhang Xining offered a faint smile and politely inquired, is there water available here? Water? Sun Yinji, puzzled, swiftly grasped the situation as he noticed Zhang Xining gesturing toward her clothing. Cold water is accessible. If you prefer warm water, you may visit my sister's place above. She has both water and electricity. Glancing at the weather outside, the rain continued to fall, though it seemed to have lessened slightly, rendering the view beyond the window obscured. Clutching her clothes, she proceeded directly to the bathroom for a brief rinse. Once the trio had cleansed themselves, they immediately felt a sense of comfort envelop them. Zhang Xining retrieved a small night lamp from her space and placed it in the room. Sitting on the bed, she gazed through the window at the inky sky, reflecting that such days could not last indefinitely. Zhang Xining, what are your plans for the next step? Wen Jing broke the silence, her eyes fixed on the ceiling. Zhang Xining sighed, pondering her predicament. She herself was uncertain about the course of action to take. Once the rain ceases and the waters recede, they can seek a safe place to live in peace. But what if the waters do not recede? Wenjing's voice resonated with a heavy sorrow. Zhang Xining's lips curled into a faint smile. Even if we do not retreat, we must safeguard ourselves. As everyone awakens their abilities, we must not allow ourselves to be easily defeated by these tribulations. Reflect on our experiences today. How many times have we come perilously close to losing our lives? Yet here we are, seated together in conversation, which signifies something profound. Those who survive great calamities are destined for greater fortunes. Wenjing seemed to exude boundless confidence. Indeed, Zhang Xining is right. Things will surely improve. Zhang Xining sat in the middle of the bed, raising her gaze towards Su Mo. At that moment, Su Mo remained silent, sitting quietly on the bed, seemingly listening to their conversation. Yet only Zhang Xining perceived that this unusual stillness was far from normal. She gently turned Su Mo's head to rest on her shoulder, saying, "You need not suppress your feelings. That would only worry me. If you wish to cry, then let it out. After crying, we must continue to strive to live." With a sudden gasp, Su Mo broke into tears, as if the anguish she had long concealed had finally erupted. Between sobs, she lamented, "Dad promised me that after I graduate, he would take me to see the tallest mountain, the grandest waterfall, and indulge in a feast of delightful foods. Throughout my childhood, they were always busy, and their time with me was limited, but I knew they loved me sincerely. Yet now, the two who truly loved me have departed. I'm so heartbroken. I miss Mom and Dad." Sumo's cries echoed throughout the room. The poor soundproofing allowed Sun Yinji and the others to hear every word clearly. With a muffled voice, Zhuzi remarked, "Yinji, I too miss my parents." Sun Yinji rose from the bamboo mat, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and taking a deep drag. His eyes fixated on the direction of the weeping, a look of unspoken desolation crossing his face. After a time, Suemo finally exhausted herself from crying, and having released all her pent-up stress, she felt considerably lighter, drifting off to sleep against Zhang Xining's shoulder. Gently, Zhang Xining laid Su Mo down on the bed, but found herself unable to sleep for a long while. "Little fox, how long do you think this apocalypse will last?" In her previous life, she had only survived 2 years after the world fell into chaos, leaving her unaware of what transpired thereafter. Dear host, please prepare for a prolonged struggle and actively complete tasks turn points. It seemed she needed to devise a plan to ensure both her and Su Mo could endure in this bleak world. After they spent a week in relative safety within the tall building, the rain finally began to taper off. Just as everyone believed the rain had ceased and the water levels would recede, assuming the mutated fish would leave a city with the rain, an uproar erupted from outside, followed by a series of approaching footsteps. The three exchanged glances, and Zhang Xining was the first to step outside. Chu Qinghan was speaking to Sun Yinji. Upon hearing the commotion, he cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Xining, but continued his previous discussion. Though the mutated fish are small, if we can endure until the waters recede, they pose no threat. Our primary concern now is the mutated sharks, Sun Yinji said, his brows furrowed and expression grave. Did we not send a team of ability users to assess the situation 2 days ago? His eyes reflecting a hint of pity as he slowly uttered 4 words. They have yet to return. This was one of the rare expressions Zhang Xining had witnessed on his face since a rebirth. Chu Qinghan continued. Zhao Shua has been using the computer to track their whereabouts, but the tracker has remained stationary at one location for a day. They must have encountered misfortune. What are your plans moving forward? Just then, a loud thud reverberated through the building, a slight tremor felt by all. It has returned. Chu Qinghan exclaimed as he swiftly drew the gun from his waist and dashed downstairs. Sun Yinji nodded to the 3 girls, signaling them to follow him down as well. Chapter 23. The mutated shark strikes again. Sumo's expression was one of urgency. Ning, Mo, you stay here with Wenjing. I will go take a look. Zhang Xining, having concluded her incantation, vanished instantaneously from her original position. The mutated sharks repeatedly collided with the walls, while chaos erupted below. Those were ordinary individuals devoid of any supernatural abilities, their instinct for survival driving them to flee towards higher ground relentlessly. As Zhang Xining descended to the 20th floor, He encountered a throng of individuals clambering upwards, jostling each other in haste. An elderly man was inadvertently knocked to the ground, yet the crowd showed no signs of stopping. One foot after another, they trampled over the frail figure, the old man's cries for help gradually diminishing into a feeble whisper until he ultimately lay motionless upon the staircase. Zhang Xining gazed at the people, their eyes glacial, embodying the essence of humanity in the face of life and death. They often choose the path that serves their own interests best. As long as the outcome is favorable, the means by which it is achieved become inconsequential. While she harbored sympathy for the elderly, she also harbored a deep disdain for those who disregarded human life. Yet, what did it matter? During those 2 years of apocalypse, what horrors had she not witnessed? She was no savior, incapable of rescuing anyone. It was only when someone collided with her forcefully that she seemed to awaken, propelling herself over the railing and leaping down to the floor below. The flood had already engulfed the 12th floor. She ascended to the 13th. With a sharp crack of gunfire and the panic cries of sharks pierced her ears. Zhu Qinggang, Ziang Dong, Zhao Suo, and a dozen officers clad in police uniforms wielded firearms, relentlessly firing at the outside. The mutated sharks lurked beneath the surface, their exposed fins slicing through the water, rendering them elusive targets. The mutated fish leaped from the depths, baring their serrated teeth, and repeatedly lunged at the individuals by the window, seemingly desperate to feast upon the delectable morsels before them. The arrival of Zhang Xining did not capture their attention, as they remained fixated on the mutated shark that lingered ominously. If the shark remained unresolved, the building and all its inhabitants were unlikely to survive the receding waters. A middle-aged man in uniform, approximately in his 40s or 50s, spoke up suggesting we could use a rocket launcher. With a single shot, I refuse to believe it cannot be vanquished. A younger man in uniform interjected, yet the older man shook his head. Its speed is exceedingly swift. One shot may not suffice, and should we startle it, it may vanish from our sight entirely. In the oppressive atmosphere, the voice of Zhao Shuo and Zhang Xining broke through. Zhang Xining sighed, wishing merely to assess the situation. Why are you calling for me? You all continue your discussion. She awkwardly glanced at the group, offering a forced chuckle. Please carry on. I merely came to observe. The middle-aged man's eyes brightened as he asked, Child, are you also an ability user? Do you know what your powers are? Zhao Shuo interjected hastily, Director's son. These matters are best handled by us men. There's little she can contribute. Sun Yinji quickly added, Dad, she is indeed an ability user, but not of the ice or lightning types that we require. Zhang Xining's gaze flickered. Ice type? When Jing indeed possessed ice abilities, could it be that they required both ice and lightning powers to confront the shark? Director's son sighed, lamenting the loss of 10 ability users just 2 days prior, and now the shark had returned to wreak havoc in their absence. It was unbearable to let it live. Bang! Chu Hanqing fired again, this time successfully striking the shark's exposed fin, causing the mutated creature to whimper and swiftly retreat. Hanqing's marksmanship was unparalleled. He admonished the uniformed young officers, pointing out their inadequacy compared to a mere student after witnessing the shark's departure. Once the shark had vanished, the group prepared to leave. Before departing, Chu Hanqing cast a penetrating glance at Zhang Xining, his sharp eyes seemingly deciphering her very essence. This gaze sent an inexplicable shiver down her spine. Why was he looking at her so intently? Ningning, what's wrong? Zhao Shuo's puzzled voice broke her reverie. Oh, it's nothing, she replied, moving to the window to peer outside. There, a wall had developed a significant crack. If struck repeatedly, it might very well collapse. Her knowledge of architecture was limited, and she could not ascertain the wall's sturdiness. Turning, she collided with a solid chest, frowning in displeasure. Ningning, are you all right? Zhao Shuo's anxious voice reached her. Considering the disturbances that had affected Su Mo due to these individuals, Zhang Xining retorted curtly, I have a problem. Perhaps if young Master Zhao kept his distance, it would cease to be so. Zhao Shuo stood there, astonished and awkward. A crackling sound of electricity filled the air as he retrieved the walkie-talkie from his belt. A melodic female voice emerged. Brother Zhao, My father requests your presence to discuss strategies against the shark. Understood. I shall come immediately, Zhao Xining replied, taking a deep breath, curling his fingers and flashing a gentle smile at Zhang Xining. I'll head up first. Don't linger here. It's dangerous. As he turned to leave, the smile vanished from his face, a hint of despondency flashing in his clear eyes. Watching his departing figure, Zhang Xining felt a complex swirl of emotions. Had she just lost her temper with him? Never mind, they were destined to have little interaction, so it was best not to dwell on it. Upon returning upstairs, she found Su Mo pacing anxiously at the door, occasionally peering outside. Upon spotting Zhang Xining in the corridor, she rushed over, worry etched across her face. Ning, how are you? Was that mutated shark the one we encountered before? Zhuzi, who had been engrossed in conversation with Wenjing, immediately stood up upon hearing Su Mo's words. You've encountered a mutated shark? He exclaimed, astonished. Yes, we nearly perished, but we managed to escape, Wenjing replied. Zhuzi, now even more incredulous, stammered. You three girls actually survived an encounter with a mutated shark? Zhang Xining nodded, her expression grave. Indeed, that shark is quite intelligent. It understands that humans cannot reach it from such heights. Now, it is attempting to destroy this building. Su Mo pressed her lips together, feeling a sense of unease. Ning, what should we do? Zhang Xining gently pulled Su Mo into the room, whispering, do not fret. Those upstairs are already contemplating solutions, and they will handle it well. Su Mo glanced out the window and then surveyed the people in the room, her unease gradually easing. After a long absence, the familiar system voice once again resonated. Esteemed host, I am Xiao Hu. This time, the task rewards include a set of warrior armor and 200 points. I hope the host will choose to accept. Zhang Xining furrowed her brows. The warrior armor could only be exchanged for 500 points? Furthermore, an additional 200 points were being offered. Could the system be so generous? No, it was unusual for the system to announce rewards before releasing the tasks. Zhang Xining inquired coldly, what is the task? This time, the mission is to eliminate the mutated sharks. Chapter 24, The Perilous System Task. Her eyelids twitched violently. Last time, she had nearly met her demise. Was the system truly not merely assigning her to deliver a feast to the sharks? Perhaps sensing Zhang Xining's reluctance, the system continued. You may choose to collaborate with other humans. Zhang Xining, filled with skepticism, pondered the notion of collaboration among humans. At this moment, within an expansive office on the top floor of the building, the lights illuminated the space, creating an ethereal sense of an apocalypse that had yet to arrive. Seated at the head of the table was a middle-aged man clad in a finely tailored white short-sleeved shirt. His brow furrowed as he lifted a glass from the table and sipped his tea. His voice, somewhat low yet imbued with authority, resonated. You are all aware of the current situation. The mutated shark must be eliminated. I invite your thoughts on the matter. This man was none other than the mayor of City A, the father of Nan Yu. Dad, I'll take a bomb and blow up the shark, declared Nan Cheng, Nan Yu's younger brother. Mayor Nan cast a fleeting glance at his son, his expression betraying mild displeasure. Director's son contemplated before speaking. This shark is quite intelligent. It senses danger and flees. Eliminating it is no simple task, otherwise those individuals wouldn't have. He trailed off, his tone heavy with despondency. The loss of over a dozen supernatural beings, particularly in this era of limited awakened powers, was undeniably a significant blow. We could affix a locator to the creature, allowing us to track its movements at all times, suggested Chu Hanqing. Nan Yu concurred. Dad, I believe Hanqing is right. We aim to eliminate the shark due to the threat it poses. With a locator, we can anticipate its approach, and if we can eliminate it, that would be even better. Nan Cheng scoffed, his disdain evident. Sister, you agree with whatever Chu Hanqing says. But how do we install the locator? We'll do it. Who dares to approach the shark? His words, though blunt, were undeniably valid. Jiang Tong smirked, amusedly observing Chu Hanqing, eager to stir trouble, yet discerning enough to recognize the gravity of the situation. After 3 hours of deliberation, it was ultimately decided that Chu Hanqing, Jiang Tong, and Sun Yinji would lead 7 supernatural beings the following day to investigate the mutated shark and install the tracking device. Downstairs, Zhang Xining languidly leaned against the windowsill, watching the rain diminish, her mind a tangled mess. The system had assigned her an insurmountable task. What was she to do? Su Mo and Wen Jing were engrossed in animated conversation with a group of individuals, discovering that these were students from B University, classmates of Sun Yinji. "Oh, what are you discussing?" Zhang Xining inquired, stepping away from the windowsill to glance at Su Mo, who was resting against the table with her feet on the ground. Joining her, she continued, "Nothing much. I was just wondering how long this rain will last. If it stops, does that mean I can avoid completing the task? Yet, the allure of the warrior armor and the 200 points remain compelling. For in this post-apocalyptic world, zombies evolved at a pace surpassing that of humans, and one moment of inattention could lead to peril. Yinji, your father is the director. If you don't go, he will certainly agree." Zhao Shua's voice echoed down the empty corridor, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. Then, with a resolute voice, Sun Yinji spoke. "Although I am an elemental wielder of the wind, I must partake in this journey. How can I be absent when Han Qing and Jiang Tong are going? Han Qing embodies the power of lightning, and Jiang Tong possesses the abilities of ice. You are unlike them, Zhao Shua. As a friend, I ask that you refrain from discussing this matter further." Zhang Xining's gaze flickered slightly. How could Chu Han Qing still awaken to lightning abilities in this lifetime, while she had transformed into a wielder of wind? Had her rebirth disrupted the equilibrium of this world? Sun Yinji entered the room and halted at the sight of everyone gathered, casting a sidelong glance at Su Mo as he smiled and remarked, "Everyone's here." Zhuzi rose from the bamboo mat, a look of confusion crossing his face as he inquired, "Where were you all planning to go? It can't possibly be what I'm thinking, can it?" Sun Yinji nodded, and Zhuzi's eyes widened in disbelief as he articulated, "So the outcome is that you're being dispatched to confront the mutated sharks? Are there truly no others available? Sharks are perilous." Sun Yinji replied earnestly, 10 ability users have already perished. Moreover, we will not engage the sharks head-on. Our sole task is to affix a tracker onto them. Concern filled Zhuzi's eyes as he insisted, "No, you must take me with you." Sun Yinji shrugged, his tone tinged with exasperation. "Zhuzi, I regard you as a good brother. Please do not complicate matters for me." Zhuzi glanced at Zhang Xining, a sudden realization igniting his excitement. "You may leave me behind, but she must accompany you." He pointed toward Zhang Xining. "Sumo immediately estifinith." Her lovely face contorting in anger as she exclaimed, "Zhang Zhuzi, what are you saying? You're going to deal with sharks. Why should Xining be involved?" Zhuzi lowered his hand, appearing somewhat sheepish, because she has encountered the mutated sharks before and successfully anesthetized one. Wen Jing's slightly plump face flushed crimson. She had merely mentioned Zhang Xining's prowess in passing during a casual chat, never anticipating that it would be used as justification to thrust Zhang Xining into danger. "Zhang Zhuzi, I never expected you to be this kind of person. I dislike you and will never speak to you again." Zhang Zhuzi stood there, utterly bewildered by the scene before him, when Zhaoxi could no longer contain himself and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. "My brother," he said, "women are not to be trifled with. In matters concerning a group of men, it is inappropriate to involve a woman. Reflect on this carefully." "But she understands the mutated sharks better than you do," Zhang Zhuzi insisted, firmly believing he was in the right. "Bringing her along would enhance your safety." The two men, witnessing Zhang's obstinate demeanor, sighed and decided to let him be for a while. In the dead of night, rain lashed against the windows, creating a cascade of water that flowed down the glass, transforming the scene into a shimmering tableau of liquid beauty. Zhang Xining suddenly opened her eyes, acutely sensing a slight tremor. Glancing at the two individuals peacefully slumbering beside her, she gradually rose, slipped on her shoes, and quietly approached the door to open it. If her instincts were correct, the mutated sharks had returned. Outside, several young men lay in various sleeping positions, occasionally emitting faint snores. As she stepped into the corridor, a gust of cold wind swept past her. She touched her exposed arm and retrieved a coat from her surroundings, donning it swiftly before making her way downstairs. The water level had inundated the 12th floor. If it continued to rise, the 13th would be at risk as well, prompting those seeking refuge to reside on the 14th floor and above. Zhang Xining hurriedly descended the staircase, clutching a flashlight, and paused at the 14th floor landing, leaning against the wall to catch her breath. Chapter 25. Zhang Xining is bitten. An unsettling sensation washed over her as the beam of the flashlight gradually illuminated the wall, revealing a large pool of blood before her. Upon closer inspection, she noticed small droplets of blood trailing into the inner hall. Given the substantial amount of blood, its owner was either deceased or gravely injured. Yet, no corpse was in sight, suggesting the latter was more likely. Her heart raced incessantly, and, as she hesitated, contemplating whether to venture further inside, another series of muffled thuds resonated. The shark was once again colliding with the building, its movements so subtle that many remained blissfully unaware in their slumber. Zhang Xining retrieved the firearm given to her by Chu Hanqing from the spatial pocket, gripping the flashlight in one hand as she cautiously approached the door leading to the emergency exit. A faint sheen of perspiration formed in her palm, the cause uncertain, whether it was her overwhelming anxiety or the sweltering heat. The dim beam of the flashlight flickered momentarily, revealing a pair of legs protruding from within the exit. With a trepidatious heart, she edged closer. A gentle kick to the legs yielded no response. Illuminated by the flashlight, she discerned a dark stain upon the black trousers. As she stepped inside, a pungent scent of blood assailed her senses, freezing her momentarily in place. A young man lay sprawled on the ground, his neck savagely mauled as if by a beast devoid of life. The flashlight swept across the hall, and her heart raced uncontrollably, breath quickening as tremors coursed through her. Over 20 individuals lay scattered across the floor, their features grotesquely altered in death, yet all bore the unmistakable marks of animal bites. The beam of her flashlight fell upon the farthest corner, where a little girl dressed in a pink short-sleeved top, her hair styled in 2 braids, stood with her back turned. Glancing around, Zhang Xining softly called, "Little sister, come here." The girl remained unresponsive. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xining steeled herself and carefully stepped over the bodies, advancing toward the child. Upon reaching her, she gently tapped the girl's shoulder. "Say, little sister, I will take you outside." The girl stumbled back a few steps, inadvertently tripping over a corpse behind her. The flashlight slipped from her grasp, tumbling across the floor before coming to a halt. With bloodied hands outstretched, the girl lunged toward her, causing Zhang Xining to momentarily forget the weapon in her hand, watching in horror as the child drew ever closer. At that moment, the corpses on the ground began to stir. A gunshot rang out, striking the girl in the head and hastening the revival of the undead. A familiar voice echoed in her ears, and clarity returned to her eyes. Had she truly been beguiled by a mere child? As the incessant hissing sound surrounded her, she sprang to her feet, only to find the zombie that had tripped her rising from the ground, its sharp teeth bared in a menacing snarl. Zhang Xining grasped her firearm as the zombies drew ever closer. With a clear line of sight, she pulled the trigger, and with a sharp crack, the bullet struck the creature's skull. The zombie collapsed, unable to rise again, yet a dozen more were advancing towards her. She found herself cornered against the wall, a cold sweat beading on her forehead as she gripped the gun tightly, her body pressed against the wall, frozen in place. The entire hall was suffused with a heavy, oppressive atmosphere, as if time itself had been constricted, rendering everything excruciatingly slow. A beam of light streamed from the doorway, and Zhang Xining beheld a tall, commanding silhouette standing in the radiance. Raising her weapon, she aimed at the encroaching zombies and fired, dispatching one with a clean shot to the head. However, as she faced the remaining 3, her handgun clicked ominously, devoid of ammunition. She dashed to Chu Hanqing's side, bending low and resting her hands on her knees. Gasping for breath, her first-level wind ability was still insufficient. The 3 zombies turned towards them, and Chu Hanqing calmly lifted his gun, expression impassive as he aimed at their heads. 3 gunshots rang out, and all 3 zombies fell lifelessly to the ground. Casting a sidelong glance at the panting Zhang Xining, she unexpectedly locked eyes with him, her heart skipping a beat at the sight of his onyx gaze. Suppressing her racing thoughts, she murmured her gratitude. "Thank you." Chu Hanqing's gaze swept over her, lingering on her shoulder, revealing no hint of emotion in his eyes. Following his line of sight, Zhang Xining noticed the fabric of her jacket had been torn, with faint traces of blood seeping through. "It's nothing, just a scrape," she assured him. Chu Hanqing's expression darkened. He knew that human beings bitten by mutated fish would become mindless zombies, and the only way to ensure their demise was to strike their heads. After a pause, he fixed his gaze on Zhang Xining, stating, in the same vein, if a human is bitten by them, even slightly, that individual will inevitably transform into a zombie. His voice remained calm, devoid of any fluctuations. Zhang Xining's expression instantly turned cold as she spoke in a sharp tone. "I have stated that this is merely a bruise. I was not bitten." With that, she removed her outer garment, revealing her fair skin beneath. She wore a sleeveless top, exposing her smooth shoulders, which bore a distinct scratch. The pale skin was marred by a glaring mark from a fingernail, strikingly visible under the light. A wave of nausea surged within her, causing her to stagger backward until she collapsed onto the ground. Her complexion was ashen, as if all the blood had drained from her face. How could this be? Why was this happening? She had done nothing to warrant such an affliction. She had yet to exact her revenge, to torment the man before her. And what about Momo's future? A bitter sensation welled up inside her. She sniffed in an attempt to alleviate it, yet tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. She admitted to herself that she was frightened, terrified of becoming a monster like those she loathed. Chu Hanqing gazed at the individual on the ground, paralyzed with panic, his eyes deepening with an unsettling intensity. After a prolonged silence, a voice devoid of emotion pierced the air once more. "I shall not take your life for now, but I implore you to leave on your own accord." In the aftermath of the apocalypse, a peculiar scientist had once claimed that the blood of super gene carriers could yield a vaccine for the zombie virus. Yet, Zhang Xining's identity as a super gene carrier must remain a secret, even from herself. Now that she bore a bite mark, should anyone discover it, the consequences will be dire. Departing was, therefore, the wisest course of action. Zhang Xining raised her gaze to the somewhat stern-faced young man, her voice slightly hoarse. "Could you grant me a moment to organize my thoughts?" Chu Hanqing gazed into her clear eyes and slowly uttered two words, "As soon as possible." Chapter 26. Did Chu Hanqing bully you? "What are you doing, Chu Hanqing?" Zhao Shuo rushed down, witnessing the scene, and forcefully pushed Chu Hanqing aside. He hurried to Zhang Xining's side, helping her to her feet. "Ning Ning, how are you?" "With me here, you need not fear him," he said, his tone filled with concern. Zhang Xining silently adjusted her clothing, striving to appear composed as she stated, "It was he who saved me." Zhao Shuo cast a skeptical glance at Zhang Xining, then shifted his gaze to Chu Hanqing. "But why were you crying? He must have bullied you. Speak the truth, and I shall stand up for you." Chu Hanqing shot a sidelong glance at Zhao Shuo, retorting, "Did you not see the corpses ahead?" Zhao Shuo lifted the flashlight, illuminating the pitch-black hall, which exuded an eerie atmosphere. A putrid, rancid odor assaulted his nostrils, revealing a disarray of decayed bodies, their grotesque visages sprawled haphazardly across the floor. Suddenly, he recoiled, his body bristling with dread as he exclaimed, "What are these things?" Chu Hanqing, with a fleeting glance at Zhang Xining, replied coolly, "Zombies." A jarring tremor shook the building once more, prompting Jiang Tong and Sun Yinji to rush downstairs, their expressions mirroring shock at the sight of the scattered corpses. Chu Hanqing offered them no acknowledgement, instead sprinting toward the source of the noise. Zhang Xining was oblivious to the unfolding chaos, her mind in a daze until Zhao Shuo called her name, jolting her back to reality. "Ning Ning, do not be afraid. I will protect you." Zhao Shuo's eyes sparkled brightly, reminiscent of the stars in the night sky. Zhang Xining's eyes flickered, nearly believing it. But ultimately she let out a self-deprecating smile. "Zhao Shuo, I am aware of your kindness towards me. Ning Ning, Su Mo is still up there worrying about you. You should go back quickly." Zhao Shuo interrupted her, a hint of bitterness surfacing in his gaze. Zhang Xining ascended the staircase, ultimately pausing in her steps. "Zhao Shuo, I am aware of what you wish to convey. There is no need for such clarity. Pursue your desires without concern for my feelings. Zhao Shuo pressed his thin lips together, a hint of a smile gracing his features. Yet this semblance of mirth bore no trace of genuine joy. Zhang Xining's feelings toward Zhao Shuo were intricate prior to their acquaintance. She had merely heard his name mentioned by other classmates. At a university, there were two prominent heartthrobs. One was Jiang Tong, who rarely interacted with girls and was often surrounded by a group of male friends, with whispers circulating among classmates speculating whether Jiang Tong was indeed gay. The other was Zhao Shuo, who was strikingly handsome and frequently mingled with young women, thus earning a rather unsavory reputation, with rumors suggesting he changed girlfriends as casually as one would change a tire. Zhang Yining's affection for Zhao Zhuo was unexpected, despite her numerous attempts to dissuade her cousin. All efforts proved futile, and she eventually resigned herself to the situation. One's stubborn attachments rarely dissipate easily, yet when one is grievously wounded, the inevitable release will come. Zhang Xining, possessing a keen self-awareness, recognized her humble origins and unremarkable looks, which offered no allure to Zhao Zhuo. Did he merely fancy her for a fleeting change of pace or novelty? Yet, Zhang Xining was not one to be led by others. Young Master Zhao, I am Zhang Xining, a girl without a prestigious lineage and lacking in physical appeal. If your interest in me is merely a passing whim, I advise you not to squander your time. However, if your feelings are genuine, Zhang Xining took a deep breath and continued, then let us sever this notion at once. We're simply not suited for one another. Zhao Shuo stepped forward, grasping her arm with an unprecedented seriousness etched upon his face. Ning Ning, I am aware of my poor reputation, yet since I encountered you, I have cut ties with those other girls. My intentions toward you are earnest. Shall we give it a try? The last words emerged with a hint of pleading. Zhao Shuo stood frozen, his mind a tumult of confusion, as if his heart had been ruthlessly extracted from his chest and cast into a frigid wilderness. The chilling despair spreading within him. After all his efforts, did she not harbor even the faintest flicker of affection for him? Watching her retreating figure, he could no longer restrain himself and called out to Zhang Xining. Why? Is it because I'm still not good enough? Zhang Xining paused on the staircase, her foot suspended midair as she cast a glance at the wound on her shoulder. Her voice, laced with melancholy, drifted into the air. It is not your fault. Rather, I am unworthy. With that, she harnessed her wind-based abilities to swiftly ascend to the upper level, seeking refuge in a secluded corner of the stairwell. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she crouched down, one arm wrapped around her knees while the other covered her mouth, her shoulders trembling as she stifled her sobs. A peculiar tingling sensation coursed through her body, akin to an electric shock, leaving her deeply unsettled. She feared she might be transforming into a zombie, a thought that filled her with dread. Meanwhile, the two individuals who had successfully driven away the mutated shark below caught sight of Zhao Shuo's confession to Zhang Xining. Jiang Tong gazed sympathetically at his close friend. Shuo, while Zhang Xining is decent, you will undoubtedly encounter someone better in the future. Do not be too disheartened, especially given the current circumstances. It's the apocalypse, after all, and it's not convenient to be with a girl during such times. Of course, he would not concede. How could Zhang Xining be compared to Nanyu? With a glance at Chu Hanqing, he adopted a posture of ownership. Alas, Chu Hanqing's frigid visage betrayed no additional emotion, prompting Zhao Shuo to clench his fists and throw a punch at Jiang Tong in retaliation. I won't allow you to speak of Xining that way. Jiang Tong dodged while attempting to clarify. Brother, no, I wasn't talking about Zhang Xining. Hey, don't hit me. Chu Hanqing cast a cold glance at the two engaged in playful pursuit before making his way upstairs. He possessed an acute sensitivity to sound, and as the muffled sobs reached his ears, he paused, slowly advancing upwards. It was the dead of night, and many had succumbed to slumber, the rhythmic sounds of snoring resonating from within the houses. As he approached the stairwell, he lifted his gaze to find a girl curled into a ball in the darkness, seemingly merging with the night itself. Zhang Xining noticed someone gazing at her and lifted her head to behold the silhouette in the darkness below. Her pale lips were tinged with streaks of vivid red, while the wind outside tousled her hair, rendering her figure fragmented and desolate. Xining, with his long legs, ascended the steps and approached her, stating, "If there is anything left unspoken, you may confide in me, and I shall assist you." Zhang Xining gazed at the tall figure before her, an indescribable emotion flickering in her eyes as she spoke. "Thank you, but I shall refrain from bidding farewell to Momo." She loosened her coat, revealing her fair skin once more to Xining, the mark of injury upon her gradually darkening. Chapter 27. Zhang Xining's departure. My time is limited. I am grateful that you spare my life. Zhang Xining retrieved an air dart from her spatial pocket and handed it to Xining. My mother departed shortly after giving birth to me, and 2 years later, my father remarried. When I was 3, my stepmother bore a son, leaving me in a state of neglect, unloved by both my father and mother. Now, Momo's parents are also gone, and she has no one but me. Zhang Xining's eyes were veiled with a delicate mist as she gazed at Xining. Even in her previous life, the intricacies of her family had never been disclosed to him. Xining was undoubtedly her adversary, yet in the face of life and death, for reasons unknown, her animosity towards him was not as profound. She was acutely aware of Xining's formidable strength. If Su Mo could secure his protection, she too could depart with a sense of peace. As for Nanyue and the Great Spider, she could only curse them in her heart, wishing them a fate unkind. My only concern is for her. After I am gone, I hope you will take good care of her and ensure her safety. If she inquires about me, tell her I have perished. Thank you. She bowed deeply to Xining in earnest gratitude, simultaneously handing him the air bullet. Please convey to Mo to live well, and should we meet again, if I do not remember her, she must show no mercy. As she walked further away, Xining's eyes shimmered with hidden emotions, her silhouette merging with the darkness, appearing particularly desolate, as if treading a path of no return. He pressed his lips together, and his voice, low and resonant, broke the silence. "You despise me, do you not?" Zhang Xining's body stiffened, and his heart twisted painfully. He understood. He truly understood. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and remarked, "I harbor hatred, yet I find that I prefer witnessing your suffering over despising you. Alas, I shall not behold it in this lifetime. In light of our past acquaintance, take good care of Mo. He then resumed his journey along the unfinished path. Downstairs, Jiang Tong and Zhao Shua concluded their playful chase, leaning against the windowsill of the 13th floor, watching the gentle drizzle. "Brother, let it go," Jiang Tong sighed, continuing to offer his counsel. Zhao Shua gazed at the raindrops creating ripples in the water, his eyelashes fluttering. "Jiang Tong, she is the first girl I genuinely wish to cherish and adore. She may not be the most outstanding, but I am enamored with her just as she is. Do you understand?" Jiang Tong patted his shoulder, saying, "I understand. How could I not? Just as he adores Nanyue, even though she is fond of that other fellow. Thus, Zhang Xining's rejection does not trouble me. It merely signifies that she is unlike other girls. I cannot relinquish my pursuit. The future stretches ahead, and I shall win her heart step by step." Zhao Shua cast aside his earlier despondency, his eyes gleaming with determination as he looked at Jiang Tong, as if success was inevitable. Jiang Tong chuckled helplessly. "Very well, our dashing Zhao Shua pursuing a girl is hardly child's play." Zhang Xining stood at the doorway, quietly listening to the conversation within, a subtle sorrow reflected in her brow. "Zhao Shua, I wish you happiness." A faint ache coursed through her shoulder. She dared not linger. Swiftly retreating to the innermost room. "System, I require the repair of the speedboat." The mechanical voice of the system resonated. "Repairing the speedboat will require 200 points. Please, host, make your selection." Zhang Xining gritted her teeth, feeling utterly frustrated. The cost of repairing the speedboat was an exorbitant 200 points. Reluctantly, she clicked to accept. Ding! The speedboat has been successfully repaired. Remaining points, 200. I am on the verge of becoming a zombie, and these points are of no use to me. What is there to be angry about? She chuckled at her own predicament. "Host, there is no need for concern. Even as a zombie, you can still complete your tasks." Zhang Xining found herself choking on a mouthful of blood, suspended in a state of distress. What a wretched system. Not only does it compel me to undertake tasks, but it relentlessly subjects me to this fate of becoming a zombie. Is there truly a system as cruel as this? With both hands resting on the windowsill, she exerted a gentle force to leap onto it, gazing at the water surface approximately a meter away. She swiftly retrieved the speedboat and leaped into it, propelling herself into the distance. Nearby, Jiang Tong and Zhao Shua exchanged a solemn glance upon hearing the commotion. Just as they turned, a series of rumbling sounds erupted from outside the window, leaving behind the fleeting silhouette of the speedboat before them. The engine's roar resonated throughout the night, awakening the slumbering creatures beneath the water surface. Her eyes fixated on the sprawling city ahead, resembling an ocean, yet she remained uncertain of her destination. As the speedboat approached a residential area, its velocity diminished. The buildings above the water varied in height, some towering a dozen stories high, while others barely rose above the surface, clearly indicating that the lower floors were entirely submerged. She sat in the speedboat, closing her eyes to gather her thoughts, awaiting her gradual transformation into a monster. Suddenly, a cacophony of splashing water jolted her awake, and she instantly paled, recognizing that sound all too well. Run! A violent upheaval ensued, causing her to feel as if she were spinning through the air. The massive jaws of a mutated shark clamped down on the speedboat, launching it into the sky. Zhang Xining firmly grasped the handrail, striving to maintain her balance. The speedboat splashed down onto the water surface, sending up a great spray. She retrieved a firearm from her space, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards the exposed fin of the mutated shark. The sharp reports of gunfire echoed continuously, prompting those sheltered within the building to curiously peer out from their windows. What an unfortunate turn of events. They could not depart in peace. Zhang Xining cursed aloud, firing one shot, then another. The shark's speed was astonishingly swift, leading to several missed shots. Even when fortunate enough to hit, the wounds inflicted were mere trifles, failing to deter the shark in its relentless pursuit of sustenance. The situation was untenable. It was only a matter of time before it caught up with me. I had to escape the water surface. Zhang Xining opened the canopy, revealing herself to the dawn's dim light. In the nearby building, a short-haired girl could be clearly seen battling a shark from her speedboat. System, purchase rocket launcher. The system's voice echoed. Rocket launcher costs 200 points, includes 6 shells. Available points, 0. She retrieved the rocket launcher from her space, attempting to aim at the mutated shark, firing a shot that missed its target. This action seemed to incite the shark's fury as it opened its massive jaws and swiftly swam towards Zhang Xining. The shark crashed heavily into the speedboat, capsizing it, and Zhang Xining was thrown into the water. In that fleeting moment of falling, she quickly retracted the speedboat into her space and swam rapidly towards the nearest building. Daddy, that sister is amazing. She can perform magic. A 7 or 8-year-old boy, peering out from the window, exclaimed, pointing at the troubled man seated on the sofa. The man sighed. If the rain continues like this, our home will surely be flooded. What can we do? Chapter 28. Cutting the lifeline, the man picked up an empty cigarette box from the coffee table and sighed once more. Indeed, we must be grateful to that girl. I truly regret losing my temper in front of her. I wonder how she is faring. Daddy, that shark is going to eat the sister. Daddy, look quickly, Wah. The man abruptly stood from the sofa, questioning, is someone really out there? Are you sure you're not imagining things? He approached the window with skepticism. At that moment, Zhang Xining was entirely in a passive state in the water, forced to utilize her physical agility to evade the shark, constantly changing directions. However, this tactic was incredibly exhausting, and upon realizing that it would only prolong her demise, she began to scan her surroundings for a glimmer of hope. Even as she felt herself nearing a state of despair, she did not wish to be consumed by the shark. Sister, over here. A voice reached her ears as she dodged the shark, searching for its source. A window on a building above was ajar, with a rope extending down to the water surface. Her eyes glimmered with surprise as she swiftly swam towards the rope. Confirming her direction, the shark followed closely behind, half emerging from the water, its jaws agape in a menacing display. The boy and the man upstairs held their breath, their eyes fixated on Zhang Xining's desperate plight. Sister, hurry. You can do it. Swim faster. The boy stomped his feet anxiously on the windowsill, urging her on. Zhang Xining's arms flailed in a frantic dance through the water, urging herself to move faster, the ominous sounds drawing ever closer. She dared not allow a moment's distraction, her focus solely directed towards her forward escape. Suddenly, something surfaced, sending ripples that nudged her onward. The anguished cries of her brother echoed in the air. Above her loomed a gaping maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth rushing towards her. And she could even discern dark, unknown substances lodged between the shark's teeth. Just as she resigned herself to the certainty of her demise, a thunderous blast reverberated through the water. The shark let out a mournful sound and crashed heavily back into the depths, splashing water all over Zhang Xining's face. Zhang Xining, dragging her weary body, swiftly moved in another direction. Did zombies not feel exhaustion? Why was I so fatigued? She gasped for breath. Her hands brushed against the rope when a small figure leaned out of the window above, shouting at her, "Sister, hurry up and climb." She glanced up to see a chubby-cheeked boy with big, adorable eyes. "Come on, hurry up." The voice sounded oddly familiar. Looking up once more, she spotted the grain shop owner, his face etched with concern as he gazed down at her from above. Suddenly, an unusual bubbling sound emerged from the water. Grasping the rope, Zhang Xining began to ascend slowly. Just as she freed herself from the rope, a swarm of mutated fish converged from all directions, leaping eagerly from the water only to plunge back in, relentlessly repeating their actions as if oblivious to fatigue. As she reached the window adjacent to the grain shop owner's floor, the window was abruptly flung open with a loud clap, revealing a hefty man weighing over 200 pounds, squinting through his small eyes, grinning as he brandished a pair of scissors. Zhang Xining unconsciously tightened her grip on the rope, her entire body tensed with apprehension. The grain and oil merchant, sensing something amiss, shouted from below, "Yin Fatty, what on earth are you doing? Put down the scissors this instant." Yin Fatty revealed a maniacal grin, exclaiming, "I want to see if she can survive after I cut this." "You are utterly insane." Zhang Xining cursed softly, her hands continuing to climb despite her exhaustion, hindering her speed. Yin Pongzi chuckled, "Indeed, I am unwell. Even in health, this damned world has compelled me into sickness." With a decisive snip, the scissors severed the rope, and Zhang Xining was immediately enveloped by a sensation of weightlessness. Just as she braced for an intimate encounter with the water's surface, she found herself cradled in someone's arms, held tightly, and then dragged across the water. Countless waves splashed against her, prompting her to instinctively nuzzle closer into the embrace of her rescuer, her body gliding across the water. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until she perceived a gradual deceleration. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Chu Hanqing, one hand grasping a rope while the other secured her. "Ningning, fear not. Once we board the ship, we shall be safe," he assured her with a calm demeanor. "I am Zhang Xining," she replied. Chu Hanqing hesitated momentarily, a rare look of melancholy crossing his features as he, with Zhang Xining's aid and that of Jiang Tong, slowly ascended to the deck. The two lay upon the deck to catch their breath, while Sun Yinji peered through binoculars towards the water surface, and the others remained vigilant, their gazes fixed on the aquatic expanse. Shortly after, Chu Hanqing regained his strength, rising from the deck, his slender, fair hands reaching out towards Zhang Xining. Offering to pull her up, Zhang Xining disregarded the outstretched hands and stood up on her own. Chu Hanqing's voice resonated. "There are guest rooms inside. You may change your clothes." She shot him a fierce glare, for even without his suggestion, she would have chosen to change her attire herself. Zhang Xining emerged from the cabin onto the deck, gazing at the undulating ripples on the water, a vague sense of unease washing over her. "Set sail swiftly," Jiang Tong shouted, as a mutated shark approached their vessel with alarming speed from a distance. Chu Hanqing brandished a rocket launcher, and as the shark entered his range, he fired with a resounding blast. The shark let out a piercing cry before veering away in a different direction. "Follow me," Chu Hanqing called out, wielding a tracking gun that bore a resemblance to a machine gun, its ammunition replaced with trackers. This firearm could accommodate 6 tracking devices, effective within a range of 5 meters. Observing the peculiar cage, Zhang Xining inquired. Is this cage impervious to the small shark's attempts to gnaw through? Jiang Tong elucidated. The cage is primarily designed to thwart the assaults of mutated fish. In the event of encountering a mutated shark, we will promptly hoist it aboard. After speaking, he moved forward to inspect whether Chu Hanqing had overlooked anything. Why not simply incapacitate it and dispose of it? Zhang Xining questioned, her gaze fixed on the water's surface. Puzzled, Chu Hanqing replied, the trackers are solely to locate its lair and eliminate them all at once. He cast a penetrating glance at Zhang Xining, uttering 2 words, take care. Jiang Tong, intrigued, glanced at the two before returning to his tasks. Zhang Xining glanced away, advising him to mind his own business. A barely perceptible smile graced Chu Hanqing's eternally frozen visage. Jiang Tong secured the cage door and, along with several others, exerted their strength to push the cage into the water. Chapter 29. The simultaneous appearance of 2 mutant sharks as the cage commenced its forward motion in the water. Propelled by the propeller, Chu Hanqing remained vigilant, her gaze scanning for any mutant creatures that might emerge at any moment. Hey brother, how are things now? Jiang Tong's voice echoed through the communicator nestled in his collar. On the deck, Sun Yanji, holding a pair of binoculars, appeared terror-stricken as he suddenly shouted, it's coming. 3 o'clock, heading straight for Hanqing. The communicator crackled with Jiang Tong's urgent voice. 3 o'clock, approaching you, 50 meters, 30 meters. Chu Hanqing fixated intently on that direction, her entire being taut with tension, her weapon poised and ready for action. Zhang Xining gazed at the tranquil surface of the water, a chilling glint flickering in her eyes. Chu Hanqing, oh Chu Hanqing, our game has only just begun. It would be quite dull to perish like this. The communicator continued to relay Jiang Tong's voice. 10 meters, 5 meters, as the mutated shark with its decaying maw advanced towards the cage. Observing the approaching creature, Chu Hanqing displayed an unusual gravity. Bang! The tracker successfully embedded itself within the mutated shark's body, failing to impede its forward momentum. Pull! Chu Hanqing shouted. Quickly pull! Jiang Tong hollered into the intercom, directing the crew behind the crane. The operator pressed the switch, and the crane began to swiftly retract the line. All eyes were anxiously fixed on the water surface, as the shark narrowly missed biting into Chu Hanqing's cage several times. With a splash, the water stirred once more, and upon seeing another large shark advancing towards the ship, Jiang Tong was rendered speechless. Damn it, they never mentioned 2 mutated sharks would appear simultaneously. Set sail. Quickly set sail. The remaining crew shouted in unison, simultaneously wielding their weapons to fend off the incoming giant shark. Zhang Xining stood quietly on the deck, observing the small shark pursuing Chu Hanqing, a creature she had encountered before, while the larger shark attacking the ship was evidently of a grander scale. Meanwhile, in the water, Chu Hanqing was being tossed about in the cage, disoriented and bewildered. He grasped the iron mesh with all his might, striving to steady himself. Waves of impact surged towards him, sending the iron cage tumbling once more. The ship was struck with tremendous force. Zhang Xining's gaze was fixed intently on the surface of the water where Chu Hanqing struggled. The ship had been struck, its forward momentum significantly diminished. The iron cage also slowed, and suddenly, a pursuing small shark clamped its jaws around the cage. Chu Hanqing desperately attempted to unlock it and escape. The violent swaying nearly caused him to drop the key into the water, while the iron cage was relentlessly torn at by the small shark. At last, the crane could no longer bear the strain, and the support began to tilt dangerously. This was perilous. Hanqing was in danger. On the deck, Sun Yanji observed the tilting support and swiftly approached the crane to operate the controls. A resounding crash echoed as the large shark collided with the ship again, causing 2 individuals to lose their footing and plunge into the water. The large shark pivoted, directly consuming those 2 unfortunate souls. In an instant, the water was stained crimson, while the remaining ability users unleashed their powers in a futile attempt to harm the large shark. Their abilities, however, were far too weak to inflict any significant damage. On the deck, Zhang Xining managed to stabilize herself multiple times, her eyes fixated on Chu Hanqing, who was fighting for survival within the jaws of the small shark. The small shark clung tightly to the iron cage, the sound of its breaking structure echoing in Zhang Xining's ears as the oxygen tank's readings continued to decline. A glance towards the ship's direction revealed a hint of reluctance. Ning Ning, I had hoped to make amends in this lifetime, but fate seems disinclined to grant me your forgiveness. Indeed, I am a person unworthy of absolution. In this life, I hope you never encounter someone like me again. Turning to face the small shark, bolts of lightning, as thick as a thumb, erupted from his body and struck into the shark's mouth. The small shark thrashed violently, quaking under the impact. At that moment, the ropes above the crane could no longer withstand the weight and snapped. Zhuhan Ging, Jiang Tong's voice called out as he unleashed a rocket launcher against the attacking large shark. Watching the severed ropes slowly descend into the water, Zhang Xining bit her lip, feeling as though her heart had been pierced by something sharp, leaving her profoundly uncomfortable. A sharp pain surged through her head, as if it were about to explode. The small shark, momentarily stunned by the lightning strike, released its grip on the iron cage and swam away. As the crane's ropes broke, Zhang Xining began to sink slowly into the depths, the iron cage drifting down with him. The oxygen tank emitted a series of beeps, signaling the depletion of air. He lay back in the water, slowly descending, his gaze dimming as he stared at the surface. Ning Ning, the one person I have wronged in this lifetime is you. I selfishly thought that even if I could not win your love, I would willingly accept your hatred. Yet at this moment, how I wish for you to forget me. A splash broke the surface, and he watched the slender figure swim towards him with all their might, like a beacon of light illuminating his darkness. Zhang Xining swiftly swam to the iron cage, his heart devoid of any sense of satisfaction as he gazed upon the feeble figure within. He was indeed damned, but why should he be allowed to pass away so burden-free? With a sweeping glance at the cage, he quickly located the entrance, retrieving the key provided by Jiang Tong. And at last, the iron door swung open. However, the formidable shark that had assaulted the ship was rapidly advancing towards them, its primary target being Zhang Xining. Zhang Xining's eyes widened in alarm, and summoning his formidable willpower, he rose to pull Zhang Xining into the cage, enveloping him in his embrace. Exhausted, he found himself utterly devoid of strength, unable to release the person he had longed for so desperately. Zhang Xining's expression was tense as she retrieved a tranquilizer gun from her space, aiming it at the formidable shark. A series of crisp sounds resonated as a significant crack appeared in the iron cage within the jaws of the great shark. Zhang Xining cast a fleeting glance at Zhuhan Jing, grasping him firmly and dragging him toward the fissure, while wielding a tranquilizer gun in her other hand. Her heart quivered with trepidation. This strike would determine their fates. Either they would perish together or survive as one. Drawing a deep breath, she aimed the tranquilizer gun directly into the throat of the colossal shark, firing once, then again. The dosage delivered by the two darts rendered the massive creature instantly unconscious. With the shark no longer threatening the vessel, the attention of the few individuals aboard was solely focused on Zhuhan Jing. Zhang Xining glanced at the unconscious giant shark and then turned her gaze to the dazed Zhuhan Qing, who was shouting into the communicator. Send 2 people to assist. On the deck, Jiang Tong exchanged a knowing look with Sun Yanji. Jiang Tong, along with another ability user, plunged into the water, while Sun Yanji remained vigilant, ensuring the safety of the vessel. Zhang Xining struggled to pull Zhuhan Jing upstream, finding the task exceedingly arduous due to Chu's considerable size. A glance at the unconscious giant shark sparked a fleeting desire within her to cast Zhuhan Jing to the depths, allowing herself to pursue the mission alone, which promised a reward of 300 points. Chapter 30. Casting Zhuhan Jing into the depths. As she glanced upward, she noticed 2 figures swiftly approaching. Zhang Xining waved her hand, leaving Zhuhan Jing to swim toward the great shark. Jiang Tong, who was swimming with all his might, paused momentarily. Wasn't Zhang Xining there to rescue Zhuhan Jing? After a brief moment of hesitation, he swiftly pulled Zhuhan Jing out of the water. Brother, hold on. What does it matter if you excel in everything? I'm still the one saving you. Jiang Tong glanced at Zhuhan Jing's pale face and hastily swam toward the ship. He placed him on the deck and checked for a pulse, which was faint. Immediately, he began performing CPR, pressing down rhythmically. Juhan Ging, Wakung. If you don't come to, I shall announce to the world that you, Chu Hanxing, are my defeated foe, Jiang Tong. After all, they know not who you are. Jiang Tong continued to press down, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, his gaze unwavering on Chu Hanxing's ashen visage. If you do not awaken, I shall inform Nanyue that you have forsaken her, and I will seize the opportunity to take her for myself. After a long while, there was still no response. Jiang Tong, unusually choked with emotion, pleaded, Chu Hanxing, if you die like this, how shall I explain to Nanyue? And Zhang Xining, how dare she cast you into the water? Do you not wish to rise and teach her a lesson? Suddenly, a mouthful of water erupted from Chu Hanxing as he began to cough violently. Jiang Tong quickly stood up, eyes wide in disbelief. I've exhausted my breath trying to rouse you, and yet you awaken only at the mention of Zhang Xining? Chu Hanxing sat up, surveying his surroundings with furrowed brows. Where is Zhang Xining? He recalled seeing her frail arms tightly clutching him just before he lost consciousness. While the larger shark approached them, Jiang Tong scoffed lightly. You remember that woman? Had we not arrived in time, she would have tossed you into the depths. Suddenly realizing something, he exclaimed, Oh no, she is still in the water. Chu Hanxing leaped back into the water, and Jiang Tong on the deck teased. Can't you two just behave? Sun Yinji approached. What is love that it compels one to risk life and death? You mean Hanxing? Sun Yinji ignored Jiang Tong's glance and continued directing the remaining crew to tidy up the ship. In the water, after witnessing Jiang Tong rescue Chu Hanxing, Zhang Xining swam alongside the great shark, which was significantly larger than the smaller ones they had encountered previously. Its skin was grotesquely uneven, resembling decay, and it was coated with a yellowish, viscous substance. She swam to the side of the great shark, focused on its gill area, and without hesitation, drew the longest knife from her space and thrust it toward that spot. The great shark seemed to awaken from its pain, its body twitching slightly. Zhang Xining once again focused on the targeted area, persistently stabbing until a substantial hole was created, from which a steady stream of blood flowed forth like water from faucet. Simultaneously, the system announced, Congratulations, host, you have acquired 300 points. Available points, 300. She had made the right gamble. Even though the great shark had mutated, its weakness remained unchanged. A tremendous wail echoed through the water as Zhang Xining turned her head to see the small shark swiftly swimming towards her. Lacking a tranquilizer, she tightened her grip on the knife, swiftly stowing it away in her spatial pocket, and propelled herself towards the surface using her abilities. The small shark did not attack her, but instead lingered near the great shark. Shaking its head, she pondered how many lives had been lost at its hands, questioning why she felt any semblance of sympathy for it. Such a beast was hardly deserving of compassion. Zhang Xining despises this version of herself. Having endured the brutalities of a post-apocalyptic world, she believes she would become callous, yet deep within, she still yearns for a hint of tenderness. Perhaps she secretly wishes not to transform into a soulless monster devoid of emotions. A muffled sound broke the silence, and she glanced up to see the man she had cast into the depths momentarily dazed. With a self-deprecating smile, her hand was firmly grasped, pulling her toward the surface of the water. Upon returning to the deck, Zhang Xining removed her oxygen tank, feeling an invigorating sense of clarity wash over her. Thank you. A deep voice resonated in her ears. Zhang Xining wrung out the water from her clothes and replied, I thought you had perished. You have disappointed me. Chu Hanxing's gaze revealed no trace of emotion, at least not anger. Zhang Xining glanced at the temporarily tranquil surface of the water and remarked, Indeed, it is somewhat disappointing. Perhaps next time, you need not come to my rescue. Zhang Xining turned her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. Can you, as a woman, possess even a shred of conscience? To cast someone into the depths of water, an act even a stranger would shy away from. I truly suspect there lies a grudge between you and your past lives. Jiang Tong incessantly accused Zhang Xining. Chu Han's voice was cold as he interjected, Jiang Tong. Ignoring Chu Han's piercing glare, Jiang Tong continued, And you, despite being abandoned by others, seem utterly unfazed. Yes, they must indeed bear a grudge from their previous lives. Zhang Xining uttered this with a heavy breath as she strode towards the cabin. With each labored breath, Chu Han's hand clenched tightly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the frail silhouette. How had he never noticed how delicate this girl was before? So fragile that all he wished was to safeguard her. Hey, what do you mean by that? Jiang Tong, bewildered, turned to Chu Han and inquired. Is there something between you two? You seem off. There is, Chu Han replied tersely, turning his attention to the water surface. What? You truly have feelings for Zhang Xining? Just because she tossed you into the water, you've developed an affection for her? Jiang Tong stared at Chu Han in disbelief, as if he were a creature of myth. Why are you meddling in others' affairs? Sun Yinji pulled Jiang Tong aside. The persistent beeping of an alarm echoed, prompting Sun Yinji to glance at his laptop with a grave expression. This is bad. The tracker indicates that the little shark is heading this way. We must leave quickly. Damn it. Just as one wave settles, another rises. Prepare your weapons. We shall eliminate it. One of the ability users bellowed. Jiang Tong seized the binoculars beside Sun Yinji to survey the area, spotting only a small shark. Everyone, stay vigilant. A larger shark lurks nearby. The great shark is already dead. If all goes as expected, the little shark has come seeking revenge, and it will not relent until it has achieved its goal. The great shark is dead? Jiang Tong suddenly recalled that after they had surfaced, Zhang Xining had not followed them. Uncertain, he muttered, is it Zhang Xining? Jiang Tong's eyes widened in shock, his expression darkening as he realized that the girl he had dismissed had single-handedly vanquished the great shark. At that moment, Zhang Xining donned a fresh change of clothes, feeling unusually comfortable. As she reached the cabin door, the ship swayed, and she clung tightly to the doorframe to avoid falling. Once the vessel stabilized, she hastened to the deck, where a shark was charging towards the ship once more. The ability users struck at the small shark with their icy blades, yet the creature seemed undeterred by the pain, pressing onward. Chapter 31. Dreamscape. Jiang Tong furrowed his brow. This won't do. It seeks to perish alongside us. Bring forth the rocket launcher. Chu Han's eyes followed the small shark's movements, his palm gathering energy. A silvery lightning coiling like a serpent, poised to strike. The small shark leapt once more into the air. Zhang Xining exclaimed, strike the gills. Chu Hanqing's ears twitched slightly as a bolt of white lightning surged from his palm, striking the shark's gills. With a splash, the small shark plummeted into the water. Jiang Tong gazed at the rocket launcher in his hands and lamented, this magnificent weapon of mine hasn't even been deployed yet, and you've already dispatched it? It may not be dead, but it will undoubtedly be injured, Chu Hanqing remarked, casting a glance at Zhang Xining. Jiang Tong followed his gaze, directing his attention towards Zhang Xining as well. Zhang Xining furrowed his brow imperceptibly, contemplating the opportunity to eliminate future threats. Sun Yinji's gaze flickered as he whispered something to the two abilities wielders beside him, who promptly leaped into the water. The two sharks were swiftly dealt with. By this time, the rain had ceased, and faint rays of light began to break through the clouds. Jiang Tong gazed at the sky, a sense of inexplicable joy infusing his tone. The mutated sharks have been vanquished, and the rain has stopped. Truly, a fortunate turn of events. However, a note of sorrow tinged Sun Yinji's voice as he lamented the loss of two brothers. In that moment, a heavy silence enveloped them all. Zhang Xining approached the side of the boat, feeling the dull ache of her wound. She pondered why she had not yet succumbed to madness. Perhaps it was because I am an ability user, she mused, and thus heaven has shown me mercy by granting me a little more time. She chuckled at her own self-deprecation. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have received a set of warrior armor and earned 200 points. Available points, 200. She cast a glance at the jubilant faces of those on the deck, celebrating their victory, and then turned to observe Chu Hanqing, who stood tall and elegant, facing the water. With a swift motion, she retrieved a speedboat from her space, leaped over the railing, and the engine roared to life. Everyone turned to look, and Jiang Tong, seeing Zhang Xining depart alone, called out, Zhang Xining, I'm sorry. He apologized for his previous misunderstandings. Chu Hanqing watched the speedboat vanish into the distance. his brow furrowed, as if a heavy stone weighed upon his chest, rendering him speechless. Zhang Xining found refuge in an abandoned penthouse as the relentless flood spread, compelling people to seek higher ground for safety. Consequently, the upper floors, several stories above, remained deserted. Within 3 days, the waters receded entirely, leaving in their wake the looming threats of zombies and extreme cold. In her previous life, the bitter chill descended on October 1st. However, due to her rebirth, many elements have shifted, yet the general trajectory seems to persist. The place she inhabited prior to the apocalypse was a cozy 2-bedroom apartment, its walls adorned with a cherished family portrait taken on the 3rd floor. The prolonged rainy weather rendered this dwelling dim and damp. Zhang Xining retrieved a charging lamp from her space and placed it on the coffee table. She then took out a thin cotton blanket and spread it over the leather sofa before slowly reclining upon it. The exhaustion of the day weighed heavily upon her, yet she dared not succumb to slumber for fear that, upon waking, she would find herself a mere shell of her former self. She was a solitary and insecure individual, having grown up devoid of care or affection. Her memories were forever haunted by her stepmother's harsh reproaches, her father's sighs, and her brother's unreasonable antics. It was not until she encountered Su Mo that she discovered the exquisite joy of friendship, the beauty of sharing one's life with another. Chu Hanqing illuminated for her the myriad virtues she possessed, in stark contrast to the derogatory label of trash bestowed upon her by her stepmother. In her reliance on them, she opened her heart entirely. Yet, the outcomes were invariably disheartening. Su Mo perished, and Chu Hanqing abandoned her, leaving her once again bereft of support. Perhaps fate pitted her, granting her a second chance at life. As she approached the task of safeguarding those she had failed to protect in her previous existence, destiny dealt her a cruel blow. She was scratched by a zombie. Struggling to open her eyes, she gazed at the peeling white ceiling above, inhaling deeply. Zhang Xining, she mused, to live once more is a boon, even if it means becoming a zombie. Just beyond the wall, a tall boy stood silently, his dark eyes betraying no emotion, save for the subtle movement of his fingers, which revealed his inner turmoil. In the midst of her self-reassurances, Zhang Xining ultimately succumbed to the embrace of sleep. She found herself standing in that suffocating laboratory, where a grotesque figure clad in a lab coat lay upon the operating table. The sight of this person sent tremors through her being, tears cascading down her cheeks. When her gaze fell upon the string of beads adorning her wrist, she stood frozen in horror, her complexion pale. It was her own lifeless form. How could this be? Why was she witnessing such a sight? Nanyue had indeed spoken the truth. This was a radiant crystal core, its very touch emanating profound energy. How delightful! A sinister smile graced the face of the large spider that held her crystal core as it scrutinized its prize. Zhang Xining clenched her hands tightly. If she could, she would eagerly annihilate this demon at that very moment. Congratulations, base leader. With this crystal core, no one shall stand against you, remarked a subordinate. The giant spider furrowed its brow, contemplating Zhang Xining's form. If we were to dissect this corpse and boil it in water for you to drink, I wonder if you too would gain strength? This is a rare super gene, after all. The subordinate expressed gratitude. Thank you, base leader. Suddenly, the password-protected door of a laboratory was forcefully breached, a testament to the intruder's might, while alarms blared incessantly. The giant spider glanced towards the entrance, a smile creeping upon its lips. It seems another crystal core has arrived. Prepare yourselves. With that, they concealed themselves behind a transparent protective door, affording them a clear view of the laboratory's interior. Zhang Xining involuntarily bit her lip, her heart racing, overwhelmed by a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts. Could it be him? No, it surely could not be. He was currently with Nanyue under the moonlight. How could he possibly be here in the laboratory? Did he not wish for my demise? As Zhang Xining spiraled into self-doubt, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a tree trunk, suddenly split the dilapidated laboratory door in two. The man, sporting stubble and stained with blood, stepped through the shattered entrance. Upon witnessing the disfigured corpse on the operating table, his complexion turned ashen, and he trembled as he approached, dropping to his knees before the table. grasping the hand adorned with prayer beads tightly. He was gripped by a heart-wrenching pain, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Zhang Xining's heart twisted tightly. He had come to rescue her, keeping his promise. For her, he cried for the first time, revealing that he had not deceived her. Chapter 32. The truth of the previous life, Ning Ning. I am late, forgive me. Take your time on the road to the underworld. Wait for me. Chu Hanqing's eyes, red and swollen, gazed at the enormous spider behind the protective gate. The spider gestured, and one of its minions retrieved a remote control, pressing several buttons. Another large door of the laboratory sealed shut. Moments later, countless tiny insects descended from above, black in color, with each insect adorned with numerous sharp stingers reminiscent of bees. Yet, they were far more venomous, likely a product of some poisonous creature engineered for experimentation. Chu Hanqing did not flinch or show fear. He did not confront the insects. Instead, he tightly held the disfigured Zhang Xining in his embrace, shielding her from the onslaught of insects with his own body. For a full half hour, he endured the stings, his form gradually becoming unrecognizable. He gently caressed Zhang Xining's body, whispering, "Ning Ning, do not be afraid. I will protect you." Suddenly, his body convulsed violently, white foam spilling from his mouth as he collapsed weakly onto Zhang Xining. The giant spider emerged from the protective door, clapping its hands. "How touching. What a pity that Ms. Zhang believed you orchestrated all this before her demise, haha." With bloodshot eyes, Chu Hanqing glared at the spider, roaring, "You are not human. I will kill you." The spider signaled, and one of its minions stomped heavily on Chu Hanqing's back, rendering him immobile. Who would have thought our city's war god would end up like this? What a shame. I wonder if our war god finds it amusing to see this corpse being dismembered, haha. Chu Hanqing lay on the ground, his bloodshot eyes gleaming like a vengeful spirit, his face twisted in intense rage. "Dare you?" The spider's mirth faded as it regarded Chu Hanqing. "See, if you had not barged in today, you could have continued to serve me, remaining our city's respected war god. Was it worth it? All for a woman?" Chu Hanqing remained silent, clutching Zhang Xining's lifeless body tightly. The spider signaled to its subordinates, who immediately seized Zhang Xining's corpse. "Dare you?" Chu Hanqing's eyes widened in fury, his hands gripping Zhang Xining until the fabric slipped from his grasp. The two minions did not relent, dragging Zhang Xining to another location, beginning to unbutton her shirt. As they prepared to remove her pants, Chu Hanqing summoned all his strength, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck the two men. A smell of charred flesh filled the air instantly. The spider's expression shifted to one of alarm as it hurriedly spoke in its native tongue to the last remaining minion. Chu Hanqing rose, moving to Zhang Xining's side, and with trembling hands, he began to fasten her clothing, struggling as his hands shook violently, failing to secure the buttons repeatedly. Another subordinate approached him slowly, wielding a sharp scalpel. "Shuangqing, danger. You must evade quickly." Chu Hanqing. Zhang Xining was already in tears, unable to suppress her worry as she watched her subordinate approach Chu Hanqing. Yet, Chu Hanqing remained oblivious, obsessively fastening his buttons. As the surgical knife plunged into his back, he appeared impervious to pain, continuing to button his shirt. "Ning Ning, do not fear. I shall avenge you. You shall not be afraid." He murmured until he had finished fastening all the buttons, by which time blood had already soaked through his clothes. Bracing himself against the operating table, he slowly rose, extracting the knife from his back, causing blood to pour forth. Unfazed, he gripped the bloody blade and advanced toward the giant spider. The giant spider cursed, delivering a kick to Chu Hanqing's knee, forcing him to the ground before he stood once more. The menacing visage of Chu Hanqing instilled a sense of danger in the giant spider. As the last underling charged at him, Chu Hanqing deftly sidestepped, driving the knife into the opponent's heart. With an expressionless countenance, he withdrew the blade and turned his gaze upon the giant spider, launching the knife that struck deep into its abdomen. The giant spider collapsed, and Chu Hanqing stood unsteadily before it. "Why are you still alive despite being poisoned, spider? Could it be that you possess super genes?" he queried, but before the words could fully escape, he bent down, withdrew a dagger, and swiftly slashed the giant spider's throat, continuing the incision until the head was severed from the body. The giant spider was utterly slain, Yet Xining appeared unsatisfied. Holding the severed head, he trudged laboriously outside, halting before a blender. Raising the head, he cast it inside and pressed a button with his right hand. The whirring of the machine ensued, splattering blood and flesh throughout the blender. A melodious female voice resonated from behind. A girl clad in a white dress approached, the sound of her high heels echoing on the floor. She reached Xining, gazing at the corpse he clutched and the disfigured countenance he bore, her eyes betraying a flicker of panic and dread. Trembling, she called out, "Hanqing." His cold, piercing gaze shot towards Nanyu, his voice frigid enough to freeze. "It was you who did this." Nanyu instinctively recoiled, her voice quivering. "No. It wasn't me, no." Then, a flash of white lightning encircled Nanyu, her anguished screams reverberating throughout the entire demon city. Reduced to a charred corpse, Nanyu collapsed to the ground, and none dared to approach. Zhang Xining's hands appeared as if they were about to bleed, numb and devoid of sensation. How could this be? Did he not love Nanyu? Why? Hanqing continued to carry her lifeless body until he reached an open space, where he began to dig into the earth with his hands. He toiled through the night, his hands becoming a gruesome mess, seemingly impervious to pain. Only after excavating a deep pit did he pause to place Zhang Xining's body within it. By this time, his strength had waned significantly, and it felt as though his blood was draining away. He paid little heed to the signs of life ebbing away, exerting his final efforts to complete this task. Hanqing slowly lay down beside Zhang Xining, gazing up at the sky. "Ningning, look, this is the place I have chosen for you. You would surely adore it. But why are you not here? Ningning, do not weep. I have avenged you. Now, I too must seek you out to atone for my misdeeds. I am truly sorry." Zhang Xining beheld the unfolding scene, collapsing to the ground in tears, realizing that she had been utterly mistaken, completely misled. It was not until a bolt of lightning cleaved through the sky, illuminating the heavens momentarily, that she cried out in desperation, "No." The lightning struck Hanqing, leaving his head a gruesome mess. The following day, the inhabitants of the demon market discovered two disfigured bodies within the great pit, their hands forever clasped together in death. Zhang Xining had slept for a full 3 days, awakening to find her pillow dampened. The sound felt amiss, and, as she touched her face, she realized her tears had already dried. Her voice trembled with a hint of sorrow. So, it was true. Hanqing did not abandon me. Outside the door, Hanqing smirked slightly, casting a glance inside before hastily descending the stairs. Chapter 33. The flood recedes. Upon grasping this reality, Zhang Xining was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. If he truly cared for her, why exchange her for Nanyu? A surge of urgency compelled her to seek out Hanqing, yet a painful thorn in her heart held her back. Rising, she approached the window and gazed down. The flood had completely receded, leaving the city, once cleansed by the waters, in a state of disarray. Vehicles cluttered the streets, while uprooted trees lay scattered about, and refuse engulfed the entire city. Only a few indistinguishable beings, neither human nor zombie, wandered aimlessly in the streets. Next, the extreme cold would arrive. She glanced at the clock within her room. September 12th, 3028. With merely over half a month until the frigid season, she needed to prepare. Wait, I haven't mutated? She abruptly pulled back her clothing to reveal her shoulder, its skin fair and delicate, unblemished by any signs of injury. She recalled the dream where her crystal core was resplendent with colors. What then was the so-called super gene mentioned by the giant spider? Could it be the effect of the super gene? A sudden system notification interrupted her thoughts. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new ability. A new task has arrived. Please proceed to Unit 1806, Building 12, to complete the task and earn 100 points as a reward. Zhang Xining retrieved some sustenance from her spatial inventory to replenish her energy, changed into a clean and convenient outfit, and donned a pair of military boots. With 100 points, she purchased another air dart. Her preference for air darts stemmed from their infinite usability and the minimal sound they produced, which helped avoid drawing the attention of excessive zombies. Having completed her preparations, she opened the door and stepped into this entirely new city. To her surprise, the journey was remarkably smooth. She encountered no zombies until she reached the base of Building 12. After easily locating the staircase, she swiftly ascended to the 12th floor, utilizing her extraordinary abilities. A sudden scream echoed from one of the rooms. Rushing inside, she found a male zombie feasting on a woman, while a boy, hidden in the room, watched the horrifying scene through the crack of the door. Stifling his cries with his hands, Zhang Xining, with a firearm in hand, expertly struck the zombie's head with a single shot. The woman, who had been lying on the ground, rapidly mutated and rose to charge at her. She remained motionless, raising an air bullet. With a resounding bang, the female zombie's head erupted, collapsing onto the ground. Approaching the male zombie, she recognized him as the proprietor of the grocery store, the very person who had been willing to extend a helping hand in her moment of peril. She cast a compassionate glance towards the boy who was hiding in the room. Zhang Xining softly said, "Come out, sister will take you outside, all right?" The young boy gazed at Zhang Xining. He had heard from his father that their prolonged survival was due to this sister, who was a kind-hearted person. Trembling, the boy extended his hand to open the door, catching a glimpse of his parents, whose faces were unrecognizable on the ground. Finally, he let out a wail of despair. Zhang Xining gently pressed her lips together, knelt before the little boy, and tenderly wiped the tears from his face. She spoke softly, "Do not cry. Your parents surely wish for your survival. Shall I take you outside?" The little boy, unable to contain his emotions any longer, embraced Zhang Xining and said, "Sister, my father said you were a good person, and I believe you. But why has my father turned out this way?" Zhang Xining gently caressed the little boy's back, explaining that some individuals were ill, and they had transmitted their sickness to his parents. Therefore, we must safeguard ourselves to avoid falling ill, all right? The little boy nodded earnestly, his obedient demeanor tugging at her heartstrings. Casting a glance at the two individuals on the ground, Zhang Xining abandoned her intention to excavate the crystal core. After all, they were the boy's parents, and she did not wish to instill any psychological trauma in him. She led the little boy downstairs, and, as they passed the 17th floor, a portly man burst out in terror, pursued by a zombie. Upon seeing this man, Zhang Xining instantly recognized him as the one who had severed the rope, a shadowy glint flickering in her eyes. The man, spotting a woman accompanied by a child, hurriedly rushed towards them. How fortuitous, she mused. A young girl and a boy, perfect for feeding the zombie. Zhang Xining was momentarily taken aback. As the man passed before her, he extended his foot, causing the overweight man to tumble down the staircase. The zombies that followed swiftly caught up, beginning to feast upon the poor man's flesh and blood. The young boy, witnessing this gruesome scene, instinctively recoiled behind Zhang Xining. Zhang Xining gently ruffled the little boy's hair. "You wait for me there and see if anyone is outside." The boy promptly descended the stairs and obediently positioned himself by the window at the staircase's corner, gazing outside. Once assured that the boy would not notice her, Zhang Xining retrieved her air bullet and struck the zombie's skull, then aimed and fired at the hefty figure as well. With the wealth of experience from her previous life, she executed the task with remarkable efficiency, extracting a blue crystal core and a transparent one. She absorbed the transparent core on the spot. To elevate her level 1 wind ability to level 2, she required the absorption of 20 such ordinary crystal cores, a pace that was far too sluggish. She needed to seek out evolved zombies. However, with her current capabilities, victory over an evolved zombie was uncertain, plunging her into a state of internal conflict. Casting a glance at the little boy standing still, she dismissed these thoughts. Since there were no mutations, she needed to find Su-Mo. As she descended with the boy, Zhang Xining was astonished to discover that he exhibited no signs of fatigue. "Little brother, what is your name? Are you tired?" The boy blinked and replied, "Sister, my name is Mu Qian. You can call me Qianer, and no, I'm not tired. Qianer, shall I take you to a safe place now?" Zhang Xining cast a glance at the desolate street, fervently hoping that Su-Mo still resided within that towering building. Retrieving a motorcycle from a void, she donned a helmet and selected a smaller size for Qianer. Together, they sped towards the highest edifice in City A, the engine's hum resonating around them. Upon arriving at the base of the building and surveying the eerie stillness, an unsettling feeling washed over her. During the flood, the majority of City A's populace had sought refuge here, now that the waters had receded. Those people were either still alive or had succumbed to the fate of becoming zombies. In either scenario, such tranquility was inconceivable. Ding. System task. There are dozens of zombies on the third floor. The host must immediately eradicate these zombies to rescue the humans trapped above. Reward, 100 points. Dozens of zombies? Are you asking me to exterminate them or to embrace death? This task is perilously dangerous. For the sake of my safety, I must leave this place at once. As for Suemo, she felt reassured with Chu Hanjing's protection. Yet, the mere thought of those dreams pierced her heart with discomfort. Once more, she mounted the motorcycle, steering towards the Su family villa, her mind inundated with persistent warnings. Please complete the task, host. After several consecutive alerts, the usually indifferent system voice took on a rare tone of exasperation. By completing the task, the host can level up to Stage 2 and receive a vial of thorn tree sap. Chapter 34. Yet again, trapped by the system. The sound of the motorcycle's brakes echoed, attracting a lone zombie from afar. It was an adult male, its mouth grotesquely torn asunder, with one eye dangling loosely in its socket, swaying with every movement. Zhang Xining harbored a flicker of doubt, pondering whether her eyes might fall from their sockets after taking a few more steps. To her, a mere ordinary zombie was hardly worth her concern. Raising an eyebrow, she inquired of the system, "What is thorn tree sap? Is it truly so remarkable? How did I remain unaware of such a beneficial substance in my previous life?" Casting a glance at the system's marketplace, she was taken aback to discover that a mere milliliter of thorn tree sap commanded a staggering 500 points. Was it not an outrageous sum of 5,000 points for 10 milliliters? This system was far too exploitative. It was promised to be 100 points, nothing less. Surveying her surroundings, she stowed her motorcycle into her spatial realm and addressed Chinner. "Chinner, dear sibling, I have matters to attend to. Please conceal yourself for a while, and I shall come to find you once I am finished." After speaking, she handed Chinner the firearm that Chu Hanqing had given her, instructing, "If any monsters or nefarious individuals approach, use this to strike at their heads. Do not be afraid." Chinner nodded, and Zhang Xining affectionately ruffled his hair, guiding him to hide within a cabinet in an office on the first floor of the building. With an air gun in hand, she cautiously ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the third floor, she slowed her pace, her gaze unwavering as she scanned the surroundings, her hand gripping the air gun slick with cold sweat. Pressing her body tightly against the wall, she inched inward. In her previous life, she had eradicated numerous zombies. However, the first encounter with a horde of dozens had seen her lightning abilities at level 2. The wind abilities she possessed paled in comparison to the lethal potency of her lightning power, and here she was, merely at level 1 of wind. She possessed a keen self-awareness. Any lapse in attention could spell her doom. She was determined not to face repeated brushes with death, only to meet her final end. With a heart racing with tension, she traversed the third floor without encountering a single zombie, exclaiming to the system, "System, where are the zombies?" Due to the host's procrastination, all zombies have now congregated on the fourth floor. Their numbers doubled from before. What? Her eyes widened, her expression contorted, and she silently cursed the system. Can I forfeit? The thought of the hordes of zombies made her legs feel weak. In this new life, she sought only vengeance, and thereafter, a life of ease. Host, should you choose to abandon this endeavor, you will forfeit everything, descending into the realm of the truly ordinary. Do you truly wish to give up? She felt her temples throb, realizing that she had believed herself to possess a golden finger in this second chance, only to find herself coerced into servitude by a system. I am merely an ungraduated student, now transformed into a beleaguered worker, Zhang Xining lamented, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. For the sake of all she held dear, she steeled herself and continued upward. Upon reaching the fourth floor, a cacophony of sounds erupted, resembling the gruesome sounds of gnawing. Yes, the zombies were feasting. She edged closer to the door, moving with utmost stealth. A zombie stood at the threshold, its back to her as it devoured a human's entrails, the victim having perished not long ago. With an expression devoid of emotion, she took aim and fired, striking the zombie in the head. Drawing out a knife, She sought the translucent crystal core nestled within the zombie's brain. However, before she could begin the absorption process, two additional zombies erupted from within, roaring as they charged toward her. Zhang Xining casually tossed the crystal core into the void, raising the air bullet and firing two precise shots to the head. With her firearm in hand, she pressed onward. The desolate fourth floor echoed with the growls of the undead and the faint crack of gunfire. Traversing the lengthy corridor, she arrived at the grand hall. As she pushed open the heavy doors, a multitude of zombies turned to face her, surging toward the entrance in a frenzied rush. The horde collided violently against the wooden door, their hands reaching through the transparent glass above, seemingly eager to devour her whole. This was not a viable solution. Her objective was to eradicate them, not merely to flee. Glancing at the two panes of glass overhead, she observed countless zombie heads swaying ominously. She retreated several meters, aimed the air bullet at the glass, and with a resounding crash, shattered it. A smirk crept upon her lips as she beheld the chaos unleashed outside. 10 minutes later, a considerable pile of corpses had amassed at the entrance, with some trapped behind, ceaselessly emitting their guttural cries. Approaching the threshold, she extended her hand through the glass frame, striving to eliminate the last visible zombie. Suddenly, a zombie grasped her wrist from below. She swiftly extricated herself, only to inadvertently send the air bullet tumbling inside. Cursing under her breath, she couldn't help but wonder, had intelligent zombies emerged so soon? It was improbable. In her previous life, after surviving extreme cold and heat, a portion of the zombies had evolved into various mutated forms. How could such a phenomenon manifest this early in this lifetime? Zhang Xining cautiously approached the door, delicately removing the baseball bat that hung upon it, and slowly opened the door just a crack. The horde of accumulated zombies at the threshold tumbled outward with a clatter, prompting her to retreat a few steps as the door swung wide open. Casting a glance at the air bomb trapped beneath the mound of corpses, she advanced, using the bat to prod aside the bodies, bending down to retrieve the air bomb from the pile. Suddenly, a withered hand from the heap of zombies grasped her wrist, but she clutched the air bomb and forcefully brought the bat down upon that gnarled hand. In an instant, a nimble zombie emerged from a mass, lunging towards her with alarming speed. Zhang Xining swiftly sidestepped, evading the air bullet aimed at the zombie's head. However, this particular undead displayed an unexpectedly quick reaction. The air bullet merely struck one of its arms. The speed of the zombie? Indeed, everything had changed in this life. As a level 1 wind element user, she dared not let her guard down, summoning her spirit to confront the zombie before her. This creature, towering at approximately 1.7 meters, resembled an adult human, with the sole distinction of its elongated and sharp toenails glimmering faintly in the light filtering through the window. At that moment, the zombie lifted a leg, aiming a strike at her abdomen. Zhang Xining hurriedly retreated 2 steps, swinging her baseball bat against the zombie's knee. The impact caused the bat to crack. Such sturdy legs. Throughout the skirmish, ordinary zombies continued to shuffle toward her. She deftly dodged the speed zombie while employing air bullets to eliminate the ordinary ones. Once the ordinary zombies were dispatched, she stored the air bullets in her space and retrieved a large cleaver. The speed zombie attacked once more in an agile maneuver. Zhang Xining executed a rapid 180-degree turn, positioning herself behind the zombie and swinging her cleaver towards its neck. Chapter 35. The Death of Wen Jing with a resounding crack. The zombie's body and head split apart, and she finally leaned on her cleaver, gasping for breath. Her pants had been slashed by the zombie's sharp claws, narrowly escaping a grasp. Uncertain of her true immunity to the zombie virus, she dared not test it, nor did she wish to. Retrieving food from her space, she replenished her stamina before rising once more, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she approached the severed head of the speed zombie. The corresponding crystal core was a clear hue, perfectly suited for her. The higher the level of the zombie, the more potent the core's power. This one was merely a low-level specimen, and upon absorption, she would ascend to level 2 in the wind element. She took the cracked baseball bat and struck it twice, revealing a lustrous crystal core before her. Subsequently, she dissected all the zombies on the 4th floor, acquiring 1 level 1 transparent core, 18 ordinary transparent cores, 5 blue cores, and 2 yellow cores. After absorbing the wind element cores, she felt invigorated. With a few more wind cores, she could reach the threshold of level 3 and wield wind blades. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the task. Task reward: 1 milliliter of thorn tree sap has been placed in your space, and 100 points have been awarded. Available balance: 300 points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhang Xining felt a measure of comfort. She no longer cared whether there were survivors on the 5th floor and hurried downstairs in search of Qianer. Upon reaching the location, she discovered the cabinet she had closed was now wide open. She surveyed her surroundings. The interior furnishings remained unchanged, devoid of any signs of struggle. With the absence of evidence indicating zombie activity, she let out a profound sigh of relief. Ding! A new task has been assigned. The host must locate Mu Qian within 3 days. Completing this task will yield a reward of 100 points. The search for Qianer is inevitable. However, where can I possibly search within such a limited time frame? Is it not possible to eliminate the time constraint? The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed. No. Little Fox can remind the host of the Su family's villa. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of a small button nestled in the corner of the wall. Zhang Xining approached and picked up a button, a small golden embellishment the size of a pinky finger, adorned with a crimson star pattern on its surface. The brilliant gold and the vivid red star? She placed the button into her space and ventured out to retrieve her motorcycle, setting off towards Su Mo's residence. Half an hour later, as the motorcycle came to a halt, the surrounding area was besieged by an incessant swarm of zombies advancing towards her. Zhang Xining secured her vehicle and found herself momentarily stunned at the entrance of Su Mo's home. The reinforced iron gate stood firmly closed, flanked by towering walls exceeding 2 meters in height, adorned with an array of razor-sharp barbed wire. She attempted to push the courtyard door, only to discover it was locked from the inside. The unsettling sounds nearby prompted her to swiftly sidestep, retrieving an air cannon from her spatial storage, and with precision, she dispatched several approaching zombies. Upon extracting the crystal cores from their skulls, she found herself at a loss, uncertain of her next steps. The school had succumbed to chaos. Su Mo's whereabouts remained a mystery, and Qianer had vanished without a trace. Gazing at the once vibrant city, now shrouded in a suffocating gloom, despair seemed to envelop her. Standing before the Su family villa, an indescribable loneliness welled up within her. Was she truly alone? The thought of this solitude frightened her, yet she resolved to face it with unwavering determination. She began to walk towards the street, when suddenly, the creaking sound of an iron gate echoed in the air. Zhang Xining halted her steps, and that familiar voice, Ninging, echoed in the air. She stood still, the sense of solitude in her eyes gradually dissipating. A faint smile gracing her lips as she turned to gaze at the girl inside the villa. Her voice radiated pure delight. "Momo, is it really Ninging? How wonderful. Are there any monsters? I want to have a look." Zhang Xining glanced around, sensing Su Mo's anxious eyes darting about. Yet she remained silent, her mind engulfed in confusion. When she had encountered the chubby boy, she had heard him speak and initially dismissed it as an illusion. However, the stark reality before her confirmed that she could indeed perceive the thoughts of others. Had her 3-day slumber not transformed her into a zombie, but endowed her with the ability to read minds instead? Ning, her.As. It's dangerous out here. Please come in quickly. Having established her newfound ability, Zhang Xining approached the villa's entrance, where Su Mo seized her arm, hastily shutting the heavy iron gate. Su Mo's hand trembled slightly, her brow furrowed with worry as she exclaimed, Ning, there are many monsters outside, and they devour people. So many have perished. With that, she broke into sobs, choking out, They eat human entrails. If we are bitten, we too shall become like them. Where have you been these past few days? I was so worried. I feared you might encounter those monsters and become. Her words grew increasingly frantic. Zhang Xining enveloped her in an embrace, gently patting her back with a soothing tone. Mo, do not fear. I am here now, aren't I? How have you been these past few days? Su Mo looked up, sniffing back her tears, her voice muffled as she replied, Let's go inside first. Zhang Xining finally noticed that not only had the exterior of the Su family's villa been fortified with protective measures, but also the doors and windows within had been reinforced, enveloped in a robust layer of steel mesh. Ning Ning, how fortunate it was that you advised me to strengthen the house. Otherwise, we would not be enjoying such security now, Su Mo remarked as she pulled open the outer security door and then the inner one. Ning Ning, is that truly you? How wonderful! Zhao Shua exclaimed, a broad smile illuminating his face as he approached, his voice resonating with an exuberance that betrayed his delight. Hearing Zhao Shua's inner thoughts, Zhang Xining felt a twinge of conflict as she gazed at him. Eavesdropping on another's sentiments felt rather improper, yet there was an inexplicable thrill in it. Zhao Shua came to a halt before Zhang Xining, rubbing his hands together, appearing somewhat awkward. Observing this, Su Mo teasingly remarked, weren't you just brimming with joy? Are you now shy in the presence of such beauty? Why not take Ning Ning over there to rest? Yes, Ning Ning, do come here, they urged. The trio settled on the grand sofa in the living room, exchanging stories about recent events. After Zhang Xining departed from the building, Su Mo and Zhao Shua frantically searched within, as Su Mo could scarcely believe that Zhang Xining would abandon her. It was only when Chu Hanxing found her and placed the air cannon in her hands that she came to the stark realization that Zhang Xining had indeed left. Following the retreat of the flood, Su Mo and Wenjing prepared to vacate the building and head to the Su family villa, unaware that the building was besieged by flesh-eating zombies. Overwhelmed by fear, she was resolute in her desire to survive and confront Zhang Xining, demanding to know why she had left. As the number of infected individuals escalated, Su Mo and Wenjing found themselves trapped on one of the floors, where Wenjing, in a bid to save her, was bitten by a zombie. In Chapter 36, Su family old residence, before the mutation, Wenjing implored Su Mo to end her life. Yet Su Mo found herself unable to do so. Ultimately, Wenjing took it upon herself to destroy her own crystal core. Zhao Shua gazed at Su Mo with a complex expression. You are too dangerous with this person. To which Su Mo responded with unwavering determination in her eyes. I will protect our home. I am not afraid. This was the first time Su Mo witnessed Zhao Shua's earnestness, so different from his usual nonchalance. In that moment, she saw sincerity reflected in his gaze. What if Ning Ning does not like you? Su Mo hesitated, but eventually posed the question. Zhao Shua forced a smile, yet the sorrow in his eyes was unmistakable. It does not matter if she does not like me. What matters is that I like her. Even if she has someone she favors, all I desire is to see her safe and happy. At the corner of her eye, Su Mo caught sight of a familiar figure. Jiang Tong was walking down beside Nan Yu, laughing and chatting, with a glimmer of deep affection shining in his eyes, akin to the stars scattered across the night sky. In that moment, Su Mo finally comprehended that some individuals are simply not meant for you. No matter how hard you strive, they will never belong to you. As Zhao Shua had said, liking someone does not guarantee possession. Sometimes, allowing them to flourish is a form of affection. Silently, she bid farewell in her heart. Goodbye, Jiang Tong. Thus, Zhao Shua and Su Mo took residence in the Su family villa in the city. Though monsters roamed freely, the villa had been fortified, rendering it significantly safer than other homes. For the time being, they found themselves in a secure haven. Yet for Zhao Shua, she ultimately felt she would have to let him down. Zhang Xining retrieved the button from a space. Ning Ning, do you recognize this button? Zhao Shua's expression shifted upon seeing it. How could Ning Ning possess this button? How is she connected to that group? Zhang Xining abruptly turned to Zhao Shua, her face reflecting an inscrutable emotion. Zhao Shua, are you familiar with this button? A child of an old friend's has gone missing, and I discovered this button at the location of their disappearance. If you know anything, I implore you to share the truth with me. A flicker of conflict passed through Zhao Shua's eyes. Ning Ning, if you hand me the button, I shall inquire on your behalf. The Qingling gang, how could Ning Ning possibly be linked to them? For her safety, it is best not to disclose anything to her for now. Zhang Xining, with an air of nonchalance, handed the button to Zhao Shua and then turned to Su Mo, saying, Mo, I shall go upstairs to take a shower and change my clothes. We will sleep together tonight. Suemo appeared quite pleased and replied, "Sounds good." Before the apocalypse, Suemo had advised her parents to stockpile provisions. Hence their household was not troubled by hunger or clothing shortages, though the absence of electricity posed some inconvenience. Zhang Xining retrieved the engine from the spatial realm, activating the entire villa's power supply, after which the electric grid on the outer walls commenced its operation. With the activation of the electric grid, any hopes of those outside entering were entirely extinguished. Zhang Xining, filled with confusion, inquired, "What is the matter?" Sumo's face flushed crimson, her brows knitting tightly together. "It must be something significant. Otherwise, our dear Mo wouldn't be so upset." "All right, let us calm down." Zhang Xining gently reassured her with a faint smile. Zhao Shuo approached, munching on an apple, when not opening the door. "That bunch of ruffians is attempting to pry it open. I must install an electric fence outside at some point." Sumo's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Yes. Let them scream when they touch it. It's a pity when Jing isn't here." Mentioning one Jing, Zhang Xining recalled the chubby girl with a doll-like face. Such is the nature of this apocalypse. One moment, you share laughter with someone, and the next, they may be gone. Casting a glance at Suemo, she reflected, "Surviving in this apocalypse is arduous. We must cherish the days we have together." That evening, lying on the soft bed beside Suemo, Zhang Xining casually asked, Mo, are you familiar with the Qingling gang?" Sumo's complexion turned ashen under the dim light, her voice trembling. "Xining, how do you know about the Qingling gang? Are you?" Observing Sumo's distressed expression, Zhang Xining realized the situation was potentially more dire than she had imagined. Montak, I heard it by chance and found it curious. I wanted to ask you." Suemo edged closer to her and explained. "The Qingling gang is the largest gang in City A. They run an extensive black market specializing in human trafficking, organ trade, and various peculiar preferences. No matter how unusual, as long as the payment is sufficient, the Qingling gang will fulfill your desires." "Do the leaders of the city not intervene?" Zhang Xining queried. Suemo shook her head. "If they could, they would have. The depths of this matter run too deep. Would they indiscriminately abduct children or people? What happens if one gets caught? As long as you do not provoke them and refrain from any association, you'll be fine. Trust me, they're truly dangerous." After hearing Sumo's words, Zhang Xining's heart remained unsettled for a long time. In the stillness of the night, a series of heavy knocks echoed at the door. Glancing at the sleeping Suemo beside her, she quietly got out of bed. As she descended the stairs, the knocking grew more forceful, accompanied by indistinct voices. "Boss, look!" With the defenses outside so well established, they must be hiding inside. The voice belonged to a seemingly simple-minded boy. The one referred to as boss was short and slender, clad in a flowery shirt, his expression grim. "Dazhuang, how do you know they have plenty of food?" Dazhuang appeared somewhat flustered. "Boss, at the end of August, I saw the girls in the house moving a lot of food with another girl who had short hair to the warehouse in the north of the city. Also, they're SARV. If we can break in and seize their supplies, the organization will surely commend you." The boss stroked his chin, addressing the others. "Keep your voices down. Do not wake those inside." Dazhuang hesitantly asked, "Boss, if we pull this off, can you let me join the Qingling gang?" The boss shot him a glare. "Focus on doing your job well." Zhang Xining's expression turned slightly frosty. Despite her utmost caution, she had still been discovered. It seemed that those outside could not be spared. They mentioned the Qingling gang. Could it be that these individuals were affiliated with them? Zhang Xining, quick-witted and swift, darted in front of Zhao Zhuo, her delicate hand pressing gently against his lips as she issued a soft, shushing sound. The moment her uniquely feminine touch made contact with his mouth, Zhao Zhuo found himself momentarily stunned, his heart racing fervently. "So tender, so soft, an irrésistible temptation." Zhang Xining suddenly raised her head to gaze at Zhao Zhuo's flushed cheeks, immediately lowering her hands and distancing herself to maintain a safe space. Is Ning shy as well? So adorable. Chapter 37. The Qingling Gang. Zhang Xining suddenly realized that eavesdropping on the thoughts of others could also be a source of great anguish. What was occupying this person's mind? She proceeded to the entrance of the courtyard, ensuring that the lock had not been tampered with from the outside, and began to explore the system's marketplace. There were various types of gates available. Electric gates, electrified barriers, there must be one that is suitable. The system's marketplace presented an array of gates. The most affordable priced at 100 points, featuring a layer of electric mesh on the surface of the main gate. This mesh was nearly invisible. Once electrified, anyone behind the door who pressed the button would be incapacitated by the electric shock. She did not even consider the more expensive options, as her finances were rather meager. The electric mesh has been placed in storage. The host has spent 100 points with a remaining balance of 200 points. The host can spend 50 points to have the electric mesh automatically installed. Zhang Xining, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "No need, I can install it myself." However, upon extracting the electrical panel, she was left dumbfounded. There were no screws or secure points for installation. How could she possibly set it up? She found herself increasingly suspicious that the system was coercing her to expend her points, effectively enslaving her. Reluctantly, she spent 50 points to install the electrical panel. Congratulations to the host for spending 50 points. You now have 150 points available. We hope the host actively completes the tasks. I understand, she muttered, switching off the device. Suddenly, a panel with 2 buttons appeared within the door, piquing Zhao Shua's curiosity. Zhang Xining pressed the red button, and, immediately, a cacophony of anguished wails erupted from outside, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. This is remarkable. My choice in a partner is indeed commendable, far superior to that Nanya. My wife is not only pleasing to the eye, but also immensely capable. Seeing Zhao Shua's smug expression, Zhang Xining could not bear to listen further. She feared she might lose her composure and slap him. After confirming that the coast was clear, she swiftly opened the iron door, only to be intercepted by Zhao Shua, who exclaimed, "Xining, where are you going?" Lost in thoughts of her words. "I know you like me. You listen to me." Zhao Shua realized in an instant that Zhang Xining had vanished. Alas, he murmured as he closed the iron door, pondering, what does Xining mean? Is she willing to be my girlfriend? If I help her take care of Mo, will she consider being my wife? It seems to imply that. Su Mo emerged from the villa, feeling a chill from the night breeze that made her shiver. Noticing Zhao Shua muttering to himself, she frowned slightly. Where is Xining? Suddenly, it dawned on Zhao Shua that Xining had run out. Upon hearing this, Su Mo immediately rushed to open the courtyard door, but Zhao Shua blocked her, insisting, "Xining asked me to protect you. It's dangerous outside. You must stay inside." Su Mo pulled Zhao Shua aside, her tone urgent. "You know it's dangerous outside, so why let Xining run out? Is there anything more important than her life?" For a moment, Zhao Shua found himself a loss for words. "Don't worry. Xining is incredibly capable. She'll be fine." He glanced at the pitch-black sky, murmuring, "Xining, please be safe." Meanwhile, clad in pajamas and slippers, Zhang Xining, utilizing her abilities, finally cornered a few fleeing individuals in a narrow alley. The leader, upon spotting a girl in a white floral short-sleeve top and long pants, wearing pink flip-flops, exhibited a predatory glint in his eyes. "Little sister," he lured, "the outside world is filled with man-eating monsters. Let me take you to a safe place, shall I?" Zhang Xining blinked her eyes and cheerfully uttered a response. The leader was taken aback, pondering, is this girl truly so easily deceived? Could she possibly be a fool? Zhang Xining's expression shifted subtly. How could she be perceived as foolish? Behind her, the burly man, De Zhuang, scrutinized her intently, suddenly striking his forehead with realization. A wealthy lady. Boss. This is that affluent woman. The boss retaliated with a swift kick to De Zhuang's abdomen. What affluent woman? Here, I am the one in charge. Heh. This girl possesses a captivating allure. Tonight shall be a delightful indulgence. Although she may seem dim-witted, as long as she is obedient. I wonder how soft that petite figure feels to the touch. Her skin appears exquisitely smooth. I can hardly contain myself. Such crude thoughts infiltrated Zhang Xining's ears, transforming her gaze into a chilling glare, her entire being radiating a palpable aura of menace. Drawing an air bullet from her space, she aimed directly at the boss's most sensitive area and fired. With a resounding crack, the boss grasped himself, unleashing a heart-wrenching wail. "You wretched woman, how dare you incapacitate me?" The 2 men beside him, witnessing the unfolding chaos, swiftly brandished iron rods, aiming to strike Zhang Xining. Zhang Xining gently retreated a few steps, creating distance between herself and her adversaries, and fired 2 shots. In the depths of the alley, 2 lifeless bodies lay sprawled upon the ground. Upon witnessing this grim scene, Dazhuang immediately knelt and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Mistress, I was mistaken. I should not have contemplated seizing your provisions. I shall never dare again." Meanwhile, the leader cast a dark, brooding gaze at Zhang Xining, and with great difficulty, drew his weapon. However, before he could raise it, a bullet pierced through his chest, and the leader met his demise. Zhang Xining approached Dazhuang, holding an air gun, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. The last sentence nearly rendered Zhang Xining speechless as she grasped the air gun and inquired, "Where is the Qingling gang?" Dazhuang, shaking, raised his hand, his lips quivering as he stammered. An unpleasant odor wafted through the air, prompting Zhang Xining to wrinkle her nose in distaste. Stepping back from Dazhuang, at that moment, a mysterious puddle appeared on the ground beneath him. Suddenly, a wailing erupted. "Rich lady, I beg you, don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Tears and snot mingled, forming a grotesque mess as he seemed oblivious, repeatedly uttering those words. The sound of polished shoes echoed as someone approached Zhang Xining at an alarming speed. She swiftly executed a 180-degree turn, just in time to see an assailant wielding a cane, striking towards her once more. Zhang Xining deftly evaded once more, a gust of wind swirling beneath her feet as her right leg swept outward, striking the man's legs. He bent slightly, but quickly regained his balance and stood firm. Zhang Xining finally discerned that the individual before her was clad in a tailcoat, adorned with a magician's hat, and wielding a magic wand, his face heavily powdered. Seemingly in his 20s, he gazed at Zhang Xining, the corners of his mouth curving into a friendly smile. "Little girl, your skills truly impress me." He spoke nonchalantly. "Uncle here. I seem to be lost. They are ill-intentioned." Yuan Bao felt a surge of blood rise in his throat. What had he just heard? A girl of similar age had referred to him as uncle. Was he truly that old? He cleared his throat lightly. "I am Yuan Bao. We should be peers." Though they were indeed of the same generation, why did he refer to her as little girl? The person before him exuded considerable strength. Engaging him directly would be unwise. Chapter 38. Ominous premonition. Do not resist. If you do and I accidentally harm you, what a disgraceful failure that would be. Zhang Xining lowered her gaze, her mind racing with thoughts. The Qingling gang? A mission? Qian'e? The man before her exuded an air of enigma, as if invisible hands were subtly urging her towards certain actions. Once she ascertained that he bore no ill intent, Zhang Xining nodded. "I can conduct an investigation. But how can I be certain that you will not act against me?" Yuan Bao's face contorted in a mixture of concern, a few blushes cascading down, rendering the scene rather comical. "Rest assured, although our Qingling gang may have a tarnished reputation, we only apprehend wrongdoers. Once we establish your innocence, you shall be released. Dear lady, I implore you, refrain from further inquiries. That individual is awaiting, after all." Zhang Xining spoke with an air of indifference, her expression devoid of any excess emotion. Yuan Bao's mood evidently brightened, and with a snap of his fingers, several individuals clad in black suits approached from behind, removed the body, and as for the one on the ground, he cast a disdainful glance at Dazhuang. "Lock him away." Zhang Xining, her eyes covered by a black cloth, was led into a vehicle. After an indeterminate passage of time, she was guided through several winding turns. It was only when the clamor of voices reached her ears that the cloth was removed from her eyes. Before her lay a bustling night market, reminiscent of those vibrant scenes from the world before the apocalypse, filled with numerous stalls offering a variety of food, goods, and clothing. Approaching one such stall, she was greeted by an elderly man with a warm smile. "My dear, would you care for a bowl of tofu pudding?" Zhang Xining nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly recalling her lack of cash, she awkwardly inquired, "May I pay by card?" The elderly vendor scooped 2 spoonfuls of tofu pudding into a disposable bowl, generously sprinkling it with red beans, sweet grass jelly, and mango. "You must be new here," he remarked. "Take this bowl for now, and when you have the means." You may return to repay me. Zhang Xining held a bowl of tofu and glanced back at Yuan Bao, who nodded in acknowledgement. As they walked along, she noted that the area was not particularly vast, nor were there many people. Yet, every individual bore a smile, a stark contrast to the harshness of the outside world. "Where are you taking me?" she inquired, reassured by Yuan Bao's benign intentions. After a brief walk of about 10 minutes, Yuan Bao led her to a two-story building. In front of the structure, a patch of verdant vegetables thrived, accompanied by two jujube trees heavy with fruit. Gazing at the scene, Zhang Xining found herself rooted to the spot, her mind momentarily paralyzed, eyes fixated on the enchanting sight before her. In a previous life, an unforeseen accident left her gravely injured, with Chu Hanxing caring for her day and night for an entire week. Upon awakening, she confided in Chu Hanxing, "Hanxing, I had a dream of a house that belonged to me, surrounded by flourishing vegetables. We would never again suffer from hunger, feasting on fresh produce daily. Oh, and we must plant fruit trees so we could indulge in their bounty whenever we pleased. Hanxing, I despise the life of the apocalypse, yet I find solace in the thought that without it, you would not be by my side. You were once so proud. I cannot bear to see you struggle for mere sustenance." Chu Hanxing embraced her, tenderly wiping away her tears, and softly replied, "All right, I shall heed your wishes." Eventually, their lives improved, and her dreams began to materialize, only to be abruptly interrupted by the appearance of Nanyue. Even with foreknowledge of Chu Hanxing's ultimate fate, in this new life, she could not bear to be with him without reservations. Some wounds, though unintended, remained wounds nonetheless. "Girl," Yuan Bao's voice broke into Zhang Xining's reverie. Following Yuan Bao's lead, she stepped into the dark interior of the house. "Boss, I brought the person," Yuan Bao announced. Suddenly, all the lights flickered to life, causing Zhang Xining to instinctively close her eyes. "Who are you?" she demanded, as a man clad in a tailored black shirt turned to face her. Momentarily taken aback before slowly rising to his feet, Zhang Xining widened her eyes, fixated on the front without so much as a blink. "You're here," a melodious voice rang out, contrasting sharply with Chu Hanxing's deep timbre. The man turned, revealing a handsome figure with fair skin, exuding a gentle charm. His lips curved into a faint smile. Zhang Xining let out a deep sigh of relief, yet upon observing the room's arrangement, identical to that of her previous life, she inquired with curiosity, "Who are you?" Moreover, she pondered why she could not hear the man's thoughts. Could it be that he harbored no thoughts at all? "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qinghuai." The curvature of Qinghuai's lips was remarkably perfect, seemingly perpetually adorned with a smile that appeared capable of parting the clouds and allowing the sun to burst forth, casting a gentle and composed light upon everything. Zhang Xining endeavored once more to discern the sentiments of Qinghuai, yet found herself at an impasse. Thus, she decided to be forthright. "Where is Qianer?" Qinghuai raised an eyebrow, responding, "Oh, I presumed you would inquire about the peculiar arrangement of this place, yet you chose to first ask about that child." "Indeed, Qianer is here with me." Qinghuai spoke candidly. "The child is indeed in my care, but he's been rather unruly these past few days. Before you meet him, I believe it would be more prudent for you to encounter another individual." Zhang Xining's heart raced uncontrollably as she endeavored to maintain her composure. "What does this mean?" "You'll understand once you come over." Qinghuai directly ascended the stairs. With each step, Zhang Xining felt an overwhelming weight in her heart. Upon reaching the last room on the second floor, her hands clenched tightly, revealing faint traces of blood beneath her nails. In her previous life, there was also a room like this in their home, where Chu Hanxing had once told her, "Ning Ning, I will never let you go." Zhang Xining retorted, "What if I were to become a zombie?" Chu Hanxing replied, "If you were to become a zombie, I would still keep you in my home, ensuring you never leave my side." Qinghuai gestured for her to open the door herself, but Zhang Xining suddenly felt an unbearable weight in her shoes, rendering her unable to lift her feet. She was terrified of pushing open that door, fearful of encountering the scene she dreaded. With her eyes tightly shut, she pressed her trembling hand against the door. Tears blurred her vision, yet she felt nothing. Qinghuai gazed solemnly at the girl's lonely and sorrowful silhouette, his outstretched hand hovering in the air before ultimately falling to his side. At last, the door creaked open, revealing a tall and slender figure cloaked in white. Chapter 39. Zhang Xining becomes a zombie. The young man was extraordinarily handsome, a familiar visage that momentarily captivated her. But upon noticing his ashen gray eyes and the thick iron chains binding his wrists, a wave of immense anguish surged through her chest, akin to her heart being cruelly cast aside. Unable to contain herself any longer, she rushed forward, exclaiming, "How could this happen, Zhang Xining?" She had yet to witness his suffering or hear his confessions. How could he possibly have transformed into a zombie? Qinghai, quick to act, seized her arm, warning, "He is a zombie now. You cannot approach him. You must not." Zhang Xining believed she would forget him, that she would harbor hatred towards him, and that she should feel joy upon witnessing his transformation into a zombie. After all, had she not avenged herself? Yet, her tears could no longer be contained, cascading one by one onto the cold marble floor, and in her profound sorrow, the world around her spun in a dizzying whirl. After a lengthy moment, she collapsed heavily to the ground. Qinghai cast a complex glance at the zombie before him and carried Zhang Xining out of the room, rubbing her aching head. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, capturing Zhang Xining's attention. A cheerful, childlike voice reached her ears, and turning her head, she beheld Qinghai leading Qin'er towards her. Upon seeing the child, a weight seemed to lift from her heart. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward points, 100. Available points, 250. Qin'er leaned over Zhang Xining's blanket and exclaimed, "Sister, it was Brother Qinghai who saved me." She quickly sat up and added, "Yes, sister, I'll wait for you downstairs." As she tugged on Qinghai's hand and exited the room, Zhang Xining retrieved a set of athletic attire from the space and donned it before stepping out of her room. Her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the last room, and she took a deep breath, closing her eyes. "Zhang Xining, you have repaid your debt from our previous life. Henceforth, we owe each other nothing. Why should I grieve in this life simply because you departed first?" Upon seeing the dishes on the table, Zhang Xining was momentarily taken aback. They were all her favorite delicacies: braised pig trotters, beef with green peppers, chicken stewed with mushrooms, spicy boiled meat slices, fried pork tenderloin, braised pork with preserved vegetables, and kung pao chicken. She had initially intended to prepare a dish of braised fish chunks, but now, as you know, it is not the humans who consume the fish, but rather the fish that devours the humans. Qinghai wished to lighten the atmosphere, yet his words fell short, causing the mood to grow increasingly somber. Zhang Xining inquired, "Did you do all of this?" "Yes, it was all prepared by Brother Qinghai. His culinary skills are truly delightful," Qin'er replied, savoring a piece of chicken as she spoke. Zhang Xining has a fondness for meat. Indeed, given that the prices of vegetables and meat are nearly equivalent, her preference leans towards the latter. During her childhood, when her family's circumstances were less than favorable, vegetables far outnumbered meat. The scant meat available was always reserved for her younger brother, leaving her to subsist solely on vegetables. Xihanqing once reassured her, saying, "Ning Ning, rest assured, I shall strive to vanquish the zombies, and I will endeavor to prepare meat for you daily." As she savored a piece of meat, tears unexpectedly welled in her eyes. She was uncertain whether her tears stemmed from thoughts of Xihanqing or the simple joy of tasting meat. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Qin'er gazed at Zhang Xining with concern and called out, "Sister?" Zhang Xining sniffled softly, rubbing her eyes with her hand. Apologetically, she expressed her discomfort, as if something had intruded into her eye. She closed her eyes, attempting to suppress her emotions. Qinghai's gaze flickered, and with elegant fingers, he retrieved a tissue from the box and offered it to her, saying, "Use this." Zhang Xining received the tissue and expressed her gratitude. After the meal, she turned to Qin'er and inquired, "Qin'er, would you like to accompany your sister?" Qin'er blinked her clear, bright eyes and replied, "Sister, there are no monsters that eat people here, and the people are very kind. Would you consider staying here with us?" "Sister, please bring your friends to live with us. I believe Brother Qinghai would agree. Wouldn't you, Brother Qinghai?" Qinghai responded, "Of course, I would be delighted, but it seems your sister is rather reluctant to remain here." With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Qin'er took Zhang Xining's hand and led her outside. Sister, let me show you around. I'm certain you will come to love this place. As they stepped out, the pleasant September weather enveloped them, with sunshine cascading upon them, seemingly washing away all darkness. Ahead lay a bustling street, modest in size, lined with approximately 30 stalls, offering a diverse array of goods. Behind them stood a row of brick houses, each compact, yet sufficiently accommodating for everyone. New task activated. Eliminate 100 zombies within 1 day. Reward points, 100 points. System, you must be clear, it is 100 zombies, not merely 10. Are you suggesting I take a child into a den of the undead? The host need only complete the task. And what if I do not fulfill it? Zhang Xining muttered a curse at the troublesome system, allowing Qianer to guide her through the throng of people. Zhang Xining, with her keen eyesight, noticed that the elderly man who had just served her the tofu pudding was a familiar figure. It appeared that this street was bustling with vendors from dawn till dusk. The old man seemed to recognize Zhang Xining as well, smiling and saying, "My dear, have you found your family? I never imagined you would grow up so much." Zhang Xining hastily waved her hand. "Mother-in-law, he is not my child. He is my younger brother." The elder, puzzled for a moment, glanced at Qinghai and remarked, "It is not that I speak excessively, but life outside is arduous. Nevertheless, it is wise to have children sooner rather than later. Who can predict what tomorrow may bring? One can never know when one's lineage might come to an end." Zhang Xining continued to explain, "Grandma, it's not as you think." At that moment, a robust man clad in camouflage attire approached swiftly, striding purposefully towards Qinghai. "Boss, there's a situation," he stated before hastily departing with the man, his footsteps urgent. "Dear, is that the boss? Our savior? I truly have been blind," the elderly woman exclaimed. "Grandma, you needn't feel that way. I doubt he would mind." Zhang Xining thought to herself, though uncertainty lingered in her heart. Qinghai appeared easy to approach. Yet someone capable of garnering such a reputation for Qingling in a city must surely possess remarkable qualities. "Grandma, how did you arrive here?" Zhang Xining inquired casually. Why had Chu Hanqing been bitten? Why was he here? The arrangement of the house and the meticulous details of the surroundings seemed too coincidental. Chapter 40. Speculations. Despite Qinghai stating that Qianer had been captured by others and he had rescued her, Yuan Bao clearly recognized Zhang Xining when they met, suggesting that Qinghai might have anticipated her arrival. Had Chu Hanqing informed him? Given Zhang Xining's understanding of Chu Hanqing, he was not one to willingly share information. Perhaps Qinghai possessed the ability to foresee the future? If she had acquired telepathy in her second life, why could Qinghai not have the power to predict future events? The elder's voice trembled with emotion as she recounted, Later, my husband and daughter also transformed into those monstrous beings. If not for my son pulling me along, I would not have survived to this day. To evade the monsters, we fled in all directions, encountering a benefactor along the way who brought us here to start new. And your son? Zhang Xining observed that the marketplace was filled with elderly women and children, yet not a single man was in sight. My son is currently on guard duty. The boss has instructed the magician, the man you were with last night, to teach everyone martial arts. After learning the basic techniques, he joined the others in guarding the entrance, though he occasionally ventures out. Speaking of her son seemed to lift the elder's spirits considerably. Sister, look, their house is quite peculiar. The decorations inside are beautiful, Qianer remarked, gazing towards an open door. The elder explained, the boss mentioned that this winter would be exceptionally cold, so we're to line the interiors of every room with this type of mat. Could Qinghai truly foresee the impending extreme cold? Was it Chu Hanqing who informed him, or did he genuinely possess foresight? Regardless, she felt it essential to have a discussion with Qinghai. Grandma, do you know who resides in the house with the vegetable garden at the back? Zhang Xining feigned ignorance, questioning. Is it true that someone was apprehended for stealing a mere handful of vegetables? My dear, while you may be acquainted with the leader, allow me to offer you a word of caution. Refrain from meddling with the items in that house. The vegetables there are perpetually lush and green, untouched by any hand, and are tended to daily, suggesting a rather extraordinary provenance. Are they mere zombies? Zhang Xining's gaze flickered slightly. It would suffice to eliminate the few zombies stationed at the gate and report back. However, The individual clad in camouflage earlier bore a rather solemn expression. The fact that the leader himself was stirred to appear at the city gate indicates that these zombies are not simply a trivial matter. The elder set down the spoon, her face flushed with concern. How could this happen? Haven't we always been quite safe here? I must go and see for myself. The man grasped the elder's arm, reassuring her, Mother, fret not. The leader will handle it. Just do not complicate matters further. Oh, do you find me bothersome? In my youth, I too was a participant in battles. All right, I understand. Mother, you are indeed the most formidable, he replied, offering an apologetic glance towards Zhang Xining. Please forgive our rudeness. Rest assured, we shall defend our home with utmost determination to ensure your safety. The elder gave her son a light smack on the head, admonishing, Do not speak of death. It is inauspicious. Now hurry along. Do not keep everyone waiting. Dog Dan chuckled, downing a half bowl of tofu pudding in one go. Casting a glance at Qian'er, who was amusing himself with ants on the ground, Zhang Xining said to the elder, Grandmother, I shall let Qian'er play here. Please keep an eye on him, and I will return shortly. The elder smiled and replied, Very well, you go ahead. Zhang Xining made her way toward the entrance, following the path she had taken the previous day. The surrounding wall, constructed from a mixture of iron bricks, stone bricks, and redstone powder, stood approximately 5 to 6 meters tall. Such a formidable barrier meant that any intruders or creatures from the outside would have no choice but to assault the main gate. However, at the base of the massive iron gate, there existed a small door that permitted the passage of only one individual at a time. From the interior, it appeared indistinguishable from the other iron gates. It was entirely encircled by razor wire. Should anyone inside seek to exit, Yuan Bao would utilize a remote control to retract the razor wire and open the gate. The exact size of the Qingling gang remained unclear to Zhang Xining, but the layout within suggested ample space, indicating it was far from small. In such tumultuous times, the Qingling gang indeed served as a most suitable refuge. However, Zhang Xining had no intention of remaining there. She aspired to create a sanctuary of her own, rather than merely being a seeker of shelter. In the distance, she observed the tall figure of Qinghuai standing alongside Yuan Bao, engaged in discussions regarding matters outside, while armed individuals stood at the ready, prepared for any eventuality. Zhang Xining ascended the staircase from one side, her arrival eliciting little notice from those around her. She gazed beyond the enclosing walls, where a dense throng of zombies was slowly advancing towards their position. Thousands of these undead creatures stretched into the horizon, inducing a chilling sensation. Everyone remained intently focused on the direction of the approaching horde, poised to unleash a barrage of gunfire the moment they breached the safety perimeter. Zhang Xining stood beside Qinghuai, gazing at the horde of zombies, and inquired, Is it not possible to divert them? Qinghuai shook his head, his brow furrowed in concentration. My Qingling gang is situated between City A and City B. If we were to distract them, would you suggest leading them towards City A or City B? Such an action would merely result in the demise of more innocent lives. Zhang Xining suddenly raised her head, casting a doubtful glance at Qinghuai. Was it not said that the Qingling gang was ruthless and cruel? How could someone who uttered such words be associated with such viciousness? Qinghuai gazed into the distance, a charming smile gracing his lips. It is often said that our Qingling gang slaughters the innocent and engages in the trade of human flesh. And while there is truth to that, before the apocalypse, we operated the largest black market in City A. When the floods came, I led everyone away from City A to establish ourselves here. Now, more than profit, I believe that the lives of our companions hold greater significance. Leader, why do I feel as though you are tempting the little white rabbit? Chapter 41. Mind reading. In the preceding moment, Zhang Xining was filled with skepticism. In the next instant, upon hearing Yuan Bao's thoughts, she abruptly turned her gaze towards him. Yuan Bao, quick-witted, glanced around before chuckling, Girl, with that look in your eyes, you make me feel as though you harbor feelings for me. Qinghuai shot him a piercing glance, causing Yuan Bao to immediately fall silent. Could this girl truly perceive my thoughts? Impossible. The leader's gaze is far too intimidating. I should focus on my work. Zhang Xining cleared her throat. Are you prepared to eradicate these zombies directly? No need to rush. You will see, came the reply. After a brief moment, when they were 100 meters from the city wall, one of the zombies lost its footing and tumbled into a pit, followed closely by its companions, resulting in a significant loss among their ranks. The leader, Dog Dan, approached Qinghai from behind, carrying a box of grenades. Qinghai seized a grenade, pulled the pin, and hurled it towards the horde of undead. Others swiftly followed suit. Soon, the air was thick with a pungent odor, prompting Zhang Xining to cover her nose with her hand. A slightly damp, white handkerchief was presented to her, and upon glancing at the kindly face of its owner, she accepted it with gratitude. Ultimately, very few zombies remained that could evade the grenades, and the group unleashed a barrage of gunfire at those below. As the mission progressed, Zhang Xining retrieved the air bullets she had previously secured at her waist, taking careful aim and firing. Numbers echoed in her mind. 50. 30. 10. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Reward, 100 points. Available points, 350. Zhang Xining secretly lamented, finally liberated from the detestable 250. Qinghai observed Zhang Xining, who was holstering her firearm, and a fleeting glimmer of astonishment crossed his eyes. I never anticipated your marksmanship to be so exceptional. You must have been a student prior to the apocalypse, correct? Zhang Xining secured the gun at her waist. Indeed, graduation is approaching, yet I have yet to experience the hardships of society. Instead, I am first tasting the tribulations of a post-apocalyptic world. Qinghai's gaze shifted to her waist. That firearm of yours is quite unique. It is merely for self-preservation. Zhang Xining did not intend to pursue the topic further. Instead, she said, could you arrange for someone to escort me near City A? Or perhaps provide a vehicle for us to depart on our own? Qinghai's eyes narrowed slightly. Do you not enjoy being here? Zhang Xining slightly widened her eyes, sensing that this Qinghai seemed intent on retaining her presence. But why? Was it because of Chu Hanqing? Suppressing her thoughts, she repeatedly shook her head, insisting no. I'm searching for my friends. With merely half a month remaining until the arrival of the extreme cold, she needed to find Momo and Zhao Shua before it descended. Qinghai cast a glance at the multitude of zombie corpses strewn about and subtly signaled to Yuanbao. This woman had appeared utterly distraught upon encountering Chu Hanqing, yet now, after regaining consciousness, she seemed entirely indifferent to him. Which version of her was the true self? Zhang Xining nodded. Her impression of Qinghai altered, albeit slightly. Her greatest aversion was to deceit, which spared her the need to painstakingly discern the veracity of Qinghai's words. Do you possess the ability to foresee the future? Without hesitation, Qinghai responded directly. After a moment of contemplation, Qinghai replied, Sort of. Zhang Xining expressed her confusion. Shouldn't it be a definitive yes or no? Qinghai smiled enigmatically, her gaze flickering as she continued. If you find it untenable to remain in City A, you may seek me out, for I am a friend of Hanqing. Thank you. Zhang Xining neither accepted nor declined. Who can predict what will unfold in the future? After a moment of silence, Qinghai produced a communicator and handed it to Zhang Xining, saying, Take this. It may prove useful in the days to come, for you are the only person Hanqing holds dear. Zhang Xining took the communicator, her gaze dimming for a moment. After expressing her gratitude, she decided to let Qianer remain in the Qingling gang. The tranquility here is more conducive to a child's growth. Zhang Xining knelt down, gently stroking Qianer's head. Qianer, you must listen to your brother here and learn from those brave brothers. When you grow up, you will become a true man. Qianer nodded. Yes, sister, do not worry. I will certainly become a man to protect you. All right, once I finish my tasks, I shall come to see you. Is that agreeable? Sister, you must not deceive me, Qianer said, extending his little chubby hand for a pinky promise. Zhang Xining took his hand and said, All right, let us make a pact. Qinghai, holding Qianer, stood atop the city wall, observing the vehicles speeding away into the distance, a hint of melancholy flickering in her eyes. Yuanbao was personally escorting Zhang Xining in a military vehicle towards City A. It was then that she realized the Qingling gang was established in a remote village, with majestic mountains, ponds, farmlands, and villages ravaged by floods along the way. It was evident that this village had once been a land of abundance before the apocalypse. As they approached City A, she caught sight through the window of two men, one on each side, tackling a woman to the ground beside the roadside. They began to tear at her clothing, revealing more of her pale body. The woman struggled desperately, only to be met with a slap from a corpulent man. In front of her stood a young man, his face smeared with blood, being restrained by a tall, bald assailant. He howled incessantly, yet was utterly powerless. Blood from his forehead mingled with tears, dripping down as he remained trapped in the grip of his captors. She had witnessed such scenes far too often in her previous life. Had she not been by Chu Hanqing's side then, she could hardly fathom the depths to which she might have fallen. Suddenly, the vehicle came to a screeching halt, and Yuan Bao's voice resonated softly. "If you wish to do it, then do not hesitate." Zhang Xining raised his head, and, through the rearview mirror, caught sight of Yuan Bao's face, heavily adorned with makeup, and a pair of eyes filled with helplessness. It is evident that he too detests witnessing such acts of tyranny and oppression. Yet, in this post-apocalyptic world, devoid of legal constraints, the most malevolent facets of human nature are unleashed. While one may save a few, the vast majority remain beyond redemption. Outside, a burly bald man furrowed his brow upon seeing the vehicle parked by the roadside, and he shouted towards its occupants, "I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. This is beyond your capacity to handle." With a sudden motion, Zhang Xining rolled down the window, and a projectile struck the bald man's forehead. The other two individuals, failing to carry out their nefarious intentions, hurriedly scrambled to retrieve their trousers and dashed towards a nearby van. With two resounding thuds, their bodies collapsed into a tangle of weeds, unmoving. The woman, clutching the torn remnants of her clothing to shield herself, rushed to the man's side, enveloping him in a desperate embrace, overwhelmed by anguish. Zhang Xining glanced at the window as it ascended once more, directing the vehicle towards City A. Chapter 42. Colonel Tianzi around 3 in the afternoon. Barriers were erected at the entrance to City A. A group of soldiers clad in uniforms, armed with machine guns, stood at the gateway, conducting routine inspections of those queuing to enter the city. Their primary focus was to ascertain whether individuals bore any injuries and to inquire about their intended accommodations within the city. "Child, it seems that City A has been taken over by a certain military force. There's no need to worry about the safety of its inhabitants," Yuan Bao remarked, parking the car at a distance from the city gates while observing the entrance. "I previously investigated and found that all military units near City A had been redeployed elsewhere. Which force could this be? How peculiar," he pondered. "According to your statement, is this a favorable or unfavorable development?" Zhang Xining inquired, lowering her gaze. Why would she pose such a question? Does my narrative inadvertently suggest that military control is unfavorable? Yuan Bao chuckled awkwardly. "I cannot say for certain whether this is good or bad. It is undoubtedly not as favorable as the Qingtian gang. I shall leave you here, child. May we cross paths again in the future." Zhang Xining alighted from the vehicle and proceeded towards the city gate. After completing a brief registration at the gate, she was escorted by a female soldier to a disinfection chamber where her entire body was sanitized and her skin examined for any wounds. Following this, she was made to wait in a makeshift cubicle for a duration of 24 hours. Within the city, Su Mo and Zhao Shua exchanged glances at the once opulent villa, now stripped bare in the aftermath of the flooding. The previous morning, a military unit had established a presence in City A, with announcements reverberating throughout the area. The city was under the control of the Tianzi army, which would commence door-to-door inspections for any infected individuals. Citizens were reassured that there was no cause for concern, nor a need to flee, as the surroundings within a 6-kilometer radius were deemed safe. They were encouraged to open their doors, as life would soon return to its former state. Despairing individuals found renewed hope upon hearing this news, eagerly welcoming the arrival of the troops. Colonel Tianzi stood atop a vehicle, proclaiming to the gathered crowd that those who cooperated with the military would be rewarded with ample provisions. Finally, rare smiles broke through the somber expressions of the populace as they cheered and rejoiced. Su Mo and Zhao Shua also opened their doors to comply with the military inspections, only to be expelled from the villa under the pretext of hazardous materials being present within. The soldiers insisted that the safety of the citizens was their utmost priority and urged full cooperation. Under the pressure of the crowd, Su Mo and Zhao Shuo reluctantly vacated the Su family villa and made their way to Zhao Shuo's residence. As they passed by Jiang Tong's entrance, Su Mo glanced up, noting that the once pristine and elegant courtyard now lay in disarray, clearly neglected for an extended period, having left the Su family villa with nothing in hand. Neither had managed to rest well throughout the night. Zhao Shuo, what kind of army is this? What army forcibly seizes civilians' homes? Su Mo could not help but lament. Zhao Shuo consoled her, stating, Su Mo, in this world, there are no absolute good or absolute evil people. When everyone perceives you as a good person, you become one. But, Su Mo began, enough with the buts. We must overcome this tonight. If we cannot find Mo by tomorrow, I shall leave her a note, and we will depart from City A. Where shall we go after leaving City A? She queried, having grown up there and uncertain of anywhere else to venture. Zhao Shuo sighed. Indeed, where can we go from here? The following day, Zhao Shuo returned to his vigil near the Su family villa. Shortly thereafter, a tall figure clad in military attire emerged. He was the commander of the army, known to all as Colonel Tianzi. Had it not been for his resemblance to a citizen of country Y, Zhao Shuo might have mistaken him for an islander. Trailing behind him was a meticulously groomed individual in an expensive suit, sporting a small tuft of hair beneath his nose. An islander? Zhao Shuo continued to observe discreetly. The two conversed as they walked, eventually boarding a vehicle and departing. By noon, Zhang Xining had successfully concluded her observation period ahead of schedule, thanks to an abundance of food as bribes. As she traversed the streets of City A, the bustling crowd hurried about their affairs, as if the harsh realities of the apocalypse had finally receded into the past. Occasionally, a squad of soldiers clad in camouflage uniforms patrols the street, their rifles at the ready. Suddenly, a vehicle rushes past, splashing through a puddle and dousing Zhang Xining in water. She lifts her gaze towards the car, momentarily frozen, her fists clenched tightly, her body trembling slightly as she struggles to suppress a flicker of murderous intent within. "Miss, are you all right?" inquires a soldier dressed in camouflage with polite concern. Zhang Xining took a moment to compose herself and replied calmly, "I am fine. May I inquire about the identity of the individuals in that vehicle?" The soldier smiled briefly and responded, "Oh, that was our Colonel Tian." Zhang Xining's blood instantaneously congealed, her eyes ablaze with a spark of hatred. Colonel Tianzi, the direct leader of the Great Spider, a denizen of the island nation. The individual she had just encountered was indeed the Great Spider, the destined nemesis of this lifetime. Ah, gratitude. Upon concluding her words, Zhang Xining swiftly departed, while the soldier's voice echoed behind her. "Miss, if you are unwell, you may seek medical attention. Everything shall improve." Zhang Xining hurriedly made her way towards the city center, her mind racing with the unsettling thought that the people from the island nation must have a purpose for taking over City A. Memories of witnessing headless corpses in the Great Spider Laboratory from her previous life surged back, amplifying her sense of unease. Upon spotting the open gate of the Su family's villa, she furrowed her brows and stepped inside. Just as she approached the entrance, a soldier aimed his gun at her. Warning, "This is not a place for you. Leave immediately." A quick glance inside the villa revealed the grim truth. Those islanders had likely taken control of the Su residence. Are there still animals after the flood? She pondered, moving toward a large tree on the side. Suddenly, she was seized by someone. Reacting swiftly, she drew a dagger from her space and lunged towards the intruder's thigh. Out of nowhere, a wall of earth erupted, causing her to crash against it. "Xining, it's me, Zhao Shuo," he exclaimed urgently, realizing that if he delayed any longer, his leg would be in jeopardy. He had not anticipated how skilled Xining had become. Zhang Xining cast a glance at the fallen Zhao Shuo and sighed. "From today onwards, you ought to practice more." Zhao Shuo, being of the earth element, possessed considerable self-preservation abilities. If he could elevate his combat prowess, he would surely thrive in any environment in the future. Rising from the ground, Zhao Shuo dusted himself off, glanced in the direction of the Su family villa, and then pulled Zhang Xining to walk in another direction. Along the way, he recounted everything to Zhang Xining, grumbling incessantly as if possessed by Su Mo. He had believed that with the military taking over City A, their lives would improve. Yet, despite the absence of zombies, the quality of life for the people had not improved at all. Isn't the military meant to protect the homeland? Under the pretense of acting for the greater good, these individuals dare to drive them out. If it weren't for their numbers, he would have charged in and knocked them down to the ground. Chapter 43. Something is amiss. Zhang Xining, having listened to the complaints all the way, finally arrived at Zhao Shua's residence. It was her first time visiting his home. The gate of the villa had long been demolished, and the front door stood askew, raising concerns about when it might collapse. Where is everyone? Zhang Xining followed him upstairs. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed from the attic. Su Mo, noticing Zhang Xining standing behind Zhao Shua, stepped forward to embrace her. Ning Ning, this is the second time you vanished without a word. If there is a third time, I shall never forgive you. I admit my fault this time. It wouldn't be pleasant to see the little kitten cry. I'm not a little kitten, Su Mo retorted. All right, my dear Mo is not a little kitten, but a beautiful girl, Zhao Shua interjected, watching eagerly as he opened his arms. Ning Ning, donne da hook, se comfort. Su Mo swiftly swatted his arms away, transforming her tears into laughter. Step back a bit. Ning Ning, just now, when I was looking out from the attic, I think I saw someone in distress. Zhang Xining furrowed her brows. Seeking help? Indeed, follow me. The three ascended to the attic, crawling out through the window. In the distance, a faint beam of light from a flashlight flickered from a nearby building. Could it be a prank? Zhao Shua inquired. Zhang Xining gazed intently in that direction, her expression grave. It appeared to be the sports center, after the military took residence. They did not impose restrictions on the populace's freedom. The trio fell silent. After a lengthy pause, Su Mo voiced her uncertainty. Could it be that they've apprehended some individuals, and those individuals are crying out for help? But what reason could they have for capturing people? Noticing the furrowed brows of Zhao Shua and Zhang Xining, she continued, I am merely speculating. Never mind. As long as it does not endanger our safety, there is no need to dwell on it. Zhao Shua Ningning, you should leave a city. This military presence seems unsettling. Zhang Xining's gaze remained fixed on a distant building, which flickered with lights before coming to a halt. A woman's voice pierced the air, filled with urgency. Do not apprehend me. I have not been bitten. Do not seize me. They looked down towards the ground, where 2 or 3 soldiers, rifles in hand, were forcibly escorting a woman forward, completely indifferent to her pleas for mercy. Then, a male voice resonated from the other side. On what grounds do you detain me? I have not been bitten. I am an ability user. You cannot arrest me. Even the military must adhere to the law. The soldiers, expressionless, continued to shove him toward a nearby vehicle. Suddenly, a small fireball erupted from the boy's hand, igniting one of the soldiers. In an instant, flames engulfed the soldier's entire body, and his screams of agony were gradually consumed by the inferno. Remarkably, the other soldiers remained unfazed by the chaos, merely placing handcuffs on the boy and forcing him onward toward the vehicle. Zhang Xining's expression darkened slightly. Momo, Zhao Shua, does anyone know that you are capable of extraordinary abilities? Zhao Shua pondered for a moment. Aside from Jiang Tong and a few others in the building, no one else is aware. Su Mo nodded in agreement. After they separated from Jiang Tong and the others, they had retreated to the Su family villa, remaining indoors for several days without engaging in any conflicts with others. The three descended the attic with grave expressions, each harboring a palpable sense of impending danger. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from below. Is Zhao Shua up there? Someone called out. The trio exchanged alarmed glances. We must flee, Zhang Xining whispered urgently. Zhao Shua swiftly dashed into the bedroom and opened a window, only to find a dark, ominous gun barrel aimed directly at him. He cautiously began to retreat. Meanwhile, 2 soldiers ascended the stairs, disregarding Zhang Xining and Su Mo as they proceeded to cuff Zhao Shua. Why are you arresting me? I haven't been infected, Zhao Shua protested, frustration evident in his voice. Zhang Xining, with an impassive demeanor, retrieved an air bomb from the spatial realm and crouched down. As she spoke, Zhao Shua immediately dropped to the ground. Within moments, 2 shots rang out and 2 soldiers collapsed. She deftly extracted the keys from the soldiers' waists and handed them to Su-mo, who then descended the stairs with the air bomb in hand. Just as she encountered the ascending soldiers, she swiftly eliminated them before they could react. The three of them hastily made their way to the entrance, where a dozen individuals clad in camouflage, armed with rifles, encircled the doorway, their expressions grave as they fixated on the trio. Zhang Xining understood that if they continued to break free, these individuals would mercilessly execute them. Glancing sideways at Su-mo and Zhao Shuo, they slowly raised their hands, signaling their surrender. The leader made a gesture, and 3 soldiers approached, placing handcuffs on each of them before pushing them onto a cargo truck. Zhao Shuo was taken in a separate vehicle, while Zhang Xining and Su-mo shared one, enveloped in darkness. After approximately 20 minutes, the vehicle came to a halt, and only after disembarking did the two realize they were at the sports stadium in City A. Adjacent to them stood the very building from which the distress signal had emanated. Zhang Xining cast a discreet glance in that direction, being led towards the volleyball gym. The entrance of the gym was secured by a formidable lock, and upon noticing Zhang Xining and Su-mo, the guardian unlatched it. The moment they were ushered inside, the door was shut once more, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of it being locked. Within these confines, there were approximately 100 women, their ages ranging from 18 to 45, with a predominance of younger females. They sat scattered across the court, their expressions filled with bewilderment, uncertain of why they found themselves imprisoned here, left with no choice but to comply. Those who dared to resist had already been dragged away, their fates unknown. "Cousin," a familiar voice resonated, prompting Zhang Xining to scan the crowd. A figure clad in a blue short-sleeve shirt, with a low ponytail, emerged from the throng, making her way towards Zhang Xining. Ting ting? A look of surprise crossed Zhang Xining's face. To see Zhang Yiting here, unharmed, was a relief. She had feared that Zhang Yiting had also met with misfortune during the flood, never anticipating this fortuitous reunion. Zhang Yiting swiftly pulled Zhang Xining to a corner, her gaze alertly scanning the surroundings, her entire demeanor appearing taut with tension. Surely, they did not notice us just now. Zhang Xining was perplexed, wondering what Zhang Yiting was concerned about. Ting ting. Just as Zhang Xining was about to speak, she was silenced by Zhang Yiting. "Cousin, do not utter a word. Those who disobey have already been taken out, and what happens to them remains a mystery, though it is certainly not anything favorable." Observing the enigmatic expression on Zhang Yiting's face, Zhang Xining exchanged a silent glance with Su-mo. Chapter 44. What on earth do they intend to do? As night fell, the grand door creaked open once more, revealing a female soldier carrying 2 large basins filled with steamed buns. The moment the door swung wide, a throng of women surged towards the entrance. The soldier stationed at the threshold lashed her whip at the foremost woman, clumsily instructing in broken Mandarin, "Form a line." Zhang Xining's gaze instantly turned icy. This female soldier was from an island nation. This army was not that of Country Y, but rather a FA-Ade created by the islanders. What were their true intentions? Zhang Yiting gently tugged at her cousin Zhang Xining, announcing that dinner was ready. Zhang Xining, holding a steamed bun, stepped aside, while Zhang Yiting, having finished her bun, gazed enviously at the one in her hand. As Zhang Xining was about to hand a steamed bun to Zhang Yiting, a whip lashed out, narrowly missing her as she reacted swiftly enough to avoid it, causing the whip to strike the ground instead. The female soldier declared, "Everyone is to eat their own. No sharing, no leftovers," and shot Zhang Xining a fierce glare. These women from Y country are truly troublesome. Once you consume that bun, there will be no escape. In the future, you won't have enough for yourselves, let alone concern for others. Zhang Yiting stood in another corner, her face awash with fear, maintaining a distance from Zhang Xining. Zhang Xining furrowed her brow. There was something amiss with the steamed bun. Just as Su-mo was about to take a bite, Zhang Xining subtly tapped beneath it, signaling her not to eat. Although their communication was limited, they managed to convey their thoughts with ease. Zhang Xining exchanged the steamed buns with those from a space, savoring the ones purchased before the apocalypse while discreetly slipping one to Su-mo. In turn, Su-mo concealed the tainted bun within her clothing, seizing an opportune moment to surreptitiously offer it back to Zhang Xining. After indulging in the buns, the group found themselves rendered feeble, sprawled on the ground or seated, their eyes vacant and devoid of life. Some even began to experience hallucinations. Zhang Xining subtly gestured with her fingers, and Su Mo instantly understood, mimicking the others by sitting on the ground with a dazed expression. The female soldier surveyed the room full of people, nodded in satisfaction, and then closed the door. Zhang Xining could not hear the thoughts of anyone around her. Could it be that none of these more than 100 individuals possessed any inner voice? No. She felt that something was amiss. With concern, she cast a glance at Zhang Xining, who was lost in thought in the corner, her gaze as vacant as those of the others, staring blankly into the air. Zhang Xining, seemingly unintentional, found herself seated alongside Su Mo and Zhang Xining until darkness enveloped the entire stadium, casting an ominous shadow. The evening air in mid-September was rather brisk, with a gentle breeze wafting through the glass windows above. Many huddled closely together for warmth, and she retrieved a Snickers bar from her bag, offering it to Su Mo. And the two began to consume it in silence. Mo, listen to me, Zhang Xining whispered, her voice barely audible and her words hurried. This is not an army. It is a fade created by the islanders. I am uncertain of their intentions, but it is perilous. I will find a way to get you out. However, Su Mo began to interject, but Zhang Xining interrupted her. These individuals are all abnormal. Remaining here is dangerous. Once you escape, head towards City B and seek a place known as Qingling Gang. Find their leader, Qing Huai, and inform him that the islanders are exploiting our citizens for certain experiments. You must relay this information to the ability users, ensuring they do not fall into the hands of the islanders. With that, she opened her eyes to the pitch-black surroundings and let out a faint sigh, uncertain whether Qing Huai would extend his assistance. He had his own individuals to protect and might not jeopardize the safety of Qingling Gang for someone he had only known for a day, especially given that this was a false military force. Even if he chose not to help her, sending Su Mo to Qingling Gang was undoubtedly preferable to remaining here, allowing her to focus entirely on confronting her past adversary, the Great Spider. As dawn broke the next day, Zhang Xining keenly discerned the sound of bustling footsteps outside, stirring Su Mo and Zhang Xining from their slumber. Zhang Xining regained consciousness and once again fell into a state of heightened tension, occasionally glancing around her. If they discover me, I will undoubtedly face punishment. Tingting, what troubles you? Zhang Xining inquired with a slight furrow of her brow. Zhang Xining cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Xining, distancing herself as much as possible. Observing this version of Zhang Xining, Zhang Xining felt a pang of guilt. Had she taken Zhang Xining along from the beginning, perhaps things would not have turned out this way. Su Mo gently tugged at the corner of Zhang Xining's garment, shaking her head in disapproval. At that moment, the door was opened by a female soldier from the previous day, and the women all stood up, forming a long line as they filed outside. Throughout the sports center, armed guards stood every 2 meters, their unwavering gazes fixed ahead. Exuding an air reminiscent of soldiers from the Y Nation, it was no wonder the populace of City was so easily deceived by them. As they circled the stadium, they arrived at an outdoor soccer field where 2 long lines of men, aged between 18 and 45, were already formed. After discreetly observing the crowd, Zhang Xining finally spotted Zhao Shua, who was also looking her way, tapping his fingers beneath. This military presence was indeed unusual. Zhao Shua nodded subtly, and they both feigned ignorance, continuing to gaze forward. Suddenly, a girl stumbled and fell. The female soldier approached, casting a sidelong glance at the makeshift platform before addressing a nearby soldier in a low voice. "Take her away." The girl began to tremble, retreating as the soldier advanced, crying out, "No, she pushed me. Don't take me away, please." The female soldier swiftly shoved a piece of cloth into the girl's mouth, her expression unchanging as she stood at the front of the line, as if nothing had transpired. After approximately 10 minutes, a figure clad in military attire, adorned with insignia, ascended the platform, casting a deep, penetrating gaze over the assembly below. Grasping the microphone, he proclaimed with grandiosity, "The apocalypse is not what we all yearn for. Yet it has arrived, floods, monsters. Each element is dismantling our lives. Thus, I stand here with my responsibilities. You are all capable individuals. The nation requires your strength, your unity, to combat this harsh apocalypse. Let us together defy the cruelty of the end times, avenging our lost loved ones, and restore peace to our world. Tianzi's eyes scanned the crowd with a menacing glare, and soon a few individuals escalated to dozens, culminating in a collective roar. Together we shall resist the apocalypse. Restoring peace to the world. Chapter 45. Survival of the fittest. A soldier rushed onto the stage and whispered something into Tianzi's ear, causing his brow to furrow deeply. After giving a knowing glance to the female soldier, he hurriedly departed. Subsequently, the female soldier, accompanied by another male soldier, led a group of people into another venue, entering through separate doors. Zhang Xining found it peculiar that this time the men and women were confined together. Before she could grasp the reason, everyone had already been ushered into the venue. The doors promptly shut, followed by the unmistakable sound of locking. A familiar yet unsettling voice echoed, prompting Zhang Xining to swiftly pull Su Mo in search of Zhao Shuo and Zhang Yiting, her gaze warily scanning the surroundings. At this tense moment, the system's cold voice inappropriately announced, "New task. Successfully escape the venue and survive. Reward, 200 points." Meanwhile, in the VIP room of the sports center, a middle-aged man clad in a short-sleeved shirt sat on the sofa, flanked by Nan Yu, Jiang Tong, and Sun Yanji. Indeed, this middle-aged man was Mayor Nan of City A, who had led the escape from City A alongside Director Sun when the floods receded and the zombies emerged. Condemnation. Greetings. I am Nan Guanshan, the mayor of City A, he stated. Colonel Tian cast a glance at the three young individuals behind him and replied in fluent Mandarin, "Hello. Mayor Nan." Mayor Nan produced a beautifully crafted box from a packaging bag, placing it on the coffee table and nudging it towards Tian. The 1,000-year pearl is a treasure cultivated in the depths of the sea for a millennium. With the ocean now devastated by nuclear wastewater, acquiring such a pearl is likely impossible. This narrative is purely fictional and bears no real-life implications. Readers are encouraged to enjoy the reading experience rationally. Thank you. May I inquire which unit you previously belonged to, Colonel? He continued. I must express my gratitude. Colonel Tian lowered his gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It is our duty, Mayor Nan. There is no need for such formalities. The military's deployments are state secrets, and I hope Mayor Nan understands. Mayor Nan chuckled lightly. Understood. I imagine Colonel Tian has pressing matters to attend to, so I shall not impose further. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out. I shall escort you out, Colonel Tian offered, rising and discreetly glancing at the others once more. There's no need for that, Colonel Tian. You are a benefactor to our City A. We can find our way out ourselves, Mayor Nan replied. As they proceeded towards the exit, Nan Yu halted. Her brow furrowed tightly as she listened intently. Nan Yu, what troubles you? Jiang Tong inquired with concern. Nan Yu gestured towards the heavily guarded stadium, her finger pointing in a certain direction. Over there, I can hear the screams of both zombies and humans. Zhang Xining cast a wary glance in that direction. Since the apocalypse began, Nan Yu's senses had sharpened far beyond those of an ordinary person, and he had complete faith in her instincts. You must be mistaken. All zombies have been eradicated. Look, there isn't a single one in City A, and Colonel Tian's territory would surely be devoid of them. After their brief conversation, Mayor Nan held a firm belief that Colonel Tian was an incorruptible soldier. However, enough with the buts. We must leave at once. This is a military stronghold, Mayor Nan urged, hastening towards the exit. Seated in his office, Major Tian gazed intently at the monitor before him, a cold smile gracing his lips. The old fool is easily deceived, but those three young individuals are not so naive. One of them has already begun to harbor suspicions. We must expedite our plan. The large spider, wearing a grin, replied, Rest assured, senior brother, the first step is underway. However, there's a girl who has taken me by surprise. Tian raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Oh, it's rare for a junior to catch your eye. Meanwhile, within the venue, a hushed murmur enveloped the crowd, each person pondering the reason behind their confinement. Moments later, a massive plume of smoke billowed from above, quickly engulfing the entire hall within a minute. Zhang Xining retrieved a damp handkerchief from the space and handed it to several individuals to cover their mouths and noses. At this moment, Zhang Xining regained some clarity of mind and, upon noticing the evident joy in Zhao Shua's eyes, inquired, "What is this smoke?" Zhang Xining tightly covered her mouth and nose, speaking in a muffled tone. "It surely is not something good. We must act cautiously." After 5 minutes, the smoke gradually dissipated, and the four of them put away their handkerchiefs. Inside the venue, those who had inhaled the smoke showed no signs of change, and some even began to whisper, "What was that? It can't be toxic gas. Otherwise, we would feel something." Another person remarked, "It must be a test of our physical resilience. Those lacking in stamina and adaptability will be eliminated, while those who remain will receive the nation's focus training." You make a valid point. As long as there is no threat to life, I feel reassured. Suddenly, the chilling cries of zombies grew louder, and many finally sensed that something was amiss. The voices were filled with despair. "What is that? Zombies? They intend to feed us to the zombies." Another person, unfazed, retorted, "You are merely a coward. We are all endowed with abilities. Why should we fear these ordinary zombies?" At that moment, a small door at the far end of the venue swung open, and countless zombies surged forth. The previously whispering individuals instantly panicked and fled, for they found themselves unable to unleash their powers in the presence of the zombies. In a place overwhelmed by zombies, the absence of abilities signifies one thing: death. Zhang Xining quickly discerned the situation. She retrieved several machetes from her storage and handed them to the three companions, whispering, "Remember, do not use your abilities." Each of the four gripped a machete, swiftly forming a protective circle back to back. Gradually, the numbers dwindled, the zombies multiplied, and the bodies piled up. The entire venue resembled a hellish nightmare, reeking of decay and death. After dispatching yet another zombie, Zhang Xining felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her, gasping, "I can't go on. I'm so tired." With that, she collapsed onto the ground, prompting Zhang Xining to abandon their original plan and shield her from behind. Meanwhile, Zhao Shua and Su Mo distanced themselves, striving to maintain their previous formation. The pressure intensified, and the trio had to muster their resolve. As Su Mo severed a zombie's arm, another approached from the side, lunging toward her. She dodged to one side, only to be confronted by yet another oncoming zombie. Chapter 46. The true face of Zhang Xining. The zombie that had missed its target lunged directly at Zhang Xining. Upon witnessing the grotesque visage of the creature, she conjured ice crystals and flung an ice blade that pierced the zombie's skull. She clearly possesses powers. Why is she refraining from using them? "I could have perished just now," Zhang Xining silently critiqued. Unbeknownst to her, the others gazed at her as if she were a savior. How does she still have powers? Is she special? I cannot remain behind. I must follow her. In an instant, the remaining men and women rushed towards Zhang Xining, with the zombies trailing closely in pursuit. Zhang Xining let out a deep sigh. She truly wished to assist her cousin, yet she remained perplexed by her current state, perhaps realizing that she had never genuinely understood her. Maintaining a composed demeanor, she and Su Mo, along with Zhao Shua, distanced themselves from the throng, continuing to wield their machetes with precision. As the last of the zombies fell to the ground, fewer than 50 individuals remained in the venue. With fewer than 10 of them being women, the rest were men. These men encircled Zhang Xining, proclaiming, "Beautiful lady, I will follow you from now on. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply," said a tall and slender youth. Another handsome young man, unwilling to concede, added, "And I as well. I am eager to join." They perceived Zhang Xining as a unique presence, capable of wielding powers even when others had lost theirs. Surely, she would attract the attention of military leaders in the future. Thus, forging a connection with her was a prudent move. Observing these individuals, a hint of sorrow flickered in Zhang Xining's eyes. How could the nation possibly select its elite in such a brutal manner? Only a heartless nation would orchestrate such a massacre. Zhang Xining seemed to revel in the feeling of being surrounded by admirers. Noticing the hint of disappointment in Zhang Xining's eyes, she furrowed her brow slightly. After adjusting her mood, she approached her with a familiar air of affection, saying, "Cousin, you see, I use my abilities and everything is fine, so you need not worry." Turning to Zhao Shua, she added shyly, "Zhao Shua, I am quite formidable as well, just like you all." She harbored feelings for Zhao Shua and yearned desperately for his approval. Zhao Shua cast a dispassionate glance at Zhang Xining and remarked, "Just ensure that you do not hinder Ningning. She genuinely has your best interests at heart." Ningning, Ningning, always Ningning, I like you first. What makes Zhang Xining superior to me? All she does is make you ordinary to better showcase her own prowess. Zhang Xining seethed inwardly while outwardly expressing, "Yes, I understand that my cousin has my best interests at heart." Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Xining observed everything keenly. As the doors swung open, the female soldier cast a glance at the group and pointed at Zhang Xining, commanding, "You, come with me." Zhang Xining was taken aback, wondering who this person was. Wasn't she supposed to remain until the end? Although she was unaware of the fate that befell those who had been taken away previously, a sense of unease began to stir within her. Before she could gather her thoughts, two soldiers approached and forcibly lifted her. In that moment, her eyes filled with terror as she cried out to Zhang Xining, "Cousin, save me, cousin!" Observing Zhang Xining being taken away, there was not a flicker of emotion in Zhang Xining's gaze. One must always bear the consequences of their ignorance. Su Mo expressed her concern, saying, "Xining, do you think she will be all right?" Zhang Xining's gaze was indifferent. "I have done all I can to assist her. The remainder of the journey must be traversed by him alone." Her sole concern now was for Su Mo. She needed to devise a way to ensure Su Mo's departure. Drawing from her experiences in her previous life, she surmised that the island nation was selecting those capable of surviving until the end. The stronger the ability, the greater the energy, and thus, the more favored they were. Living this life anew, everything had transformed, yet perhaps the trajectory remained unchanged. She recalled the laboratory in the City of Magic, where headless corpses were suspended in cylindrical containers. Could these individuals have been chosen from among them? A chill coursed through her, for with her current strength, she could not contend against an army. She required allies, individuals who would bring this matter to light, uniting the populace to overthrow this false military force. She glanced up at Zhao Shaw, whose face and body were smeared with dried blood, his brow furrowed tightly in distress. Zhang Xining understood that Zhao Zhua had also begun to sense that something was amiss. Stepping closer to him, she whispered, covering her mouth, "Listen to me. I will devise a way for you to exit with Mo. Once you're outside, seek out Jiang Tong and Sun Yinji, and inform them of the truth regarding this false army. They merely wish to use us, the ability users, for their experiments, ultimately discarding our crystal cores." Zhao Zhua stood frozen in place. While he had only just begun to perceive the irregularities within this military force, Xining had already uncovered their true nature. He widened his eyes, staring straight ahead, striving to appear as normal as possible. Zhang Xining continued, "I will collaborate with you from within. This matter is of utmost importance. Do not hesitate. System, I require the exchange of 2 concealed weapon rings, the kind that delivers a swift death with a single poison needle. 2 concealed weapon rings, costing 100 points each, available points, 450. Zhang Xining handed 2 rings to Su Mo and Zhao Shua, saying, "When the food arrives later, I will devise a way for you to suffer from an upset stomach. You must act accordingly, always prioritizing your own safety. Follow my instructions, and once I have dealt with matters here, I shall reunite with you." Zhang Xining feigned a downward gaze, skillfully avoiding the direction of the camera as she whispered to the 2 individuals, subsequently discreetly passing them the antidote. Before long, it was time for dinner, and once again, each person received a single steam bun. After Su Mo and Zhao Shua finished their meal, they simultaneously clutched their stomachs and writhed on the ground. Zhang Xining hurried to the entrance, frantically pounding on the door. "Open the door quickly. Someone inside has collapsed and is foaming at the mouth. Please open the door." The female soldier, with a displeased glance at Zhang Xining, turned to the soldiers behind her and instructed, "Carry them out." Zhang Xining witnessed with a heavy heart as Su Mo and Zhao Shua were carried away, her worries concealed from sight. She found herself caught in a gamble. hoping that perhaps these individuals still possessed a semblance of humanity and would transport them to a hospital. While hospitals may be austere, they offered a far more favorable environment than this sports center. Alternatively, there loomed the grim possibility of abandonment, or worse, of fate at some forsaken graveyard. The final scenario, one Zhang Xining dreaded to confront, was their immediate transfer to a laboratory for experimental purposes. In the first two situations, there remained a glimmer of hope for escape. Yet the last option spelled certain doom. The excruciating pain of shedding the crystal core in her past life echoed vividly in her memory, and she could not help but smile bitterly, pondering that she had already endured such suffering for them once. Surely, heaven would show her mercy in this life, granting compassion for those she cherished. As Zhang Xining anticipated, Su Mo was discarded amidst a pile of corpses in a corner of the sports center, while Zhao Shuo was taken to a city hospital, flanked by four-armed bodyguards. The rationale behind this disparity likely stemmed from the belief that Zhao Shuo held greater utilitarian value, while Su Mo, deemed a mere fragile wretch, was cast aside. Chapter 47. Escape. The reason for not directly advancing to the laboratory for research was due to the fact that neither of them had yet qualified for such an undertaking. In that moment, if they were aware of their captor's plans, they would undoubtedly feel immense relief that their frail state rendered them inconsequential in the eyes of those individuals. With a thud, Su Mo was unceremoniously tossed into a pit, the acrid stench assaulting her nostrils and threatening to provoke her nausea. She fought desperately to suppress any sign of weakness as the two soldiers who had cast her and displayed a tinge of regret. Such a beauty, what a pity she's toxic. Otherwise, it would have been quite enjoyable for us, one remarked. The other retorted, what are you thinking? Haven't you had your fill of women? It's a shame they all end up dead, so fragile, and to think she's an ability user, utterly pathetic. Their voices gradually faded into the distance, allowing Su Mo to slowly emerge from the pit. Disregarding the decaying bodies within, and under the cover of night, she scaled the nearby wall to escape. Unaware of their dire circumstances, Zhang Xining faced the oppressive darkness of the room once more, her heart restless. System, can you assist me in examining the contents of this food? The host may spend 50 points to inquire. Does the host wish to proceed? After some contemplation, Zhang Xining resolved to expend 50 points. Host has identified a common steamed bun, containing flour, yeast, water, and a blue spirit ingredient. Blue spirit? Although Zhang Xining was no culinary expert, she recognized basic ingredients, yet she had never encountered anything referred to as a blue spirit. Effects of the blue spirit induces lethargy and may lead to hallucinations, possessing a degree of dependency. Once consumed, it becomes difficult to abstain. Prolonged consumption can allow ability users to detect the peak value of their powers. However, utilizing this peak can result in fatal exhaustion. These individuals were indeed vile, manipulating the abilities of the users and selecting the most suitable subjects for their nefarious experiments. She clenched her fists in anger, suppressing the turmoil within her and forcing herself to regain her composure. She needed rest, for only with proper repose could she confront the impending crises. The following day, a group of individuals awoke to consume steamed buns before being led away once more. It was only through escalating chaos that their plight could be revealed, simultaneously exposing the true nature of the puppet soldiers. This time there was no smoke, yet the entire arena was eerily foreboding. Following the events of the previous day, they felt a mixture of relief at their survival and dread at the thought of one day becoming like that. Among this group were individuals of keen intellect, and upon hearing the ominous sound of the gate being locked again, a bronze-skinned youth spoke with fury. Those people are not selecting talent for the nation. They seek to identify the strongest among us, condemning the rest to death. Upon hearing these words, those who had harbored illusions seemed to awaken to the grim reality that this army intended not only to strengthen them, but also to claim their lives. Soon, over 40 individuals began to resist fervently. Zhang Xining gazed quietly at the chaos before her, as those outside appeared utterly unprepared for their swift reaction. They shouted towards the inside, "The nation requires your assistance. You must contribute to its strength. Henceforth, you shall be deemed heroes." Yet, I have no desire to be a hero. If you wish for our cooperation, allow us to confront the zombies. What is this intention behind confining us in the sports center, treating us as if we were imprisoned? Indeed, the nation would not idly witness us being devoured by the undead. You are not true representatives of the state. Zhang Xining's ears twitched, and a faint smile graced her lips as she was pleasantly surprised that someone had hit the nail on the head. As the commotion inside intensified, those outside began to panic. The plan was executed prematurely. Quickly, swiftly, the voice of a female soldier echoed with urgency. Suddenly, a mutated bull, its skin resembling green moss, charged through the side door, its horns glinting like steel, reflecting an ominous light. The bull's eyes were entirely black, and prolonged gazes into those depths instilled an innate sense of dread. The unease that had already settled in the hearts of the onlookers escalated. As the mutated bull surged towards the crowd, a slower individual was gored through the chest by one of its horns, meeting an instant demise. Gasps filled the air, and Zhang Xining shouted, "Only by opening the door to let the mutated bull escape do we stand a chance of survival." Driven by an overwhelming instinct to survive, they began to pound on the doors frantically. One person was eviscerated by the bull, and as they looked upon what was once a lively figure now reduced to a lifeless body, a heavy gloom descended upon everyone. A bronze-skinned youth named Shun Li called out to the crowd, who was wearing bright red undergarments. Zhang Xining's eyes sparkled as she retrieved a vibrant piece of crimson cloth from her spatial storage and handed it to Shun Li. Surprised, Shun Li glanced at her and nodded in acknowledgement. He shouted to the individuals pounding on the door, "Stand aside." At the sound of his voice, the crowd quickly dispersed. Shun Li swiftly affixed the red cloth to the door, incessantly enticing the mutated cattle. Indeed, the attacking beasts were drawn to the vibrant fabric, forcefully charging toward it. A resounding crash echoed as the bull's horn collided with the door, creating two gaping holes in the sturdy barrier. The people outside were evidently taken aback, and a cacophony of hurried footsteps suggested they were seeking reinforcements. Seizing the opportunity presented by the two openings, Shun Li dismantled the door, and a surge of individuals rushed outside, just as Zhang Xining intended to caution them against emerging. Those who could not contain their eagerness were struck down by bullets from outside, leaving only 30 or so people within the venue. "Hand me the red cloth." Zhang Xining instructed Shun Li. He nodded and tossed the fabric to her. Upon receiving it, she swiftly approached the vicinity of the mutated cattle, provoking them. Captivating their attention, Zhang Xining utilized her powers and sprinted towards the entrance. As the mutated cattle closed in on her, she abruptly sidestepped, hurling the crimson cloth outside. The creatures, fast as lightning, dashed out of the venue, following the alluring fabric once they realized their prey had vanished. Unperturbed by the unfolding events, Zhang Xining urged the others. Now is the time to scatter and escape. The crowd surged forth, dispersing into the open, while the soldiers outside contended with the mutated cattle, utterly unprepared to manage the fleeing individuals. "Are you not going to run?" the young man inquired, gazing at Zhang Xining with confusion. "I have matters to attend to." "You must leave quickly," Zhang Xining pressed. Her tones softened, recognizing that the success of their plans was largely due to the young man's cooperation. She sought to locate the great spider. Although she had not encountered him here, an intense intuition told her he was nearby. "You have a purpose for being here," the young man asserted confidently. Zhang Xining no longer concealed her intentions. She slinked through the crowd, paying no heed to the youth who had spoken. Meanwhile, in the office, Tianzi, upon hearing the soldier's report, immediately shattered the cup in his hand. In the island dialect, he muttered, "Useless, all of them are useless." With that, he rose and, under the guidance of his subordinates, made his way towards the location of the mutated cattle. At that moment, the mutated bull was exceptionally agitated. Its eyes, once black, had turned blood red, charging at anyone in sight. Its horns, stained with blood, seemed to fuel its excitement, a frenzy that could be attributed to the substances Zhang Xining had added. Zhang Xining traversed along the wall until she reached a corner, pondering where Tianzi might be. Indeed, she was certain he would be in the VIP lounge, the most opulent area of the entire venue. Most individuals were captivated by the mutated cattle. resulting in a sparse crowd along the way. As she approached the VIP lounge, she finally spotted armed guards stationed by the roadside, concealing herself behind a flower bed. She carefully observed the situation within. In a short while, Tianzi appeared, accompanied by a soldier wielding a firearm, making their way towards her. Zhang Xining retrieved her air bullet, holding her breath. No, there were too many people around. A missed shot would surely alert them. She pressed her body tightly against the foliage of the flower bed, scarcely daring to move. As Tianzi and his subordinate passed by her, their tones serious as they conversed in words she could not comprehend. She surmised they were discussing the mutated cattle. Once they had distanced themselves, Zhang Xining swiftly emerged from her hiding place, sprinting toward Tianzi with remarkable speed. Her lifelong nemesis was the giant spider. Whether it be the spider or Tianzi, they were two sides of the same coin, and she would not hesitate to eliminate one. As for the giant spider, she would inevitably find an opportunity to make him wish for death. Upon reaching a narrow path, she raised her air bullet behind her. The dark muzzle aimed directly at the back of Tianzi's head. In a sudden crack of gunfire, she struck the back of a man's head. But it was not Tianzi, it was the soldier beside him. To her astonishment, Tianzi's reflexes were swifter than she had anticipated, as he instinctively used the soldier's lifeless body as a shield. Noticing the murderous intent gleaming in Zhang Xining's eyes, Tianzi swiftly darted forward. How could Zhang Xining allow him to escape, his speed reaching an unparalleled peak? With a powerful kick to Tianzi's back, Tianzi staggered forward a few steps before regaining his balance. Zhang Xining swiftly drew her air gun and aimed it at Tianzi's leg, firing a shot. However, to her astonishment, no blood flowed from the wound. Seizing the moment of her confusion, Tianzi, with a sinister expression, swung his fist towards her head. The impact left Zhang Xining momentarily dazed. As she struggled to open her eyes, she saw Tianzi brandishing a gun aimed at her skull. She realized her own weakness and had underestimated Tianzi's prowess, which far surpassed that of the great spider. Yet, she was unwilling to surrender, unwilling to perish so easily. She lifted her head, her eyes devoid of fear as she gazed at Tianzi, demanding, "What is your objective?" Tianzi raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the girl's calmness in such a dire situation. His wariness heightened. This girl must die. Remaining so composed in the face of death is unacceptable. Go to your underworld and inquire about my purpose. Zhang Xining thought as she prepared herself. As Tianzi spoke and pulled the trigger, her speed reached its zenith. In a swift motion, she darted behind him, retrieving a dagger from her spatial pouch and plunging it into his neck. Blood erupted like a fountain, and Tianzi, in disbelief, clutched his throat and turned to face Zhang Xining. Why? Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless, her head buzzing. Zhang Xining could no longer endure and fell to the floor. No, she would be discovered here. With her hands smeared in Tianzi's blood, she crawled forward, seeking a concealed refuge, hoping for a sliver of survival. One step, two steps, she sensed an inexplicable noise in her ears. Her eyelids felt unbearably heavy, urging her to close her eyes. She could not succumb to sleep. If she did, she might never awaken. Suddenly, a figure appeared before her, and through her hazy vision, she seemed to see Chu Hanqing. Straining to lift her head, she gazed at the tall, slender silhouette and that handsome face. A satisfied smile graced his lips. Chu Hanqing, you've come. It felt as if all her tension dissipated at that moment, and she could no longer withstand the darkness that enveloped her. Qing Huai carefully lifted her from the ground, observing her tranquil features with a hint of sorrow in his eyes. He once hurt you so deeply. Can you truly not forget him? With that, he cradled Zhang Xining and swiftly departed from the sports arena. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the arena, utterly unrelated to Zhang Xining. No one could have anticipated that the false army would ultimately fall at their own hands. Upon hearing of his brother's demise, the great spider discreetly fled a city amidst the turmoil. Zhao Shua successfully escaped from the hospital and, under Jiang Tong's guidance, located Mayor Nan to relay Tianzi's ultimate objective. Mayor Nan was shocked by the revelation, expressing his outrage. How despicable! They dare to impersonate the military. I will report this to the authorities. Together with Director Sun, Mayor then led a group to the sports center, where chaos reigned and bodies lay strewn across the ground. Nanyue furrowed her brow. Dad, there's agitation inside. You stay here. Let's take a look. The mutated bull was completely covered in blood, with green moss sprawling over its body, leaving one to wonder whether the blood was its own or belonged to another. Wow, this is indeed a mutated bull. Jiang Tong, let us together extract the crystal core from its head. It will surely elevate our levels, Nansheng exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with unawareness of the impending danger. Zhao Shua shot a glance at Nansheng. If you're so capable, then go ahead. Do you think this bull is just waiting for you to extract its core? Hearing the mockery in Zhao Shua's words, Nansheng retorted defiantly. Zhao Shua, don't look down on others. Have you forgotten your own pathetic state back then, like a dog? Zhao Shua's face flushed with anger as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to brawl, only to be restrained by Jiang Tong. Consider the greater picture. Reluctantly, Zhao Shua lowered his arms and huffed at Nansheng. Nansheng adjusted his disheveled hair and cast a disdainful, sidelong glance at Zhao Shua, muttering, coward. Nansheng, enough, Nanyue interjected, forcing him to silence. A gunshot rang out. The bullet struck the mutated bull, which appeared unfazed, charging directly at the shooter and before everyone's eyes, impaled the man with its horn. That horn is truly impressive. I want this bull, Nansheng declared, sprinting toward the mutated bull at incredible speed. Nansheng, Nanyue cried out, anxious for her reckless brother. Chapter 49. Qingling helped the leader Jiang Tong glanced at Nanyue, softly reassuring her, stay safe. I will ensure he remains unharmed. With that, he too raced toward the mutated bull. As Nansheng approached the bull, he drew his blade and struck at its body. The bull spun around, swatting Nansheng away with its tail, sending him crashing to the ground. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Nansheng expressed surprise. It possesses some skill. Before rising to charge at the mutated bull once more, Jiang Tong arrived, unleashing a flurry of ice blades that struck the bull, yet it seemed impervious to the assault. Run. Find a way to drive the mutated bull out of the city. It cannot be killed. Shen Li's voice echoed from a distance. Zhao Shua looked up to see a bronze-skinned youth standing in a corner. He recognized this young man as one of the ability users confined with him and the one who had once sought their help. Upon hearing Shen Li's voice, Jiang Tong's brow furrowed. After several skirmishes, he realized the mutated bull was formidable. A bunch of cowards. This mutated bull is mine. Nansheng, undeterred, charged at the bull once more, brandishing his machete toward its belly. Sensing the imminent threat, the bull let out a roar, fixing its blood-red gaze upon Nansheng and charging at him. The moment Nansheng met the bull's crimson eyes, he froze in place, paralyzed by an inexplicable fear that coursed through him. Aicheng watched as the mutated bull charged toward Nansheng, while Nanyue cried out in anguish. Jiang Tong, left with no choice, advanced once more, swiftly delivering a kick to the side of the mutated bull. The creature paused momentarily before charging towards Nansheng once again. As it seemed inevitable that Nansheng would meet his demise, a formidable earthen wall suddenly rose beside him, causing the bull to impale its horn upon it. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Tong pulled Nansheng to safety, leaving behind a puddle where Nansheng had stood, revealing that he had been so frightened he had lost control of his bladder. Using a red cloth, they attempted to drive the mutated bull out of the city. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this decision would lead to dire consequences for Zhang Xining. The strategy of driving it away rather than killing it seemed sound. However, only those with wind abilities could outrun the bull, and the only wind user present had been rendered utterly paralyzed with fear. Sun Yinji also possessed wind abilities and was currently with Mayor Nan. Zhao Zhuo stepped forward to remind him. Shunli tossed the red cloth given by Zhang Xining to Jiang Tong and turned to leave. Wait, Zhao Zhuo called out. I wanted to ask if you have seen a girl with ear-length hair, quite delicate in appearance. She was with you. You mean the girl with wind abilities? Zhao Zhuo's eyes brightened as he quickly responded. Yes, that's her. Where is she? Shunli shook his head. She mentioned she had matters to attend to and did not join us. The light in his eyes dimmed as he glanced at Zhao Zhuo and continued. She is quite formidable. She should be fine. Zhao Zhuo looked up, and Shunli added, she helped us escape and dismantled this place. A person of her caliber should certainly be safe. Reflecting on Zhang Xining's courageous demeanor in the face of danger, a faint smile graced Shun Li's face. Pondering whether they would meet again. "You're friends with her, aren't you? Do you know her name?" a young man politely inquired. Zhao Zhua immediately distanced himself, a wary expression emerging. "She likely has her reasons for not sharing her name. I cannot go against her wishes. If you meet again, you can ask her yourself." Shun Li found Zhao Zhua's reasoning quite sound and graciously replied, "Thank you. I shall inquire personally in the future." Zhao Zhua regarded Shun Li with a peculiar look. "What gives you the confidence that you will see her again?" "I hope you never do," he retorted. "My name is Shun Li. Farewell, brother," Shun Li said before departing. Zhao Zhua, realizing the implications, called out, "Hey, where are you going?" Understanding his destination, Zhao Zhua naively thought that if Xining avoided that place, they would never cross paths again. "Without family or friends, the world becomes my home." Shun Li's voice gradually faded into the distance. Meanwhile, Sun Yinji successfully lured the mutated bull out of the city, capturing the remaining members of the pseudo-army one by one. Zhang Xining opened her eyes, the familiar surroundings momentarily disorienting her. "Ning Ning, you have finally awakened," Su Mo said as she entered with Chinner. She forced a smile, yet her eyes betrayed an overwhelming sorrow she could not conceal. She had hoped to forget, believed she would never again experience the despair of her past life. Yet in moments of hopelessness, his memory would resurface. Su Mo settled beside the bed, murmuring, "It was so close this time. Otherwise, you would have been in grave danger. Do you know? This leader appears to be quite agreeable, but he is remarkably difficult to deal with." I spoke fervently, and he neither rejected nor agreed. Suddenly, an urgent thought struck Su Mo, and she dashed out of the room as if she had just spotted Qinghua. "Sister Mo, you were caught speaking ill of someone." "Kiana geek going him ill." Su Mo tousled Chinner's hair playfully. "Little one, don't speak out of turn." Hand in hand, Chinner followed Su Mo down the stairs. "Sister Mo, are you very afraid of Brother Qinghua?" "But he is truly kind," Chinner questioned, puzzled. Upon hearing Qinghua's name, Su Mo shivered slightly. "Do you not find him rather cold?" Chinner shook her head. "Cold? Where's he cold?" "Never mind. You wouldn't understand," Su Mo replied. The first time she laid eyes on Qinghua, she couldn't comprehend why. Despite his gentle demeanor, she sensed a chilling undertone beneath his warm smile, a feeling that felt hauntingly familiar. It reminded her of the sensation she experienced when she first met Chu Hanqing. Although the leader and Chu Hanqing were polar opposites in both character and appearance, it was challenging to dissociate the two in her mind. Yet, Su Mo found herself drawn to such comparisons, for individuals with Chu Hanqing's enigmatic aura were indeed exceedingly rare. Setting aside her tumultuous thoughts, she joined Chinner in the living room downstairs to watch television. After Su Mo left, Qinghua entered the room. "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" he inquired, still adorned with that gentle smile that made one feel as if they were basking in the spring breeze. Seemingly capable of showing kindness to anyone, Zhang Xining curled the corners of her lips. "Thank you for saving me." Qinghua moved a chair to the foot of the bed and sat down, his eyes, glimmering with a hint of amusement, fixed on Zhang Xining as he asked, "Before you fell unconscious, you called out for Chu Hanqing. May I be so bold as to inquire about him?" Chapter 50. The arrival of bitter cold. Upon hearing Chu Hanqing's name, Zhang Xining instinctively tightened her grip on the blanket. He was undeniably handsome and exceptionally capable. In the throes of youthful infatuation, I fell for him at first sight. From that moment on, he occupied my every thought and dream. She chuckled self-deprecatingly before continuing. Yet I was fortunate to stand by him during our most challenging times, believing with all my heart that we would traverse life together eternally. But just when I had nurtured such hopes, he abandoned me, opting for his idealized love. A touch of bitterness flickered in her gaze as she added, in that moment, "I vowed never to entangle myself with him again, even if he were to kneel before me, begging for my forgiveness. How could someone so proud ever kneel before me?" Qinghua lowered his gaze, listening intently. "I despise him for casting me aside, yet I never wished for his demise. I merely desired him to experience the torment I endured. But why should he find peace in death?" As she recalled the events of her dreams, Her voice quivered. Initially, her intent was to seek vengeance on Zhang Xining, to make him suffer. However, upon discovering the truth, her hatred dissipated, leaving her with a profound sense of release. Yet, witnessing such a proud man reduced to a mere zombie filled her heart with sorrow. This conflicting sentiment tormented her, rendering her at a loss as to how to proceed. Qinghai gazed at Zhang Xining's ever-shifting expressions, momentarily perplexed by her complexity. "So, do you still care for him?" he asked uncertainly. Zhang Xining lifted her gaze and smiled gently. "How could I care? He is already dead. I should have realized it when he was unwilling to touch me. Yet, I was too naive then, foolishly believing that he wished to preserve my most treasured possession for our wedding. In an instant, he sent me away to exchange for his beloved. Why should I care for someone like that?" Her expression was calm as she recounted her thoughts, starkly contrasting her earlier reaction. Qinghuai's eyes flickered with contemplation as she regarded Zhang Xining. "You deserve someone far better." The two shared a knowing smile. Though Zhang Xining remained puzzled as to why Qinghai had chosen to discuss Zhang Xining with her that day. Since that moment, she had refrained from mentioning Zhang Xining before others, as if he had never existed in her life. Until, in the blink of an eye, it was September 20th, with merely 10 days remaining until the harsh cold descended. That day, Qinghai had them vacate the quaint villa for a more vibrant locale. Zhang Xining was indifferent to whether the new house leaked. She welcomed the chance to escape her current surroundings, which she found increasingly unbearable. As for why this new abode bore an uncanny resemblance to her previous life, she no longer cared. In this lifetime, she was simply Zhang Xining, and her existence did not include Zhang Xining. As for those two, they had all the time in the world ahead of them. Zhang Xining silently wished for their longevity, anticipating the day she would seek them out. As the month drew to a close, September still lingered, yet there was an unmistakable sense of winter's early arrival. The trio resided in a lively neighborhood, indulging in daily excursions to the morning and night markets, reveling in food and drink, living joyfully. The currency circulating among Qingling was specially crafted, allowing for the exchange of food for currency and vice versa. In Zhang Xining's realm, there exists an abundance of sustenance. Even without the assistance of Yuang Bao and Qinghai, the trio, two striking young women and an adorable little child, thrived splendidly within the Qingling gang, swiftly becoming well known among the community. One day, Su Mo, clad in a long down jacket, voiced her grievances to Zhang Xining, saying, "Ning Ning, the weather in September feels as though winter is upon us. This is utterly abnormal." Zhang Xining adjusted her clothing. A gust of cold air surged in, causing her to wrap herself tightly in her garments. With a smile, she inquired of Su Mo, "Our great detective, Su Mo, could you assist me in analyzing what seems to be amiss?" Seated beside Zhang Xining, Su Mo bore a serious expression as she responded, "Consider this. It had rained incessantly for 10 days, submerging the entire city, and those peculiar creatures emerged. The appearance of such monsters is one thing, but now this unseasonable chill, does it not strike you as peculiar? Indeed, detective su presenza a compelling argument. What do you propose we do about it?" Zhang Xining replied. At that moment, the door swung open, and a composed male voice resonated. "I never imagined that students from university could be so astute. Come, Master Su, enlighten me on what I might find love." Yuan Bao's heavily made-up visage appeared before them. Su Mo frowned slightly. "When will your face resemble something more natural? Donning such an abundance of makeup daily must be exhausting. Look at us. With our pure and unadulterated beauty, isn't it far more appealing?" Zhang Xining discerned a hint of confusion in Yuan Bao's eyes and remarked to Su Mo, "Mo, everyone has their own way of life. We have no right to interfere with others' choices." Su Mo replied, "I understand. Xining, I was merely joking." She then glanced at Yuan Bao, who was still clad in his black tailcoat, and hurried upstairs to retrieve a garment, thrusting it into Yuan Bao's hands. "You should be able to wear this. Take it as my apology. Your boss really ought to provide work attire on such a frigid day. If he gets frostbitten, no one will cover for him." Yuan Bao glanced at the black down jacket in his hands, a barely perceptible smile flickering in his eyes as he replied slowly, "Thank you." Su Mo cast a glance at Yuan Bao and waved her hand dismissively, saying, "You helped me back then as well. We are friends now." And friends do not need to express gratitude. Yuan Bao softly echoed the word friends before raising his gaze to Zhang Xining. "Miss Zhang, the master has instructed you to move to the villa district today. Please head there first. We will tidy up the things later." This house lacked any heating measures, and with the impending extreme cold, remaining in this dwelling would surely lead to their demise. "Thank you," he said, before leading Su Mo and Qianer towards the original villa. On their way, they encountered Dog Dan hurrying home, dressed in a dark, thick coat with a flushed face. Upon seeing Su Mo, he exclaimed, "Su Mo, it's so cold. Why are you still outside?" Su Mo smiled and replied, "The house over there is ready. We're just heading out now. What about you? Why are you still out here?" Dog Dan dashed homeward without another word. Chapter 51. The temptation is great upon arriving at the villa's entrance. The vegetables outside had turned yellow at their roots due to the weather, resembling lifeless humans. Stepping inside, the scene transformed completely, erasing all previous memories. A wave of warmth enveloped Zhang Xining, igniting a sense of restlessness within her, while Su Mo and Qianer swiftly removed their outer down jackets, donning their base layers. Su Mo marveled. In less than 10 days, Qinghai managed to renovate the entire house. "Impressive, Xining. Look, even the fireplace is here." Qian unfatzit remarked. "There is nothing Qinghai cannot accomplish. It's only a matter of whether he wishes to do so." Su Mo retorted, "Oh, you little brat. Must you flatter him so? The person in question isn't even here." She playfully ruffled Qianer's hair in annoyance. Every time they quarreled, Su Mo tended to mess with Qianer's hair to convey her displeasure, and the little one had grown accustomed to it. Qianer rolled his eyes at Su Mo. "I merely speak the truth." He admired Qinghai and aspired to be as remarkable as him when he grew up. "You're still young and easily deceived. We must not judge others solely by appearances. The things he does behind the scenes. I wonder what he does behind the scenes?" Qinghai interjected with a smile as he descended the stairs. Su Mo immediately linked her arm with Zhang Xining's. "Why is it that every time I speak ill of someone, the person in question appears? Is she just exceptionally lucky?" Zhang Xining gently patted Su Mo's hand, signaling her to be at ease. Mo, didn't you say you wanted to see your room? Why not go and take a look?" Su Mo returned a grateful glance to Zhang Xining. "Oh, right," she replied, and with a swiftness akin to the wind, she ascended the stairs. In truth, having a place to stay was sufficient. There was no need for such. Zhang Xining felt a twinge of embarrassment. Being a guest in someone else's home, relying on their hospitality for sustenance and shelter, it left her with a lingering sense of discomfort. Qinghai approached Zhang Xining with a gentle smile, reassuring her there is no need for such feelings. As the weather grows colder, the heating system of this house has been newly renovated, and I hope you find your stay here pleasant. Moreover, your presence here is not without its merit." Zhang Xining looked up in confusion, unable to comprehend why Qinghai would articulate such sentiments. That individual was once a dear friend of mine. Obligations to a friend cannot be dismissed lightly. Furthermore, I harbor my own ulterior motives. I have witnessed your capabilities firsthand, and if it is amenable to you, I sincerely hope you will remain with the Qingling gang to assist in safeguarding these individuals. Qinghai's tone was earnest, leaving Zhang Xining no room to find any flaws. Zhang Xining pondered for a moment. "I can remain here, provided that I resolve my own matters." How could she live with peace of mind in this lifetime without sparing those two lives? Qinghai's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she softly uttered a single word, "Good." Thus, the two reached a certain understanding. By afternoon, Yuan Bao sent someone to deliver the belongings of the three. Su Mo received the items and proposed, "We shall have hot pot tonight. Do stay and join us." Yuan Bao glanced at Qinghai, who nodded in affirmation, allowing him to remain. Qian, zavouling a lollipop, watched television with great interest, while Zhang Xining, Su Mo, and Yuan Bao busied themselves gathering ingredients for the evening's feast. Qinghai set about preparing the hot pot broth. Several hours later, the dining table was adorned with an array of ingredients: beef, lamb, pork, chicken feet, duck blood, and duck intestines, accompanied by baby bok choy, Chinese cabbage, corn lotus slices, potato slices, enoki mushrooms, luncheon meat, fish tofu, beef balls, and more. The staple was dragon beard noodles. Gazing at the bountiful spread, Su Mo exclaimed, "It feels as though centuries have passed since I last indulged in such a lavish meal." Yuan Bao, seated opposite her, gradually added the ingredients to the pot and remarked, "Are you implying that our leader has treated you poorly?" Su Mo shot him a sharp glance and replied, "Do not misconstrue my words. Our leader is clearly no ordinary person and must know that is not my intent." As she spoke, she nudged Zhang Xining with her elbow. Zhang Xining had just pinched a piece of meat when it slipped and landed on the back of her left hand, instantly scorching a large area. Qinghuai promptly seized her hand and led her to the kitchen, rinsing it under flowing water until the burn was less red before finally releasing her. Qinghuai paused for a moment, cleared his throat, and said, "You are a member of my Qingling gang, and from now on, you must undertake tasks for me. So it is imperative that you take good care of yourself." Zhang Xining observed the faint blush adorning his ears and, covering her mouth with a giggle, replied, "At your command, leader." Qinghuai approached the dining table, and Zhang Xining subsequently took her seat. Su Mo, with a face full of remorse, expressed her concern, saying, "Ningning, I did not intend for this to happen." Zhang Xining gently patted her hand, reassuringly stating, "It's all right, you see, she has improved significantly." Sumo, with a face full of indignation, turned her gaze towards Yuan Bao and exclaimed, "It's all your fault. Had you spoken to me, I would not have sought out Ning Ning. Had I not sought her out, she would not have been hurt. Thus, the blame rests entirely with you." Yuan Bao paused momentarily, his hand gripping the chopsticks, before breaking into a smile and admitting, "Very well, I concede my error. Miss Zhang, I sincerely apologize. I shall never dare to act so again." Observing Yuan Bao's earnest apology, Su Mo mumbled with the chopsticks clenched between her teeth, "I merely spoke in jest." Zhang Xining gazed at the delightful ambience, a joyful smile gracing her face. The warmth of the moment was truly exquisite. In this apocalyptic world, the gathering of several strangers, devoid of ulterior motives, sharing meals and engaging in conversation, was a beautiful experience indeed. The long-lost sound of the system's notification resonated, causing her hand, which held the chopsticks, to tremble slightly. "Dear host, a new mission has arrived. Eliminate the mutated cow. May I inquire if the mutated cow you refer to is not the one I encountered, covered in moss?" "Apologies, host. The system cannot divulge such information." "Then could you at least inform me of the whereabouts of this mutated cow? Am I to await its arrival before I can confront it?" Zhang Xining felt a surge of frustration, unable to extract any answers. What kind of reward is this? A meager 100 points for risking my life to slay a mutated bull? Is the system truly serious? Are you overly naive, or do you perceive me as foolish? After expressing her thoughts, she disregarded the system entirely, devouring the meat in her bowl with fervor, oblivious to how it had accumulated so much of her favorite dish. The system's voice echoed softly in her mind, causing a piece of meat to lodge in her throat, caught in a state of indecision. The crystal core of the mutated bull can elevate you past level 3, bringing you closer to level 4. I must admit, this temptation is quite substantial. She dreams of breaking through level 3 to witness the power of the wind ability, Windblade. Are you certain it is a transparent crystal core belonging to the wind element? Everyone relished this meal thoroughly. Ningning, your hand is injured. Today, I shall wash the dishes. Sumo valentir ernistri. Zhang Xining smiled gently and said, "All right, I shall tidy up the aftermath." Su Mo cast a glance at Yuan Bao, who showed no inclination to assist, and remarked, "Yuan Bao, considering you've had a free meal, don't you feel any shame?" Chapter 52. The mutant cow appears in the Qingling gang who has their intestines twisted in knots. Sumoritorti defiantly. Seizing the spatula in her hand and swinging it towards Yuan Bao, who dodged around the room. A mischievous child, reveling in the chaos, alternated between shouting, "Sister Su Mo, that was close. Run faster." And Brother Yuan Bao, "Sister Su Mo is almost catching up to you. Hide quickly." The atmosphere in the room was bustling with excitement. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing alarm echoed from outside, a sound that signaled impending danger. Qinghuai and Yuan Bao exchanged a serious glance. each recognizing the gravity reflected in the other's eyes. Qinghai donned his coat and proceeded towards the door. "Wait a moment." Zhang Xining donned her down jacket and declared, "Since I have joined the Qingling gang, I cannot turn my back on them in their time of peril." Upon witnessing Zhang Xining's resolute gaze, Qinghai nodded in agreement. As she opened the door, a pitch-black abyss greeted them, and the biting cold wind lashed against Zhang Xining's face, akin to countless invisible daggers piercing her skin. She tugged her clothing upwards for warmth. Suddenly, a vivid, translucent jade pendant caught her eye. She looked up at Qinghai and said, "When I was a child, I was particularly sensitive to the cold. This pendant was specially sought for me by my grandmother. Whenever winter arrives, I wear it around my neck, and it bestows upon me a continuous source of warmth." Zhang Xining repeatedly waved her hand, asserting, "No, I'm not cold." Yet, despite her words, her body shivered involuntarily. Qinghai approached her, enveloping her entirely, as he adorned her neck with a crimson jade pendant, his tone brimming with seduction. "Do not move." Zhang Xining remained utterly still, allowing Qinghai to place the red jade around her neck. Once this was accomplished, Qinghai declared, "I am a person of strong intent. I bestow this jade upon you because you are deserving. With your capabilities, you will undoubtedly generate wealth far surpassing this jade. Thus, consider it a means of securing your allegiance." Qinghai's explanation left Zhang Xining blushing furiously, realizing the underlying implication. She thought otherwise. She tucked the jade into her inner garment, feeling a continuous warmth envelop her, significantly warming her entire being. With a hint of trepidation, she inquired, "You have given this to me, but what of you?" "I possess fire-based abilities and am impervious to the cold," Qinghai replied, striding confidently ahead. Zhang Xining whispered softly, hurrying towards the gate in the footsteps of Qinghai. The biting cold wind swept through the empty streets, devoid of life. In a previous life, this heavy snowfall persisted for a full 10 days, engulfing the entire city. The true peril lay not in the snowfall itself, but in the relentless drop in temperature that followed, marking the coldest moments. Many succumbed to eternal slumber in the midst of the night. A resounding thud echoed against the gate, sounding powerful and not reminiscent of a human presence. Zhang Xining's first impression was that the mutated cow described by the system was indeed before her. With remarkable speed, she dashed past Qinghai and Yuanbao, heading straight for the city wall. At that moment, the two individuals atop the wall were bundled up like Zhongzi, their hands crimson as they repeatedly squeezed the triggers, firing at the creature below. It was indeed the mutated cow, the very one from the sports center. Had the people of City A failed to subdue it, merely driving it away instead? The inability to deal with a single mutated cow left Zhang Xining genuinely concerned for the combat capabilities of City A. What on earth was happening? Qinghai stepped forward to inquire. One of the individuals, shivering and struggling to articulate, stammered, This cow, suddenly. "Allow me to explain," Zhang Xining interjected. Zhang Xining cast a sympathetic glance at the soldier, who appeared pitiably frozen. Zhang Xining spoke briefly. Yet Qinghai understood the challenges she faced within. Zhang Xining fixed her gaze unwaveringly upon the mutated bull and continued, "At that moment, I attempted to strike it, but its body was remarkably resilient. To vanquish this aberrant creature, one must identify its vulnerabilities. I believe its weakness lies in..." The haunting words of Qinghai echoed softly. Zhang Xining directed her gaze towards Qinghai, nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, this is merely my conjecture. Furthermore, its eyes possess the ability to change color, which I suspect indicates the level of danger it poses. When initially released, its eyes were black, yet now they have transformed to red, suggesting a heightened state of peril. We cannot allow it to charge forward unchecked. Otherwise, the gate will inevitably succumb to damage." Yuanbao squinted and remarked, "The gate is equipped with an electric net. Yet even when electrified, it fails to inflict any harm on the mutated bull, highlighting its formidable defensive capabilities." Zhang Xining retrieved a handgun from the spatial realm, aiming it directly at the mutated bull's eye before pulling the trigger. The bullet whizzed forth, striking the bull squarely on the forehead. The creature ceased its assault on the gate, instead retreating and raising its gaze toward the figures atop the city wall, letting out a ferocious roar. Zhang Xining was taken aback by its awareness. After all, how could a crystal core capable of enabling such a significant leap in abilities be so easily dealt with? Yuan Bao handed Qinghuai a slender knife, its elegant form indicative of its superior craftsmanship. With the knife in hand, he cast a rope over the city wall and used it to ascend the surrounding barrier. Just as he steadied himself, the enraged bull charged towards him, its eyes aflame with fury. Seizing the moment, Qinghuai leaped upward with the aid of the rope as the bull collided with the unyielding wall. In that instant, he thrust the knife directly into its eye. Sensing the imminent danger, the bull lowered its head and swung its formidable horns, resulting in a clash with the knife that sparked a fleeting flame. Its horns were not merely metallic. They possessed a hardness surpassing that of any metal. Zhang Xining's eyes were fixed intently below. The mutated bull was doomed to perish today. Qinghuai swiftly sheathed his knife and leapt onto the creature's back, which was slick with moss, making it difficult to maintain his balance. He grasped tightly onto the bull's sharp horns. The mutated bull, in a fit of rage, spun in circles, attempting to dislodge the human atop it. Just as Yuan Bao was about to descend to assist, Zhang Xining had already descended the rope, retrieving a machete from his space and swiftly lunging toward the bull's eye. At this moment, the only vulnerable point, the bull's horns, was firmly gripped by Qinghuai, allowing Zhang Xining to focus on his attack without fear of being gored. Sensing the imminent threat, the bull arched its head back, its front hooves aimed at Zhang Xining's chest. With a thud, Zhang Xining was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Qinghuai shouted from atop the bull, while Zhang Xining spat out the blood in his mouth and rose once more. Chapter 53, Vision Lost. Qinghuai leapt off the bull's back and sprinted to Zhang Xining's side. Without the restraint of humans, the mutated bull charged once more at the two. Zhang Xining and Qinghuai exchanged a glance, immediately dispersing to the left and right. Yuan Bao leapt directly from the city wall, delivering a powerful kick to the head of the mutated bull. The thunderous sound produced by the impact made Zhang Xining involuntarily worry for Yuan Bao's foot. However, in the next moment, the mutated bull was sent flying several meters backward by Yuan Bao's strike. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhang Xining swiftly reappeared beside the mutated bull, brandishing a large machete aimed directly at its crimson eye. A jet of blood burst forth from the creature's eye, splattering her clothes and face. The mutated bull let out an agonizing roar, struggling to rise and prepare for its escape. Zhang Xining exclaimed, "We must not allow it to escape. Once it does, the crystal core will be lost." The mutated bull, with its injured eyes, could only dart about erratically, driven solely by instinct. Zhang Xining relentlessly pursued from behind. "Jinghe, don't run away." With all her strength, she caught up to the mutated bull and severed its tail with a single stroke. Zhang Xining was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the injury to its eyes had diminished the creature's overall defenses? To test her hypothesis, she struck once more at the back of the mutated cow. Indeed, the creature's reaction time appeared to have slowed, and its body was no longer as impervious as before. The blade of her machete sank deeply into the cow's flesh, and before she could withdraw it, she was being dragged through the darkness by the frenzied beast. The wind howled past her ears, the cold air stinging her face. Furrowing her brows, she squeezed her eyes shut, desperately tucking her head into her shoulders. Suddenly, the mutated cow let out a bellow and came to an abrupt halt, causing Zhang Xining to tumble to the ground. The sky was shrouded in darkness, rendering her vision utterly useless. She retrieved a flashlight from her spatial pocket, but even when it illuminated, she was met with nothingness. Was it broken? She stowed the flashlight back and planted her machete into the earth, using it for support to rise. If not for the faint sound of the cow's breathing, she might have thought it had fled. Tentatively, she made her way towards the creature, muttering to herself, "Is the sky this dark before the onset of extreme cold?" The soft crackle of twigs beneath her feet heightened her vigilance, and she swiftly turned in the direction of the sound, machete at the ready. Yet still, she saw nothing. "It's me," came the voice of Qinghuai, neither loud nor soft, causing Zhang Xining's wary heart to finally ease, as if she had at last found her comrades in the enveloping darkness. In this obscurity, Her hearing sharpened, and she instinctively grasped the hem of Qing Huai's garment. "Do you see where the mutated cow is? We mustn't let it escape." Zhang Xining turned her head to survey her surroundings, endeavoring to once again pinpoint the location of the mutated cow. Qing Huai cast a glance at the creature lying on the ground and nodded at Yuan Bao, indicating its presence. "It's over there. I instructed Yuan Bao to sever its head. Do you have a flashlight?" "Mine has run out of battery," she lamented, reluctantly switching on her flashlight. The beam illuminated the forest, yet she felt no sense of awareness. Qing Huai observed her clear eyes and then the beam of the flashlight, softly replying, "I do not possess a flashlight, but my vision is somewhat superior to that of the average person." Zhang Xining, undeterred, groped her way to the position of the mutated bovine carcass, while Yuan Bao rested his head beside her. The harsh sound of the chainsaw mingled with the howling wind, creating a particularly jarring cacophony in the darkness. Then, under their puzzled gazes, Zhang Xining wielded the chainsaw, drawing it across the head of the beast. Feeling satisfied after a moment, she prepared to rummage through the pile of putrid flesh. "Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have earned 100 points, with a total of 400 points available for use." The sky began to unleash a flurry of heavy snowflakes, as the biting wind howled and the branches rustled with a clattering sound. Rising to her feet, she navigated forward, her hands outstretched, as snowflakes continued to fall upon her in gentle flurries, stirring a vague sense of unease within her. Qing Huai grasped her flailing hand, his small, soft palm enveloped in hers, kindling an inexplicable warmth in her heart. "Stay close to me," he urged. "MHM," she replied, and together they traversed through the frigid storm, weaving their way through the forest. Zhang Xining was unable to see, and thus could only slow his pace. As the snow on the ground accumulated, he nearly stumbled several times. His broad and sturdy back provided a sense of security as he leaned against it. In a flurry of anxiety, Zhang Xining wrapped his small hands around Qing Huai's neck, resting his entire head upon his shoulder. The rhythmic sound of the girl's breathing filled his ears, and after a few moments of tension, Qing Huai's body stiffened, his mind racing. He was unaware of when a blush had crept onto his ears, and the palm of his hand, which supported her knee, was damp with a thin sheen of sweat. On that snowy night, a man carried a woman through a forest blanketed in white, their steps alternating between deep and shallow. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and Zhang Xining felt increasingly cold. Despite the warmth radiating from Hongyu, it still felt insufficient. "Qing Huai, how much longer? I feel the temperature dropping." Zhang Xining whispered softly in his ear, her gentle breath brushing against him like a gentle caress that tugged at his heartstrings. Qing Huai glanced towards the grand entrance, where Yuan Bao had long been waiting atop the wall, offering him a warm smile. Dressed in a tailcoat, he seemed an anachronism amidst the biting cold of the winter wind. Turning his head, he noticed the girl resting on his shoulder, her face gradually seeking refuge against his neck, as if in search of warmth. Her complexion was pallid, her lips devoid of color. Qing Huai hastened into the courtyard, making his way toward the villa. As night deepened, Su Mo, worried about Zhang Xining, had inadvertently dozed off on the sofa, only to awaken at the sound of commotion, discovering someone draped over Qing Huai. What happened to Ningning? Qing Huai, carrying Zhang Xining on his back, ascended to the second-floor room, where he carefully laid her on the bed and tucked her in, ensuring the heating was turned up. Before long, the room warmed to a comfortable temperature, and upon seeing her complexion regain some color, he slowly exited the room. Su Mo stood anxiously at the door, peering inside, and immediately reached to push the door open, only to be restrained by Qing Huai. "She's asleep. Let her rest. If she doesn't recuperate now, she may not sleep well tomorrow." "Ningning." Su Mo hesitated, words caught in her throat. Qing Huai cast a glance toward the room. "Her eyes cannot see for the time being." "Ah." Su Mo stood frozen, her gaze fixed on Qing Huai, seemingly verifying the truth of his words. Chapter 54. I will heal her. Qing Huai's pupils flickered. "Rest assured, I will find a way to heal her." Su Mo grasped the hem of Qing Huai's garment, seeking reassurance. "You truly have a way to heal her?" Qing Huai averted his gaze. "Yes. In the coming days, Take good care of her. Do not let her wander. That night, Zhang Xining slept exceptionally well, while Su Mo and Qinghuai remained awake, vigilantly guarding her. Su Mo stayed by Zhang Xining's bedside, fearful that Ningning might succumb to despair. Thus, she resolved to watch over her, steadfast and unwavering. The following day, Zhang Xining awoke to a profound darkness, an impenetrable blackness that obscured even her outstretched fingers. As her fingertips brushed against the softness of her bed, a sense of unease washed over her. She was indeed in her own room. Given her fear of the dark, she typically left a small night light on while sleeping. Yet now, she found herself enveloped in an unsettling void. There was only one possibility. Ning ning, yo trealake. What would you like to eat? I will prepare it for you, Su Mo said, suppressing her emotions. Zhang Xining turned and gazed at Su Mo with bright yet hollow eyes. Mo, tell me, have I gone blind? Sumo softly visusurit, her.As. You are not blind. It is merely a temporary inability to see. Rest assured, Qinghuai has assured me he possesses the means to restore your sight, and you shall soon recover. In a post-apocalyptic world, one who loses their sight becomes utterly helpless. How could she seek vengeance upon Nanyue or confront the great spider? Lacking even the ability to protect herself, how could she safeguard others? She felt as though the heavens were playing a cruel joke on her, as her once illustrious life had been abruptly severed. Xining, trust me, you will be all right. Su Mo observed Zhang Xining with a hint of unease glimmering in her eyes. Zhang Xining's lips curled into a faint smile. Momo, I believe in you. I wish to rest for a while. You may leave for now. She endeavored to compose herself. The more sorrow she felt, the more pain it would inflict upon Su Mo, and she could not bear to see her friend distressed because of her. Uncertain whether it was Zhang Xining's remarkable acting or Su Mo's own desire to conceal her emotions, she rose from her chair and gently pushed it aside. I will prepare your favorite dish. I shall return shortly. If you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. Zhang Xining nodded as the sound of footsteps receded from the room, the door closing gently behind them. Only then did she gaze vacantly out of the window, uncertain of what the day outside held. A melancholic smile graced her lips, imbued with a profound sense of solitude. After a brief interlude, the door swung open, and a lively sound of footsteps filled the air. She smiled softly, Qian'er. The chubby little hands of Qian'er tenderly caressed her eyes, his voice resonating with warmth. Sister, do not worry. Your eyes will surely recover. Zhang Xining nodded, affirming that her sister's eyes would surely improve. Sister, last night, Brother Yuan Bao brought a chubby fellow into our home, and now all the dirty and laborious tasks are left him. Just now, Sister Momo even gave that chubby fellow a good scolding. Qian'er chattered incessantly beside her, while Zhang Xining listened attentively. Zhang Xining furrowed her brows slightly. The chubby one? Indeed, Brother Yuan Bao mentioned that since Sister is acquainted with that hefty fellow, he would leave him behind to serve as your laborer. Zhang Xining began to ponder the plump individual she was acquainted with, suddenly recalling the first time she encountered Yuan Bao, during which she was frightfully startled by a rather rotund figure. Was that person not characterized by a round head, round eyes, and an overall spherical physique? Sister, you truly know him, Qian'er remarked, just as a rumbling sound erupted from her stomach. Zhang Xining chuckled softly. Qian'er, have you not had breakfast yet? Little ones who neglect their morning meal will not grow tall, you know. Sister, let me assist you in going downstairs to eat. She contemplated refusing, yet she realized that wallowing in self-pity would only incite concern among those around her. With her eyes in such a state, why not confront the situation with courage and actively seek out a remedy? Mo had mentioned that Qinghuai had a way, hadn't she? Yes, she could reach out to Qinghuai. In an instant, clarity dawned upon her, her expression brightening like the sky after a storm, as a faint smile graced her lips. With Qian'er as support, she finally stepped out of the room and made her way downstairs. Fatty, hurry up and fry an egg. Su Mo's voice echoed from the kitchen. All right, came a flurry of compliant responses. De Zhuang was wiping the table when he heard Su Mo's call and retrieved several eggs from the refrigerator. However, upon catching sight of Zhang Xining, an egg slipped from his grasp and shattered on the floor, his lips trembling as he stammered, Wealthy, wealthy lady. The fierce visage of Zhang Xining from that evening lingered vividly in his memory. Though he had previously enjoyed playful antics, he was merely a student and had never witnessed such a brutal and bloody scene. Zhang Xining's ears twitched, indeed. This rotund fellow was the one who had been subjected to the humiliation that night. Su Imo, clad in an apron and wielding a spatula, grumbled as she moved about the kitchen. Upon spotting Zhang Xining, her expression instantly transformed, and she cheerfully exclaimed, "Ning Ning, please have a seat. Breakfast will be ready shortly." Zhang Xining chuckled, seemingly unperturbed by her current condition. To my surprise, despite being unwell, I am still able to enjoy a breakfast lovingly prepared by Mo. Su Mo playfully retorted, "Xining is not sick. Our Xining is the healthiest person. From now on, if you desire breakfast, I shall prepare it for you every day." De Zhuang widened his eyes in astonishment at Zhang Xining, exclaiming, "Rich girl, are your eyes deceiving you?" Qianer shot a disapproving glare at De Zhuang, while Su Mo brandished a spatula, chasing him with playful fervor. "I will never again say that the rich girl is blind." De Zhuang declared, only to face Su Mo's ire as the spatula was hurled towards him, which he deftly caught. Amidst the lively banter in the living room, Zhang Xining teased, "All right, you all cease your antics. I know Mo is the best. If I remain unmarried, I shall depend on you." Su Mo laughed, "Very well. I shall support you from now on." As the door swung open, a gust of cold wind caused Zhang Xining to shiver slightly. She glanced towards the entrance, uncertain if it was Qing Huai or Yuan Bao. "Help, master!" De Zhuang appeared visibly frightened by Qing Huai, trembling as he called out, before hastily retreating to the kitchen to assist Su Mo with breakfast. Qing Huai observed Zhang Xining on the staircase, having come to check on her, fearing she might be overwhelmed by the circumstances. To his surprise, she was not only emerging from her room, but also engaging in light-hearted banter with everyone. Evidently, he had underestimated her resilience. It is indeed rare for one to face such events with composure. Approaching Zhang Xining, Qing Huai spoke softly, his voice as gentle as the warm sun in winter. "If you find yourself bored, you might listen to this." He placed a rectangular device in her hands. Chapter 55, Su Mo's first culinary endeavor. Zhang Xining expressed her astonishment. "Isn't there a widespread power outage in many areas now? There shouldn't be any signal, right?" Qing Huai guided Zhang Xining to the sofa, reassuring her, "That's precisely why I mentioned it might be the case. Rest assured, I will not allow you to remain in this state for long." Zhang Xining's vacant gaze seemed to ignite a flicker of flame as she excitedly grasped Qing Huai's hand. "Do you truly have a solution?" Observing the glimmer of hope in her eyes, an imperceptible pang of reluctance flickered within Qing Huai, who nodded softly, "Yes." Although he had searched tirelessly throughout the night without any leads and felt uncertain about the potential restoration of Zhang Xining's vision, he could not bear to deny her, nor endure the disappointment that would cloud her eyes. "Ning Ning, it's time to eat." Su Mo's voice interrupted the delicate atmosphere between the two. It was only then that Zhang Xining remembered she was still holding onto Qing Huai's hand tightly, and, in a flurry, she released it and rose to make her way to the dining room, forgetting entirely that her sight was beyond her reach. In a moment of clumsiness, her shins collided with the edge of the coffee table, sending her body tumbling towards it. "Ah!" As she lost control and braced for an impending collision, a cool hand grasped her and pulled her away. Her head collided forcefully with a sturdy chest, and she found herself enveloped in someone's embrace. Zhang Xining felt a flush rise to her cheeks, her heartbeat quickening as if a weary butterfly fluttered restlessly within her. "Shall I escort you to the dining hall?" Qing Huai's voice resonated from above. Unable to see his expression, she struggled to contain her racing heart as she accepted his assistance to the restaurant. "Do you think I am utterly useless? Unable to accomplish anything?" "Not all. In fact, I believe you possess a strength that surpasses that of many. Most would crumble in your situation." His melodious voice was soothing, a balm to her anxieties. Su Mo prepared several bowls of tomato and egg noodles, placing them on the table. As Zhang Xining lifted her chopsticks for the first bite, her brows immediately knitted together. "Why does it taste sweet?" Did Mo mistake salt for sugar? Just as she pondered this, Su Mo inquired with a hint of urgency, Xining, how does it taste? Is it unpalatable? No, Mo, it's quite good. Miss Su, did you add sugar? This is my first time tasting sweet tomato and egg noodles. Strangely enough, it has its own unique flavor, Dazhuang remarked while slurping his noodles. Su Mo cast a sidelong glance at Dazhuang, choosing to disregard him as she swiftly snatched Zhang Xining's bowl and headed back to the kitchen. Montak, you needn't do that. You're doing wonderfully, far better than I did when I first learned to cook. In those early days, with no one to guide her, her meals were consistently undercooked and flavorless. Yet she ate them nonetheless to stave off hunger. Xining, I'm fine. Don't worry, I will strive to learn to cook. I'll steam some buns for you. Hearing the determination in Su Mo's tone, Zhang Xining felt a weight lift from her heart. All right, I shall await them. The howling cold wind stirred the snow outside as Zhang Xining stood by the bay window, gazing out. Occasionally, the chilling gusts would whisper past her ears, and her hand rested against the glass, a shiver of coolness creeping into her palm. The window was crafted from the most advanced shatterproof and thermal insulation materials, ensuring remarkable sealing. Yet even so, she could still sense the chill. What kind of scene lay beyond? How many souls were lost in slumber, never to awaken again? Upon returning home, Qinghai shook off the thick layer of snow clinging to him and entered the modest yet cozy abode, which comprised a compact living room, a study, and 2 bedrooms. He lit the fireplace, and warmth gradually enveloped the room. As he walked into the study, he instructed Yuanbao, today, take a few people to operate the snowplow and clear the snow. Yuanbao, still clad in his suit, seemed impervious to the cold, and without hesitation, he ventured out into the blizzard. Seated at his desk, the soft glow of the lamp illuminated Qinghuai's finely chiseled features, rendering him both gentle and poised. His brow was furrowed, his gaze fixed intently on the text before him, his fingers incessantly flipping through the pages. After a lengthy pause, his eyes widened suddenly, his fingers halting their motion as the dimness in his gaze brightened with newfound clarity. He once again picked up the book, carefully perusing its contents. After confirming it was what he needed, a faint smile graced his lips, forming an enchanting expression. Yuanbao Qinghuai's voice resonated as he entered the study. Master, I must make a trip to Nanshan. Please manage the affairs of the gang in my absence, and prepare whatever is needed in the Western-style building, Qinghuai said, his gaze fixed on the pristine, white snow outside. Yuanbao furrowed his brow, the color rising in his cheeks, yet he remained unfazed. Master, there are numerous wild beasts in Nanshan, many of which have mutated. Though they are hibernating now, it is still perilous. Qinghuai interrupted with a sigh. She cannot be left blind. This is my debt to her. That evening, Yuanbao packed a backpack nearly as tall as himself, filled to the brim. Qinghuai cast a glance at it without uttering a word, as if the one preparing to depart was not himself. The following day, at the break of dawn, Qinghuai set off in the snowplow that Yuanbao had tirelessly modified overnight, leaving the Qingling gang behind. With everyone else safely indoors, only Yuanbao was aware of Qinghuai's departure. Standing atop the wall, holding a communicator, Yuanbao watched as the vehicle slowly navigated through the heavy snowfall. Master, I wish you all the best, he murmured, until the car vanished into the white abyss, the path it carved quickly blanketed by the snow, rendering the recent events as ephemeral as a dream. Chapter 56. Qinghuai's disappearance. Zhang Xining, after losing her sight, found solace in standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, her hand gently caressing the glass to sense its warmth. Sumo, in a gesture of kindness, moved the rocking chair to the window's edge, allowing her to recline while gazing outward. Su Mo would describe the magnitude of today's snowfall, painting a vivid picture of the scene beyond, detailing the thickness of the snow on the ground and who was shoveling it, all while playfully critiquing Yuanbao. Yuanbao was indeed peculiar. Even in such frigid weather, he donned the same outfit. Did he not feel the cold? Could he truly be a wooden figure? Did he never change his clothes? Or were all his garments of a single design? Zhang Xining listened to Su Mo's incessant chatter in her ear. Since you were so curious about him, why not ask him directly? Su Mo lowered her head, feeling uneasy. Who is curious about him? He's indeed quite peculiar. All right, if you're not curious about him, then I am. Let Yuan Bao come over for dinner. Has Dazhuang's meal been prepared? It was only then that Su Mo remembered the rotund cook still laboring in the kitchen. Ever since he mistakenly used sugar instead of salt last time, she had been compelling him to cook daily. Gradually, his culinary skills had improved, and the responsibility of cooking fell to him naturally. However, he had a penchant for sneaking bites, and Su Mo had to keep a watchful eye on him to curb this habit. Clearly, she had forgotten to supervise him again this time. The rotund chef was busy stir-frying, while a plate beside him held a few perfectly crafted braised lion's heads. Observing that there were only 3 lion's heads on a large platter, Su Mo stomped her foot and yelled at him, "You glutton, have you been sneaking food again?" The chef's hand trembled with the spatula, seemingly in fear of Su Mo, and he hurriedly replied, "No way. I only took my share. The rest belongs to you all. Besides, am I really the one who steals food?" Su Mo snorted in response. "Humph. I told you that Ningning loves meat. Couldn't you have made one more for her? I see you're doing this on purpose." The chef displayed a helpless expression. "Miss Su, I truly haven't stolen anything. After your last reprimand, I reflected deeply and vowed to correct this bad habit, so I absolutely won't sneak food anymore." Su Mo cast him a sidelong glance, her tone softening slightly. "You better be telling the truth. Make 1 extra portion today." With that, she exited the kitchen. Approaching a window, she observed Yuan Bao diligently shoveling snow. As she opened the window, a gust of frigid wind rushed in, and a flurry of snowflakes followed suit, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She called out to the outside, "Yuan Bao, come in for dinner once you finish." Yuan Bao glanced at the girl by the window. Her cheerful face suddenly flushed from the cold, and he furrowed his brow slightly. He waved his hand, signaling her to close the window. Leaning closer, he whispered, "Ning Ning. Later I will sneakily poke Yuan Bao to see if he is made of wood." Zhang Xining's lips curled into a smile. "Momo, while it's all in good fun, let's not go overboard. We are currently on someone else's turf, so it would be wise to exercise some restraint." Su Mo held Zhang Xining's hand, guiding her to the dining table. "All right, I understand." Dazhuang brought the dishes to the table just as Yuan Bao entered through the door. Qin'er, upon spotting him, exclaimed, "Brother Yuan Bao, come quickly and join us for dinner. Brother Fatty's culinary skills have improved significantly since a few days ago." Yuan Bao cast a complex glance at Zhang Xining before turning to Qin'er and saying, "Then Qin'er should eat a bit more. You need to grow taller." Zhang Xining suddenly recalled that Qin'er was not a child anymore, and thoughtfully remarked, "Yuan Bao, I wonder if you would be willing to teach Qin'er some martial arts? After all, the world outside is rather tumultuous. She cannot protect Qin'er for eternity. He must learn to navigate life on his own. Equipping him with skills for self-defense is undoubtedly far more advantageous than leaving him unprepared." Qin'er set down his chopsticks and looked at Yuan Bao, nodding emphatically. The memory of his parents transforming into monsters and engaging in mutual destruction haunted him deeply. If he were formidable enough, could he not prevent his father from becoming a monster? Could he not save his mother from being devoured by his father? "I want to learn martial arts. I want to master it to protect my sister," Qin'er declared, his eyes brimming with determination. If it weren't for his sister, he would have already transformed into a little monster like his parents, doomed to be hunted by humans. "Very well, since Qin'er wishes to learn, I shall teach you. However, if you do not apply yourself diligently, I shall show no mercy," Yuan Bao warned, attempting to instill a sense of seriousness. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin'er replied, "Thank you, Brother Yuan Bao." After the meal, Yuan Bao continued to shovel snow. Before departing, he retrieved a book from his pocket and handed it to Qin'er. "Follow the illustrations and practice accordingly. Dedicate at least 2 hours each day to mastering the fundamentals. As the saying goes, a shaky foundation can lead to a catastrophic collapse. Let us first solidify your basic skills." Qin'er joyfully accepted the book and dashed upstairs. Halfway up, he paused to address Su Mo, saying, "Sister Su Mo, I leave my sister in your care. I'm going up to practice." Without waiting for a response from Su Mo, his footsteps echoed away, already lost in his pursuit of mastery. Zhang Xining cast her gaze in Su Mo's direction, expressing her dependence. In this moment of helplessness, "I cannot bear to be apart from you." Su Mo scoffed, tidying up the dishes as she replied, "Do you truly believe the words of a child? I would have perished long ago without you. Whoever dares to call you incompetent, I shall confront them." With a glance at Dazhuang and Yuan Bao, Dazhuang hastily clarified, "I did not hear anything," and swiftly retreated into the kitchen, for he dared not provoke Miss Su. Though she appeared delicate, she was not one to be trifled with. The last time, her spatula had left his arm aching, a testament to her surprising strength. Yuan Bao lowered his gaze, concealing his emotions, and politely yet distantly remarked, "I shall return to my duties." Without waiting for Su Mo's response, he turned and stepped into the heavy snowfall to continue his work. Qinghua had been gone for 3 days. It was reported that the snow had become too severe, impeding his journey. After resting for a night in a town near Nanshan, he intended to press on, having mentioned that he would reach Nanshan within 3 days. However, as the distance grew, the signals of the communicator became increasingly unreliable, leaving Yuan Bao with scant information. By the 8th day, the heavy snow finally ceased. Yet Yuan Bao could not establish contact with Qinghua despite persistent attempts. The task of snow removal fell to Dogdan, and if circumstances allowed, Yuan Bao would have preferred to personally venture to Nanshan in search of Qinghua. He had read that Zhang Xining's blindness stemmed from the blood of a mutated moss cow that had tainted her vision. To restore her sight completely, it was imperative to find another eye from a mutated moss cow. The reason for heading to Nanshan was clear, as it served as a gathering place for the wildlife of country Y, fraught with peril. Even in winter, while many creatures hibernated, one could not predict the consequences of disturbing them. Under normal circumstances, Qinghua should have reached Nanshan, and the loss of signal on the communicator explained the silence. Yet, there lingered a grim possibility that Yuan Bao dreaded to confront. Something might have happened to Qinghua. Chapter 57. Zhang Xining's suspicion in recent days. Yuan Bao seemed to have lost his spirit, remaining fixated on the communicator. "Ningning, the heavy snow has finally ceased. In a few days I can take you out?" Suemo exclaimed excitedly to Zhang Xining. Zhang Xining furrowed her brows slightly. "Mo, what is today's date?" "Today is October 8th, she replied. She vividly recalled that in her previous life, the heavy snowfall persisted for a full 10 days, yet in this life, it lasted only 8. Was it her rebirth that precipitated these changes? The floods arrived earlier. The snow ceased prematurely. What else might be beyond her foresight? Perhaps, in some inscrutable manner, everything was undergoing a transformation. Mo, please check on Qianer. Do not let him overexert himself." Zhang Xining gazed at Su Mo. Understanding that Su Mo was worried she might be in despair, hence staying by her side without a moment's respite. However, she did not require such constant companionship. Su Mo cast a concerned glance at Zhang Xining, hesitating slightly. Ningning. Zhang Xining smiled gently. "Momo, I simply cannot see. It does not render me incapable. Do not worry, I can take care of myself." Su Mo appeared to have come to a realization. "I shall visit you again shortly." With that, she departed from Zhang Xining's bedroom. Zhang Xining, adorned in a loose-fitting crimson sweater, sat gracefully upon a chaise lounge by the window. Rising slowly, she groped for the radio that Qinghua had gifted her. For days, she had been listening to the incessant chatter of Momo, who spoke of Yuan Bao coming daily to shovel the snow, occasionally sharing meals together. However, since their encounter a week prior, it seemed he had not visited even once. What could he be preoccupied with? While Yuan Bao was busy with his snow shoveling, surely he too must be occupied. Switching on the radio, she was greeted with news from the world before the apocalypse. A scandal involving a popular influencer igniting interest in a certain brand. Reports of Y Country products engaging in group battles and similar trivialities. Finding it uninteresting, she switched to a music channel, letting the melodies wash over her, until her fingers brushed against the button. With a gentle press, a crackling sound filled the air, followed by a frail voice whispering into her ear, "If I were to die here today, I trust you would fare well." Soon after, the haunting cries of wild beasts echoed around her. Zhang Xining's heart skipped a beat as she grasped the radio tightly, calling out into its depths, "I do not know who you are, but life is inherently fraught with challenges. Consider your family and friends, those who truly care for you. Do you genuinely wish to bring them sorrow? I may not be able to assist you, But I implore you, for the sake of yourself, strive to endure. She clutched the radio with both hands until beads of sweat began to form in her palms. Silence lingered on the other end, and just as she feared the signal had been lost, a crackling sound reverberated once more. Very well, I shall do my utmost to survive. For the sake of those I cherish, and for myself, the signal faltered again, accompanied by a static noise. Zhang Xining exhaled deeply. If one has lost the desire to live, even the arrival of deities would prove futile. She was unaware of the struggles that individual was enduring, yet as long as there remained a flicker of hope, no matter how minuscule, he would grasp it firmly. Zhang Xining retrieved the crystalline core of the mutated cow from her spatial realm, caressing it gently while murmuring to herself, "For you, my vision has faded. Had I foreseen this outcome, would I have still sought your core? Perhaps not." She positioned the crystalline core against her forehead, slowly absorbing its immense energy, which surged in her body like a swarm of insects gnawing at her flesh, rendering her bones as if they were being shattered. A fine sheen of perspiration gradually formed on her forehead, and this sensation persisted for several minutes before it began to subside. A warm current enveloped her, akin to the soothing embrace of a hot spring, coaxing her entire being into a state of unwitting relaxation. After a prolonged period of approximately 10 minutes, she finally completed the absorption of the core. Upon opening her eyes, the brilliance of the light before her compelled her to squint. As she cautiously attempted to fully open her eyes, she beheld green curtains. Outside the window lay a landscape blanketed in pristine white, with trees stripped bare, their branches adorned only with scattered snowflakes. The edges of the window were festooned with glistening icicles. Turning her gaze back to the interior, the familiar surroundings welcomed her sight, and a glimmer of something bright sparkled in her pupils. Trembling, she whispered, I can see." To her astonishment, it was the crystalline core of the mutated cow that restored her sight. A bittersweet smile graced her lips, as the 8 days spent in darkness had dulled her animosity. Each day unfolded in an ordinary manner, so mundane that it was almost serene. Though sightless, she could still perceive the joy of those around her. If only such days could continue indefinitely, it would render my rebirth worthwhile. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening broke her reverie, and she turned to see Su Mo entering, a smile illuminating her face. "How is Chiner?" Su Mo's eyes widened with excitement upon witnessing the spark of life in Zhang Xining's eyes. "Ning Ning, your vision has returned." Zhang Xining smiled gently. "Indeed, Momo, I am well now. You need not concern yourself with my care any longer. I apologize for having worried you these past few days." Su Mo nestled her head against hers. "I derive joy from taking care of you, and truly, I am delighted to see you in good health. I shall request Fatty to prepare a greater variety of dishes. Today, we shall celebrate, and we must also invite the leader in Yuan Bao." With that, she dashed out of the room like the wind. Zhang Xining could still hear Su Mo's voice in the room. "Ning Ning is fine. Ning Ning is finally fine." She curled her lips, revealing a trace of exhilaration. "Mo, once I have avenged myself, I will ensure that you experience such joy every single day. As for that person, it is perhaps for the best that we never cross paths." Zhang Xining stepped out of the room and beheld Chiner practicing his fundamentals alone in the bedroom. Outside, the world was enveloped in a frigid winter, yet a fine sheen of sweat adorned his forehead. Witnessing this child's diligence and maturity stirred an even deeper sense of compassion within her heart. As China noticed his sister Zhang Xining, he emerged from the room, wiped the perspiration from his brow, and smiled, saying, "Sister, did you manage to see me?" Zhang Xining gently ruffled China's hair, remarking, "Chiner, it seems you have grown taller once again." Chiner brushed aside Zhang Xining's hand and replied, "Sister, let us descend together to see what Sister Su Mo has prepared for us today." The pair, one large and one small, clasped hands as they made their way down the staircase. Upon reaching the first floor, they found a Zhuang bustling energetically in the kitchen, while Su Mo directed the proceedings. "Fatty, add some chili. Ning Ning enjoys spicy food, and this chicken should be stewed until tender, as Ning Ning prefers it that way. Also, make sure to prepare extra braised lion's heads and no sneaking bites." Sumo's voice occasionally rang out. Zhang Xining approached the floor-to-ceiling window, observing that the snow outside showed no signs of melting. Shortly thereafter, the distant sound of snowplow echoed, operated this time by Dog Dan. Zhang Xining, perplexed, furrowed her brows and leaned down to inquire of Qin'er. Qin'er, have you encountered Brother Yuan Bao or Brother Qinghua in recent days? Qin'er gazed at the snowplow outside and shook her head. I saw Brother Yuan Bao a few days ago, but I haven't seen him lately. As for Brother Qinghua, it feels like it's been an eternity since our last encounter. Chapter 58. A reward of 100 points to encourage her relentless efforts. Zhang Xining's brow furrowed ever deeper, an instinctive sense that something was amiss within the Qingling gang gnawing at her, though the others remained oblivious. Sumo set aside the vegetable she was preparing, gently admonishing. Ning Ning, it's quite cold outside. Be sure to dress warmly. She had affixed several heat patches to her back, donned a long down coat, and accessorized with a fluffy hat, scarf, and gloves, completing her ensemble with a mask that left only her eyes visible. As she opened the door, a gust of frigid wind rushed in, prompting her to shiver involuntarily. To prevent the cold air from infiltrating the house, she promptly shut the door. Uncertain of Qinghuai's exact residence, she relied on her memory to guide her to the rather unremarkable building before her. Could this truly be where Qinghuai resided? Surely, a leader of his stature would not inhabit such a place. Yet, apart from this building, there were no other houses in sight. Zhang Xining surveyed her surroundings, ensuring she had not taken a wrong turn, before approaching the door and gently rapping upon it. After a series of 5 or 6 knocks yielded no response, she began to doubt her choice and contemplated departing, when suddenly the door swung open from within. Zhang Xining observed that the interior was shrouded in darkness, imparting an eerie chill. Yuan Bao stood at the entrance, clad in his tailcoat, gazing at Zhang Xining. To her astonishment, she detected a hint of hostility in his eyes. She attempted to discern Yuan Bao's thoughts, yet found herself unable to grasp anything. Yuan Bao, she called softly, feeling an unsettling dissonance in his demeanor. Zhang Xining entered the room with a sense of bewilderment, only to discover it was an exceedingly ordinary space. Aside from a solitary fireplace in the living room, there were no other means of warmth. The fireplace contained nothing but a few remnants of ash, and the temperature inside the room was almost indistinguishable from that outside. Zhang Xining rubbed her gloved hands together and tentatively asked, Master, do you reside here? Yuan Bao glanced at Zhang Xining, revealing nothing in her expression, merely responding with a non-committal sound. Instantly, an indescribable feeling welled up within Zhang Xining, prompting her to seek further clarification. Before our arrival, you lived in our Western-style mansion, did you not? Yuan Bao remained silent, yet she had already surmised the answer. After nearly 10 days spent in such a frigid environment, had she truly relinquished her comfortable surroundings merely to remain in the Qingling gang to assist him? Zhang Xining, not lacking in intelligence, harbored a faint suspicion within her heart. She turned her head and inquired of Yuan Bao, Where is the leader? Yuan Bao's voice, unusually hoarse, replied in a low tone. The leader has gone to Nanshan in search of the eyes of the mutated cattle. Zhang Xining felt as though her heart might leap from her chest. Her palms were painfully constricted, and her lips trembled as she inquired, How long has it been? 8 days. For the first 3 days. We were able to communicate via the communicator, but in recent days, contact has been lost. The hostility in Yuan Bao's eyes gradually transformed into anxiety as he looked at Zhang Xining. If Zhang Xining's memory serves her right, Nanshan is situated several hundred kilometers away from the Qingling sect. Venturing out into such a fierce storm poses inherent dangers, even if she were to reach Nanshan safely. Unforeseen events in the mountains could prove fatal. At this moment, Zhang Xining finally comprehends why Qinghuai had assured her that she would not be rendered blind that night, and she realizes the reason behind their long separation. A profound sense of regret envelopes her. If only she had absorbed the crystal core sooner to restore her vision. Perhaps Qinghuai would not have had to take such risks. But why? They were merely strangers who crossed paths. Why would he care so deeply? Could it be that he truly harbors feelings for her? No. Qinghuai is a close friend of Chu Hanqing and must be aware of the relationship between her and Chu Hanqing. Is it possible that his concern stems from that connection? Zhang Xining leafed through the book, page by page, when suddenly her gaze fell upon the page dedicated to the mossy cow. It indeed spoke of the mossy cow, describing a toxin beneath the eyelids so potent that it could induce blindness. The only remedy lay in consuming the eye of another mossy cow. Yet, unbeknownst to all, the crystalline core within the mutated mossy cow's head could also neutralize the toxin. Zhang Xining leaned against the headboard, her gaze fixed upon the ceiling, lost in thought. After a considerable pause, she turned to grasp the radio perched on her bedside table, pressing a button that emitted a crackling sound into her ears. Are you there? I wonder if you have escaped danger. I have a friend, someone who has known Qinghai for a short while. I suppose she can be considered a friend? She hesitated, reflecting on her predicament. He is in peril because of me, yet I lack the courage to abandon everything to seek him. I have always dreaded hardship, enduring a lifetime of suffering. So, is it wrong for me to desire a more comfortable existence? She adjusted her clothing, recalling the bitter cold of her past life. Had it not been for the kindness of a stranger who gifted her a coat, she might well have succumbed to the frost. The excruciating chill that penetrated her bones remained vividly etched in her memory, and if given the choice, she would never wish to endure such weather and days again. The person on the other end of the communicator listened in silence, stifling a groan as the pain from wounds inflicted by beasts surged within him. He was akin to a devoted audience, absorbing the turmoil and anguish conveyed through the device. After a protracted silence, no voice emerged from the other side, prompting Zhang Xining to murmur, "Perhaps he is no longer with us." She switched off the radio, and, after a lengthy interval, the familiar voice of the system crackled to life. "Host, please proceed to Nanshan City immediately to complete the task. Reward, 100 points. What? Nanshan City? ISNT that the nearest urban area to Nanshan? But how can I embark in such frigid weather? Surely, I cannot walk there? She pondered whether Qinghai's journey to Nanshan would also lead him through Nanshan City. What a curious coincidence. After much deliberation, the biting cold outside, plummeting to sub-zero temperatures, ultimately deterred her. The haunting shadow of her previous life as frost was too profound. System, once the cold recedes, I shall fulfill the task. For now, I simply wish to remain at home. With that, she promptly deactivated the system. Was 100 points worth risking her life? She was no fool, although she felt a twinge of guilt towards Qinghai. Having been granted a second chance at life, she cherished it more than anyone else. What troubles you? Came the anxious knock of Suemo from outside the door. Zhang Xining rose to her feet and opened the door. After scrutinizing her from head to toe, Mo's anxious expression gradually softened, and she inquired, "What happened just now?" Zhang Xining smiled gently, remarking how she had just been chilled to the bone, but was now feeling considerably better. Suemo, grasping Zhang Xining's icy hand, chided her, saying, in such frigid weather, "You ought to refrain from venturing out. This cold is unprecedented, far more biting than any winter I have ever encountered." The two of them descended the stairs together, where De Zhuang and Qianer were already partaking in their meal. The spread was lavish, featuring dishes such as stewed pork ribs with yam, braised chicken, cola chicken wings, tofu and egg custard, spicy stir-fried beef, along with several vegetarian options. In the midst of the apocalypse, such a feast was truly a luxury. Part of the ingredients had been delivered by Yuan Bao, while the rest were provisions hoarded by Zhang Xining in her storage space. Over the course of their daily meals, De Zhuang's culinary skills had flourished, transforming him into a capable chef, with each dish proving to be a delightful masterpiece. Even Suemo, who was notoriously particular about her food, could not help but express her admiration. Zhang Xining, consuming her meal, found it tasteless, akin to chewing wax. She acknowledged that thoughts of Qinghai continued to disturb her peace of mind. After her meal, she stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the pristine blanket of snow, where the only figures visible were those shoveling the snow, with no other pedestrians in sight. Meanwhile, outside the Qingling gang's entrance, a group of men were bundled up tightly. Yuan Bao, standing outside the wall, observed the men below with an expression of indifference. After a prolonged moment, He turned and descended from the wall, remaining unresponsive to their calls. "What shall we do if the people inside refuse to open the door?" inquired a man with notably small eyes. The one referred to as Big Brother pondered momentarily before responding, "If they do not open the door, they cannot blame us for being impolite." The small-eyed man pressed, "Big Brother, what do you intend to do?" With a narrowed gaze, Big Brother retrieved a grenade from his backpack, followed by a lighter. A glimmer of excitement flickered in the eyes of the small-eyed man. "Big Brother, let us blow open the main door and seize the opportunity to storm in, taking their possessions and women." Big Brother's expression darkened as he chuckled ominously. "Food and women are trivial. What I seek is territory." However, as he flicked the lighter open, he discovered that the diesel inside had frozen. After several failed attempts with different lighters, his frustration culminated in the forceful throwing of one onto the ground. With an expression of dissatisfaction, he cast a final glance at the Qingling gang's entrance and instructed the others to proceed. That evening, Zhang Xining lay in her soft bed, tossing and turning, as the system's warning echoed repetitively in her mind. She sat up abruptly, striking her head in exasperation. "Can you please be quiet? Please actively complete the tasks. Enduring the hardships is the path to greatness. By diligently fulfilling your duties now, you shall lead a better life in the future." Zhang Xining restrained her urge to lash out and argued with the system. In the bitter cold of several degrees below zero, there was no means of transportation available other than her own legs. "System, could you not act like a mere machine? The system is not human. Please actively complete your tasks." "Host, can you not utter anything else? Please actively complete your tasks." The system can provide a snowplow that operates efficiently in extreme cold to assist you in completing your tasks. A snowplow? Zhang Xining was perplexed as the vehicle materialized within the system's space. It was a V-shaped snowplow. Its snow tires were designed for superior grip, allowing for high-speed travel across snowy terrain. Furthermore, it was equipped with a 12-route surveillance system and dual power drive, with its diesel system enhanced by special antifreeze, ensuring normal operation even in frigid temperatures. Additionally, it housed a heating system to maintain an interior temperature of around 15 degrees. The system's offerings were undoubtedly formidable, demonstrating its unwavering commitment to ensuring the host fulfills her tasks. Zhang Xining smiled faintly as she made her way to Nanshan City, perhaps to uncover Qinghuai's whereabouts. After all, it was due to her that Qinghuai had fallen into such dire straits. In this advantageous situation, Zhang Xining ultimately chose to relent. Having come to terms with everything, she slept particularly soundly that night, only to be roused by the system's persistent urging. With a hint of impatience, she opened her eyes and clicked her tongue softly. "No need to rush. I shall set off shortly." After stretching and yawning widely, she rummaged through her wardrobe for a warm outfit to don. Gazing once more at the red jade pendant around her neck, she smiled bitterly. "Qinghuai, your impulsiveness truly dampens my spirits. I hope you can await my rescue. It seems we are even in our debts to each other." Once she was ready, Dazhuang had already prepared breakfast. "Rich lady, up so early today?" "Usually, the rich lady rises quite late. Is she intentionally observing my performance? I must present myself well to win her favor, so that Miss Su will not bully me." "How clever of me." After finishing breakfast, she noted that Momo was still asleep and glanced at the clock. It was 8 in the morning. "Dazhuang, I must step out today. My absence will be prolonged, so please assure Momo and China not to worry. I will leave the communicator here and will contact you if signal allows." Dazhuang slurped a hefty mouthful of noodles, asking, "Where are you headed, rich lady?" "Business," she replied, leaving the table to don her thickest down jacket, along with a hat, gloves, scarf, and mask. Casting a glance towards the staircase, she pulled open the door and stepped outside. The howling cold wind hit her, making her feel as if her breath might freeze. She jogged towards Yuan Bao's home, needing Yuan Bao to unlock the gate for her exit from the Qingling gang. She knocked several times on the door, her hands numb and devoid of sensation. Yuan Bao opened the door, his eyes filled with confusion as he beheld Zhang Xining. Zhang Xining pushed the door open and was met with an interior temperature that was scarcely different from that of the outside. She also noticed Yuan Bao, still clad in his tailcoat, and in that moment, she felt an inexplicable sense that Yuan Bao was not human. How could he not be human? Aside from his disregard for the cold, he possessed all the characteristics of humanity. "Is there something you need?" Yuan Bao inquired in a tone that was indifferent, lacking any warmth. Zhang Xining, unconcerned, spoke directly. "I need to head out. Could you please open the main gate?" Yuan Bao's eyes glimmered with interest. "Where to?" "Nanshan City." "And who might you be?" Yuan Bao's gaze became somewhat intricate, and his tone noticeably softened compared to before. "Observing the modified snow plow." Zhang Xining nodded in satisfaction and promptly took her seat in the driver's cabin, steering the snow plow towards the gate. Chapter 60. Delivering ahead, Yuan Bao was not taken aback by the sudden appearance of the peculiar snow plow. He opened the gates of the Qingling gang and watched as the snow plow rolled out. The snow inside had been nearly clear by everyone, yet outside, the snow loomed nearly taller than a person, and the farther one ventured from the Qingling gang, the more intact the snow remained. Zhang Xining cautiously maneuvered the snowplow, activating the internal heating as she navigated towards Nanshan City along the national highway. Unbeknownst to her, concealed behind a large tree not far from the Qingling gang, a figure, frozen like a statue, squinted at the direction in which Zhang Xining had departed. With a slight movement of his numbed limbs, he began to tread through the deep snow, shifting towards another route. A vast expanse of white greeted the eye. The mountains near the village, blanketed in ice and snow, resembled colossal glacial peaks. The ponds and rivers, cloaked in white, rendered the distinction between land and ice nearly indistinguishable. Without the guidance of the navigation system, one might easily stray onto the frozen surface. Only the towering trees offered a hint of color amidst the monochrome landscape. To avert snow blindness from prolonged exposure, Zhang Xining donned specialized protective eyewear. She drove aimlessly. In such weather, few ventured outdoors, and the absence of other vehicles meant she merely needed to maintain her course. After an indeterminate period, she suddenly noticed a mound of snow ahead, noticeably higher than its surroundings. The accumulation in the middle of the road exceeded that of other areas, suggesting a singular possibility: she was being watched. The proximity to the Qingling gang and the ambush laid in such a desolate location indicated a vendetta against them. It became evident that she had been targeted since her departure. In her previous life, encounters with highway robbers or those compelled by hunger to seize provisions were commonplace. Survival dictated indifference to the plight of others. Uncertain of the number of ambushers lurking nearby, she hesitated to proceed recklessly, should her vehicle encounter difficulties. Her predicament would become dire. She wished to avoid any mishap so soon after embarking on her journey, especially considering this formidable machine was a product of the system, deserving of utmost care. Zhang Xining halted her vehicle, retrieving an air bullet from her storage, poised for the imminent emergence of the individuals. Shortly thereafter, she observed several small dark figures breaking through the distant woods in her rearview mirror, presumably her targets. She remained seated in her car, anticipating their arrival. The group approached, their laughter resonating in the air, until they finally stood before her window. The man at the forefront, his face obscured by layers of clothing, donned a sheepskin cloak and kicked the car door with his foot. His lips moved incessantly, exuding an air of arrogance through his piercing gaze. Zhang Xining discerned his intent for her to exit the vehicle. Casting a sidelong glance at the door, her pupils darkened as she surveyed the throng encircling her car, numbering approximately a dozen. Noticing her lack of movement, the man in sheepskin tugged at the door handle with a contorted expression, gesticulating towards the window. As the handle of a large machete was raised, Zhang Xining slowly lowered her window. Amidst the jubilant expressions of those surrounding her, she raised her right hand, gripping the air bullet, and pulled the trigger towards the man cloaked in sheepskin. With a resounding bang, the bullet struck his chest, blood gushing forth as he incredulously widened his eyes and collapsed to the ground. The onlookers, snapping back to reality, witnessed Zhang Xining fire shot after shot through the window, each bullet finding its mark in the chests of several others. Why not aim for the head? Did she find such an action too cruel? Certainly not. Her aim for within the vehicle was not precise enough, and she feared missing the head, thus she targeted their chests instead. After 7 of them fell, the remaining 3 exchanged terrified glances between the car and their fallen comrades, utterly at a loss for what to do next. Zhang Xining, concerned that the chill might seep into the car, promptly closed the windows and gently opened the door. A wave of cold air rushed in, rendering her entire body numb. As she moved her hands and feet, she noticed a man draped in sheepskin lying in the snow, his lips trembling as he pleaded, "I beg you, don't kill me." Witnessing their leader on the ground, 3 subordinates, including the one with small eyes, immediately knelt in supplication. The one with small eyes repeatedly bowed his head, imploring, "Great Aunt, we shall never dare again. Please spare us." Zhang Xining regarded them with a cold gaze, his small eyes narrowing as he continued, "Our women shall provide you with sustenance, as long as you spare our lives." Another subordinate wept bitterly, "We still have meat. All of it is yours." Zhang Xining furrowed her brow slightly, surprised to discover that this group of people led relatively comfortable lives, with access to meat. Indeed, it was meat from 2-legged creatures, far more delectable than that of livestock. "If you wish to partake, I shall gladly offer it to you," she said. Observing Zhang Xining deep in thought, the small-eyed individual continued speaking. Zhang Xining suddenly lifted her gaze towards the small-eyed figure, her eyes cold and bloodthirsty, brimming with a profound intent to kill. The flesh of 2 legs? In her previous life, due to the scarcity of food, some individuals resorted to the heinous act of harming their own kind for survival, cooking and consuming them. Such beings could no longer be regarded as human. She cast a glance at the fallen individuals, her expression devoid of emotion as she delivered another shot to each one. These people would never have imagined that their own kind would meet their demise at the hands of a mere little white rabbit, but it was too late for regrets. Zhang Xining gazed at the snow-laden expanse ahead, exhaling an impatient sigh, just as she was about to utter a word. The frigid air threatened to turn her breath into icy shards, prompting her to seal her lips once more. After nearly 20 minutes of toil, she finally cleared the roadblocks and climbed aboard the snowplow, feeling a resurgence of vitality as warmth gradually returned to her limbs. Casting a glance at the lifeless body in the snow, she maintained an expressionless demeanor and continued her journey. It was not until her stomach grumbled audibly that she checked her watch, realizing it was already 2 p.m. The sky loomed heavy and overcast, devoid of any breeze. Yet the oppressive stillness felt even more chilling than the howling winds of a winter storm. Zhang Xining parked her vehicle by the roadside, casting her gaze upon a nearby sign that read Xiangling Town. She removed her goggles and gently rubbed her weary eyes. From her supplies, she retrieved a self-heating hot pot, a simple yet convenient meal option. Next, she took out an electric kettle, plugged it into the car's power outlet, and within 5 minutes, the water was boiling. She poured the hot water into a thermos to brew a packet of coffee. By this time, the hot pot was ready. Upon lifting the lid, a wave of steam enveloped her, revealing a medley of lotus slices, lamb, enoki mushrooms, dried bamboo shoots, and vermicelli. After savoring the meal, a comforting warmth enveloped her. And to ensure her focus remained sharp throughout the afternoon, she indulged in another cup of steaming coffee, storing the remaining hot water for later use. Fully nourished, she revitalized her spirits and resumed her journey. According to the navigation, she would enter Xiangling Town tonight, seeking a suitable spot to park for the evening, with plans to depart at dawn. If all went as anticipated, she would reach Nanshan City before nightfall. Why not spend the night just outside Xiangling Town? In desolate places, one could never be certain of lurking beasts. In her previous life during the extreme cold, she and a group had once been attacked by a pack of wild boars while seeking refuge in a village. Chapter 61. The snowplow from the system is damaged. The weather was frigid, with scarcely any pedestrians or animals in sight. Yet, when hunger reaches its zenith, the primal instinct for survival drives them to venture out in search of sustenance, disregarding all else. Zhang Xining believed that in Xiangling Town, a haven for human habitation, wild beasts would not dare to tread lightly. However, she was taken aback to discover that there were 2 routes leading to Nanshan City. To expedite her mission, the system selected a shortcut for her, yet this path proved to be rather treacherous. With merely 2 hours remaining until dusk, she maneuvered the snowplow into Xiangling Town. It was a moderately sized town, enveloped in an eerie silence as every household remained shuttered, leaving her uncertain of the presence of its inhabitants. Upon reaching the town center, She pondered where to park her vehicle when, unexpectedly, a distant speck materialized, hurtling toward her at an alarming speed. The target was unmistakably her. As the shadow drew nearer, Zhang Xining realized it was a wild boar. This was a fully grown boar, larger than the average, with formidable tusks, exuding an aura of ferocity. Without a moment's hesitation regarding the surprising appearance of a wild boar, she accelerated the snowplow, aiming directly at the charging beast. The boar was sent flying several meters before collapsing to the ground, its fate uncertain. Blood splattered across the windshield, prompting Zhang Xining to activate the wipers to cleanse the glass. Suddenly, a cacophony of grunts erupted ahead as a dozen wild boars pursued a group of individuals, both men and women, who, upon spotting the snowplow in the road, filled with hope, sprinted desperately toward her. In the frigid, wintry landscape, the snow piled high impeded their movements significantly. Soon, the last of the group was unceremoniously toppled by a boar, followed by a chorus of frantic cries. A man, clutching a 3-year-old girl, dashed through the snow with remarkable speed. Had he not erected a wall to shield against the boar's assault, Zhang Xining might have believed him to possess the power of wind manipulation. In both her past and present lives, she had never encountered anyone with dual abilities, thus eliminating the possibility of the man wielding such powers. His earthen barrier was not particularly sturdy and was swiftly breached by the boars behind him. He approached Zhang Xining's vehicle, fervently pounding on the door. Zhang Xining gazed at the man whose eyes were the only visible feature, feeling an inkling of familiarity, yet unable to place him. The little girl with her bright, shimmering eyes looked up at her. Those eyes were as pure and untainted as a gentle stream. Zhang Xining sighed, retrieving a firearm from her possession as she exited the vehicle. Did she intend to allow them to board? Certainly not. She had always treasured the items produced by the system, and this vehicle was the sole one capable of traversing the snowy terrain. She would not permit anyone to tread upon it lightly. As for her readiness to take action, it was simply because these wild boars posed a threat. What if they were to damage her car? As for saving someone, that was merely a secondary consideration. Despite the little girl's undeniable charm, Zhang Xining had endured the trials of an apocalypse. She had no desire to become a celebrated hero, nor to assume the role of a villain. Provided that her own interests were unharmed, she was willing to lend a hand. Shunli observed Zhang Xining momentarily lost in thought. Then a glimmer of surprise lit up his eyes. She was the girl who had aided everyone. Her name was seemingly Zhang Xining. Zhang Xining disregarded the man's gaze, alighting from the vehicle and shutting the door behind her. She cast a glance at the man and inquired, "Can you handle a firearm?" Shanli nodded in affirmation. Zhang Xining then handed her gun to him while she retrieved an airsoft gun, aiming shots at the wild boar that was charging toward them. Observing Zhang Xining engage in combat, he wasted no time. Gently setting the girl down, he joined the fray. The individuals ahead obstructed her line of sight, and the biting cold began to numb her limbs, rendering her ineffective as she fired several shots without success. At last, as those individuals rushed past, the wild boar closed in on them. A diminutive man attempted to enter Zhang Xining's snowplow, tugging at the door only to discover it was locked. In frustration, he brandished the handle of his machete and struck the driver's window with force. The shattering glass finally roused both Zhang Xining and Shunli from their focus. Zhang Xining observed the shattered car window as individuals recklessly attempted to climb inside. Her expression darkened to an unsettling degree, resembling a powder keg on the verge of explosion. "Be careful," Shunli shouted, as a wild boar charged towards the distracted Zhang Xining. As Zhang Xining regained her senses, the wild boar was already alarmingly close, and she could discern some bloodstains at the edges of its enlarged nostrils. Suddenly, a dark figure shielded her, rolling them both in the snow. The wild boar, bearing its tusks, lunged toward them once more. Zhang Xining knelt on one knee, positioned dangerously close to Shunli, her right hand gripping an air gun that pierced through his shoulder, delivering a lethal shot to the approaching wild boar. With a resounding bang, the boar collapsed, lifeless upon the ground. After neutralizing the immediate threat, Zhang Xining cast a cold, indifferent gaze upon the remaining individuals who had fallen victim to the ravenous beast. A small girl's voice broke the tension, prompting Shun Li to leap to his feet, inadvertently knocking Zhang Xining into the snow. With no time to utter an apology, he sprinted towards the girl, yet he was still too late. A man attempting to break through the car window had not yet climbed inside when the boar charged once more. The crowd surged at the snowplow's window, desperately trying to squeeze in, but the sheer number of people rendered the effort futile. Several had already succumbed to the boar's savage onslaught. A 3-year-old girl, standing beneath the vehicle, watched the frantic adults with a mixture of confusion and fear. As the chaos unfolded, only the diminutive man and the little girl remained unscathed. In a shocking act of desperation, the man tossed the girl directly in front of the boar, finally managing to scramble into the snowplow himself. Shun Li heard the girl's cries, and despite his swift efforts, he could not rescue her from the jaws of the beast. He watched helplessly as her fragile form was torn apart by the wild boar's vicious teeth, transforming the once adorable child into a gruesome sight. Enraged, he turned his furious gaze toward the man inside the vehicle, seizing him by the collar and yanking him from the window. The man, pale and trembling at the sight of Shun Li's bloodshot eyes radiating with murderous intent, attempted to flee. Shun Li erected an impassable barrier around him, leaving the man with no escape except to face his wrath. "Hero, please spare me," he pleaded, collapsing to his knees in a torrent of tears. Yet, Shun Li merely raised his weapon, delivering a fatal shot to the man's head. At that moment, Zhang Xining saw the boar attacking Shun Li and fired several rounds at the beast, taking down multiple wild boars in quick succession. The remaining 2, sensing the shift in the tide, bolted in the opposite direction. Approaching the shattered glass of the vehicle, a pang of regret surged within her. She raised her air gun and fired repeatedly at the man's head until it lay a gruesome testament to her fury. Chapter 62. Shun Li gazed at Zhang Xining, his eyes filled with remorse. Had it not been for him, her car window would not have been shattered, and the little girl would not have met such a tragic fate. Zhang Xining opened the car door and took a seat inside, only to find that the temperature within was scarcely different from that of the outside, which filled her with frustration. She had no choice but to seek assistance from the system. "System, the car window is shattered. Is it possible to repair it? Replacing with a shatterproof. Bulletproof window will require 100 points." Zhang Xining struggled to suppress the overwhelming urge to explode. "System, I toil and labor to complete a task for merely 100 points. Yet simply replacing a piece of glass also costs 100 points. Is this not unjust? The host has the right to choose not to replace it." Zhang Xining. Can she dismantle this system and ascend to power on her own? Shun Li gazed at the girl seated in the driver's seat, silently staring at the sky, and suppressed the sorrow within his heart as he said, "I can mend your car window." Zhang Xining swiftly rose from her seat, turning her head to gaze at Shun Li, who stood amidst the snow, her face alight with astonishment. "Can you truly fix it?" she inquired. If it could indeed mend it, what need would there be for the dog system? There would be no way to deceive her out of her precious points. Shun Li nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, we happen to have found a discarded vehicle in our hiding spot. We can remove the glass from that car, though we will require some tools." Zhang Xining's eyes sparkled as she stepped out of the vehicle, stowing it away within her spatial realm, and followed Shun Li in the direction they were headed. Having been exposed to the frigid air for an extended period, she found herself acclimatized to the cold, though it still nipped at her. She soon recognized Shun Li as the young man from the A City Sports Center who had fought alongside her against the mutated bulls. From his lips, she learned that Zhao Shuo had already joined forces with Jiang Tong, which finally eased her heart. After departing from city, Shun Li prepared to journey to Jianghai City to enlist in the Divine Mechanism Army, where he intended to unite with others in their battle against natural disasters and the undead defending his homeland. Initially, he had believed that being chosen by the Tiani army would allow him to don a military uniform and serve his country with honor. However, he soon discovered it was merely a ruse. Fortunately, the conspiracy was ultimately unveiled, albeit at a significant cost. Despite the deception, he maintained his innocent spirit, resolutely continuing his quest to fulfill his dreams. As he passed through the town, the day had already waned. He sought refuge in the home of a young girl, but the following day, they were besieged by zombies. in gratitude for the hospitality extended by the girl's parents and to protect the townsfolk from future threats. He rallied the villagers to confront the undead outside. However, as the bitter cold swept in, the girl's parents selflessly sacrificed their warmth, providing all their thick blankets to the others, ultimately succumbing to the freezing temperatures. He vowed to safeguard the young girl and assist the villagers in overcoming their tribulations. Yet, the relentless snow fell for 8 days, and many perished from frostbite or starvation. Ultimately, they resolved to unite for warmth. Little did they anticipate that they were not the only ones deprived of sustenance. Even the wild beasts ventured forth in search of food. Shunli could scarcely believe that those villagers who had professed kinship would attempt to seize Zhang Xining's vehicle and abandon her to escape when she offered her assistance. To his horror, those who had once praised the little girl would cast her before a wild boar, all in a desperate bid for survival. As Zhang Xining listened to Shun Li's narration, her eyes betrayed no emotion. This was merely the onset of the apocalypse. After a year, 2 years, or even longer, Shunli would no longer utter such words. She refrained from admonishing him about the treachery of human nature and the folly of placing trust in others. Many lessons must be learned through personal experience to alter his Na'vi perceptions. In this desolate world, one may extend a helping hand only to find that the recipient contemplates their demise. Indeed, the human heart is a labyrinthine enigma. She perceived Shun Li's regret, anguish, and internal strife, yet felt unqualified to demand that he exhibit the same coldness as herself. Shun Li led her into a room, its entrance askew, precariously positioned as if it might collapse with the slightest touch. Inside lay a courtyard, where a dilapidated off-road vehicle stood, its body rendered useless, though the glass remained relatively intact. He removed the window glass, instructing Zhang Xining to procure the tools she required to shape it to her needs. Observing his deftness, Zhang Xining inquired, "Have you previously worked as a mechanic?" Shun Li, engrossed in his task, nodded. While not a formal mechanic, he possessed the skills of an adept modifier, capable of transforming various vehicles with ease. Zhang Xining retrieved her snowplow from the storage space and set it outside. She observed Shun Li fumbling with the car door, and after a short while, he successfully removed all the shattered glass and effortlessly replaced it with new panes. Upon completing this task, he turned to Zhang Xining and inquired, "Do you think there are any changes that need to be made?" Zhang Xining took a seat in the driver's cabin and made an attempt. There was hardly any difference from the original. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Shun Li smiled faintly, saying, "What I've done is nothing. It is the person who can modify this snowplow who is truly remarkable." Zhang Xining smiled silently. Of course, the product of the system could hardly be subpar. A sudden growl of hunger resonated from Shun Li's stomach, and feeling somewhat embarrassed, he remarked, "I hope you won't mock me, but ever since the snowfall, there has been little to eat outside. The temperatures are frigid, and without any heating indoors, many items can no longer be consumed once taken out." Zhang Xining deeply empathizes with this sentiment. In such frigid temperatures, one is either destined to perish from the cold or succumb to starvation. The fact that he has survived until now undoubtedly speaks to the hardships he has endured. "I have self-heating rice in my car. If you don't mind, we could share a meal. I am heading to Nanshan City and would be glad to take you along." Zhang Xining spoke, gesturing for him to enter the vehicle. She had complete faith that Shun Li would not harbor any ill intentions towards her. Perhaps, should danger arise, he would come to her rescue as a benevolent figure. Though he may be somewhat Na'vi, his presence was advantageous to her. Just moments ago, had it not been for him, Zhang Xining might have sustained injuries. Shun Li felt a twinge of hesitation. Zhang Xining, with a hint of impatience, let out a sharp sigh. "My friend, could you be a bit more decisive? You're dragging this out like a timid bride. Hurry up, I do not relish the act of waiting for others." Zhang Xining's demeanor was somewhat unwavering. Shun Li scratched his head and said, "Thank you." The snowplow was a 2-door vehicle, easily accommodating another person without hindering its operation. Shun Li, quite self-aware, settled into the back seat as a wave of warmth enveloped him, bringing an unparalleled comfort he felt he hadn't experienced in centuries. Zhang Xining pretended to retrieve 2 boxes of self-heating rice, 2 cans, and some milk that had been warmed by the heater vent. 5 minutes later, Shunli gazed at the steaming rice and other provisions and began to feast heartily. It had been a considerable time since he last experienced the sensation of being full, let alone enjoying warm rice. Although self-heating rice may not be the epitome of health, in the apocalypse, it serves as a convenient and practical sustenance when hunger strikes. Who truly cares about health? Once they had satisfied their appetites, Zhang Xining maneuvered the snowplow into a spacious garage, planning to make do for the night in the vehicle. Shunli volunteered, saying, "You rest well. I shall keep watch tonight." Chapter 63. The combination of the fat and the slim. Zhang Xining cast a glance at him, extinguished the car lights, tossed him a flashlight, reclined her seat, and succumbed to sleep. After a day spent driving, she was utterly exhausted, and with the journey to Nanshan City awaiting her on the morrow, she knew she must rest well. Shunli grasped the warm flashlight, enveloped in darkness, occasionally hearing the soft rhythm of the girl's breathing. A faint smile graced his lips as he sat upright in the back seat, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. The night was particularly serene. Zhang Xining initially intended to take a light slumber, for one could never predict what the next moment might unveil. To her surprise, she awoke to the dawn's light streaming in. Stretching her somewhat numb limbs, she glanced outside. Shunli was nearby, engaging in physical activity, alternating between quick sprints and stretching his arms and legs. Zhang Xining decisively alighted from a vehicle and began to exercise alongside him. Shunli was momentarily taken aback. Casting a glance at Zhang Xining, who was wrapped up like a zongzi, Zhang Xining chuckled. "My hands and feet feel a bit stiff. Although it is quite cold, moving my limbs will benefit blood circulation and enhance one's ability to withstand the chill." Next stop is Nanshan City. After half an hour, she felt her entire body stretch and relax, the fatigue from an improper sleeping position the previous night dissipating completely. As she prepared to pour chili oil into her dish, she suddenly thought of Shunli. Turning to the young man sitting upright behind her, she inquired, "Do you enjoy spicy food?" Shunli's gaze shifted to Zhang Xining, who held a bottle of chili oil in her hand, while steam rose from the pot before her, causing her cheeks to flush a rosy hue. Her appearance was not striking, yet there was an undeniable warmth about her that compelled him to steal glances, and with each passing moment, he found her increasingly appealing, a testament to her enduring charm. Noticing Shunli lost in thought as he stared at her face, Zhang Xining felt a twinge of curiosity and touched her cheek. "Is there something on my face?" After confirming that Shunli could indeed handle spice, she poured a generous amount of chili oil into the pot, transforming the broth into a vibrant crimson hue. As she observed the steaming noodles, she added a handful of greens to the mix. In no time, a steaming bowl of noodles was ready. Zhang Xining cradled the bowl in her hands, savoring each bite with evident satisfaction. Shunli took a mouthful of noodles, and an intense spiciness flooded his palate, momentarily overwhelming him. After a brief pause, he glanced at Zhang Xining, who was relishing her meal, and then at his own bowl, which contained eggs and greens. Recalling her animated cooking moments, he gradually continued to enjoy his noodles. Zhang Xining observed Shunli's immaculate bowl and remarked with a smile, "It is rare for anyone here to handle spicy food so well. You must be from the south, right? The spice is overwhelming. I feel as though my stomach is ablaze. No, I cannot let it show." This statement was somewhat at odds with her true feelings. Zhang Xining did not expose him. Instead, she discreetly produced a carton of milk and handed it to him. To avoid arousing suspicion, she took one for herself and began to drink, remarking that such luxuries would become rare and it was best to savor them before they expired. Shunli hesitantly accepted the milk, extracted the straw from the packaging, and took a sip. The milk entered his mouth, alleviating the sharp discomfort he had felt. By the time he finished the carton, his unease had significantly diminished. Glancing at the time, it was 8 o'clock in the morning when Zhang Xining finally drove away from Xianglin town, continuing her journey through the icy landscape. After a while, Shunli observed the girl driving intently and cautiously inquired, "May I ask what brings you to Nanshan City?" When they parted ways at the gym, she had mentioned having matters to attend to, and later he heard the news of Tianzi's murder. A strong intuition stirred within him. He sensed that her fate was intertwined with that of the deceased. How had she evaded capture after killing Tianzi? Where had she fled? His curiosity was piqued. Yet, as a composed young man, he would never allow himself to pose such inquiries. This time, Zhang Xining did not delve into his thoughts. As long as she was assured that he bore no ill intentions, she would not expend excessive energy prying into others' privacy. Presently, she focused her mental acuity on her senses, ensuring her mind remained perpetually alert. Zhang Xining paused as she drove, her gaze fixed ahead. She would never admit that her journey to Nanshan was spurred by Qing Huai's presence. Rather, it was more so a matter of duty. Indeed, her motivation was rooted in obligation, yet one cannot openly proclaim such intentions. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "You would surely doubt my words, but I feel as though destiny itself is beckoning me to Nanshan City." Upon uttering this, she couldn't help but smirk at the absurdity of it. To her surprise, Shunli responded with utmost seriousness, "I believe you. Nanshan City must be facing some predicament, awaiting your arrival to deliver it." Zhang Xining glanced at Shun Li through the rearview mirror. Her serious expression coupled with a solemn tone as she uttered such an absurd statement, nearly causing her to burst into laughter. "My dear brother, did you not realize that I was merely fabricating an excuse to deflect you? Saving Nanshan City? I can scarcely save myself, let alone anyone else." Zhang Xining remained unaware of her exceptional uniqueness in Shun Li's heart. From their very first encounter, she exhibited courage, intelligence, and composure. During their second meeting, she revealed kindness and compassion, yet maintained an air of aloofness. Her demeanor was steady in action, yet her life seemed remarkably youthful. The presence of such diverse qualities in a single girl piqued his genuine curiosity. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, after a brief respite in the vehicle, they resumed their journey. Merely a few kilometers away from Nanshan City, two dark figures obstructed their path. Zhang Xining's first instinct was that a robbery was underway. Her pupils dilated slightly as she retrieved an airsoft gun from her backpack. Gripping it firmly in her hand, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the two shadowy figures. Upon seeing the car come to a halt, the two figures were filled with unexpected delight and began to approach the vehicle. Zhang Xining finally discerned that this was a combination of a stout individual and a slender one. The stout man was somewhat shorter, adorned in a brown fur coat of unknown origin, resembling a ball in form. Chapter 64. The Divine Dagger of a Past Life. The stout man beamed with a smile and spoke to Zhang Xining. Noticing the primitive weapons they held, Zhang Xining slightly rolled down the car window, furrowing her brow as she regarded them. "Esteemed guest, we are purveyors of weaponry. Do you require arms?" Upon hearing that weapons were being sold, Zhang Xining immediately prepared to close the window. The stout figure in the snowy landscape swiftly retrieved a fully black dagger from his backpack, its surface adorned with intricate dark patterns. Most notably, the hilt of the dagger was embellished with a striking red gemstone. Zhang Xining's eyes widened, fixated upon the dagger before her. Originally, there existed a pair of these daggers, known as Wu Hong and Wu Lu. Certain zombies, having endured extreme cold and heat, exhibited enhanced defenses, rendering them impervious to conventional firearms. Consequently, a weapon merchant crafted these two daggers, adept at effortlessly piercing the defenses of the undead. Upon learning of this development, humans, desperate and fleeing from the relentless pursuit of zombies, embarked on a worldwide quest to locate these daggers. When Chu Hanqing encountered her, he was already on the brink of death, while not far away, a defensive zombie bore the Wu Lu dagger embedded in its skull. Upon discovering that the dagger had a counterpart, Chu Hanqing solemnly assured her, "Ning Ning, since this dagger is part of a pair, I shall surely find the other one for you, a symbol of our bond." Yet, until her demise, she never laid eyes upon the other dagger, Wu Hong. Little did she anticipate that in this new life, Wu Hong would miraculously come into her possession. The rotund figure observed the sparkle in Zhang Xining's eyes, and, with a twinkle of mischief, remarked, "This is indeed a fine dagger. The gems adorning it are genuine, and the scabbard itself exudes considerable value." Zhang Xining, uninterested in his ramblings, inquired directly, "How much?" The plump man approached the car window, gazing at the vehicle before him with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. "This car is evidently a remarkable find, but this girl is not easily deceived. What reason should I concoct? Despite possessing so many fine items, she seems drawn to this dagger I found. Although it is indeed a quality piece, it pales in comparison to the treasures I carry. The rotund man appeared somewhat perplexed. Zhang Xining's lips curled slightly. Since it is a family heirloom, let it be. We possess firearms, and the dagger is merely pleasing to the eye. With that, she prepared to depart. The slender man beside her tugged at the rotund figure, who feigned sorrow and lamented. Though it is a treasured heirloom, we currently have nothing to eat aside from our weapons. If the guests truly value it, I implore you to cherish it well, so that I may find solace for my ancestors. His tone was imbued with a sense of reluctance and melancholy. Zhang Xining raised an eyebrow, genuinely tempted to applaud him. Such remarkable acting surely deserved an Oscar, and without the aid of mind reading, she might have truly fallen for it. The chubby fellow feigned wiping his eyes with his sleeve and cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Xining, pondering why this girl was so oblivious. He intensified his performance, declaring, "To be honest, I near to have not eaten for several days. You all appear to be the reincarnation of living bodhisattvas enough." Zhang Xining interjected, brandishing 2 hefty bags of toast and 2 packets of instant noodles before them. "This is all I have. Given the current weather, there is no more food available. Out of pity, I am offering you this, nothing more." Upon seeing the food, her.As and Pang Sanda's eyes sparkled with greed. Just as her.As was about to protest that it was too little, he was stopped by Pang Sanda. "Since we have encountered such kindness, I must reluctantly part with this." After handing the dagger to Zhang Xining, he bowed to it in the snow. "Ancestors, it is the descendants who are unfilial. Today, I exchange our treasured heirloom for sustenance. I hope you can forgive your unworthy descendants." Zhang Xining glanced at the dagger, and indeed it was the obsidian red blade. In this lifetime, Chu Hanqing had perished. One could only wonder to whom the jade green dagger would ultimately belong. Ignoring the sobbing figure in the snow, he strode away. As the vehicle receded into the distance, the thin second brother remarked, "They've left, stop pretending." The portly third brother glanced at the food in his hand, a glimmer of self-satisfaction illuminating his eyes. "What do you understand? Do you really think I am selling daggers? What I am trading is goodwill." The 2 individuals in the car exuded an air of distinction. By feigning to offer them a favor now, it might yield unforeseen benefits in the future. The thin second brother, puzzled, responded with a hesitant "oh," but he couldn't shake the impression that the girl did not truly believe the third brother's words. Zhang Xining pondered the gradual changes of this life when Shun Li's voice resonated from behind. "Did you discern that he was deceiving you?" Zhang Xining feigned ignorance. "Is it possible that the swindler is deliberately putting on a show?" Shun Li chuckled softly, choosing not to expose the ruse, and glanced at the irate Zhang Xining. "Yes. It must strike him directly. Ideally, it would return the bread to you. Indeed, it must be returned. Once the extreme cold and heat have subsided, the zombies will emerge, and people across the world will seek these 2 daggers. She must treat this dagger as an ordinary one, concealing any hint of its true nature to avoid unnecessary troubles in the future." As for whether Shun Li had discerned anything, she felt uncertain. When she had grasped the dagger earlier, she deliberately held it by the position of the ruby, ensuring he did not catch a glimpse. Sitting on the right side of the back seat, he had not clearly seen what the dagger in the hefty man's hand looked like. At 4 in the afternoon, Nanshan City loomed before them. True to its name, a grand mountain stood behind the entire city, presumably Nanshan itself, with its abundant wildlife. The city's defenses had always been robust. As the snowplow entered the city, a cacophony of beastly cries filled the air. Zhang Xining and Shun Li exchanged a glance, each perceiving a note of caution in the other's eyes. The vehicle continued onward when, suddenly, a horde of zombies, their skin grotesquely rotting, emerged from a towering building, rushing towards Zhang Xining's vehicle. Zhang Xining halted the vehicle, gripping an airsoft gun as he aimed and fired at the foremost figure. The sharp report of the gun echoed, causing the zombies to recoil in a cacophony of cries. Zhang Xining furrowed her brow as she gazed at the conscious zombies and murmured, "Are they still human?" A myriad of emotions stirred within her. It was her first time taking the life of an innocent. Moments later, a girl of about 20, wearing a mask, emerged and knelt before the lifeless body, cradling her head in despair. Zhang Xining stepped down from the vehicle, gradually making her way to the girl before her, who was kneeling in the snow beside a woman in her 50s. The woman's body was marred with numerous large and small blisters, some of which were severely ruptured, oozing yellowish fluid. Moments later, several individuals clad in thick protective gear emerged, dragging the woman away in another direction. "Mom, don't go. Mom!" The girl cried out in anguish, collapsing to the ground. Suddenly, she caught sight of Zhang Xining, rising to her feet and pointing a trembling finger at her, exclaiming with rage, "It's you. You killed my mother. I will kill you." Chapter 65. Qinghai contracts an infectious disease. With those words, she seized Zhang Xining's clothing, striking her repeatedly. Shunli swiftly intervened, pulling Zhang Xining behind him, shielding her with his back toward the girl. The girl, seemingly exhausted from her outburst, sat on the ground, cradling her head in despair. Zhang Xining stepped forward, her long eyelashes casting shadows over her eyes filled with sorrow. Shunli cast a worried glance at her, tugging at her sleeve. She stood motionless before the girl, gazing at her with sincerity. "I'm sorry," she murmured, acknowledging the tragic mistake that had led to this moment. The girl lifted her tear-filled eyes, shouting at Zhang Xining, "You are the murderer. You killed my mother. I want you to pay with your life." Ignoring everything else, she dragged Zhang Xining toward a nearby supermarket, entering through a small door and traversing a corridor to the first floor. Inside, several areas were separated by shelves, revealing a grim sight of individuals suffering from skin lesions, most of whom were robust young men. A doctor in a white coat glanced at the two intruders with displeasure, saying, "There are already too many patients here. You come in without any protection? Do you wish to be infected? There's no room for you if that happens." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Xining observed the feeble figures lying on the ground, seemingly on the brink of death. Unbeknownst to her, a man in the corner, similarly afflicted with blisters, watched her with a gaze that was tender and unwavering. He caressed a small box in his hands, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, a force propelled Zhang Xining toward the nearest man, and she felt as if she were weightless, falling against his decaying body. Horrified by the sight of the yellowish fluid and traces of red blood oozing from his face, nearly causing her to retch, Qinghai's eyes widened in disbelief, her lips quivering in shock. How could this be? How could she become a reflection of her own ghostly visage? As the onlookers gasped in astonishment, a dirt wall abruptly separated Zhang Xining from a man, and just as she collided with the wall, she was pulled back, her forehead meeting the warmth of a broad chest. Zhang Xining extricated herself from Shun Li's embrace, narrowing her eyes as she perceived the chilling coldness emanating from the depths of the girl's gaze. In that fleeting moment, the remorse she had just felt evaporated. With an icy tone, she declared, "Consider this a compensation for the error of taking your mother's life. Next time, I shall show no mercy." With that, she turned and departed from the scene. Qinghai watched Zhang Xining's retreating figure, a trace of bitterness flickering in his eyes. She was indeed remarkable, deserving of a far better man. The girl looked up at Qinghai with a pitiful expression, pulling a new mask from her pocket to don as she approached him. "Qinghai, my mother." Her voice trailed off as she began to weep sorrowfully, evoking sympathy. Lying on a makeshift bed, Qinghai wrapped himself in a tattered blanket, his tone somewhat detached. "Xiao Jun, your previous actions were indeed excessive." He sighed, adding, "I have not aided anyone." "Qinghai, you must have taken a liking to that woman, haven't you?" Xiao Yun praised relentlessly. Qinghai regarded Xiao Jun, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. She was a stark contrast to the understanding person she had been before, now bordering on unreasonable. He wished to avoid further entanglement in this matter. "Xiao Yun, it would be best if you refrained from coming here in the future," he stated, dismissing her. Unexpectedly, it wasn't long before the survivors' gathering began to experience an outbreak of skin ailments. As more individuals fell ill, the situation became apparent, prompting an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner to organize quarantine and disinfection efforts. Fortunately, Qinghai's condition was considerably better than the others. While he suffered from severe skin lesions, he merely developed a few small blisters on his face. Xiao Yun, confident in her beauty, renowned throughout Nanshan City, believed that with her careful nurturing, Qing Huai would inevitably be captivated by her, thus discarding his girlfriend at home. However, she was taken aback by Qing Huai's current demeanor. Did losing one's mother mean being subjected to such mistreatment? She felt a surge of defiance. Wiping her tears away, Xiao Jun choked out, "Qing Huai, I'm sorry for my earlier behavior. I didn't mean to act that way. I'm just heartbroken over losing my mother. I will go apologize to her now." With that, she turned to leave. Qing Huai cast a glance back at Xiao Jun, harboring gratitude for the girl who had saved him. He had once contemplated that if they wished to leave this place, he could take them to Qingling Gang, providing them a life free from the burdens of survival, as a form of repaying their life-saving kindness. Yet, with Xiao Jun now nursing resentment towards Zhang Xining, Qing Huai ultimately relinquished this notion. In these arduous times, there was nothing wrong with self-preservation. One must never show leniency towards enemies, remaining indifferent to their suffering. However, one should never actively harm an innocent person, especially one who could not be trifled with. He understood Zhang Xining. To incur her wrath would undoubtedly render Xiao Jun's life miserable in the future. Zhang Xining stepped out of the house, the cold wind biting at her. She tucked her head into her clothing and made her way towards the snowplow. "Noble benefactor, please help me." An elderly man, in his 70s, emerged hastily from the shopping mall, clad in a heavy military overcoat that seemed to weigh down his back, giving him a hunched appearance. Despite his frail form, he moved with surprising agility. He knelt before Zhang Xining and Shun Li, weeping bitterly. "I understand that my plea may be unreasonable, but we are utterly desperate. We have evaded floods, endured the biting cold, and survived infectious diseases. Yet now, we find ourselves without sustenance. Relying on mere porridge will surely lead to starvation. I may perish, but my dear granddaughter is only 2 years old." As he spoke of his granddaughter, a profound sadness enveloped his expression. "She is severely malnourished. Once she could speak, but now she refuses to utter a word. Our provisions dwindle daily, and inevitably, we shall all succumb to hunger. I implore you to show compassion and take my granddaughter with you. If only she could have a morsel to eat, that would suffice for her survival." Chapter 66. Inquiring about Qing Huai's whereabouts, Shun Li gazed at the elderly man with sympathy, unable to bear the sight of his distress. "Xining." Zhang Xining did not look at him. Instead, she turned her gaze towards the elderly man. "May we have a glimpse of your little granddaughter?" The old man lifted his head, hastily rising to his feet, and led Zhang Xining back into the supermarket, ascending the stairs to the second floor. The layout of the second floor resembled that of the first, with several shelves dividing the space into distinct areas. A faint warmth from the heating kept the inhabitants alive within its confines. Nonetheless, many huddled closely together, wrapped in tattered blankets, shivering from the cold. Their eyes were vacant, as if they had lost all hope in life. Upon seeing Zhang Xining and Shun Li, they merely cast a fleeting glance, devoid of any curiosity. Suddenly, a dirty, frail little girl came running from another direction. Perhaps in her haste, she tripped over her own feet and fell to the ground. Yet she did not cry. Instead, she got up and continued to smile as she ran towards her grandfather. Her face did not bear the rosy, plump appearance typical of her age. Rather, it appeared somewhat gaunt, resembling that of a sickly child. Fortunately, her spirit remained bright. The old man lifted the little girl into his arms, his gaze warm and reassuring. "Did you fall, Nyonyo?" Nyonyo shyly looked at Zhang Xining and Shun Li, wrapping her arms around her grandfather's neck and shaking her head. The old man struggled slightly to hold the child, his hunched back bending even further. Zhang Xining gazed with trepidation, fearing that a careless moment might lead to the old man's back snapping like a fragile twig. Shun Li stepped forward. "Dear elder, allow me the honor of holding the child." It seemed that Nyonyo comprehended Shun Li's words, tightening her embrace around the old man. With a chuckle, the elder remarked, "Nyonyo is a bit shy. I shall have a good talk with her shortly." They walked to a secluded corner by the glass window, where the elder gently set Nyonyo down and tucked the blanket snugly around her. Gazing out at the pristine expanse of snow, he lamented, "Nyonyo is a child of unfortunate fate. Her mother was devoured by monstrous fish during the flood, and her father lies afflicted with a contagious illness on the first floor. I fear he may not endure much longer, leaving only the two of us, grandfather and granddaughter. Sensing her grandfather's sorrow, Nuno valiantly struggled from beneath the heavy blanket, wrapping her little arms around his leg. The elder looked down at his adorable granddaughter, wiping his eyes with a trembling hand. I do not know how many days this old body has left. My greatest fear is not witnessing Nuno reach adulthood. Therefore, I beseech you, Nuno, forgive me, for if there were any way, I could never bear to leave you. Yet, with your father so ill, I cannot bear the thought of you witnessing his departure. I do not wish to be so cruel. Zhang Xining gazed at the innocent child, finally letting out a sigh as he feigned retrieving a piece of chocolate from his pocket and subtly handed it to Nuno. Nuno merely looked at the chocolate with curiosity, playfully toying with it in her hands. Elder, could you share with me some insights about this infectious disease? Zhang Xining may not be well versed in medicine, yet she possesses remedies, and when the opportunity arises to save lives, she is willing to try. Those with any means have sought to escape, heading to military encampments in search of refuge. However, for those of us with both the elderly and children who lack the resources of money and food, departure is simply not feasible. After a moment's pause, the elder exhaled deeply and continued. Then the heavy snowfall persisted for 8 days. The secretary of our street gathered us survivors together, and among us was an electrician who, utilizing his skills, managed to activate the supermarket's backup generator, preventing us from freezing to death. At this revelation, Zhang Xining's heart quivered, her palms unwittingly damp with sweat. Qin Huai had indeed arrived, and not only that, but he had also procured the eyeball of the mossy bull. Shunli discreetly glanced at Zhang Xining, taking in her expression. Initially, it was the first group of individuals who ventured into the mountains, followed by their relatives. It was at this juncture that we began to grasp the gravity of the situation. But as you can see, the current medical conditions are dire. Shunli quickly discerned the crux of the matter. In essence, it was the contamination from that four-legged creature's fluids that had led to this affliction. The elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, but knowing this, what can we do? Those afflicted developed blisters on the first day, which burst by the second. And once the yellow fluid drained, their lives were at an end. My son's blisters have already burst. His voice faltered at the mention of his son. At that moment, a woman in her 30s entered, momentarily pausing upon seeing Zhang Xining before approaching Nuno. She discreetly produced half a steamed bun from her bosom and pressed it into the child's hand. The elder looked at her and said, "Ah Chow's wife, thank you for still thinking of her, Nuno." The woman wiped her reddened eyes, her voice hoarse, clearly having just shed tears. "Grandfatherly, Ah Chow is still downstairs. If he goes, I will follow him as well. Leaving this for me would be wasteful. Nuno is still growing and must not go hungry." Zhang Xining gazed at the woman's retreating figure, her heart a tumult of emotions. In her previous life, she had witnessed countless couples abandoning each other in times of dire straits, yet she had seldom encountered those capable of facing death together. She softly inquired, "Her husband is well?" The elder nodded in affirmation. Zhang Xining felt a deep sympathy for them, yet she was unable to offer assistance beyond leaving some provisions to the best of her ability. Reflecting on the matter of the mossy cow, she continued to inquire of the elder, "Dear elder, have any strangers visited your village in recent days? Perhaps individuals passing through like us?" The elder shook his head, replying, "Given the frigid weather outside, there are indeed fewer people. Even those who might linger are quick to depart upon learning of the infectious disease present here." Chapter 67. Being treated as the other woman. Zhang Xining did not take the little girl away. Instead, she discreetly left some food for them. The elderly woman, being one of gratitude, placed Nuno on the bed and insisted on seeing her two benefactors off. A Chow's wife, aware of this, remarked, "Grandpa Li, at your age, do you still believe yourself to be youthful? Since these two guests are your esteemed visitors, allow me to escort them." A Chow's wife was quite enthusiastic, and Zhang Xining did not decline. Upon reaching the staircase on the second floor, they unexpectedly encountered the girl who had pushed her. Xiao Jun, feeling guilty, cast a furtive glance at the stern-faced Shunli and then at Zhang Xining, before hurriedly ascending to the third floor. A Chow's wife, perplexed, commented, "This girl used to have her head in the clouds. What could possibly be troubling her today?" Zhang Xining smiled faintly, not responding. Chow's wife seemed to have opened up a floodgate of conversation. "That girl, has turned down several suitors introduced by the family before. Now, with all the good men gone, finding a partner has become exceedingly difficult. As you all are aware, in this apocalyptic world, a woman simply cannot protect herself adequately." She cast a sidelong glance at Shun Li, her eyes brimming with envy. "Men like that just exude strength and provide a sense of security. I truly envy them. Those who are handsome are simply different." Zhang Xining promptly ceased her eavesdropping, fearing that persisting might lead her to overhear inappropriate content. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Shun Li, whose expression radiated righteousness. Suddenly, she found herself contemplating that this man, aside from his robust physique, was quite handsome. Yet, he often bore a stern demeanor, reminiscent of a military instructor during university training, ready to impose discipline at any moment. Chow's wife continued, "Little did she know, that girl was extraordinarily fortunate. Just a few days ago, she stumbled upon a man who resembled a celestial being, and he seemed to be injured at the time." The mention of an injured man sent a wave of foreboding through Zhang Xining, compelling her to suppress her emotions with great effort. "Do you know what that girl said? She declared that he would be her future husband, insisting that no one could vie with her for him. A rather shameless proclamation, if you ask me." A trace of disdain flickered across Chow's wife's face, her enthusiasm escalating with every word. In this day and age, mere good looks are of little consequence. What truly matters is strength and capability, much like. Zhang Xining had no time for a gossip and asked straightforwardly, "Where's the man you picked up now?" Her tone was somewhat urgent, causing Chow's wife to pause for a moment. She then pointed in a direction, indicating it was toward the first floor. Zhang Xining felt as though her heart had plunged into a frigid abyss, and she hastily dashed in that direction. The KOS wife glanced at Shun Li, who had been left behind, and murmured, "Why abandon such excellence for mere appearances?" Ultimately, Shun Li lifted his foot and began to stride toward Zhang Xining. Zhang Xining descended the staircase with remarkable speed, traversing the lengthy corridor before entering the ground floor. To those present, it felt as if a gust of wind had swept past, only to vanish into thin air. Qing Huai promptly turned his head to the side, burying it under the covers, for he felt utterly disheveled and wished to conceal his appearance from her gaze. Yet despite this, Zhang Xining adeptly located him among the throng of dozens, crouching gracefully at the foot of his bed. Zhang Xining gazed upon the once exalted leader of the Qingling gang, now ensconced in a tattered cotton coat, lying upon a moldy quilt. His hair appeared disheveled, suggesting it had not seen water in quite some time, a stark contrast to the once lustrous and silky locks he possessed. The confident and composed individual that he had been now turned his head away, unable to meet her gaze, and the architect of this tragic metamorphosis was, astonishingly, none other than herself. Had it not been for her, Qinghua would not have fallen to such depths. Zhang Xining furrowed her brow, struggling to articulate her thoughts, as if a colossal stone pressed upon her chest, rendering her breathless. Trembling, she extended her hand to lightly touch the blanket covering Qinghua. Qinghua paused momentarily, his voice still gentle, yet tinged with hoarseness as he said, "Seeing you recover brings me joy. This is not a place for you. You should leave." A faint smile flickered at the corners of his mouth. But the moment he moved, a sharp pain coursed through his face, accompanied by a trickle of liquid cascading down his features. He must appear utterly grotesque now. "Zhang Xining, you should go. I have found my happiness here. I entrust the Qingling gang to you. Please inform Yuan Bao that he shall be the next leader." It was as if a thunderclap had struck her, dousing her with a torrent of icy water, rendering her entire being numb. Shunli stood quietly at the doorway, like a sentinel watching over the girl within. Beneath his tightly knitted brows, his once vibrant black eyes had lost their luster, now dull and lifeless. Xiao Jun masked, cast a quick glance at Shun Li at the entrance before hastily entering the room. This man was not to be trifled with, and it was best to avoid provoking him. Upon noticing Zhang Xining at Qinghuai's bedside, a vicious glint surfaced in her eyes. This woman had killed her mother, and now she sought to usurp her only remaining support. Zhang Xining's hand brushed against the seemingly coarse hair beneath the quilt, yet she could not reconcile it with the essence of Qinghuai. With her eyes closed, Qinghuai's hand, concealed within the covers, clenched tightly as she spoke. Upon hearing this, the newly arrived Xiao Jun felt a surge of joy in her heart. It seemed that her care over the past few days had finally borne fruit. She stepped forward and removed Zhang Xining's right hand, a teasing glimmer in her eyes as she remarked, "Miss Zhang, this is my boyfriend. Is it truly appropriate for you to so brazenly entice my man?" Zhang Xining cast a piercing gaze at Xiao Jun, causing her to flinch slightly. Gathering her courage, she glanced at Qinghuai and said, "With so many talented young men here, if Ms. Zhang truly lacks male companionship, surely there's someone who wouldn't mind." A sharp slap resounded as her hand struck Xiao Jun's face, instantly leaving 5 distinct finger marks. Xiao Jun, covering her face, stared wide-eyed at Zhang Xining. Just about to speak when Qinghuai finally sat up, addressing Zhang Xining. "Enough. Have you had your fun?" Xiao Jun shrugged her shoulders, her cheeks cradled in her hands, crystalline tears glistening on her eyelashes, presenting a truly pitiful sight. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. "This woman is too aggressive. If it were me, I would also choose Xiao Jun." "I don't think so." Xiao Jun's words were too harsh. "While others are merely dating, this woman has the audacity to intervene, utterly shameless. I believe Xiao Jun is in the right." In an instant, public opinion turned decidedly against Zhang Xining. Shunli sensed that the situation had soured and promptly approached Zhang Xining, casting a disapproving glare at the men surrounding them. Zhang Xining remained silent throughout, striving to conjure a smile, yet her eyes betrayed an inescapable sorrow. Chapter 68. Why does she feel sad? What thoughts occupy her mind? She had believed that no one could sway her emotions. Yet why, in this moment, did her heart feel so heavy? She loathed this sensation. Having been granted a second chance at life, Chu Hanqing was no more. Qinghuai was merely a stranger who had shown her a modicum of kindness. How absurd that an unfamiliar face could disrupt her tranquility. Zhang Xining, how pitiable your existence has become. Taking a deep breath, she cast a glance at Qinghuai, whose face was now marred by a yellowish discharge, and then at the glaring Xiao Jun. Ultimately, she turned away and departed, with Shunli steadfastly following her. Qinghuai watched her retreat, a profound emotion swelling within him, as if something precious was slipping away, forever beyond his grasp. Lying back on the bed, he allowed Xiao Jun to lament beside him, yet his mind was consumed by the memory of Zhang Xining's gaze as she left. Zhang Xining stepped outside and was unexpectedly enveloped in a sensation of warmth and comfort, oblivious to the chill in the air. Her feelings for Qinghuai were perhaps limited to gratitude, touched by his willingness to brave dangers for her sake. Now that he had discovered his own happiness, should she not offer her blessings? Shun Li's eyes were filled with concern. "Are you all right?" He longed to say, "Come with me. We shall face the world together. I will care for you and shield you from sorrow." Yet, with no car or home, drifting aimlessly, what could he promise her about the future? Even if he voiced it, he understood that the girl before him would undoubtedly decline his offer. In that moment, Shunli silently vowed to carve out a place for himself in this apocalyptic world, to become worthy of the girl standing before him, to provide her with a stable home amidst the chaos. After bidding farewell to Shun Li and watching his retreating figure, Zhang Xining turned towards the 3rd floor of the supermarket, where resided individuals of notable contribution or exceptional abilities. She made her way directly to the doctor, a man in his 40s who had practiced traditional Chinese medicine for decades, yet had begun to explore Western medicine since the onset of this apocalypse. The doctor was engrossed in a book, his attention captured until Zhang Xining approached his desk, casting a shadow that interrupted his focus. Upon seeing her, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "If you seek my assistance for a loved one, you need not speak further. I treat every patient equally. I will do my utmost to save those I can. However, I'm a doctor, not a deity, and not every life can be preserved." A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Zhang Xining's eyes. Encountering such individuals in the apocalypse has become exceedingly rare. What are your thoughts on the infectious disease mentioned below? Is there a solution to it? Zhang Xining, straightforward and with a hint of respect in her tone, approached the doctor. Only then did the doctor look up, adjusting his glasses, and scrutinize Zhang Xining with keen interest. "My dear, you hail from afar, do you not?" he inquired. "Indeed, I am merely eager to hear your perspective on these ailments. I have means to procure the necessary medicinal herbs." Upon mentioning the herbs, the doctor's eyes glimmered with intrigue. "Do you truly possess the medicine?" Zhang Xining, unwilling to show weakness, inquired. "Is there any hope for those below?" The doctor closed his book and replied earnestly, "This is merely a conjecture of mine. I cannot ascertain its validity." He continued, "Here, we lack precise instruments to analyze the specific composition of the toxin. However, as a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, based on my observations and clinical experiences over the past few days, I believe that antibiotics could potentially manage the decay. Those with robust constitutions might even recover directly. Unfortunately, all the antibiotics were depleted before the heavy snowfall arrived, and now the entire city is devoid of a single dose." Zhang Xining recalled that Momo had placed a batch of antibiotics in space, yet she still felt uneasy. She inquired, "If antibiotics are used, will there be any lingering side effects? Is there a possibility of recurrence? Since it is a toxin, is there no way to directly detoxify?" The doctor tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the table and pondered, "There is another approach. If we seek the source of the issue, we may perhaps uncover a method for detoxification." Zhang Xining recalled that her eyesight had been lost due to the moss cow. Yuan Bao informed her that the very eyes of the moss cow could restore her vision, indicating that the doctor's hypothesis was not merely a fabrication, but rather grounded in some experience. Under the astonished gaze of the physician, Zhang Xining retrieved a handful of antibiotics from her space and presented them to him. The doctor, captivated by the collection of antibiotics, found them to be an invaluable treasure. Upon hearing Zhang Xining's words, he was rendered speechless with shock. Zhang Xining concluded her explanations and turned to leave. By the time the doctor regained his composure, she had already distanced herself. Descending from the third-floor supermarket, she glanced at the time. It was 3 in the afternoon. Standing for a moment at the entrance, lost in thought, she eventually strode towards the snowplow. Pulling open its door, she climbed inside and activated the heater, retrieving a self-heating meal of shredded pork with green peppers and other provisions to satisfy her hunger. After indulging in her meal, she felt invigorated. Reflecting on the creature mentioned by the old man Li, Zhang Xining reclined in the driver's seat, resting her hands behind her head, gazing at the ceiling. "System, could you enlighten me about that 4-legged creature that can only spray liquid?" she mused, unable to suppress her annoyance at the cost of 50 points for a single inquiry. New task incoming. Acquire the crystal core of the 4-legged creature to obtain 100 points. The 4-legged creature is not a beast, but a product of humans infected and evolved by some wild animal. It thrives in darkness and wooded areas, predominantly appearing in the mornings. Its body is laden with toxins, particularly its saliva, which can damage human subcutaneous tissue, leading to a gradual approach to death. To neutralize the toxin, one can use the creature's blood as medicine, employing a poison to counteract another, thus purging the toxins within. The blood of the 4-legged creature? Zhang Xining abruptly sat up, murmuring towards the direction of the supermarket. "I, Zhang Xining, detest being indebted to anyone. Once this matter is settled, we shall owe each other nothing." Winter nights descend unusually early. By 6 o'clock, darkness enveloped the sky. Zhang Xining flicked on a dim light and sat in the passenger seat, examining a map while jotting down notes. Aware of the dangers at Nanshan Point, she spent 10 points from the system to procure a detailed map, meticulously searching for locations where the 4-legged beasts might be found, identifying areas with the highest concentration of wild animals, discerning the fiercest of them, and determining the safest routes. Chapter 69. Confronting the 4-legged beast in the obscurity of night, the silhouette of the girl swayed under the faint light, her eyes fixated on the map in her hands, occasionally sketching on a blank sheet of paper, evoking a sense of tranquil passage of time. Qing Huai stood behind the small door of the supermarket, peering through the square glass above, his gaze tender and affectionate, brimming with adoration as he watched her. "Ning Ning, your presence brings me joy. Do you know how much I long to see you, yet fear the encounter?" He cherished the sparkle in Zhang Xining's eyes, preferring that luminosity over a life shrouded in darkness. Thus, he had ventured to Nanshan, for it was Zhang Xining who had reignited hope in him during his darkest hour. Yet, why did jealousy stir within him as he observed other men protecting her? This tumultuous emotion gnawed at his heart, reflecting on his current state, unrecognizable and fading. He questioned what right he had to stand beside her. Qing Huai cast a deep gaze at the blurred figure within the vehicle, seemingly intent on etching her into his very bones. Turning, he trudged laboriously toward the supermarket. With every step, he felt as if needles were piercing through his skin. His socks were soaked with a viscous liquid, and in no more than 3 days, he too would meet the same fate as those previously carried away, consumed by flames. Nearby a snowplow, a tall figure wrapped his clothing tightly around him, standing amidst the snow, gazing into the vehicle. His eyes, as profound as the night sky, were inscrutable. Yet within that gaze lay a deep and tender affection for the girl. In the hazy distance, Zhang Xining sensed 2 eyes fixated upon her. She glanced at the pitch-black sky outside, abruptly turning toward a corner, but found nothing amiss. It was only after she completed her tasks that she extinguished the light, allowing herself to merge with the vehicle and the enveloping darkness. As dawn broke the following day, Zhang Xining quickly freshened up and had a modest breakfast. This time, she chose not to don a heavy down jacket. Instead, she wore form-fitting thermal clothing layered beneath a fleece-lined leather jacket, coupled with snug leggings and tall boots for ease of movement. Adorned with heat packs, she touched the red jade at her neck. Casting a glance in the direction of the supermarket, she exited the vehicle, stowed the snowplow away, donned a backpack, wielded a firearm in one hand, and secured a dagger at her waist, making her way through the snow towards the southern mountains. As soon as Zhang Xining departed, Shunli, who had spent the night lying in the snow, immediately opened his eyes, shook his slightly dazed head, and moved his somewhat numb body before rising to follow the footprints ahead. Zhang Xining traversed the expanse of Nanshan City for approximately half an hour, ultimately arriving at the foot of Nanshan Mountain. The trees here stood remarkably robust, their leaves resplendent and verdant, even amidst the biting chill. She cast a glance upward at the forest, which emanated a subtle chill, and proceeded in the direction indicated on her map, venturing into the unknown. The pristine snow around her bore no imprints, signifying a temporary safety. With each deliberate step upon the snow, she occasionally trod upon fallen branches, producing an eerie crackling sound that resonated hauntingly through the tranquil woods. Zhang Xining's heart raced, her gaze alertly fixed ahead, daring not to relax for even a moment. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, stirring the snow upon the ground. In a flurry, Zhang Xining raised her arm to shield her eyes as the branches swayed, producing a cacophony reminiscent of the ocean's roar. She acutely discerned that amidst these sounds, there were other distinct noises, her entire being tense as she grasped an airsoft gun. Cautiously inching forward, abruptly, she heard a series of meows. Zhang Xining furrowed her brow, pausing in place, her gaze vigilant as she scanned her surroundings. Cut. How could there possibly be a cat at this hour? A sense of impending danger surged within her, prompting her to dash deeper into the woods. Soon, an icy chill crept down her spine. That creature was gaining on her. How could this be? She was a third-level wind mage. With no time to ponder further, she lunged forward, and the creature leaped from her upper body to confront her, its eyes glinting with a greedy hunger. At first glance, Zhang Xining beheld a leopard. To be more precise, an adult cheetah. Despite her efforts to steer clear of such creatures while selecting her route yesterday, fate had conspired against her. The very thing she sought to evade had now approached her. This cheetah, evidently famished, incessantly sniffed the air, its gaze imbued with a predatory intent that suggested an eagerness to rend the prey before it. Grasping an air gun, she resolutely lifted her weapon and pulled the trigger as the cheetah lunged towards her, landing a shot upon its body. With a thud, the wounded cheetah collapsed to the ground. As Zhang Xining approached it, prepared to deliver a finishing shot upon noticing its abdominal wound, the cheetah seized the opportunity of her distraction and sprang back to life, launching itself at her. At this moment, Zhang Xining found herself in close proximity to the cheetah, and with a moment's inattention, it tackled her to the ground, sending her air gun skidding away. She was left with no choice but to grasp the cheetah's forepaws with her hands, attempting to prevent it from lunging at her. The cheetah, evidently agitated, opened its jaws and let out a roar, seemingly displeased with this human's defiance. Then, another rustling sound echoed, as something was swiftly approaching her, drawing nearer with each passing moment. Zhang Xining instinctively exerted all her strength in an attempt to break free from the clutches of the cheetah. In the next moment, to her astonishment, a formidable creature lunged forth, bringing the cheetah crashing to the ground, and began to gnaw at its neck. Its serrated teeth sank deeply, carving out a substantial chunk of flesh, while blood spurted forth like a fountain. The cheetah, after a torturous struggle, lay motionless on the ground. Zhang Xining swiftly rose to her feet, aiming her firearm at the quadruped. The creature reacted with remarkable agility, its body shifting slightly backward, causing Zhang's shot to miss its mark. It then turned back to its meal of leopard flesh, continuing to savor each morsel. Only after devouring the last bite did it wipe its mouth with its forepaw, casting a fierce glare in Zhang Xining's direction. Zhang Xining unleashed a flurry of over a dozen shots at the quadruped beast, one bullet striking its thigh. After a brief pause, the wound visibly began to mend at an astonishing pace. The creature then extended its claw-like appendages towards her, seemingly intent on tearing her apart. With remarkable speed, formidable regenerative capabilities, and heightened reflexes, this beast was indeed a formidable adversary. She swiftly contemplated her strategy when the creature suddenly expelled a stream of yellow liquid towards her. Zhang Xining dodged with utmost haste, yet a few droplets still splattered onto her arm. At that moment, she disregarded her own safety. All she desired was the demise of the beast before her. The creature launched another assault, and Zhang Xining swiftly sidestepped, aiming for its eyes as she unleashed a barrage of wind blades. With a whoosh, countless blades sliced through the air, narrowly grazing its face, leaving a crimson mark on its visage. Seemingly incensed, it lunged at Zhang Xining once more, claws poised for the attack. Zhang Xining withdrew a large machete from the void to defend herself. The blade clashed with the creature's claws, generating a tremendous force that caused her to stagger backward several paces before regaining her balance. Chapter 70. The Appearance of Shun Li. One of the creature's limbs released the machete and lunged toward Zhang Xining's heart, so close that it seemed merely an arm's reach away from seizing her. Zhang Xining was forcefully thrown to the ground by the might of the quadruped beast, landing heavily in the snow, which soon became stained with crimson. The beast's gaze was one of greedy fixation as it focused intently on Zhang Xining, its mouth incessantly moving as if eager to devour her and savor the taste. Zhang Xining cast a glance at the towering trees surrounding her, uncertain if the creature could ascend them, yet resolutely unwilling to relinquish any chance of survival. Faced with the choice between rescuing others and preserving her own life, she instinctively prioritized her own safety. She seized an air bullet and relentlessly fired at the four-legged beast, striving to impede its advance while swiftly retreating, using both hands and feet to scale the tree behind her. She had vowed never to climb trees, yet the latent potential that surged forth in the throes of life and death propelled her upward with remarkable speed. The tree was as wide as two men and stood nearly 10 meters tall. Halfway up, she glanced down and, to her dismay, saw the creature beneath her, attempting to ascend with futile determination, its fierce gaze fixated upon her as if it were intent on claiming her. A lump formed in her throat as she instinctively began to descend, her body trembling uncontrollably. Coiled upon a branch was a large black and white striped python, surrounded by dozens of tender white eggs, clearly indicating that Zhang Xining had unwittingly intruded upon its nest. The python's eyes gleamed malevolently, its tongue flicking in and out, its head gradually rising higher. Zhang Xining's pupils contracted as she realized the snake would soon strike with lethal precision. Caught between a wolf and a tiger, she endeavored to maintain her composure and devise a strategy that would minimize harm. Suddenly, the python lunged into action. Without hesitation, she released her grip, shielding her head as she plummeted from a height of 5 meters. As she experienced the weightlessness of free fall, She swiftly retrieved a rope from her space and hurled it toward a branch, utilizing its momentum to suspend herself mid-air. Seizing the opportunity while the four-legged creature was distracted, she drew forth her obsidian dagger and, with extraordinary speed, plunged it into the creature's back before withdrawing it swiftly. The beast let out a thunderous roar, showering Zhang Xining in a torrent of yellow viscous fluid, which she instinctively shielded her face from with her arm. Yet, the creature retaliated, its claw raking across her chest, leaving deep gashes in her clothing. Following this, it charged at her with its ironclad head, delivering a brutal blow to her abdomen. Zhang Xining felt as though her internal organs were about to shift, as a wave of pain engulfed her abdomen and assailed her mind. What manner of beast was this? A creature that combined speed, reflexes, self-healing, and formidable strength in its defenses proved to be astonishingly powerful. She lay on the ground, utterly devoid of strength, akin to a fish on a chopping block, at the mercy of its captors. The four-legged beast slowly approached her, its sharp claws poised ominously before her. This time, it seemed aware that its prey would not flee. It crouched down, extending its claws towards her abdomen, just as the claws were mere centimeters from piercing her. Zhang Xining drew forth her obsidian dagger, rising swiftly to plunge it into the creature's skull, driving the blade deep into its head along the line of its jaw. Simultaneously, the beast's claws sank into Zhang Xining's abdomen. Even with its intelligence, it could not fathom that its prey would retaliate in such a lethal manner. A stream of yellowish liquid erupted forth, and the creature was ultimately slain. A warm, metallic sweetness surged from her throat as Zhang Xining lay sprawled on the ground beside the beast's carcass, utterly exhausted. She felt the blood seeping from several wounds. If she did not tend to them soon, she feared she would not endure much longer. Gazing up at the overcast sky obscured by the dense forest, she wondered if this time she would truly meet her end. Ning Ning, a desperate voice called out, and she struggled to open her eyes, catching a glimpse of Shun Li's anxious face through a narrow slit. She managed a faint smile. Why, in her final moments, did she envision Shun Li? Her life had ultimately unraveled into chaos. Chu Hanqing was dead, Qing Huai disfigured, and here she was in this desolate, beast-infested southern mountain, pondering what fate awaited her. Would she be torn apart by the wild creatures, leaving no trace of her remains? Meanwhile, her enemies thrived, which was a bitter reminder of her own failure. Zhang Xining, wake up, don't sleep. Shun Li trembled, his hands repeatedly striking her in a frantic attempt to rouse her. Zhang Xining felt an overwhelming fatigue. Her eyelids weighed down as if burdened by 1,000 pounds. Yet, why must someone disturb her slumber? As she opened her eyes, she beheld Shun Li once more. Shun Li. Just as she uttered his name, a wave of metallic sweetness flooded her mouth, and ultimately, she succumbed to the darkness once again. When Zhang Xining awoke once more, she found herself lying on a hospital bed against the wall, surrounded by makeshift shelves that formed a small enclosure. She sat up, wincing as pain radiated from her abdominal wound. Ning Ning, yo ravake. Shun Li strode in, placing a pillow behind her back. Leaning against it, she found some relief, though it was scarcely sufficient. Resolutely, she retrieved a small vial of thorn tree essence from her belongings, allowing a single drop to fall onto her tongue. Instantly, a warm current coursed through her body, and her wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Approximately 5 minutes later, Zhang Xining felt a wave of comfort wash over her, sensing that her recovery was nearly complete. She extended her arms, preparing to stretch luxuriously. However, her arms were abruptly seized by Shun Li, and it was then that she noticed the myriad of tiny scars adorning Shun Li's hands. Without extending his hand any further, Shun Li seemed to recall something and remarked, "I remember, I need to fetch your medicine. I'll go get it now." Taking advantage of his momentary lapse, Zhang Xining swiftly seized one of his arms, withdrawing his hand from his pocket. Observing the pair of hands marred by wounds, she softly inquired, "Is it because of me?" At that moment, a strikingly beautiful girl entered the room, seemingly around the same age as Zhang Xining, her smile radiating sweetness. She addressed Zhang Xining, saying, "You should rest more. It will greatly aid your recovery. Brother Shun Li's injuries are nothing compared to yours, so please, lie down. As she spoke, she approached Zhang Xining and gently urged her to recline on the bed. Chapter 71. Qinghua is someone else's boyfriend, noticing the bewildered expression on Zhang Xining's face. The girl continued, "My name is Shun Man, a student of Dr. Gu, here to learn traditional Chinese medicine. I am also Brother Shun Li's neighbor." With that, her gaze flickered toward Shun Li before quickly darting away. "Finally, I can see Brother Shun Li again, but it seems he has a fondness for this beautiful girl. No matter, my charm is boundless, and Brother Shun Li will surely be captivated, hee." In that moment, Zhang Xining confirmed her innermost thoughts, though she couldn't help but feel that the girl was perhaps a touch overly confident. What did Shun Li's affection for her signify? Was this girl under some misapprehension? Zhang Xining smiled politely and introduced herself. "I am Zhang Xining." She glanced at her attire and the bandaged wound before continuing. "Thank you for tending to my injury." Shun Man waved her hand dismissively and retrieved a bottle of medicine, preparing to administer in 4. "In truth, we ought to express our gratitude to you and Brother Shun Li. You are our benefactors, and everyone wishes to meet you. However, given the severity of your injuries, I refrain from allowing them to disturb you." Zhang Xining chuckled self-deprecatingly, acknowledging that she was not so grand, merely acting out of gratitude. Yet, she chose not to elaborate and instead inquired, "Is everyone on the first floor doing well?" Shun Man appeared to be in high spirits, responding, "Yes, for the most part. Some with severe skin conditions will require additional time, but the mild cases have already improved." Believing that Zhang might be apprehensive about the injection, Shun Man comforted her in a gentle, almost coaxing manner, saying, "You will feel better after this shot. It won't hurt at all." Zhang Xining, momentarily at a loss for words, resorted to inventing. "I am an ability user of the light type, capable of self-healing, hence I'm already well." A light type ability user? Shun Man seemed genuinely surprised, reaching out to pull back the blanket, attempting to lift Zhang Xining's clothing, only for her to evade the gesture. With a hint of exasperation, she remarked, "There's also a male comrade present. Could you allow me?" Upon hearing this, Shun Man urged Shun Li to step outside. "Brother Shun Li, you go ahead and attend to your matters. I shall seek you out once you are done." After Shun Li departed, and upon repeated requests from Shun Man, Zhang Xining revealed her wound to her, casually tearing off the bandage. Shun Man's eyes widened as she gazed upon the flawless skin devoid of any marks, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. "Wow, this is truly remarkable. If you were a man, I'm certain I would fall in love with you. This is simply astounding." Zhang Xining smiled gently. "May I get out of bed now?" "Of course you may," came the reply. "You can do anything you wish." With that, the speaker stepped aside, allowing Zhang Xining to rise. As Zhang Xining took a few steps, a thought suddenly crossed her mind, prompting her to ask cautiously, "Are you familiar with Qinghua?" Upon hearing the name, Shun Man's expression grew somewhat peculiar. "Are you referring to that handsome fellow who later contracted an infectious disease? The one who is Xiao Jun's boyfriend?" Zhang Xining murmured to herself, "Xiao Yun's boyfriend." Zhang Xining furrowed her brows. Didn't this girl have feelings for Shun Li? How could she suddenly take an interest in Qinghua? By the way, could it be that you two have developed an affection for that handsome fellow? Although he appeared even more attractive after his recovery, that gentleman is certainly not someone to be trifled with. Zhang Xining detected a hint of unease in Shun Man's tone and inquired with curiosity, "What do you mean by that?" Shun Man pursed her lips and replied, "Yesterday, I applied medicine to him, wanting to feel whether his muscles were soft or firm. To my surprise, before I could even touch him, he pushed me away, causing me to fall. They say beautiful women have thorns. I believe the same applies to men." A sudden cough echoed from the doorway, reminding Zhang Xining that Shun Li was still waiting outside. She stepped out and asked, "May I take a look at the carcass of the four-legged beast?" It wasn't the carcass she was truly concerned about. Her mind was preoccupied with the unfinished task at hand. Shun Li retrieved a glimmering object from his pocket and handed it to her. Upon inspection, Zhang Xining realized it was a white crystal core, suitable for Su Mo's healing abilities. She extended her hand to receive it, and a chilling system notification sounded. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and earned 100 points. Your total points are now 540. Also, take this," Shun Li said, passing her the obsidian dagger. Zhang Xining suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Indeed, I almost forgot about that. Without it, you would have had to retrieve my remains upon encountering me." Zhang Xining spoke with ease. Yet Shunli felt an overwhelming tension that rendered him incapable of relaxing. When he first discovered Zhang Xining, she lay amidst the beast, her body drenched in blood, wounds ceaselessly oozing crimson, resembling a lifeless figure. In that moment, he felt as though his heart had been wrenched from his chest, an unbearable sensation. Trembling, he attempted to staunch her bleeding, but to no avail. In desperation, he relied on his memory to locate hemostatic herbs in the mountains, inadvertently scratching his own hands in the process. After performing a rudimentary bandaging on Zhang Xining, he ventured alone through the frigid wilderness, carrying her on his back while dragging the beast down the treacherous path. The descent was steep and the snow was deep. Several times he lost his footing, tumbling down the slope along with Zhang Xining. Fearing for her safety, he instinctively shielded her with his own body each time. When his back collided with a sturdy tree, pain surged through him, yet he paid it no mind as he hoisted Zhang Xining once more and continued to drag the beast step by step toward Nanshan City. Fortunately, fortune favored him, and he encountered no significant dangers along the way, until he could no longer bear the strain and collapsed at the entrance of a supermarket just before nightfall. He had no intention of sharing any of this with another soul. "Shunli, I need to move these medications downstairs for the patients. Could you assist me?" Shinman's voice called from within. Shunli's foot faltered, and an indescribable expression crossed his face. Zhang Xining made a face at Shunli and mouthed 4 words, "Wishing you good luck." After saying this, she dashed down the stairs like a flash. Observing her hasty retreat, Shunli could only smile wryly before turning to enter the house. Moments later, amidst a flurry of sounds, Shunli and Shinman each carried a large box as they made their way downstairs. As Zhang Xining ascended to the 2nd floor, she discerned the sound of a heated argument emanating from within. With an air of nonchalance, she approached to discover that it was a confrontation between a Chao's wife and Xiao Jun. A Chao's wife stood there, hands firmly placed on her hips, radiating an aura of dominance. "Xiao Jun, you are a young lady. Is it truly so difficult to find a private spot to be affectionate with your boyfriend? With so many men in the hall downstairs, are you not attempting to entice them all? Let me be perfectly clear. Should you dare to seduce my husband, I will break your legs." Xiao Jun's face flushed crimson as she stammered in defense. "No, that's not it. I didn't mean to. This morning was perfectly fine. I had no idea that after descending the stairs, my body would feel so uncontrollable." Her head hung low. An overwhelming sense of humiliation washed over her, and at that moment, she still failed to comprehend why this was happening. A Chao's wife, who had long harbored disdain for Xiao Jun, seized the opportunity without hesitation. Noticing Xiao Jun's silence, she grasped her hand and began to pull her downstairs, declaring, "If anyone doubts me, I shall confront them and reveal just how shameless our neighbor truly is." A typical farmer's wife, accustomed to strenuous labor from a young age, she possessed considerable strength. Xiao Jun found herself unable to break free from her grip, resigned to being dragged down the stairs by a Chao's wife. Zhang Xining cornered him against the wall, a subtle smile gracing her lips, as it became evident that everyone possessed a keen understanding of right and wrong, their hearts discerning the truth. Quietly trailing behind the crowd as they made their way to the 1st floor to observe the unfolding drama, she was particularly eager to discern Xinghuai's sentiments towards such a girlfriend. Zhang Xining had reflected deeply on her own feelings for Xinghuai, which were largely rooted in gratitude. Having grown up in a loveless environment, she cherished every individual who treated her with genuine kindness. Should Xinghuai truly find his happiness, she would undoubtedly offer her blessings. Yet at present, the situation appeared rather bleak. Upon reaching the 1st floor, chaos reigned supreme. A Chao was attempting to confront his wife, seeking to escalate the situation, while Xiao Jun was in tears, vehemently denying any involvement, claiming she was merely a victim of manipulation. Manipulated? Who would ever conspire against someone like you? Xinghuai, you must believe me, the only one I love is you. How could I possibly act in such a manner before you? Xiao Jun sobbed as she attempted to clarify her position. Xinghuai's complexion, marred by only a few superficial blemishes, appeared significantly improved, and his tall, lithe figure, paired with an exceptionally handsome visage, radiated an undeniable charm, even in his worn attire. Zhang Xining unwittingly moved forward, her gaze colliding with a pair of profound eyes amidst the crowd, prompting her to immediately avert her head, refusing to look at him. Xiu Yun, quick videl, followed Qing Huai's line of sight to spot Zhang Xining in the throng, a flicker of brilliance flashing in her eyes. She began to sob uncontrollably, her shoulders trembling, as tears the size of pearls cascaded down her cheeks. Her voice, choked with emotion, expressed, "Surely someone is envious of me, devising schemes to harm me. But what have I done wrong? I have done nothing. I am merely a child who has just lost her mother." As she spoke, she wiped her tears and cried out, "Qing Huai is my boyfriend. Is it not natural for me to express my feelings towards him? Yet, I truly did not strip in front of everyone. I was genuinely unable to control my actions." A young woman wept sorrowfully in front of the crowd, igniting a surge of protective instincts in many men. A young man spoke up, "I believe in Xiao Jun's character. She is not that kind of person. I trust her." Observing the escalating situation, a Chao's wife sensed trouble and prepared to intervene once more, only to be restrained by a Chao, who led her away. With the Chao's wife refraining from causing further issues, Xiao Jun commenced a performance with unabashed fervor. "Fool, you think you can contend with me? Not a chance. I have another who can be dragged down with me. Today, we shall resolve this together." Zhang Xining felt as though a fire was about to consume her. And in the next moment, Xiao Jun's gaze bore a provocative intensity directed at her. Amidst the bewildered expressions of those around, she approached Zhang Xining. Zhang Xining smirked coldly. "Thinking, fool? Today, let us see who the true fool is." Xiao Jun approached Zhang Xining and suddenly knelt before her with a thud, tears and snot streaming down her face. "Sister, I was wrong. I shall never dare again." With that, she dashed headlong toward the wall. Zhang Xining was indeed somewhat bewildered by this solo performance. It must be said that Xiao Jun's singing, coupled with her interactions and the metaphorical wall she hit, truly placed her in a position of vulnerability. Consequently, people began to point fingers at Zhang Xining. It is surprising to see that this young lady, who possesses such beauty, harbors such malicious thoughts. Who can deny the adage that the more beautiful a person is, the more ruthless they can be? Zhang Xining wished to smile and said, "Thank you for complimenting my beauty, dear aunt." It occurred to her that on the very first day this girl arrived, she seemed to have taken the life of Xiao Jun's mother. Such a statement could indeed be deemed reasonable. Had this girl once had an affair with Xiao Jun's boyfriend? The crowd began to murmur, each person eager to showcase their detective skills and cast aspersions upon Zhang Xining. Shen Man stepped forward, her voice resonating with authority. "What nonsense are you all spouting? One must speak with evidence. Let's not forget whose efforts have allowed them to thrive now." The men engaged in gossip immediately fell silent, bowing their heads, for their lives were preserved by Zhang Xining's relentless struggle. Zhang Xining observed with great interest, as if the words spoken were not directed at her. Xiao Jun noticed a shift in everyone's demeanor due to Shen Man's remark, lowering her head, her eyes brimming with indignation. Zhang Xining narrowed her eyes, casting a gaze towards Xiao Jun that was tinged with a hint of lethal intent. A woman who invites trouble for herself cannot be spared. After uttering this, she took hold of Xiao Jun's delicate hand and led her outside the supermarket. Much to Zhang Xining's astonishment, Qing Huai brushed Xiao Jun aside, his expression turning cold and distant. "You are my savior. I had intended to take you to my domain, providing you with a life free of worries as a token of my gratitude. However, you should not provoke Ning Ning. And you, a group of individuals easily manipulated by women. This is how you treat a benefactor?" This was the first time Zhang Xining had perceived anything beyond gentleness on Qing Huai's face. Anger. So he too could feel anger, yet this emotion inexplicably reminded her of Chu Hanqing, a name that had long been absent from her heart. "I want you dead." A sudden roar shattered Zhang Xining's reverie. Turning her head, she witnessed a glint of cold steel flash before her, followed by a sickening thud as a small knife plunged deeply into flesh, yet she felt no pain. For Qing Huai had shielded her with his own body. Absorbing the knife's assault, Xiao Jun extracted the bloody blade and cast it to the ground, staring incredulously at Qing Huai. How could this be? I didn't wish to harm you. Why? Why did you stand in front of her? Chapter 73. Ning Ning, I want to go home. Qing Huai released Zhang Xining and turned to face Xiao Jun on the ground. I hope this wound will allow you to relinquish your obsession. I apologize for having given you hope, but my heart does not harbor you. I made that abundantly clear before. Xiao Jun, there are better prospects awaiting you beyond me. What about your injury? A wave of concern flickered in Zhang Xining's eyes. The poison had only just been eradicated, and now he had been stabbed in the back, leaving him looking somewhat weakened. Zhang Xining gently supported him as they moved forward, unnoticed by those around them. In a fleeting moment, she unleashed a few blades of wind directed at Xiao Jun. The outcome, whether life or death, had become inconsequential to Zhang Xining. Outside, the biting cold wind persisted. She retrieved a thick overcoat from her space and draped it over Qing Huai, subsequently producing a snowplow to assist him into the rear seat. The onlookers gazed in astonishment as Zhang Xining conjured clothing seemingly out of thin air. Their curiosity piqued. However, when she materialized a snowplow, their eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether they were witnessing an illusion. Zhang Xining approached Shun Li, saying, "Take care, and I wish you success." Shin Li's gaza flickered momentarily, revealing no discernible emotion. He parted his lips, ultimately uttering just 2 words, "Goodbye." It turned out that saying goodbye could be so arduous. Would they meet again in the future? Certainly, they would. Zhang Xining bid farewell to Shun Man, a Chao's wife, the old Chinese medicine practitioner, and Niu along with her grandfather. Once again, she boarded the snowplow and commenced her journey back, traversing the road until they exited Nanshan City. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Qing Huai was injured. Qing Huai. She halted the vehicle in the middle of the road, raising her gaze to glance back. To her horror, she beheld a significant pool of blood on the back seat, her heart trembling uncontrollably. Swiftly, she leapt from the driver's seat to the rear, placing her hand gently on Qing Huai's nostrils. Fortunately, he was still alive. Qing Huai's long legs sprawled awkwardly across the seat, and Zhang Xining retrieved the thorn tree sap, intending to administer it to Chu Hanqing. Just then, a voice from the system interjected. "This individual is severely injured. A milliliter is required for healing. Administering it now will not only fail to save him, but also waste the remaining supply. Please proceed with caution." Heeding the system's caution, Zhang Xining discarded the thorn tree sap into her spatial realm. She gazed at the towering man before her, unfastening the buttons of his outer garment until only a tattered white shirt remained. Gritting her teeth, she prepared to turn Qing Huai over, yet found herself utterly unable to do so. But could she truly stand by and watch him bleed to death? Zhang Xining leaned beside Qing Huai, softly calling out to him. Qing Huai, receiving no response, she confirmed he had fainted. With her entire body draped over him, she slipped her arms beneath his armpits, enveloping him in a tender embrace. At that moment, her heart raced wildly, her cheeks flushed red as though caught in a misdeed, silently praying for him to remain unconscious, pleading fervently for him not to awaken. Then, in a fit of determination, she rolled over, only to find herself awkwardly wedged beneath the seat. Although Qing Huai had indeed turned, her position beneath him rendered her unable to escape. Zhang Xining felt that she must have lost her mind to conceive such a daring idea. Her body twisted beneath, attempting to extricate itself, when suddenly a husky voice whispered in her ear, "Don't move." The warm breath caressed her ear, causing her heart to flutter. When had Qing Huai awakened, she discreetly tried to withdraw her body upwards. Yet the sound of heavy breathing beside her only intensified. Upon feeling the rigid object beneath her, her face flushed crimson, rendering her motionless. Qing Huai lay atop her, savoring her softness and inhaling her unique scent, craving to possess her entirely. Yet he understood the gravity of restraint. After a prolonged silence, Qing Huai spoke. "I have injured my back and cannot exert myself. In a moment, I will prop myself up with my arm. You must assist me in moving to a seat." Zhang Xining nodded repeatedly. "All right, shall we begin now?" She was in desperate need of escaping this awkward environment. Qinghuai smirked slightly and nodded in agreement. Ultimately, through their collaboration, Qinghuai successfully reclined in the back seat. At that moment, his back was entirely stained crimson with blood. Zhang Xining swiftly removed his shirt, revealing his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and the firm, toned muscles beneath. There was no time for admiration. She retrieved antiseptic wipes from her bag and gently cleaned the blood from his back. After disinfecting the area around the wound, she applied a hemostatic ointment and carefully wrapped the injury in gauze. Finally, she thoughtfully covered Qinghuai with a thick blanket. You should rest for a while. I will drive. Is there anything you would like to eat? I can prepare something for you shortly. Upon finishing her words, Zhang Xining promptly took her seat in the driver's cabin, exhaling deeply as if to revive her very essence. After a prolonged silence, the two appear to share an unspoken understanding, both initiating a conversation simultaneously. You go first. In the midst of the awkward stillness, Zhang Xining remained silent, while Qinghuai broke the tension by asking, Have you come to find me? Gratefulness washed over her for the daring act that had saved him. On the afternoon of the day, Zhang Xining sought out Dr. Gu. The doctor implanted antibiotics within their bodies and uttered a profound statement. You must express your gratitude for these antibiotics to Qinghuai. At that moment, Qinghuai's heart quivered intensely, and Dr. Gu's subsequent words made his heart tremble once more. You intend to seek the four-legged beasts in Nanshan? Qinghuai inquired, articulating each word with care, fearing that Dr. Gu might not comprehend. At that juncture, he desperately wished to dissuade Zhang Xining from venturing to Nanshan, yet upon glancing at the pus seeping from his own body, he ultimately relinquished the thought. He understood Zhang Xining well. Once she set her mind on something, it would not be easily altered. If you perish, then I shall accompany you. Zhang Xining gripped the steering wheel tightly, chuckling as he spoke. Why thank me? It is merely my compassionate nature. I cannot bear to see others in suffering. Assisting you is simply a matter of convenience. Had it not been for Dr. Gu revealing the truth to Qinghuai, he might have truly fallen for Zhang Xining's charms. Nevertheless, the fact remains that I have been saved. I wonder how you wish for me to express my gratitude? Qinghuai's voice was warm, reflecting his gentle and serene disposition. Chapter 74. We are even. Zhang Xining offered an awkward smile, acknowledging that he had saved her in the stadium, thus leveling the score between them. As for the matter regarding Qinghuai's emerald green eyes, she chose to remain silent, vowing to repay his kindness when the opportunity arose. Qinghuai murmured softly, Evened up? Is Zhang Xining so eager to balance the scales with me now? Is it because of Chu Hanjing? He had not forgotten the enigmatic presence of that name. The low timbre of Qinghuai's voice suggested a reluctance to hear the answer, yet an undeniable yearning for it lingered beneath. This conflicting sentiment left him momentarily at a loss. It was difficult to fathom that a man of such calm demeanor and gentle grace, whose every word and action exuded warmth, could find himself in a state of uncertainty. Zhang Xining's hands gripping the steering wheel were unconsciously beaded with sweat, and her foot instinctively pressed down on the accelerator. Qinghuai's gaze darkened, as if he had already arrived at a conclusion, yet he yearned to hear Zhang Xining articulate it herself. The sudden acceleration caused his wound to split open once more, eliciting a soft groan from him. Apologetically, Zhang Xining unfastened her seatbelt and lunged towards the back seat. As her feet touched the ground, she unexpectedly felt a cramp, propelling her towards Qinghuai, where she tumbled into a warm embrace, her lips meeting something cool and soft. Zhang Xining's eyes widened as she found herself acutely aware of her own heartbeat, thrumming rapidly against her chest. In a flurry of panic, she hastily withdrew her lips, avoiding the complex emotions and restrained affection reflected in Qinghuai's gaze. Unintentionally, her hand brushed against Qinghuai's wound once more. In that moment, Zhang Xining wished she could vanish into thin air. The more she hurried, the more flustered she became, rendering her hesitant to move. Instead, she remained quietly nestled against Qinghuai's chest, attuned to the rhythmic symphony of their intertwined heartbeats. Help! Someone please! A cry pierced the air, followed by a vigorous knocking on the car door. Frustrated by the treatment of her beloved vehicle, Zhang Xining shouted. "If you keep knocking, I'll toss you to the wolves." She resembled a tempestuous youth whose plans had been thwarted. Qing Huai gazed at her with a radiant smile, his voice laced with magnetic allure as he remarked, "If you enjoy this, we could do it every day." Zhang Xining, perplexed, felt her face flush visibly within 2 seconds. She gently rose from Qing Huai's side and gazed out the window, where the arms dealer, Fat Sanda, could be seen. Fat Sanda appeared weary from travel, his clothing marred by numerous claw marks from some creature. His face was inflamed with pain, and his hands were grotesquely swollen. Upon noticing Zhang Xining's disheveled hair and rosy cheeks, the well-informed man immediately grasped the situation. Today's youth indeed indulged in their passions with abandon, resorting to vigorous activities at the slightest disagreement. Zhang Xining, with an icy demeanor, remarked, "You again?" Upon realizing that Zhang Xining remembered him, Pang Sandai approached eagerly, exclaiming, "Astemagist, I implore you to rescue Ardai. I promise to forge any weapon you desire in return for your aid." Initially, within the vehicle, there was a man and a woman. The woman's strength was indiscernible, yet the man seated in the rear exuded an air of nobility. Possessing striking features and an upright stature, unmistakably a formidable individual. Should the woman choose not to assist him, the man's visage, radiating righteousness, would surely compel her to offer her help. Zhang Xining cast a glance at Fat Sanda and took the driver's seat, starting the vehicle. As the car prepared to depart, Fat Sanda positioned himself before the snowplow, his legs engulfed by the snow, leaving only his rotund torso visible, presenting a rather comical sight. Benefactor, ancestor, if those people sever the heads of her.As and the others, their bodies will be submerged in the frigid cylinder. If you assist me this time, I, Fat Sanda, shall owe my life to you henceforth. Zhang Xining's spine was rigid, his fingers involuntarily clenched, and his lips were tightly sealed as he struggled to suppress the surging blood within him. The severed head and the body submerged in a cylindrical container. Was this not the handiwork of the monstrous giant spider from the island? Qing Huai had already shifted from the ground to his seat, capturing every nuance of Zhang Xining's expression through the rearview mirror. How was it that he could move now? Perhaps his injuries were not as severe as they seemed, and he had feigned vulnerability to lure the unsuspecting little rabbit. Or maybe he was merely forcing himself to sit up despite the pain. Pang Sandai's thoughts racing, noticed the change in Zhang Xining's complexion and continued his lament. "We initially intended to travel to B-City, but inadvertently stumbled into a research facility. Those people seized us and bound us to an operating table surrounded by corpses." A research facility? Why would there be one in B-City? Could it be that there is more than one? "Get in the car. Take me to see it," Zhang Xining commanded. Upon hearing this, Pang Sandai immediately opened the rear compartment and, upon seeing the bloodstains on the seat and a remarkably handsome man, hesitated momentarily, then sat down as if he had seen nothing. Yet, internally he mused, "I never expected another replacement. Though this one is strikingly attractive, can he fight? So much blood. Young people these days really know how to play." Under the guidance of Pang Sandai, Zhang Xining arrived before an abandoned hospital in City B, which, judging by its name, appeared to be a private facility. The entrance of the hospital stood wide open, revealing a scene of utter disarray within, clearly indicating that it had previously been ransacked. Zhang Xining cast a glance at the portly figure, her eyes brimming with skepticism. The rotund man immediately raised his hand in a solemn oath. "There's indeed a secret passage within. We inadvertently stumbled upon it and were captured. Had I known it would be so perilous, I would have never ventured into this wretched place. Ardal, you must endure." Zhang Xining harbored no doubts as she turned her gaze towards Qing Huai. "You may remain in the car while I step out for a moment." "No need," she replied. "Hand me my clothes. I can accompany you all." Zhang Xining then realized that Qing Huai was still clad in a shirt. Had the car not been heated, one might unwittingly freeze him to death. She scrutinized Qing Huai closely. He was slender yet possessed some flesh. After estimating the appropriate sizes, she seized the opportunity while the plump individual was distracted to feign retrieving a pile of clothing from beneath the passenger seat, presenting it to Qing Huai. Among the items were thermal underwear, a thick sweater, a padded vest, and a practical windbreaker. The trousers were crafted from a 3-proof material, accompanied by 3 pairs of warm socks. "What is your shoe size?" 42. Zhang Xining handed over a pair of thick-soled combat boots in size 42, lined with warm fleece. Still somewhat apprehensive, she inquired, "Are you certain that your wound doesn't require treatment?" Qinghai curled her lips into a faint smile and reassured, "Do not worry. I won't perish." Zhang Xining choked momentarily, turning her head away to avoid looking at him. Why should she concern herself when the injured party was oblivious to their own plight? In this atmosphere thick with jealousy and ambiguity, Fat San felt acutely uncomfortable. Casting a furtive glance towards the hospital, his eyes swirling with urgency. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, "Dear guests, we find ourselves at a critical juncture of life and death. Your intimate display in such times." Zhang Xining cleared her throat, halting Fat Sanda from continuing his discourse. She descended from the vehicle and retrieved 2 firearms from her backpack, handing one to Qinghai. One of these weapons was the very gun she had previously gifted to Chu Hanqing in exchange for an electric baton. Chapter 75. Encountering Chu Hanqing, Fat Sanda led the way, and while his attention wavered, Zhang Xining discreetly stowed the snow shovel into her spatial pocket. Upon entering the hospital, a chilling and oppressive atmosphere enveloped them. The entire establishment was hauntingly silent. Only the sound of their footsteps echoed through the desolate halls. A cold breeze swept through, prompting Zhang Xining to adjust her collar. Suddenly, her left hand was grasped by someone and guided into a warm pocket. She glanced at Qinghai, who cast a tender glance her way before continuing onward. What a time for these two to engage in flirtation. Fat Sanda, ahead and visibly anxious, was fearful of an unexpected encounter with the lurking monstrosity. As if summoned by his thoughts, several emaciated, grotesque creatures, stark naked and resembling humans in their skeletal forms, clung to the ceiling above, their predatory gazes fixated on the unsuspecting prey below. In an abrupt motion, Qinghai pulled Zhang Xining into his embrace, one arm securing her while the other brandished a firearm, aiming at the head of one of the creatures. In an instant, the creature's skull was shattered, splattering a gruesome mixture of red and white matter. Fat Sanda let out a terrified scream as one of the monsters plummeted from above, lunging directly at him. In a frantic attempt to defend himself, he swung the cold weapon in his grasp, striking the creature squarely on the head. Zhang Xining found herself tightly embraced, her gaze fixed on Qinghai, whose piercing eyes were trained on the monstrous foe, firing shot after shot, leaving her heart in a tumult of emotions. Had she encountered Qinghai in her past life, she mused, she would have undoubtedly thrown herself into love with reckless abandon. Yet, there are no ifs in life. In this current existence, Zhang Xining remains the same individual, but she no longer possesses the inclination to offer her heart unreservedly to another. Once the monsters were vanquished, Qinghai released Zhang Xining, and the trio proceeded deeper into the unknown. Fat Sen led them to an elevator. Extracting a small metal piece from his person, he deftly maneuvered it into the lock beside the elevator, and with a satisfying chime, the doors slid open. The 3 entered, and as the doors closed, the elevator descended with a purposeful plunge. It must be acknowledged that these individuals displayed a modicum of ingenuity in a world devoid of electricity. One would not recklessly attempt to force open an elevator. Clearly, this underground laboratory had only materialized amidst the chaos of the apocalypse. Fat San was indeed one of the clever ones, daring to traverse unconventional paths, driven by the allure of hidden treasures within the lab, nearly becoming a mere pawn in a perilous game. With a thunderous rumble, the elevator halted and the doors automatically parted. 5 figures clad in white protective suits emerged, weapons drawn, their dark muzzles aimed directly at them. As the trio stepped forth from the elevator, the central figure lowered his weapon and spoke. Zhang Xining and Yu Qing exchanged a glance, nodding in unison as they deftly hurled the hefty man into the elevator once more. In a swift motion, they unleashed a volley of shots, each bullet finding its mark with lethal precision, executing headshots with seamless coordination. The leader crumpled to the ground, wide-eyed in disbelief at their sudden demise. The scene unfolded in a brightly lit hall, where they cautiously maneuvered with the bulky individual through a lengthy corridor, eventually arriving at a chamber filled with screens. Without warning, a hail of gunfire erupted towards the trio. Zhang Xining harnessed her wind-based abilities, effortlessly tossing the hefty man into a room before sealing the door. The two of them took refuge behind cover, and as the cacophony of gunfire gradually subsided, a dozen individuals clad in protective gear emerged from another door in the hall, advancing towards their position. Zhang Xining gestured, "I will go disarm them. You take them down." Su Qing nodded and signaled in agreement, "Be cautious." The two exchanged affirmations, and as the group approached within 3 meters, Zhang Xining darted forward with lightning speed. They merely felt a gust of wind, followed by a sharp pain in their right arm, causing their firearms to clatter to the ground. Qinghai swiftly rose, seized a weapon, and pulled the trigger, firing at the assailants. When it came to the last one, the gun unexpectedly ran out of ammunition. The individual turned to flee, only to be struck in the head by Zhang Xining's shot from behind. Meanwhile, Fat Sanda, tossed into a room, found himself locked in a stare with a slick-skinned mutant. He rapidly devised a strategy, deducing that the mutant had only recently achieved sentience, retaining a vestige of human rationality. With real firearms outside, he resolutely opted to communicate with the mutant. "Hey there, buddy." The mutant gazed at Fat Sanda with wide, curious eyes, resembling a child fascinated by the world. "Hello, I shall call you Father. What is your name?" The mutant continued to stare, unblinking. Fat Sanda steadied himself, striving for calm. "Why not call out Father for me? I have candy if you want some." "So, grandson, why are you here?" Seeing the mutant merely observe him, Fat Sanda gradually lowered his guard, scrutinizing the figure before him. Suddenly, he noticed something between the man's legs and, glancing back at himself, felt an overwhelming sense of shame. "Grandson, are you a fool? How long can you last? You seem rather well endowed. I can last 2 hours. Do you believe me?" He boasted, growing increasingly arrogant. "Of course, that's not possible for you." The mutant seemed to finish its examination, as if confirming something, and lunged at Fat Sanda. "Grandson, I will teach you respect. How dare you challenge your grandfather?" Fat Sanda, now enraged, drew a weapon from his back to strike at the mutant. The mutant proved to be remarkably agile, dodging Fat Sanda's attacks, who soon found himself exhausted and panting. The mutant, however, showed no signs of fatigue and continued to assault. Fat Sanda could only run, shouting, "Little couple, help! My grandson wants to kill me." Upon hearing the shouts, Zhang Xining was reminded of the stout individual. As she pushed open the door, she happened upon a mutated being pursuing the hefty figure. Suddenly, a gentle hand covered her eyes from behind, warm breath whispering in her ear, "Don't look." With a soft tug, Qinghai led Zhang Xining back into a small chamber filled with screens. The displays revealed countless naked individuals submerged in a transparent cylinder, both male and female, some devoid of heads, while those with heads bore a stark baldness. A colossal shadow loomed before her, obstructing her view, and she was swiftly enveloped in an embrace. Qinghai murmured reassuringly, "You will be all right." Zhang Xining took deep breaths, her chest rising and falling rhythmically. The duo, Erda and Pang Sandai, hearing the commotion, rushed toward a door. Qinghai glanced at Zhang Xining, who signaled that she was unharmed. Together, they hurried after Pang Sandai, their abilities enabling them to quickly catch up. Ahead, a figure clad in black was maneuvering a surgical gurney swiftly through the corridor. A gust of wind lifted the white sheet draped over the gurney, revealing striking features. Zhang Xining gasped in shock. Chu Hanqing. Chapter 76. The villain is reborn. How could Chu Hanqing be here? Was he not dead? A flicker of doubt crossed her gaze as she looked at Qinghai. However, seeing a similar expression of surprise mirrored in Qinghai's eyes, she momentarily suppressed her skepticism. Qinghai pulled Zhang Xining along in pursuit of the dark figure. Yet no matter their pace, the shadowy presence tugging the gurney always remained just out of reach. Zhang Xining halted his steps and released Qinghai's hand, saying, "This place is problematic." Indeed, when Qinghai paused and looked up, the figure clad in black remained before them, maintaining the same distance. Zhang Xining furrowed her brows, contemplating, Someone is deliberately leading us into this trap. If my intuition served me correctly, we have been going in circles. And that individual, aside from the Great Spider, could it be anyone else? Perhaps he is lurking somewhere, observing us. Moreover, the figure lying on the gurney, Xining, is undoubtedly a decoy to mislead us. As if they had both discovered something, they simultaneously uttered, "Let us find an exit." In a certain experimental base in Jianghaixi, a man with a small patch of beard at the corner of his mouth watched the video depicting Zhang Xining, trapped like a caged beast, and chuckled. "She perished in my hands in the last life. This time, let her not engage in a futile struggle, haha." A delicate female voice chimed in. The base director speaks wisely. Xining poses no threat any longer. The remaining Zhang Xining shall be easily subdued. The Great Spider encircled Nanua's waist with one arm, his hand roaming beneath her clothing, causing her breath to quicken as she grasped his descending hand. The Great Spider's expression twisted momentarily, his laughter turning cold. In the previous life, Miss Nanua offered herself to Xining, yet that fool did not cherish her. Does she truly wish to remain chaste for a mere corpse in this life? Nanua's hand hesitated, a flicker of doubt shimmering in her beautiful eyes. Seizing the opportunity, the Great Spider removed her hand and swept her into his arms, carrying her towards a nearby sofa, while the screen before them continued to display Zhang Xining and Qinghai. The two of them disregarded the men in black who were pulling the gurney and began their search for an exit. After a fruitless round, Qinghai suggested, "Let's attempt to ascend upwards." As Zhang Xining lifted her head, she noticed smoke beginning to emerge from hole. She hastily pulled Qinghai away in search of safer location, only to find that the smoke was spreading everywhere. System. Can the sap of the thorny tree provide an antidote in advance? Host. Consuming a single drop beforehand is indeed effective, lasting for 1 hour. Zhang Xining covered his mouth with his hand. After a brief moment, a minuscule vial appeared in his grasp. He pulled Qinghai closer, burying his entire head against her chest, and discreetly consumed a single drop. His eyes scanned the surroundings, finding no surveillance cameras in sight. However, the Great Spider would not be so careless. It was certain to be observing them from some hidden vantage point. Zhang Xining glanced at Qinghai, suddenly grasping his collar and compelling him to meet her gaze. Under Qinghai's astonished stare, Zhang Xining gradually leaned closer to his face, uncertain of Zhang Xining's intentions. Qinghai found himself unable to resist the intimate gesture, closing his eyes as they became acutely aware of each other's breaths. Zhang Xining gently tilted her head and placed a soft kiss on Qinghai's cheek, whispering to her about the uses of thorn tree sap. She directly handed a small vial to Qinghai, who understood and continued to indulge Zhang Xining's reckless behavior. The two on the screen, observing Zhang Xining and Qinghai, noticed the significance of the moment. The large spider remarked knowingly, "I understand your reluctance to part with Xining. Look at Zhang Xining. In the last life, she was utterly devoted to him. Now, with his demise, she immediately turns to another man. Nanua, why not obediently serve me from now on?" After this, seemingly venting his pent-up frustration, his movements grew more vigorous. Meanwhile, the two individuals, unbeknownst to the world around them, achieved their goal. Zhang Xining was the first to faint, and Qinghai, cradling her in his arms, anxiously called out, "Zhang Xining, what's wrong?" "Zhang." Before he could finish, he also succumbed to unconsciousness. 2 minutes later, two individuals clad in protective suits wheeled in 2 stretchers, laying Zhang Xining and Qinghai on separate beds and transporting them away from the area. They communicated in an unintelligible language, which Zhang Xining recognized as the island's dialect. Although she could not comprehend it, she sensed their good spirits from their tone. As the stretchers were pushed into another area, Qinghai shouted, "Zhang Xining." Zhang Xining opened her eyes and immediately sat up from the stretcher, swiftly turning around to extract an air projectile from her space and striking the man squarely on the head. After rummaging through the man's belongings, she tore away the card affixed to his chest. Meanwhile, Qinghai had already snapped another person's neck, and the two exchanged a cautious glance before proceeding forward. "System, can you assist me in disabling all the surveillance cameras in this area?" "Apologies, host," The system cannot intervene in matters beyond the task at hand. How many points do I need? If it is a transaction, a cost of 100 points is required. Deal. The host currently possesses 440 points. Zhang Xining felt a pang of regret. Earning points was as challenging as accumulating wealth, yet spending them seemed remarkably effortless. With the absence of surveillance cameras, their apprehensions significantly diminished. Upon reaching the end, they encountered a firmly shut door. Zhang Xining produced a card and swiped it against the adjacent card reader. And with a click, the door swung open. Oh, is that so? Zhang Xining approached the man, pressing a dagger against his neck. Tell me, where's the great spider? The man, trembling at the sight of the gleaming blade, stammered, I do not know of any great spider. Zhang Xining pressed the dagger inward, and a crimson line immediately appeared on the man's neck. I will speak, I said. The great spider is in Jianghaishi. What is he doing in Jianghaishi? The man dared not move, fearing that a moment's lapse could result in the dagger slicing through his throat. Jianghaishi houses a research facility where he is scouring the globe for carriers of super genes. Once again, the mention of super genes stirred a memory within Zhang Xining. In that dream, the great spider had claimed that the ability derived from the crystalline core of super genes would exhibit a twofold increase. Yet that was to transpire 2 years into the apocalypse. Currently, we are still in an extreme cold, and many have yet to awaken their abilities, while the great spider has already commenced his search for super genes. Has something changed in this endeavor? What did you mean earlier? Are you suggesting that I am a super gene carrier? As Zhang Xining recalled the words spoken by that person upon her entry, it became painfully evident that he was acutely aware of her status as a supergenetic being. Why was he so certain? An inexplicable unease gnawed at her. Someone's coming. Qinghuai's voice echoed as he positioned himself at the door, poised for action. Just as the man was about to call for help, Zhang Xining ruthlessly dispatched him with a swift strike, retreating to conceal herself behind another door. In the ensuing chaos, a hail of gunfire erupted, the cacophony suggesting the presence of at least a dozen assailants. As the foremost individual stepped inside, Zhang Xining swiftly disarmed him, then unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon those who followed. However, she remained oblivious to the figure lying on the ground before her, armed and poised to fire directly at her. Chapter 77. This time, I accompany you. Be careful. Qinghuai lunged from the side, pinning her down just as a wounded individual, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, managed to shoot Qinghuai in the arm. Zhang Xining revealed his head and, with the gun in hand, sent the man off on his final journey. A dozen gunmen were swiftly dispatched. Zhang Xining helped Qinghuai to his feet, her gaze tinged with concern. How do you feel? Just as Qinghuai intended to assure her that all was well, a thought crossed his mind upon seeing Zhang Xining. It hurts a bit. It seems the wound on my back has become inflamed. Zhang Xining's expression turned grave as I supported you, urging us to leave in haste. I draped Qinghuai's uninjured arm over my back, guiding him in search of an exit. A hint of a smile graced Qinghuai's lips, his eyes glimmering with a sense of satisfaction. Unbeknownst to Zhang Xining, who was burdened with the task of tending to the sorrowful and simultaneously seeking an escape. While remaining ever vigilant for the sudden appearance of foes, the weight of exhaustion bore heavily upon her. Fortunately, our journey thus far had encountered no one, but upon reaching a fork in the path, she found herself perplexed by 2 identical routes. This way, Qinghuai remarked, pointing towards the right path. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xining proceeded down that corridor, only for all the lights to extinguish the moment she stepped inside. Zhang Xining paused in her steps, as Qinghuai whispered softly in her ear, do not be afraid, continue moving forward. She steadied herself against Qinghuai and, relying on her instincts, cautiously proceeded ahead, even refraining from using her flashlight for fear that the sudden noise might startle the creatures slumbering in the darkness. Within the unseen confines of the room, the beings encased in the glass column gradually stirred to life, seemingly awaiting some signal or disturbance. After traversing the obscurity for what felt like a dozen minutes, they finally emerged from the shadows, re-entering the illuminated corridor. At this moment, Zhang Xining's anxious heart began to find some solace. Having ventured this far without regret, she leaned on Qinghuai and resolutely approached the door. As she pushed open the wooden door, a blinding light surged towards them. Zhang Xining raised her hand to block the path for a moment, then turned her gaze inward, utterly taken aback. It was a semicircular chamber, devoid of any furnishings. Yet its walls were adorned with an array of identical doors. At a glance, there appeared to be around 20 of them. Zhang Xining gazed at the array of doors, feeling an overwhelming sense of confusion. Could it be that among these 20-odd doors, only one led to salvation while the rest were mere portals to demise? If my conjecture is accurate, there exists but a single exit. Qinghuai's voice intruded at an opportune moment, causing Zhang Xining to nearly collapse to the ground, paralyzed by indecision. Why was this the case? It was due to her affliction of choice paralysis. If she were presented with 10 handsome suitors without prior knowledge, she could deliberate for days and nights, ultimately arriving at a decision through meticulous consideration. Yet, faced with a matter of life and death, could she employ such discernment? Certainly not. Observing the troubled girl, Qinghuai approached each door, scrutinizing them carefully, before finally selecting the 8th door on the left. Zhang Xining observed Qinghuai as confident demeanor and pondered. Could there be a clue on the door? Imitating Qinghuai, she meticulously examined each door and indeed discovered discrepancies. At first glance, all the doors appeared identical, yet upon closer inspection, each was distinct. However, did this not make the selection even more challenging? She scrutinized the 8th door, genuinely baffled as to why Qinghuai had chosen this particular one. Sensing Zhang Xining's confusion, Qinghuai smiled and inquired, "Ningning, are you afraid of death?" Zhang Xining replied without hesitation, "Of course I am afraid." Qinghuai's gaze dimmed slightly as he continued, "Regardless of life or death, if I accompany you, would you still feel fear?" Zhang Xining detected a hint of unease. "So you're not certain that this door is indeed a passage to life?" Qinghuai nodded, and Zhang Xining's heart plummeted to the depths. "Then why did you choose this door over the others?" "It was merely a feeling. I believe the number 8 is auspicious, and I surmise it should lead to life." Qinghuai's tone remained calm, devoid of any tension one might expect when confronting the choice between life and death. Zhang Xining gazed at Qinghuai's calm and composed visage, reassuring herself. Perhaps, just perhaps, his fortune is indeed remarkably fortuitous. After uttering these words, she felt a twinge of self-deception. Suddenly, Qinghuai clasped her delicate hand, his gaze fixed upon Zhang Xining, as if some intangible force rippled like water, threatening to engulf her entirely. Zhang Xining blinked, averted her gaze, and withdrew her hand. What time was it? Feelings were insignificant. Life was paramount. She began to meticulously examine each door, employing all the knowledge she had acquired throughout her life. "Ning, if we manage to escape alive, will you forget about Chu Hanqing and Gramia Chance?" Zhang Xining is attentively observing, not delving deeply into Qinghuai's words. As long as one can survive, nothing else matters. Qinghuai's eyes gleam with brightness. "So you have agreed?" Zhang Xining furrowed her brows, pondering what she had agreed to. Nevertheless, she resolved to find the exit first. Qinghuai, however, interpreted her silence as consent. Observing Zhang Xining's earnest scrutiny of the door, a delightful smile graced his lips. He stepped forward and took her hand, asking, "Ningning, do we have balm?" Realizing Qinghuai's intention, Zhang Xining promptly summoned the system. "System, I wish to purchase a high-powered bomb. Bomb purchase successful. Cost, 100 points. Remaining points, 340. The loss stung. It was indeed a painful expenditure, 100 points gone in an instant. Qinghuai placed his hands on Zhang Xining's shoulders, his voice soothing, regardless of whether we live or die. "At least blowing this place up won't be in vain." He embraced her, burying his head in the crook of her neck, assuring her, "Ningning, do not fear. This time, I shall stand by your side." Zhang Xining felt her body stiffen as memories of Chu Hanqing from her dreams flooded her mind. After her death, he had shown her such tenderness. "Ningning, do not fear. I shall protect you. Look, this is the place I have chosen for you. You will surely adore it. But why are you not here?" Tears welled up as she recalled his words. "Ningning, do not weep. I have avenged you, and now I must seek your forgiveness. I'm deeply sorry." Her vision blurred once more with tears. Qinghuai lowered his head, cradling Zhang Xining's tear-streaked face in his hands, gently wiping away her sorrowful tears with his fingertips. Ning Ning, do not cry. Whether in life or death, I shall remain by your side. Zhang Xining, her vision blurred, gazed at a face starkly different from Chu Hanqing's and softly called out, "Is that you, Chu Hanqing?" Qinghuai widened his eyes, filled with anguish, and replied, "Ning Ning, Chu Hanqing is already dead. He has turned into a zombie. His last words were for me to take care of you in his stead. So your kindness towards me is because of Chu Hanqing?" Qinghuai hesitated. Of course not. Indeed, Zhang Xining pondered, what was she thinking? How could Qinghuai possibly be Chu Hanqing? Even if a person were to pretend, certain habits, tones, and expressions would inevitably bear resemblance. However, Qinghuai and Chu Hanqing were entirely different individuals. They cannot be the same person. The previous statement must have been a mere coincidence. Yes, just a coincidence. Chapter 78. The bandit is a good person in what seemed like only a few minutes. She appeared to have come to a realization. Let us go. If we don't leave soon, something behind us will likely catch up. Hand in hand, they pushed open the door that governed life and death. In that fleeting moment of entry, Zhang Xining disengaged the safety latch and hurled the bomb forcefully behind them, while they continued to stride towards the light ahead. Seemingly without end, a scorching wave erupted from the depths of the private hospital in B City, accompanied by a resounding blast that shook the very earth. Thick smoke billowed upward like a vast sandstorm, engulfing everything in its wake. The private hospital and all within it were obliterated in the explosion. Not far from the hospital, a stout man and a lean man were thrown to the ground by the force of the heat wave. The stout man lay there, wailing, "Oh, had I known it would be this dangerous, I would never have come here. Look, if we had stayed even a moment longer, we might have become roasted meat." The lean man helped the stout one up, retorting, "Not roasted meat, but rather those blackened ashes. I say, can't you refrain from undermining me? If you don't give me a stage, how can I perform? I see you're just asking for a beating. Watch as I drown you." These two were none other than the weapon dealers, her.As and Pang Sonda, who had narrowly escaped death after awakening their abilities in the laboratory, turning misfortune into fortune. In a supermarket in B City, Zhao Shuo rummaged through the entire place, finding only a heap of puff snacks that no one wanted in the apocalypse, space-consuming and unsatisfying. Nan Cheng teased, "Our young master Zhao is quite fortunate to find food. I'll leave such scavenger tasks to you next time." With that, he snatched a bag of chips from Zhao Shuo's arms and began munching away. Just as Zhao Shuo prepared to retort, a tremendous explosion resounded. Nancheng immediately dropped the chips and crouched down, covering his head. Zhou Shu bursting to lauta. Hakubart. Jiang Tong found some rice, instant noodles, and canned goods from another side, along with a few corpses, though he said nothing about those and urged, "Let us move." They loaded their finds into the vehicle, while Sun Yinji and Zhuzi brought up the rear. Outside, the snow showed no signs of melting. Their group set off in two snowplows, quickly preparing to depart. Before their departure, he meticulously inspected the vehicle, finding it in impeccable condition. However, the presence of such broad tires bursting could only indicate that someone wished to prevent their escape. Indeed, moments later, several burly men, clad in heavy attire, emerged from the shadows, surrounding them and brandishing firearms. "Step out," commanded the foremost man in a gruff voice, his tone brooking no dissent. It was evident he was the leader. Nanqing exited the vehicle with a nonchalant demeanor, saying, "Let us discuss this amicably. Why resort to weapons? Who are you calling, buddy? Raise your hands." A towering man at the back prodded Nancheng with his gun. Taken aback, Nancheng retorted, "Humph. My father is the mayor of city, eh? If you harm me, he will not let you off lightly." Another man chuckled. "Oh, the mayor, is it? I'm so terrified," prompting laughter from the others. The leader assessed the four individuals in the vehicle and aimed his gun at them. "Get out and hand over all your provisions." Sun Yinji swiftly disarmed several of the men, but the leader proved formidable, evading with equal speed. Subsequently, Jiang Tong conjured ice crystals to launch an assault against them. Realizing the situation was deteriorating, the lead thug grasped Nancheng's coat collar and swiftly vanished into the snow. A voice echoed from their direction. "If you wish to rescue him, One person must bring provisions to the warehouse in the north of the city for an exchange. The group fell silent, staring at the scant food they had managed to gather. With the bitter cold approaching, they could hold out for only a few days longer. As time wore on, food became scarce, leaving many to succumb to the freezing temperatures and hunger. Zhao Shuo inquired, "What shall we do now?" Jiang Tong glanced at the meager supplies, his gaze deep and contemplative. "You all wait at the city's exit for me. I will go alone." Sun Yinji volunteered, "I will accompany you." Jiang Tong shook his head. "We are unaware of their full strength. It is prudent not to act recklessly. You will provide support from outside." After deliberation, they resolved to find shelter in City B that night and plan their actions for the following morning. Zhang Xining awoke to find herself on a bed. Beside her, an elderly woman with graying hair, seated in a wheelchair, diligently knitting with a pair of reading glasses perched on her nose. Upon hearing the commotion, the woman turned her gaze towards Zhang Xining, her voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. "Huzi's wife, you are awake." Zhang Xining gazed at her grandmother-in-law in astonishment, grappling with the bewildering words she had just heard. Did her grandmother-in-law just refer to her as Huzi's wife? Just as she contemplated responding, she realized her throat felt parched and uncomfortable. Observing her distress, her grandmother-in-law gently maneuvered the wheelchair and offered her a glass of water. After quenching her thirst, the irritating sensation in her throat subsided considerably. Her grandmother-in-law radiated joy akin to that of a child, chattering away as she presented a small garment she had been knitting. "Huzi's wife, this is a sweater I crafted for my grandson. Do you think it looks nice?" With references to both wife and child, Zhang Xining furrowed her brow in skepticism, pondering, have I not only been reborn, but also traversed time? Yet, the mental state of her grandmother-in-law appeared somewhat erratic. Where was Qinghuai? A multitude of questions flooded her mind, yet answers eluded her grasp. Suddenly, a booming male voice resonated, the footsteps growing increasingly closer. Upon hearing the sound, her grandmother-in-law's eyes narrowed with delight as she adjusted the direction of her electric wheelchair, gliding towards the man. "Huzi, your wife has awakened. Look, this is the sweater I knitted for your child." She presented the item to the man, her face beaming with anticipation for praise. The man crouched down, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Grandma. You should rest now." He gestured discreetly to a subordinate behind him. The subordinate approached her grandmother-in-law, saying, "Grandma, it's time for us to enjoy some candy pills. Once you've rested well, we'll take you out to play." Upon hearing about the candy pills, the elderly lady beamed with delight, her hands dancing in excitement. "Yes, I want to eat candy pills. I want to go out and play." As the elderly woman moved further away, the man proceeded towards a room, noticing Zhang Xining's gaze fixed upon him. He scratched his head, apologizing, "I'm sorry. Grandma's been a bit agitated. Her mental state is not quite stable." Zhang Xining smiled gently. "It's all right. I actually find my grandmother quite endearing. Were you the one who saved me?" Chapter 79, Restless Nights. "Did you happen to see a man accompanying me?" Zhang Xining's tone was somewhat urgent. When they initially stepped through that door, they followed the radiant light for an exceedingly long time. Zhang Xining appeared somewhat disheartened. "Thank you. Please take good care of yourself. I shall visit you shortly." Zhang Xining nodded. After Huzi departed, she rose from her bed, a chill breeze wafting in through the window. She donned her coat and stepped out of the room. "Grandfather, are you feeling any better today?" "Huzi," I encountered an elderly gentleman seated on a chair, gazing vacantly out the window. Huzi's eyes reflected a hint of melancholy. "Grandfather, Ernyo would surely be delighted to see you. She mentioned that you must remember to take your medicine and eat well." "Indeed, I must diligently take my medicine and eat properly. Otherwise, Ernyo will be saddened." Zhang Xining stepped inside, where a dozen elderly individuals resided. A young girl was feeding another old man. Upon noticing Zhang Xining, Huzi rose and remarked with a smile, "They are all elderly individuals who have lost their children. If I do not take care of them, they would have already." Zhang Xining scrutinized the man before her. He was of rather unremarkable appearance, yet possessed a robust physique, reminiscent of a bandit leader. Who could have anticipated that such an individual would take in a group of lonely, elderly souls in this apocalyptic world? A frail elder was coughing incessantly. The others hurriedly gathered around. Huzi grasped the elder's hand, which was icy and his lips tinged with a purplish hue. He implored the young girl, "Quick, fetch another blanket." The girl swiftly placed a nearby blanket over the elder, yet there was no sign of improvement. His gaze grew unfocused, and he began to mutter incoherently. In less than 5 minutes, Zhang Xining bore witness to the natural passing of an elder, enveloping the room in a stifling atmosphere. The son of the old man had accompanied us in search of supplies, but tragically, he was brutally killed to prevent others from seizing our resources. That group of people were nothing short of beasts. The old man's son was merely 18 years old. "Boss, another one of their lackeys has arrived, breathless and panicked." "Damn it, what more do they want?" Huzi gritted his teeth and immediately followed the young lackey outside. Zhang Xining surveyed the people in the room, contemplating whether to follow Huzi outside to ascertain the situation. Upon stepping out, Huzi found himself in a vast, desolate warehouse where tension loomed at the entrance. Opposite him stood a man clad in fur, his hair slicked back, donning a leather glove while resting a specially crafted baseball bat on his shoulder. Upon spotting Huzi, a sinister smile crept across the man's lips. "Huzi, you have yet to pay this month's protection fee. It appears you are becoming increasingly disobedient." Hardly had he finished speaking when he swung the bat down upon a young man who was aiming a gun at him, causing the latter to collapse instantly. "Zhang Bao, how dare you harm my people?" Huzi's eyes blazed with fury as he aimed his gun at Zhang Bao. In swift response, over 20 individuals behind Zhang Bao brandished their weapons towards Huzi. "Boss, hold on, they outnumber us," one of Huzi's subordinates urged, restraining him as they offered an apology to Zhang Bao. "Brother Bao, my apologies. Our boss is in a foul mood. Quickly, let us deliver the supplies we found to Brother Bao." He gestured for those behind him to bring forth the recently seized goods. Zhang Bao glanced at what appeared to be a fully stocked box of supplies. Upon turning it over with his hand, he noticed that a third of it consisted of puffed snacks, and his expression shifted slightly. "Is this what you use to deceive me? Are you treating me like a beggar?" Zhang Bao pressed the gun against Huzi's body and, with a swift motion, shot the arm of a subordinate behind him. He approached Huzi, leaning close to his ear and whispering, "This is the consequence of neglecting your duties. I have heard that you have a group of lonely elderly individuals behind you. With your compassionate nature, I trust you wouldn't want me to harm them, would you?" Huzi clenched his fingers tightly, gritting his teeth in defiance. "Dare to touch them and see what happens." Zhang Bao suddenly delivered a powerful knee strike to Tiger's abdomen, causing him to stagger back several steps while clutching his midsection. As several of his younger companions rushed to assist him, they were apprehended by Zhang Bao's henchmen, who brandished firearms menacingly. Zhang Xining concealed herself in the shadows, her eyes emanating a chilling aura. With her hands charged with energy, she shaped them into blades of wind and directed them towards Zhang Bao. Such a scoundrel, she thought, was not worth sparing. However, her assault was thwarted by an earthen wall. An ability user? In the next moment, a fireball hurtled towards her face, and she swiftly evaded it, fuming. "Who dares to mar my beauty?" With Zhang Xining leading the charge, the two factions clashed fiercely, locked in a relentless struggle. Zhang Xining navigated through the warehouse, seeking refuge behind crates as she searched for the fire-wielding adept who had dared to mar her beauty. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the side, covering her mouth and dragging her into a corner. Frowning, she swiftly evaded, drawing a dagger from her spatial pocket and lunging directly at the assailant. "It's me, Ningning." A familiar voice resonated. She looked up to see a familiar face, but the dagger had already been thrust forward. Helpless, she altered her angle and aimed for the side, losing her balance and stumbling forward. The firepower opposite her, spotting an unsuspecting target, focused their assault on this unwitting individual. In a moment of peril, a wall of earth materialized before Zhang Xining, while Qinghuai pulled her upward. Meanwhile, a barrage of fireballs rained down upon them, with fiery figures emerging, writhing in agony on the ground. The deafening sound of explosions echoed, and Zhang Xining's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed behind. Flames shot forth instantly, with Qinghuai hoisting her and sprinting towards safety. In a forgotten corner, Nan Cheng trembled, having been terrified during the earlier skirmish, his heart racing with fear at the thought of a stray bullet finding him. Little did he expect to evade the bullets, only to be threatened by the imminent flames. Huzi caught sight of the day's captive and swiftly turned, lifting Nan Sheng with one hand and fleeing toward the warehouse's exit. In a matter of moments, the fire had engulfed the entire warehouse, while the nearby residents of the elderly gradually succumbed to ashes. Huzi's shoulders trembled as he fixated on the raging inferno. His hands clenched tightly, his eyes reddened with emotion. After a prolonged pause, he tightened his grip on his weapon and strode in another direction. "Big brother, are you all right?" His younger brothers called out with concern as they escaped. Huzi halted, casting a glance at the remaining few. "From this day forth, I am no longer your elder brother. You are free to pursue your own paths. Big brother, take us with you. Even if it costs us our lives, we must avenge the innocents inside." "Me too. Me too." Zhang Xining stepped forward, her eyes filled with bitterness. "I'm truly sorry for everything. I will personally deal with Zhang Bao. If it were not for her intervention, none of this would have transpired. She is indeed a sinner." Huzi, his voice hoarse, replied, "This is not your fault. If Zhang Bao is not punished, I cannot find peace in my heart." Chapter 80. A meeting of rivals. He had lost his home, and the one he wished to protect was no longer by his side. Huzi felt that his only remaining purpose was vengeance. He would not hesitate to sacrifice his own life in pursuit of it. As he watched Huzi and the remaining brothers gradually fade into the snowy expanse, his once bright eyes grew hollow, resembling a house stripped of light, filled only with darkness. Qinghai gazed at this girl burdened with guilt and remorse, unable to resist enveloping her in his embrace. "Ningning, those like Zhang Bao deserve their fate. This is not your burden to bear." "Qinghai, had I known that this would be the outcome, I would never have acted impulsively. I would have refrained from intervening. They would still be alive, still have a home. This is all my fault." A wave of bitterness surged within her, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Qinghai gently caressed her face, his voice tender. "Gulme, let's seek vengeance together." Zhang Xining raised her gaze towards him, and Qinghai spoke once more. "I will help you seek vengeance." Observing Kangi's meticulously sculpted visage, he wore a gentle expression, his voice warm and soothing, akin to sunlight breaking through the clouds, gentle and composed. Zhang Xining once believed that individuals as gentle as Qinghai, who treated everyone with kindness, were akin to central air conditioning. No matter how attractive they appeared, she remained indifferent. Conversely, those like Chu Hanqing, who exuded an air of coldness, irresistibly drew her in like a potent poison, reincarnated for the sole purpose of vengeance. She found herself unexpectedly confronting the demise of Chu Hanqing, only to serendipitously encounter Qinghai. Qinghai, akin to a blazing flame, gradually began to thaw her heart, which had long been encased in ice. Yet in this lifetime, she vowed not to repeat the folly of her previous existence by recklessly throwing herself into the flames of love for another. Zhang Xining gradually regained her composure, gently caressing her frostbitten cheeks. She retrieved a scarf from her belongings to shield her face. "Qinghai, take me with you." Qinghai, observing the girl who had suddenly achieved clarity, felt a profound sense of relief in his heart. "Ah, you two are flirting, please help me." Nansheng interjected, grumbling nearby, fearing that if the ropes were not untied soon, he might succumb to the biting cold. Zhang Xining followed the sound and soon beheld Nansheng, bound like a crab, struggling amidst the snowdrifts, a flicker of coldness flashing in her eyes. Nansheng, the younger brother of Nanyu, was a gluttonous and indolent individual, reveling in pleasure. In his previous life, he had not lived long, and the details of his demise were somewhat unclear to her. At that moment, Jiang Tong came running from a distance, tearing the tape from Nansheng's mouth and unbinding his ropes. Nansheng's voice trembled, tinged with reproach. "Jiang Tong, why have you only just arrived? Do you know that the group that captured me has been utterly annihilated?" Jiang Tong glanced at Zhang Xining, then at Qinghai beside her, nodding towards Zhang Xining as a form of greeting, before leading Nansheng towards the roadside. Nansheng shrugged off Jiang Tong's hold and approached Zhang Xining. Disdain etched on his face. "What was your expression when I asked you to rescue me earlier? Now that I am free." Before he could finish his sentence, Nansheng swung a slap towards Zhang Xining. With a slight narrowing of her pupils, she swiftly dodged behind him and delivered a kick to his rear, sending him sprawling. Mockingly, she declared, "Indeed, one is not destined to enter the same door as one's kin." Nan Chung, now face down in the snow, spat out a mouthful of flakes. Cursing, "Val wench, how dare you kick me?" Having said that, he charged at Zhang Xining once more. Zhang Xining stood still, arms crossed, leisurely observing Nan Cheng's exasperated demeanor. If Nan were in such a predicament, she would undoubtedly find it quite gratifying, wouldn't she? Jiang Tong stepped forward to restrain Nan Chung, urging, "Ah Chung, remain calm." "Jiang Tong, how can I possibly remain calm? She just kicked me," he retorted as Jiang Tong dragged him away in another direction. At that moment, Sun Yinji and Zhao Shuo approached in a snowplow to assess the situation. Upon witnessing the charred remnants of the warehouse and the few individuals sprawled in the snow, a flicker of confusion crossed their faces. Could it be that Jiang Tong had torched their hideout? I had thought such audacity was the sole domain of Chu Hanxing. Sun Yinji remarked in astonishment. He disembarked from the vehicle and took a few tentative steps forward, calling out, "Zhang Xining?" Zhao Shuo, noticing Zhang Xining's gaze directed towards him, felt his heart race uncontrollably as he hurried towards her. Ever since their separation at the gym, he had been unable to shake off his concern for her. It was only after encountering Shunli at the gym that he learned she was safe, allowing his heart to finally ease. Yet he had not anticipated their reunion would occur here. Zhao Shuo's face lit up with joy, while Qing Huai's typically gentle countenance darkened in an instant, a tumult of emotions swirling in his eyes. Zhang Xining awkwardly touched his nose and said, I'm fine." Zhao Shuo and Sun Yinji, seated in the driver's seat, called out. Qing Huai's expression darkened, and his tone turned somewhat frigid. "I believe it is best for young Master Zhao to depart with his companions. A life of roughing in the wild is hardly suitable for you." It was only then that Zhao Shuo took a serious look at the man beside Zhang Xining. Before encountering Zhang, he had been a seasoned player in the realm of romance. But Qing Huai's words immediately made him realize that this individual was his rival in love. Since his rival had initiated a confrontation, he felt compelled to respond. "My dear brother, you've misjudged the situation. As long as I can be with Xining, I would gladly endure a life of hardship. Wouldn't you agree, Xining?" Qing Huai cast a disapproving glance at Zhao Shuo, who met his gaze unflinchingly. And thus the duel between men commenced. Zhang Xining felt somewhat superfluous as she retrieved the snowplow from the space and took her place in the driver's seat. Observing this, the two men hastened towards the passenger's seat, only to find it already brimming with various items, as if Zhang Xining had anticipated their actions. Reluctantly, the two men settled into the back seat, casting each other discontented glances. Under Qing Huai's guidance, Zhang Xining effortlessly arrived at Zhang Bao's lair, an abandoned factory. Being aware of Zhang Bao's orientation, he could not resist the allure of the handsome Qing Huai. Consequently, at Zhang Bao's behest, Qing Huai's injuries were treated by a practitioner of light-based abilities. Zhang Xining furrowed her brows slightly and inquired, "Have you been taken advantage of by that person?" No sooner had the words left her lips than a chilling sensation enveloped her, sending shivers down her spine. Zhao Shuo, ever the instigator, interjected with a teasing remark. "My friend, if you feel wronged, do not endure it silently. Ninger and I shall seek vengeance for you, just because of a man." Before he could finish his sentence, a fist struck Zhao Shuo's face, instantly leaving a bruise on his handsome profile. He immediately swung his arm, ready to retaliate, but was firmly grasped by Qing Huai, who seized his fist. Zhang Xining wore a stern expression and said, "If you wish to fight, then do so. My vehicle cannot endure your tumult." The two exchanged huffs, refusing to meet each other's gaze. As the three disembarked, Zhang Xining stowed away the snowplow. This was a lumber mill, with numerous stacks of timber piled at the entrance. To prevent further altercations between the two, Zhang Xining positioned himself between them. The trio took refuge behind a towering pile of wood, peering inside. They were observing the first workshop, where Zhang Bao's underlings resided, while Zhang Bao himself occupied the last workshop. Qing Huai whispered an explanation. Zhang Xining gazed at the factory she pointed to, her curiosity piqued. "What purpose does the second factory serve?" she inquired. Qing Huai paused momentarily before slowly articulating two words, captives. Ding. Greetings, host. A new mission has arrived. Rescue the captives from the factory to earn 100 points. Ah, Zhang Bao, may you suffer a fate most dire. A cacophony of screams erupted from within. Who's-he? Zhang Xining's expression darkened as she scrutinized the first factory. Turning to Qing Huai, she asked, do you have any idea how many of them there are? Qing Huai pondered for a moment, uncertain of the specifics, yet he surmised that their numbers were considerable. Zhang Xining glanced at Zhao Zhua, then at Qing Huai. There were only the three of them, and they still needed to rescue the captives. Huzi had been captured by them. She could not turn a blind eye to this. Zhang Xining took a deep breath, deciding to wait until evening, striving to avoid causing a commotion among everyone. She shifted her body slightly, maintaining a single posture for an extended period, coupled with the cold weather, had left her feeling somewhat numb. Qing Huai supported her, while Zhao Shuo, unwilling to be outdone, grasped the other side of Zhang Xining's arm. Zhang Xining pressed her forehead, shaking off the two individuals. Just as she lifted her foot, a wave of numbness surged through her, causing her to stumble and fall directly into the snow. Ning ning. Ning ning, two anxious voices called out simultaneously. Stop! Do not touch me. She sat up from the snow, rubbing her numb legs and feet before finally standing, brushing off the snow from her clothes and taking measured steps away. Upon reaching a secluded spot, she retrieved a snow removal vehicle from her space, climbed in, and activated the heating, feeling revitalized. She patted her empty stomach and took out a kettle to boil water, preparing a bucket of spicy and sour noodles along with 2 cups of instant noodles, each enhanced with a sausage. The two men standing in the snow exchanged bewildered glances. Zhao Shuo spoke first, fair competition. Qing Huai raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he softly replied, do you believe you possess the qualifications for competition? Zhao Shuo lowered his gaze, quickly regaining his composure as he scrutinized Qing Huai, disdain evident in his tone. Don't think that because you're slightly more handsome than I am, you stand a chance. I assure you, Ning Ning is not that superficial. My heart belongs solely to her, and I will always treat her well. I believe I can win her over. Qing Huai cast a glance at the indistinct figure inside the vehicle in the distance. Have you never considered that perhaps she harbors feelings for someone else? Zhao Shuo furrowed his brow. What do you mean? I have meticulously researched Ning Ning's life from elementary school through university. Although she held hands with a boy in elementary school, he has long since vanished. Ning Ning has never been in a relationship. How could she possibly have someone? Qing Huai forced a smile, perhaps. After saying this, he began walking toward the factory. Zhao Shuo was startled and tugged on his sleeve. You'll easily be spotted like this. Watching Qing Huai's retreating figure, he muttered, does he intend to storm it alone? But he doesn't seem foolish. Never mind him. Qing Huai skillfully navigated around the first factory, reaching a hidden window to peer inside. There he saw Huzi, suspended with his hands bound, his clothes soaked in blood, appearing dazed and likely unconscious. Below him was a deep pit, roughly 2 meters in diameter, filled with zombies. Blood dripped into the pit, enticing the zombies to reach up desperately. Zhang Bao and others were gathered nearby, basking in the warmth of the fire, erupting into hearty laughter at moments of joy. Qing Huai cast a glance at the tiger suspended in midair and turned to walk in another direction. He approached the second factory, where 2 men, armed and chatting, stood outside. Do you think they've settled their differences? One asked. Every time, it's always one of us harboring some grievances in the end. The other replied, what can we say? Brother Bao values them highly. Just be content. There's no shortage of women for you inside. As Qing Huai neared the second factory, he was startled by the piercing screams of women and the furious shouts of men emanating from within, followed by the harsh sounds of blows landing on flesh. He cast a cold glance at the 2 men at the entrance, then departed from the second factory, moving toward a more secluded brick building where a plume of black smoke billowed from the chimney. This was ultimately Qing Huai's destination, the kitchen. Inside, 3 women were busily preparing a meal, while 2 men, guns in hand, vigilantly observed their every move. Zhao Shuo climbed into the vehicle, and the tangy aroma of sour and spicy noodles wafted into his nostrils. He inhaled deeply and mused, Ling Ling. Why do I detect a hint of vinegar in the air? Zhang Xining took a bite of her noodles and glanced at him, offering him a box of prepared noodles. Zhao Shuo reached out to accept it, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Ning Ning, your act of cooking for me truly touches my heart. Zhang Xining cast a glance at him, remarking, this is instant noodles. I merely boiled some water on the side. Zhao Shuo lifted the lid of the noodles and replied, as long as it's made by you. It brings me joy. Zhang Xining paid no heed to Zhao Shuo, engrossed in savoring the noodles in her hand, until she had finished the broth, feeling a warm glow enveloping her. With a deep sigh, she reclined at her seat, pondering her course of action for the evening. Zhao Shuo, what about Qinghuai? It suddenly dawned on her that Qinghuai seemed to still be at the factory. Zhao Shuo took his final sip of soup and remarked, him? Who knows? Zhang Xining furrowed her brow slightly and remarked, speak plainly. Zhao Yizhua, filled with dissatisfaction, murmured, I just saw him walking into the factory. Ninger, do you think he might betray us? At that moment, Zhang Xining noticed a tall, slender figure approaching through the snowy expanse. His exquisitely chiseled features bore a faint smile, exuding an aura of unruffled calmness, as if nothing could perturb him. Zhao Zhua cast a sidelong glance and grumbled, good looks are of no use, don't you think? Ning. Zhao Zhua, like a child, beamed with delight. Of course, it doesn't matter. Qinghuai stood outside the car, shook off his coat, and opened the door to take a seat inside. Zhang Xining handed over another bowl of instant noodles, expressing a hint of regret. Perhaps it has steeped for too long, rendering it less than palatable. In Chapter 82, this flies is quite distracting. Qinghuai received the noodles, and, as Zhang Xining's fingers brushed against his icy ones, she involuntarily shivered as if jolted by an electric current. Be careful. Qinghuai swiftly caught the bowl with one hand, while the other grasped Zhang Xining's hand that held the noodles. His touch was frigid, and she instinctively tried to withdraw her hand but found it ensnared. Zhao Shuo's eyes betrayed his dissatisfaction. He furrowed his brow, glancing between Qinghuai and Zhang Xining before stepping forward to pry their fingers apart. With an insinuating tone, he addressed Qinghuai. There is an adage that suggests men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Surely, you comprehend this. Qinghuai frowned slightly, feeling that Zhao Shuo's presence was exceedingly bothersome, contemplating when she might successfully shoo this fly away. Indeed, I believe Ningning has a valid point. She is undeniably astute. Zhao Shuo unconditionally concurred. Zhang Xining's expression was somewhat inscrutable, leaving one to ponder her thoughts. Do you have any other ideas? The pressing issue at hand is how to rescue Huzi. It remains uncertain whether Huzi is imprisoned in the first factory, which is heavily guarded. She aims to eliminate Zhang Bao discreetly, without alerting those in the first factory, while simultaneously liberating the captives in the second factory to fulfill the system's mission. Qinghuai discerned Zhang Xining's inner thoughts and spoke up. Huzi is in the first factory, and his fate remains unknown. Zhang Xining suddenly turned her head to look at him, a trace of concern evident in her eyes. How is he? After a moment of silence, Zhang Xining narrowed her eyes, her gaze profound. Let us proceed. The three of them alighted from the vehicle, and Zhang Xining stored the snowplow in her space, gently approaching the first factory building. It seemed that the individuals inside were partaking in a meal. Zhang Xining crouched down slightly and gently made her way inside. Qinghuai paid no heed to Zhao Shuo and softly uttered a single word to Zhang Xining. Wait. Zhang Xining felt a sense of bewilderment, uncertain of his intentions. Qinghuai, this time, grasped Zhang Xining's hand and led him to a secluded spot by the window. Upon noticing the arrangement within, Zhang Xining's heart leapt at the sight of Huzi, suspended in midair. She immediately rose to rescue him. Although her acquaintance with Huzi had not been lengthy, he had once saved her, and his kind nature deserved a fate far more gracious than this. Qinghuai once again grasped Zhang Xining's arm, urging her to remain calm. To wait a moment longer, Zhang Xining recognized that her momentary impulse was somewhat rash, yet she could not comprehend the rationale behind waiting. Zhang Xining cast her gaze toward Qinghuai, noticing a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. For reasons unbeknownst to her, her anxious heart began to calm. Suddenly, everyone who had been dining moments before collapsed to the ground, and Zhang Xining finally understood why Qinghuai had mentioned waiting. Zhao Shuo, too, experienced a moment of realization, his gaze lingering on Qinghuai with newfound scrutiny. Seizing the opportunity, they opened the door to the first warehouse, releasing a foul, acrid odor. Zhang Xining wrinkled her brow and swiftly ran toward Hu-Zai. Observing the undead thrashing about on the ground, she unleashed her wind blades, eliminating them all with precision. Zhao Shuo, comprehending the situation, immediately employed his earth-based abilities to fill the gaping pit. Zhang Xining hastened to a large pillar, untied the ropes, and gently placed Hu-Zai on the ground. Seeing Hu-Zai in a feeble state, she retrieved the remaining thorn tree sap from her space and poured it into his mouth. Under the influence of the sap, Hu-Zai's wounds gradually began to heal. Though not completely restored, his life was no longer in peril. Zhao Shuo, I entrust Hu-Zai to you. Upon finishing her words, Zhang Xining strode outward, where a scene of numerous corpses lay before her. Qinghuai, having dealt with the last individual, approached her with measured steps. A gentle smile lingered at the corners of his lips as he remarked softly, they deserved their fate. Zhang Xining's brows quivered slightly as she regarded him thoughtfully. I understand. There is no need for you to explain, she remarked before striding directly towards the second factory. The two guards stationed at the entrance had likewise succumbed to unconsciousness. Without hesitation, she approached and expertly slashed their throats with a dagger. From within the door emerged the muffled sounds of weeping, accompanied by a man's furious shouts. Why are you crying? Here, you are to serve my brothers well, and in return, you may earn a few morsels of food. Suddenly, it will be just as it is over there. You, remove your clothes and cater to my brother. Today, I shall treat you well, haha. A lewd male voice echoed, followed by the sound of suppressed sobs and the rustling of garments being shed. Brother, your taste is impeccable. Although these two girls are a bit slender, they are ample where it counts, particularly the one in front, with her alluring demeanor. Truly captivating, isn't she? Of course. These are fresh captures from yesterday. That one is yet to be enjoyed. Before the words could fully escape their lips, both men met their demise. Their throats slashed, causing the group of women to erupt in terrified wails. The long-haired woman at the front, however, remained composed as she retrieved the garments from the ground and donned them with deliberate slowness. Once fully dressed, she turned to Zhang Xining and offered a seductive smile, her eyes brimming with charm. Thank you, dear sister, for your timely rescue. Zhang Xining gazed at her. Aren't you saddened? To be treated in such a manner by a man, not only devoid of sorrow, but also possessing the tranquility to converse with her here. This world is inherently one where the strong reign supreme. Lacking in power and bearing such a countenance, it is a fortune to have survived thus far. So why desire more? She seemed to perceive the fickleness of human emotions, living solely for survival, yearning only to endure. Sister, you told me to survive. I shall strive with all my might to continue living. You may depart in peace, leaving me to navigate this harsh world alone. So it is. Zhang Xining's eyes flickered with insight. If you have nowhere to go, you may join the Qingling gang. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward: 100 points, available points, 450. Zhang Xining subtly furrowed her brow, pondering why the system only indicated the completion of the task after she had spoken. Could it be related to this woman? Before she could arrive at a conclusion, a group of women simultaneously knelt before her, pleading, Miss, take us with you. We implore you to save us. If you do not rescue us, we shall only continue to languish as playthings for others. Why is this world so harsh on women? The enchanting woman, Lu Shui, observed the kneeling women around her, but remained silent, uncertain if following the woman before her would lead her into yet another abyss. Zhang Xining gazed at the youthful maidens before her, her eyes brimming with hope. In her past life, she had encountered countless such expressions. Yet as someone living under the mercy of others, she felt utterly powerless. To take in a single Lu Shui was already her utmost limit. How could she possibly accommodate so many? Apologies, she thought, as she turned to leave. Chapter 83. Qinghuai has drawn attention at that moment. Qinghuai entered, a tall and slender figure with fair skin, possessing a visage of undeniable perfection. His lips curled into a slight smile, and his handsome face radiated a gentle charm as he approached Zhang Xining. Lu Shui's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the second most striking man she had ever encountered. This gentleman exuded an air of warmth that was inviting. The first had been a third-year student she met during her internship at the university last year, whose features were chiseled as if sculpted from marble. Despite his youthful demeanor, one could easily envision him blossoming into an extraordinary man in the future. Although she had once attempted to draw near him, he emanated an aura that discouraged any approach. However, the man before her not only shared a similar age, but also compelled her to steal glances repeatedly. She felt as though spring had finally arrived, reigniting the sensation of love within her. Qinghai strode directly toward Zhang Xining, while Lu Shui, with an alluring grace, stepped forward and exclaimed, "Dear miss, please save us all. Our lives shall henceforth be in your hands." Zhang Xining rubbed her temples. Though her heart remained unmoved, she was inherently averse to inconvenience. Qinghuai's gaze swept across the room, which housed approximately 30 women, each aged between 16 and 35, already calculating their own interests. "Ningning, do you not wish to assist them?" Zhang Xining, intrigued by Qinghuai's inquiry, candidly expressed, "As someone who relies on the goodwill of others, how can I dictate the fate of others? In truth, I believe that retaining them holds far greater significance for us than casting them aside." Zhang Xining raised an eyebrow, instantly intrigued. "Pray tell, how so?" Currently, the Qingling gang is predominantly male, consisting of a rough-and-tumble group of men. This cohort of women perfectly fulfills their needs. Moreover, relying on external resources is not a sustainable solution. Self-sufficiency is paramount. This group of women could serve as an exceptional logistical unit. Additionally, Yuan Bao could impart martial skills to them, allowing the formation of an all-female team. In doing so, they would harbor greater gratitude towards you, thereby fostering unwavering loyalty. Unwavering loyalty? My friend, are you certain about that? These women are on your territory. Do you truly believe your assertion holds water? Zhang Xining pondered for a moment, seemingly finding the reasoning quite compelling. She then addressed them, stating, "We do not harbor those who are deemed useless. I shall provide you with an address. Only those who successfully arrive at this location shall be deemed worthy. Furthermore, in these tumultuous times, there exists no absolute sanctuary. The enhancement of one's self is of utmost importance." Another girl accompanying Lu Shui, named Tian, stepped forward and linked her arm with Lu Shui's, exclaiming joyfully, "Sister Lu, they have agreed. They have indeed agreed to us." Zhang Xining retrieved paper and pen from her backpack, inscribing a series of addresses along with a rough map, which she handed to Lu Shui, eager for their paths to cross once more. This woman possessed a clear mind and remarkable intelligence. With proper guidance, she would become a significant asset. Lu Shui glanced past Zhang Xining at Qinghai beside her and nodded in agreement. "Certainly." As they exited the second factory, Zhang Xining continued onward, only be halted by Qinghuai's call. "What is this?" Despite having lived 2 lives and having vanquished numerous zombies, the sight of a freshly severed head still sent chills down her spine. Qinghuai slowly uttered 2 words, "Zhang Bao." Zhang Xining widened her eyes, approached for a fleeting glance, and immediately averted her gaze. Indeed, it was Zhang Bao, who with his back turned towards Qinghua, urged, "You must swiftly deal with this severed head." No sooner had the words left his lips than a distant sound of an object crashing to the ground resonated, accompanied by the acrid scent of something charred. Unable to restrain herself, she hastened towards the factory's exterior. Zhao Shua supported the now conscious Huzi as they stood by the roadside, just as Huzi began to speak, only to be silenced by Zhang Xining. "Rest assured, Zhang Bao is dead," came a low and raspy voice. "Thank you." Zhang Xining retrieved the snowplow from the space, with Zhao Shua and Huzi seated in the back, while Qinghuai, slightly more adept, occupied the passenger seat. Zhang Xining promptly entered the vehicle, and the group drove the snowplow towards the exit of City B, heading for the Qingling gang. Huzi, still recovering from his injuries, had fallen asleep, while Zhao Shua gazed out the window, lost in thought. Zhang Xining gazed upon the snow-covered ground, which was beginning to melt, and addressed Qinghuai. expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." Qinghuai, with gentle eyes and a soft smile, replied, "No need to mention it." Zhao Shua cast a glance in Qinghuai's direction, his gaze heavy with emotion. At that moment, he suddenly felt that perhaps Qinghuai was more suited for Ningning. Yet, he begrudgingly thought that maybe Ningning still favored his sunny disposition. His previous rejection stemmed from her inability to recognize his merits. He resolved to keep a vigilant watch over Ningning, ensuring that this handsome man did not sway her affections. It seemed he had come to a realization. Zhao Shua's expression transformed in an instant, and he found himself humming a tune. "Zhao Shua, are you eagerly anticipating your reunion with Momo?" Zhang Xining teased. "Perhaps I should escort you to City A, so you won't have to endure hardship with us." Upon hearing this, Zhao Shua instantly objected. He could not allow himself to depart, for if he did, Ningning, his prized cabbage, would fall prey to Qinghuai. Absolutely not. He vowed to protect his beloved cabbage, leaving no opportunity for anyone else. Between Jiang Tong and Su Mo, he would undoubtedly choose Ningning without hesitation. Wherever Ningning was, he would be there too. If she feasted on delicacies, he would serve her and help her savor every bite. If she had to make do with meager fare, he would strive to ensure she enjoyed the finest cuisine. With a sense of pride, he glanced at Qinghuai in the rearview mirror, casting him a challenging look. "You think you can compete with me? Come on then. I know you won't speak up." Zhang Xining let out a quiet sigh. In both her past and present lives, Zhao Shua was the first man to confess his feelings for her. Even during her previous life with Chu Hanqing, he had never uttered such words. For someone like Zhang Xining, who yearned for warmth, Zhao Shua's declaration did not stir her heart. Rather, it evoked an indescribable sensation within her. This must be what it feels like to be cared for. The snowplow moved slowly through the snowy terrain, and suddenly, Zhang Xining recalled Qinghuai's injury. She glanced in his direction, and it seemed as though he sensed her gaze, meeting her eyes. Zhang Xining's gaze flickered before she averted it. "Your injury?" Qinghuai's lips curled into a slight smile, his tone neither too soft nor too heavy. "It's nothing." Zhang Xining let out a soft sound, while Zhao Shua behind her glanced at Zhang Xining, then cast a wary look at Qinghuai. With a frown, he remarked, "Ningning, you seem indifferent to me. It feels as though my heart is wounded." After uttering these words, he dramatically clutched his chest in anguish and reclined in his seat. Zhang Xining did not find it amusing. Young Master Zhao was injured, and the girls from university were likely to weep bitterly. Zhao Shua immediately sat up, expressing his feelings to Zhang Xining. "Ning, it was my folly for not having met you sooner. I swear, ever since our paths crossed, I have truly changed. My heart and mind are entirely filled with thoughts of you." Chapter 84. A hallucination. Qinghuai frowned in displeasure, his expression darkening, with a tumult of complex emotions swirling in his eyes. "What is this?" The voice of Huzi abruptly broke the eerie silence within the vehicle. "Brother, to survive such a beating, I truly admire your tenacity. However, you must also thank Ningning," Zhao Shua remarked, glancing at Huzi, who was slowly rising from his seat. "Huzi's ho, his head, Ningning." Zhang Xining? Upon raising his gaze to the girl driving ahead, his eyes sparkled slightly. Qinghuai let out a resigned sigh, thinking to himself, "Here comes another annoyance." With Zhao Shua, who was quite friendly, in the car, the atmosphere was not entirely dull. It was rather surprising how well he conversed with Huzi. One wondered if he would maintain such warmth upon discovering that Huzi posed a threat to him. According to the original plan, they were supposed to reach Qingling Gang by nightfall, yet fate had other intentions. Approximately 10 kilometers from Lingquan village, the snowplow produced by the system finally let out a mournful whine. "System, I need to repair the snowplow." "System lacks authority to repair." "Can I use my points?" "System lacks authority to repair." Zhang Xining let out a resigned sigh, cursing the system under her breath for its ineptitude. With no relevant tasks at hand, the system proved to be utterly useless. Glancing at the dashboard, which displayed the malfunction, she addressed the group. "There is bad news. The car is broken. However, the good news is that there is a village 10 kilometers away." Zhao Shua stepped forward, volunteering, "It's a minor issue. I can fix it." Zhang Xining remarked with a hint of indifference, "The engine has malfunctioned." Suddenly, She recalled Shunli. If he were present, these troubles would likely be trivial. At that very moment, Shunli found himself besieged by a group of assailants. "Kid, hand over your backpack, or else." Shunli narrowed his eyes, lifted his gaze, and a glimmer shone within them as he drew his machete, instantly engaging in a struggle with his attackers. Suddenly, the sharp crack of gunfire echoed, and those grappling with Shun-Li collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Shun-Li glanced up to see a burly man in a black uniform, crew-cut and armed, pointing a gun at him, his eyes assessing. An ability user. Upon noticing the insignia on their uniforms, labeled Divine Mechanism Army, Shun-Li's pupils constricted slightly, yet he spoke with calm composure. Indeed. The crew-cut man scrutinized Shun-Li before instructing his comrades, "Take him away." Meanwhile, Zhang Xining and her companions, grappling with the malfunctioning snowplow, were compelled to abandon the vehicle and trek through snow that reached half their height. Clad in heavy garments, navigating the snowy expanse proved immensely challenging, especially with an injured Huzi, which significantly hampered their progress. Zhang Xining retrieved several canes from a space, and the group leaned upon them, their bodies enveloped in layers until only their eyes were visible, trudging forward step by step against the biting cold wind. Though injured, Huzi possessed commendable physical resilience and managed to keep pace with the others. As darkness enveloped the sky, only 4 silhouettes moved slowly across the vast expanse of white snow. And a gust of frigid wind swept through, penetrating their garments and chilling them to the very bone. Zhang Xining's delicate face flushed crimson, her teeth chattering incessantly, her entire body devoid of sensation, and her hand gripping the cane trembled slightly, as if she were merely a machine programmed to move forward. In her previous life, the excruciating cold that seeped into her bones instilled an everlasting fear of chill within her. Had it not been for Chu Hanqing's timely intervention, offering her a coat, she might have perished in the bitter frost of her former existence. This act of kindness, akin to a ray of warmth in the snow, compelled her to recklessly pursue a path towards her own destruction. Even though she had misjudged Chu Hanqing, the pain inflicted upon her was undeniably real. Perhaps Chu Hanqing had her reasons, but what of it? With Chu Hanqing now departed, she must continue her life, determined to exact vengeance upon her enemies from the past. Unbeknownst to her, the outlines of the village gradually came into view, the nearby fields shrouded beneath a thick blanket of snow, while the adjacent pond bore a sturdy layer of ice. As she surveyed her surroundings, all that greeted her eyes was an endless expanse of white, pure and unyielding. Zhang Xining felt a sense of disorientation, as if she were beholding Chu Hanqing before her. He gently caressed her cheek, his eyes radiating endless affection and tenderness, a side of him she had never witnessed before. "Ning Ning, in this lifetime, let it be my turn to seek you. Let it be my duty to protect you. Meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life." After uttering these words, he drifted further away, and Zhang Xining yearned to grasp him, yet her hands found nothing to hold. "Ning Ning, in this lifetime, let it be my turn to seek you. Let it be my turn to protect you," Chu Hanqing incessantly murmured, his voice echoing across the vast sky until it gradually faded into silence. She then encountered Nanyue, the woman who resembled a goddess. Nanyue gazed at her with a face full of disdain and scorn. "With your unremarkable demeanor, do you truly believe Hanqing would ever take a liking to you? Awaken from your delusion. He is merely toying with you, captivated by a fleeting novelty. The one he has loved since childhood is only me." Nanyue's expression twisted into something grotesque. "You would do well to distance yourself from Hanqing, or else you will undoubtedly regret the choices you make now." Ah. As Nanyue vanished, Zhang Xining finally exhaled deeply, yet her heart tightened once more. A large figure, clad in a tailored suit, appeared before her, his hawk-like eyes fixated on Zhang Xining. Suddenly, a peculiar smile crept across his lips. "Super Gene Human, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Come fort." A cacophony of screeches echoed, growing ever closer. Zhang Xining's eyes widened as she beheld the cutting instrument wielded by the enormous spider. Her pallid visage reflected a profound agony that gradually enveloped her. "No, please. No, I must slay you with my own hands. I must Nining, Zhang Xining, awaken, Zhang Xining." A rare expression of concern graced Qing Huai's gentle countenance as he observed Zhang Xining's ashen face, beads of cold sweat forming upon her brow in the frigid air, her entire being trembling as if she were enduring some excruciating ordeal. His heart tightened in sympathy, his reddened eyes brimming with an unfathomable sorrow, as though the horrific visions haunting Zhang Xining were experiences he had once endured himself. Seeing that he could not rouse her from her stupor, he tenderly lifted the prostrate Zhang Xining, his movements as gentle as one would treat a precious treasure, cradling her in his embrace. "Nining, do not fear. I am here. I have always been here." Zhao Shuo, his heart a tumult of emotions, cast a sorrowful smile at the entwined figures. A smile laden with the weight of time and solitude, before turning and stepping outside, each step seemingly widening the chasm between him and Zhang Xining. Huzi averted his gaze, concealing the glimmer of disappointment in his eyes, and also proceeded toward the door. "Nining, awaken, I am always here. Do not fear." The voice echoed repeatedly in his ears. Zhang Xining struggled to open her eyes amidst the pain, and the familiar embrace left her momentarily dazed. She trembled and called out, "Shu Hanqing." Qing Huai's body stiffened, and he tightened his hold on Zhang Xining, concealing the sorrow that lingered in his gaze. "Ning Ning, it is I." Qing Huai's voice was warm and gentle, much like his character, soft and serene. Zhang Xining lifted her gaze, meeting the gentle eyes of Qing Huai, which seemed capable of drowning her in their warmth. Chapter 85. The Cabbage Besieged by Pigs. Their eyes locked. The two stood in such proximity that she could distinctly see her own reflection in Qing Huai's luminous pupils, captivatingly fostering the illusion that she existed solely within his gaze. Zhang Xining's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly lowered her head and sat up from Qing Huai's embrace. Qing Huai gazed at Zhang Xining with tender affection, saying, "Ning Ning, if it were possible, I would willingly share all your burdens." Zhang Xining lifted her head. A look of disbelief etched across her face. Had she truly been confessed to once more? Observing the skeptical gaze of Zhang Xining, Qing Huai leaned forward, his head gradually encroaching upon hers, until their proximity became intimate enough to feel the warmth of each other's breath caressing their faces. Zhang Xining's eyes remained wide open, seemingly frozen in shock. Qing Huai chuckled, "You ought to close your eyes." The warmth of his breath brushed against Zhang Xining's face, their breaths intertwining. Zhang Xining could sense that Qing Huai's breathing was becoming increasingly labored. Just as she was about to speak, an untimely voice resonated from the doorway. "Qing Huai, Ning Ning is unwell. Do not attempt to take advantage of her vulnerability." Zhao Shuo exclaimed, his fists clenched in anger as he shouted from outside. He could tolerate the fact that someone had consoled his prized possession with a blind eye, but now they were on the verge of usurpation, and he could not remain indifferent. Zhang Xining turned her head away, while Qing Huai rose to his feet, his pupils involuntarily narrowing slightly. A fierce glint flashing in his gaze, he was enraged. Zhao Shuo sensed an unsettling chill creeping through his bones. Yet he felt compelled to extend his neck and addressed Zhang Xining. "Ning Ning, has this fellow bullied you? If he has, just tell me, and I shall deal with him." Qing Huai glanced at Zhao Shuo, his eyes narrowing slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips, yet this smile sent a shiver down one's spine. Zhang Xining could no longer endure the inexplicable atmosphere. Rising from the ground, she glanced outside at the pitch-black sky and decided to change the subject. A night's rest here would surely enable her to set off tomorrow. Zhang Xining smiled lightly, reassuring everyone. They were in a modest dwelling located in Lingquan village, where the absence of any heating apparatus rendered the atmosphere unbearably frigid. Fortunately, Huzai had managed to procure some firewood. They secured the front door, rearranged the furniture in the living room, and placed the firewood in the center. Zhang Xining retrieved a lighter from her belongings and tossed it to Huzai. He gathered some paper to kindle the flames and tossed it into the firewood. Before long, with a crackling sound accompanying the blaze, a vibrant fire erupted, momentarily dispelling the chill and imparting a measure of warmth. Zhang Xining sat at the innermost part, with Qing Huai on one side and Zhao Shuo on the other, directly facing Huzi. As she gazed into the flickering flames, Zhang Xining extended her hand towards the fire to warm herself. Her fingers were so cold that she seemed unable to perceive any warmth. Unconsciously, her hand inched closer to the blaze. "Be careful," a voice cautioned, as another hand clasped hers, pulling it slightly away from the fire. It was only then that Zhang Xining realized her hand had nearly become fuel for the flames. Two pairs of bright, bell-like eyes observed Qinghuai's grip on Zhang Xining's hand. Reluctantly, Qinghuai released her hold, feigning indifference as if nothing had happened. Zhang Xining retrieved some sweet potatoes, and a frozen chicken from her space. She divided the sweet potatoes and potatoes for Huzi and Zhao Shua to roast, while she skewered the frozen chicken on a metal wire and kindled a fire to thaw it. Once the chicken had softened completely, she rinsed it with a bottle of water, chopping off its head and tail. Then, from her space, she produced salt, soy sauce, cooking wine, and Orleans marinade. Meticulously applying the marinade all over the chicken, followed by a splash of soy sauce and cooking wine, finishing with a pinch of salt. With everything prepared, she placed it over the fire to roast. Zhao Shua observed Zhang Xining's deft movements, exclaiming, "Ningning truly excels in both the parlor and the kitchen." Huzi chimed in, "There aren't many college students who can cook these days. Before the apocalypse, they must have relied on the cafeteria. I didn't expect you to know how to roast a chicken." When Huzi first encountered Zhang Xining, he was rather suspicious, but she clarified her background, dispelling his concerns. Qinghuai looked at Zhang Xining with a curious expression. Noticing the inquisitive gazes directed at her, Zhang Xining found it odd. After all, roasting a chicken is not an uncommon skill. She not only knew how to roast chicken, but could also prepare a grand banquet. Watching the roaring flames, Zhang Xining seemed to fall into a reverie, and for the first time since the apocalypse, she thought of her home. Growing up in modest circumstances, one often hears the saying that children from poor families mature early, leaving little room for curiosity. Zhao Zhua was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding Zhang Xining's family. He understood that her experiences were far more profound than what she had divulged. His gaze towards her was tinged with compassion, and he even felt a pang of regret for not having met her sooner, which might have spared her from enduring such hardships. Huzi, though less informed about these matters, could still sense an undercurrent of unease in Zhang Xining's tone. Meanwhile, Qinghuai lowered his head in contemplation, concealing the emotions flickering in his eyes, determined to shield them from scrutiny. Observing the increasingly somber atmosphere, Zhang Xining spoke softly, "I apologize for bringing this up with you. Ning. Though those people are unworthy of being your parents, I vow to do everything in my power to support and cherish you from now on." Zhao's gaze on Zhang Xining was fervent and unwavering. Zhang Xining furrowed her brow slightly. "My parents? How do you know?" Zhao Shua then realized, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Well, Mo once told me something. Do you know what it was?" Zhao Shua inquired. "What?" Zhang Xining's lips curled slightly as she slowly uttered a few words. If one could trust a man's words, even a sow could climb a tree. The three men exchanged glances, each assessing the other. Zhao Shua was the first to refute. "I am not that kind of man. I merely inquired about your basic circumstances. Since I have resolved to pursue you, it is only natural that I should understand what kind of person I am seeking and whether you have a boyfriend." Seemingly convinced of his own reasoning, Zhao Shua grew increasingly animated. "I truly did not intend to investigate your background. Do you understand? Can you fathom my delight in discovering that you have never had a boyfriend and that no boy has ever confessed to you throughout your life?" Yet, Zhao Shua continued, "Thus I aspire to be your first man." Ahem, what brazen words! Zhang Xining nearly dropped the roasted chicken into the fire, casting a look of disdain at Zhao Shua. Zhao Shua, however, appeared oblivious. Ning, what is the matter with you?" Zhang Xining suppressed the urge to strike. "What did you just say?" "Oh," Zhao Shua seemed to recall and continued, "I shall be the first man to confess my feelings to you, and also the first man to pursue you." Chapter 86. Startling the child into jumping from the car. Zhao Shua glanced at the composed Qinghuai, regrettably acknowledging that he was no longer the sole contender. Nevertheless, this merely indicated that my dear Ning is exceptional. I must keep a vigilant watch over her and ensure that no other man deceives her. Zhang Xining gazed at Zhao Shua's ever-changing expression, finding it difficult to articulate her thoughts. "The potatoes are ready," came Hu's voice. Zhao Shuo finally recalled his sweet potato and prodded it with a stick, realizing it too was perfectly cooked. A delightful aroma of food enveloped the room, and before long, the roasted chicken was also ready. Qing Huai divided the chicken into 4 portions, and 2 succulent drumsticks were presented to Zhang Xining. "Your culinary skills are truly remarkable, Ninger. Do indulge yourself a bit more," Zhao Shuo remarked, tearing into a piece of chicken. After satisfying their appetites, Zhang Xining retrieved 4 down-filled sleeping bags from her space and distributed them among the group. Zhao Shuo, astonished, exclaimed, "Ninger, I truly wonder if you possess a treasure chest filled with all manner of wonders." Zhang Xining brushed her nose, contemplating the situation. It could be considered so. The others, all endowed with extraordinary abilities, harbored no curiosity about her spatial powers. Instead, their intrigue lay in the sheer volume of supplies she had meticulously prepared. Although questions lingered, none pursued them to their depths. After all, who among them was without secrets? Zhao Shuo preferred the moment when Zhang Xining would willingly share her secrets with him, rather than extracting answers through pressure. As she nestled within the warmth of her sleeping bag, the crackling of the fire lulled her into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the other 3 tossed and turned, the eerie stillness of the night occasionally pierced by the howling wind, which swept the fallen snow to distant corners. In this humble dwelling, 4 once strangers found solace in each other's company, the roaring flames casting a warm glow as they gazed upon the peacefully sleeping girl, a profound sense of reassurance enveloping their hearts. The next morning, Zhang Xining awoke, startled by the chill. The remnants of the fire had dwindled to mere ashes scattered across the ground. Qing Huai had vanished without a trace, and upon noticing her awakening, Zhao Shuo and Huzi stirred from their slumbers. "Ning Ning, good morning," Zhao Shuo murmured, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. "Good morning," she replied. Zhang Xining greeted as she stowed away her sleeping bag in her space, donning an additional thick sweater. She cast a glance around, but did not catch sight of Qing Huai. Approaching the door, she opened it, and a piercing cold wind assailed her, rendering her exposed face nearly numb. Zhang Xining retrieved a thick mask from her space and put it on. In the distance, she spotted a vehicle resembling a bulldozer making its way toward her. As it drew nearer, she discerned that it was an off-road vehicle belonging to a certain tiger. The rare flush on his fair and handsome face indicated the biting cold had taken its toll. It was hard to imagine how he had managed to find such a vehicle alone in this desolate, wintry landscape. Zhao Shuo emerged with his hands tucked in his pockets, and, upon seeing the vehicle at the door, hurried over, exclaiming, "Not bad, finally accomplished something meaningful. This way, Ning Ning won't have to suffer in the cold." Qing Huai, however, paid no heed to Zhao Shuo's words, directly descending from the vehicle to pull Zhang Xining inside. "It's cold outside. Let us go in," he said, his tone imbued with tenderness that invited one to lose oneself in it. "Umph, considering you found the vehicle, I shall lend you the cabbage," Zhao Shuo remarked, casting a disdainful glance at the intertwined hands of the two before turning to enter and seek out the tiger. The sensation of youthful excitement surged within Zhang Xining as she inadvertently overheard Zhao Shuo's heartfelt thoughts, her expression shifting to one of peculiar bewilderment. What did he mean by cabbage? Was she merely a cabbage in his eyes? Qing Huai, attuned to her discomfort, gently inquired, "What is the matter?" She promptly stored all items in her space, and the 4 of them boarded the off-road vehicle. After activating the heating system, they had a simple breakfast and set off towards the direction of the Qingling gang. The off-road vehicle, equipped with anti-slip chains, traversed the snowy terrain at a leisurely pace. Fortunately, the distance was not great, and by around noon, the words Qingling gang began to materialize in the distance. Zhao Shuo's countenance paled to a ghostly white upon seeing the 3 prominent characters ahead, his voice trembling as he uttered Qing. "Qing, King Linggong, are you sure we haven't taken a wrong turn?" His confidence waned as he spoke. Huzi, bewildered, responded, "Zhao Shuo, are you all right? Why you look so pale?" Regaining his composure, Zhao Shuo urgently called out, "Qing Huai, stop the car, quickly." Confused, Qing Huai did not halt the vehicle. As they approached the proverbial lion's den, Zhao Shuo, Disregarding his apprehensions, shouted to Zhang Xining, "Ning, we can't go in. Jump out of the car." Without hesitation, he flung open the door and leaped out, using his abilities to cushion his fall, landing against the earthen wall below. Qinghai finally stopped the car, staring at Zhao Shuo in disbelief. After regaining his footing, Zhao Shuo rushed to Zhang Xining, insisting, "Ning, the Qingling gang is filled with ruthless individuals. We cannot enter." Zhang Xining finally comprehended the reason behind Zhao Shuo's expression, offering a bittersweet smile to Qinghai. "Look at how frightened you have made the child." She then turned to Zhao Shuo, introducing, "Allow me to present Qinghai, the leader of the Qingling gang." Zhao Shuo stood frozen in place, astonished. What did she just say? Qinghai is the leader of the Qingling gang? Recalling his earlier indiscretion, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself twice. He had unknowingly offended the leader of the Qingling gang. Observing the fluctuating emotions on Zhao Shuo's face, Qinghai's lips curved into a perfect arc. "In light of your previous ignorance, I shall forgive you. May we proceed inside now? Fear not. I shall not treat you as a slave, nor shall I extract your innards, and certainly I will not sell you to Myanmar." Even as he settled into the vehicle, Zhao Shuo remained somewhat dazed. Is Qinghai truly the leader of the Qingling gang? Standing atop the city wall, Yuan Bao gazed at the approaching off-road vehicle, finally breaking into a smile of delight. Clutching a remote control, he pressed a button gently. The city gate swung open momentarily before swiftly closing again. The recent influx of troublemakers necessitated his vigilance over this entrance. As the vehicle gradually entered the city, the accumulated snow inside was far more pleasant than that outside, with several snowplows busily at work. After approximately 10 minutes, the off-road vehicle came to a halt before a quaint villa. Zhang Xining promptly exited the vehicle and strode towards the building. Zhao Shuo and Huzi exchanged glances before alighting from the car to follow in her direction. He refrained from consulting the leader, having harbored worries throughout the day. However, upon spotting the approaching off-road vehicle, Yuan Bao felt a weight lift from his heart. Chapter 87. Return to the Qingling gang after parking in the garage. Qinghai disembarked and instructed Yuan Bao before entering the building. As the door swung open, Da Zhuang was busy in the kitchen, while Su Mo continued to offer culinary advice. "Chubby, adding some chili would enhance the flavor." "Miss Su, too much chili is detrimental to the stomach," Da Zhuang explained. The memory of dark days spent in confinement sent a shiver down his spine, yet he complied with Su Mo's request. Upon seeing Zhang Xining, Su Mo rushed forward, losing one of her slippers in the process, and embraced her tightly. "Xining, do you know I've been unable to sleep these past few days? I feared I might never see you again." Only then did Su Mo notice the two individuals accompanying Zhang Xining. "Zhao Shuo, you're still alive? And who is this?" Zhao Shuo's initial joy at Su Mo's exuberance dissipated upon hearing her words, and he merely scoffed, choosing to disregard her. "This is Huzi, my benefactor," Zhang Xining introduced. "Hello, brother Huzi. Abe Su Mo, Iningizdida's friend, Su Mo greeted warmly. You're not only Xining's benefactor, but also mine." Huzi replied politely. "Is being a benefactor accurate?" Xining has also saved my life." He contemplated addressing her as Miss Zhang or Zhang Xining, but ultimately decided to follow the crowd, not wishing to create a sense of distance between them. Montak, via is Kiane?" Zhang Xining inquired, noticing the television was off. Previously, Chinner would be seated on the couch at this hour, snacking. A look of contentment crossed Su Mo's face at the mention of Chinner. That child is truly diligent, practicing tirelessly every day. "I must say, Yuan Bao, your strictness as a mentor is scaring the child out of her childhood," she remarked with a hint of complaint. Catching sight of Qinghai entering, she quickly changed the subject. "Xining, I'll go help in the kitchen. Let's celebrate together today." Zhang Xining turned her head to see Qinghai entering the room, then glanced at Su Mo, feeling an inexplicable oddness between the two, yet unable to pinpoint the source of her discomfort. "Please, make yourselves comfortable. I shall go upstairs to check on Chinner," Zhang Xining remarked before ascending the staircase. Passing by Chinner's room, she noticed the young one diligently practicing the fundamentals, and with a fleeting glance, she acknowledged the considerable progress made since her last visit. Zhang Xining entered her room, a long-lost sense of comfort washing over her. There truly is no place like home. At this moment, she was unaware that she had begun to regard this space as her own. After the villa's recent renovation, it was equipped with state-of-the-art heating systems, ensuring that the room's temperature remained consistently in the mild teens. Zhang Xining lay on the bed for a while before entering the bathroom to wash her hair and take a shower, cleansing herself of all the dust of the day. She donned a thermal garment beneath a relaxed green and white striped sweater, and on her feet, she wore a pair of pink plush slippers. Just as she finished drying her hair, a voice called from the other room. "Ning Ning, come down for dinner." "All right, I'll be there shortly," she replied. Zhang Xining approached Qian'er, kneeling down to gently ruffle the soft, furry little head. "Has someone been bullying you, Qian'er?" Qian'er sniffled. No, I just miss my sister. I want to practice hard now, so that wherever my sister goes in the future, I can protect her. Understanding her symptoms, Zhang Xining embraced Qian'er tightly, deepest Qian'er. "It is I who am sorry for you. From now on, I shall always inform you of my whereabouts, all right?" At that moment, Yuan Bao approached. Hearing the sound, Qian'er wriggled out of Zhang Xining's arms and wiped her tears. "Teacher," Yuan Bao extended a hand, and Qian'er promptly took hold of it, turning to Zhang Xining's sister. "Let us go downstairs for a meal." Unbeknownst to them, Yuan Bao was signaling an okay gesture to Qinghuai downstairs. This meal brought great delight to the weary travelers who had endured many hardships. Zhao Shuo, after satisfying his hunger, let out a hearty burp and exclaimed at last, "I feel alive once more." Zhang Xining, holding a piece of beef, inquired, "Have you not been faring well in City A?" Reflecting on City A, Zhao Shuo sighed. After the departure of the false troops, we were confronted with such dreadful weather. Initially, we managed to endure, but as the chill deepened, we were left with no choice but to deplete the food supplies within the city. Over time, those provisions dwindled, compelling us to take the risk of venturing to City B in search of sustenance. Following the floods came an intense cold, resulting in a complete failure of crops and vegetables, leaving us to rely solely on our dwindling reserves. What they failed to realize is that after the frigid cold will come an extreme heat, and as time progresses, resources will become increasingly scarce. Zhang Xining remained unaware of the resources available to the Qingling gang. For her and her companions, the simple joy of being well-fed each day was a fleeting comfort. However, enduring such a situation for an extended period would likely prove unsustainable. With an ample supply of food within her space, she hesitated to relinquish it entirely, uncertain of how long the apocalypse would persist. Thus, to attain lasting sustenance, addressing the root of the issue was imperative. Huzi set down his chopsticks, furrowing his brow as he regarded Zhao Shuo. Why not head directly to the capital? Why choose Jinghaishi? Zhao Shuo appeared to ponder the question briefly before responding. "I suspect it is due to the capital's considerable distance. Jinghaishi is comparatively closer." "Elder sister, brothers, I'm off to watch television," Qian'er announced after finishing her meal, scampering away with delight. The nationwide blackout had severed internet connections, yet the Qingling gang, with its robust foundation, possessed its own generator and network, albeit the latter was somewhat unstable. It should be so simple. Jinghaishi, being near the sea, once thrived on fishing. The nuclear wastewater incident severely impacted the city. Why would the nation choose to station troops in a city devoid of any advantages? Moreover, the scarcity of resources there is comparable to that of other cities. Why the focus on Jinghaishi? Huzi expressed his confusion, articulating his thoughts. Zhao Shuo scratched his head. "I'm not entirely sure." The roots of this apocalypse lay in Jinghaishi, the first city to be affected when calamity struck. The nation had clandestinely established an underground research team there, endeavoring to uncover the origins of the disaster. Qinghuai's voice was measured and calm, as if recounting a trivial matter. Chapter 88. No farming in the space. The others, however, widened their eyes in astonishment, seemingly seeking verification of the truth behind the revelations. Zhang Xining furrowed her brow slightly, as this matter did not resonate with her from her previous life. It was amusing that her heart had been entirely tethered to Chu Hanjing, leaving her oblivious to the happenings beyond her immediate surroundings. At present, the demon city had yet to establish a base, and she was uncertain of the whereabouts of the great spider. However, finding Nanyue was equally imperative. Zhanghai City, Nanyue. Await my arrival. We are the divine machine army of Y country. Survivors are urged to gather in Zhanghai City for refuge. A crackling sound followed, akin to a channel being adjusted. The few exchanged glances, and Zhao Shuo swiftly dashed to Qin'er, seizing the remote control from his hands and attempting to switch frequencies, only to be met with a flurry of static. He sank into the sofa in disappointment, a look of despondency etched upon his face. A flicker of doubt arose in Zhang Xining's heart. Noticing the atmosphere had grown somewhat somber, Su Mo instructed De Zhuang to clear away the plates and addressed everyone. Once the cold passes, we shall be self-sufficient. People from all over the country will flock to Zhanghai City, and I believe the situation there is far from optimistic. How dare he ignore me today? I shall disregard him as well. Zhang Xining glanced at Su Mo, then at Yuan Bao, who sat beside Qinghai. Had she missed something during her absence? Was Su Mo enamored with Yuan Bao? Yet, with his face plastered in white powder, it puzzled her how Su Mo, who had a penchant for attractive appearances, could find anything appealing about Yuan Bao. Nevertheless, as long as it was in Tijiang Tong, she felt relieved. After their meal, Yuan Bao exited the villa, and Su Mo watched his retreating figure with a hint of reluctance. Regrettably, she had not heard Yuan Bao's innermost thoughts and was unaware of his feelings towards Su Mo. Qin'er, after a brief stint watching television, ascended the stairs to read, leaving the remaining few on the sofa. Who's I? Zhao Shuo, do you have any destinations in mind? If you wish to go to Zhanghai City, you may do so once winter has passed. Since she had brought them into this situation, she felt it imperative to comprehend their true sentiments. In this post-apocalyptic world, where people struggled to find sustenance and warmth while constantly facing hidden dangers, it seemed far more suitable for the two of them to remain in the Qingling gang. Wherever Ning Ning is, there I shall be. Zhao Shuo was the first to speak. Who's I, with a sincere expression, added, I have no home left. If you require my assistance, who's I, will not hesitate to oblige. Zhang Xining turned her head to glance at Qinghai, conveying a silent question. Aren't you going to say anything, leader? Qinghai lowered his gaze, offering a faint smile. Since you are Ning Ning's friends, it is permissible for you to stay. However, you are well aware that I do not tolerate the presence of the ineffectual. Thank you, leader. Zhao Shuo reluctantly followed Tiger's lead, adding, thank you, leader. Why does it feel so unsatisfactory to bow to a rival? Yet, I have faith that Ning Ning is unafraid of the powerful. Zhang Xining chose not to listen any further, swearing that she had not intentionally eavesdropped on Zhao Shuo's innermost thoughts. Having determined their fates, Qinghai swiftly arranged accommodations for Huzi and Zhao Shuo. Zhang Xining sat on the sofa, observing Su Mo as she savored spicy snacks. Montak, what is your relationship with Yuan Bao? She inquired. Su Mo chuckled. Xining, it's just as it is between Yuan Bao and me. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing. I merely wanted to know if you truly have forgotten Jiang Tong, Zhang Xining replied. Su Mo lowered her gaze, but soon met Zhang Xining's eyes. Xining, she said, many people struggle to find enough to eat nowadays, and everything I possess is thanks to you. To me, love is but a small facet of life. Perhaps I will never see him again. Why should we seek out troubles? It is sufficient to cherish those who are present in our lives. Zhang Xining gazed at Su Mo with a heart full of gratitude. At last, in this lifetime, Mo had come to an understanding. She was determined to ensure that Mo would experience happiness in this existence. After a prolonged silence, the familiar voice of the system resonated. Long time no see. A new task has arrived. Please, host, cultivate food before the extreme cold concludes to prepare for the future. Reward, 200 points. Zhang Xining's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of 200 points. Although she had contemplated self-sufficiency, that was merely a plan for after the dreadful weather had passed. In the midst of this icy desolation, the thought of planting potatoes or sweet potatoes seemed utterly impractical. So many had perished in the unforgiving cold. Was the system truly not jesting? After the system's task was announced, Zhang Xining's once joyful spirit visibly sank, her mind consumed by thoughts of sustenance. Returning to her room, She sank into a chair by the window, idly fiddling with the radio, which occasionally broadcast updates urging survivors to head to Jianghaishi. She switched off the radio and glanced at the adjacent buttons, the faint crackle of electricity humming within. She pondered, surely the person in distress must no longer be alive? "Hello, are you there?" came a fragmented voice through the static. Zhang Xining slightly parted her lips and spoke into the radio. "Yes, I am here. Are you all right?" There was a brief pause on the other end before the voice replied. "I was saved by a girl." "Is that true? How wonderful. Congratulations." The tone from the other side carried a hint of bitterness. "Yes, I never expected to be alive." "Aren't you happy?" Zhang Xining inquired tentatively. As the words echoed in her heart, Zhang Xining paused for a moment before responding. "You have developed feelings for the girl who saved you. Yet she harbors affections for another. Is that correct?" After a lengthy silence, a soft affirmative sound emerged from the other end, tinged with a sense of despondency. Zhang Xining pondered for a moment and ventured, "Your affection for her may merely stem from the gratitude you feel for her having saved you. It may not be a genuine love." Zhang Xining felt a throbbing headache. The system's tasks offered no clue. Now, he found himself here, offering solace to a heartbroken individual, or rather, to someone ensnared in unrequited love. "My friend," he mused, "the object of your affections is already taken. Do you truly intend to undermine another's relationship? Yet, one must consider whether your efforts will yield any results." He continued, "I believe that assuming the role of a third party to disrupt someone else's bond is rather unseemly. Fear not, for if you let this opportunity slip, surely there will be others more worthy. In this world, with your capabilities, are there not countless beauties awaiting your selection?" After much contemplation, Zhang Xining could only muster these rather dry words. At that moment, a low voice inquired, "But do you have someone you admire?" Zhang Xining did not anticipate that he would inquire about her. After a moment of contemplation, she simply replied, "No." The signal was utterly severed with a crackling sound. Turning off the radio, Zhang Xining rose and reclined upon her bed, gazing at the ceiling above, allowing her consciousness to delve into the space. The realm was devoid of anything but a pile of food. "Spirit, is it possible to cultivate the land in this space?" "I apologize, Master, but the space currently lacks such functionality. Will it be capable in the future?" "I regret to inform you, Master, that the spirit is unaware of unknown matters." Zhang Xining silently rolled her eyes, realizing that she could place no hope in this space. Tossing and turning in bed, she confronted a grave issue. How could one cultivate land without any land to cultivate? She was uncertain of the size of the Qingling gang and whether it possessed any surplus vacant land. Rising from her bed, she opened her wardrobe and wrapped herself tightly in layers, donning a scarf, hat, and mask. Fully equipped, she greeted Su Mo before stepping outside. Chapter 89. Foreseeing the future? Wearing a pair of thick-soled, anti-slip boots, she walked across the thin layer of snow, reminiscent of winter days spent watching children bundled up, engaging in snowball fights. She strolled along the path, unwittingly arriving once more at the solitary house. Standing at the entrance for quite some time, the cement brick walls paired with the red wooden door conjured an image that no one would expect the leader of the Qingling gang to reside here. Zhang Xining approached the door, her raised arm pausing mid-air as her mind raced with contemplation. If he opens the door, what shall I say? Why do you reside here? Or perhaps, why have you offered your dwelling for our use? She shook her head, her suspended hand finally descending as she turned to depart. The door creaked open, and the gentle yet firm voice of Ning resonated through the air. Zhang Xining halted her steps and turned around, the clearly defined contours of Qing Huai's face appearing before her eyes, suggesting that the frostbite on his face had nearly healed. Zhang Xining has lived 2 lifetimes. She's acutely aware of how the face of Qing Huai could inflict upon her frostbite. Yet, her vendetta remains unresolved, and she cannot offer him any promises. "Why don't you come in?" Upon speaking, a chilling gust surged into her body, compelling her to instinctively retract her neck. "Come inside," she urged. Zhang Xining followed Qing Huai into the room, where, apart from a crackling fireplace, there was no other means of heating. Qing Huai moved a chair to place it beside the fireplace, while he settled himself into a solitary armchair not far from the warmth of the flames. As Zhang Xining drew closer to the fireplace, she finally felt a whisper of warmth enveloping her. Gazing at the crackling flames, she inquired, "Have you ever contemplated the notion of enabling the inhabitants here to achieve self-sufficiency?" Qinghai lifted his gaze towards Zhang Xining, acknowledging the thought. "Indeed, I have considered it. Once the biting cold and sweltering heat subside, I intend to assemble a small agricultural team to endeavor in cultivating easily grown crops such as potatoes and sweet potatoes." Zhang Xining gazed incredulously at Qinghai. "You claim it is extremely hot?" Qinghai replied with a gentle smile, his expression radiating warmth akin to a sunbeam, enveloping Zhang Xining's heart in a comforting glow. At times, she pondered how blissful it would be with someone so affluent, handsome, and warm-hearted. "I possess the ability to foresee the future." Qinghai reclined on the sofa, effortlessly crossing his legs, revealing his enviably long limbs, as if discussing a matter of trivial significance. Foreseeing the future? Is such a power genuinely possible? Zhang Xining's eyes sparkled with curiosity, her lively gaze fixed upon Qinghai. "I wish to know the fate of the two of us." Qinghai's eyes flickered momentarily. The accuracy may not be 100%, yet it is unlikely to be entirely incorrect. Zhang Xining parted her crimson lips gently. "Nanyue, the great spider." Qinghai's fingers instinctively tightened, yet her expression remained serene. After a prolonged silence, she softly remarked, "One reaps what one sows. A fitting end awaits those who indulge in wickedness." As Zhang Xining heard those 8 words, her heart, which had been tightly wounded, suddenly found tranquility. Reaping the fruits of one's own misdeeds, meeting an untimely end. She silently repeated these phrases in her mind. She dared not inquire about her own fate. If Nanyu and the giant spider could meet such a grim demise, then this rebirth would be worth it. Qinghai gazed at the girl before him, his eyes deepening with contemplation. He swiftly changed the subject, stating, "I read in a book that there exists a fruit with a high yield and a short growth cycle that can thrive in extremely frigid environments. Yet its seeds have remained elusive. Indeed, the snow-cold fruit," he continued, "but the seeds of the snow-cold fruit are exceedingly rare. According to the text, this fruit is entirely snow-white, resembling an apple in shape, with a taste that is a delightful blend of sour and sweet." Zhang Xining, her smile radiant, stood in stark contrast to her previous demeanor. "Qinghai, thank you for resolving a significant matter that weighed heavily on my heart." Suddenly, she recalled Chu Hanqing in the underground laboratory, hesitating whether to speak up. "Is there anything else you wish to inquire?" Qinghai perceptively noted the shift in Zhang Xining's mood from joy to concern and asked with genuine care. Zhang Xining pressed her lips together, seemingly grappling with a profoundly difficult decision. After a long inhalation, she finally voiced the question that had incessantly haunted her. "Where is Chu Hanqing?" Reflecting upon her previous life, an unsettling suspicion took root in her heart. The colossal spider had mentioned that both she and Chu Hanqing were supergenetically enhanced humans. Why had she remained uninfected after being bitten, while Chu Hanqing succumbed to the infection? If it were true that Chu Hanqing had been infected, then who was the person she encountered in the underground laboratory? If that individual was an impersonator who would dare to masquerade as Chu Hanqing before her. In this lifetime, Zhang Xining and Chu Hanqing were mere strangers, with no one drawing a connection between the two of them. Zhang Xining felt a chilling sensation as every hair on her body stood on end. If this were indeed the case, then her conjectures would all make sense. Whether it be the great spider or Nanyue, the rebirth of either one was far from what she had envisioned. Zhang Xining is now solely concerned with whether Chu Hanqing in the underground laboratory is indeed the real person. If so, what are Chu Hanqing's intentions after being reborn? Why does he choose to associate with the great spider in this lifetime? What are his objectives? Chu Hanqing is dead, yet you still cannot let go of a deceased individual? There is a hint of sorrow in Qinghai's words. Zhang Xining gazed resolutely and declared, "I wish to see his corpse." Qinghai, with a gaze filled with complexity, rose from the sofa, standing above her, and softly replied, "I am unaware of the nature of the relationship, but Ning, he is already dead. You cannot linger eternally beside a lifeless body." He does not merit such devotion from you. Zhang Xining also rose to her feet, the two standing face to face at an extremely close distance. She lifted her gaze towards Qinghuai and implored, Qinghuai, you do not understand. The body of Chu Hanqing is of great significance to me. Please, will you tell me? Murmuring to herself, Zhang Xining pondered how it could possibly be gone. Then tell me, was the person you encountered in the underground laboratory him? Her desperation for the answer was palpable. Qinghuai shook his head, remaining silent. Realizing she could glean no further information, Zhang Xining turned and walked towards the door. Qinghuai's voice drifted from behind her. I have known Han Qing for a brief time, yet we shared common interests. After his death, I conducted an investigation and found that the only person close to him was a girl named Nanyue, who is not well acquainted with you. However, why is it that you both give me the impression of longtime lovers? Chapter 90. The Iron Tree Blossoms. Zhang Xining offered a sorrowful smile as she gazed upon the vast expanse of white outside. Turning to Qinghuai, she inquired, do you believe in the concepts of past lives in this life, whether in a previous existence or the present? Those who truly love you will seek ways to ensure your happiness, rather than confining you with notions of reincarnation. Ning Ning, forget him, and look at me. Release the pain that Chu Qinghan has caused you. You are still Zhang Xining, and I am merely Qinghuai. Zhang Xining seldom observed a glimmer of seriousness in his eyes. She yearned to utter the words, all right, let us give it a try, yet hesitated. In this lifetime, if Chu Hanqing were still alive, on which side would he stand? If the Great Spider and Nanyue in this incarnation possessed memories of their past lives, she would find herself in a precarious position, unable to advance. She could not endanger all those in the Qingling clan. Zhang Xining felt that everything had slipped beyond her control. She needed to earn points diligently, delivering a decisive blow at the critical moment. Upon returning to the mansion, she shed her coat, shaking off the chill that clung to her, and walked straight into her room. There, she retrieved paper and pen from her space, commencing an analysis of Chu Hanqing, the Great Spider, and Nanyu. She pondered how they would act if they possessed memories from their past lives. Ning Ning, come here and sit with us. You wouldn't mind sharing a meal, would you? Zhao Shua called out, pulling out a chair for Zhang Xining as she descended the stairs. Zhang Xining descended the stairs and exchanged a few pleasantries with Zhao Shua and Huzi. After the meal, she said to Su Mo, I feel a bit fatigued today. I shall retire to rest. She gently patted her.As head as she spoke. Su Mo, while assisting de Zhuang with the dishes, replied with a smile, Xining, you should go and rest. Upon returning to her room, Zhang Xining commenced her communication with the system. System, what about the seeds of the cold snow fruit? Host, please search in the seed section and purchase according to the corresponding price. Zhang Xining accessed the system's marketplace, navigated through the categories, and searched for the frost fruit. To her delight, it was available for purchase. She could acquire tens of thousands of frost fruit seeds for merely 50 points, assuming no wastage occurred. With the seeds secured, the next step was to prepare the land. However, the thought of having to seek out Qinghuai again tomorrow sent a dull ache through her head. She couldn't shake the feeling of being a sinner, having betrayed the genuine affection of a wealthy and handsome suitor. After enacting her revenge, it would be a disservice to her 2 lifetimes to not engage in a passionate romance. Zhang Xining lay on the bed, murmuring softly. Her gaze drifted toward the radio, and suddenly she recalled the man who sought to undermine her, wondering if he had won the heart of the fair maiden. Until the midnight hour, Zhang Xining sat up from her bed for the umpteenth time, tousling her disheveled hair. Good heavens, could you allow me to sleep? Though undeniably fatigued, the moment she reclined, her mind was flooded with visions of Qinghuai. She endeavored to dispel those intrusive thoughts, yet once more, Qinghuai drifted into her consciousness. Ning Ning, do not fear. I will protect you. This sentiment lingered throughout the night, and as dawn broke, she sat up, staring at her 2 panda eyes. Could it be that I harbor feelings for Qinghuai? They say that thoughts during the day manifest in dreams at night. Yet the crux of the matter is, I have not yearned for him. In her previous life, while entwined with Chu Hanqing, she had strived to align herself with his preferences, believing her love for him to be profound, yet she had never experienced the vexation of tonight. With some effort, she donned her clothes and, bearing a seed, approached Qinghuai's door once more. This time, without hesitation, she rapped on the door. Yuan Bao opened it, and upon seeing Zhang Xining, appeared momentarily taken aback. "My dear girl, are you seeking the leader?" Zhang Xining nodded as Yuan Bao ushered her into the living room, where the fireplace continued to crackle with warmth. Observing how comfortably Qinghuai had settled in the single armchair beside the hearth the previous day, she decided to try it for herself today. Yuan Bao, noticing Zhang Xining perched on the armchair with wide eyes, was about to speak when Qinghuai emerged from another room, reprimanding him. "Yuan Bao, go check the front door." Complying with the command, Yuan Bao exited, still clad in a formal black tailcoat, leaving the two of them alone once more. Zhang Xining reclined upon the single armchair, unable to deny the exquisite comfort of the piece. As she settled into its embrace, a wave of warmth enveloped her heart, rendering her so relaxed that the thought of rising seemed utterly unappealing. Upon noticing Qinghuai's entrance, Zhang Xining promptly straightened in her chair, only to be gently restrained by Qinghuai's hand. "You came to see me so early. Is there something on your mind?" Qinghuai, clad in a thick, deep navy loungewear, sat across from Zhang Xining. Zhang Xining pulled out a handful of seeds from her bosom and handed them to Qinghuai, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. "Can you guess what these are?" Qinghuai gazed at the contents of the large red cloth bag. "Are these the seeds of the winter snow fruit?" Zhang Xining nodded eagerly, stating, "Yes, we only need to find a piece of land to plant them. The extreme cold will persist for another 3 months, which conveniently aligns with a full cycle. We can harvest tens of thousands of frostberry fruits. Such a treasure is rare, and this opportunity may only come once." Observing Zhang Xining's animated chatter, her lips moving like a ripe cherry, Qinghuai felt an irresistible urge to taste what flavor she might possess. Shaking off his thoughts, he took the seeds from her. "I will send someone to plant them shortly, but first, I need to research the specifics of cultivation. You go ahead and investigate. I will wait here for you. We can plant together afterward." After Qinghuai departed, Zhang Xining reclined on the single sofa, her legs extended, arms resting on the armrests, her mind drifting to the prospect of harvesting frostberries, and before she knew it, she gradually fell asleep. Emerging from the study, Qinghuai was greeted by the flickering light of the fireplace, casting a warm glow on the sleeping girl's serene face. A gentle smile graced her lips, as if she were reminiscing about a delightful thought, resembling a blossoming flower in slumber. Unable to resist, he leaned closer to observe her closely. Zhang Xining's skin was flawless, delicate to the touch, and her cherry-red lips, perfectly proportioned, constantly beckoned him like a poppy. Qinghuai found himself inching forward, their noses nearly touching, their lips drawing ever closer. Suddenly, a unique fragrance belonging solely to the girl wafted toward him, igniting an unexpected warmth within. In her dreams, Zhang Xining frowned slightly, prompting Qinghuai to spring back, akin to a child caught in mischief by a teacher, his handsome face flushed with embarrassment. Yuan Bao entered the room, noticing the peacefully sleeping Zhang Xining, then glanced at the studious Qinghuai in the study, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The leader's iron tree has finally bloomed. Chapter 91. Yuan Bao's presumptuousness after a discussion with Yuan Bao. Qinghuai cast one last glance at the slumbering Zhang Xining before stepping out of the house. Zhang Xining awoke to the grumbling of her stomach, a primal hunger stirring within her. It was then that she detected a distinctly masculine scent enveloping her, and she realized, to her astonishment, that she had fallen asleep in Qinghuai's home. The situation was troubling not merely because she had dozed off, but rather that night had descended. Had she truly slept from morning until evening? Upon this realization, she swiftly rose to her feet. As she opened the door to Qinghuai's study for the first time, he looked up, his striking eyes sparkling with amusement as he regarded Zhang Xining. "Did you sleep well?" he inquired with a smile. Zhang Xining ran her fingers through her already disheveled hair and said, "I apologize, the seeds. We have already sown them. Now we simply await the harvest." "Ah, they are sown? So soon?" Zhang Xining unconsciously cast a glance at Qinghuai's study, where behind the desk stood a wall of bookshelves, filled to the brim with books, and to the side, a window adorned with a light green curtain. Zhang Xining unconsciously recalled that in her previous life, Chu Hanqing, much like Qing Huai, possessed a profound fondness for literature. Adjacent to his chamber was a grand study, filled to the brim with an array of tomes. Observing your serene slumber. Qing Huai refrained from disturbing you. She set aside her book, rose, and approached Zhang Xining. After uttering her words, she fled the room as if escaping. Qing Huai, watching her retreating figure, couldn't help but smile, her lips curving into a perfect arc-master. There's a throng of women gathered at the entrance. Clamoring for an audience with you, Yuan Bao, weary from travel, announced. Qing Huai raised an eyebrow. Resuming her seat and picking up the unfinished book, she replied nonchalantly, "Allow them to enter. They may find a suitable spot to settle." Yuan Bao hesitated, caught between words. Qing Huai cast him a sidelong glance. "Speak your mind." "Master, for over a month we have been relying on our reserves. After distributing the food from the warehouse, only half remains. If we continue to accept newcomers, I fear." And the young girl. Qing Huai's tone turned frosty. "Yuan Bao, you seem rather verbose today. I do not mind." Yuan Bao trembled. "Master, I shall not dare again." He hurriedly departed, vanishing like a flash. At the entrance of Qingling Gang, a dozen young women stood before the closed gates, peering at the imposing structure. "Sister Liu Xue, will they truly open the door?" inquired a girl of 17 or 18 with a doll-like haircut, who had once been captured alongside Liu Xue, a Tian. Liu Xue surveyed the darkened walls and sturdy gates, determination gleaming in her eyes. They will open the door. With matters having reached this point, she had no alternative. Reassured by Liu Xue's conviction, the tension within the girls gradually eased. Suddenly, one girl collapsed onto the snowy ground. "Sister Liu Xue, Xiaohong has fainted," a Tian cried out, anxiously supporting the unconscious Xiaohong. Liu Xue approached, observing Xiaohong's pale countenance, marred by an unnatural flush. Her lips tinged with a bluish hue, an effect of the biting cold, hunger, and exhaustion. Turning her gaze, her enchanting eyes fixated upon the closed gate. Her decision to lead them here was not merely for Zhang Xining, but rather for that gentle smiling man. In an apocalyptic world, no one extends kindness without ulterior motives. It is merely a matter of gain. And what could a group of destitute women like them offer beyond their bodies that would warrant such assistance? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a figure appeared atop the city wall, though she could not discern the features of the person. Soon, a small door at the base of the gate creaked open. "Sister Liu Xue, the door is ajar. We may enter." The women erupted in excitement, aiding the fainted Xiaohong as they cautiously approached the small opening. As Liu Xue stepped through the threshold of Qingling Gang, the rear door closed tightly behind her. Then, a figure clad in magician's attire approached, their face heavily powdered. Their gaze swept over the shivering women before settling on Liu Xue. "What led you here?" Yuan Bao inquired. Liu Xue emerged, and despite her heavy attire, her exquisite figure and stunning visage were unmistakable. Undoubtedly, anyone with functioning eyesight would choose this enchanting woman over Zhang Xining. Yuan Bao let out a silent sigh. He had initially thought that the leader's affections lay with the young girl, but now it seemed that the allure was far more abundant. He realized he must find a way for Su Mo to subtly remind the young girl. "My name is Liu Xue." Her voice, soft and mellifluous, sent a shiver through Yuan Bao, who was otherwise unflappable. He arranged for these women to stay in 3 modest rooms. While the surroundings were not ideal, they were far superior to what they had endured outside. The dozen or so women expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards Yuan Bao. However, upon gazing at Liu Xue, he couldn't help but frown slightly. The young girl had offered her own room to them, yet this captivating woman deserved no less. The finest accommodation had been granted to the young girl, and there were still a few empty rooms available. Perhaps he should arrange for Liu Xue to stay there as well. Those whom the leader cared for must not be slighted. The young ladies were amiable enough, and the more Yuan Bao pondered, the more feasible the idea appeared. Liu Xue approached him, her voice laced with gratitude. "Thank you, kind sir. May I inquire where the young master is? I wish to express my thanks personally." Yuan Bao immediately understood she was referring to the leader. They were indeed acquainted. Observing the darkening sky, his tone shifted to one of respect. "Miss Liu, it is rather late. I shall take you to meet our leader another day. For now, let me escort you to your lodging. The leader? She mused, her alluring eyes revealing a hint of confusion. I'll not stay here, Yuan Bao replied with a smile. There are too many people here. I will take you to another location. Lu Shui regarded him warily, aware of the advantage her beauty afforded her. Since the apocalypse, many had coveted her looks, and had she not been astute, she might have fallen prey to their intentions. Yet, this peculiar man wanted her to walk away with him? What could his intentions possibly be? Yuan Bao, perplexed by her cautious retreat, was taken aback when the other women quickly interjected. Please, spare Sister Lu Shui. One woman boldly declared, if you seek to satisfy your desires, I can assist you. Just do not harm Sister Lu Shui. Yuan Bao found himself momentarily speechless, his throat constricted with indignation. Taking a deep breath, he articulated clearly, what do you take me for? The leader has instructed me to arrange for Miss Lu to stay elsewhere. Chapter 92. Lu Shui moves into the small Western-style villa. Lu Shui's eyes sparkled with realization, dispelling her earlier doubts as she stepped forward and said, I apologize. Please lead the way. Yuan Bao guided Lu Shui to a charming little villa, her heart racing with anticipation. Along the way, they had passed numerous brick and tile houses that evoked a rural ambience, making this elegant structure stand out as a stark contrast. It was easy to deduce who resided within. Had he been interested in her all along? Lu Shui couldn't help but feel a surge of joy within her heart. In a post-apocalyptic world, the presence of such a guardian would spare her from the days of trepidation that lay ahead. With a heart full of apprehension, Lu Shui followed Yuan Bao to the entrance, gently adjusting her long hair and wiping her face. Is my hair disheveled? Is there anything unsightly on my face? The door swung open to reveal a girl of gentle demeanor, her unkempt black hair cascading over her shoulders, her eyes still heavy with sleep, clearly having just risen from her slumber. Seeing Yuan Bao at the door, she murmured, Yuan Bao, is there something you need at this late hour? This was the first time Yuan Bao encountered the distinctly different Su Mo, and his heart raced, thoughts scattering like leaves in the wind. Su Mo cast an irritated glance outside, catching sight of Lu Shui, and remarked, who is she? Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Lu Shui frowned slightly, feeling an inexplicable aversion towards the somewhat domineering girl at first sight. Yuan Bao then recalled the matter at hand and explained, oh, this is Lu Shui. The leader has asked her to stay here. Su Mo's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, you mean Xing Huai has allowed her to reside here? Duan Bao note that? Affirming it was indeed the leader's decision. Please assist in arranging her accommodation. I shall take my leave. Noticing Su Mo's increasingly dark expression, Yuan Bao decided it was best to make a discreet exit. Lu Shui stepped forward naturally and introduced herself. I am Lu Shui. Oh, please come in, Su Mo responded. The living room was adorned with a beautiful crystal chandelier, embodying a minimalist yet luxurious European style. Lu Shui could scarcely recall the last time she had resided in such an elegant abode. Fatty, get up and arrange a room for her. Su Mo called out to the hall, prompting De Zhuang to emerge from a small room on the first floor, wrapped in his pajamas. Upon seeing the astonishment in Lu Shui's eyes and feeling Su Mo's disdainful gaze, he hurriedly said, please have a seat. I will tidy up a room for you upstairs. Glancing at the time, it was already past 9 in the evening. Ning Ning must be asleep by now. I will inform her tomorrow. What does Xing Huai intend by bringing a woman to stay with us? Approximately 10 minutes later, De Zhuang returned downstairs, stating, the room upstairs has been prepared. I will show you. Lu Shui's eyes glimmered with curiosity, wondering how many people resided here. The handsome young man answered her unspoken question, including myself. There are 3 adults and 1 child. 3 adults and 1 child? Could the man she had seen earlier be married? Did they have a child together? Yet, at the factory, she had observed the man's close relationship with a short-haired woman. Had she misjudged their connection, or was the latter perhaps a mistress? Lu Shui felt she was piecing together a truth. The second floor comprised 6 rooms, with 3 on the left and 3 on the right. The leftmost 3 belonged to Zhang Xining, Su Mo, and Mu Qian, respectively. Lu Shui's room was the furthest in on the right, featuring a spacious bed, a large wardrobe, a bedside table, and a private washroom and bathroom. Lu Shui hurriedly retreated to the bathroom for a refreshing shower, disdainfully shedding her garments. Outside, she was wary of the cold and the possibility of being noticed by others, instinctively concealing her appearance. However, circumstances had changed. She found herself in a new environment, captivated by a man who, despite being married with children and a lover, held a certain allure. What did it matter? Men are creatures prone to affection for many. The one who captures their heart is the one who prevails. Now residing in his household, she feared the prospect of future opportunities slipping away. Lu Shui considered herself attractive and shapely, yearning for refuge and sustenance in this apocalyptic world. Her actions mirrored those of countless women navigating such dire times. She was not in the wrong. The warm water cascaded over her skin, and as she meticulously cleaned herself, a glimmer of calculation flickered in her eyes. After her bath, Lu Shui emerged from the bathroom, clad only in a towel that accentuated her alluring curves, revealing a glimpse of her delicate bosom. Her long, dark, slightly wavy hair cascaded down her back, flowing gracefully with the water's motion, rendering her utterly enchanting. Approaching the vanity, she dried her hair with a towel while gazing into the mirror, revealing a mysteriously confident smile. What right did those other women have to compare themselves to her? Moving in was merely her first step. She intended to gradually assert control over this space, making it hers, along with the man who had caught her interest. As for Zhang Xining and Su Mo, they had long been relegated to the status of inconsequential figures in her eyes. That night, Zhang Xining slept soundly, unaware that while she slumbered, plans were already underway to expel them from their new abode. Awakening to the dawn, Zhang Xining felt invigorated as she donned a comfortable outfit and stepped out of her room. Descending the stairs, she sensed an unusual atmosphere. The usual clamor was absent, replaced by the sound of utensils clinking together. What had transpired? Zhang Xining, clad in slippers, descended the stairs in confusion and keenly noticed an additional figure at the dining table. Upon hearing the footsteps, Lu Shui turned with a smile she deemed alluring. But the moment she laid eyes on Zhang Xining, her smile instantly froze on her face. How could it be her? Where was that man? Zhang Xining instantly recognized the girl in the warehouse, yet now her eyes were clouded with myriad emotions. She offered a polite nod, saying, "You've arrived." Lu Shui quickly adjusted her demeanor, rising from the dining table to express her heartfelt gratitude to Zhang Xining. "Thank you, Mississippi. Without you, we would have been utterly lost." "Please, just call me Zhang Xining," she replied with a smile, settling beside Mo. "You should join us too, Mo. I am Lu Shui." She interjected, "Oh, Lu Shui, and this is Su Mo, Mu Qian, and a Zhuang." Zhang Xining introduced them one by one. She had finished her breakfast and was eager to check on the cold snow fruits planted in the snow, oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere surrounding them. Chapter 93. Su Mo's jealousy. Su Mo lowered her gaze, consuming a bowl of tomato and egg noodles, while Lu Shui animatedly recounted to Zhang Xining how they had narrowly escaped peril. Their laughter resonated, making Su Mo feel like an outsider. After finishing her meal, she placed the bowl in the kitchen, only to be interrupted by a knock at the door. Upon opening it, she found Yuan Bao standing at the threshold, clutching a pile of clothes. "Su Mo, where's Miss Lu? Can't you see for yourself?" Su Mo replied curtly before turning and heading upstairs, her mood decidedly sour. Yuan Bao watched her retreating figure and muttered to himself, "Has she taken offense?" He shivered, contemplating, "Women are such capricious beings. Have I wronged her? I don't believe so." He stepped inside, handing the clothes to Lu Shui. "Miss Lu, these clothes are for you to make do with." Lu Shui stood to receive them, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "Did the leader send you with these?" Yuan Bao glanced at Zhang Xining and then back at Lu Shui. "I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave." With that, he dashed out, colliding with Zhao Shuo, who was approaching. Zhao Shuo, puzzled, called out, "Yuan Bao, are you being chased by a ghost?" Yuan Bao thought to himself, "Not a ghost, but something far more terrifying. I shall never return here. I might end up locked in the little black room for a reprimand." "Xining, I haven't seen you in days. You haven't come to find me," Zhao Shuo remarked as he entered the room, shaking off the chill that clung to him. Lu Shui turned her head to see a handsome young man approaching. I never expected to find so many charming fellows here. Alas, I need only the leader. Coincidentally, Zhang Xining overheard this inner thought and frowned slightly, realizing that the woman's intentions were aimed at Qinghua. May I inquire as to the identity of this lovely lady? Zhao Shuo asked, with a flirtatious smile. Lu Shui replied, I am Lu Shui. Zhao Shuo, momentarily dazzled by her smile, quickly shifted his attention to Zhang Xining, taking a seat beside her. Xining, the days of eating and sleeping are dreadfully monotonous. How about we gather tomorrow night? Zhang Xining remained unperturbed, stating, You may proceed with the arrangements. It was rumored that a multitude of beautiful women had graced the gathering just yesterday, and Huzi expressed an eagerness to witness it as well. How about we organize a matchmaking event? It would certainly be more intriguing than a mere gathering. The more Zhao Shuo contemplated, the more he concurred that a matchmaking event held greater allure than a casual assembly. This matter is beyond my jurisdiction. You ought to consult Qinghua. It is his domain, and his consent is essential. Zhao Shuo keenly sensed Zhang Xining's discontent and, believing she had misconstrued something, reassured her, Ning Ning, rest assured, my heart belongs solely to you. No matter how stunning another may be, they cannot capture my gaze. Seated across from him, Lu Shui's expression stiffened, mistakenly believing Zhao Shuo's words were directed at her, and her grip on the chopsticks tightened instinctively. Is there anything else? If not, I shall go check on Momo. Zhao Shuo observed Qian Er engrossed in a television game, and a spark of enthusiasm ignited within him. You head upstairs first. I shall keep Qian Er company for a while. Zhang Xining gently knocked on Su Mo's door before entering. Upon seeing her, Su Mo was enveloped in a warm embrace by Zhang Xining. With a tone of pitiful grievance, lamented, I thought you would only play with that woman from now on and would no longer pay attention to me. Zhang Xining gently patted Su Mo's back and said, How could that be? You are Mo. She is merely a stranger and cannot be compared to you. Upon hearing Zhang Xining's assurance, Su Mo's tears transformed into a smile reminiscent of a child's. I knew you were the best, Ning Ning. I truly dislike her. She attempts to entice Qinghua and even UNBO. Zhang Xining was taken aback. So this is the reason for your anger? Rest assured, Yuan Bao is not so superficial. Su Mo, sitting on the bed, scoffed. She simply does not regard Yuan Bao as worthy. Do you truly have feelings for Yuan Bao? Zhang Xining couldn't help but inquire, what is Yuan Bao thinking? Su Mo lowered her head, her tone tinged with disappointment. I'm not certain. At times, I feel he treats me quite well, always ready to fulfill my requests. Yet, there are moments when he appears overly courteous. I cannot quite articulate what his feelings towards me truly are. Zhang Xining gently took Su Mo's hand and said, My Mo is intelligent, beautiful, and kind-hearted. It is a stroke of good fortune for him to have noticed you. Yuan Bao is hardly in a position to choose. However, she continued, Isn't there still another one downstairs? With her looks, any man would be enamored. Su Mo appeared to waver in confidence. Rest assured, you know her aspirations do not lie with Yuan Bao. At these words, Zhang Xining felt an involuntary stir in her heart. Qinghua would likely be drawn to a woman like that, wouldn't he? Suddenly, Su Mo sat up straight, her expression filled with concern as she inquired, Xining, do you think that once that woman and Qinghua grow close, she might cast us aside? Zhang Xining gazed out of the window, pondering, It is not a matter of expulsion. Rather, I shall devise a means to ensure he has no grounds to dismiss you. Regarding Qinghua, her heart found itself shrouded in uncertainty about his intentions. He had, on numerous occasions, subtly conveyed his affections towards her, yet they remained mere sentiments. For 3 years, she had been unable to thaw the heart of Chu Hanqing. Could she truly expect anything more from this vague affection? People today are too capricious. One day a beloved, the next a foe. To place blind faith in love is akin to trusting a swine. Love, in essence, holds little value. Before she could settle Su Mo and Qianer, she must assert her own worth. Only with elevated value can one avoid being easily discarded or trampled upon. Once the bitter cold had passed, Zhang Xining resolved to lead Su Mo and Qianer in search of a sanctuary that belonged solely to them. Only after securing their well-being could she pursue those two adversaries without reservation. Mo, Fret not. Simply find peace in your stay. If Lu Shui remains compliant, all is well. If not, I shall show no mercy. Zhang Xining settled Su Mo and descended the stairs, eager to observe the growth of Han Shuegua. Meanwhile, downstairs, Zhao Zhua and Qianer were engrossed in their game, while Lu Shui, noticing the industrious De Zhuang, playfully exclaimed, "De Zhuang, allow me to assist you." Such tasks should not be left to a man. De Zhuang quickly declined, aware that this woman was connected to the leader, and he dared not offend her. "Miss Lu, you are a distinguished guest of the leader. Such duties are mine to undertake. Please do sit and rest," he insisted, sidestepping Lu Shui as he busied himself collecting the dishes for the kitchen. Bored, Lu Shui perched on the sofa, observing Zhao Zhua and Qianer at their game, and continued to pry. "Master Zhao, it appears your relationship with Zhang Xining is rather amicable. I've noticed she treats you quite well." At the mention of Zhang Xining, Zhao Zhua's demeanor instantly brightened, abandoning the game. Chapter 94. Life is becoming more interesting, so you've discerned the special bond one share with Ning Ning? "She is to be my future bride," Zhao Zhua stated with a peculiar confidence. Lu Shui's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Congratulations, Master Zhao. Zhang Xining is indeed a rare gem, and her capabilities are admirable. I find myself quite envious of her." Suddenly, the front door swung open, revealing a tall figure standing at the threshold. Lu Shui turned her head just in time to meet Qing Huai's fathomless gaze, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. She swiftly rose, gliding toward Qing Huai with an alluring grace. "Thank you, leader, for your hospitality. I'm immensely grateful," she expressed. Qing Huai frowned slightly, seemingly struggling to recall who she was, his gaze sweeping the living room in search of another presence. A chill breeze swept in, causing Lu Shui to shiver involuntarily. Qing Huai glanced at her and closed the door, an action that secretly delighted Lu Shui, thinking, "The leader must have noticed my chill." As Qing Huai entered the room, Lu Shui trailed closely beside him, catching a glimpse of a shadow from the corner of her eye. In a moment of instinct, she leaned toward Qing Huai, who, though frowning in displeasure, extended a hand to steady her and prevent her fall. As Zhang Xining descended, she was greeted by a rather amusing scene. She mused to herself, "Life is becoming increasingly entertaining," as the air was filled with an unmistakable fragrance of white lotus. A smile played upon her lips as she stepped down, prompting Qing Huai to immediately release Lu Shui's hand. Unaware, Lu Shui lost her balance and fell to the ground. Zhao Zhua erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Qing Huai, the beauty has practically thrown herself into your arms. How can you be so unfeeling?" After which, Xining shot Qing Huai a teasing glance. This woman arrived just in time. "Qing Huai, you should make your exit. Xining is mine now." Lu Shui interjected, "When it comes to charm, no one here can rival me. Let us put on a show, create a misunderstanding, and perhaps even have a quarrel." Zhang Xining narrowed her eyes slightly, her tone somewhat frigid. "What concern are others' affairs to me?" As she walked, she donned her hat, mask, and gloves. This attire unmistakably indicated her intention to venture outside. Zhang Xining did not cast a glance at Qing Huai, nor at Lu Shui. She feared that her eyes might be tainted. Suddenly, her arm was seized by someone. Zhang Xining frowned in displeasure, directing her gaze at Qing Huai. "What is it? Where are you going?" Qing Huai's voice was warm, providing a comforting sensation against the chill of the weather. Yet, for reasons unknown, Zhang Xining found herself inexplicably irritated by such a tone. "Leader, I wish to step outside. Might I be released?" Zhang Xining inquired, suppressing her agitation. Reluctantly, Qing Huai relinquished his grip, and Zhang Xining immediately exited the suffocating environment. "Ning Ning." Zhao Zhua observed Qing Huai with a triumphant gaze, hastening after Zhang Xining. Just as Qing Huai was about to depart, Lu Shui abruptly tugged at his sleeve, exclaiming, "Leader, my feet refuse to move." Su Mo, descending the stairs, happened to witness this scene and remarked pointedly, "The air today feels rather stale. I can already detect a whiff of white lotus upon stepping down. Never mind, I shall return upstairs. Fatty, please bring me a glass of water." The chubby figure hiding in the kitchen, trembling with trepidation, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Su Mo's call. "Miss Su coming right away." Qinghai glanced at Su Mo, then at the alluring Lu Shui, his eyes devoid of any emotion as he stepped away without a word, leaving Lu Shui, fuming, to stamp her feet in frustration. Ning. Zhao Shua called out as he chased after her, prompting Zhang Xining to halt. What brings you out here? Ning, I noticed you seemed upset. So I came to keep you company. Zhao Shua replied with a radiant smile. That's good. If you're feeling down, it worries me. Zhang Xining came to a halt, exhaling a deep sigh. Zhao Shua hurriedly interjected. Ning, you needn't say more. I do not require anything from you. This is perfectly sufficient. Zhang Xining gazed at Zhao Shua with an expression of sincerity, feeling momentarily lost in thought. If only Chu Hanqing had possessed the same earnestness as Zhao Shua in her previous life, would their fates have been different? Qinghai emerged, observing the deep connection shared between the two, halting her steps as she tightened her fingers, her gaze flickering with a tumult of complex emotions. Subsequently, she turned and walked in another direction, contemplating the vast, empty spaces before her. She felt her spirits lift slightly at the thought of reaping tens of thousands of Xuehan fruits before the frigid winter concluded. Ning, what captivates your attention here? Is there something concealed within? Zhao Shua inquired, puzzled, as he noticed Zhang Xining smiling at the barren ground. You are correct. There is indeed something here, she replied. Zhao Shua appeared astonished. What could possibly be hidden in this snow? The Xuehan fruit, a fruit that thrives in sub-zero temperatures. In 3 months, you shall have the pleasure of tasting it. Very well, I shall eagerly await Ning's Xuehan fruit. Meanwhile, Yuan Bao arrived at the small villa in search of Qinghai, only to be greeted by Lu Shui. The leader is not here. I must take my leave, Yuan Bao said, preparing to depart. Lu Shui smiled gently, calling out to him, Yuan Bao, Su Mo has something for me to deliver to you. Please come inside. Upon hearing Su Mo's name, Yuan Bao paused, glancing at Lu Shui before following her inside. Lu Shui led him into a utility room on the first floor, and Yuan Bao, curious, halted his advance. Suddenly, Lu Shui moved closer to Yuan Bao, her eyes glinting with a shadowy green light as she locked gazes with him. Before long, Yuan Bao found himself following Lu Shui into the storage room. As the door closed, Lu Shui's voice echoed, Will you harm Su Mo? Yuan Bao's expression was vacant. No. Will you harm Zhang Xining? Yuan Bao hesitated, slowly responding no. A sheen of sweat began to form on Lu Shui's forehead as she concentrated. What is Zhang Xining's greatest concern at present? The Xuehan fruit. Yuan Bao suddenly awakened, realizing he was alone with Lu Shui, his complexion visibly paling as he hurriedly pulled open the storage room door and exited. Su Mo, holding a cup, witnessed the flustered Yuan Bao emerging from the storage room and departing hastily. She made her way downstairs, observing Yuan Bao flee in disarray, soon followed by Lu Shui, who emerged from the utility room. She stammered, You both. Lu Shui approached, flashing a charming smile at Su Mo, little sister. When it comes to playing with men, you shall never surpass me. Su Mo raised her hand, poised to slap Lu Shui, but Lu Shui swiftly seized her wrist. Little sister, it is unwise to be so flustered. With that, she donned her coat and exited the house, leaving an infuriated Su Mo stamping her feet in frustration. Lu Shui then entered her friend's room, where everyone had gathered, talking and laughing, dreaming of the future. They were content with such moments. Upon seeing Lu Shui, Atian quickly welcomed her inside, his face alight with curiosity. Sister Lu Shui, I heard you moved into the small villa at the front? Indeed, the leader arranged for me to stay there. How are you all? If you lack anything, let me know, and I shall have the leader provide for you. She assumed the demeanor of a gracious hostess. Atian quickly waved her hand, stating, No need, this place is wonderful. We have food, shelter, and the freedom of life. We are quite content. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke. Lu Shui, caressing Atian's smiling face, teased, What's this? Are you feeling shy? Another girl chimed in. Atian's sister seems to be yearning for a man. Haha. Chapter 95. Who manipulates whom? Upon noticing Lu Shui's puzzled expression, the girl continued, Just now, a man brought us food. He was remarkably sturdy, exuding a sense of security that Atian's sister immediately found appealing. Lu Shui's interest was piqued. What is his name? Suddenly recalling Zhao Shua's mention of matchmaking, she glanced at her trusted sisters, contemplating the potential advantage of ensnaring a man for herself. Atian shook her head. He brought the food and left, appearing rather shy. Lu Shui gently patted Atian's shoulder, assuring her, "Do not worry. I will certainly assist you in securing your happiness. Await my good news." With that, she stepped out onto the street. She saw Qing Huai, but was unaware of his whereabouts. In her moment of confusion, she spotted a familiar figure heading in another direction and jogged to catch up. Just as Qing Huai was about to push open the door, a charming voice interrupted. "Leader, I have something I wish to discuss with you." Qing Huai turned to see Lu Shui, breathless, her delicate face tinted with a blush that was quite captivating. "What is it?" His cold, emotionless tone momentarily stunned Lu Shui. She glanced between Qing Huai and the slightly ajar door, hesitating with a hint of vulnerability. "May I come in? It's cold outside." Kumin, observing the stark contrast between the house and the quaint little villa, Lu Shui inquired, "Leader, do you have feelings for Zhang Xining?" Qing Huai was taken aback, unable to decipher Lu Shui's intent. "Leader, thank you for taking me in. I genuinely adore this place. I noticed some men's belongings in the storage room of the little villa. If I'm not mistaken, you previously resided there, but after Zhang Xining and her companions arrived, you relinquished the comfortable large house to them, moving here to avoid any misunderstandings." Qing Huai neither confirmed nor denied her assertion, instead asking, "So, is this the reason for your visit?" Lu Shui surveyed the room, then smiled seductively. "Of course not. I merely wish to inform you that, in gratitude, I can assist you in winning over Zhang Xining, as women truly understand women best." She gracefully settled into the single sofa by the fireplace, the cozy ambience inviting her to recline. Qing Huai frowned slightly. Lu Shui continued, "I have a proposal. Outside, there are a dozen or so sisters. You could organize a matchmaking event, and I can arrange a romantic date for you. After all, what do girls adore if not romance? Romantic lighting, a romantic atmosphere, sweet romantic words. Everything will fall effortlessly into place." It must be said that Lu Shui excels at creating an atmosphere. In Qing Huai's mind, images of being together with Zhang Xining gradually began to take shape, his gaze ablaze like two pulsating embers. Observing Qing Huai in such a romantic light, Lu Shui's palms were clenched painfully, her heart seething with jealousy. Why? What made her inferior to Zhang Xining? Why did she deserve Qing Huai's affection? Yet outwardly, she continued to entice. If I'm not mistaken, Zhao Shua seems to have feelings for Zhang Xining as well. Therefore, master, for such an exceptional girl like Zhang Xining, you must put in the effort. Qing Huai pursed his lips and cast a glance at Lu Shui, stating, "I will have Yuan Bao assist you in this matter. Please make the arrangements." "Understood, master." As Lu Shui exited the room, she cast a glance back inside, her eyes glimmering with determination. "Do not blame me." Inside, Qing Huai disdainfully regarded the solitary sofa by the fireplace. "Yuan Bao, dispose of that sofa." "Master, Haven tea you always liked." Yuan Bao began, but a single glance from Qing Huai silenced him. Once something cherished is tainted, it becomes mere refuse. "You have spoken too much lately. I will have Yuan Zhu come out tomorrow." Yuan Bao shuddered and promptly dealt with the refuse Qing Huai mentioned. "Wait." Qing Huai suddenly called out to Yuan Bao. The latter, holding the sofa, stood still. "Master, what is it?" Yuan Bao queried in confusion. "Isn't this what you were thinking?" Qing Huai smiled at Yuan Bao, yet the joy he sought was absent from his countenance. "Master, I shall take my leave." Before finishing his sentence, he had already darted out. Qing Huai observed Yuan Bao's retreating figure, then entered the study, pressing a few spots on the wall of books, causing the bookshelf to transform into a door. Once inside, the bookshelf closed seamlessly behind him, leaving no trace of its former state. In Jianghai City, Nan Yu gazed at the strikingly handsome man before her, tenderly caressing his face, her eyes filled with infatuation. "Han Qing, I have no way out now. However, I am glad that in this lifetime you have not met her and that your heart belongs solely to me." With that, she wrapped her arms around Chu Han Qing's neck and pressed her lips against his alluring mouth. "Nan Yu, the great spider is not a good person. Leave him and come with me." His deep voice, tinged with a hint of hoarseness, sent a shiver through her heart. His hands ventured more boldly than ever, his cool fingertips brushing against Nan Yu's skin at her waist, their touch incredibly gentle, causing her to tremble. Han Qing, I have no way out. If I leave, he will kill me, Nan Yu replied, her tone wavering, her eyes revealing a glint of malice unseen by Chu Hanqing. The hand that had been roaming over her body abruptly halted, his tone turning icy. Nan Yu, do you think I cannot provide you with what you need? Or do you believe the great spider is more formidable than I? The weight of the words formidable resonated heavily. A sudden shock coursed through Nan Yu's heart. She realized that Chu Hanqing was angry. In a flurry, she offered her reassurances. Hanqing, the research on the giant spider is of paramount importance. Once we obtain his findings, we will be in a position where no one would dare to insult us. Chu Hanqing's expression softened considerably at her words, his warm fingertips grazing Nan Yu's lips, caressing them rhythmically as he slowly uttered 3 words. I will assist you. In the moment of Nan Yu's astonishment, he leaned down to capture her lips in a kiss, silencing her delicate gasps with a fervent embrace. Under the relentless advance of Chu Hanqing, Nan Yu swiftly succumbed. Yet, in the shadows unseen by Nan Yu, Chu Hanqing's intense gaze transformed into one of clarity, a glimmer of calculation flashing within his eyes. The following day, Zhang Xining awoke to an unusually silent home, having searched in vain for the presence of anyone. She rapped lightly on Su Mo's door, yet there was no response. Qianu? Still no answer. Lu Shui? Once again, silence prevailed. Even the usually reclusive De Zhuang was absent from the household. As she made her way to the kitchen, she noted that the pots and pans were pristine, devoid of any signs of use. Where could everyone have gone so early in the morning? Feeling a slight pang of hunger, she retrieved a bottle of milk and several steamed buns from her space, placing them atop the heater. Chapter 96, Sumo faces chalini suddenly. She was startled by a cacophony of noises from outside, her brow furrowing in confusion. How could there be so many people outside on such a frigid day? Zhang Xining approached the window, holding a bottle of milk, and beheld a group of individuals animatedly conversing while carrying an assortment of items, all heading in the same direction. Their cheeks were flushed from the cold, yet their faces radiated a long-lost joy, as if the chill was merely a trifling matter. Zhang Xining opened the door and called out to the outside, "Young gentlemen, what seems to be the matter?" A few young men, upon encountering a girl of delicate features speaking to them, suddenly felt a bit awkward. One of them replied, "This afternoon, there will be a matchmaking event at the warehouse to the west. If you do not have a suitor in mind, you are welcome to attend." Another young man nudged his companion with a shoulder and whispered, "Do you not notice where this young lady resides? This is the former abode of our leader. Let us not entertain any improper thoughts." With this reminder, the young man's gaze towards Zhang Xining shifted instantly, and he promptly turned to leave. Zhang Xining was somewhat at a loss for words. She closed the door, touched the cold milk in her hand, and set it aside. The Western warehouse, once a chaotic mess, had transformed into a clean and orderly space through the efforts of a group of young people, devoid of any traces of its former state. Lu Shui and Yuan Bao were directing from the side. "Move this table and chair back a bit. Leave more space in the center. Let us see if the microphone works. That corner still has dust. It needs to be cleaned thoroughly." Su Mo observed the seamless cooperation between the two and felt a sharp pang in her eyes, absent-mindedly yanking a fake flower from the potted plant before her. To her dismay, after a couple of futile tugs, her mounting frustration led her to pull forcefully, causing the entire pot to topple to the ground. The commotion naturally drew everyone's attention. Yuan Bao immediately spotted Su Mo's bloodstained hand, his gaze flickering for a moment. But he refrained from approaching and continued directing others. Lu Shui glanced at Yuan Bao, then at the sullen-faced Su Mo, and gracefully approached her, her tone as alluring as ever. "Miss Su, if you are not here to lend a hand, please refrain from carelessly damaging our belongings. We have all invested a considerable part of our day to complete this, and I would not wish for a personal mishap of yours to delay the entire matchmaking event." With the Qingling gang predominantly male, everyone was eager to find a partner, and upon hearing Lu Shui's remarks, an inexplicable animosity towards Su Mo flickered in their eyes. A young man stepped forward and bluntly accused, "Miss Su, though you are a guest of the leader, please keep your thoughts in check." Sumo's face flushed with anger. "You are speaking nonsense. I did not do it intentionally." Lu Shue's ruby lips parted in a mocking tone. "Oh, it was unintentional. Then the flower pot just fell on its own?" Laughter erupted among the crowd. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Shue addressed everyone. "After all, Miss Su is a guest of the leader. She's just a bit willful. Let us show some understanding." Su Mo gazed at Lu Shue's enchanting face, the words spilling from her lips, igniting a burning desire to tear her apart. Yet, she understood that such an action would jeopardize her standing in the Qingling gang, as well as that of Ning Ning. Thus, she resolved to endure, suppressing her impulse with great effort. Lu Shue, not intending to let Su Mo off easily, raised an eyebrow, her smile sultry yet tinged with a feigned vulnerability. "I know Miss Su does not favor me. The leader entrusted me with organizing the matchmaking event, and I have been diligent in my efforts. Please do not make this difficult for me or put me in an awkward position. Once the event concludes, you may treat me as you wish." Her words, heard by the group of young idealists, instantly cast Su Mo in the role of a bully tormenting the fragile Lu Shue, who seemed the perennial victim. How could such a celestial being be subjected to the cruelty of a villainess? In that moment, the crowd turned their collective ire towards Su Mo. "You, as a distinguished guest of the leader, should not abuse your authority in such a manner. A person like you does not deserve to remain in the Qingling gang. Indeed, you are unworthy of staying here. Leave at once. The Qingling gang does not welcome you. Depart immediately." As the commotion intensified, the diligent dog Dan sensed the brewing trouble and discreetly slipped away, heading towards the small villa. De Zhuang, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, attempted to defend Su Mo. "Miss Su is not like this. You have misunderstood. Who are you? Oh, I see, you're together. So of course you would speak on her behalf. Yes, expel both of them." Lu Shue, having achieved her objective, stealthily withdrew from the crowd, a mocking smile curling at the corners of her lips. "Su Mo, look, with just a few words, I can incite them on my behalf. Why do you think you can contend with me? I have a grand surprise in store for you." In her corner, Su Mo observed those who had once treated her with kindness, now regarding her with the animosity of foes, her heart racing with anxiety. As she glanced at Lu Shue slipping away, a fleeting glimmer of crimson flashed in her eyes. The overwhelming sense of suppression erupted within her, propelling her towards Lu Shue. "I will kill you. It is all because of you." De Zhuang was the first to sense Su Mo's abnormality and hurriedly tried to restrain her. Yet he was taken aback by her unexpected strength. She broke free from his grasp, her eyes glowing red as she charged towards Lu Shue. Lu Shue let out a low grunt before being tackled to the ground by Su Mo, who frantically cried out, "Murder! Help! Help!" In her panic, she tore at her clothing, revealing her delicate collarbone and fair skin. The young men, having been deprived of such sights for a long time, were momentarily stunned. But upon recovering, they rushed to pull Su Mo away, their hands clumsily exploring her. At that moment, a powerful surge of anger welled up within Su Mo, demanding release. She did not desire this chaos, yet her body seemed to act independently of her will. Yuan Bao, witnessing the situation escalating, felt an indescribable fury igniting within him as the hands of those individuals grazed Su Mo. He swiftly intervened, forcefully separating her from her captors and enveloping her in his embrace to restrain her. Su Mo continued to struggle, repeatedly shouting, "I will kill her." Yuan Bao gazed at the person desperately trying to break free in his arms, softly reassuring her, it's all right now." Upon hearing of Su Mo's misfortune, Zhang Xining rushed to the western warehouse without donning her coat. Guided by Dog Egg, she entered to behold a scene that struck her deeply. Her countenance darkened as she regarded the pitiful Lu Shue, casting a cold glance over each individual present, as if to etch their faces indelibly in her memory. Under Yuan Bao's comforting presence, Su Mo gradually regained her composure. Upon seeing Zhang Xining, tears cascaded down her cheeks, and she hurried towards her, collapsing into her embrace. "Ning Ning, I cannot fathom why this is happening to me. Please believe me, I am unable to control my actions." Zhang Xining tightly embraced Su Montag, murmuring, Montag, Montag. I understand, I truly understand. Chapter 97. Misjudging people. A piercing gaze swept over the crowd, and upon spotting Lu Shui, it bore an even more intense aura of animosity. Lu Shui's body stiffened at the sight of Qing Huai standing at the door, tears streaming down her face. Zhang Xining, you have misunderstood me. I did not. It's not what you think. Her voice trembled, rendering her even more enchanting and delicate, making anyone who witnessed it perceive Zhang Xining as the one tormenting this fragile little rabbit. Zhang Xining curled her lips slightly, yet there was not a trace of amusement in her eyes. After speaking, she cast a glance at Qing Huai, who stood at the doorway, and assisted Su Mo in making her way outside. A sense of resentment brewed within her. Had Qing Huai not arranged for Lu Shui to move into the small villa, Su Mo would not have crossed paths with Lu Shui, and all that Su Mo currently endured could have been averted. She also harbored bitterness towards her own inability to discern character. Just then, Zhao Shuo rushed over and caught sight of the slender-clad Zhang Xining embracing Su Mo. He promptly removed his thick coat and draped it over Zhang Xining, enveloping her in a wave of warmth. Zhang Xining gazed upon Zhao Shuo's youthful yet handsome visage and softly expressed her gratitude. Qing Huai stood at the doorway, observing the receding figures of the three, unable to fathom their thoughts. Lu Shui rose from the ground, adjusting her attire, and explained, Leader, it was my fault. I should not have dodged when Su Mo struck me. Otherwise, Zhang Xining would not have been angered. A young man interjected, Leader, it is Su Mo who has gone too far. Yuan Bao stepped forward, casting an ambiguous glance at everyone present. What exactly did Su Mo do wrong? She merely accidentally broke a potted plant. Is it necessary to cling to such a trivial mistake? Another youth retorted, but she struck someone. She hit Miss Lu. Yuan Bao's incredulity was palpable. Strike someone? When a group of grown men collectively confront a young woman, what is wrong with her defending herself? Today, it has become clear to me how the Qingling gang bullies the weak. In comparison, who among you truly deserves to leave this place? His words rendered the crowd silent, as they were reluctant to abandon their secure haven. Master, we were in the wrong. We acknowledge our mistakes and will not dare to offend again. A dozen young men knelt in unison, repenting for their misdeeds. Suddenly, Lu Shui panicked and also knelt, pleading, Leader, it is my fault, unrelated to them. They merely stood up for me, blame me for my inadequacy. Please spare them. Years ago, the onlookers had been astonished by Lu Shui. They had not anticipated that this beautiful and kind woman would still speak on their behalf. Hearing those fateful words, Lu Shui crawled to Qing Huai's feet, tugging at his trousers, weeping in a manner that inspired deep sympathy. Qing Huai appeared oblivious, his gaze fixed on the direction Zhang Xining had departed. Realizing the situation showed no signs of resolution, Lu Shui wiped her tears, her tone filled with desperation. Leader, I have over a dozen sisters. I wish to see them find their happiness. Once tonight passes, I will leave by dawn. Is that acceptable? The young men watched Lu Shui plead for the sake of others, their hearts heavy. Such a benevolent woman should not be subjected to such treatment. Yet they felt powerless to intervene. Soon, Qing Huai's voice, as frigid as ice, offered no glances, and he departed without another word. Yuan Bao shook his head at the remaining crowd. Dog egg, you shall handle the rest. He approached the small villa, where he found Qing Huai standing motionless at the entrance. After a prolonged silence, Qing Huai spoke, Yuan Bao, you should not allow yourself to become emotionally involved. Yuan Bao cast a reluctant glance inside, his gaze downcast, I understand. After delegating the arrangements for the matchmaking event to Dog Egg, Lu Shui spent 2 hours seeking her sisters in their quarters. 2 hours later, a procession of elegantly adorned young women made their way to the matchmaking gathering. As night descended, the outside air turned frigid, yet the atmosphere within the event was vibrant and lively. Apart from Zhang Xining, Su Mo, and Qing Huai, nearly all members of the Qingling gang had arrived early at the venue. The Qingling gang is predominantly composed of young individuals, and the prolonged confinement at home has left them weary. Seizing this lively opportunity, they revel in the festivities. As time ticks away, All the girls eventually match with their desired partners. A closer inspection reveals that their choices either hold significant esteem within the Qingling gang or are highly regarded by Qinghai. Naturally, the coveted Go Dan selects a Tian, while Lu Shui observes these girls with a sense of a mother marrying off her daughters. She takes their hands and advises. Such matters are profoundly unfair to us women. A stable life seems an extravagant wish. I hope you all cherish your current lives and live well. A Tian tightly grasps Lu Hong's hand, inquiring, Sister Lu, is something wrong? Lu Shui's eyes flicker with a hint of panic. Nothing is amiss. What could possibly trouble me? This pretense leaves a trace of doubt in a Tian's mind. Noticing Qinghuai's absence, Lu Shui suggests to a Tian and Go Dan, today is a day for everyone to find happiness. I'm genuinely happy for you all. However, I believe that with the leader's blessings, you will surely endure in your relationships. Go Dan, devoid of cunning, glances at the blushing Tian and finds Lu Shui's words quite sensible. Indeed, the leader's presence is essential. Wait here, I shall fetch him. When Go Dan finds Qinghuai, he's engrossed in reading. Glancing up, Qinghuai's expression remains indifferent. What brings you here instead of attending the matchmaking? Go Dan approaches with sincerity. Leader, we are truly grateful to you. Not only have you taken us in and provided for our needs, but now you're also finding us brides. You're like our rebirth parents. These things do not come without a cost. I require your loyalty to protect the Qingling gang. Leader, I will do my utmost to safeguard the Qingling gang. Today is a joyous occasion, and it has been a long time since we gathered. If you could share a few words of blessing, it would surely motivate everyone to work even harder. Qinghuai ponders for a moment before replying, You may go ahead. I will join you later. Chapter 98. Lu Shui climbs on a Qinghuai's bed. A Tian, inspired, gently pulls a Tian's hand, playfully saying, Go Dan, everyone seems so happy, but what about Sister Lu? If it weren't for her back then, I wouldn't have the chance to see you now. Go Dan, feeling a pang of sympathy, responds, I know Sister Lu has treated you well, and I am grateful to her. Seeing her goal achieved, a Tian tentatively asks, Sister Lu didn't mean any harm this morning, did she? Regarding the morning's events, Go Dan is uncertain, sensing that Zhang Xining might have been right. Yet Lu Shui does not seem malicious. He is left puzzled as to why she provoked the leader, prompting him to force her departure. Go Dan, captivated by the petite beauty before him, unconsciously remarks, I am aware. A Tian's soft form brushes against a Tian's arm, sending a shiver down his spine. In gratitude for the benevolence shown by the leader, Lu Shui intended to personally pour wine for him later, yet she feared he might misinterpret her intentions. She was a person who believed in repaying kindness, and could you perhaps fulfill her wish? Go Dan revealed a sincere smile, exclaiming that his dear Tian was truly kind-hearted. If the opportunity arose, he would ensure Lu Shui realized her desire, departing without regret. After receiving his assurance, a Tian gently kissed Go Dan on the cheek, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Having achieved her goal, a Tian swiftly departed in search of Lu Shui. Pairs of young couples gathered together, laughing and chatting, while Yuan Bao, having just hosted a game, sat aside, observing the joyful faces around him, yet unable to share in their merriment. He had not seen Su Mo that evening and wondered how she was faring. He forced himself to dismiss thoughts of her, yet her visage, happy, angry, sorrowful, persisted in his mind. It was not until Qinghuai entered that Yuan Bao rose to stand beside him. Thank you, leader. A harmonious voice resonated in the air as Qinghuai signaled for silence. He approached the makeshift stage, and Yuan Bao handed him the wireless microphone. Qinghuai took it, addressing the audience with a few simple words. Applause erupted, and the crowd raised their glasses in a toast to Qinghuai, proclaiming their gratitude. Qinghuai exchanged a glance with Yuan Bao, who promptly went to fetch the wine. Go Dan the magician called out, as he placed the cup in Yuan Bao's hands and filled it generously. Hurry and take it. Yuan Bao glanced at the endearing Go Dan, then ascended the stage to present the cup to Qinghuai. Without hesitation, Qinghuai downed the drink, then addressed everyone, stating that they should enjoy the evening. But once the festivities were over, work must resume. Among the crowd, Lu Shui gazed intently at Qinghuai as he consumed the wine, her eyes glimmering with a determined light. I'm sorry, but I had not intended to act this way. Yet, if I do not seize this moment today, I shall leave tomorrow. Upon finishing his drink, Qing Huai promptly exited the heart-wrenching scene for the single. Outside, the night was enveloped in darkness, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. As Qing Huai walked alone, he suddenly felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body. Such heat on a bone-chilling night was decidedly unusual. Gradually, this sensation intensified, escalating to an urgent need. He quickened his pace, making his way to his lodgings, while Lu Shui, trailing behind, noticed the effects of the potion taking hold and broke into a smile. After about 10 minutes of hurried walking, Qing Huai's eyes turned crimson, and he began to see illusions. Struggling to maintain his composure, he barely managed to open the door when a soft voice reached his ears. "Leader, I must leave tomorrow, and there are things I wish to discuss with you." Qing Huai, fighting against his discomfort, promptly declined, insisting, "Not now. We shall speak of it tomorrow." After speaking, he entered the room, preparing to close the door. But Lu Shui blocked the entrance, smiling alluringly. "Leader, you must speak tonight. If you don't, I fear I may not have another chance." Before Qing Huai could respond, she had already slipped inside, steadying him with a hand, exclaiming in surprise, "Leader, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Allow me to help you to bed." Her soft words were imbued with a tantalizing allure for the currently vulnerable Qing Huai. He pushed against Lu Shui, yet her presence remained unyielding. "Did you drug me?" He gritted out through clenched teeth, summoning his last vestiges of strength. Lu Shui's expression was one of confusion. "Leader, what do you mean? Drug you? I merely adore you. You wouldn't refuse me, would you?" She guided Qing Huai to the bed, her pupils glinting with a hint of crimson, her expression dripping with seduction. Qing Huai gazed, entranced, at the visage of Zhang Xining that appeared before him, swallowing hard as he struggled to quell the turmoil within, whispering, "Xining, Xining." A flicker of harshness crossed Lu Shui's eyes. "You fancy Zhang Xining, do you? Then I shall ensure you do not unite." Observing the handsome man before her, Lu Shui advanced, caressing his exquisitely sculpted features. The heat of his skin against her cool fingers nearly shattered Qing Huai's final defenses. He bit down on his tongue, striving to maintain the semblance of rationality. Instantly, Zhang Xining's face morphed into Lu Shui's seductive visage, prompting him to vehemently reject her touch. His lustful gaze now tinged with coldness. Undeterred, Lu Shui continued to shed her garments, first her outer coat, then her sweater, leaving only her undergarments, which accentuated her enticing curves. Once divested of her clothing, she climbed onto the bed, straddling Qing Huai, and began to remove his outer coat and sweater, ultimately leaving him in a white shirt. His consciousness began to blur, the fervor of desire intensifying. He tugged at his shirt, revealing his alluring collarbone and firm chest, his expression betraying a desperate restraint. Lu Shui's eyes sparkled with unmasked greed as she softly murmured, "Leader, I can assist you here, willingly." If she were to pretend not to exist, the innocent Su Mo would undoubtedly be no match for Lu Shui. Only one of them could remain. Ultimately, the decision rested with Qing Huai. Surely, he would choose Lu Shui. Indeed, any man would choose Lu Shui. "Zhang Xining, what are you thinking? How can you be so lacking in confidence? Rather than indulging in futile thoughts, it would be better to come to a resolution." After a prolonged internal struggle, Zhang Xining finally rose, stepping out of the room. Zhang Xining halted abruptly at the entrance, contemplating how to approach him. Should she inquire whom he would choose between her and Lu Shui? She muttered to herself, ultimately succumbing to her own disdain. The courage to step outside dissipated once more, and she turned to ascend the staircase. Suddenly, the sound of a key turning echoed, and she surmised it was either De Zhuang or Lu Shui. But she paid it no mind. Chapter 99. The Antidote. As Da Zhuang entered, he spotted Zhang Xining and exclaimed, "Rich lady, today is quite lively. What a pity you missed it." Zhang Xining paused, a cold smile gracing his lips. Why not indulge in the lively atmosphere a bit longer? Da Zhuang sighed deeply. "Don't even mention it. Everyone is paired off, and even the leader is reluctant to remain there. As a single dog, I, of course, possess self-awareness." Zhang Xining furrowed her brow. Qing Huai has gone too? The once desolate living room was once again enveloped in darkness. After pondering for a few minutes, Zhang Xining finally made up her mind. Descending the staircase, she donned her armor and opened the door, only to find Yuan Bao standing in the shadows. She was somewhat taken aback. Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao turned to Zhang Xining, a wry smile flickering in her eyes. Little girl, you can't sleep, can you? Zhang Xining nodded. Shall we take a stroll? Yuan Bao suggested. Are you here to see Momo? Yuan Bao's gaze fell, and although Zhang Xining could not discern his expression, she surmised that he was in a rather somber mood. Zhang Xining continued to probe, asking, do you have feelings for Mo? Seeing no response from Zhang Xining, Yuan Bao pressed on. The leader is at home. You may discuss anything at your own pace. Although I am unaware of the leader's sentiments towards Miss Liu, I can sense that he cares for you. Zhang Xining forced a smile and said, how much is concern truly worth? If it were a choice between you and Lu Shui, whom do you believe Qinghai would choose to remain with? If it were me, I would undoubtedly choose you. For Yuan Bao has already seen Lu Shui's true colors quite clearly. Zhang Xining came to a halt. So, is Qinghai choosing Lu Shui? Yuan Bao observed Zhang Xining's expression, a mixture of turmoil and resignation, and kindly advised, little girl, rather than tormenting yourself with unfounded thoughts, why not seek clarity? Come, allow me to guide you. Zhang Xining surprisingly found Yuan Bao's words to be quite sensible. I realize that after tonight, my impression of you shall undergo a transformation. Yuan Bao, one may speak of an improved impression, but I would rather not hear a negative one. I have no fondness for disparaging remarks. Zhang Xining, you exemplify a person who can only accept praise and is intolerant of criticism. If Mo were to be with you, I would genuinely question whether you might mistreat her. Yuan Bao remained silent as they both walked to Qinghuai's residence. Yuan Bao produced a key and unlocked the door, and an atmosphere filled with ambiguity and allure enveloped them. He cast a nervous glance at Zhang Xining, who, with a pallid complexion, approached the source of the sound. Though she was reluctant, her feet seemed to move of their own accord toward that room. Thump, thump, her heart raced incessantly as she gazed at the ajar door, squeezing her eyes shut, trembling hands pushing the door open. At that moment, Qinghuai's consciousness had become utterly hazy, relying solely on the last vestiges of reason to look towards the doorway where Zhang Xining stood, weakly calling out, Xining, save me. Zhang Xining abruptly opened her eyes, finding Lu Shui, clad in scan attire, positioned atop Qinghuai, her hands deftly unfastening his belt. Zhang Xining clenched her fist, her nails digging deeply into her palm. And in that moment, she was consumed by a murderous intent. Lu Shui, in a state of panic, caught a glimpse of the lethal glare emanating from Zhang Xining. Zhang Xining, what are you doing? I am already the woman of Qinghai. If you dare to kill me, Qinghai will certainly not spare you. Although Lu Shui was filled with dread, she could not allow it to show. She was so close, merely a breath away from success. At this moment, the best course of action was to intimidate Zhang Xining into retreat. Zhang Xining gazed at Lu Shui's smile, and in response to such a grin, Lu Shui couldn't help but feel as though she resembled a fool. Lowering her gaze, she noticed the longing in Qinghuai's eyes, and the ludicrous sense of inferiority vanished without a trace. Lu Shui's hand glided over Qinghuai's sculpted abdominal muscles, caressing them tenderly as if she were handling a rare treasure. Yet, despite his overwhelming desire to seize her and savor every moment, a fragment of reason compelled him to maintain his composure. Struggling to free himself from Lu Shui's grasp, he rasped, "Leave me be." Zhang Xining narrowed her eyes slightly and swiftly moved to the bedside, seizing Lu Shui and dragging her outside. Duan Bao, Fuzaiten, covered her eyes and dashed out of the room, only to witness a pale, exposed figure in the snow. Indeed, Lu Shui had been unceremoniously cast out by Zhang Xining. Whether she lived or perished was of no concern to Zhang. Yuan Bao, fetch a glass of water for our leader, Zhang Xining instructed before re-entering the room. She pondered inwardly, wondering if those afflicted by the X-drug would have an antidote. She was uncertain whether her previous stockpile included such remedies. Approaching the bedside to check on Qinghuai's condition, she simultaneously activated the system. "System, do you have?" Suddenly, she felt a wave of dizziness sweep over her. And in that moment, The previously weak Qing Huai appeared invigorated, as if under the influence of a stimulant, desperately tugging at Zhang Xining's clothing. Zhang Xining was utterly bewildered. Something was amiss. Qing Huai. As she began to speak, Qing Huai suddenly pressed his lips against hers, delivering a kiss that was both forceful and impossible to resist. Zhang Xining exerted herself to push away the person atop her. Yet at that moment, the intoxicated Qing Huai possessed an extraordinary strength. Yuan Bao, having finished pouring the water, stood at the doorway, instinctively lighting the fireplace for the two within before quietly closing the door behind him. The temperature of the room gradually rose, yet the heat within Qing Huai only intensified, until Zhang Xining could scarcely breathe, prompting him to finally cease the kiss. Qing Huai's head nestled in her hair, inhaling the unique fragrance that belonged solely to Zhang Xining, his voice hoarse yet imbued with temptation. Ning Ning, I feel unwell. Zhang Xining's body went rigid in an instant. What was he saying? He lifted his gaze to Qing Huai, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation, revealing his restraint. He gently reassured, just a moment. I will fetch some medicine for you. The girl cast a tender glance that swept across his heart, causing it to tremble violently, and his heartbeat quickened with fervor. In that fleeting moment, he could no longer contain himself, nor did he wish to. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Xining was still conversing with the system. System, I require the antidote. Apologies, the system lacks the authority. However, the host is, in essence, the antidote. How absurd. What do you mean I am the antidote? Why don't you take my place? Little Fox is the system and cannot come. The host may acquire 500 points by using the antidote. I hope the host cherishes this opportunity. I am a girl of impeccable virtue. Are you suggesting I sell myself for points? Do you perceive me as such a shallow person? Wait, why does it feel so cold? Only when the searing skin pressed against her did she realize that her clothing had mysteriously dwindled to mere undergarments, with Qing Huai's entire heated body pressed closely against hers. Ning Ning, do not fear. I will be gentle. Suddenly, his warm breath brushed against Zhang Xining's ear. The affection simmered in his eyes, yet he remained resolutely restrained, his voice hoarse to the point of desperation. Chapter 100, A Night of Madness. In the next moment, Zhang Xining felt her face being cradled by a pair of scorching hands, and then a kiss descended, forcefully prying open her lips. Zhang Xining's mind went blank, as if she had forgotten to breathe. All she could perceive was the relentless pounding of her heart and the insatiable fire within her. When she finally regained her senses, both of them were stripped bare. Regret flooded her thoughts. Was it still possible for her to retreat? The exquisitely handsome man held her neck tightly. Burying his head in the crook of her shoulder, their heated skin pressed against one another, his voice low and hoarse. Ning Ning, do not fear. I love you and will take responsibility. Will you entrust yourself to me? Qing Huai bit down hard on his tongue, the flames of desire igniting ever more fiercely. As he struggled to restrain his overwhelming urges, warm breaths whispered into Zhang Xining's ear, leaving her throat parched and her heart racing. Surprisingly, she did not reject this sensation. She instinctively wrapped her porcelain-white arms around Qing Huai's heated back. Qing Huai's eyes sparkled with delight, his own internal yearning burning with an insatiable fervor, crashing over him like a relentless tide. This content is unsuitable for approval. Let your imagination fill in the gaps. Qing Huai's suppressed desires surged forth, and in a haze of confusion, Zhang Xining surrendered herself. After a night of entanglement, both were novices in the throes of passion, and with Qing Huai enhanced by the effects of the drug, the room was thick with an intimate atmosphere, the air imbued with an indescribable aroma. The following morning, amidst the disarray of the bed, the two lay entwined, their naked bodies locked in a tight embrace. The whirlwind of the previous night, filled with exquisite sensations, left Qing Huai craving more. When Zhang Xining awoke, her entire body felt as though it had been run over by a vehicle. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that her arms were wrapped around Qing Huai's chest. With a startled gasp, she shifted away from the bed. Qing Huai, his eyes restored to clarity, gazed at her with a tenderness that was unmistakable. You're awake? He inquired, his voice deep and husky, imbued with an irresistible allure. Zhang Xining's face flushed crimson as she wrapped the blanket tightly around herself. You. Upon receiving the news, a whirlwind of emotions surged within her. Although she did not harbor any aversion towards Qinghuai, the unfolding situation exceeded her wildest imagination. Under Qinghuai's fervent gaze, she stammered, "Please turn your head away." The words emerged from her slightly hoarse voice, and she felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into the earth. With a tender smile, Qinghuai replied, "Very well, I shall turn away." Stealing a glance, she confirmed that he had indeed turned his back. A sense of relief washed over her, allowing her to quietly gather her clothes from the floor and dress herself. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the room. Qinghuai watched the direction in which Zhang Xining had departed, his gaze profound and unwavering. "Ning, at last you are mine. I vow not to let you down this time." Zhang Xining sprinted down the road with such swiftness that she seemed like a fleeting shadow. After that night, she evaded Qinghuai for a full 2 months. During this period, Qinghuai came countless times, yet each visit ended in vain, for not once did he catch a glimpse of Zhang Xining. "Ning, are you there?" Sumo's voice resonated. Zhang Xining opened the door, and Mo, also known as Su Mo, entered, pulling Zhang Xining to sit by the edge of the bed. With a solemn demeanor, she inquired, Ning, please speak honestly with me. Have you and Qinghuai had a falling out?" Zhang Xining's gaze flickered with evasion. "No, that is not the case." "Then why do I sense you are deliberately avoiding him?" "He was here just now and asked me to deliver this to you." As Su Mo extended her hand, Zhang Xining beheld the red jade stone, which had mysteriously vanished after that fateful night, now unexpectedly returned to her possession. Upon receiving the stone, a wave of warmth surged through her palm. Over the past 2 months, she had pondered extensively, estimating that the frostberry would soon bear fruit. Following the trajectory of her previous life, the bitter cold would soon dissipate. There would be a fortnight of temperate weather, during which people would celebrate the gradual return to normalcy, only to be struck by an unforeseen wave of intense heat, delivering a harsh blow to the populace. Her intention was to discreetly infiltrate Jianghai City during the restoration of normal weather, to ascertain the situation there, and to investigate the whereabouts of Nanyue and the Great Spider. As for Qinghuai, Zhang Xining found herself uncertain of how to confront him in any capacity, fearing the implications of his words, such as his declarations of responsibility or intentions to marry her. Thus, she opted for avoidance. As for Lu Shui, she had not been seen since that night, and no one was privy to her fate. A mutual understanding prevailed among them all to refrain from mentioning her name. Mo, once this weather passes, I must embark on a journey. Countless unannounced departures had led Zhang Xining to resolve to at least inform Su Mo this time. Su Mo appeared taken aback. "Xining, where do you intend to go?" "Jianghai City? Are you not comfortable here?" "Everyone is flocking to Jianghai City. It must be quite chaotic now." "Xining, the frostberries, all of them have perished." Zhao Shuo rushed up the stairs, breathless. Zhang Xining abruptly stood up and approached Zhao Shuo, inquiring, "What did you say?" "This morning, I went to inspect the Shuohan fruit and discovered that most of its leaves have withered. Some of the fruits have already fallen. However, there remains approximately 1 week until the harvest." Zhang Xining swiftly retrieved a long down jacket from the wardrobe and, fully equipped, made her way towards the cultivation base of the snow-hardy fruit. From a distance, she noticed a group of people gathered around the planting area. Approaching them, she observed, as Zhao Shuo had mentioned, that the leaves of the snow-hardy fruit had all turned a desolate yellow. Some of the fruits had fallen to the ground, blending seamlessly with the white snow, while the roots of the remaining fruits on the branches began to exhibit signs of decay. Qinghuai turned his head slightly, peering through the crowd at that familiar figure. After 2 months apart, their eyes met for the first time, and in that fleeting moment, all the surrounding clamor faded away, leaving only the tumultuous beating of her heart in her chest. Zhang Xining initially believed that after 2 months, she could erase the memories of that fateful night, and that their relationship could return to its former state. However, the moment she laid eyes on him, her heart began to race uncontrollably, revealing to her that her feelings for Qinghuai had never truly faded. Remembering that night with Lu Shui, a smile crept onto Zhang Xining's face as she realized, indeed, one must not be deceived by appearances. Zhao Shua cast a disdainful glance at Qinghuai, silently mocking him with the thought that he stood no chance. Poor Qinghuai was entirely oblivious to Zhao Shua's subtle machinations and merely found Zhao Shua's presence beside Zhang Xining to be particularly irksome. He stepped out from the crowd and naturally took Zhang Xining's hand, saying, "Ningning, this situation is quite complicated." As Zhang Xining prepared to resist, the phrase "quite complicated" caused her to relent, allowing Qinghuai to lead her toward the vicinity of the cold snow fruit. Behind them, Zhao Shua's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on their intertwined hands, wishing fervently to separate them at once. Qinghuai released Zhang Xining's hand and pulled a healthy seedling of the cold snow fruit from the snow, its robust roots now displayed before the onlookers. Chapter 101. Man-made. Zhang Xining pondered deeply. The roots are intricately intertwined, seemingly without issue. Yet why does the surface appear thus? Unless she furrowed her brow, gazing intently at Qinghuai. Qinghuai nodded slightly, and Zhang Xining's eyes widened in astonishment. Who could it be? Qinghuai immediately interrupted her, turning to Yuan Bao. "Yuan Bao, please clear away the fallen fruits. This batch of Hanxue fruit is of utmost importance, and our food supplies are dwindling. Given this situation, let us first see if we can remedy it." A few young individuals, including Dogdan, bowed their heads in shame. After the extreme cold, all their tribulations had been directed to the leader, unaware that the Qingling gang was gradually facing a deficit. Qinghuai nodded in encouragement. "The Qingling gang is fortunate to have you all. We will strive to salvage the Hanxue fruit." He led Zhang Xining outside, and upon hearing footsteps trailing behind, Qinghuai halted and turned. "Does young Master Zhao have further matters to discuss?" Zhao Shua was momentarily taken aback. Glancing between Zhang Xining and himself, "I wish to accompany Ningning." Qinghuai's lips curled into an enchanting smile. "And what is your relation to Ningning, then?" Zhao Shua found himself momentarily speechless, yet unwilling to concede. "And what is your connection to her? Why do you have the privilege to hold her, while I cannot?" He had long been envious of Qinghuai's audacious demeanor. If he could, he would relish the thought of removing that hand for a delicious broth. Qinghuai raised an eyebrow, realizing that young Master Zhao was indeed experiencing jealousy. Observing the two engaging in childlike rivalry, Zhang Xining felt an urge to vanish to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Zhao Shua's brows furrowed in such a way that he could crush a mosquito, fixating his gaze on Zhang Xining. "Are you serious? Do you truly have official business?" Noticing Zhao Shua's skepticism, Zhang Xining smiled lightly. "There is indeed official business." She emphasized the words official business with particular weight. Only then did Zhao Shua relax his brow, addressing Zhang Xining. "Then I shall take my leave. Do converse swiftly." He turned to Qinghuai. "If you dare to mistreat Ningning, I shall not hesitate to confront you." With that, he huffed and departed with an air of nonchalance. Qinghuai watched Zhao Shua's retreating figure, internally reflecting, "Alas, the bullying has already transpired. There is no opportunity for confrontation now." Meanwhile, Zhang Xining was entirely oblivious to the skirmish between the two. Instead, she inquired of Qinghuai regarding her conjecture. "Are you suggesting it was human interference?" Meeting his gaze, filled with an intense allure, Zhang Xining hesitantly called out. Observing her frozen stance and conflicted expression, he suddenly laughed. "This time, I possess no herbal remedy, and you are perfectly safe." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xining's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a cooked duck, as she fervently denied, "I did not think of such things." Qinghuai arched an eyebrow. "Last time, you felt nothing from the herbal remedy. Shall we attempt it once more?" Reluctantly, her collar was grasped by a certain individual, his voice magnetic yet gentle. "Fear not. If you do not desire it, I shall refrain from such actions in the future." Zhang Xining turned her head, seemingly verifying the authenticity of Qinghuai's words. Qinghuai offered a bitter smile and said, "The last time was an act of desperation. I will certainly take responsibility for you. There is no need for that. I do not require your accountability. I implore you not to mention that night again. If we are not discussing serious matters, then I shall take my leave." Zhang Xining promptly interjected, articulating her stance. Upon entering the room, Qinghua ignited the fireplace, and the roaring flames leapt to life. The single armchair beside the hearth was replaced with a rocking chair adorned with a cozy blanket. This rocking chair is quite delightful. Do give it a try. It's most comfortable, Qinghua remarked before directly proceeding into the study. Zhang Xining gazed at the brand-new rocking chair and inquired, "What happened to the sofa that used to be here?" Qingtai casually flipped through a book and replied, "It was discarded." Zhang Xining, with a look of regret, murmured to herself, "That sofa is incredibly comfortable." After this musing, she reclined in the plush rocking chair, surprisingly finding it nearly as delightful as the single sofa. At that moment, Qinghua, who was perusing a book, caught Zhang Xining's remark, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Upon emerging with the book, he noticed Zhang Xining with her eyes half closed, and upon hearing his voice, she opened her eyes and inquired, "How is it?" Qinghua handed the book to Zhang Xining and explained, "The cultivation of the Hanshua fruit requires but one fundamental condition: temperature. The current temperature is perfectly suited for its growth, as evidenced by those heavy fruits." He paused briefly before continuing. "If there were an issue with the seeds, the roots would undoubtedly be affected. However, I examined the roots just now, and they appear to be in excellent condition." Zhang Xining gazed at the introduction of the snow lotus fruit in the book, and indeed, as Qinghua had stated, the temperature and the seeds posed no issues. Could it be a result of human intervention? But who would sabotage their own sustenance? It defies logic. If Lu Shui were part of the Qingling faction, Zhang Xining would undoubtedly place her at the forefront of suspicion, although the outcome for her remained uncertain. Following the events of that night, Qinghua would likely not show her any leniency. Qinghua did not deny it. There was only one plausible explanation for the current predicament. Someone had applied pesticides superficially. If utilized correctly, such pesticides could save plants. However, when employed under varying temperature conditions, they could transform into poisons. Are you suggesting that the snow-cold fruit has deteriorated due to the application of these pesticides? Qinghua nodded. It appears to be the case at present. Zhang Xining rose from the rocking chair and gazed at Qinghua, inquiring, "Do you believe it was someone from the Qingling gang?" Qinghua nodded once more. The Qingling gang, comprising several hundred members, has always been known for its unity, camaraderie, and mutual assistance, making it quite a challenge to identify the individual responsible for administering the poison. Zhang Xining discreetly contacted the system. "System, is there any way to remedy the situation with the Shuahan fruit?" A cold, emotionless mechanical voice responded. "The host can access the system's marketplace." Zhang Xining suddenly realized the necessity of searching for the cold snow, fruit, nutrient solution, and fertilizers within the system space. Indeed, the system store displayed the prominent words cold snow, fruit, nutrient solution. Upon examining the description, she discovered that it addressed all the perplexities related to the cold snow fruit for a mere 100 points. System, must the store be so merciless? I am quite impoverished. Upon seeing the required points, Zhang Xining felt a pang of regret. Host, you currently possess 850 points. A friendly reminder from the system. Completing another task with Qinghua will grant you an additional 500 points. Upon hearing this final remark, Zhang Xining's face turned pale with indignation. Why should her arduous efforts in completing tasks only yield 100 points, while that receive 500? System, is Qinghua your beloved child? Ultimately, with no other recourse, Zhang Xining reluctantly spent 100 points to purchase the nutrient solution. She began to question the significance of this task. Earning 100 points for cultivating the cold snow fruit only to spend it again seemed to render her efforts futile. Realizing Zhang Xining's despondent attitude, the system interjected once more. Host, your efforts were not in vain, as you have obtained numerous cold snow fruits. Oh, how kind of you, she replied sarcastically. Purchase of the nutrient solution. Nutrient solution purchased successfully, now stored in the system space. Points spent, 100. Remaining points, 750. Zhang Xining retrieved the nutrient solution and handed it to Qinghua. This could restore the remaining Shuahan fruit to its normal state, and perhaps assist us in capturing the mastermind behind this. Qinghua accepted the nutrient solution, declaring, "Leave this matter to me." Their eyes met, both revealing a glimmer of cunning. The following morning, Zhang Xining was accompanying Qian'er in practice when Zhao Shua's voice echoed from downstairs. He hurried up the stairs, as if he had a momentous piece of news to share with Zhang Xining. Ning, I have good news. Zhang Xining paused her actions and gently tousled Qian'er's hair. You may continue. Qian'er nodded obediently. As Zhang Xining exited the room, she gestured for Zhao Shua to descend the stairs to discuss further. Just as her last foot touched the bottom step, Zhao Shua could no longer contain his curiosity. Xining, can you guess what the matter is? Zhang Xining rolled her eyes thoughtfully, resting her chin on her right hand, and pondered aloud. Could it be related to the snow-cold fruit? Upon hearing these words, Zhao Shua's expression of delight faded significantly as he made his way to the large sofa in the living room. He had initially believed that Ning possessed a touch of cleverness, yet he was taken aback that she could arrive at such a conclusion. Zhang Xining's lips curled into a delightful smile. As she remarked, I merely stumbled upon an unexpected opportunity. It is best that our young master Zhao elaborates on the specifics. The portly gentleman poured her a glass of water. Zhao Zhua, seated comfortably on the sofa with his legs crossed, exuded an air of calmness that starkly contrasted with his earlier urgency. Only after the Zhuang handed him the water did he take a sip and continue. Tiger and Dog Dan ventured out early this morning to plant. It is said that the fruits were adversely affected by the low temperatures. However, Qinghua has discovered a solution, and those fruits can now be harvested normally. Zhang Xining raised an eyebrow, seemingly realizing that Qinghua had discovered a method to identify the mastermind behind the sabotage. However, Zhao Shua, observing this, mistakenly believed that Zhang Xining harbored feelings for Qinghua, his gaze darkening slightly. Indeed, Qinghua proved to be quite capable in this matter, swiftly addressing the issue and minimizing the losses. Yet, if the responsibility lay with me, I would not fare any worse than him. Zhang Xining failed to detect a hint of jealousy in Zhao Shua's tone and instead chimed in, Of course, our young master Zhao is the cleverest. Zhao Shua, persistent as ever, retorted, Why do I feel as though you are merely humoring me? I am not. I am quite sincere. Well, I am pleased even if you are feigning praise. After Zhao Shua departed, Zhang Xining sought out Qinghua, who was still engrossed in reading in the study. Zhang Xining cast a curious glance at the title of the book. Qinghua, with a composed demeanor, discreetly tucked the book away in the drawer of the desk. A gentle smile gracing his face as he addressed her, Ning. Zhang Xining cast a glance at the book title, which seemed to be Deep Learning. One cannot help but commend Qinghua's fervor for reading, rivaling that of Chu Hanqing. Zhang Xining approached the bookshelf, contemplating the myriad of volumes before him. A thought crossed his mind. Have you truly read all these? Not quite, he replied with a casual air, yet it is close enough. While he spoke lightly, Zhang Xining understood the considerable time and effort that such an endeavor would entail. What do you plan to do next? May I indulge in some theater? At the mention of theater, a mischievous glint sparkled in Zhang Xining's eyes. Qinghua retrieved a laptop from the drawer, deftly maneuvering it before turning to Zhang Xining and saying, We merely need to remain here and wait. Zhang Xining, perplexed, leaned closer and stood beside Qinghua, her eyes widening in astonishment as she beheld the slowly unfolding surveillance footage on the computer screen. Are there cameras in every corner of the Qingling gang? How is it that I have never noticed them before? On her very first day at the Qingling gang, she had meticulously scrutinized numerous corners, ensuring that no surveillance devices were present. The surveillance that can be detected is not true surveillance, since the apocalypse, streetlights, and other auxiliary devices have been turned off. Today, the news has been released. If that person cannot restrain themselves and remains undeterred, they should reappear tonight, Qinghua remarked calmly, as if everything were within his control. Yuan Bao would be lurking in the shadows, waiting for that individual to emerge, while they merely needed to keep their eyes fixed on the computer screen in the study. Who do you think is the most likely suspect? Zhang Xining could not help but inquire. Qinghua raised his gaze, meeting Zhang Xining's bright, expressive eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Until there is sufficient evidence, anyone could be a suspect, including you or even myself. Zhang Xining never anticipated he would utter such words. Upon reflection, it appears to be the most prudent response. Shall we remain here tonight? How confident are you that this individual will manifest? Han Shuigua represents her diligent effort and is integral to her score. She cannot afford the slightest misstep. Qing Huai glanced at the computer, his fingers instinctively tapping the desk twice, and replied nonchalantly, 80%. Zhang Xining found it rather perplexing, even bewildering, how Qing Huai could possess such unwavering confidence. Just moments ago, they expressed uncertainty regarding the identity of the suspect. Yet now they assert that this individual will undoubtedly make an appearance tonight. Is this not somewhat contradictory? The rumbling of a hungry stomach shattered the brief tranquility. Qing Huai cast a glance and, with a subtle smile, remarked, "You keep watch. I shall prepare dinner for you." Zhang Xining had just intended to decline, suggesting that enduring would suffice, when she found herself gently pressed into a chair that still retained a hint of warmth. With surveillance footage displayed before her, Qing Huai then exited the room, followed by a clattering symphony of pots and pans. Half an hour later, as Zhang Xining dozed while fixated on the monitor, an enticing aroma of cooked dishes wafted into her senses. She ventured out of her study to discover a modest dining table adorned with 3 delectable dishes: stir-fried pork with green peppers, chicken stewed with potatoes, and a plate of fresh greens. Zhang Xining cast a discerning glance at Qing Huai, who was clad in a turtleneck sweater, adorned with a brown bear apron, busily engaged in the modest kitchen, evoking the essence of a nurturing partner. One could surmise that a man of such charm, affluence, and culinary skill would have attracted numerous admirers in the world before the apocalypse. Otherwise, how could a woman like Lu Shui have gone to such lengths to ascend to his bed? The mere thought of Lu Shui prompted Zhang Xining to involuntarily recall that fateful night. Is this sufficient? If not, I can elaborate further. Thank you. Chapter 103. The originator emerges. Qing Huai pulled out a chair for himself and began his meal. He dined in serene silence, exhibiting a penchant for reticence. Occasionally, after finishing his morsels, he would engage in brief conversations with Zhang Xining. Zhang Xining delicately picked up a piece of chicken with her chopsticks, followed by a few slices of green pepper and meat, yet she had not touched a single vegetable even when half of her rice was consumed. Observing the contents of Zhang Xining's bowl, Qing Huai couldn't help but furrow her brow and, using the communal chopsticks, placed a generous portion of greens into Zhang Xining's dish. Children are often aware that being picky with food is detrimental to their growth. As adults, should we not set an example for the younger generation, particularly for Qianer? Gazing at the abundance of vegetables in her bowl, Zhang Xining was reminded of the rare occasions from her childhood when the 4 of them dined together. Her younger brother, who had a penchant for meat, would receive the scant portions of meat, all of which were allocated to him by their stepmother. Zhang Xining softly murmured, "Auntie, I too desire to eat meat." However, her stepmother retorted, "As the elder sister, you ought to make sacrifices for your younger brother. Meat must be purchased with money, while vegetables are free. You, a burden, are more suited to consume greens." With that, she unceremoniously dumped a heaping plate of vegetables into Zhang Xining's bowl. Gazing at the overflowing greens that could scarcely fit, Zhang Xining felt a deep irony. Indeed, she was a burden, thus deserving only of vegetables. Now, someone was serving her a large bowl of greens, treating her as if she were a child to be coaxed into eating her vegetables. At that moment, a pang of bitterness welled up within her, and a tear slipped from her eye, gently falling upon her lips. Zhang Xining extended her tongue to taste the sweet salt of her tears, and she smiled. In her previous life, she had often envisioned a simple, blissful existence with Chu Hanqing. Yet each time she prepared a meal, she was met with disappointment after disappointment. Gradually, she grew numb, continually comforting herself with the notion that Chu Hanqing worked tirelessly to provide her with a better life. Qing Huai set down his chopsticks and asked with concern, "Ningning, what troubles you?" Zhang Xining sniffed slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips as she spoke. "The green pepper went down my throat too harshly." After uttering these words, she coughed vigorously twice, wiping the corner of her eye with her hand. I coughed so hard that tears welled up. Qing Hai gazed at her bowl brimming with vegetables, a lang of emotions swirling within him, tinged with a bittersweet discomfort. He endeavored to muster a smile, remarking, "At this age, you still struggle to take care of yourself." With that, He rose to pour her a glass of warm water and placed it before Zhang Xining. Zhang Xining gazed at the water before her, reaching out to take the glass. As she sipped the warm water, she seemed to taste a hint of sweetness. "Thank you, Qinghuai." Qinghuai looked at her with eyes as tender as water, saying, "If it is within my power, I shall always be here for you. Whatever you wish to pursue, I will wholeheartedly support you." Zhang Xining did not lift her gaze to meet his, nor did she respond. Instead, she methodically consumed the green vegetables she had detested since childhood. Surprisingly, this time, they did not taste like mere tasteless chaff, but instead revealed a unique flavor. It was unclear how long she had been eating until the voice of Qinghuai broke the silence, prompting Zhang Xining to hastily set down her bowl and chopsticks and dash towards the study. Qinghuai sat in a chair, while Zhang Xining stood behind him, fixated on his silhouette. In the pitch-black atmosphere, a fully armed figure clad in black swiftly advanced towards the Snow-Han fruit plantation. Zhang Xining's gaze followed the movement of the shadow, her body instinctively leaning forward, drawing so close to Qinghuai's face that she remained oblivious to it. Soon, the shadow approached the Shui-Han fruit, and within less than a minute, thin jets of water erupted from the black-clad figure's palm. A water elemental? Zhang Xining tilted her head, only to find that Qinghuai had coincidentally turned to look at her as well. The proximity of their faces allowed them to feel a gentle softness on their lips. In the confines of the Qingling gang's prison, a Tian huddled in a corner, trembling with fear. Godan gazed at the woman for whom he had once held deep affection and sighed. "A Tian, I once believed we would find everlasting happiness, but you have disappointed me gravely. No, a Tian, it is not as you think. I merely sought revenge against Zhang Xining. She cherishes the Shui-Han fruit so dearly, and I wish to see her in despair. I never intended to cause you harm." Tian raised her reddened eyes, her hands frozen and resembling dumplings, reaching out to grasp the hem of Godan's clothing. Godan stepped back 2 paces, leaving her fingers grasping at air. She crawled toward him, pleading, "Godan, I beg you, please speak to the leader for me. I no longer have the courage. I swear I won't again." Godan looked down at the disheveled woman with a pale face, his heart torn between compassion and disappointment, yet he could not afford to relent. "The mistakes you have made must be met with their due consequences. I cannot defy the collective for your sake, if you cannot endure it." His voice was heavy with loss and sorrow. "I will find a way to ensure you can rest in peace." With that, he turned and walked out of the cold, damp cell. It was Sister Lu Shui. She claimed that Zhang Xining was targeting her at every turn, that she was suffering, and that the Shui-Han fruit was of utmost importance to Zhang Xining. Sister Lu Shui wished to hinder Zhang Xining's happiness, a Tian cried out, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. In that moment, she finally realized that she had been deceived by Lu Shui. A Tian lay on the ground, gazing at the man who had genuinely cared for her, filled with an overwhelming sense of regret. Time passed, and eventually, the sound of boots echoed in her ears. The iron door creaked open, and a Tian, cold and starving, lifted her head to see a girl wrapped tightly, with a delicate countenance. Zhang Xining stepped into this dim and damp place, a chilling breeze inexplicably sweeping in from an unknown source, prompting her to draw her clothes closer around her. Her gaze flickered, contemplatively resting on the figure huddled on the ground, trembling from the cold. Her voice, devoid of any discernible emotion, pierced the silence. "Is it worth it that everyone goes without food because of me? If my memory serves me right, Dog Egg and the Annie have treated you fairly well." The air in the cell was frigid. As Zhang Xining began to speak, it felt as though a stream of ice water had poured down her throat, sending shivers through her. Tian silently choked back tears, his small face flushed crimson from the cold, his hands seemingly devoid of sensation. His lips bore numerous tiny cracks, some already peeling. With his head bowed, he dared not look up at Zhang Xining, repeatedly murmuring, I'm sorry. It was my gullibility towards Lu Shui. I apologize to everyone, to Dog Egg, and especially to the Annie." Chapter 104. How dare Yuan Bao set his sights on Zhang Xining. Zhang Xining's gaze was profound as she crouched down. "How many among you possess supernatural abilities?" 2. What is Lu Shui's ability? Psychic charm. Zhang Xining was momentarily overwhelmed with a torrent of emotions. In such a situation, with an enchanting woman nestled in Qinghuai's embrace, he astonishingly managed to summon the last vestiges of his will to await her arrival. Zhang Xining's heart raced incessantly. A warm wave surged within her, causing a slight tremor to ripple through her being. Having obtained the answer she yearned for, she did not linger, braving the biting wind as she made her way toward the secluded cabin, standing alone amidst the snow. Gently, she knocked on the door, and the sound of slippers shuffling on the floor echoed within. A remarkably handsome man opened the door, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Zhang Xining, before softly calling out to her, "Ning Ning." His voice was tender and filled with affection, his gaze toward Zhang Xining brimming with indulgence. "I." Zhang Xining hesitated momentarily. "Come in." Zhang Xining stood at the doorway, hesitating to step inside, seemingly summoning her courage to speak. "Are you willing to?" She paused momentarily, yet Qinghuai's gaze suddenly brightened, intensely fixed upon her, eager to hear her next words. In that moment, reason ultimately prevailed. Zhang Xining compelled herself to regain her composure. "You should rest early." The man's alluring scent of mint wafted into Zhang Xining's nostrils, faint, almost illusory. His voice, tinged with a hint of hoarseness, sent a shiver through her heart. Zhang Xining understood what he wished to convey. Even without that night, he would still treat her in the same manner. After speaking, he vanished before Qinghua Dao like a fleeting breeze. A week passed, and one morning, Suemo eagerly knocked on Zhang Xining's door. "Ning Ning, vake up quickly. Great news awaits." Zhang Xining rubbed her eyes and opened the door, still drowsy. "Momo, what brings you such joy?" Suemo pushed her into the room. "Hurry and change your clothes. Yuan Bao reminded me this morning that today is the day we harvest the Shuahan fruit. Let us go join the excitement." Shuahan fruit? Zhang Xining immediately became alert. Harvesting the Shuahan fruit would earn her 100 points, and today was also the day for collecting points. She quickly donned her warm attire, neglecting breakfast, and rushed with Su Mo to the Shuahan fruit plantation. Qinghuai had already gathered Yuan Bao, Godin, and others to harvest the fruits, and each of their faces radiated joy. As she looked around, the red branches were laden with plump white fruits, a truly delightful sight. "You've arrived?" Qinghuai approached Zhang Xining, holding several Shuahan fruits for her to see. "These fruits are splendid, and the harvest is impressive. Thank you for everything you do for everyone." Suemo observed Qinghuai, a smile gracing her features. "Ning Ning, I'll go check if Yuan Bao is slacking off," and before she could finish, she had already dashed away. Zhang Xining observed with amusement the hasty retreat of Su Mo. She ventured further inside and casually plucked a Snohan fruit as the system's notification resonated in her mind. "Congratulations. Host, you have completed the task. Reward, 100 points. Available points, 850. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a somewhat familiar figure. Despite being enveloped entirely, Zhang Xining recognized her, a Tian. A Tian also spotted Zhang Xining and approached her directly, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Zhang. I promise to treat Godan and Annie well from now on. In the past, I was blind to their worth, but I will never make that mistake again." Zhang Xining cast a glance at Qinghuai, who smiled silently, and said to a Tian, "Go about your business." Perhaps it would be wise to turn the tables by revealing a Tian's culpability, then forgiving her to allow for a fresh start, while also compelling a Tian to disclose Lu Shue's ultimate intentions to those women, thereby eroding their trust in Lu Shue. This way, they would remain at ease here and refrain from causing trouble. With a gentle gaze directed towards Zhang Xining, Qinghuai continued, "Initially, bringing them here was merely to provide you with additional support. However, I did not foresee such events unfolding. Fortunately, we have discerned Lu Shue's true nature early on, and the situation is not as dire as it could have been." Zhang Xining listened quietly, refraining from speech as she plucked the Snohan fruits one after another. Qinghuai's words seemed to flow abundantly, incessantly chattering in Zhang Xining's ears. "Once this wretched weather subsides, I intend to move this wall back and develop the land, allocating a portion to each household so they can cultivate their own food. Relying on foraging for sustenance is not a sustainable solution. We must restore the livelihoods of the people. As Zhang Xining traversed the landscape, Qing Huai dutifully followed, shifting the basket containing the frost-laden fruits in tandem, reminiscent of a long-married couple engaged in casual conversation. If my predictions hold true, the remaining zombies, survivors of the sweltering heat, are not to be trifled with by ordinary individuals. Our only recourse is to prepare diligently, fortifying the city walls and enhancing our defenses. As long as this stronghold withstands the onslaught of the undead, those within shall find a sanctuary of peace. Zhang Xining paused slightly while picking the snow fruit. And Qing Huai was indeed correct. In the previous life, the zombies that emerged after the extreme heat not only became more agile, but also experienced enhancements in other respects. Many ability users, driven by their urgent desire to level up, formed groups of various sizes and recklessly slaughtered in the zombies' lairs, only to find themselves utterly annihilated due to their own negligence. The reason was their hubris. From a distance, Su Mo observed Qing Huai trailing behind Zhang Xining and couldn't help but exclaim, "Don't you think the leader and Ning Ning are quite compatible?" Yuan Bao cast a glance at the distance and continued his work, thinking to himself, having done both what should and shouldn't be done, they are indeed a match. However, Su Mo sighed, "What a pity. I still believe Zhao Shuo is more suited for Ning Ning. The leader attracts too much attention. When do you think we might bring those two together?" "Su Mo, I think we ought to change the subject." Yuan Bao urgently sought to divert the conversation. Su Mo looked at Yuan Bao with confusion, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. "What's wrong? Ning Ning is my closest friend. It is my duty to concern myself with her lifelong happiness." "What do you mean by that? Do you perhaps have feelings for Ning Ning?" Faced with Su Mo's probing inquiry, Yuan Bao felt on the verge of tears. How could he dare to harbor feelings for Zhang Xining? Chapter 105. Night Shadow Team 11. Yuan Bao hastily distanced himself from the implication, swearing, "No, I absolutely do not have feelings for Zhang Xining." A sweet smile crept onto Su Mo's lips, her tone somewhat bashful. "Then whom do you fancy?" He managed to force a smile, but sorrow lingered in his eyes. Seeing Yuan Bao like this, Su Mo ultimately refrained from pressing further, a sense of disappointment gradually spreading within her. After spending several days, they finally finished harvesting all the snow fruits, totaling 78,000. Yuan Bao distributed these fruits evenly among the group. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed, and the 4 months of extreme cold had come to an end. The snow outside had melted, and the long mid-sun finally broke through the clouds, revealing itself, restoring the temperature to a normal winter level. Many adults and children donned thick cotton coats, walking outside, their faces radiating with joyful smiles. Zhang Xining's heart was heavy. After today, she would depart from this place she had inhabited for 4 months to journey to Zhanghai City. "Ning Ning, let's go for a walk," Su Mo eagerly urged, pulling Zhang Xining outside. As they walked along the street, they encountered Zhao Shuo and Huzi. Su Mo appeared to be in high spirits. "Zhao Shuo, Huzi, you're out too?" Zhao Shuo approached Zhang Xining directly. "Ning Ning, it's been a few days since we last met. Have you missed me?" Su Mo let out a laugh. "Zhao Shuo, if you miss Ning Ning, just say it outright." "What do you mean by it's been many days? Does Ning Ning miss you?" Zhao Shuo scratched his head. "Alright, don't miss Ning Ning. But what about your past sweethearts, like Xiao Tian Tian, Xiao Fei Fei, and Xiao Yin Yin? Won't they feel jealous?" "I advise you to refrain from causing trouble for Ning Ning," Su Mo teased. Upon hearing the mention of his past, Zhao Shuo's expression turned serious. "Ning Ning, although I was quite the scoundrel in the past, I have reformed. I will uphold my integrity and be far more dependable than someone who is merely a pretty face." Su Mo nodded vigorously in agreement and turned to Zhang Xining. "Ning Ning, consider Cao. That leader seems too aloof, even though he appears friendly. Who knows if he is truly peculiar behind closed doors?" Just then, a series of coughs interrupted them. Su Mo looked over to see Yuan Bao giving her frantic signals. Confused, she inquired, "Yuan Bao, what's wrong with your glasses? Such a lively scene. As for whether I'm peculiar, I believe Ning Ning knows me better than anyone." A gentle voice chimed in from behind, betraying no discernible emotion. Su Mo's heart sank. Not only had she spoken ill of him on his territory, But the person in question had also overheard her. She felt an overwhelming urge to vanish. After exchanging quick glances, she sees Zhao Shuo and hurriedly left the scene. Yuan Bao approached Huzi, chuckling at Su Mo's hasty retreat. Huzi, I have a few matters I need to discuss with you, he said, leading Huzi in another direction. Zhang Xining turned to Qinghuai and asked, have you been bullying Momo? I can't help but feel that she holds quite a grudge against you. Qinghuai raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, replying, I swear I have not bullied her. Oh, that's a relief, she responded. Zhang Xining strode towards the bustling crowd ahead, as people emerged from months of confinement to revel in the joy brought by the winter sun, celebrating the end of their bitter ordeal in the freezing cold. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the festive atmosphere, causing the jubilant crowd to erupt into chaos. It seemed to originate from the entrance. Should we investigate? However, Qinghuai interjected, suggesting it would be unwise to further complicate matters. With that, the family ceased their idle speculation and hurried home. Meanwhile, Zhang Xining and Qinghuai swiftly made their way towards the entrance. Ascending the staircase beside the gate, they reached the parapet, where a man clad in a brown leather jacket shouted at those atop the wall, proclaiming, You have two choices. Either allow us entry, or I shall detonate this place. Qinghuai narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the man before him, who stood approximately 6 feet tall. With unkempt hair tied back casually, a rugged, square-jawed visage marking his resolute demeanor. Behind him stood a dozen men draped in black, clearly indicating his role as their leader. Qinghuai gestured towards those atop the wall, and they unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the group below. Yet, a barrier stood resolutely before them, with bullets ricocheting harmlessly off the earthen wall. Earth-based ability, Zhang Xining murmured, observing the scene. The Night 11 group, led by Luo Chun, is comprised of 11 extraordinary individuals. But why have they targeted this location? Qinghuai explained, his expression one of confusion. Side quest initiated. Subjugate the Night 11 group to serve you. Reward, 100 points. 1 vial of disguise potion. Disguise potion? What is that? Can be used to alter one's appearance in a critical moment. A rare opportunity. Host. Be sure to complete the task. Zhang Xining delved into her memories of the Night 11 group from her past life, with the long-forgotten figure of Chu Hanqing occupying a significant portion of her thoughts. She diligently sought to recall details about the Night 11 group. Suddenly, a spark ignited within her mind. In her previous existence, Chu Hanqing had mentioned that the Night 11 group ultimately joined the Divine Machine Army in the capital, which held considerable prestige. Their leader was a man of resolute integrity, unafraid of authority, treating all, whether commoners or high-ranking officials, equally when they were caught in wrongdoing by the Divine Machine Army. Following their integration into the Divine Machine Army, the Night 11 group had achieved remarkable success in their missions, and Luo Chun, the leader of the Divine Machine Army, shared a brotherly bond with them. Based on her past experiences, the Night 11 group should be en route to the capital at this moment. Why, then, had they come to the Qingling gang, displaying such an overbearing demeanor? If she could indeed win over the Night 11 group, it would greatly benefit her future endeavors. However, the challenge of doing so proved to be quite daunting for Zhang Xining. Qinghuai stood atop the wall calling out to those outside. It is not impossible for you to enter, but you must provide me with a valid reason. Luo Chun brushed back his long hair and gazed at the figures above with a hint of disdain, retorting, You should consider yourself fortunate that we have any interest in this place. As for a reason, there is none. Chapter 106. Ascending to leadership, Qinghuai's piercing gaze swept over each individual below, exuding a calm, yet cautious demeanor. He succinctly stated, I regret to inform you that your request cannot be accommodated. Luo Chun, infuriated, exclaimed, Our entry would bring you nothing but benefits. Given your blatant disregard for this opportunity, we must apologize. He then commanded, Luo, attack. At his signal, a man clad in a black hoodie and cap stepped forward, launching a barrage of wind blades toward the individuals on the wall. In an instant, Qinghuai spun around, shielding Zhang Xining from the incoming wind blades, while others were not so fortunate, suffering direct hits. Yuan Bao drew his pistol, initiating an offensive against those below, and a fierce battle erupted between the two factions. Zhang Xining observed meticulously as the elemental forces of wind, ice, fire, earth, water, and light converged, with the exception of the rare lightning element. All present and at levels exceeding 3. Such a formidable team undeniably possessed the qualifications to be imperious in the apocalyptic world. However, Qinghua and Yuan Bao were no mere novices. They immediately launched a counterattack. After half an hour, neither side gained an advantage. Luo Qin's gaze darkened with seriousness as he fixated on Qinghua atop the wall, surprised to discover someone capable of countering his moves. In the next moment, a sphere of fire manifested in his palm, hurtling directly towards Qinghua's face. Zhang Xining's eyes flickered, realizing it was a rare dual-element ability. Qinghua's gaze grew serious as he conjured an even larger fireball to meet the incoming attack, and the two fireballs collided mid-air, scattering countless sparks. Luo Chan was clearly taken aback, while the young man in black standing beside him swiftly unleashed a blade of wind aimed at Qinghua's face. Zhang Xining swiftly stepped forward, unleashing a blade of wind directed at the young man clad in black. The two blades clashed in midair, with Zhang Xining's nearly 4th-tier wind blade evidently superior. To his astonishment, Luo Chan regarded Zhang Xining with admiration, noting the remarkable strength of her extraordinary abilities. Zhang Xining seized the moment, calling out to the crowd below, "I, a woman, challenge the strongest among you to a duel. If you prevail, the Qingling gang shall welcome you with open arms. However, should you fall short, you shall heed my commands." Her voice was light and imbued with a playful cunning. Upon hearing this, Luo Chan erupted in laughter. "Did you hear that? A woman dares to challenge me? If I emerge victorious, will you not accuse me of bullying a lady?" Zhang Xining smirked cunningly. "As long as you dare, no one will dare to speak." With a slight lift of her eyes, she turned to Qinghua and inquired, "Leader, what do you think of my proposal?" Zhang Xining's voice was soft and tender, imbued with a hint of playful charm. This was the first time Qinghua had witnessed such a side of her, causing a subtle tremor within his heart. With a gentle yet indulgent tone, he remarked, "Have fun. If you can't keep up, I shall assist you in tidying up afterward." Zhang Xining offered a faint smile as she retrieved a grappling hook from her dimensional space. With a swift motion, she cast the rope and, donning gloves, began her descent towards the base of the city wall. After extensive training, she felt it was the perfect opportunity to showcase her skills. Even if she were to be bested in a one-on-one duel against members of the Nightshade 11, it would not be a source of shame for her. Yet, her true aim was not to be defeated, but rather to elicit a willingness from her adversaries to assist her. This girl possesses quite the audacity, coming down here alone without fear of our ulterior motives. Given that we both wield wind-based abilities, it would be more fitting for IE to face her in combat. My dual abilities, even if victorious, would seem unfair. Zhang Xining, with a delicate gesture of her hand, declared to Luo Chen, "I challenge you to a duel." Upon hearing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but chuckle, taking a moment to scrutinize the slender figure before him, her deep yet resolute gaze captivating. "Very well. I assure you I shall hold nothing back," Luo Chen replied, immediately unleashing his fire-based abilities in an assault against Zhang Xining. Zhang Xining's lips curled into a subtle smile as her figure darted like lightning, swiftly maneuvering through the space. She conjured a dagger from thin air, intending to launch a surprise attack on Luo Chen before he could react. Suddenly, a stone wall materialized before her, causing her brows to furrow slightly. In the next moment, a sweeping kick aimed at her head came hurtling towards her. Zhang Xining swiftly bent down to evade, quickly distancing herself from Luo Chen, who raised an eyebrow, a flicker of astonishment gleaming in his eyes. Zhang Xining once again condensed the air into a sharp blade of wind and directed it towards Luo Chen, who effortlessly countered with his earth-based abilities, a smirk of indifference gracing his lips. "Is this all you have to offer?" Before he could finish his taunt, a wave of numbness surged through his body, compelling him to collapse onto the ground. Disbelief etched across his face as he beheld the frail woman advancing towards him. Indeed, during their confrontation, Zhang Xining had finally awakened her latent dual abilities from her past life. Although merely a level 1 lightning ability, it was precisely sufficient to challenge Luo Chun, a commendable feat. How can you possess dual abilities as well? And the most formidable lightning type at that? Shock flooded Luo Chen's eyes, and it took him a full 10 minutes on the ground to regain his composure. Zhang Xining wore a smile that was both enigmatic and playful. What is the matter? Are you not also a wielder of dual abilities? The defeated woman retorted. What are you saying? Luo Yi approached, helping Luo Chun to his feet. Brother, how are you? Zhang Xining then turned her gaze towards the man clad in a black hoodie, his face mostly obscured by a matching cap. He appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old. What captivated her most was his pair of tranquil, water-like eyes. These eyes evoked memories of a character she adored on television, prompting her to steal a few more glances. Suddenly, she felt a tightening around her waist and a magnetic, gentle voice whispered in her ear. So, Ning Ning prefers this type? The tone was subtle, devoid of discernible emotion, yet the hand encircling her waist tightened momentarily, causing Zhang Xining to furrow her brow slightly. She murmured, "It hurts." Only then did Qinghua release her, turning to Luo Chun and stating, "The leader of the Night 11 group should not be a man of empty words." Luo Chun, rising with the assistance of Luo Yi, dusted himself off and glanced at Zhang Xining, ultimately fixing his gaze on Qinghua. Indeed, from this day forth, this young lady shall be the leader of our Night 11 group. Elder brother Luo Yi was taken aback, casting a disapproving look at Zhang Xining. Zhang Xining's lips curled into a teasing arc as she raised an eyebrow and asked, "What? Are you unconvinced? Shall we engage in another duel?" As she spoke, a slender thread of electricity, no thicker than a thumb, flickered in her hand, a clear provocation. Luo Yi's face flushed crimson, yet he was compelled to suppress the discontent brewing within him. Zhang Xining approached Luo Yi, fixing her gaze upon him intently. "See, I relish the fact that you cannot stand me, yet are unable to rid yourself of my presence." However, this man bore a striking resemblance to an actor she admired, though his temperament was regrettably unpleasant. Suddenly, the voice of the newly appointed leader, Sister Qi, echoed through the air, causing Zhang Xining to pause in surprise. Had she truly ascended to the position of a leader? As she beheld the row of men clad in black, a growing sense of trepidation enveloped her. She stepped forward toward the man with softly curled red hair. "Why do I feel that you bear an uncanny resemblance to a certain superstar?" Chapter 107. Qinghuai's Jealousy. Zhang Xining approached a handsome young man with brown short hair, scrutinizing him closely. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "Aren't you the second male lead from a certain television show? The one who took his own life due to unrequited love?" Her gaze then fell upon a tall man adorned with a silver mask, and she reached out to remove it. The man stepped back, pleading, "Please, do not take it off." Luo Chun quickly interjected to clarify, "How had an accident on set. He has some injuries on his face. Please understand." On set, Zhang Xining pondered for a moment before realization dawned upon her. "So, you are all celebrities? No wonder you look this way." Mom. "There are no celebrities now, only the Night 11 group. When the flood struck, we were in the midst of filming, with over 1,000 individuals from several crews. We are the only ones left. If we hadn't awakened our abilities in time, we might have. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and earning 100 points. You currently have 950 points available. Removing Luo Yi's hat will grant you an additional 200 points. Keep it up, host. From now on, you will reside here peacefully, joining everyone in safeguarding this place," Zhang Xining declared. The others, except for Luo Yi, responded in unison, "Yes, ma'am." Zhang Xining brushed her forehead lightly and remarked, "Well, I may not necessarily be older than you. You may address me as Zhang Xining or Ning Ning." She cast a glance at Luo Yi, whose expression was devoid of any emotion, her gaze flickering slightly as she positioned herself directly in front of him. "Could you please remove your hat?" Luo Yi coldly regarded Zhang Xining and curtly responded with a single word, "No." "What if I insist on seeing?" Zhang Xining pressed on, while summoning a blade of wind within her palm. Luo Yi instantly retreated a few steps, raising his hands defensively. Suddenly, a warm hand seized Zhang Xining's wrist. causing the blade of wind in her palm to dissipate in an instant. Turning her head, she met Qing Huai's enigmatic gaze, which stirred a flicker of anxiety within her heart. In the next moment, her surroundings blurred, and the entire world seemed to invert as Qing Huai hoisted her onto his back, as if she were a mere sack, making his way toward the open door of the Yuanbao, entering the Qingling gang. The members of the 11th unit of the night watched with a mix of expressions as their leader was carried away. Luo Chan was the first to regain his composure and followed their steps into the Qingling gang. Zhang Xining swallowed hard, an inexplicable wave of anxiety washing over her. What is wrong? Qing Huai suddenly leaned closer, step by step cornering her against the wall. His hands pressed firmly against the wall, enveloping her entirely. They stood in such proximity that upon lifting her gaze, she found herself captivated by the magnified features of his handsome face, their breaths intertwining in the space between them. Qing Huai's expression was dark, a tumult of complex emotions swirling in his eyes. Zhang Xining sensed an ominous premonition and instinctively sought to retreat. However, to her astonishment, icy lips pressed fervently against her own, delivering a relentless and passionate kiss imbued with a hint of retribution. After what felt like an eternity, just as Zhang Xining was on the verge of losing her breath, Qing Huai gradually released her, encircling her waist with his arms and burying his head amidst her hair. Ning Ning, would you refrain from showing interest in other men? Am I not as good as they are? His words carried a subtle undertone of desperation. Zhang Xining's heart trembled violently, and she instinctively clarified, I am not interested in him. It's just what? Should I say it is a system task? Zhang Xining finally comprehended why such a seemingly simple task warranted a reward of 200 points. It was due to the ever-present presence of a jealous rival. Although there was no formal relationship between them, she did not harbor any disdain for Qing Huai. At present, she was still burdened by unresolved grievances, apprehensive about being unable to promise him a future, which led to her procrastination. But what? Qing Huai released Zhang Xining, gazing down at her with lowered brows, his voice elongated and imbued with a gentle slowness. Zhang Xining finally comprehended the reason behind her gradual surrender to this insidious tenderness. Her cheeks flushed as she declared, in any case, I am not enamored with him, I swear. Well, I believe in you, Ning Ning. Today, I feel immensely joyful, Qing Huai interjected, enveloping Zhang Xining in his embrace. To his delight, she did not resist him this time, and the sensation of possessing such a treasure filled his heart with exhilaration. By the time she departed from Qing Huai's abode, it was already afternoon. Strolling alone along the desolate path, an unexpected figure darted past her. Zhang Xining's gaze sharpened. Luo Yi? She hastily pursued him into an alley, only to find herself alone, having run quite swiftly. Zhang Xining murmured softly, continuing deeper into the alley. Suddenly, a figure emerged at the very center of the opposite alleyway, their gaze flickering with a barely perceptible chill. Are you following me? Zhang Xining's eyes sparkled with a smile, betraying no hint of guilt from being caught. Which of your eyes observed me following you? With a subtle concentration of wind blades forming in her palm, she seized the moment when Luo Yi was distracted to launch an attack on his hat. However, to her surprise, Luo Yi reacted with remarkable swiftness, deftly evading her strike. His gaze growing even colder, Zhang Xining appeared beside Luo Yi in a flash, swiftly reaching out to snatch away his hat. His long bangs cascaded down his forehead, revealing a handsome and refined visage. Zhang Xining exclaimed, Are you not the protagonist from some tomb-raiding film? Simultaneously, a notification from the system echoed, Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have earned 200 points, with a total of 1,150 points available for use. Zhang Xining touched her nose, feeling that she had perhaps gone a tad too far. However, the thought of those precious points made her dismiss her earlier misgivings. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was already 8 p.m., and the night had enveloped the world in darkness. Donning her coat, she rapped on the door of the 11th group of the night. The door swung open to reveal the handsome brown-haired Luo Hao, who, upon seeing Zhang Xining, momentarily looked taken aback. Regaining his composure, he warmly inquired, Is there something you need, Ning Ning? Is Luo Chen inside? The boss is inside. Zhang Xining entered the room, which had been transformed from a small warehouse into a spacious dormitory. The sudden appearance of Zhang Xining took everyone by surprise, causing them to pause their tasks and greet her. All except Luo Yi, who seemed oblivious to her presence and continued with his work. Unperturbed by his indifference, Zhang Xining made her way directly to Luo Chen. I have faith in your integrity and am unequivocally confident in your abilities. With the bitter cold behind us, many insignificant beings, including stray animals and even zombies, will emerge. My request is straightforward. I need you to safeguard those within, particularly a girl named Su Mo and a boy named Mu Qian. The reputation of the Night 11 team was commendable in the past life, and anyone who earned their approval would be met with unwavering loyalty. Zhang Xining got straight to the point. Luo Chen rose from his seat, a puzzled expression on his face as he inquired, "Are you planning to leave?" Chapter 108. Zhang Xining goes to Shanghai City. Zhang Xining nodded. Indeed. I shall depart by tomorrow morning at the latest. I have my own matters to attend to. I trust your character. Thus I entrust the safety of this place to you. Shall I send 2 individuals to accompany you? Zhang Xining pondered for a moment, recognizing that her journey to Shanghai City was fraught with peril. It was precisely this danger that compelled them to accompany her. Since you are our leader, it is our duty to protect you, Luo Chen asserted with unwavering determination. Zhang Xining chuckled softly, remarking that those recognized by the Night 11 group are deemed fortunate. Can I say that I feel lucky now? After a brief discussion, Zhang Xining knocked on Qinghuai's door once more. You've come. Qinghuai opened the door, gesturing for her to enter. The flickering flames of the fireplace alleviated much of the chill that clung to her. Zhang Xining removed the jade pendant from her neck and handed it to Qinghuai. Here, this is for you. Qinghuai gazed intently at the jade in her hand, an enigmatic light flickering in her eyes as she clasped Zhang Xining's hand that held the jade. This jade was left to me by my grandmother. It is my most treasured possession. By entrusting you with my most cherished item, I am, in essence, entrusting you with myself. Ning Ning, please do not return it to me. Zhang Xining hesitated for a moment, but Qinghuai's eyes revealed a glimmer of determination. Regardless of life or death, this piece of jade will accompany you, and so shall I. This simple declaration caused Zhang Xining's eyes to gradually well with tears. From her childhood, she had envisioned a companion by her side, and in this lifetime, did the heavens finally show her mercy and allow her to encounter such a person? Alas, Zhang Xining bore too many burdens in this life. She could not abandon her purpose for rebirth to be with Qinghuai without reservations. Qinghuai gently caressed her eyes with his fingertips, his voice as soothing as a ray of sunshine on a winter's day. Ning Ning, do not cry, he said, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips, enchanting and irresistible as he gazed at Zhang Xining in silence. After a long pause, Zhang Xining lifted her gaze, meeting those gentle and indulgent eyes. With a hopeful expression, she looked earnestly at Qinghuai, and a soft, delicate voice emerged. Zhang Xining's pupils widened slightly. Did he agree so swiftly? According to conventional logic, shouldn't he have pressed for further details and offered a series of admonitions before suggesting to accompany her? Why, then, does he consent so decisively? Could it be that she does not matter to him at all? It must be said that the conflicting emotions of a girl are vividly manifested in Zhang Xining. On one hand, she fears his probing questions, yet when he readily acquiesces, she begins to question her own existence. Zhang Xining lifted her gaze once more, casting a profound look at Qinghuai as if to etch his finely sculpted visage into her memory. With a gentle hum, she stepped outside. If I were to express my willingness to accompany you, would you acquiesce? Qinghuai's voice resonated from behind. As dawn's light began to break, Zhang Xining emerged from the villa, clad in attire that was both conducive to movement and warmth. Outside, Yuan Bao, Luo Chen, Luo Yi, and the masked man awaited her arrival. Upon seeing Zhang Xining, Yuan Bao presented her with a set of keys to a modified off-road vehicle, renowned for its exceptional performance and defensive capabilities. Luo Chen stepped forward and remarked, Ning Ning, Luo Yi and the masked man will accompany you. I have conveyed all necessary instructions. Zhang Xining raised an eyebrow, remarking that Luo Yi seemed to harbor significant discontent towards her. Luo Chen approached and whispered to Zhang Xining, suggesting that since Luo Yi held such a strong opinion, she should seize this opportunity to win him over. Win over? As long as he doesn't cause me any trouble, she replied, taking her seat in the driver's cabin. The masked man opened the passenger door, and Zhang Xining cast a glance, noting he is in the passenger seat. This he naturally referred to Luo Yi. The masked man relinquished his grip on the door handle, concealing his expression beneath the mask, and promptly settled into the back seat. Reluctantly, Luo Yi occupied the passenger seat, and thus, the group departed from the Qingling gang, heading towards Jianghai City. Meanwhile, Su Mo awoke and descended to the first floor, where the Zhuang's voice echoed. "Miss Su, there's a letter for you on the dining table." Puzzled, Su Mo wondered who would write to her. Approaching the table, she spotted familiar handwriting on the envelope. A wave of foreboding washing over her. She swiftly tore open the envelope. Lines of elegant script greeted her, and it took her a full 10 minutes to read through every word, still struggling to believe what she had read. Clutching the letter, she dashed upstairs and flung open Zhang Xining's door. The bed was impeccably made, and upon inspecting the wardrobe, she found only a few frequently worn clothes, while the rest remained neatly hung. Overcome with disbelief, she sank onto the edge of the bed, exclaiming, "Zhang Xining, you are nothing but a deceiver. You promised never to leave quietly again. You are a liar." Unable to contain her sorrow any longer, she wept. The duration of her tears unknown, before rising with the letter in hand and rushing outside. She banged fervently on Qinghuai's door, calling, "Qinghuai, come out, Qinghuai." Yuan Bao opened the door from within, momentarily taken aback by Su Mo's tear-streaked face. Seizing the chance, Su Mo rushed inside, searching for Qinghuai, but finding nothing. "Yuan Bao, where is Qinghuai?" "Ning Ning has left. She abandoned me." "Do you know where she's gone?" Su Mo anxiously tugged at Yuan Bao's sleeve. Abruptly releasing his sleeve, she bit her lip tightly and demanded, "You know how dangerous it is outside. You understand better than I do. Can anything be more important than a life? Why didn't you stop her? If anything happens to Ning Ning, I shall never forgive you." Su Mo recognized that her anger towards Yuan Bao was misplaced, yet her heart felt like a raging inferno. She feared that if she did not vent her emotions, she would crumble under the weight of them. Just as she prepared to leave, her arm was seized, and Yuan Bao's resigned voice broke through, "Rest assured, she will be safe. Someone is protecting her." Su Mo's large, dark eyes glimmered with clarity, reminiscent of two tranquil pools in autumn. Yuan Bao rubbed his temples and calmly uttered 3 words, "Jianghai City." Chapter 109. An encounter with the undead Yuan Bao's voice resonated once more, before she left. "The little girl was most concerned about you. You are aware of the situation in Jianghai City. It is perilous, with all sorts mingling within. It may pose an additional burden for her if you go." Su Mo desperately wished to refute this, yet Yuan Bao's words rang true. Su Mo reached out to take the book, clutching it tightly in her hands. "Ning Ning, I promise I won't let you down." Yuan Bao, noticing the shift in Su Mo's gaze, finally felt a sense of relief. Although the Minister of Agriculture and that book did not align with Zhang Xining's intentions, he was willing to confront any potential consequences as long as he could keep Su Mo by his side. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuo received a letter from Zhang Xining and, after reading it, carefully folded the paper and placed it in a seemingly exquisite small box. Hu Zi teased him. "You treasure a mere letter so much. Is it a love letter from some young girl?" Zhao Shuo smiled slightly. His mood evidently brightened. "This is far more precious than a love letter." With that, he disregarded Hu Zi and stepped outside to find Yuan Bao. "I fear that certain matters require a vehicle to leave," Zhao Shuo stated straightforwardly. Yuan Bao, who was directing everyone in the land expansion, immediately rejected him. "No. While our Qingling gang does not restrict people from leaving, your mission remains incomplete. Once that building and the other are finished, and you have contributed to our Qingling gang, I will naturally not hinder your departure." Yuan Bao felt grateful for Qinghuai's foresight. If Zhao Shuo wished to leave the Qingling gang, one could easily find a reason to delay him for 10 days or half a month. By then, he would not be stopped when he sought to depart. After all, by that time, Zhang Xining would have arrived in Jianghai City, which, with its population of several million, would make finding someone akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Qing Huai's meticulous plans were commendable, yet he underestimated Zhang Xining's influence over Zhao Shua. For several consecutive days, Zhao Shua expended his abilities, eager to set off in search of Zhang Xining. Even Hu Zi could not bear to watch. "Are you not concerned for your life at this rate?" Zhao Shua, with a pale face, replied with a smile. "Qing Huai is deliberately stalling me, preventing me from seeking Ning Ning. How could I allow him to defeat me?" Hu Zi regarded Zhao Shua with a complex gaze. "Is Zhang Xining truly that important to you, even if she does not harbor feelings for you?" Having experienced similar situations, he could discern that Qing Huai was quite different in relation to Zhang Xining, and she did not seem averse to him either. It was only a matter of time before they were together. Yet Zhao Shua, taking a deep breath and smiling, Zhao Shua responded, "Ning Ning is genuinely unique. She may not be the most beautiful or possess the best character I have encountered, but she is the most special one who stirs my heart. Sometimes, liking someone is simply that, regardless of her appearance or flaws, I just like her. This affection comes from the depths of my heart." Ultimately, Hu Zi said nothing more, merely patting Zhao Shua on the shoulder with a deep sigh. "Using your abilities to the limit every day is harmful to your health. Brother, take care of yourself." Zhang Xining's journey did not unfold smoothly. Approximately 2 hours later, the off-road vehicle returned to Ling Quan village. Compared to the village previously blanketed in snow, it now appeared even more desolate and forlorn, with only remnants of crumbling earthen walls, abandoned courtyards, and neglected kiln caves remaining. Zhang Xining cautiously navigated the vehicle, steering clear of the refuse littering the narrow lane. Suddenly, a swift shadow darted from behind a dirt wall, soon followed by more figures. "Move quickly," a figure in a mask commanded, their gaze icy as they regarded the mutated zombies that had emerged. Drawing a firearm, they aimed and executed a headshot on the foremost zombie. The gunfire seemed to awaken all the undead, who surged forward like famished beasts, their eyes gleaming with insatiable hunger and desire. Faced with the throng of encroaching zombies, Zhang Xining disregarded the debris and accelerated the car ahead. Abruptly, the vehicle jolted violently as a zombie leapt onto the roof. Without a moment to ponder how it had reached such a height, Zhang pressed the accelerator to the floor and surged forward. The pursuing zombies, starved for months, would not relent easily upon encountering potential prey. They relentlessly chased after the vehicle, while the masked figure methodically shot them down, yet the numbers were overwhelming. Suddenly, a decayed, fluid-dripping hand pressed against the windshield, startling Zhang. Instinctively, the car veered to the right in an attempt to dislodge the creature from the roof. Yet the zombie remained unfazed, and soon another hand joined the first, obscuring Zhang's view. It was imperative to rid themselves of this menace. Zhang Xining gripped the steering wheel with unwavering focus. The masked figure, while shooting at the zombies behind, called out. Luo Yi swiftly opened the sunroof, but the body of a zombie obstructed most of the opening, and a wave of decay and an unusual odor permeated the cabin. Luo Yi drew an exceptionally sharp dagger from his waist and plunged it fiercely into the zombie. Dark brown liquid oozing down the blade and into the vehicle. Luo Yi disposed of the zombie. Aim for the head. A few drops of the viscous liquid splattered onto Zhang Xining's clothing, the familiar stench of decay flooding her nostrils once more. The zombies behind had been shaken off, and the one on the roof plummeted down. Just as they believed the danger had passed, the masked figure perceptively noticed that the vehicle had strayed from its intended course. Zhang Xining, stop the car, he shouted. It was then that Luo Yi realized they were perilously close to a cliff, while Zhang Xining appeared blissfully unaware. Luo Yi yelled at her, his hands seizing the steering wheel from hers. Ultimately, the off-road vehicle came to a halt, mere inches from the precipice. Zhang Xining let out a deep sigh of relief, her hands resting upon the steering wheel, her head bowed as she gasped for breath. Chapter 110, An Unusual Physical Condition. This marked the second occasion since her rebirth that Zhang Xining sensed something amiss. The first instance occurred within the confines of the building when she encountered the little girl zombie, at which point she presumed that the child was a psychic-type zombie. which had caused her to feel disoriented. "Are you all right?" came the low, resonant voice of the masked man. Zhang Xining wiped away the beads of cold sweat from his forehead, exclaiming, "I'm fine." It was then that Luo Yi recognized the unusual expression on Zhang Xining's face. Looking awkwardly out the window, he remarked, "If you're feeling unwell, you shouldn't drive. There's no need to put on a brave front." Zhang Xining wore a playful smile as she turned her head to glance at Luo Yi. "Are you concerned about me?" she teased. Luo Yi's handsome face flushed slightly as he muttered, "Who is concerned about you? I am merely contemplating my own survival." "Oh, the big star is shy?" she continued with a hint of mischief. "I always presumed that those in the entertainment industry were seasoned veterans, yet I find you to be a genuine innocent." Zhang Xining appeared to have forgotten the recent peril and began to jest with Luo Yi. "We should be on our way now. Let us not forget the cold voices of the zombies trailing behind us." Unconsciously, she furrowed her brow. After igniting the engine in reverse, the vehicle finally sped onto the roadway, heading towards Jianghai City. The journey was eerily quiet. Zhang Xining wished to engage Luo Yi in conversation, yet he remained unresponsive. The masked figure behind them, though obscured, was evidently not one to indulge in idle chatter either. She sighed inwardly, wondering how Luo Chun had managed to find two such taciturn companions for the journey. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in her mind once more. "New mission initiated. Rescue Doctor Xiang Jingxian. This mission offers no-point rewards." Zhang Xining furrowed her brows, conversing with the system while driving. Is this system so impoverished that it lacks even rewards? On what grounds does it presume I will accomplish the task? Hint: Xiang Jingxian is the esteemed protégé of Dr. Frankenstein. If the host seeks to understand the reasons behind her physical condition, Xiang Jingxian is a pivotal figure. Zhang Xining abruptly slammed the brakes, questioning the system. Is there truly something wrong with my body? "Apologies, the system is unable to provide an answer," came the response. "You wretched woman, can you even drive?" Luo Yi exclaimed, clutching a sizable bump on his forehead as he shouted at Zhang Xining. "Wretched woman? You should drive," he said, somewhat bewildered, when a masked figure behind him had already exited the vehicle and effortlessly settled into the driver's seat. The cold, indifferent tone of the newcomer conveyed no hint of emotion. Zhang Xining settled into the back seat, acutely aware of her physical condition. The prospect of driving again was too daunting, for she could not risk endangering others as she had earlier that day. As dusk descended, the outline of a distant city emerged on the horizon, accompanied once more by the voice of the system. There exists a concealed laboratory in the city, where several individuals are trapped, including Xiang Jingxian. Instead of heading towards the city, the vehicle veered off in search of an alternate route. The city? It was the very site of her final resting place in her previous life. Truly, the insidious system had a knack for revealing one's vulnerabilities. Zhang Xining let out a bitter smile and casually inquired, "The city lies ahead. Why do we not venture in?" Zhang Xining gazed at the distant city that felt profoundly familiar. Modu was a city devoid of life, a veritable ghost town. Before the apocalypse, it had been sparsely populated, and in such desolation, the presence of zombies was naturally minimal. Moreover, who could ensure that one would not encounter mutated creatures in the wilderness? The fingers gripping the steering wheel of the masked figure tightened slightly, their voice chilling enough to freeze the air. "Do you wish to enter?" Zhang Xining disregarded his frigid tone and replied resolutely, "Of course." The vehicle promptly veered towards the direction of the Magic City. Upon entering, Luo Yi soon comprehended why Zhang Xining referred to this place as a desolate city. It was comprised entirely of low-rise villas and unfinished buildings, indicative of a city still in the throes of construction. Gazing upon the city, where she had once resided for half a year, Zhang Xining was overwhelmed by an indescribable sensation. Suddenly, a series of alarm signals erupted from the system. "Xiang Jingxian is in danger. Host must expedite rescue. I wish to assist, yet the route eludes me." The host is aware of the route. "Mask at the upcoming intersection, turn right, then left at the end. Speed is of the essence." "You wretched woman, have you been here before? Why you seem so familiar with this place?" Luo Yi inquired, surveying the desolate cityscape. Within 10 minutes, the vehicle reached an unfinished structure resembling a hospital. Zhang Xining immediately alighted from the vehicle, retrieving an air gun as she proceeded forward. What does that wretched woman intend to do? Luo Yi, seated in the passenger's seat, observed Zhang Xining's silhouette and inquired with a hint of perplexity. Uncertain, Luo Yi glanced around, hesitated for a moment, locked the car, and followed them inside. As Zhang Xining stepped into the hall, several zombies approached from all directions. She swiftly retrieved an air bullet and shot one in the head. The zombie momentarily hesitated before lunging at her once more. With a sigh of impatience, she stowed the air bullet away and drew forth a dagger. With a deft twist, she plunged it directly into the zombie's skull, subsequently dispatching the remaining creatures with remarkable speed, discarding their crystalline cores. Fortune smiled upon her, as they were all the transparent cores she required, which she promptly absorbed. Upon entering, the masked one observed Zhang Xining, who had just broken through to the 4th level of wind-based abilities. The masked one instructed to split up and search for a doctor named Xiang Jingxian. Zhang Xining, having spoken, proceeded towards the direction etched in her memory. At that moment, the room bore no resemblance to a laboratory, were it not for Zhang Xining's familiarity from her previous life. She might have doubted whether she had taken a wrong turn. "Why do you still follow me?" she inquired, glancing back at the mask that adhered to her like a shadow, causing her to furrow her brow slightly. "The leader instructed me to ensure your safety," replied the mask in a voice devoid of any emotion, akin to that of an unfeeling automaton. Zhang Xining paid him no mind until she reached a corner, where she halted her steps, faintly perceiving some sounds. The noises emanated from the top floor, where the mask spoke. Zhang Xining cast a bewildered glance at him and swiftly made her way to the staircase, ascending to the 4th floor. As she drew nearer to her destination, the cacophony of shouts intensified. Inside a laboratory, a dozen individuals gazed in terror at the relentless pounding of zombies against the door. With each collision, dust cascaded from the walls, and the door displayed signs of yielding under the onslaught. Chapter 111. The Rescue of Xiang Jingxian. It was evident that it would not be long before the door succumbed entirely, and this group of defenseless researchers would become akin to the very monsters they feared, continuing to wreak havoc upon humanity. "I do not wish to perish. The director assured me that he would care for my family if I came here. Did he not promise it would be safe?" A man cowered in the corner, trembling, his body quaking in tandem with each strike against the door. Another man, his voice laced with despair, lamented, "The director guaranteed our safety outside, and that is why I came. But where is the rescue now?" Only one man, clad in a white lab coat and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, observed the zombies outside with an unsettling calm. A stockier man, noting Xiang Jingxuan's composure amidst the chaos, felt an immense irritation. "Xiang Jingxian, your indifference. Do you possess some secret?" Xiang Jingxian slightly turned his head to regard the man and shook his head, responding, "We are all mere mortals. What can I possibly do? Curse be it. Why am I not an ability user?" The man huddled in the corner quivered at this remark. Stammering, the director once mentioned that if we could find a super gene and extract the crystal core from a brain, ordinary individuals could become ability users too. The others were taken aback, as if hearing such a notion for the first time. "Is what you say true?" The man in the corner, gazing fearfully outside, nodded in affirmation. Xiang Jingxian smirked, a hint of derision in his expression. "To slay a powerful being in order to become an ability user? How are you any different from a bandit? Furthermore, do you truly believe you can contend with a super gene user?" The stocky man in the lab coat, brimming with indignation, retorted, "Do not heed Xiang Jingxian. In a world such as this, might makes right. Who wouldn't he desire to grow stronger? Who wouldn't he wish for their family to thrive?" The stocky man's proclamation elicited murmurs of agreement from the others. Suddenly, the man in the corner recalled something and shrank further back. "I once overheard the director speaking. He mentioned a woman possessing a 7-colored crystal core, the pinnacle of super gene users. Whoever can obtain her core will not only gain the most formidable abilities, but will also enhance their physical prowess." Upon hearing this, the group momentarily forgot their fear of the zombies outside, crowding around the man in the corner. "Who is this woman? What is her name? Do you know what she looks like?" The crowd clamored, their desire for the super gene user palpable. The man rummaged through his pocket, retrieving a nearly dead phone, and flipped to a blurry photograph taken surreptitiously during a meeting with the director. A girl with shoulder-length hair, possessing a delicate visage and a pair of remarkably expressive eyes, smiled at the camera. Zhang Xining cast a glance at the girl on his phone and shook his head at the others. This must be a fabrication. She's merely a blonde girl. Is she truly a superhuman? The only woman present gazed at the photograph with a hint of perplexity. A man in the corner trembled as he spoke. I am uncertain. Perhaps this is indeed a deception. With a resounding crash, the door finally succumbed to its burden and collapsed to the floor, causing those inside to retreat in panic. Zhang Xining, however, remained vigilant, grasping a metallic instrument from the table, poised to strike. Suddenly, a slightly overweight man shoved Zhang Xining forward and hastily dashed to the window, attempting to escape through it. Unfortunately, his size hindered him, and despite several attempts, he could not manage to crawl out. Zhang Xining, observing the approaching zombie, swung the metallic device forcefully against the creature's skull, delivering blow after blow. As Zhang Xining hurriedly arrived, she was met with a scene of utter chaos. The sole woman present noticed a zombie lunging towards her and, taking advantage of her petite stature, sought refuge behind a man. Seizing the moment, she pushed the man to the ground, and before he could comprehend the unfolding events, the zombie's gaping maw had already inflicted a grievous wound upon his body. Zhang Xining was uncertain of which figure was Zhang Xining, so she resolved to eliminate the zombies first. She conjured a blade of wind in her hand and launched a powerful strike aimed directly at the head of a zombie. Zhang Xining looked up and beheld a strikingly graceful young woman standing before them, continuously unleashing her extraordinary abilities to vanquish the undead. Her movements were remarkably agile, a stark contrast to her delicate features. Suddenly, he recalled the girl he had just held in his arms, her image merging with that of the one before him. The appearance of Zhang Xining provided a momentary respite for everyone. Within less than 10 minutes, the zombies were completely eradicated. The remaining few in white coats exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a realization of the situation, and their gazes towards Zhang Xining were filled with fervor. A corpulent man in a white coat approached, eager to ingratiate himself. Thank you. Who is Zhang Xining? Zhang Xining had no time for pleasantries and cut straight to the point. From the crowd, a man adorned in a blood-stained white coat, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and possessing striking features, stepped forward. Zhang Xining cast a glance at him, his disheveled hair clinging to his forehead and his handsome face sharp and defined. Even in this grim setting strewn with bodies, the man maintained a cheerful demeanor, his smile appearing gentle and innocuous. This reminded Zhang Xining of Qinghai, who also possessed a perpetual smile, exuding warmth and a sunny disposition regardless of the circumstances. Be careful, Zhang Xining interrupted Zhang Xining's reverie. The rotund man lunged at Zhang Xining with a knife aimed at her abdomen, only to be swiftly restrained by the masked figure behind him, who seized the blade and kicked him against the wall, knocking him unconscious. Observing the blood streaming from the masked figure's hand where he had gripped the knife, Zhang Xining feigned retrieving antiseptic and bandages from her backpack to tend to his wound. Why are you so foolish? How could you grasp the blade with your bare hand? Zhang Xining chided softly, although the masked figure usually maintained a cold demeanor towards her. He had saved her life at a critical moment. As their leader, she felt compelled to embody a sense of responsibility and care for those around her. If I hadn't caught the blade, he might have injured you, the masked figure uncharacteristically explained. Zhang Xining raised her eyes to meet his emotionless gaze, striving to dispel the thoughts of Qinghai that intruded upon her mind. You need to deal with them. The masked figure's cold eyes bore into the group. He indicated towards Zhang Xining, stating, this man cannot be spared. Please, don't kill us. We're just ordinary people. One man immediately fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Zhang Xining narrowed her eyes, a chilling coldness rising from the depths of her gaze. She had witnessed the woman pushing others aside to shield herself with crystal clarity. Chapter 112. The spider knows the super gene. The portly man, cornered and battered, finally regained consciousness, with the masked figure's foot pressing down upon him. Why would you kill someone you do not even know? I have no idea. The man grasped the leg of the masked figure with both hands, attempting to alleviate the immense weight pressing upon his chest. The masked figure's eyes hardened, increasing the pressure on the man's heart until it felt as if his very insides were about to rupture. I truly do not know. With his last ounce of strength, the man vehemently denied any wrongdoing. The coldness in the masked figure's eyes intensified as he produced a small knife from seemingly nowhere, plunging it into the center of the man's palm. The man howled in agony as the masked figure twisted the blade, his tone laced with malice. "Speak. Why did you kill?" Unable to endure the torment any longer, the portly man finally cried out, because she is a carrier of the super gene. At these words, Zhang Xining's expression shifted dramatically. In her previous life, only the Great Spider and later Chu Hanqing were aware of her status as a super gene bearer. How could it be that in this life, others had come to know as well? Zhang Xining cast a cold glance towards Jing Xian, taking 2 steps back. She pointed a finger at another frail man, stating, "It was he who said it. He claimed you were a super genetic being, and he possesses your photographs on his phone. However, I had no intention of causing you harm. They seek to end your life, and I wish to intervene. But now it appears I'm spared the effort." Zhang Xining turned to face the crowd. The frail man remarked, "The fool is merely foolish. With such potent genetic carriers among us, the one who strikes first shall meet their demise. Now we have all been exposed." The hefty man sprawled on the ground lamented, "This truly hurts. Had I known, I would not have used my hands. Now, without the colorful crystal core, my life hangs by a thread." A woman scoffed, "You are all a bunch of imbeciles, incapable of achieving anything. Revealing yourselves so early. I hope I am not implicated. I still have a chance." Observing the scene with cold detachment, Zhang Xining stated calmly, "Eliminate them all." Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, those individuals were silenced with a swift cut to their throats. When it was Xiang Jingshuan's turn, he hurriedly waved his hands, exclaiming, "I harbor no ill will towards you, nor did I intend to divulge this matter." Zhang Xining glanced at the mask, recognizing its potential utility. Zhang Xining resolutely positioned herself in front of Xiang Jingxian, determined to shield him from the masked figure intent on his demise. After uttering her words, she grasped Xiang Jingxian's sleeve, leading him towards the exit. Much to his astonishment, the foul woman Luo Yi, who had arrived on the scene, stood in bewilderment, his expression a mix of disbelief and confusion. Though the zombies had been eradicated, some corpses bore fatal knife wounds to their necks. Could it be that they are here to commit murder? Yet, why go to such lengths for this pretty boy? A cacophony of thoughts echoed in Zhang Xining's ears, which she endeavored to silence as she approached the SUV parked outside. The masked individual observed Zhang Xining's firm grip on Xiang Jingshuan's sleeve, his brows furrowing slightly as he followed in their wake. As they stepped outside, darkness enveloped the sky. Luo Yi proposed, "Traveling at night poses risks. Let us rest here for the night and set off at dawn." Zhang Xining remained silent, contemplating how to inquire about the peculiarities concerning her own body. The masked figure halted the vehicle in front of a seemingly well-preserved, exquisitely decorated house. It appeared to be the only intact structure in the vicinity. After disembarking, Zhang Xining stowed the off-road vehicle into her spatial storage. With a smile in his eyes, Xiang Jingxian remarked, "It seems the super genes are indeed formidable." Upon hearing this, a dangerous glint flickered in the depths of the masked figure's eyes, directed at Xiang Jingxian. Unperturbed, Xiang Jingxian continued to speak with a subtle smirk, seemingly addressing the masked figure. Why the haste when a master has yet to speak? Zhang Xining cast a glance at the mask and raised her gaze towards Jingxian, inquiring, "How many people are aware of this matter?" If everyone knows she possesses super genes, her situation could become exceedingly perilous. She must take precautions. Jingxian stepped further inside, responding, "We are part of the Zhanghai Research Institute. Aside from the director and senior officials, very few are privy to this information. Those who do know have merely eavesdropped. Rest assured, my lips are sealed. I shall not divulge a single word that ought not to be spoken." Zhang Xining gazed at Xiang Jingshuan's silhouette and inquired, "What is the name of your dean?" "Big Spider." Zhang Xining stood frozen in place, contemplating the Great Spider. She was aware of her identity as one with extraordinary genes, yet in this lifetime, their paths had scarcely crossed. How could the great spider possibly know her? Could it be true, as she had surmised, that the great spider possessed memories from a previous life, much like Xining? At this moment, Zhang Xining felt a tumult of emotions. Everything had spiraled beyond her control. She sensed that her journey to Jianghai City would not unfold smoothly. Yet, even if it meant sacrificing her life, was her rebirth not for the purpose of vengeance? She hastened to catch up with Xiang Jingxian, persistently inquiring, "Is there a strikingly beautiful woman with large eyes accompanying the great spider?" Xiang Jingxian halted, seemingly deep in thought. After a brief pause, he replied, "Not only is there a beautiful woman by his side, but also a remarkably handsome man." A man? For reasons unbeknownst to her, upon hearing about the handsome man, Zhang Xining instinctively thought of Chu Hanqing. Her heart whispered that Chu Hanqing was already gone. Qinghuai would not deceive her, would he? In that instant, she felt as if she were ensnared in a vortex, uncertain of whom to trust. "What troubles you?" Sensing Zhang Xining's distraction, Xiang Jingxian turned, his captivating peach blossom eyes fixed upon her. "Oh, it's nothing," Zhang Xining replied, striving to appear composed as she walked toward the interior of the house. Luo Yi and the masked figure lingered behind, observing Zhang Xining with a look of disdain. "What a promiscuous woman. I cannot fathom why the boss would assign us to protect someone like her," Luo Yi remarked. The masked figure placed a heavy hand on his shoulder, prompting Luo Yi to express his displeasure. "Hey, what are you doing?" Zhang Xining approached the door of her room, retrieving tools from her backpack. With a couple of decisive strikes, she shattered the lock, leaving Xiang Jingxian astonished. "You've ruined the lock. How will you secure the door tonight?" Zhang Xining glanced at the house. The residential property within was exquisitely furnished. Even at night, a cabinet could serve as a sufficient barrier. To her surprise, Xiang Jingxian found her reasoning compelling. Upon entering the abode, a wave of dust and a musty odor assailed their senses. Yet, the interior appeared pristine, devoid of any signs of habitation. Zhang Xining chose a ground-floor apartment, allowing for a quick escape through the window in case of danger. Luo Yi was the last to enter, bracing a heavy cabinet against the door. Xiang Jingxian reclined comfortably on the sofa, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, and turned to Zhang Xining, inquiring, "Speak your mind. What is your intention?" He harbored no illusions that anyone would deliberately come to his rescue at such a moment. Zhang Xining glanced at the mask and Luo Yi. Realizing the situation, Luo Yi suggested, "Let us inspect the remaining rooms," and took the mask away with him. Chapter 113. Departing from the magical city, as the two figures receded into the distance, Zhang Xining turned to Xiang Jingxian and confessed, "I occasionally experience hallucinations, rendering me entirely devoid of control over myself." Xiang Jingxian raised an eyebrow. "Are you unwell?" "No, I'm not ill. I have never been hospitalized, and my physical condition is quite satisfactory. Yet, upon experiencing these hallucinations, I began to question the integrity of my health." "Why did you presume I would possess the answer?" Xiang Jingxian inquired, displaying an air of nonchalance as he regarded Zhang Xining. However, upon observing the resolute gleam in Zhang Xining's eyes, it was now Xiang Jingxian who felt a pang of alarm. The colossal spider remained oblivious to his origins, yet this girl before him seemed to possess an unsettling clarity. Zhang Xining discerned the answers he sought reflected in his face, and continued, "Rest assured, I shall keep this matter confidential. The other two can be trusted unconditionally. Now that we hold each other's vulnerabilities, I believe we can forge a collaboration." After a few moments of contemplation, Xiang Jingxian replied, "The great spider is searching for you. If I were to hand you over, it would be a significant achievement." Zhang Xining smiled gently, seemingly not taking his words seriously, "But I know you would not do that." A sense of confidence and composure radiated from her features, captivating Xiang Jingxian involuntarily. Clearing his throat, Xiang Jingxian coughed twice to mask his embarrassment at being drawn to a woman he had just met for the first time. Zhang Xining refrained from engaging in idle chatter with Xiang Jingxian. She approached the window, opened it, and with a graceful motion, effortlessly climbed through and leaped down. In a considerate gesture, she even took the time to close the window behind her. The winter night was somewhat chilly, yet the weather was pleasant, illuminated by the bright moon above, dispelling the darkness. Zhang Xining retrieved a garment from her space and donned it over her jacket, setting off in the direction etched in her memory. After an indeterminate passage of time, she finally arrived at the clearing that Chu Hanqing had prepared for her in her previous life. Gazing at the smooth ground beneath the great tree, she quietly knelt down and swept her hand across the soil, as if the image of Chu Hanqing digging with his bare hands resurfaced vividly in her mind. His hands, smeared with blood and dirt, were a testament to his disregard for the pain. The sight was ghastly, yet he remained unfazed. Ning Ning, donot vip. I have avenged you, and now I must seek your forgiveness. I'm truly sorry. It was only at that moment, as Zhang Xining knelt on the ground, her face buried in her hands, that she succumbed to tears when suddenly a pair of hands touched her back. Zhang Xining swiftly rose to her feet, attempting to seize the man's wrist with a forceful twist, only to find herself entirely ensnared in his embrace. My voice was chillingly cold. Zhang Xining released him, and the mask also loosened its grip on Zhang Xining. He retrieved a white handkerchief from his pocket and offered it to her. Zhang Xining took the handkerchief, seeking to calm her emotions, and inquired, "What brings you here?" The masked figure succinctly replied, "I feared for your safety." "Ah, your mission is to protect me, and you seem to bear more responsibility than Luo Yi." Gazing into the mask's eyes, which bore a striking resemblance to Qinghuai's, Zhang Xining instinctively reached out to unveil his mask. However, the masked figure firmly grasped her wrist and stated, "You once declared that the first person to remove my mask would become my bride." Zhang Xining furrowed her brow slightly and replied, "Then I shall not watch any longer." The mask retorted, "Is there someone in your heart?" Zhang Xining gazed at the moon, which revealed only half of its face in the sky, and with a faint smile, remarked, "Were you weeping just now? Is that person connected to this place? Are you shedding tears for them?" The mask inquired, word by word. Zhang Xining gazed at the masked figure, her eyes fixed upon him for several moments before she spoke. "You are quite talkative tonight." A rare seriousness flickered in the mask's eyes as he replied, "I need to ensure that you will not harm yourself. Only then can we fulfill our mission." Zhang Xining understood well why the Night Group 11 was so formidable. Their unwavering obedience was intrinsically linked to their prowess. They were willing to sacrifice their lives to accomplish their missions, and the words of the mask were indeed accurate. Zhang Xining gently curved her lips, the earlier gloom dissipating entirely. Addressing the masked figure, she stated, "I hold my life in high regard, valuing it above all else. Thus you need not worry about me resorting to self-harm." The mask let out a heavy sigh of relief, as if it had genuinely feared for Zhang Xining's well-being moments before. Gazing at her, the mask displayed no discernible emotion. Its voice softened slightly, yet remained icy. "Could you share your thoughts with me?" Zhang Xining discerned his desire for her voice to soften, her gaze flickering slightly. "You need not alter anything. Simply be your true self." After speaking, she let out a self-deprecating smile. In her previous life, how much had she changed to accommodate Chu Hanqing? There was little left to say, merely some long-forgotten tales. The past was becoming a distant memory. This journey to Zhanghai City might prove perilous, and above all, I hope you prioritize your own safety. Zhang Xining, having spoken, walked into the darkness. The masked figure gazed at the frail and solitary silhouette receding further into the night, emotions swirling within their eyes. As dawn broke the following day, the group packed up and resumed their journey towards Zhanghai City. If all proceeded smoothly, they would arrive in Zhanghai City before nightfall. The masked figure drove, while Luo Yi, for reasons unknown, relinquished the front passenger seat to Zhang Xining, opting instead to sit in the back with Xiang Jingxian. Zhang Xining gazed at the vanishing skyline of the magical city in the rearview mirror, silently whispering, "Farewell, magical city. In this lifetime, regardless of whether the great spider is reborn or not, I shall never allow him to transform this enchanting metropolis into his own dominion of despair." As they approached Zhanghai City, the number of survivors increased, as did the throngs of the undead. The off-road vehicles sped recklessly along the national highway, while the occupants, in a tacit understanding, feigned ignorance to the cries for help echoing behind them. Zhang Xining gazed upon the vast ocean transformed into a sea of green, a scene imbued with desolation. The root cause of this calamity lay in the clandestine actions of the island nation's leadership, who had surreptitiously discharged nuclear contaminants into the sea. Although conclusive evidence remained elusive, the floods and the mutated creatures within the waters pointed unequivocally to the nuclear pollution that had occurred 5 years prior. As they passed through a small town, they approached Shanghai City. Xiang Jingxian reclined comfortably in his chair, removing his gold-rimmed glasses to wipe them clean. His tone languid as he remarked, "I have heard that the Divine Machine Army oversees all security matters in Shanghai City. Yet there seems to be an abundance of zombies outside. In areas densely populated, it is only natural that the undead would proliferate. With the populace flocking to Shanghai City, it was bound to become overcrowded. Relying solely on the Divine Machine Army, they could likely only maintain order within." Zhang Xining voiced her conjecture. Xiang Jingxian turned to Zhang Xining, his gaze now tinged with admiration. "You seem quite well informed about the Divine Machine Army." Zhang Xining remarked lightly, "It's merely hearsay. After all, to enter Shanghai City, one must do some preparation to avoid being utterly in the dark." Xiang Jingxian nodded, seemingly convinced by Zhang Xining's words. The path into the town was obstructed by zombies when a voice suddenly broke the silence. Everyone turned their gaze forward to see a girl battling through the horde of zombies, fighting her way towards the town. If they did not intervene, and no assistance came from within, this girl would soon become one of the undead. Xiang Jingxian glanced at Zhang Xining with intrigue. "Aren't you going to make a move?" Zhang Xining retorted, "Are you going?" Xiang Jingxian quickly waved his hand. "I shall refrain. I fear I might hinder the young lady. However, they're obstructing our path, and if necessary, we must address the situation." Chapter 114. The Captured Mermaid. Zhang Xining pondered for a moment. Indeed, this horde of zombies required resolution. The distinction between acting now and delaying was negligible. "Luo-yi, please exit the vehicle." As Zhang Xining completed her statement, she was the first to alight from the vehicle, her palms emanating 2 slender bolts of lightning that surged towards the horde of corpses. Witnessing the arrival of aid, the girl seemed to be invigorated, wielding her wind-based abilities to relentlessly vanquish the zombies. Luo-yi, on the other hand, effortlessly hurled stones into the air, targeting the heads of the undead. In a matter of moments, through the seamless collaboration of Zhang Xining and Luo-yi, the zombies were swiftly eradicated. "You're a bit weak with your lightning, aren't you?" Luo-yi said. Zhang Xining disregarded Luo-yi Dao's mockery, focusing intently on extracting the crystalline cores from the zombie skulls. After completing the task, she collected over 20 assorted cores, contentedly placing them in her backpack before turning to leave. "Wait, thank you," the girl whispered in gratitude. Zhang Xining suddenly recalled that earlier, there had been a girl engaged in a fierce battle with a zombie. She turned her gaze towards the young woman before her, who, though somewhat disheveled, possessed the quintessential features of a beauty, a heart-shaped face and round, captivating eyes, reminiscent of an internet celebrity. As Zhang Xining scrutinized the girl was also assessing her in return. Zhang felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the girl, yet could not recall where they might have met. Thus she chose not to dwell on it. However, the girl, with an air of incredulity, inquired, "Were you not the one who rescued a man and a woman outside City A?" Zhang Xining raised an eyebrow, finally recalling that this girl was the one who had nearly been wronged. Yet, what concern was that of hers? She turned and promptly boarded the off-road vehicle. "Could you take me with you to Shanghai City?" The girl surveyed the 4 individuals in the vehicle, sensing their extraordinary capabilities. If she could establish a connection with them, her safety would be assured. Moreover, the presence of 2 remarkably handsome men in the vehicle, both powerful and attractive, made them quite desirable in this post-apocalyptic world. She calculated her chances in her mind as the off-road vehicle roared past her, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. Standing there, she stamped her foot in frustration. It must be that woman preventing them from rescuing me, just because she finds me more beautiful than herself. At 11 o'clock at night, the off-road vehicle arrived at the gates of Shanghai City, which had already been closed. Besides them, several others were waiting to enter the city the following morning. Xiang Jingxian stifled a large yawn, remarking, It seems we won't be able to enter the city tonight. We shall try again tomorrow. I suggest you park the vehicle at a distance. Who knows what ill intentions this crowd may harbor? Your modified off-road vehicle is clearly a high-end model. Others will undoubtedly perceive you as easy prey in these times. Mask understood instantly and drove the vehicle 10 kilometers away from the city gates, positioning it along a road not far from the seaside. You all should rest first. I will keep watch for the first half of the night, while Luo Yi will take over the second half. With that, Mask opened the door and stepped onto the road, gazing vacantly at the sea that had changed color. Zhang Xining, feeling profoundly fatigued, adjusted her seat backward and leaned against it, closing her eyes to gather her strength. She was uncertain of how long she had dozed off when she vaguely perceived the sound of hurried footsteps approaching, followed by a somewhat gruff male voice exclaiming, "First, conceal this fish." Zhang Xining, puzzled, lifted her gaze and through the car window beheld 3 burly men carrying an injured mermaid. The mermaid's scales were entirely of verdant hue, marred by several gaping wounds upon her neck. The green scales on her right cheek extended to her neck, interspersed with traces of blood, their luster diminished, akin to a once vibrant tree now bereft of life. At that moment, her pair of emerald eyes locked onto Zhang Xining's through the glass, reflecting a gaze filled with confusion and despair. The lips, tinged with a deep shade of green, seemed to form the words, "polluted beyond salvation." With a sorrowful smile, she resigned herself to be carried away by those men. Zhang Xining gazed at the retreating figure of the mermaid, her words echoing repeatedly in her mind, accompanied by that final, sorrowful smile. What happened? The voice came from beside her, startling the 2 ever-watchful individuals. Why do they seek to capture the mermaid? Zhang Xining inquired, seemingly questioning herself as well as them. With a sigh, Xiang Jingxian reflected on the dire state of the ocean, now tainted and devoid of a home for its underwater creatures, including the mermaids. Where will they take the mermaids? Zhang Xining asked once more. Xiang Jingxian cast a glance out the window. Currently, Jianghaishi is densely populated, and life is arduous for many. In the pursuit of a slightly better existence, people resort to all manner of extremes. The elite are numerous, and there exists a particular place for their amusement, catering to their peculiar tastes. Mermaids are likely sent there. Another possibility is that they're subjected to research. However, to my knowledge, there are no ongoing studies concerning mermaids. Then what research are you conducting? Zhang Xining inquired, seamlessly following up. Of course. Xiang Jingxian promptly curtailed his response. Zhang Xining narrowed her eyes and smiled sadly, saying, "It appears to be a secret beyond our grasp." She turned her gaze towards the figure of Xiang Jingxian behind her, her eyes burning with curiosity as she inquired, "What research is the great spider currently engaged in?" Xiang Jingxuan's cheeks flushed a faint crimson as she averted her gaze, responding, "Just ensure you protect yourself and do not let him discover you." Zhang Xining curled her lips, a devilish smile gracing her features as she mused. It seems the big spider is still not disheartened. Yet, with Chu Hanqing by his side, why does he not target her? Could it be that the figure beside him is not Chu Hanqing? Suddenly, a jarring voice pierced through the air from outside. Zhang Xining turned her head to gaze out the window, where a dozen armed men surrounded their vehicle, making it abundantly clear that they had encountered a robbery. Casting a glance at the other 3, Zhang Xining chuckled softly. There are a good number of them outside. For the sake of our lives, perhaps we should disembark. Her tone betrayed not a hint of panic. Luo Yi's expression darkened. Shall I take care of it? With such a grand display, they ought to be allowed to showcase their skills. Otherwise, it wouldn't be entertaining. Should we step out and watch the show? Without waiting for the reactions of the others, he unceremoniously opened the car door and stepped out. The leader of the group was a burly man clad in tight jeans, his head shaved clean. Upon noticing Zhang Xining as the first to exit, a look of disdain flickered in his eyes. 3 burly men push a woman out first. How pathetic. He turned back and shouted into the vehicle. The 3 men inside come out. We seek only your wealth. If you do not cooperate, the bullets do not discriminate. Zhang Xining cast a sidelong glance at the individuals inside, signaling them to descend. Reluctantly, the trio disembarked from the vehicle. The bald man, visibly irked, remarked, "You are the ones being robbed. How can you act with such nonchalance?" He nodded to his accomplices, instructing, "Go, seize their weapons, and search them thoroughly." Forgotten amidst the chaos, Zhang Xining felt a twinge of irritation. "Hey, big brother, what about me? Have you forgotten me?" The bald man regarded Zhang Xining with a look of incredulity, as if questioning his sanity, and gestured towards his head. "Ah." Zhang Xining furrowed his brows. Chapter 115. The dull-witted robber. The bald man quickly grasped the situation. "Three burly men push you down to serve as a target. Shouldn't you put up some resistance?" Zhang Xining, donning an innocent and naive expression, inquired, "Is it still too late for me to resist now?" The bald man smacked his thigh in exasperation. "Your words are futile. I am conducting a robbery." After taking a deep breath, as if thoroughly vexed, he continued, "I instructed them to exit the vehicle, and yet you did not make an escape?" Zhang Xining was left with a multitude of questions swirling above her head, pondering what she had just heard. Tentatively, she inquired, "Can I run now?" The bald man scratched his head, realizing the absence of hair, and then lowered his hand. "Now that I have found you," he remarked, "do you truly believe you can escape?" Zhang Xining shook her head and then nodded. "You pretend not to see me while I am running." The bald man, in a fit of agitation, exclaimed, "My thief, thief, thief! How could I possibly pretend not to see? Calm down, brother. We must maintain our presence." A sycophant beside him advised. Only then did the bald man straighten his somewhat worn leather jacket and, with a nonchalant gait, positioned himself before the three men. "You three, with your seemingly respectable appearances, dare to push a woman down? Do you think that by doing so I would spare you? No, I, Wang Do, have the utmost disdain for men who live off others. You lot, bind these individuals. We shall take the car," he commanded. "It was not they who made me get out of the car. I chose to leave myself," Zhang Xining's soft and delicate voice chimed in. "Why offer her a chance to escape if she simply stands there foolishly? If I'm not here, then where am I?" Zhang Xining continued to perform, believing that the bald man possessed a lack of intelligence. Unbeknownst to her, it was she who appeared rather dim-witted in the eyes of the bald man. He felt that if he continued to be entangled with Zhang Xining, it would surely exacerbate his heart condition, so he decided to ignore her. Facing the three men, he threatened, "You would do well to behave yourselves suddenly." Muffled groans echoed from the few who had collapsed on the ground. The bald man turned, surveying the dark, empty interior and the inexplicably fallen companions, and shouted in alarm, "Ghost!" The remaining men quickly sought refuge behind Luo Yi, while the others scattered like frightened birds, only to be rendered motionless by Zhang Xining's electric strike. Luo Yi stepped aside, seizing the bald man's wrist and gently twisting it downwards, prompting a sharp crack of bone, followed by a cacophony of wails that reverberated through the air. Zhang Xining, feeling displeased, covered her ears and said, "Enough, cease your wailing." The bald man gazed at Zhang Xining and stammered, You have been talking for ages, yet have uttered not a single coherent word. Who are you?" Zhang Xining inquired directly. Wang Dahu," came the reply. "I did not ask for your name. Surely, you must have an organized group behind this robbery. What is the name of your organization?" Wang Dahu pondered for a moment and responded, "It should be called Tianlong Gai Dihu." "What do you mean by should be? As the leader, would you not know the name of your own organization? Surely it cannot be fabricated out of thin air." Wang Dahu confessed earnestly. Indeed, the organization did not have a name earlier, but now it does. Zhang Xining felt an overwhelming desire for tranquility. She feared that if pressed further, she might succumb to the urge to eliminate her adversaries. "Mask, you may inquire," she stated, crossing her arms and observing from a distance. "Ah, I must confess, I speak the truth. Great hero, spare us. This is our first encounter, and we are utterly unskilled." A third anguished cry echoed, prompting Zhang Xining to furrow her brow. "Mask, let's approach this matter with a gentler touch." One by one, the dozen or so lackeys of Wang Dahu awakened and, upon seeing Zhang Xining, promptly fell to their knees in supplication. After considerable mental exertion, Zhang Xining finally discerned the origins of this group. They had arrived in Jianghai City, drawn by the broadcast, yet possessed no means of sustenance. Their existence relied solely on scavenging refuse. Under Wang Dahu's guidance, they believed that robbing others was the swiftest route to elevate their quality of life. In a moment of unity, These beggars formed the very band now before her. The firearms in their possession had been acquired by stealthily pilfering keys from a military depot, allowing them to abscond with a handful of weapons. Why not take more? They could not transport additional arms from the warehouse, and even if they managed to do so, they lacked a secure place for storage. Furthermore, such actions might provoke undue attention. The Divine Machine Army was an organization notorious for its lethal efficiency, devoid of accountability for their actions. Zhang Xining gazed at Xiang Jingxian, who slowly approached. When I visited the Magic City, the Divine Mechanism Army had just taken control of Jiang Haishi, and I was not very well informed. Zhang Xining approached Wang Dahu and conveyed several matters, assuring him that if they could be handled well, he would no longer need to worry about sustenance and attire, and could directly seek assistance from him. Pointing towards Xiang Jingxian, he added with an innocent smile, Dr. Xiang is benevolent. Accommodating a dozen beggars should not pose a significant issue, should it? Xiang Jingxuan's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and white. Can I say that it is indeed a considerable problem? He retorted, gritting his teeth. Reluctantly, he divulged, in the Shihai district, there is a garment factory. You must seek out a man known as Uncle Da. He will facilitate your provisions and lodging. Upon hearing that they were to be employed as upper-class individuals in the future, Wang Dahu was overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you, he began, but was abruptly interrupted by Zhang Xining's icy tone. However, should the task not be executed properly, I have the authority to expel you at any moment. Miss, please give your instructions, Wang Dahu replied respectfully. Zhang Xining pondered for a moment and said, First, I need you to investigate a few individuals, particularly the director of the Bode Experimental Center, known as the Great Spider. I require his daily whereabouts, which should be a straightforward task for you. After scanning the expressions of those present, she continued, Nanyue should, barring any unforeseen circumstances, be in close proximity to the Great Spider. I need her precise address and details of the individual she interacts with. As she concluded, she retrieved her phone from her backpack, flipped to a photo, and handed it to Wang Dahu. The individual in the blue school uniform at the back. I need to ascertain whether he is in Zhanghai City. This photograph captured Jiang Tong and Chu Hanqing seated together, an image inadvertently taken by Su Mo when she snapped a picture of Jiang Tong, accidentally including Chu Hanqing. Little did she know this moment would prove useful now. Wang Dahu glanced at the photo before returning the phone to Zhang Xining, nodding earnestly, very well. We pledged to accomplish this task. He indicated that the gathered information should be reported directly to him, pointing towards Jingxian. Jingxian was taken aback, a hint of protest flickering in his eyes. Why must I be involved in your investigation? Zhang Xining's eyes curved like crescent moons as she spoke. Dr. Xiang, it seems we are like grasshoppers on the same boat. Your mentor would certainly not wish to see me come to harm, would he? Observing Zhang Xining's calm and confident demeanor, Xiang Jingxuan's gaze flickered before he turned his head away, muttering, You are quite formidable. As dawn broke the following day, the group emerged from the vehicle. Zhang Xining stored the car in a spatial pocket, and they proceeded on foot towards the entrance of Zhanghai City. Zhang Xining finally discerned that the edges of the city walls were adorned with surveillance cameras, and there were two grand gates, one permitting entry only, while the other allowed exit exclusively. At that moment, they stood at the rear of the queue entering the city, surrounded by a multitude of people, creating an atmosphere of disarray. Flanking the entrance stood 4 soldiers clad in black uniforms, each armed with a firearm, diligently maintaining order. Chapter 116. The coffin made of black glass. Those are the personnel from the Divine Mechanism Army. Remember, keep as far away from them as possible. Once they set their sights on you, they can unearth the most profound details of your ancestry and convict you. Being expelled from Jiang Haishi would be the least of your worries, murmured Jingxian quietly from behind Zhang Xining. Zhang Xining pondered slightly, recalling that in her previous life, she had little understanding of the Divine Machine Army. From hearsay, she was aware that the army was far from ordinary, particularly the stern and unyielding leader, about whom many rumors circulated among the populace. An hour later, the crowd at the entrance grew increasingly dense. In addition to those seeking refuge in Zhanghai City, small groups of 3 to 5 individuals descended from armored vehicles, consciously lining up at the end of the queue after parking their vehicles in designated spots. Among them was a truck with a cargo hold containing an object reminiscent of a coffin, crafted from black glass. Zhang Xining cast a glance at it. It appeared completely dark and empty, yet her intuition whispered that something lay concealed within. She tugged gently at Xiang Jingshuan's sleeve and inquired, "What do you suppose is contained within that coffin-like object?" Xiang Jingxian glanced toward the truck and responded, unfazed. "Anything bold enough to be transported so openly must undoubtedly be connected to those individuals." He gestured towards the soldiers clad in black. Suddenly, a remarkably sleek and modified armored vehicle approached from a distance, coming to a halt in its designated area. The previously stern black-clad soldiers, upon spotting the armored vehicle, jogged over eagerly and swung open the rear door. A pair of black combat boots emerged, followed by long, straight legs. As the figure fully exited the vehicle, Zhang Xining beheld a handsome face beneath the shadow of a black cap. "Jiang Tong?" Xiang Jingxian remarked with some surprise. "Do you know him?" Zhang Xining nodded, acknowledging their shared alumni status. Jiang Tong seemed to sense a gaze upon him, abruptly lifting his head to meet Zhang Xining's eyes in the air. After a moment of surprise, he quickly regained his composure, with Sun Yinji, equally clad in black, following closely behind. Upon seeing Zhang Xining, he flashed a perfect smile revealing his 8 prominent teeth and offered her a slight nod. They proceeded directly into the city, where the guards at the entrance displayed utmost respect, indicating their elevated status. At that moment, Zhang Xining was intensely curious about the legendary leader of the Divine Machine Army. Known for his iron-fisted impartiality, what kind of individual could compel someone like Jiang Tong to willingly serve as a subordinate? The entry process was not particularly stringent. They merely registered their names and surrendered their weapons before passing through a makeshift tent filled with a continuous stream of mist. Only after completing these steps were they formally admitted into Jianghai City. The winter sun bathed them in warmth, yet Zhang Xining retrieved a hat from her backpack, donning it to obscure much of her face. She found it peculiar that they did not inspect for injuries. Were they not concerned about infected individuals entering? Just as her thoughts concluded, a sudden roar erupted from within the temporary tent. A middle-aged man immediately transformed into a zombie, but before he could attack anyone, he was swiftly shot down by a soldier armed with twin firearms standing nearby. Xiang Jingxian glanced inside and then back at Zhang Xining, revealing that this mist was not ordinary. It was specifically designed to detect the zombie virus. Anyone infected who came into contact with the mist would instantly undergo transformation. Noticing the hint of astonishment in Zhang Xining's eyes, Xiang Jingxian continued, "Do you know who developed this mist?" Zhang Xining furrowed her brow slightly, a disquieting suspicion stirring within her. The subsequent words of Xiang Jingxian confirmed her apprehension. "The director of the Bode Experimental Center, the Great Spider, is also my superior in Jianghai City." Zhang Xining's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of mockery as she leaned closer to Xiang Jingxian and whispered, "I believe you are far more suited for this position of dean, and I am sure your teacher would be quite pleased to see it." Xiang Jingxian smiled, his face betraying no emotion. The Great Spider is not an easy adversary to contend with. Zhang Xining's voice was ethereal and resonant, continuing, "If possible, I shall assist you, for this is the primary purpose of my presence here. I trust that the doctor would not decline." Xiang Jingxian, taken aback, cast a surprised glance at Zhang Xining, astonished by her forthrightness in expressing her intentions. His gaze deepened and darkened as he gently caressed the frame of his glasses, leaning closer to Zhang Xining, their proximity almost intimate. Yet, Zhang Xining maintained her smile, seemingly unfazed by the potential for an unpleasant turn of events. "What makes you so certain that I shall collaborate with you?" he asked, his voice smooth and melodic with a lingering cadence. Zhang Xining met his gaze without flinching, her crimson lips parting slightly. "Because you possess ambition." Xiang Jingxian stared at her for a considerable time, then suddenly rose, exclaiming with a smile, "A pleasurable collaboration." Zhang Xining confessed that she had indeed cheated. Had she not eavesdropped on Xiang Jingxian's innermost thoughts, she would never have possessed such unwavering confidence. As long as the outcome aligned with her expectations, the means by which she arrived there mattered little. Before her lay an expansive circular square, with a number of individuals queuing on either side, seemingly awaiting a bus. Just as Zhang Xining pondered the routes these buses might traverse, a black luxury vehicle came to a halt in front of Zhang Xining. From the front passenger seat emerged a balding man in his 50s. Zhang Xining turned to the three individuals and said, "If you need me, find me at the clothing factory in the Shihai district," before fully entering the vehicle, which then departed swiftly. Zhang Xining contemplated exploring the various destinations accessible by the bus, when suddenly the realization struck her that they were utterly penniless and unfamiliar with the local currency. "Over there, they're issuing cards," remarked two passersby, pointing towards a nearby window bustling with a long queue of people. Without hesitation, she hurried to the end of the line to join the throng. Zhang Xining glanced at Luo Yi, who shrugged his shoulders, indicating that it was his first time here as well. Observing the mask wearer, she could discern nothing but a pair of emotionless eyes, rendering it impossible to ascertain his expression. Faced with two ineffectual companions, Zhang Xining resolved to employ her eloquence and approached a hurried passerby. "Excuse me, sir. May I inquire what the individuals over there are queuing for?" The man cast a brief glance at Zhang Xining, then shifted his gaze to Luo Yi and the masked figure. "Ah, you must be newcomers," he replied. "Those who have just arrived need to go over there to apply for a card. Afterwards, you can visit the labor center to seek employment. Once you secure a job, your card will naturally be credited with funds, and with money, anything is possible." "Thank you, sir." Zhang Xining came to realize that in Jianghai City, all transactions were conducted via card, and she found herself utterly destitute. After acquiring 3 cards, it was nearing noon, and the trio sat by the flower bed on the side of the square, staring blankly at their cards, each bearing a balance of 0. Chapter 117. The Invisible Tycoon. Suddenly, a stomach grumbled, prompting Zhang Xining to rummage through her backpack, retrieving 3 bottles of milk and a few loaves of bread to satiate their hunger. It seemed they might have to spend the night on the streets. Thus, she suggested they head to that labor market. Zhang Xining rose to her feet, intent solely on avenging herself, yet she found herself destined to endure the fate of a laborer. Suddenly, the masked figure grasped her arm, prompting her to inquire in confusion. "What is it?" The figure then produced a set of keys from within their clothing, shaking them with a flourish. "Before the apocalypse, I once purchased a residence here," they revealed. Zhang Xining gazed at the glimmering keys, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She approached the masked figure and patted him heartily on the shoulder. "My friend, splendid foresight. But wait, wouldn't the properties from before the apocalypse be occupied by now?" A hint of concern creased her brow. The masked figure replied nonchalantly, "We shall see." Upon learning that the house was situated in the outskirts of Jianghai City, Zhang Xining abandoned her intention to walk and stood at the bus station, awaiting the arrival of the bus. The 09 bus conveniently terminated near the location of the property purchased by the masked figure. Just like in the days before the apocalypse, passengers were required to swipe their cards upon boarding the bus. As Zhang Xining boarded, those behind her followed suit, and she quickly found a seat by the window. Meanwhile, Luo Yi mimicked her actions, urging the masked figure to swipe his card, eager to sit behind Zhang Xining. He had no desire to share a seat with the ill-tempered woman. Zhang Xining fixed her gaze intently upon the figure donning the mask, who slowly retrieved the card from his pocket and nonchalantly performed a card-swiping gesture, silently commending him with a mental thumbs up. Having once been an actor, he exhibited an extraordinary ability to project an air of affluence despite his evident lack of funds. Just as she resolved to remain steadfastly in her seat, the card reader emitted 3 beeping sounds. Luo Yi waved his hand dismissively, expressing his uncertainty. The masked individual, having completed the transaction, stood in the aisle, glancing between Zhang Xining and Luo Yi. Luo Yi, with an exuberant demeanor, patted the chair beside him and warmly invited, "Brother, take a seat here." Zhang Xining cast a disdainful glance at Luo Yi before turning to the masked figure with a smile. "Mask, I command you, in the capacity of a leader, to take a seat beside me." She gestured to the chair next to her. The masked figure, without hesitation, sat beside Zhang Xining. "Buddy, prioritizing romantic entanglements over friendships, and flaunting superiority with that wretched woman. What's the point of posturing as the leader here? Luo Yi remarked, his displeasure evident, as he felt quite downcast for failing to secure the patronage of a wealthy benefactor. Zhang Xining did not cast a glance at Luo, her eyes crescent-shaped as they fixated on the mask. She pointed towards the card he held, which seemed to shimmer with a dazzling light. How much money remains in the mask? After all, I am your superior. We are meant to share our fortunes. Before she could finish, the mask interrupted her, presenting the card before Zhang Xining. Ah! Zhang Xining was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Seizing the card from the mask and tossing it into her spatial pocket, Luo Yi, his teeth itching in irritation, gazed at the two in front of him, and upon witnessing Zhang Xining accept the card, he incessantly made circular motions with his hand, wishing poverty upon them in their next lives. After approximately half an hour, the bus reached its final destination. The trio disembarked, and Zhang Xining soon realized that this place was in stark contrast to the previous bustling area. Occasionally, luxury cars passed by, indicating that the residents here were not of ordinary means. After a 10-minute walk, they arrived at the villa district purchased by the mask. The area was sparsely populated and adorned with exquisite scenery, which must have been a delightful retreat before the apocalypse. At the entrance stood two guards clad in black uniforms from the elite military, which took Zhang Xining by surprise. She whispered, "Are you certain the house is within here?" The mask nodded in affirmation. "May I inquire how much you spend on houses here?" The mask pondered for a moment, raising a single finger. 10 million? The mask shook its head in negation. Zhang Xining widened her eyes in uncertainty and murmured, 1 billion? The figure in the mask shook his head, and Zhang Xining hesitated to venture further. Luo Yi boldly asserted, 10 billion? Only then did the masked individual nod in affirmation. "I understand that you actors are not short of money, but this is an excessive fortune, isn't it?" The masked figure disregarded Zhang Xining's expression and approached the security guard, producing a card and swiping it on a nearby machine, which unlocked the entrance to the villa corridor. Upon entering the villa area, Zhang Xining truly comprehended the paradise of the affluent. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, every blade of grass and every tree exuded the scent of wealth. The trio walked along the path like country folk entering the city when a luxury car approached from the opposite direction. Through the front window, Zhang Xining caught a glimpse of a familiar figure, one she recognized all too well. She stood frozen in place as the luxury vehicle passed by, lifting her gaze to the rear window to confirm that the person was indeed Chu Hanqing. Beside him, there was a woman clad in a white dress. Though she could not discern the woman's features, it was reasonable to surmise that the woman could only be Nan Yu. Luo Yi inquired, "Do you know the person inside?" In Zhang Xining's eyes, a spark of hatred ignited, her tone colder than ever. "Not only do I know him, but he is also my target to resolve during this visit." Although Luo Yi and the masked figure are here to protect her, upon arriving in Zhanghai City, Zhang Xining realized her own frailty. To approach those in high positions would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Moreover, there exists an unyielding leader of the Divine Machine Army, and she has no desire to make an enemy of him. Revealing the entire truth to these two could serve as a mutual advantage. Having additional allies would be beneficial. In a luxury car, Nanuet glanced into the rearview mirror, her lips curving into a perfect arc. "Hanqing, the fish has taken a bait." Yet the two bothersome companions by her side appeared to be quite formidable. Chu Hanqing's gaze was frigid, and Nanuet could not decipher his thoughts. She placed her right hand on Chu Hanqing's thigh, gently caressing it, only to have him grasp her wrist firmly. "Oh, has our old acquaintance made you abandon me? Your new flame?" Nanuet mocked, a hint of malice glimmering in her eyes as she continued, "You mustn't disrupt the dean's plan. Zhang Xining must perish." Chu Hanqing's expression suddenly turned icy. "I know what must be done. If she willingly sacrifices herself, as she did in her previous life, would that not be far more intriguing?" Nanuet leaned closer to Chu Hanqing, her fingers tracing the contours of his chiseled features, her lips brushing against his ear. "I hope you can fulfill your promise. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Her voice was soft, imbued with an alluring quality. Zhang turned his head, a cold smile flickering in his eyes. Rest assured, you shall always be my foremost priority. With that, he leaned in and kissed Nanyue's lips, enveloping the car's interior in a suggestive atmosphere. Chapter 118. Sabotaging the city surveillance. The group arrived at the villa purchased by the masked man. He approached and swiped a card, unlocking the door to reveal a pitch-dark interior. "Come in," he said, fumbling to switch on the lights, illuminating the living room as bright as day. Zhang Xining found herself at a loss for words to describe her feelings. In a nationwide blackout and water shortage, this villa not only boasted both electricity and water, but even internet access. Indeed, a place steeped in affluence was distinctly different. Zhang Xining truly realized the profound truth that wealth begets influence. The first floor comprised a modest living room, dining area, kitchen, bathroom, and 2 bedrooms. The second floor featured an expansive study, the master bedroom, and 2 guest rooms. The third floor housed a gym and a martial arts studio, while the rooftop showcased an enormous swimming pool, albeit neglected for an extended period, rendering it in a state of disarray and filth. Zhang Xining spent half an hour exploring the opulent room, imbued with the scent of wealth, which struck her as oddly familiar, though she paid it little mind. She reclined ungracefully upon the plush sofa, switching on the television, which was broadcasting recent trivial news from Jianhai City. Luo Yi was selecting a room downstairs while Zhang Xining was designated to the upper guest room, with the accommodations arranged by the mask. "I have no objections. It's all fine." Upon hearing that he would be separated from Zhang Xining, Luo Yi exclaimed with excitement, "I have no objections either." Yet, upon reflection, he found it unjust. "Why should you two occupy the upper floor while I am left alone below? You are welcome to stay upstairs," came the mask's cold voice. Luo Yi glanced at Zhang Xining, shuddered slightly, and wrapped his arms around himself, asserting, "I prefer to stay downstairs for safety." Zhang Xining cast a disdainful glance at Luo Yi, inquiring, "What do you mean by that? Are you afraid I might covet your looks? Am I truly such a shallow person?" Luo Yi pondered to himself, "If you are not shallow, then why did you feel compelled to snatch off my hat at our first meeting? And upon glimpsing my face, did you not wish to throw yourself upon me immediately?" Zhang Xining, exasperated, pressed her forehead in disbelief. It seemed this misunderstanding had escalated significantly. The act of removing a hat was merely a task assigned by the system. How could she possibly articulate that? Certainly, she could not. Yet, upon catching sight of a once-beloved male actor, she found herself glancing his way more than twice. How did it appear to Luo Yi that she was intent on throwing herself at him? Was she truly so desperate? As thoughts of desperation flooded her mind, Zhang Xining was suddenly reminded of that fateful night with Qing Huai, her ears gradually warming to a crimson hue. The memory of his handsome, gentle visage caused a flicker of longing for Qing Huai to stir within her. "Look at you, claiming you are not superficial. Your ears are positively flushed," Luo Yi remarked, pointing incredulously at Zhang Xining's ears. Zhang Xining casually scratched her ear, finding Luo Yi rather bothersome, and flashed a playful smile. "Indeed, I have thought about it. So what? If you dare to appear before me again, be cautious, for I might just pounce on you." "Umph." Upon hearing these words, Luo Yi's face instantly paled, and he fled the living room as if in a panic. He remains an innocent young man. Such fright may very well send him running. The masked figure seated on another sofa remarked. Zhang Xining expressed her bewilderment. Has Luo Yi never been in a relationship? Wasn't it previously reported online that he spent the night out with that female celebrity? It even made headlines, and the entire nation was aware of it. A rare smile flickered in the eyes behind the mask. In the entertainment industry, who can discern the truth from the falsehoods? It is merely what the netizens choose to believe. Zhang Xining also pondered this matter. Recently, many individuals have reported that the zombies outside have become increasingly formidable. One wonders what strategies the Divine Machine Army has in place to safeguard the populace. Zhang Xining, alongside the masked figure, immediately shook her head and turned her gaze to the television. A man, slightly over 14 years old, portly and clad in a black uniform, addressed the camera, smoothing the few sparse strands of hair left on his head. "The mission of our Divine Machine Army is to safeguard the safety of the populace. As long as the divine machine army stands, Jianghai City shall remain secure, and so shall its citizens. Upon these words, the crowd erupted in applause. Is he truly the leader of the divine machine army? Zhang Xining felt a twinge of uncertainty. This image starkly contrasted with her preconceived notion of the army's leader. The masked figure nodded, confirming her suspicion. Could it be that due to the series of reactions stemming from her rebirth, the leadership of the divine machine army has changed? Where then is that unyielding leader from her previous life? The leader of the divine machine army continued, in light of the ever-growing strength of the zombies. We hope that everyone can become stronger. Only when we are fortified can we defend our homeland. To this end, the principal of the Board Experiment Center, known as the Great Spider, has discovered a method for enhancing our abilities. The host, microphone in hand, turned towards the screen and remarked, "This is indeed momentous news. Let us warmly welcome the Great Spider, principal of the Board Experiment Center, to say a few words." A wave of enthusiastic applause resonated through the crowd as a man of modest stature, sporting a small tuft of mustache beneath his nose, ascended the stage to accept the microphone from the host. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, our Board Experiment Center has been devoted to researching a cure for the zombie virus. Regrettably, 2 external laboratories have been destroyed with no survivors, and I feel profound sorrow and guilt towards all of you. However, not long ago, I discovered that although we have yet to succeed in developing a zombie vaccine, we have found a means to empower those with special abilities. The Great Spider paused, a smile on his face that did not reach his eyes. After enduring countless hardships, we have unearthed a unique existence. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xining felt a thin layer of perspiration bead on her forehead, while her mask bore a serious expression. Fixated on the television, fearing the slightest detail might escape her notice. That individual not only possessed abilities across all systems, but also had a crystal core that shimmered with a spectrum of colors. She was the sole super-genetic entity in the world. Acquiring her crystal core would render you the most formidable of all. As these words echoed through the room, a wave of astonishment swept over the audience. Indeed, there existed a person with universal abilities and a crystal core so vibrant, capable of transforming one into the mightiest being. Zhang Xining gazed coldly at the enormous spider, her expression dark and brooding. In her relentless pursuit to confront it, she resorted to employing every conceivable means, even fabricating a myriad of supernatural abilities. Zhang Xining suddenly recalled a matter of great gravity. Mask, do you possess a computer at home? Simultaneously, she summoned the system. System. Host, there are currently no new tasks available. Please hold on. No, I require your assistance. It is quite serious. Can you help me hack into today's surveillance of this city? Host, the system cannot. Just tell me how many points it will cost. Otherwise, if I perish, who will assist you in completing tasks? Very well, it will require 200 points. The host merely needs to locate a computer. At that moment, the mask had already led Zhang Xining to the study. She failed to notice the enormous bookshelf within and promptly seated herself at the desk, opening the computer. Her fingers danced upon the keyboard with fervor, continuing their relentless rhythm until, after 10 minutes, she finally paused, at which point the system's voice resonated. The host has spent 200 points. Available points, 950. Zhang Xining shut down his computer, disregarding the slightly astonished gaze of the masked figure, and once again settled in front of the television. The voice of the Great Spider echoed. According to the latest information, this super gene individual has entered Jianghai City. He gestured to the side, and an electronic screen materialized behind him. After a few minutes of waiting, the screen remained ominously black, causing the Great Spider to furrow his brow, his expression turning grim. A figure in a white coat approached and whispered a few words in his ear, prompting the Great Spider's face to shift from pale to ashen. Upon noticing the camera in front of him, he donned a composed smile. I apologize, but the city surveillance system is experiencing some issues. It will be repaired in a few days and presented to everyone then. However, I assure you, the super gene has indeed entered the city. Zhang Xining turned off the television, and Luo Yi stood behind the sofa, his eyes filled with skepticism. The super gene he mentioned, could it possibly be you? And the person you intend to kill is the bald man on the screen? Zhang Xining nodded, while Luo Yi was utterly incredulous, nearly exclaiming how a penniless individual could possibly be associated with a super-rich magnate. It appeared that we had already attracted unwanted attention since our arrival in the city. Residing here had become precarious. Should we consider? Zhang Xining interrupted, stating, "No need. The surveillance system has been compromised. They cannot trace you. As long as I do not appear in this guise, I should remain safe for the time being." Luo Yi hissed in response, "That's not correct. The guards outside the villa have seen you, and the two vehicles that passed certainly have dash cams that would capture your appearance. The guards are members of the Divine Mechanism Army. She could eliminate witnesses directly, but that would complicate matters." After much contemplation, Zhang Xining resolved to seek out Sun Yinji early the next morning, as he seemed to hold some influence within the Divine Mechanism Army and might possess a solution. As for Jiang Tong, he had already been aligned with the Nanyue faction by Zhang Xining. There was a possibility that if she approached him, he might promptly inform Nanyue. Seeking Sun Yinji was a risk worth taking. Zhang Xining would not pursue them unless there were no better alternatives. Regarding the dashcam footage, she could find a moment to disable it. Furthermore, concerning the drivers, Chu Hanqing and Nanyue, the driver could be silenced. If it were possible to resolve the matter with Nanyue, she would not hesitate to do so before the dawn. The most troublesome variable remained Chu Hanqing. In her previous life, Chu Hanqing had destroyed her crystal core for her sake, yet in this life, she was unclear about his true intentions. Would the Great Spider and Nanyue collaborate with someone who had killed them in a past life? Zhang Xining felt a tumult within her heart. She could decipher the intentions of everyone around her, yet the stance of Chu Hanqing eluded her grasp. Was he truly allied with the Great Spider, or did he harbor ulterior motives? If they belonged to opposing factions, would she truly have the resolve to take his life? Had she not been plagued by those haunting visions, she would have unhesitatingly condemned Chu Hanqing to the depths of hell. But now, as for the bus driver and the passers-by, Zhang Xining bore no concerns, for since her arrival in Jianghai City, she had donned a hat that concealed much of her visage. That evening, as she adorned herself in a cloak of black to venture out, she was halted by the mask. "What troubles you?" The mask spoke with nonchalance. "All recordings from today as traffic cameras in Jianghai City have been erased." Zhang Xining was taken aback. "Everything has been deleted? Did you do this?" After a moment's contemplation, she continued, "If you could hack the entire city surveillance system, it would pose no challenge for you, would it?" The masked figure nodded. "Wait a moment. I need to process this," Zhang Xining said, pressing her forehead and sinking into the sofa. With a computer expert by her side, had her expenditure of 200 points on the system been in vain? System, appear. "I wish to return this." "Apologies, host. The item has been sold and is non-refundable," the system replied. "Curse you, wretched system." Early the next morning, the masked figure knocked on Zhang Xining's door. The cold of winter always made one long to linger in bed. After tossing and turning beneath her covers, she called out, "Who is it? There's a letter for you." Upon hearing this emotionless voice early in the morning, Zhang Xining felt a chill deeper than the winter air. She shouted back, "Please leave the letter at the door. I will retrieve it shortly." After remaining ensconced in her cocoon for a good 10 minutes, she reluctantly donned her clothing and threw off the blanket. With approximately 10 days left until winter's end, she opened the door to pick up the envelope resting on the ground. Inside, the paper appeared to have been torn from some notebook, its edges ragged as if gnawed by a dog. Gazing at the flamboyant characters she had written, Zhang Xining spent half an hour deciphering the contents. The director of the Great Spider's Experimental Center spent 5 days a week in the laboratory, occasionally visiting a place called Joy Ode to indulge in the company of several women, with rumors suggesting a particularly close bond with a woman named Zaidahan. In essence, apart from social engagements, the Great Spider's life and work revolved almost entirely within the laboratory. The address of the villa belonging to Nanyue and the city center's location were clearly inscribed on the paper, which Zhang Xining memorized silently. As for the man, without needing to glance at the letter, Zhang Xining had already confirmed his identity. At the letter's conclusion, an abstractly drawn kitten was sketched. No, upon closer inspection, the kitten bore a character resembling a crown on its forehead. It was, in fact, a tiger that resembled a kitten. After Zhang Xining organized her thoughts in her mind, She resolved to begin with the little peach red. She donned a coat over her nightgown and slipped on a pair of slippers as she made her way downstairs, where she found the masked figure busily working in the kitchen. "Is it possible to contact the messenger?" she inquired. The masked figure lowered the flame and shook their head. Setting down the spatula, Zhang Xining approached the mask, lifting her gaze to the visage it concealed. She felt a deep sympathy for the children, whose faces had been marred, now compelled to don this cumbersome mask, even while preparing meals. "In truth, you could regard us as family. Kinship does not concern itself with beauty or ugliness. And within the comfort of home, you need not wear a mask." The mask, observing the sparkling and vibrant eyes of Zhang Xining, murmured softly, "Family?" Zhang Xining gazed at him with wide eyes, filled with hope. "Yes, we are indeed family." It was unclear why the mask wore such an air of indifference. Yet having endured a harsh reality once before, he now stood as their leader. It seemed perfectly reasonable to salvage the tender hearts of his subordinates. Perhaps, in doing so, they would be even more devoted to him in the future. Zhang Xining felt a surge of joy within her. Suddenly, the masked figure drew closer, prompting her to instinctively retreat 2 steps, her hands raised defensively before her. What do you intend to do?" The mask pressed against the wall, enclosing Zhang Xining completely, trapping her in a manner that left her with no escape. Just as she prepared to kick the masked figure in the abdomen, the mask lowered its head slightly, its deep voice mingled with warm breath whispering into her ear, "But I do not wish to be your kin." At the kitchen door, Luo-Yi stood alongside another, both observing the exceedingly intimate exchange between the two, rendered speechless by their astonishment. The masked figure glanced at Luo-Yi, rising effortlessly, a subtle, inscrutable smile gracing the corner of its eye. Zhang Xining, relieved to escape the confinement, suddenly heard Luo-Yi's teeth grind in frustration. "You vile woman, do you intend to seduce every man you encounter?" With that, he stormed off toward the bedroom, halting midway. "Wait, why should I be angry about you seducing men? No, it's that you're enticing my brother. I am merely defending him. Yes, that's it." Having found a justifiable rationale, Luo-Yi returned to the kitchen, intending to persuade the masked figure to abandon Zhang Xining. Chapter 120. The disguised potion brother in the mask. Have we not encountered numerous women? We cannot settle for just anyone simply because we find ourselves in the apocalypse. Look at that wretched woman. Aside from her powers, she boasts no other merits. Lacking in curves, she resembles a mere stick, uncomfortable to touch, and her appearance is merely average. Most crucially, she has an unsettling tendency to gaze at other men. We must not allow ourselves to be beguiled just because she is the only woman present. Sitting on the sofa, Zhang Xining overheard Luo-Yi's complaints, stirring doubts within her. Was she truly that unremarkable? She glanced at her body enveloped in pajamas. Surely, she wasn't that lacking. Her bust was not insignificant. Did Luo-Yi perhaps have a peculiar preference for the voluptuous forms typical of Western beauty? The thought brought a smile to her lips as she shook her head, only to meet Luo-Yi's scrutinizing gaze, compelling them both to turn away in mutual disdain. After breakfast, witnessing the masked figure busily tidying up the dishes, Zhang Xining couldn't help but internally lament. How fortunate was she in this life to be acquainted with such a capable and caring man. Contemplating this, her curiosity about the masked figure's true identity deepened. "Masked one, what is your true name?" The masked figure paused momentarily in its task, allowing the past to fade away. "For now, I am merely the mask of the Night Group 11. Zhang Xining reluctantly uttered a sound of acknowledgement and ascended to her bedroom to don a comfortable yet warm outfit before descending the stairs, only to find Luo-Yi and the masked figure already awaiting her arrival. Zhang Xining glanced at Luo-Yi's handsome face, adorned with the most unremarkable attire imaginable. An idea flickered in her mind, although it felt somewhat unscrupulous to coax a once-celebrated idol into seducing the enchanting Zidahom, who could resist the allure of a handsome man, especially one who had once basked in the limelight before the apocalypse. Observing the mischievous glint in Zhang Xining's eyes as they darted around him, Luo-Yi instinctively sensed trouble. In an instant, Zhang Xining retrieved an outfit from her space and thrust it into his hands, propelling him into her room. Under her insistence, Luo reluctantly shed his ordinary garments. When he emerged clad in the striking attire of a cool and charismatic idol, Zhang Xining nodded in satisfaction. However, upon noticing the incongruous hat perched atop his head, she could not suppress a frown, approaching him with the intent to remove it. She was thwarted as Luo swiftly evaded her grasp, shielding his hat and regarding her warily. "What else do you intend to do?" he questioned, maintaining a safe distance while guarding his headgear. Zhang Xining approached him, insisting, "You must take it off." He evaded her pursuit, yet ultimately, the masked figure interposed himself before Luo, his voice icy. "Remove it." Luo stood his ground, unwavering, declaring defiantly, "My head may be severed, my blood may flow, but my hat shall not be removed." After a fleeting moment of hesitation, Luo begrudgingly bowed his head and removed the hat he had worn for an indeterminate time. Zhang Xining scrutinized the item as one would assess a product, then posed a rather thoughtless inquiry. "There are rumors online suggesting that you've undergone cosmetic surgery. Is it true?" "I'm merely asking. Even if you have, I wouldn't hold it against you." This provocative remark elicited an involuntary frown from the masked figure. Luo cast a discontented glance at Zhang Xining, retorting, "Authentic in its original packaging." Zhang Xining could not help but exclaim, "What kind of genes could produce such a visage? No wonder I have heard that a fan sleeps with your photograph every night." The masked figure's gaze suddenly turned frigid, pulling Zhang Xining towards the door with a voice so cold it could freeze the air around them. "Is your man aware that you are flirting with other men out here?" "What?" A surge of indignation welled up in Zhang Xining's throat, choking her. What did he mean by her man? Suddenly, she forcefully wrenched her arm away from his grip and stepped closer, questioning him with deliberate clarity. "Who on earth are you?" As she prepared to unmask him, she was taken aback by the fact that he made no effort to prevent her, and his eyes even hinted at a subtle, elusive smile. "Remember to remove this mask. You must take responsibility for me from now on." Zhang Xining's hand hovered in the air, caught in indecision. Should she pluck the mask or let it remain? If it turned out to be merely an illusion, a fade devoid of substance, how regrettable it would be for her. In this lifetime, Zhang Xining vowed to either find a sincere companion who would cherish and love her or to live independently, resolutely refusing to repeat the follies of her past existence as a sycophant. "What you two up to?" Luo Yi's voice was laced with palpable anger. Just engaging in normal conversation," Zhang Xining replied rather dryly. Upon hearing her, Luo shot her a sharp glare, then pulled the mask aside, speaking for nearly 10 minutes before allowing him to pass. Each villa was equipped with an underground parking facility, and as Zhang Xining and Luo Yi waited, it wasn't long before a luxury SUV emerged from the garage, driven by the masked figure. Zhang Xining's eyes sparkled once more. "May I timidly inquire how much this car costs?" Luo Yi, seated in the passenger seat, extended 5 fingers. 5 million? Zhang Xining gazed at the car, which reeked of opulence, touching it here and there as if caressing wealth itself. Little did she know that Luo Yi's subsequent revelation would further constrain her imagination with the weight of her own financial limitations. 50 million, with only 10 units produced worldwide. As Zhang Xining contemplated the distinction between a vehicle worth 50 million and an ordinary one, a sudden realization struck her. She could not reveal herself. She retrieved a disguise pill, a reward from the system, from her space, and swallowed it. In less than a minute, aside from her attire, she appeared entirely transformed. Her shoulder-length hair cascaded into golden, wavy locks, the corners of her lips curled slightly, and the edges of her eyes arched into a delicate curve. A gentle smile graced her face, enchanting all who beheld her, as if drawing their very souls into a mesmerizing dance. Zhang Xining retrieved a mirror from her spatial storage, meticulously adjusting her appearance. In her heart, she marveled, truly a product of the system. Each expression captivates the soul, more enchanting than Lu Shui ever was. Behind her, Luo Yi was startled to see an unfamiliar woman and immediately commanded the driver to halt. "Who are you? When did you get in?" Meanwhile, the driver, through the rearview mirror, cast a calm glance and remarked, "You don't look as good as before." Pondering the implication of this statement, Luo Yi scrutinized Zhang Xining from head to toe. Upon recognizing her familiar attire, he inquired once more, "Are you Zhang Xining?" Zhang Xining was somewhat taken aback by the words of the masked figure. She gazed once more at her reflection in the mirror, and it was evident to anyone with eyes that her current appearance was far more stunning than her original visage. Chapter 121. Confronting Chu Hanqing, the masked figure parked the vehicle by the roadside. Just as he came to a halt, a man clad in a black uniform, armed, rapped on the window. "Sir, you cannot park here." The masked figure indicated that he would depart immediately. Zhang Xining noticed a large, closed gate directly across the street, beside which hung a sign reading Bode Experimental Center. The masked figure drove away, guiding Zhang Xining through the city she was becoming familiar with. "Take me to Happiness City," she instructed. Around noon, the masked figure brought the car to the entrance of Happiness City. Upon seeing the words, a cold smile crept across Zhang Xining's face. Could someone whose heart was so thoroughly dark still have any notion of happiness? Suddenly, she spotted a woman in a white dress, her feet adorned with high heels. Exiting the community, the woman then entered a black sedan that had been waiting at the entrance for some time. Observing the black car as it sped away, Zhang Xining commanded, "Mask, follow her closely, but do not let her notice." It must be said that the masked figure's driving skills were indeed commendable. Regardless of whether the cars ahead were fast or slow, he managed to maintain a discreet distance. To avoid alarming their quarry, he parked the vehicle far from the scene, by a lakeside, while the car carrying Nanyue proceeded directly into the Bode Experimental Center. Zhang Xining glanced at the time. It was Friday, 11 o'clock in the morning. "Mask, are there any upscale restaurants nearby?" In truth, Zhang Xining was taking a gamble, wagering whether Nanyue would be brought out for a meal by the large spider once she entered. If she could seize the opportunity to interact with them, her plan would advance further. Mask parked the car in front of a five-star island restaurant, and immediately, a staff member approached to open the door for them. The striking combination of handsome men and beautiful women naturally attracted the attention of many onlookers, while Mask found himself relegated to the role of driver. The waiter graciously escorted them to a window-side table, gazing adoringly at Luo Yi, her eyes seemingly glued to him. Luo Yi frowned in displeasure, questioning, "Am I that attractive?" Realizing her indiscretion, the young waitress quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry, my apologies." Zhang Xining perused the menu, casting a casual glance over the offerings: grilled eel sushi rolls, island-style omelet rice, seaweed sprouts, and tamagoyaki, among others. Zhang Xining set down the menu and summoned the waiter. "Do you have hot pot?" The waiter smiled politely. "I'm afraid not." "What about the big plate chicken?" The waiter offered another courteous smile. "Regrettably, we do not." "How about the four joy meatballs?" "I'm sorry, we do not have that either." Zhang Xining couldn't help but complain. "How can one run a restaurant with nothing?" "I apologize, madam, but this is an island restaurant." Zhang Xining furrowed her brow. After all, they were on the territory of Country Y. The waiter, clearly encountering such an extraordinary guest for the first time, appeared somewhat flustered. Suddenly, a tall man emerged from a nearby private room, clad in a bespoke black and gray suit, draped with a pure black overcoat that accentuated his long, straight legs. "This lady is right. From now on, all these dishes should be added to the menu." Hearing that voice, so familiar it felt almost intimate, Zhang Xining made a concerted effort to mask her slight excitement. She offered the man an enchanting smile, saying, "It seems our esteemed boss possesses great foresight. How is it that there are no local dishes in Country Y? Are we to be taken lightly, as if our country has no worthy cuisine?" Chu Hanqing found himself momentarily captivated by her alluring gaze. Although his demeanor was typically aloof, he had never encountered a woman so beguilingly enchanting. Suppressing a hint of unusual intrigue within, he slowly uttered 3 words: "Chu Hanqing." Zhang Xining's heart trembled violently, her fingers clenched tightly, her gaze brimming with boundless splendor. "What?" Chu Hanqing fixed his eyes upon hers, unwavering. "Remember my name," he declared before turning to leave. An untimely voice from the system echoed, "Host, charm successful. Chu Hanqing earns 300 points. Zhang Xining's delicate brows furrowed slightly. "Enchantment? Chu Hanqing? System, are you out of your mind, or am I losing my sanity?" I neglected to inform the host that the gaze of these captivating eyes, when fixed upon an individual for an extended period, can evoke a bewitching effect. If directed at a man, it may incite desire. If at a woman, it may incite a desire to tear you apart. Even so, I shall never compromise my body. I vow to resist until death. The system's voice bore a hint of helplessness, ultimately conceding. This is part of the mission. The host's recent allure has had no effect on Zhang Xining. Please endeavor further, as this task not only yields points, but also unexpected rewards for the host. What rewards? The system is unable to disclose. Please complete the task expeditiously. Mask. Look at that insufferable woman. She is now eyeing another handsome fellow. Do you think she falls for every man she encounters? Such a woman is untouchable. Although she is indeed slightly more appealing now, we must preserve our final shred of dignity. Luo cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Xining, rambling to the mask. The mask sat silently in the chair, revealing nothing of his thoughts through his calm demeanor, save for the subtle tapping of his finger on the table that betrayed his tranquility. Hot pot, 4 happiness meatballs, and a large plate of chicken. The dishes you requested are being served by the waiter. Just as Zhang Xining was about to inquire further, she recalled the system's warning that gazing into the eyes of the same sex could lead to her downfall. She discreetly nudged Luo with her foot beneath the table, attempting to entice him with her charm. Luo glanced at Zhang Xining across the table, clearly reluctant. In a concealed corner, Zhang Xining stretched her fist, prompting Luo to inquire, "My dear, who was that man earlier? Is he your boss?" The handsome gentleman's question made the waitress's eyes sparkle with admiration, and she began to spill forth words as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. "The man you just saw is a friend of our boss. Despite his striking appearance, he carries an air of superiority, while someone like you, a handsome fellow, exudes a more approachable charm that we all appreciate." "And who is your boss?" Luo pressed. The waitress glanced around to ensure no one was listening, then whispered, "Are you familiar with the Divine Machine Army? Our boss is none other than the 3rd commander of the Divine Machine Army, Jiang Tong." Zhang Xining remained composed as Luo continued to inquire, "What does that man do? He seems rather significant." The server shook her head. "I am unaware of his profession, but he frequently visits the nearby Bode Research Center and has dined several times with their director." Luo expressed admiration. "The director has assisted us immensely. When does he usually come for meals? I would like to request an autograph piece from him." The server appeared puzzled. "I truly do not know the specific times, but if you desire an autograph, I can certainly help you obtain it. Please provide me with your contact number." Luo declined the server's offer, saying, "I apologize, but I have just arrived here and do not yet possess a contact number." Chapter 122. The Allure of Little Peach Red Madam. "The gentleman at that table has already settled the bill for you." Zhang Xining's lips curled into a slight smile as she addressed Zhang Xining, expressing her curiosity about his intentions in this lifetime. Glancing at the card in her hand, she handed it to the attendant and inquired, "Could you kindly check the balance on this card for me?" "Certainly, madam," the attendant replied with a smile, accepting the card with both hands. However, upon viewing the number displayed on the computer screen, her eyes widened in astonishment, resembling large copper bells. Noticing the attendant's unusual reaction, Zhang Xining made her way past the cashier to peer at the available balance. As she beheld an astonishing string of zeros following the figure of 1, her own eyes grew wide in disbelief. She attempted to count the zeros, but found it impossible to comprehend the total amount. Observing Zhang Xining's astonishment, the attendant retrieved the card with a cautious expression and asked, "Madam, this card does not belong to you, does it?" Zhang Xining nodded, acknowledging the fact that it was a gift from someone else. The waiter glanced at the card in hand, scrutinizing Zhang Xining from head to toe, before returning the card to her, a glimmer of disdain evident in his eyes. Zhang Xining took the card, feeling somewhat perplexed. The server's expression seemed to shift far too rapidly. "Boss, are you satisfied with the balance on the card?" The masked individual approached, exuding an unusual air of deference. Zhang Xining, after her transformation, fixated her enchanting gaze upon the mask for an extended period. It was only when she sensed an unusual look from the mask that she abruptly realized the impropriety of her unwavering stare. In a flurry, she grasped the sleeve of the mask and hurried away, oblivious to the transformation of the attendant's expression from disdain to astonishment. Once in a car, Zhang Xining settled into the back seat, clutching a seemingly radiant card, glancing left and right with an air of fascination. Mask, are you perhaps the heir of a wealthy magnate who bequeathed all their fortune to you? No, this currency is unlike that of the post-apocalyptic world. How could you possess such wealth? Luo Yi observed Zhang Xining's avaricious demeanor and turned his gaze towards the window. The mask smiled silently, and suddenly, a familiar visage caught his attention. Casually, he glanced at the individual behind him before the vehicle veered onto another path. The mask parked the car at a short distance from the Ode to Joy. Zhang Xining began to persuade Luo Yi, this mission pertains to our very survival. We need you now. Luo Yi furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous turn of events. Yet could he truly refuse? Certainly not. He might as well hear her out. Spare me the flattery. First, enlighten me on the matter at hand. Zhang Xining's expression was serious. The giant spider occasionally comes here to seek a woman named Zayadahong. We now need you to gain her trust. It would be best if you could persuade her to betray them, as this would facilitate our plans. Luo Yi, incredulous, pointed at himself. So, what was originally a task for 3 has now been entrusted to me. Both the masked figure and Zhang Xining nodded in unison. You are our main force. This endeavor to bring down the giant spider is reliant on you alone. Rest assured, I will ensure your integrity remains untarnished, preventing Zayadahong from compromising you. If seduction fails, I will activate our alternative strategy. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the doors of the joyous Ode opened, and Luo Yi was ushered inside by Zhang Xining, who employed both coercion and temptation. The joyous Ode featured 2 levels upon entry. There was a corridor flanked by a round table with 4 chairs. By the glass window, 2 sofas were arranged around a long table, evoking the ambience of a dining area. Directly ahead was a grand stage, and not far from it stood a lengthy bar. At that moment, the establishment was sparsely populated. Luo Yi prepared to ascend to the 2nd floor, but was halted by a casually dressed young man. Sorry, the 2nd floor is temporarily closed. Luo Yi cast a sidelong glance at the young man and settled onto one of the sofas by the window. I am here to see Zayadahong. Please summon her. The young man appeared somewhat troubled. Zayadahong is resting today. Resting? Luo Yi recalled that Zhang Xining had specifically mentioned that Zayadahong would not be resting today. Why then? Did this individual claim otherwise? Was there more to the story? He refrained from alarming the young man, maintaining his composure as he ordered some food and drinks. Settling at the window side, the masked figure parked the car and followed Zhang Xining as they circled the exterior of the joyous Ode. By 5 or 6 in the evening, the flow of patrons entering the establishment gradually increased. Why don't we go inside and take a look? Zhang Xining suggested, pulling the masked figure along with her, only to unexpectedly collide with a tall man ahead of them. The man emanated an aura that suggested he was not to be trifled with. Zhang Xining paused momentarily. She had been walking steadily, unaware that he would lean aside. Since she had inadvertently bumped into him first, she apologized and continued onward with the masked figure. Is it you? Zhang Xining appeared quite astonished, revealing an enchanting smile that captivated all onlookers. Thank you for the lunch, she said, as the striking combination of handsome men and beautiful women drew many curious gazes. Isnt young master, Chu usually close with Miss Nan? Who is this woman? Could it be that he has shifted his affections? I believe it is true. While Miss Nan is indeed lovely, the woman before us possesses an even more alluring charm, likely surpassing even the most delicate beauty. One cannot deny it, especially those mesmerizing eyes. Even as a woman, I find them utterly captivating. These remarks reached Zhang Xining's ears and simultaneously caught the attention of the woman in the white dress who had just entered. Nan Yu furrowed her brow as she observed the jovial exchange between the man and woman, feeling particularly irked. She composed her expression and, with graceful strides, called out softly to Chu Hanqing. Hanqing. Zhang Xining turned her head to see Nan Yue approaching with a graceful smile, step by step, her eyes gleaming with a hint of danger. After speaking, she donned a mask and ventured inside. Chu Hanqing watched her retreating figure, suddenly overcome with an impulse to keep her from leaving, and indeed, he acted on it. He stepped forward and pursued her, inquiring, "May I ask for your esteemed name?" "Ningku, you may call me Kiki or Ningning," she replied. Upon hearing this, a complex expression crossed Chu Haning's face. Regret, nostalgia, yet devoid of sorrow. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke, "Then allow me to call you Kiki." "Hanqing, may I ask who this is?" Nanyue interjected, stepping forward to link her arm with Chu Hanning's, asserting her claim. Zhang Xining smiled quietly, seemingly oblivious to their actions. Chu Hanqing, maintaining a composed demeanor, delicately withdrew his arm from Nanyue and introduced, "This is Ningku, and this is Nanyue." Zhang Xining observed Nanyue's expression, akin to someone who had ingested something distasteful yet refrained from expressing their discomfort, and felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. She took a couple of steps closer to Chu Hanjing, her tone soft and silky. "Tonight, you shall accompany Miss Nan. We shall meet again tomorrow evening." With that, she departed, leaving Chu Hanjing in a state of surprise and Nanyu seething with barely contained anger. Chapter 123. Luo Yi's True Colors. Zhang Xining's exquisite brows and eyes, along with her graceful figure and vibrant allure, captured the attention of many. With a subtle yet firm grip, the mask wearer took hold of Zhang Xining's hand, drawing her protectively to his side before finding a discreet corner to settle down. As soon as Zhang Xining settled into her seat, she began to express her discontent. "So it turns out that all you men are fond of this particular style. It seems that being the center of attention can be quite exhausting." The corner of the masked figure's eye curved slightly. "I do not favor this style." Zhang Xining curled her lips, remarking that it was a matter of poor eyesight on your part. The masked figure smiled silently, his refined upbringing instilling in him a disinclination for argument. At that moment, amidst the throngs of people, Zhang Xining searched in vain for Luo Yi, her concern growing. Where could that rascal Luo Yi have gone? Just a moment ago, he was by the window, and now he has vanished. The masked figure pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. That seems plausible. However, it is likely that it was a woman who abducted him. Zhang Xining recalled his promise to Luo Yi and stood up from his chair, intending to seek him out, only to be halted by the masked figure. "He is on the second floor. There is no need for haste. When the time comes, we shall ascend to rescue him." Observing the mask's air of prescience, Zhang Xining could not help but inquire, "We have been together all this while. How do you possess such knowledge?" The masked figure produced a unique communication device, one that each member of the Night 11 team carried. Regardless of the signal's availability, they could remain in contact at any moment. "Mask, I've inadvertently fallen into a trap. My body feels weak. I am on the second floor of the Joyful Ode. Please hurry. Mask, help." It turns out that Xiao Taohong is quite the seductress. "Come quickly to my aid." Zhang Xining gazed at the information displayed on the communicator, devoid of any concern, instead brimming with excitement. The stratagem of charming handsome men was destined for success. What Zhang Xining remained unaware of was that Luo Yi had attracted attention upon entering the realm of joyful song. And the reason was none other than that Xiao Taohong had been a devoted admirer of Luo Yi even before the apocalypse. She once posted on Weibo, "If I could conceive the child of my idol, I would willingly embrace death." This clearly illustrated the extent of her fervor for Luo Yi. As a staunch fan, she recognized him the moment their eyes met, even when he inquired about her affairs with others. At this moment, Luo Yi lay on the bed, having cast aside the task assigned to Zhang Xining, silently wishing for the mask to arrive and rescue him. Xiao Taohong gazed at Luo Yi's face, entranced, and exclaimed, "Do you know? I have been following you since your first supporting role, quietly adoring you for 6 years. Witnessing your transformation from a mere supporting character to a leading star, and now finally meeting you in person fills me with immense joy." Despite the urgency bubbling within him, Luo Yi maintained a calm facade and replied, "Could you let me sit up first, please?" Xiao Taohong caressed the face she had longed for. "Isn't it better to lie down? I heard you were looking for me. Don't you think this is fate?" Luo Yi furrowed his brow, only to have it smoothed by Xiao Taohong's hand. "Frowning does not suit you. This is much better. 6 years ago, I made a wish. Do you know what it was?" Luo Yi wanted to assert that he did not wish to know. Yet in this woman's domain, all abilities were rendered ineffective. And he found himself compelled to ask, "What is it?" Xiao Taohong's eyes sparkled with fervor as she gazed at Luo Yi, whose temples throbbed with anxiety. "Tonight, this dream can come true," she declared as she began to remove her clothing. "Wait, wouldn't it be better if we talked for a while?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Taohong's eyes lit up with excitement. Of course, chatting would be delightful, but I believe an honest conversation would be even better. With that, she continued to undress, while Luo Yi, nearly overwhelmed, closed his eyes to avoid witnessing the unfolding scene. Approaching the bedside, Xiao Taohong bent down to start removing Luo Yi's garments. He resisted vehemently, struggling fiercely, and upon catching a glimpse of her bare body, he swiftly shut his eyes once more. "Aren't you the woman of the great spider? Aren't you afraid of what he might think if you treat me this way?" At this critical juncture, Luo Yi finally broached the main topic. Hearing the mention of the great spider, Xiao Taohong paused her actions, sitting weakly at the edge of the bed. "Do you disdain me for being unclean? In these times, you know better than I what becomes of a woman with some beauty but lacking protection." Luo Yi stared at the ceiling. "Do you harbor hatred for him?" After a long pause, Xiao Taohong's voice trembled slightly. "Before I met you, I felt no hatred, but after our encounter, I found myself consumed by it. I detest him for coercing me into relinquishing my innocence." Luo Yi deemed this animosity insufficient and continued to probe. "He provided for your needs, and in return, you offered your first experience. It is a mere exchange." To his astonishment, Xiao Taohong became quite agitated. "No, this is not an equal exchange. Who would willingly serve an elderly man? I vowed 6 years ago to reserve my first for you, to bear your children, yes, children." After declaring this, she sat up and tugged at Luo Yi's clothing. Frustrated with himself, Luo Yi thought, "Why have I provoked this ancestral spirit again?" As he observed his attire being increasingly disheveled, he seethed inwardly. "Zhang Xining, if you do not arrive soon, I shall hold you accountable for my defilement for eternity. Oh heavens, come to my rescue. Cursed mask, why do you not appear? I curse you to a life devoid of vigor and joy." With no one else to rely upon, Luo Yi resolved to showcase his talents, fully embracing his role. Tears streamed down his cheeks, rendering him a portrait of despair and fragility. Xiao Taohong indeed halted her actions, her eyes brimming with concern. "What is the matter? Did I hurt you?" Luo Yi shook his head, his face now drenched in tears, and one could not help but commend his acting skills. No wonder he had ascended to stardom. "To be candid, I have come in search of the great spider," he confessed. Xiao Taohong, puzzled, inquired, "Why do you seek him?" He recounted, "The local police were unable to find any leads until yesterday when I arrived in Shanghai City. Upon seeing the great spider on television, I recognized him as the one who annihilated my entire family. Thus, I am determined to avenge my kin." By the end of his tale, Luo Yi's eyes were crimson, as if enveloped by the very hatred he spoke of. Having had close encounters with the great spider, Xiao Taohong was acutely aware of the blue gemstone ring he possessed, an item no one dared to touch. Tenderly, she caressed the sorrowful man before her. "Since you have sought me, how may I assist you?" Luo Yi looked at her in disbelief. The compassion reflected in her eyes seemed genuine. You are willing to help me?" he exclaimed in shock. Chapter 124. The Great Spider is Wounded. Xiao Taohong offered a bittersweet smile. "For 6 years, I have lived in your shadow, treading the paths you once walked, consuming the foods you relished, all in hopes of one day catching up to you." Luo Yi's tone turned somber. "Perhaps you will perish." Unfazed, Xiao Taohong replied, "What is death? I have been living a lifeless existence. If I could do this for you, I would embrace death with a smile. Is it worth it?" Luo Yi suddenly regretted fabricating such a reason. Xiao Taohong smirked slightly. "Is it worth it? Meeting you has been my everything. If my death ensures you remember me, then of course it is worth it." With that, she lay beside Luo Yi, covering both of them with a blanket, her icy hand reaching out to caress his body. "After tonight, we shall never meet again." Luo Yi did not resist. This intricate emotion left him momentarily at a loss, and he pondered whether he had acted excessively. Utilizing a woman to confront the great spider was not the conduct befitting a man. With a slightly hoarse voice, he called out Xiao Taohong, marking the first time he addressed her so formally. Xiao Taohong ceased her actions, listening intently to his forthcoming words. I actually am. Suddenly, the door was forcefully kicked open from the outside. Zhang Xining stood at the threshold, surveying the scene, while the mask approached the bed, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the two under the covers. Upon seeing the feeble Luo, the mask lifted the blanket to discover him clad only in his underwear, promptly bundling both him and the covers together to carry away. Then, with closed eyes, he tossed a blanket over Xiao Taohong's form. Initially, he had assumed that her raucous nature would render her unconscious. However, upon entering, she merely observed them in silence. The woman cast a sorrowful smile at the prostrate Luo Yi on the mask's back, her eyes filled with a profound weariness. As if bidding farewell in a moment of poignant separation, she uttered, "My name is Wan Taohong." Luo Yi gazed at Xiao Taohong's alluring visage until, overwhelmed, he finally shut his eyes. The three of them leaped from a second-floor window directly into the parking lot, fortunately attracting no attention. The mask placed Luo Yi in the back seat, while Zhang Xining settled into the passenger seat. As the vehicle exited the parking lot, it brushed past a luxurious business car. The windows of the car were tinted black, obscuring the number of occupants within. It was not difficult to surmise that those inside held significant status. The night was quiet, the roads clear, and after half an hour, the car finally entered the community. Zhang Xining habitually furrowed her brows, glancing at the figure behind her, who resembled a silkworm pupa, and remarked, "Surely, you haven't truly succumbed to Xiao Taohong, have you?" Upon witnessing Zhang Xining's somewhat gleeful expression, a wave of pent-up frustration surged within Luo Yi, as if finding an outlet, and he unleashed it all at once. "So what if I have? What business is it of yours? Isn't this precisely what you wished for?" he retorted, his tone laced with defiance. "Do not gaze at me with those pitiful eyes. I'm not inclined to fall for your tricks today." With a swift motion, a fist came crashing down upon Luo Yi's face, effectively silencing his words. "If you remain oblivious, I would be more than willing to help you regain your clarity." The blow from a masked figure was merciless, causing Luo Yi's handsome visage to swell grotesquely, resembling that of a pig's head. Zhang Xining quietly entered the villa, beginning to question whether her thoughts were misguided. The voice of the masked figure echoed from behind her, yet she did not pause in her stride. Upon entering the room, she closed the door, but the voice from the threshold persisted. "That young man is in a foul mood today. Do not take it to heart. Consider why you are confronting the Great Spider. The clandestine human experiments he has conducted have harmed countless gifted individuals. You are not in the wrong." Zhang Xining opened the door, her eyes slightly reddened. She gazed at the mask and asked, "Zayadahong, will she die?" They had already surmised from the earlier events that Luo Yi had likely succeeded in his conspiracy. Although the details remained unclear, it was certain that Zayadahong would convey crucial information to them, and if discovered by the Great Spider, her fate was sealed. "Mask, I misjudged this matter. My personal vendetta should not implicate others. It was my error," Zhang Xining said weakly, leaning against the doorframe. "Tomorrow, I will find a way to help Zayadahong escape from here and send her to the Qingling gang," the mask reassured her. Zhang Xining nodded. That night, she experienced restless sleep, haunted by nightmares from her past life. Each time she awoke, she was drenched in cold sweat, and, just as she was on the verge of slumber, dawn broke. The next day, bearing the weight of dark circles under her eyes, she descended the stairs to greet the two. However, the atmosphere felt amiss. "What's wrong?" "Zayadahong is dead." The mask's voice was unusually somber. "The details are unclear. The Great Spider is critically injured and in the hospital, while Zayadahong has perished." Zhang Xining gazed at Luo Yi, noticing a fleeting emptiness in his eyes, the atmosphere thick with an almost suffocating tension. "Which hospital?" "The first municipal hospital." Zhang Xining promptly dashed upstairs. After donning a swift and stylish outfit, she handed me her mask and car keys, declaring, "I shall accompany you." Zhang Xining glanced at Luo Yi, then at the mask, a faint smile playing on her lips. Some debts must be settled by me personally. After speaking, she solemnly apologized to Luo. "I am truly sorry for the matter concerning Xiao Taohong. I had no idea it would turn out this way." Luo Yi, however, continued to sulk, not meeting her gaze. Upon receiving the car keys, Zhang Xining swiftly drove towards the first hospital, guided by the navigation system. However, upon arrival, she was met with an apologetic security guard at the entrance, informing her that the hospital was closed to the public today. Zhang Xining cast a glance at the main entrance of the hospital, where the formidable divine machine army, clad in black uniforms, stood guard. The perimeter was fortified with electrified fencing, making it rather challenging to slip in unnoticed. At that moment, the corpulent leader of the divine machine army was flanked by two tall, poised young men, engaged in an inscrutable conversation. Zhang Xining turned the car around and casually parked it in front of shop, standing at a corner while gazing in the direction of the hospital. System, does this hospital have a back entrance? There's a concealed area behind the hospital, shrouded in flowers and plants. Once the foliage is cleared away, a small dog-sized hole is revealed, through which the host, possessing a suitable physique, could easily pass. This passage requires a cost of 100 points, and the host has a total of 850 points. A dog hole? Never mind, as long as I can get in. What does it matter if I have to crawl through a dog hole? Zhang Xining, taking advantage of the roadside obstacles for cover, successfully located the dog hole indicated by the system. Upon clearing away the flowers and grasses on the ground, she discovered a hole. However, it was rather small, leading her to doubt whether the system was deceiving her. She reconfirmed, "Are you certain I could truly fit through?" The system assured her that she indeed could. Zhang Xining glanced once more at her own body and then at the dog hole, steeling herself before she lay on the ground, writhing like a maggot. Her head indeed slipped through, yet her body became inexplicably lodged. It was not any part other than her chest that was caught. At that moment, Zhang Xining mentally cursed the system. Isn't this supposed to be something I could squeeze into? She thought. Chapter 125, Infiltrating the Hospital. Heavens! Could someone just give me a shove inside? Her chest was not particularly ample, merely a C-cup. Why should it be stuck? She fervently wished for a flatter figure, hoping to avoid such an embarrassing predicament. Suddenly, a flurry of light footsteps echoed, seemingly approaching her direction. Zhang Xining wriggled and pushed, striving to insert herself further into the hole. System, I require some assistance, she pleaded. It was not that she feared the personnel of the Divine Machine Corps. Rather, she did not wish to squander such a splendid opportunity to eliminate the massive spider. Although she had never entered the Bode Experimental Center, she surmised that, given the spider's cautious nature, it must be fraught with traps. The hospital, while heavily fortified, was undoubtedly a more favorable opportunity compared to the perilous laboratory. However, it appeared that fate had bestowed the villainous spider with an aura of invincibility, for even the system seemed unresponsive to her plight. Just as Zhang Xining prepared to confront the challenge head-on, the footsteps finally came to a halt before her. Coco, a deep, somewhat puzzled voice inquired. Zhang Xining, upon hearing that familiar voice, lifted her gaze, her enchanting eyes brimming with tears, appearing both innocent and vulnerable. Brother Hanqing, could you please help me down? I seem to be stuck. Chu Hanqing glanced at Zhang Xining, ensnared in the crevice, and extended his hand to pull her free. Taking advantage of Chu Hanqing's momentary distraction, Zhang Xining stealthily approached from behind, drawing a dagger from his space and swiftly positioning it against his throat. Where's the great spider? He demanded. Chu Hanqing exhibited not a trace of fear in his eyes, instead revealing a hint of amusement. I never imagined that wolves nowadays could disguise themselves so skillfully. Cut the nonsense. Where's the great spider? Zhang Xining pressed the dagger slightly harder against his neck, causing a thin line of crimson to appear on the fair, smooth skin of Chu Hanqing's throat. In a luxurious VIP ward on the third floor, just as Chu Hanqing finished speaking, Zhang Xining struck him with a precise blow to render him unconscious, then discreetly dragged him to a concealed location while cautiously navigating the perimeter of the hospital. As Zhang Xining departed, the previously unconscious Chu Hanqing promptly opened her clear eyes, gazing thoughtfully in the direction of Zhang's exit. Given the nature of the formidable spider, the internal security of the hospital must be exceedingly stringent. Entering through the main entrance would be akin to offering a sumptuous feast to a wild beast. Furthermore, all the windows outside were tightly sealed, leaving her with no discernible opportunity for entry. Should she consider scaling the rooftop? No, if the rooftop were secured, she would still be unable to gain access. Zhang Xining gently caressed her chin while observing her surroundings. Suddenly, a faint sound reached her ears, so subtle, yet unmistakable. It seemed to be the sound of a window being opened. She lifted her gaze once more, following the direction of the sound to scrutinize each window. Indeed, on the third floor, a window was ajar by a slender crack, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. At that moment, she could not afford to ponder what she would do if this were a trap laid for her. Her mind was singularly fixated on one objective. She must eliminate the formidable spider, even if it meant her own demise. Within the supreme VIP ward, the great spider slowly opened its eyes, casting a menacing glare at the man clad in a black suit before it. Lin Mu, the man responsible for the deaths of 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, reported with an impassive expression, donning sunglasses. Director, the man connected to Xiaodahong has been apprehended, severely injured, while the other 2 remain unaccounted for. The spider's countenance twisted into a snarl. Fools. You cannot even capture a single woman. What use are you to me? Go. You must capture her. The spider winced as it inadvertently touched its wound, letting out a hiss before reclining back on the bed. A knock echoed through the room, prompting an exchange of glances between the spider and Lin Mu. The spider subtly gestured, and Lin Mu stood respectfully to the side. Come in, it commanded. A striking figure, tall and handsome, stepped into the room. The spider squinted and inquired, "What brings you here?" Chu Hanqing approached the spider's bedside, receiving a discreet signal from the spider to Lin Mu. Director, in this lifetime, we could be partners. The spider smiled with an insincere mirth. In the previous life, we were also partners. So, you never truly believed in me, did you? The spider's eyes glinted with skepticism, the smile on its face failing to reach its eyes. Partnerships require sincerity. Capture Zhang Xining and bring her before me, and I will place my trust in you. From then on, you shall remain my right-hand man. What say you? Chu Hanqing pondered for a moment, a slight frown creasing his brow. The spider's demeanor darkened. Are you unwilling, or are you simply reluctant? Chu Hanqing, however, merely smiled nonchalantly. You may not be aware, but this iteration of Zhang Xining is a treasure. She has awakened dual abilities and possesses spatial powers. She is no longer the Zhang Xining of the past, who could be manipulated at will. The spider widened its eyes, seemingly validating the truth of Chu Hanqing's words. After a lengthy pause, it erupted into laughter. A super gene bearer is indeed extraordinary. If you can capture her, how about we split the crystal core equally? Yet who was the spider? It would not allow anyone to touch what it desired, let alone share it. This proposition was merely a gesture of goodwill from Chu Hanqing. Once Zhang Xining's crystal core was secured, Chu Hanqing would become the next target for resolution. As these thoughts raced through its mind, a faint bolt of lightning suddenly struck, prompting Lin Mu, ever vigilant, to activate his powers in defense. Kill him, take him down. The colossal spider roared, simultaneously triggering the emergency alarm. Chu Hanqing spun around and dashed towards the door, with Lin Mu hot on his heels. Zhang Xining, stealthily perched on the 3rd floor, was nearly jolted off her perch by the deafening siren, unaware that she had been detected. After all her efforts to ascend, she felt compelled to ascertain the situation. Cautiously, she approached the door, pulling it ajar to glimpse the scene beyond. The corridor lay desolate and empty. Frowning slightly, she gathered her wind blade, poised to strike at anyone who might discover her presence. To her astonishment, as she reached the entrance of the supreme VIP room, she found it devoid of any occupants. Had Lin Mu and Chu Hanqing met their demise? Zhang Xining's heart suddenly raced. Chu Hanqing? Could it be that the earlier commotion was instigated by Chu Hanqing? No wonder there was not a soul in sight. It provided her with a splendid opportunity. She advanced step by step, her gaze fixated on the enormous spider lying on the hospital bed, the animosity in her eyes becoming increasingly pronounced. The large spider, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the blonde woman before it, quickly regained its composure and exclaimed, "Who are you?" Zhang Xining smirked. "Who am I? I am the one who has come today to escort you to the king of hell." With that, she swung the blade of wind towards the colossal spider. Chapter 126. The colossal spider is vanquished. Zhang Xining suddenly sensed an assailant approaching from behind her, yet she could not afford a halt. Missing this opportunity would render her quest to vanquish the formidable spider even more arduous. Zhang Xining steeled her resolve, concentrating on coalescing blades of wind. With a swift motion, she unleashed a flurry of wind blades until the colossal spider's body was transformed into a veritable porcupine. Only when she was certain that the spider was utterly vanquished did she cease her assault. Gradually, Zhang Xining reverted to her original appearance, finding it almost amusing that the spider had perished without ever realizing that its slayer was none other than the very Zhang Xining she had sought for so long. Zhang Xining had never witnessed the masked figure engaging in combat, yet it is evident that even in his severely injured state, he could barely match the sunglasses man. Both combatants refrained from employing their supernatural abilities. For one who is gravely wounded, utilizing such powers not only diminishes their attacking prowess, but also expends considerable stamina. Had the masked figure not intervened to shield her, this dagger would now be embedded in her back. Zhang Xining summoned a bolt of lightning, as thick as a thumb, and unleashed it upon the man in sunglasses with great ferocity. Caught off guard by the sudden strike, the man stood frozen in place. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Xining swiftly drew a dark crimson dagger from her spatial realm and slashed at the man's throat. A jet of blood erupted forth, and the man collapsed to the ground, transforming the pristine white floor into a river of crimson. Zhang Xining descended the stairs, clutching the mask. As a cacophony of footsteps echoed, approaching her direction, she hastily pushed open the door to a vacant hospital room and slipped inside, only to realize that her entire body had succumbed to weakness as she placed the mask on the floor. Zhang Xining was poised to remove his mask when it unexpectedly clung to him. You are on the brink of death, yet still preoccupied with the mask. Fear not, for even if it were to be unsightly, I would not turn away. The mask loosened its grip, its voice faint. Whoever unveils me, remember to take me as your bride. Zhang Xining felt a mix of anger and sorrow. With your life at stake, who would marry you? As she spoke, she slowly reached out to remove the mask, revealing a face exquisitely chiseled before her. In an instant, Zhang Xining's eyes brimmed with tears. She repeatedly caressed the visage she had recalled countless times, tears cascading down her cheeks. Why would you do this? Qinghai, with great effort, opened his eyes and gazed at the inconsolable figure before him. In a gentle tone, he reassured her, I am your man. Is it not my duty to protect you? If you do not stop the bleeding, I fear I may succumb to my wounds. Zhang Xining finally noticed the dagger stained crimson with blood upon his chest, her trembling hand gripping the hilt, uncertain of how to extract it. Suddenly, a large hand enveloped her delicate one. With a decisive motion, the dagger was withdrawn, and blood gushed forth. She hastily exchanged for hemostatic medicine, tearing open Qinghai's shirt, her gaze fixated upon his blood-soaked torso. Sprinkling the hemostatic powder onto his wound, she retrieved bandages from her space, steadying his body with one hand while the other expertly wrapped the bandages around him. The proximity between them was striking. Zhang Xining's focus remained on the bandaging until an unexpected tickle in her ear prompted her to glance at Qinghai. In an instant, lips that had been nibbling at her ear descended upon her soft petals, kissing the very softness he had long yearned for. His hands wrapped around Zhang Xining's slender waist, caressing her gently. Had the moment been different, had their bodies allowed it, perhaps Qinghai would have seized the opportunity to claim her right then and there. Zhang Xining relinquished the bandage in her grasp, offering no resistance. The fragrant essence lingered on her tongue as her mind descended into a void, yielding to the compulsion to close her eyes. The commotion outside intensified, a cacophony erupting upon the discovery of the great spider and the demise of Lin Mu, rousing Zhang Xining from her stupor. In a sudden burst, she pushed away Qinghai, only to feel the freshly staunched wound begin to seep once more. In a flurry, she picked up the bandage from the ground, muttering to herself about being so gravely injured, yet still preoccupied with such thoughts. Qinghai, eyes alight with mirth, spoke with a slow and tender cadence. You have long been mine. Having unmasked me, remember to marry me, or I shall undoubtedly cling to you. After Zhang Xining meticulously wrapped the bandage, she purchased 10 milliliters of thorn tree sap from the system marketplace and administered a drop to Qinghai. You are here, but where is the true mask? Upon consuming the thorn tree sap, Qing Huai's injuries remarkably healed by a significant margin, allowing him to rise and declare, of course, "It lies within the Qingling gang. Hasn't it always been? We must thoroughly search this area. A citywide manhunt for Zhang Xining is underway." A voice, imbued with authority, resonated through the air. The two exchanged glances and then turned towards the window opposite them. Qing Huai opened the window and, embracing Zhang Xining, leaped down. Fortunately, the landing was on a grassy lawn, sparing them from injury. Upon hearing her name called, Zhang Xining immediately became alert and looked towards the source of the voice. Jiang Tong, clad in a black uniform, rushed over and seized Zhang Xining, leading her in a particular direction. Qing Huai cast a displeased glance at Jiang Tong, asserting his claim over Zhang Xining by holding her close. Jiang Tong, regarding Qing Huai with a serious demeanor, stated, "If you wish to remain undetected, follow me. I have already diverted those individuals." With urgency in the air, they hastened their pace as Jiang Tong guided them to the side entrance of the hospital and unlocked it. "You must leave quickly. It would be best to exit Jianghai City." "Why are you helping me?" Zhang Xining inquired, perplexed. Given his relationship with Nanyue, shouldn't he be seizing this opportunity to capture her for merit? "Zhang Xining instructed me to rescue you. If you owe gratitude, direct it towards him," Jiang Tong replied, hastily shutting the back door. Just as the door closed, a tall man with bronze skin and a righteous demeanor approached. "What is Deputy Jiang doing here?" Jiang Tong cast a sidelong glance and feigned nonchalance. "Shunli, we are equals. Do not regard me with such disdainful eyes. If you find it intolerable, report me to the leader." He had long grown weary of his position as the deputy of the Divine Machine Army, which, while ostensibly serving the people, concealed nefarious undertakings behind the facade. Had it not been for Nanyue's persistent persuasion, he would have abandoned his post long ago. At that moment, Qing Huai, holding Zhang Xining, dashed onto the road adjacent to the hospital, where a black commercial vehicle awaited at the entrance. "Xining, over here." Zhao Shua's head emerged from the driver's seat, calling out to Zhang Xining. Zhang Xining was momentarily taken aback, but she swiftly opened the car door. A familiar figure was seated at the innermost part of the vehicle, among three seats. She glanced at the solitary seat inside and the three-person bench behind it. Zhang Xining promptly took a seat in the solitary chair at the front, her gaze colliding with Zhang Xining's, igniting a spark in the air. Zhao Shua, who was driving, remained blissfully unaware of the unusual tension behind him. As he continued to speak, "Ning Ning, you are being rather inconsiderate, abandoning a letter and dashing off to this place. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you?" "A letter?" The two individuals in the back echoed in unison, with Qing Huai's gentle tone tinged with a hint of chill. "What letter?" Chapter 127. "I shall avenge the remaining grievances for you." Zhao Shua felt a sense of pride. "This is indeed the first letter that Ning Ning has ever written to me. I must treasure it dearly." Zhang Xining cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Shua, seemingly unperturbed by his thoughts, while the two men behind him darkened in countenance. As yet another contender for affection emerged, Zhao Shua parked the car in front of a residential complex amidst the bustling city, guiding them into the elevator that ascended to the 32nd floor. He rapped lightly on the dark red security door, and a gentle female voice resonated from within. "I'm here." Zhang Xining's expression instantly froze. Her fingers tightened until her palms throbbed with pain. Only then did she find a semblance of calm. Before her stood not just anyone, but her second adversary in this life, Nanyue. Perceiving Zhang Xining's unease, Qing Huai approached gently, grasping her reddened hand and soothing it with tender strokes. Zhang Xining's gaze was deep and penetrating as he fixated on their intertwined hands, his countenance icy. "Hanqing, it's wonderful that you are unscathed," Nanyue exclaimed, disregarding everyone else as she clutched Zhang Xining's hand with palpable excitement. "Big Spider, what has become of him? Is he dead?" As she posed the question, her tone turned cautious. Should they fail this time, their own survival would be in jeopardy. "I have diverted everyone's attention. The rest is in Ning Ning's hands," Zhang Xining retorted, shaking off Nanyue's grip and striding coldly towards the inner room. Nanyue stared at her rejected hand, then glanced at Zhang Xining, a surge of inexplicable fury igniting within her. Zhang Xining, it's her again. Will she snatch Chu Hanqing away once more? Why hasn't she met her demise yet? Three men regarded Nanyue with varying expressions, one puzzled, another stern, and the last with a glint of murderous intent. Nanyue hurriedly suppressed her emotions, donning a facade of seemingly harmless innocence. What are you talking about? We are not acquainted. Why would I wish to harm you? I wonder if Miss Zhang has misunderstood me? Hanqing, you must clarify to Miss Zhang that I am not that kind of person. Zhang Xining felt no need to engage in pretense with her. Nanyu's fate was already sealed. Squinting her eyes, a look of disdain evident within them, she coldly remarked, even if Miss Nan desires my demise, one must consider whether you possess the capability to achieve such a feat. I must admit, I harbor a slight flaw. I am prone to hold grudges. Whether in this life or the previous one, I shall certainly seek vengeance for any wrongs against me. At the mention of her past life, Nanyu couldn't suppress a shiver, hastily saying, I have some matters to attend to, before swiftly departing the scene. This residence spanned over 200 square meters, with an expansive living room. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows, Zhang Xining gazed out, the entirety of Jianghai City unfolding before her. The inhabitants here led lives reminiscent of a pre-apocalyptic era, arduous yet content. She observed a faint rainbow in the distance, yet could not feel the beauty and hope it promised. Much like her own sense of disconnection from the world around her. A pair of hands embraced her from behind, his warm palms enveloping her smaller ones. He whispered softly in her ear, from now on, you are not alone. You have me, Su Mo, and a circle of friends who care for you. Qing Huai gently released Zhang Xining's hands, his palm tenderly caressing her abdomen, his voice slow and soothing. In the future, there may be a little one here that belongs to us. Zhang Xining's heart skipped a beat. What did Qing Huai say? He spoke of their future children. This was a notion Zhang Xining had never dared to entertain, nor had she ever contemplated it throughout her 2 lifetimes. In her previous life, she devoted herself entirely to Chu Hanqing, living and dying solely for him. In this new life, her heart and mind were consumed with thoughts of vengeance. Yet she never anticipated meeting Qing Huai, the man who would transform her existence forever. Tears began to well up in Zhang Xining's eyes, her vision blurring with emotion. A lump formed in her throat as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. If only I had met you sooner, she lamented. I would never have laid my sincere heart before Chu Hanqing, only to have it trampled upon. But alas, there are no if-onlys. In this lifetime, fate has not been unkind to me, for I have encountered Qing Huai. Upon hearing Zhang Xining's words, Qing Huai's expression shifted subtly, a shadow passing through his gaze as he murmured, in this life, it is not too late. The remaining grievances, I shall help you avenge. Zhang Xining turned around and unexpectedly collided with a pair of profound eyes, momentarily entranced by their depth. She found herself questioning whether the person before her was Chu Hanqing or Qing Huai. Why did I feel this way? Could it be the memories of a past life haunting me? Zhang Xining was perplexed. She was certain that upon encountering Chu Hanqing again, she could master her emotions, which had become an intricate tapestry of feelings, indescribably complex. In contrast, Qing Huai was the only one who stirred her heart and lingered in her thoughts. Zhao Shua, observing from around the corner, felt a pang of desolation. Qing Huai, should you dare to bring sorrow to Ning Ning, I shall not spare you, no matter the distance. Nanyue clung to Chu Hanqing, her eyes glistening with tears. Hanqing, she is not the Zhang Xining of the past. Her heart no longer holds you. I am the one who has stood by your side the longest. Why can you not see? Chu Hanqing pried Nanyue's hand away with an icy demeanor. In my previous life, I was blind to see your worth. In this life, sparing you is my greatest mercy. But Ning Ning is solely mine. His gaze gradually reddened, a glimmer of bloodthirsty intent flickering in his eyes. The great spider was dead, and his experiments were now his to claim. Nanyue had become a mere pawn, expendable. Qing Huai retrieved ingredients from Zhang Xining's space and prepared a beef rice bowl, adorned with a poached egg and a few green vegetables, while he himself made a humble curry pork chop rice. They sat side by side in the dining room, savoring their respective meals, the aroma of the dishes wafting throughout the living room. Zhao Shuo could not contain himself. Qing Huai, you cannot just think of the two of you. Consider the feelings of those of us subsisting on dry rations. Such selfishness will not endear you to Ning Ning. Zili, Ning Ning. With that, he took a hefty bite of his compressed biscuits, seemingly venting his dissatisfaction. Zhang Xining cast a glance at Zhao, retrieving several buckets of instant noodles, a package of ham, alongside some pickled vegetables and pork jerky from her space, and handed them to him. Here, indulge in this. When combined, these items can be deemed a luxurious noodle dish. Does this restore your sense of balance? After speaking, she lowered her head to continue her meal, while Qing Huai occasionally offered pieces of pork chop from her bowl to Zhang Xining. Zhang Xining murmured in dissatisfaction, "There's no need. I still have plenty. If I keep eating, I fear I might actually turn to a pig." Qing Huai gently tousled her hair, his expression serene. "Do not worry. Even if you become a pig, I would gladly take care of you." Just then, Chu Hanqing and Nanyue emerged, observing the affectionate pair, one wearing a cold smirk and the other with a countenance so somber it seemed to drip with water. "Hanqing, Nanyue, would you like some instant noodles?" Zhao Shuo casually inquired from a kitchen, where he was boiling water, as he encountered the two. Chapter 128. Chu Hanqing defeats Qing Huai. Zhao Shuo effortlessly prepared a bucket of noodles for Chu Hanqing, who settled across from Zhang Xining. Zhang Xining had just set down his chopsticks when he turned to Qing Huai and inquired, "Does Luo know we are here?" Qing Huai lifted his gaze towards Chu Hanqing and replied, "Luo, he has been apprehended. He is far more aware of the situation than I am." Zhang Xining gazed at Chu Hanqing, who lifted her eyes. "At the Boat Experimental Center, my identity would likely lead to immediate capture. The only one who can enter is Nanyue." "Nanyue? How could she possibly assist me? What are the odds of successfully storming in to rescue someone?" Zhang Xining inquired. Chu Hanqing, without lifting her head, continued to savor her noodles, as if they were an exquisite delicacy. 20%, she replied. "There are numerous traps and hidden weapons inside. A moment's inattention could prove disastrous." The group exchanged glances, realizing that Nanyue was indeed the key. Yet how could she possibly seek her help? The animosity towards Nanyue was palpable. It was inconceivable to bow to an enemy. After all, it was because of her that Luo had fallen into such peril. A life must be saved. Sensing Zhang Xining's predicament, Qing Huai gently patted her hand, wearing a tender expression. "Rest assured, I shall handle this matter." Zhang Xining regarded him with a discerning gaze. "Do you have a solution?" Qing Huai smiled and nodded. "However, you must prioritize your own safety first, so as not to cause me undue concern." Zhang Xining acknowledged with a hum, refraining from inquiring about Qing Huai's potential solutions. Should he wish to share, she would undoubtedly lend a willing ear. The sensation of having someone by your side during challenging times, reassuring you with the words, "Do not worry, I am here. I shall assist you," is truly delightful. She pondered on how Su Mo was faring and whether there had been any further developments with Yuan Bao. Zhang Xining reclined on the sofa, her fingers incessantly pressing the buttons of the remote control. It was a peculiar moment, as the room was occupied solely by Zhao Shuo and her. Was it because of Mo's presence, or was it due to Qing Huai? Even though he already comprehended the answer deep within his heart, he still yearned to hear Zhang Xining articulate herself. Zhao Shuo found himself bewildered. He had known Zhang Xining slightly earlier than Qing Huai, and his appearance was no less striking. Yet he felt his efforts were just a fraction lacking. How was it that Zhang Xining's heart had been captivated by Qing Huai? Zhang Xining gazed at Zhao Xiao, noticing a flicker of reluctance in his eyes, and with a gentle smile remarked, "Zhao Xiao, you are truly remarkable. Mo, and Qing Huai are the most significant individuals in my life, and you, too, are among my dearest friends." A smile lingered at the corners of Zhao Xiao's eyes, yet it was evident to all that he was far from content. "This alone brings me satisfaction. At least I hold some importance in your heart." On the rooftop, Qing Huai and Chu Hanqing stood side by side, one on the left and the other on the right. A closer inspection would reveal that aside from their differing attire, their garments exuded the same essence, even though Qing Huai had considerably subdued his demeanor. "Number 002, what exactly do you intend to do?" Qing Huai's tone was frigid, capable of freezing anyone in place. Chu Hanqing chuckled softly. What do I intend to do? Surely the master is well aware. My thoughts, emotions, and every action are all bestowed by you. How could the master be oblivious to his own desires? Qing Huai's eyes, reminiscent of a frigid pond, glimmered with a hint of thinly veiled anger. Your mission has been accomplished. I have the power to create you, and I can just as easily obliterate you. Chu Hanqing remained unfazed. I am but a replica. If I were to disclose to Ning Ning that you are, in fact, the Chu Hanqing who harmed her in a previous life, do you truly believe she would willingly remain by your side? Qing Huai's spine stiffened, his fingers unconsciously clenching, as a tempest of turmoil brewed in his gaze. You dare? Master, shall we put it to the test? You have no chance. No sooner had Qing Huai uttered those words than a fireball hurled towards Chu Hanqing, who effortlessly evaded it while countering with a lightning strike. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of identical techniques, neither yielding to the other. Chu Hanqing, what are you doing? Zhang Xining intervened, pushing Chu Hanqing aside as she approached Qing Huai. Chu Hanqing's expression revealed a rare moment of confusion, while Qing Huai, hidden from their sight, revealed a triumphant smile. You are merely a machine. The human capacity for improvisation, including the ability to comprehend the human heart, is something you shall never attain. Zhang Xining embraced Qing Huai, bewildered by the situation. Ning Ning, I feel as though I am on the brink of death. Do I appear very unseemly in my current state? Qing Huai's voice was faint, tinged with fragility. Zhang Xining wept. Do not speak of death. With that, she poured the entirety of the thorn tree juice, which she had purchased for 500 points, into Qing Huai's mouth. Little did she know that if she later discovered Qing Huai was merely feigning death, thus squandering her hard-earned 500 points, she might very well have treated the person before her with disdain. After consuming the thorn tree juice, Qing Huai felt invigorated, rendering any pretense impossible. Only the act of lamentation remained. Ning Ning, I cannot fathom why the surname Chu would summon me here, only to seek my demise without a word of explanation. In what manner have I offended him? Zhang Xining cast a glance at Chu Hanqing, her eyes brimming with disappointment. Why have you become this way? Is it that you seek to undermine my happiness? She implored. Chu Hanqing, I beseech you. It was my folly to misjudge your character. I shall no longer pursue you. Zhao Shual, overhearing their exchange, was filled with astonishment. Zhang Xining and Chu Hanqing? When did this transpire? Why was he entirely oblivious? Suddenly, he recalled the day he had seen Zhang Xining, when Chu Hanqing had carried her out of the sports center. Had there been a connection between them even then? No. That was their first encounter. Could it have been love at first sight? Surely, it must have been Chu Hanqing who fell for Ning Ning at first glance. Upon analyzing this revelation, Zhao Shuo felt he had unraveled the truth. Chu Hanqing chuckled self-deprecatingly. In the past, I was indeed at fault. All I desire is to make amends. Do you not even grant me the opportunity to do so? Zhang Xining gazed upon the exceptionally handsome face before her, yet her heart stirred not even the slightest ripple. She casually remarked, if you truly wish to make amends, you should eliminate Nanyue and rescue Luo Yi. With that, she took Qing Huai's hand and descended the stairs. Zhao Shuo looked at Chu Hanqing with eyes filled with both sympathy and regret. Letting out a deep sigh, you don't cherish such a wonderful girl like Ning Ning. It's no wonder you remain single. Had Zhang Xining offered him even the minutest opportunity, he would have seized it without hesitation. Regrettably, from the very beginning, Zhang Xining's heart had never been his. However, recalling that Zhang Xining considered him her most important friend, the despondency on Zhao Shua's face vanished in an instant. At least he held a place in her heart. Chapter 129. Threatening Zhang Xining with Luo Yi that night, Zhang Xining slept restlessly, for upon closing her eyes, the desperate gaze of the merman she encountered outside Jianghai City haunted her thoughts. Little did she know, that night at the Bode Experimental Center, chaos reigned. Luo Yi found himself bound to an operating table, utterly immobilized. He had been waiting patiently at home for Zhang Xining, but unexpectedly, a group of individuals barged in. Observing these little rascals, Luo Yi felt no sense of alarm. Instead, he stretched his limbs, preparing for a showdown. However, these intruders resorted to deceit, launching a gas attack that caught him off guard. When he awoke again, he was strapped to the operating table, deprived of food and water, left to wonder what their intentions were. "Hello, is anyone there? Is there anyone?" After an indeterminate period, the door finally swung open, and a graceful figure entered. Luo, he turned his head to see a woman clad in a white dress. Having gone a long time without water, his lips were cracked, and his voice was hoarse. "What have you brought me here for?" Nanyue approached Luo Yi, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. "I hear this facade has bewitched Xiao Taoyong. It seems to be quite effective. What do you want?" Luo Yi struggled vigorously against his restraints. Nanyue, unfazed and unperturbed, replied, "Tell me, if you were to be exchanged for Zhang Xining, do you think she would comply?" Luo Yi scoffed, "You overestimate your influence. My relationship with that vile woman is fraught with enmity. Why would she risk herself for me? If you have the guts, come at me directly, kill or torture me. Make it swift." With a sudden motion, Nanyue grasped Luo Yi's chin, her alluring lips widening into a smile. "Haha, shall we put that to the test? Tonight promises to be quite lively." With that, she instructed the doctors in white coats to gag Luo Yi and hoist him from the operating table, binding him tightly like a caterpillar. Two of them carried him through a long corridor and into a garage. They tossed Luo Yi into the back seat as if he were a mere sack, one driving while the other occupied the rear seat, with Nanyue taking her place in the front passenger seat. Half an hour later, the vehicle halted beneath a building. Nanyue signaled, and the two doctors once again lifted Luo Yi, taking him directly to the rooftop. Meanwhile, before Nanyue's arrival, Chu Hanqing and Qinghuai had quietly slipped out of the house while Zhang Xining was asleep, making their way to the entrance of the Bode Experimental Center. They were certain Nanyue would be there, and that Luo Yi was indeed within a laboratory. Chu Hanqing was quite familiar with the Bode laboratory, effortlessly guiding Qinghuai through its corridors. Unbeknownst to them, as they entered, Nanyue had already slipped out through the back door with Luo Yi. The two of them, battered and bruised, created a tumultuous scene within the laboratory, failing to notice Nanyue or Zhang Xining. It was only when they finally sensed something was amiss that Zhang Xining, unable to sleep, abruptly rose and opened her door. There, at her threshold, lay a white envelope, which she picked up in confusion and opened. By the faint glow of the living room light, she discerned a line of small text. "To save Luo Yi, come to the rooftop. Nanyue, it is time to settle our scores." Zhang Xining carelessly discarded the letter on the ground and retreated indoors to change into a garment that was both practical for combat and warm. As night descended, the biting cold wind swept through the air, and only a few stars, reminiscent of a plump full moon, scattered a few glimmers of light as they traversed the sky. Zhang Xining ascended the staircase step by step, pushing open the heavy iron door. Luo Yi stood bound like a dumpling at the edge of the rooftop, flanked on either side by two imposing figures resembling guardians. Nanyue, adorned in a flowing white long-sleeve dress, draped a pure white cashmere coat over her shoulders. With her exquisite features, she appeared as a celestial being who had inadvertently descended to the mortal realm, embodying purity and beauty. In Zhang Xining's eyes, Nanyue is undoubtedly a vision of loveliness. Upon seeing Zhang Xining approach, Nanyue curled her scarlet lips into a smirk, her tone laced with disdain. Who would have thought that after living two lives, you remain so naive? Zhang Xining, unfazed, adjusted her clothing, acknowledging the slight chill of the night on the rooftop. Her tone was as indifferent as if conversing with a stranger. "Thank you for the compliment. At least I have become the person I wish to be, attaining what I desire. And you, Nanyue? You're doomed to love in vain for 2 lifetimes." Nanyue's expression twisted with anger, as if a sudden realization struck her. "Do you think you have triumphed, Zhang Xining? In this lifetime, Chu Hanqing is already bound to me in a secret union. And you? What does his heart mean to you? It is I who possesses his body." As she spoke, her excitement grew, her expression becoming somewhat grotesque, transforming a beautiful figure into something unsettling beneath the moonlight. Zhang Xining gazed at Nanyue with a smile that suggested amusement, as though the figure before her were merely a jester and she an indifferent spectator. "What brings you such mirth? Zhang Xining, you shall never triumph over me. Look, who do we have here? Tell me, what do you suppose would happen if I were to cast him down? Ha ha! Nanue erupted into laughter. Yet her mirth resonated through the night on the rooftop, striking an unsettling chord that left the heart disquieted. Zhang Xining gazed calmly at the ever-changing expressions of Nanue, yet the sweat in her palms betrayed her true emotions. Nanue intended to target her. The more Zhang Xining cared for Luo Yi, the more Nanue would complicate matters for him, potentially even pushing Luo Yi down a treacherous path. What Nanue yearned to witness most was Zhang Xining's loss of composure, her disarray, her profound anguish. However, how could Zhang Xining ever grant her such satisfaction? Zhang Xining remained silent, while Nanue approached her with a gaze filled with venomous resentment. The life and death of your friend lies in my hands. With but a flick of my finger, he could plummet from this high building, shattering into a mere puddle of flesh. Zhang Xining, plead for me. Why do you not beg for his release? Nanue's tone and demeanor unsettled Zhang Xining. She could swiftly eliminate Nanue, yet that would entail sacrificing Luo Yi. It was certainly not worth the cost of his life for the sake of such a deranged woman. She stepped forward a few paces, seemingly unfazed by the two white-coated figures, possibly pushing Luo Yi off the edge. Coming to a halt 5 meters away from him, she turned to face Nanue. This man has insulted me since the very first moment we met. Had he not been a brother of Qinghai, I would have wished for his demise long ago. However, you now must address this persistent thorn in my side. To be frank, I owe you my gratitude. Should Qinghai pursue this matter, it bears no relation to me. Ha ha ha! Nanue, tell me, do you possess any sense? Bound and gagged, Luo Yi glared at Zhang Xining with bloodshot eyes, his body writhing as if he were prepared to engage in a life-and-death struggle with her. Nanue, in turn, looked at Zhang Xining with fury, her mind racing. Zhang Xining is cunning and deceitful. She must be attempting to trick me. If she truly cared not for this man's fate, why would she come here? Zhang Xining is undoubtedly deceiving me. Upon hearing Nanue's thoughts, Zhang Xining's expression hardened. She had not anticipated that Nanue would remain unconvinced. Thus, she had no qualms about administering a more potent dose of manipulation. Chapter 130. The trend of plummeting from heights. Zhang Xining's lips curled into a nonchalant smile, one that, while not conventionally striking, rendered her inexplicably captivating. I approached merely to witness your descent into madness, to observe your frenzy, Nanue. In this lifetime, you shall not triumph over me, for I live solely for myself. Flames of fury ignited in Nanue's eyes, her fists clenched tightly, as if her patience had reached its breaking point. Kill her, eliminate her. Eradicate Zhang Xining, she incessantly urged herself, her crimson gaze fixed on Zhang Xining, charging towards her. Even though Zhang Xining had braced herself for the encounter, she was taken aback. Nanue possessed a speed-based ability, albeit not as formidable as her own, yet her swiftness was far from negligible. Zhang Xining could not afford to ponder further. She hurled the prepared wind blades towards the two individuals clad in white coats. Upon sustaining injuries, their bodies instinctively recoiled, teetering perilously close to the edge of the rooftop. Regrettably, they plummeted downwards at an alarming velocity, likely to meet a disastrous fate upon impact. Once the white coats were dealt with, Zhang Xining swiftly maneuvered to Luo Yi's side and attempted to pull him forward, only to be taken aback as Nanue abruptly changed direction, lunging at her with a small knife in hand. Zhang Xining exerted every ounce of her strength to push Luo Yi, bound like a dumpling, towards the edge of the rooftop, only to be knocked off the platform herself by Nanue. Her heart-wrenching cries echoed 3 times, and Qinghai dashed to the edge of the rooftop, unhesitatingly leaping from the 32nd floor. Luo Yi gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Had the wretched woman not professed her disdain for him? Why had she saved him, while she herself plummeted? Sitting on the ground, he felt something tumultuous crashing within his chest, causing his heart to ache painfully. His eyes turned crimson, unable to fathom that the woman who had been so composed just moments before could vanish in an instant. Zhao Shuo crouched at the edge of the rooftop, shouting down below, Xining, Xining, Qinghai. As he called out, despair overwhelmed him, and he collapsed to the ground, weeping like a child. Chu Hanjing stood at the entrance of the rooftop, paralyzed with fear, his gaze fixed vacantly ahead, murmuring incessantly. How could this happen? This cannot be. She will not die. His entire body leaned against the wall, motionless. System exchanged for a parachute quickly. Zhang Xining felt her body plummeting at an alarming speed. The chilling wind howling past her ears, as if blades were slicing across her face. System produced parachute, capable of dynamic deployment and halting. Would you like to activate it? Nonsense, just activate it. If I don't, I might lose my life. With a thud, the parachute unfurled, and at that moment, Zhang Xining realized she was still alive. A familiar voice reached her ears. She looked up to see a shadow rapidly descending towards her. What on earth? Why has Qinghua come down as well? Is falling from heights now a trend? In the next instant, Qinghua landed deftly on the edge of a balcony. Xining, save me. Save? Does he truly need saving? It seems like he's enjoying this fall, descending at will and stopping whenever he pleases. Zhang Xining did not lower her gaze, but instead addressed the system, commanding it to ascend 5 meters. The parachute successfully halted before Qinghua. Zhang Xining regarded Qinghua with a mischievous smile, her arms outstretched. Qinghua, dear leader, shall I be a Princess Carrie or a warm embrace? Qinghua's intense gaze upon her made Zhang Xining feel somewhat flustered, and the next words from Qinghua caused her cheeks to flush crimson. Ningning, tonight, embrace me as you wish. Qinghua's tone was calm yet melodious, enchanting to the ears. If ears could conceive, Zhang Xining mused, she would have lost count of how many times by now. As her thoughts drifted, Qinghua released the balcony's edge, enveloping Zhang Xining in his arms, while they plunged downward in alarming speed, the parachute in hand. System, ascend, ascend. No bargaining. If there are points, use them. If not, extend my credit. In a moment of desperation, she relied solely on the system, understanding its nature well enough to cut off any potential negotiations. The system responded that credit was not an option, but communication was presently impossible. Ascend to the rooftop. Host owes the system 100 points. Feeling the parachute stabilize, Zhang Xining exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet the system's notification ignited her frustration to the point of nausea. Ningning, fear not. Whether in life or death, this time, I shall face it with you. Zhang Xining raised her gaze to meet the gentle, water-like eyes of Qinghua. Although her heart was deeply touched, she found that the words spoken felt somewhat peculiar. The two successfully landed on the rooftop, where they observed 2 figures ascending from below. Zhao Shua instantly transformed from a sobbing child into one filled with joy, clutching a lollipop. He rushed towards Zhang Xining, eager to embrace her tightly, but was intercepted by Qinghua, resulting in Zhao Shua's robust hug enveloping her instead. Qinghua, with a hint of disdain, pinched Zhao Shua's collar between her fingers, pulling him back slightly. You've smeared your snot on my clothes, she remarked. Zhao Shua, beaming with delight, replied, You're all fine. I'm just so happy. He attempted to hug Qinghua again. Step away, snot-nosed brat. Don't come near me. Only Ning Ning is allowed to. Chu Hanqing watched the two who had come up with a vacant expression, tinged with a flicker of clarity, yet a sense of disappointment lingered as he turned to leave. Meanwhile, the pitiful Luo Yi, bound like a dumpling, writhed on the ground. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Xining removed the rag from his mouth and retrieved a small knife from her space to sever his ropes. Luo Yi rose, stretching his limbs and inhaling deeply. I thought I was going to suffocate. You wretched woman, who told you to risk your life to save me? How shall I repay this debt? Perhaps I should begrudgingly accept you. Zhao Shua looked at Luo Yi with exasperation, thinking to himself, Brother, how can you not see the relationship between those two? In the next moment, Luo Yi found himself lifted and unceremoniously thrown to the rooftop door. Who dare to suggest you lay a hand on my woman? Consider this a lesson. Next time, you're on your own. The voice was casual yet menacing, and Luo Yi realized that Qinghua had not lied. Witnessing Luo Yi's fate, Zhao Shua gathered his courage and declared, Given that you dared to jump down for her, from now on, Ning Ning is my kin. I am her family. If you dare to bully her, I would risk my life to ensure you regret it. With that, he strode away with an air of superiority. Zhang Xining felt a pang in her nose, recalling how the term family had once been a source of irony for her. Her own kin treated her as a stranger, while this individual, with whom she shared no blood ties, could offer her such steadfast support. Zhao Shua, thank you. Chapter 131. Pursued by Jiang Tong, Zhao Shua halted his steps, clenched his fingers, and turned to present a smile he deemed quite charming. Ning Ning, I am truly happy. In the future, you shall find happiness, and I too shall be content. Zhang Xining has discovered her own unique hue, while Zhao Shua, from this moment forth, perceives only in shades of black and white. Qing Huai firmly adjusts Zhang Xining's posture, compelling her to face him. You must never joke with your own life again, nor sacrifice it for the sake of other men. Qing Huai's voice resonates with an unusual solemnity, emanating a chilling aura. This is the first instance Zhang Xining witnesses such a demeanor from Qing Huai, evoking memories of Chu Hanqing from her past life, who spoke to her with the same tone and attitude. Noticing Zhang Xining's distress, Qing Huai swiftly envelopes her in his embrace, preventing her from collapsing. Zhang Xining struggled in his embrace, as if enduring a horrifying ordeal, repeatedly murmuring the name Chu Hanqing. Qing Huai's heart was a tumult of emotions, despite being with him. Why did she still call out for Chu Hanqing, even though that was indeed him? The thought of number 002 crossed his mind. How could it be justified? It was merely a robot, an automaton he had crafted to deceive the great spider in Nanyue. In a fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to destroy number 002, erasing all traces of Chu Hanqing from the world. Yet, Zhang Xining knew it was the genuine Chu Hanqing, the one who had once inflicted real pain. Would they ever be together again? Certainly not. Observing the panicked individual in his arms, Qing Huai ultimately resolved to relent. Even if her heart belonged to him, she believed that in the future, it would solely be her, only Qing Huai and not Chu Hanqing. Qing Huai recalled Zhang Xining once confiding in Xiang Jingxian, expressing that something was amiss, that only Xiang Jingxian could assist her. She was oblivious to the cause of her distress, desperately yearning to escape this suffocating environment. Yet no matter how she fled, Chu Hanqing would stand before her with a cold demeanor, leaving her with no avenue of escape. Qing Huai, save me, she mumbled incessantly, impervious to Qing Huai's frantic calls. The four of them descended the stairs, only to be halted by a group clad in black uniforms, the Divine Machine Army, led by Jiang Tong. His expression was ominously dark as he scrutinized the individuals before him, demanding, "Did you kill the ones downstairs?" His tone was laced with a suppressed fury, his gaze piercing. Zhao Shua stepped forward, attempting to reason with him. Jiang Tong, Ningning. Jiang Tong conjured ice crystals with a swift motion, hurling them towards Zhao Shua, who narrowly evaded with a protective earthen wall. Zhao Shua, after all these years as brothers, do you truly wish to kill me? Zhao Shua exclaimed, incredulous. When you drove Nanyue to her death, did you consider that I was your brother? Do you know she perished, her body unrecognizable after falling from such a height, with a dagger embedded in her? Jiang Tong bellowed in rage. Arrest them all, he commanded, and, at his signal, a dozen armed members of the Divine Machine Army emerged. The three men exchanged glances. Luo, Yi, and Zhao Shua charged at the soldiers, while Qing Huai swiftly carried Zhang Xining away. Jiang Tong would not allow such an escape. His objective for the day was Zhang Xining. He pursued relentlessly, flinging ice crystals, which crumpled vehicles and left indentations in walls, showcasing his formidable abilities. Qing Huai's fire-related powers proved futile against Jiang Tong's ice abilities. She dodged countless ice shards. But Jiang Tong's relentless onslaught made it increasingly arduous for Qing Huai to hold onto Zhang Xining. An ice crystal pierced her thigh, prompting Qing Huai to gather her strength, unleashing a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm towards Jiang Tong. He hastily evaded, but sustained some injuries. Witnessing such devastating power from a dual-element ability user for the first time, Qing Huai had sustained injuries, and Zhang Xining was in a state of confusion. This moment presented an unparalleled opportunity. Should Zhang Xining manage to escape, any future encounters with either her or Qing Huai would not proceed as smoothly as the current situation. With this thought in mind, Jiang Tong intensified his assault. Qing Huai, cradling his wounded leg, fled the scene with Zhang Xining onto the street. A rugged vehicle approached them head-on. Upon recognizing the occupant, Qinghai shouted, "Shunli!" Seated in the passenger seat, Shunli focused intently on the chaotic scene. A blood-soaked figure was desperately carrying a pallid girl, while a frenzied Jiangtong pursued them. Shunli exited the vehicle, alarmed by the sight of the girl's ghostly complexion, as if she were on the brink of death. How could this be happening to Zhang Xining? He hurried toward Qinghai, who looked at him with deep concern and urged, "Take her to the clothing factory in Shihai district. Find our boss, Xiang Jingxian. Hurry." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Shunli wasted no time. He took Zhang Xining into his arms and approached the vehicle. "You too. Get out and protect the injured." Two soldiers clad in black uniforms promptly disembarked. Shunli shielded Zhang Xining's forehead as she was placed inside the vehicle. "To the Shihai district clothing factory. We must act swiftly." The driver, heeding the command, pressed the accelerator, vanishing into the depths of the night. Approximately 15 minutes later, the vehicle halted at the factory entrance. Shunli carried Zhang Xining out and called out urgently, "Xiang Jingxian! Xiang Jingxian!" An elderly gatekeeper ambled out, adjusting his reading glasses as he scrutinized the newcomers. "Who are you?" "Sir, where is Xiang Jingxian? I need to see him urgently." The gatekeeper was momentarily puzzled when sudden hurried footsteps echoed. "Is this Miss Zhang?" A man in his 40s emerged. Uncle Da, who upon glancing at the injured Zhang Xining, adopted a grave expression. "Follow me." Shunli, unwilling to delay, kept a tight grip on Zhang Xining and closely followed Uncle Da's lead. Chapter 132. The entire truth. Zhang Xining gradually opened her eyes, sensing that she was being held by someone. The pace was swift, and the incessant jolting made her quite uncomfortable, causing her to furrow her brow slightly. Shunli, noticing the movement in his arms, looked down to find that the person he was holding was indeed Zhang Xining. At this moment, Shunli exuded a more pronounced masculinity than when they first met, radiating an aura of resolute seriousness. "Shun Li," Zhang Xining called out in a hoarse voice. Following Uncle Da, they entered a brightly lit underground chamber, where a man donned in gold-rimmed spectacles sat on a sofa. He regarded the newcomers with an unhurried demeanor, stating, "You've arrived." Xiang Jingxian rose and walked toward another room, as Shunli carried Zhang Xining inside. It was a standard laboratory with an operating table at its center. As Xiang Jingxian approached, he donned a pair of gloves and said, "Place her here." Shunli laid Zhang Xining on the surgical table, only to notice that she was trembling uncontrollably, her eyes betraying a mix of panic and anxiety, one hand clutching tightly to the edge of Shunli's clothing. "No, I want to leave this place," she uttered softly, her voice trembling. Shunli crouched beside her, a rare tenderness illuminating his usually stoic face as he softly reassured her. "It will be over soon." "No, I want to leave." Zhang Xining gazed at Shunli with fear, her petite figure appearing fragile and vulnerable, evoking a protective instinct in him. She was utterly different from the fierce woman who had fought like a beast without blinking. Shunli felt a deep pang in his heart as he turned to Xiang Jingxian. "Can she leave here?" Xiang Jinchuan scrutinisa, Shen Likluzeli, an inscrutable glint in his eyes, and replied in a subdued tone, "Her body is exhibiting complications." "Are you aware of this?" Shunli's eyes widened in surprise, seemingly caught off guard by this revelation. "Help me restrain her," Xiang Jingxian commanded, approaching with a syringe. Noticing Shunli's hesitation, he added with an intensified tone, "I do not tolerate disobedient patients. Xiang Jingxian, let me go." Zhang Xining's sudden outburst startled Xiang Jingxian, who turned to face her on the operating table. Her voice was deliberate. "Your intention in saving me is to discover the issues within your own body, is it not? Assist me and comply." "I refuse. My head hurts. It hurts so much, as if it will explode at any moment." With that, she struck her own temple vigorously, wishing to smash the pain away. Both Xiang Jingxian and Shun Li reacted swiftly, each grasping an arm to prevent her from harming herself. "Hold her down," Xiang Jingxian shouted, and Shun Li recognized the gravity of the situation, firmly restraining the writhing figure. Seizing the opportunity, Xiang Jingxian inserted the needle into Zhang Xining's arm, gradually administering the medication. Under its influence, She gradually calmed, her eyes slowly closing. "You may leave now," Xiang Jingxian instructed, ushering Shenli away. When Shenli remained unmoving, Xiang Jingshuan's displeasure surfaced. "If you do not trust me, why have you come? If you are here, you must follow my directives. All other conditions are non-negotiable." Shenli cast a glance at the slumbering figure, then turned to Xiang Jingxian, offering him a precise military salute, uttering a silent plea before departing the laboratory. Waiting by the door, Luo, Yi, and Zhao Shuo swiftly dispatched a dozen or so of the Divine Machine Army within the community and dashed toward the street. At that moment, Qing Huai lay gravely wounded by the roadside, encircled by two individuals, one in front and the other behind. He knelt on one knee, his black casual pants soaked, numerous wounds marring his body, blood gushing from the gashes, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. "Jiang Tong, do you truly wish to kill me?" His voice, laced with agony, bore a piercing glare directed at Jiang Tong. "Jiang Tong, he is allied with Zhang Xining. They're the ones who forced Nan Yu to her demise. We must avenge her," Chu Hanqing remarked with a sinister smile. "Nan Yu?" Jiang Tong's eyes hardened in an instant. "Yes, a Yu is dead, and I shall avenge her." With that, he thrust the icy blade toward Qing Huai's vital spot. The slightest movement sent waves of agony through Qing Huai's already battered form, rendering him nearly lifeless. He stifled the excruciating pain, shifting to evade Jiang Tong's assault. This motion seemed to drain the last remnants of his strength, collapsing him onto the ground, immobile. Gazing at the heavens, the lotus-like clouds parted, revealing the moon, a luminous orb casting brilliance upon the earth, as if this hellish apocalyptic scene had never unfolded. "It seems tomorrow shall bring fair weather," he murmured softly. Chu Hanqing observed the fallen Qing Huai, a surge of inexplicable delight swelling within him as he approached, bending slightly to regard him. In a hushed tone he spoke, "My master, tonight you shall embark on your journey. As for the woman you cherish, I shall look after her." Qing Huai's eyes shifted toward Chu Hanqing, fury igniting within him. Suddenly, the crack of bones echoed as Chu Hanqing crushed Qing Huai's wrist beneath his foot. Despite the agony, Qing Huai fought to suppress his cries, a trickle of blood escaping from his lips, seemingly unfazed. "If you wish to kill me, then do so. Even in death, I cannot alter the truth of your creation." With renewed vigor, he confronted Chu Hanqing's torment, his visage contorted into a mad grin. "I despise your arrogance. Today, I shall mire you in the mud from which you shall never rise." With that, he mercilessly shattered Qing Huai's limbs. Qing Huai remained silent, his gaze fixed indifferently upon the radiant moon. "Ning Ning, I can no longer accompany you. The two gravest mistakes of my life were yielding to the system's design, delivering you to the Great Spider, and creating number 002. As the final bolt of lightning struck Qing Huai with precision, the words he longed to utter faded in his silence, all tumult and torment vanishing in an instant. Qing Huai, upon their arrival, Zhao Shuo and Luo Yi were met with this haunting scene. Luo Yi hurried to Qing Huai's side, checking his condition, while Zhao Shuo confronted Chu Hanqing, demanding why. "When did you become such a person, unable to discern right from wrong? What error has Qing Huai committed? If you kill him now, how will I explain it to Ningning later?" Chu Hanqing gazed at Zhao Shuo, a hint of disdain illuminating her features. "You clearly wish for his demise as well. Why feign such nobility? Zhao Shuo, your intentions are well known to all. Do you not yearn for competition? With Qing Huai gone, will not Ningning belong to you?" As Chu Hanqing's unfamiliar demeanor unfolded, Zhao Shuo retreated a couple of steps, fury igniting in his eyes as he thundered, "Chu Hanqing, I shall reveal your crimes to Ningning. I, Zhao Shuo, shall no longer consider you brothers." At that moment, Sun Yinji arrived with a contingent of the Divine Machine Army, clearly bewildered by the scene before him. Torn between his brothers, though inclined towards Jiang Tong and Chu Hanqing, his integrity compelled him to recognize Zhao Shuo's righteousness. "Seize them. Do not let them escape," commanded Chu Hanqing, but Sun Yinji remained motionless. Chapter 133. Chu Hanqing slays Qing Huai. Luo Yi sensed the gravity of the situation, hoisting Qing Huai to flee. only to be intercepted by Chu Hanqing's lightning. Sun Yinji, eliminate them. At this moment, Chu Hanqing's pupils turned crimson, her gaze rife with bloodlust. Jiang Tong knelt on the ground, repeatedly striking the earth, evidently devastated by the death of Nanyue. Sun Yinji shut his eyes, his countenance etched with agony. Forgive me, brother. Just as Chu Hanqing believed everything was proceeding according to plan, Sun Yinji called out toward Zhao Shua, "You all must leave." After uttering those words, he led the Divine Machine Army to confront Chu Hanqing, while Luo Yi seized the opportunity to sprint towards the end of the path without a moment's hesitation. Zhao Shua cast a glance at the blood-soaked struggle of the Divine Machine Army and Sun Yinji, silently bidding, "Take care, brother." The creation known as 002 had flawlessly replicated all characteristics of Chu Hanqing, including her abilities. Even Nanyue, who had grown alongside Chu Hanqing, failed to discern 002's disguise, attesting to the experiment's success. As the Divine Machine Army fell lifelessly to the ground, Chu Hanqing advanced towards Sun Yinji, her aura brimming with malevolence. Sensing the shift in Chu Hanqing's demeanor, Sun Yinji attempted a hasty escape using his wind-based powers, only to be struck by her lightning, followed by a fireball hurtling toward his chest. "I never intended to kill you. Yet why do you defy me?" Chu Hanqing's expression contorted, as if grappling with confusion while yearning to rend Sun Yinji apart. "You're not Chu Hanqing." Sun Yinji coughed up a mouthful of blood, slowly articulating. Surprise flickered in Chu Hanqing's eyes, swiftly replaced by a surge of murderous intent. "I did not expect you to see through it, but you shall not have the chance to inform others." With that, a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, struck Sun Yinji, the acrid scent of charred flesh permeating the air. Chu Hanqing frowned, approaching Jiang Tong, and disdainfully remarked, "You transform into this over the death of one woman? Look at your pitiful state." He helped Jiang Tong to her feet and continued to entice her. "The person is gone. As long as you are alive, you must avenge her. To seek revenge, we must first seize control of the Divine Mechanism Army. With the army in our hands, they shall find it impossible to escape." A glimmer of clarity flickered in Jiang Tong's eyes. "Yes, it was Shun Li who rescued Zhang Xining. I want Shun Li and Zhang Xining to accompany you in death." Ro Yi, clutching Qing Huai, traversed the bustling streets, his expression grim as he gazed upon the lifeless form of Qing Huai, devoid of any breath. "If you perish like this, how shall I explain to that wretched woman? She will undoubtedly harbor resentment towards me." After an indeterminate period of running, Ro Yi paused at a corner, feeling that no pursuers were immediately behind him. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Shua arrived, his heart heavy upon seeing Qing Huai's battered state. He reached out to adjust her clothing gently. A blood-stained envelope slipped from Qing Huai's pocket, and Zhao Shua exchanged a glance with Ro Yi before bending to retrieve it. Fortunately, most of the blood had soaked into the envelope, and the letter itself bore only minor stains. Under the glow of the full moon, Zhao Shua unfolded the letter and began to read. "Please do not inform Ning Ning of my demise. If she inquires, tell her I am sorry. I have suddenly realized that my affection for her was but a fleeting fancy. I wish to withdraw now, to depart. Whoever reads this letter must destroy it and protect Ning Ning well. I will watch over her from above and bless her." Upon finishing the letter, the two men fell into a contemplative silence. Zhao Shua managed a bitter smile. He deserved such a wonderful Ning Ning. Ro Yi's gaze deepened with melancholy. Zhao Shua tucked the envelope into his pocket and addressed Ro Yi. "Brother, take care. Farewell, King Ling Gong." "Indeed," Ro Yi replied, and with that, he gradually faded from Zhao Shua's sight. With a heavy heart, Zhao Shua made his way to the garment factory, seeking Ning Ning. 2 hours later, under the guidance of Uncle De, Zhao Shua entered the brightly lit underground laboratory. He glanced at Shun Li, clad in a black uniform, and the closed laboratory door, then sank heavily onto the sofa in the lounge. At that moment, Zhao Shua radiated an aura of despondency, his eyes dull and lifeless as he hoarsely inquired, "How is she?" Shun Li finally shifted his gaze from the laboratory door to the disheveled and weary man before him, his tone tinged with concern. "It has been 3 hours." After a long silence, neither spoke again, and the air returned to its oppressive stillness. Time dragged on, and at last, the lights above the door extinguished. The two men rose simultaneously, waiting for the individual within to emerge. Zhang Xining stepped out, removing his mask to reveal a weary visage. Upon spotting Zhao Shuo, he hesitated for a moment before regaining his composure. "Is Ning?" Zhao Shuo asked, his voice urgent. Zhang Xining hesitated, and Zhao Shuo exchanged a worried glance with Shun Li, sensing an ominous foreboding. "Dr. Xiang, please be direct. What is Ning Ning's condition?" Shun Li inquired after a moment of contemplation. Zhang Xining glanced at the two individuals, adjusting his spectacles with a steady gaze directed toward a potted green plant in the corner. The primary distinction of a super gene body lies in its blood composition. I examined her blood, which appeared normal at first glance. However, I discovered an unusual element within her mind, which, if my conjecture is accurate, could very well be the root cause of her physical ailment. Zhao Shuo grasped Xiang Jingshuan's pristine sleeve, oblivious to the blood-stained hand that tainted it crimson. Can that element be removed? Will Nung Nung return to normal afterward? Xiang Jingxian discreetly cast a glance at the blood on his sleeve, slightly nodding in affirmation. Under normal circumstances, that should be the case. A glimmer of hope flickered in Zhao Shuo's eyes, while Shun Li furrowed his brow. What potential aftereffects might arise? Could there be unforeseen complications during the removal? What exactly is that additional element? Xiang Jingxian cast a reassuring glance at Shun Li, acknowledging his astuteness as the vice commander of the Divine Machine Army, adept at predicting all possible consequences. Should there be anything we can assist with, please do not hesitate to let us know. Indeed, I too, Zhao Shuo asserted, for with Qing Huai gone, he could not allow Ning Nung to come harm, even at the cost of his own life. Xiang Jingxian approached the nearby coffee machine, pouring himself a cup. After taking a gentle sip, he slowly uttered 3 words. Eye of the Sea. Zhang Xining's situation is quite intricate. The eye of the sea is the soul, means he can conceive to minimize the probability of failure. Zhao murmured, "What exactly is the eye of the sea?" Xiang Jingxian cast a significant glance at Shun Li, the corners of his lips curling ever so slightly, yet his expression remained devoid of mirth. Chapter 134. The Haunting Siren. It is rumored that the most precious possession of the siren is the eye of the sea. Those endowed with exceptional talents can elevate their abilities to their fullest potential upon acquiring it. I believe Deputy Shun is more knowledgeable about this matter than I am. However, the eye of the sea is only effective if willingly offered by the siren. You have merely 3 days to seize this opportunity. Should you miss it, do not approach me with any future grievances. Shun Li abruptly raised his head to look at Xiang Jingxian, his gaze turning icy in an instant. Xiang Jingxian, seemingly unfazed, remarked, "I have no interest in the trivial matters of the Divine Mechanism Army." Zhao's eyes flickered. What did this have to do with the Divine Mechanism Army? He suddenly recalled a few days prior when he and Sun Yinji passed by the headquarters of the Divine Mechanism Army and spotted an object resembling a black coffin. Curiously, he had inquired about it, only to see Sun Yinji grow anxious, warning him not to probe into the affairs of the Divine Mechanism Army in Zhanghai City. Could this coffin contain something significant? In 3 days, I will find a way to acquire the item, Shun Li declared after a long silence. As if he had reached a resolution. His lifelong aspiration was to be a righteous soldier, dedicating himself to his country and its people. Faced with the current circumstances, he decisively chose Zhang Xining over his own future. A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips. Zhang Xining, you ultimately tug at the hearts of all. Do not let everyone down. Deputy Shun, please wait. Zhao hurriedly caught up with Shun Li, cautioning, go to the Divine Mechanism Army. Now may pose a danger. Zhao recounted the actions of Chu Hanxin and Jiang Tong, concluding with his own conjectures. Shun Li pondered for a moment, his sharp gaze fixed on Zhao, as if piercing through all his facades. Zhao was taken aback, thinking to himself, how has this person's aura suddenly become so formidable? Good, Shun Li uttered, producing a communicator and speaking briefly. Within minutes, an off-road vehicle came to a halt before them. Zhao followed Shun Li into the vehicle, departing swiftly. Since the Eye of the Sea requires the siren to voluntarily offer herself, Shunli took advantage of his status to arrange for Zhao to guard the siren. Clad in the black uniform of the Divine Mechanism Army, Zhao stood at the entrance contemplating his next steps when a well-featured, slender man approached him, saying, "Brother, you must be new here." Not sensing any malice, Zhao engaged in conversation with the man, who introduced himself as Wang Fuge, an ability user who had only just joined the Divine Mechanism Army upon arriving in Zhanghai City. The chamber containing the siren would emit a haunting wail each midnight, akin to something yearning to break free from the earth. Over time, the guards began to speak nonsensically, spiraling into madness, ultimately resorting to self-harm. I originally worked in the kitchen, a role often overlooked, yet I enjoyed my daily meals until yesterday when my superior assigned me to guard this entrance. He gazed into the distance of the desolate road and approached Xiao Shuo, whispering in his ear, "Brother, you are new here and unaware of many things. Let me advise you, when you have the time, prepare your family and write your will." Xiao Shuo responded with an innocent glimmer in his eyes, smiling lightly, "Brother, it's not as ominous as you think. We live in an age of science. We must trust in the power of science. The conditions those individuals experienced are unlikely related to what lies within." Observing Xiao Shuo's calm demeanor, Wang Fugue sighed, recognizing the audacity of youth. Wang Fugue hesitated. He had only recently joined the Divine Machine Army, and if captured, he would undoubtedly be expelled. Yet, considering the fate of those who came before him, an unsettling anxiety crept into his heart. Xiao Shuo, perceiving his distress, continued, "As night falls, it grows colder. In the pitch-black darkness, who would venture this way? They would likely be too busy hiding. However, I refuse to believe in such superstitions. Tonight, I will stand here and listen to see if it is as you described." After a moment of internal conflict between his future and his life, Wang Fugue resolutely chose the latter. Just as the young man suggested, if no one checked on him, he could avoid hearing strange noises while continuing his duties here. A perfect compromise. Xiao Shuo patted his chest confidently. "Brother, it's really not that eerie. You can rest assured." As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Wang Fugue shook his head and sighed before leaving. "I hope this child finds good fortune." Xiao Shuo stood at the entrance, embodying a true sentinel, dutifully fulfilling his responsibilities. He only needed to wait until midnight, when everyone would be sound asleep, to investigate the mermaid. Suddenly, an eerie sound emanated from within, startling Xiao Shuo, who had been leaning against the doorframe with his eyes closed. He opened his clear eyes and fixed them on the tightly shut iron gate. He surveyed his surroundings. Apart from himself, the silence was haunting. Without hesitation, he pushed against the iron door, but it did not budge. Glancing at the keyhole, he retrieved a prepared wire from his pocket and inserted it into the lock. 5 minutes later, with a click, the gate swung open. As he pushed the heavy iron door, a rush of dampness, mildew, and an indescribable scent invaded Xiao Shuo's nostrils. Covering his nose with his hand, he switched on his flashlight and made his way to a large glass tank in the center. Upon reaching the tank, which was half his height, the beam of his flashlight illuminated the face of the mermaid. Startled, Xiao Shuo stumbled back a few steps, accidentally dropping the flashlight into the tank. He observed that one side of the mermaid's face was covered in green scales, resembling leaves fallen from a tree, withering away. A patch of moss adorned her forehead, teeming with tiny, writhing creatures. The other side of her face revealed exquisite features. If placed in contemporary society, she would undoubtedly be deemed a goddess. Yet, the combination of these features created a haunting visage. Chapter 135. The sea cannot be returned. Are you afraid of me? Am I really that ugly? The voice of the mermaid emerged from the water, muffled, akin to a drowning soul struggling while speaking. "Can you speak?" Xiao Shuo inquired cautiously, summoning his courage as he approached the glass tank. The flashlight's beam illuminated the mermaid's face in the water, casting an eerie and unsettling aura. Remembering that Zhang Xining was still waiting for the eye of the sea, he could not afford to retreat. The mermaid gazed at Xiao Shuo with curious eyes and eventually uttered, "You are truly handsome." She attempted to offer him a smile, but as she did, the scales on her face contorted, causing her momentary anguish. "What troubles you?" Xiao Shuo asked, With her singular pair of sparkling eyes, the mermaid slowly replied, "Our home has been tainted. Countless kin have fled the ocean only to be captured by humans. I did not know their intentions, but my body knows. I do not have long left." Zhao Shuo comprehended that the root of all this misery was the cursed nuclear pollution, which not only obliterated the habitats of marine life, but also jeopardized humanity's own abode. The mermaid, like him, was a victim of the radioactive waste. In that instant, Zhao Shuo's gaze towards the mermaid transformed from fear to a glimmer of empathetic connection. "Do you wish to escape? I can assist you." Upon uttering those words, Zhao Shuo himself was taken aback. Why did he wish to rescue a mermaid? Wasn't he there to obtain the Eye of the Sea? Indeed, he must have hoped to win the mermaid's favor, persuading her to willingly relinquish the treasure. "But you will perish here," Zhao Shuo persisted, perplexed by his own desire to save her, despite lacking the means to do so. The mermaid's beautiful eyes shimmered with a misty veil as she murmured, "Die? I was destined to perish. Without a home, death holds no significance for me." Zhao Shuo observed the mermaid in the water. The ominous sensation dissipated, replaced by a poignant beauty. Yes, beauty. The mermaid was inherently a splendid being, meant to glide freely through the ocean's depths. "Those humans wish to harm you. I will take you away. I will lead you out." As he spoke, he reached into the glass tank, yearning to rescue the mermaid. A foul, decaying odor assaulted his nostrils, and his hand encountered something slimy. The mermaid smiled at Zhao Shuo, saying, "Thank you, but alas, I cannot leave. Do you see? My body has begun to rot. Once it is completely decayed, my life will reach its end. Kind-hearted stranger, you must leave quickly. You cannot save me, but you can save yourself. They're coming." Just as Zhao Shuo was about to inquire who they were, a hurried sound of footsteps approached from outside, followed by a rough voice that echoed, "Damn it, are those two scoundrels on duty again? Off playing with women in some corner?" A softer, somewhat ingratiating voice chimed in. "Third brother, this way. Won't it be more convenient for us to conduct our business?" Without further ado, the trio did not utter another word as they forcefully pushed open the heavy iron door. Before their arrival, Zhao Shi picked up the flashlight from the water and concealed himself in the shadows. Two men entered, one after the other. The first was of short stature, but appeared robust, wielding a flashlight that illuminated the mermaid submerged in the water. The mermaid gazed silently at Sange, her expression tinged with fear and trepidation. "Oh, who was a few days ago that claimed you were singing? Those who heard you went mad and perished. I do not believe in such superstitions. Why are you silent now? Sing, sing." Sangu relentlessly pressed the barrel of his gun against the mermaid's tail. Before long, a stream of foul blood oozed from beneath her, gradually tainting the entire glass tank. "Sange, do not forget our purpose today. You are torturing the mermaid to this extent. They will surely discover it," cautioned one man. "I fear nothing. We're amidst internal strife. Who has the time to concern themselves with us?" A chilling and eerie sound emanated from the bathtub, causing both men standing before the glass tank to shiver. "Sange, that sound is unsettling. Why do I suddenly feel so cold?" Sangu surveyed his surroundings. The stillness was palpable, and though there was no breeze, he felt his body tremble with cold. "Do you think what they said is true?" Those who hear this sound, without waiting for Sanji's reaction, the man clasped his ears and fled the room. Sangu was startled into a shiver. He had no desire to meet his demise and hastily departed. Once they were a distance away, Zhaoxi emerged from the darkness, the flashlight's beam illuminating the glass tank tainted with dark blood. He shuddered, extending his hand to support the mermaid's head, lifting it above the surface. As he bent to rescue her, the mermaid halted him. "No need. My body has decayed beyond repair. Bringing me out would only offend your eyes. You are a good person. They seek me for my CI, but it is reserved only for those closest to me. Therefore, I would rather perish than bestow it upon them." After speaking, she closed her eyes, feeling a painful tremor encompass her entire being, a combination of physical agony and despair for life. Upon reopening her eyes, she managed a faint smile toward Zhao Shi, yet her gaze was laden with immeasurable sorrow. "Remember, my name is Ashelin." With that, she closed her eyes again and opened her mouth. "Moments latte." A pearlescent orb floated from her lips, which Zhao Shi caught with outstretched hands. Ashelin's lips curled into a weak smile, her tone frail, as if she were a dying human. At least I can now bestow my most treasured possession to one who deserves it, she managed to utter before forever closing her eyes. Zhao Shi clutched the sea eye tightly. His heart felt like a lead weight, hard and cold, plummeting within his chest as if it might fall out. This sensation was unbearable, compounded by self-loathing for his deceit towards a mermaid. He, like the others, had come for her sea eye. How ironic that the mermaid remained oblivious to the truth until her last breath. In that moment, he felt a profound hatred for himself. Zhao Shuo placed the mermaid into the water, and before long, she floated lifelessly upon the murky surface. Addressing her lifeless form, he spoke, "It is true that I wish to save you, but I am also here for the eye of the sea. I am sorry. In your next life, do not be a mermaid." With a solemn bow, he turned and exited the room. Chapter 136. Activating all abilities with his head bowed, Zhao Shuo walked briskly. As he approached the exit, a man intercepted him. "Where are you headed?" Without lifting his gaze, Zhao Shuo replied, "Vice Captain Shun sent me to buy some supplies." "Vice Captain Shun?" The man hesitated momentarily before continuing. "He has already been captured by Officer Jiang. How could he permit you to go out?" In a sudden burst of action, Zhao Shuo kicked the man aside and dashed toward the vehicle he had prepared in advance. With Shun Li in custody, remaining would only lead to a fate similar to Shun Li's. "Quickly, apprehend that man," cried one of the bystanders, clutching his injured groin in pain. Upon returning to the underground laboratory, Zhang Xining remained unconscious, while Xiang Jingxian sat on the sofa in the lounge, engrossed in a book. A steaming cup of coffee rested on the table before him. Zhao Shuo presented the eye of the sea to Xiang Jingxian. Here, surprised by the sight of the eye, Xiang Jingxian set down his book and accepted it. "To obtain the eye in just one day, it seems fortune favors you. How long do we have?" Zhao Shuo inquired, his breath quickening. "With Shunli captured and his fate uncertain, I have already been exposed. It won't be long before they come for me," he replied. Xiang Jingxian raised an eyebrow, glancing at the eye with an indifferent expression. "Do not worry. They will find it difficult to breach my defenses. Even if they do, there is still Zhang Xining." He did not finish the thought, walking into the laboratory with the eye in hand. Before closing the door, he advised, "Ensure those outside hold on until we emerge." In a fleeting moment, the visions of her previous life began to fade, dwindling until she found herself enveloped in darkness, uncertain of her whereabouts. In utter blackness, devoid of sound, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. "Host, awaken. If you do not, everyone around you will perish. Host, awaken. Your final divine mission: eliminate the antagonist, rescue Shun Li, and elevate him to power. Host, activate all abilities, awaken." A series of electronic voices echoed in her ears, irksomely persistent. Turning over, she found herself nestled in someone's embrace. Her first instinct was to identify the owner of the arm. Qing Huai. Qing Huai. Zhang Xining finally opened her eyes, murmuring. Xiang Jingxian, who had caught her, darkened his gaze slightly. "It is I." Zhang Xining abruptly awakened, turning over to find herself pressed closely against Xiang Jingxian, whose face flushed a deep crimson to the tips of his ears, enveloping the laboratory in a palpable atmosphere of intimacy. Zhang Xining leapt gracefully into the air, landing steadily on the ground. She gazed in astonishment at the transformation of her own body, then glanced at the experimental attire she wore and the laboratory surroundings. "Xiang Jingxian, have you been conducting experiments on me?" Her eyes brimmed with disbelief. The ambiguous atmosphere dissipated with her words, prompting Xiang Jingxian to wave his hand in resignation. "Isn't your purpose in seeking me to discuss the frequent occurrences of your fantasies? I am here to treat you. Do you believe that? What do you think? If you don't leave, those outside will break in." Zhang Xining finally discerned the sounds of a fierce altercation outside and swiftly donned her shoes, pulling open the door to the laboratory. Zhao Shuo was gasping for breath, while Jiang Tong executed a swift kick that sent Zhao Shuo staggering to the ground. He skidded across the floor, ultimately colliding with the corner of the wall, and a copious amount of blood erupted from his mouth. Upon witnessing this, A glimmer of excitement flickered in Zhang Xining's eyes. Ning. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Tong delivered a decisive blow aimed at Zhao Shua. Zhang Xining's gaze darkened, revealing a hint of lethal intent. Under the astonished stares of the onlookers, she not only intercepted Jiang Tong's deadly strike aimed at Zhao Shua, but also sent Jiang Tong crashing to the ground in merely 3 moves. Zhang Xining, with her feet clad in slippers, stepped upon Jiang Tong, her gaze imbued with a chilling coldness. In the next moment, amidst Jiang Tong's panicked expression, she thrust an icy blade through his chest. Since you are so fond of the ice blade, I shall permit you to perish beneath its edge. Zhang Xining's ice blade was exceedingly sharp, its power surpassing that of Jiang Tong's. A series of applause echoed, and Xiang Jingshuan's nonchalant voice resounded once more. Indeed, with your abilities at their zenith, Zhang Xining, congratulations on your rebirth. Zhang Xining cast a glance at Xiang Jingxian, helping the fallen Zhao Shua to his feet. How are you? Zhao Shua then realized that Zhang Xining was indeed different from before. Not only had her strength increased significantly, but her features had also become more refined and three-dimensional. If the previous Zhang Xining possessed a beauty that grew on one, the current Zhang Xining was utterly captivating. Noticing the somewhat enamored gaze from Zhao Shua, and considering his injury sustained for her sake, Zhang Xining gently covered his eyes with her hand. It was then that Zhao Shua snapped back to reality, a hint of awkwardness flickering in his eyes as he hastily shifted the topic. Jiang Tong and Chu Hanqing are now in charge of the Divine Machine Army, and Shenli has been confined by them. Shenli. Zhang Xining recalled that she seemed to know of this individual. How had he become entangled with the Divine Machine Army? Zhao Shua proceeded to recount the events, omitting any mention of Qinghuai. Where's Qinghuai? Zhang Xining surveyed the surroundings, failing to spot him. Given his previous behavior, wouldn't he typically follow her wherever she went? I lost track of Qinghuai, and I came directly to the laboratory to find you. I believe he must be engaged in more pressing matters with Luo Yi. After much contemplation, Zhao Shua resolved to keep Qinghuai's situation under wraps. It was certainly not the right moment to bring up his name. Sun Yanji is already dead, and I fear for Shenli as well. Zhao Shua's words trailed off, for with Jiang Tong deceased, only Chu Hanqing remained. Zhang Xining entered the space and changed into a comfortable outfit. She touched the jade around her neck, finding it devoid of warmth. Upon exiting the underground laboratory, a sharp, biting wind greeted her, yet she felt enveloped in warmth, which brought her a surge of joy. Could it be a result of the experiment? She decided to inquire about her own physical condition after Shenli emerged. Zhang Xining and Zhao Zhuo boarded the vehicle prepared by Xiang Jingxian, heading towards the headquarters of the Divine Machine Army. Half an hour later, Zhang Xining found herself standing at the entrance of the Divine Machine Army. Who are you? You are not permitted to enter. A figure clad in a black uniform, wielding a firearm, obstructed her path. Zhang Xining did not spare him a glance and coldly instructed, "Bring Chu Hanqing down." Upon mentioning Chu Hanqing, the soldier's expression revealed a trace of reverence. "Are you Miss Zhang Xining?" Zhang Xining cast a sidelong glance at the individual, who shuddered in response. "Such a beautiful visage, yet why does it send a chill coursing through me?" Zhang Xining paid no heed to the thoughts of the person behind her and made her way directly towards the tallest building within. Chapter 137. Easily dispatching Chu Hanqing. I will draw Chu Hanqing's attention. You take the opportunity to rescue Shenli, Zhang Xining whispered softly to Zhao Shua. However, Zhao Shua wore a worried expression. He could not allow Zhang Xining to encounter any further danger. Zhang Xining's lips curled into a wicked smile. Do you think I am incapable of dealing with Chu Hanqing now? Enough of this chatter. Let's settle it this way. Zhang Xining spoke and immediately strode forward with purpose, creating a considerable commotion. In no time, dozens of elite soldiers aimed their firearms directly at her. Zhang Xining cast a fleeting glance, declaring her desire to meet Chu Hanqing. A series of crisp footsteps echoed, and then a tall, distinguished gentleman emerged from within. Ning Ning. You have finally arrived. Zhang Xining furrowed her brow slightly. Were she and Chu Hanqing truly acquainted? Why did he address her in such a manner? Indeed, As Zhang Xining extracted the tangled mass from Zhang Xining's mind, he simultaneously severed all memories from her past life. Whether that tangled mass represented memories or if it was an entirely different entity remains a mystery, left to the imagination of the readers. Chu Hanjing, you are not a member of the Divine Mechanism Army. By what right do you wield control over it? Summoned Shunli. Chu Hanjing took a couple of steps closer, scrutinizing Zhang Xining's eyes, where he detected a hint of astonishment. After just a few days apart, Ningning appeared even more enchanting than before. As his hand unconsciously brushed against Zhang Xining's face, she instinctively recoiled, evading his touch. Zhang Xining's eyes glimmered with contempt. Is she not suffering from some delusion? When has she ever been associated with Chu Hanqing? Yet, the very presence of Chu Hanqing before her incited a profound dislike. Her pupils narrowed, revealing a blatant disdain. To Chu Hanqing, this gaze suggested that Zhang Xining still could not move on from Qinghuai, and his deep, enigmatic eyes bore an expression that was both mocking and inscrutable. Could it be that Ningning was unable to forget Qinghuai? However, he was but a ghost. Why should she hold him in her heart? Surely, it would be far better to focus on me instead. Zhang Xining's heart suddenly contracted, her eyes glimmering with disbelief. Her voice trembled as she inquired, "What did you just say?" Upon witnessing such an expression on Zhang Xining's face, Chu Hanqing appeared to be quite pleased. He moved to her side and whispered softly in her ear, "Did Zhao Shua not inform you? To save you, Qinghuai perished. Before he died, his limbs were shattered by Jiang Tong, yet he did not utter a single cry, enduring the agony." The smile on Chu Hanqing's lips broadened. In the end, it was I who compassionately ended his suffering. Ningning, you should be grateful to me. However, a person so inferior is hardly worthy of you. After speaking, Chu Hanqing leaned closer to Zhang Xining, inhaling her scent. Ningning's fragrance is even more delightful than before. Perhaps you should accompany me. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as Zhang Xining swiftly broke one of Chu Hanqing's wrists, crushing his bones. Her expression darkened to a chilling degree, her voice cold enough to freeze. "Is this how you crush bones?" Chu Hanqing's face contorted in pain, stammering, "Why you? How have you become so formidable?" With a single move, she had subdued him and shattered his wrist. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, his eyes widened, and his expression twisted. "You took the sea's eye of the mermaid? No wonder that mermaid is dead. It was Zhao Shua, wasn't it?" Zhang Xining's lips curled slightly, and she had no intention of concealing her thoughts. It is often said that those who are on the brink of death speak with sincerity. Yet, what difference does it make? What indeed? Chu Hanqing did not anticipate her candid admission. In the next moment, Zhang Xining released his wrist, her cold gaze compelling Chu Hanqing to take a few steps back. "Where's Qinghuai now?" Her piercing eyes seemed capable of seeing straight through him. Chu Hanqing's attractive brows furrowed slightly, and then he suddenly burst into laughter, as if recalling something amusing. "Qinghuai is already dead," he thought, "a wretched demise right before my eyes. Never to live again. Even if you are not mine, he shall never possess you. Thus, I have not lost. I have not lost." Zhang Xining's countenance instantly darkened to the point of resembling a blood-soaked visage, her fingers marked with deep crimson impressions. Her gaze was frigid and bloodthirsty, exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a tree trunk, struck towards Chu Hanqing. He hastily attempted to evade it, yet found himself ensnared by Zhang Xining's earthen wall, rendered immobile, forced to witness the formidable lightning descend upon him. Where was Shunli? At that moment, the Divine Machine Army was already paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling at the sight of such overwhelming power. The sole thought echoing in their minds was the realization of this woman's immense strength. Her abilities at full capacity rendered them mere ants in her presence. After a lengthy tirade, one of the soldiers pointed in a direction, prompting Zhang Xining to release them and declare in a resonant voice, "Jiang Tong and Chu Hanqing conspired together to slay your leader and deputy son. And Deputy Shun has also been captured. Are you truly willing to ally with them in their nefarious deeds, wantonly slaughtering the innocent and disregarding the lives of the common folk?" With that, she strode purposefully towards the direction of the prison. Just as she encountered Zhao Shua, emerging with Shun Li slung over his back. Shun Li was in a state of unconsciousness, clad only in a tattered white shirt amidst the frigid winter, his body marred by numerous festering wounds, resembling someone pulled from the depths of water. Xining, you may not last much longer. Zhao Shua's voice trembled with emotion. Zhang Xining's apprehensions were confirmed when he found Shun Li. The lower part of his body was submerged in water, his complexion a ghastly shade of blue. After exerting considerable effort to extricate him, Zhao Shua could not hold back his tears upon seeing the grotesque injuries covering Shun Li's body. Lacerations, burns, and a myriad of other wounds, all festering severely. Even someone as composed as Zhao Shua could not suppress his outrage. Chu Hanqing is truly inhumane. Zhang Xining clenched her fists tightly, her body trembling slightly with health and fury that nearly rendered her irrational. She took several deep breaths and, in a fit of desperation, seized a soldier from the Divine Machine Corps. "Fetch me a doctor, quickly." The last two words were nearly a roar. Zhao Shua carefully brought Shun Li to his residence and gently laid him down. Zhang Xining reached out to touch his breath. It was faint, and his condition was dire. "System, come forth." "Host, we cannot save Shun Li. This is his fate." "Utter nonsense. Provide me with a miracle drug or thorn tree sap." "Apologies, host, but the system cannot comply." "You cannot comply?" Zhang Xining scoffed coldly. "Then I wouldn't hesitate to destroy you. After all, my life hinges on saving Shun Li." Chapter 138. Su Mo's confession rejected the system believed that, at this moment, Zhang Xining was indeed capable of such actions. As she trembled, she suddenly heard a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2. The closer it drew to the end, the more chilling the voice became. The miracle drug is now in the space. As soon as the system finished speaking, it vanished without a trace. The host had become too fearsome, and it needed a moment of silence. Zhang Xining retrieved a box of extraordinary medicine from space, resembling a container of pills. Zhao Shua, holding a cup of warm water. Zhang Xining glanced at the instructions. For minor wounds, 2 pills should suffice, while 4 are recommended for more severe injuries. A continuous intake over 3 days is said to ensure recovery. Moments later, a cup of warm water was placed in Zhang Xining's hands. Zhao Shua carefully propped Shun Li up and pried his mouth open, allowing Zhang Xining to place 2 pills inside. As the warm water was poured in, it spilled from the corners of Shun Li's mouth, soaking his clothes, for he was unable to swallow. "Ning Ning, he cannot drink water or take the medicine," Zhao Shua remarked, his anxiety palpable as he held Shun Li's feverish body. Zhang Xining retrieved a large straw from the space, extracting a considerable amount of water. She placed the other end of the straw against Shun Li's throat and gently blew, allowing the water, along with the pill, to be swallowed. Following this method, she administered the remaining 2 pills. Once the last pill was consumed, Zhang Xining exhaled heavily. "Tseng Tseng, will he recover after taking this pill?" Zhao Shua seemed to harbor doubts about the efficacy of the pill. Given the severity of the injuries, the hospital would undoubtedly prioritize treating the wounds before administering any injections. How could Shun Li possibly be out of danger after merely ingesting 4 pills? Is it some miraculous remedy? Zhang Xining cast another glance at the person, whose face remained unscathed, yet whose body bore countless wounds. "Please attend to his injuries," she instructed, placing the medicine on the table. "His life is, at least for now, spared." With that, she shot a significant look at Zhao Shua, causing a chill to run down his spine. "Why is Ning Ning looking at me like that? Why does she seem so terrifying after awakening this time? Ugh, but that fear is directed towards others." Zhang Xining finished speaking and stepped out the door, thoughtfully closing it behind her as she leaned against the stone pillar to the left of the entrance. A young soldier hurried over, accompanied by a doctor in his 50s, who was panting heavily as he reached the doorway. "You, my boy, are not here to save lives. You are risking my own," he exclaimed. Noticing the indifferent gaze of Zhang Xining, the soldier stammered in an effort to clarify, "There is only this retired traditional Chinese medicine practitioner here. The patient is inside, please. You may enter." After Zhang Xining spoke, she resumed her repose against the pillar, eyes closed in contemplation. The old doctor entered the room, and only then did the soldier prepare to leave. "What is your name?" Zhang Xining inquired suddenly, causing the soldier to flinch. I. I'm called Niu Bao, he replied, his legs trembling slightly. Zhang Xining cast a sidelong glance at him before resuming her repose with closed eyes. Vice Captain Shun was reminded to cultivate his courage, for his future held boundless potential. Niu Bao's eyes widened to the size of copper bells. Had he truly heard what that woman had said? That Vice Captain Shun should remember him, and that his future was limitless? What was he standing there for? Shouldn't he hurry away? The scrutiny of this individual made her exceedingly uncomfortable, and even with her eyes shut, she could sense the weight of his gaze. Very well, I shall take my leave at once. In the next moment, Niu Bao tumbled away like a ball, swiftly vanishing from Zhang Xining's sight. She shook her head in disbelief. This person seemed a bit addled. At that moment, Luo Yi, having endured a harrowing journey concerning Qing Huai, finally arrived at the gates of the Qingling gang. Duan Bao, perched atop the tall wall, noticed the approaching vehicle, his eyes flickering with interest. In recent days, his mind had been in turmoil, fearing for Qing Huai's safety. Each day, he surveyed the distant horizon from that lofty vantage point. Su Mo had come to console him several times, asserting that the leader was immensely capable and would surely be unharmed, especially with Ning Ning around yet. Yuan Bao remained fixated on the distance. An expression of unease etched on his face. Yuan Bao, Su Mo hesitated, her hands tightly clutching her garments, as if grappling with a momentous decision. Duan Bao, and ultimately, he said nothing, merely turning back to gaze into the distance. In the biting wind, he stood erect, seemingly impervious to the elements, his demeanor exuding strength and solitude that tugged at the heartstrings of onlookers. Mo gently approached, summoning her courage, and encircled Yuan Bao's waist from behind. He stiffened suddenly, his outstretched hand suspended in midair, caught in the throes of a profoundly difficult choice, before he ultimately pried her hands apart. Yuan Bao, I like you. Can we date? Su Mo expended her utmost bravery, her sweet voice tinged with tremors and hope. A conflicted expression, laced with pain, flickered across Yuan Bao's features. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and turned to face Su Mo. The girl's beautiful brows and eyes shimmered with anticipation as a gust of cold wind tousled her hair, imbuing her with an ethereal beauty that made one yearn to embrace her immediately. Yet, Yuan Bao could not act on such impulses. He had not forgotten his mission. An AI robot was incapable of harboring emotions, particularly love. He could not allow harm to befall Su Mo, who deserved far better. A solitary tear slipped from the corner of Su Mo's eye down her cheek. She sniffed, striving to muster a semblance of a smile. But her eyes betrayed an overwhelming sorrow. I understand now. I shall no longer intrude upon your life. In an instant, her once bright eyes dulled, growing hollow, as if they had lost their luster, leaving only darkness within. For 3 consecutive days, Yuan Bao ascended the wall to gaze into the distance, and he did not encounter Su Mo again. Though they occupied the same space, she felt as though she had vanished, and he heard no tidings of her. The dust-laden vehicle crept slowly into view, intensifying Yuan Bao's unease. Why was it only Luo Yi who had returned? Were the others? What Qing Huai? The vehicle came to a halt beside Yuan Bao, and through the window, he discerned a figure lying in the back seat. Yuan Bao's legs felt as though they were encased in lead, gradually inching toward the door. A fire ignited within his heart, leaving him in a state of disorientation. At last, he reached the car door, trembling as he opened it, revealing a shattered corpse before his eyes. The face was one that he could never forget, a visage forever etched in his memory, the very face he had seen upon awakening. Yuan Bao's pupils constricted, his entire being beginning to tremble, his already pallid complexion growing even more as if he were desperately suppressing something. He stepped into the vehicle, cradling Qing Huai tenderly as he emerged. There were no tears, no sorrow, and he did not glance at anyone. He simply held Qing Huai close and walked toward Qing Ling's residence. Duan Bao, Luo Yi called out from behind. With a deep sigh, Luo Yi shook his head, closed the door, and continued driving deeper into the compound. As twilight approached, Zhang Xining finally awaited Zhao Shua's emergence. Zhao Shua paused, a sense of foreboding washing over him, his heart racing uncontrollably as he struggled to appear composed. He forced a smile onto his lips. Ning Ning, Chu Hanqi. Zhang Xining gazed intently at Zhao Shua, as if she could see right through him. Her tone was calm. He is dead. Zhao Shua finally exhaled in relief, thinking to himself, it is for the best. With his demise, the secret can be kept. Zhang Xining's pupils quivered slightly as she shifted her tone. Chu Hanqing revealed certain matters to me before his demise. Zhao Shua, I sincerely hope you do not deceive me. Heh. Ning Ning, do you still not know me? How could I possibly lie to you? Is that so? Zhang Xining's voice suddenly turned frigid, her eyes devoid of their usual clarity, resembling an unfathomable abyss. Zhao Shua involuntarily shivered. This version of Ning Ning appeared truly formidable. Zhang Xining disregarded Zhao Shua's expression and inquired solely in pursuit of the truth, which now lay bare before her. Yet she found it hard to accept. She felt compelled to see Xiang Jingxian one final time to inquire about the enigmatic scientist. If Qinghuai truly had perished, she believed she could still engage in something of significance. Observing Zhang Xining's retreating figure, Zhao Shua felt an immense weight upon his chest, an invisible pressure rendering him breathless. Ning Ning, I apologize. My silence is for your own good. The Divine Machine Army witnessed firsthand how Zhang Xining effortlessly subdued Chu Hanqing and rescued Shen Li. A series of actions that made it abundantly clear that this woman was not to be trifled with. Zhang Xining procured a vehicle and raced towards the garment factory, returning once more to its entrance, where the grand iron gates, adorned with intricate carvings, stood wide open. She alighted from the car and ambled inside, greeted by an enveloping darkness. Illuminating her surroundings with a flashlight drawn from her bag, she noted that little had changed, save for the eerie tranquility that cloaked the night. As she made her way towards the underground laboratory, she discovered that the entrance had been obstructed by a pile of stones. Suddenly, the rustling of plastic bags echoed through the silence, prompting her to direct the beam of her flashlight towards the source of the sound. The light revealed a figure, a man, who, upon spotting Zhang Xining, dropped his belongings and swiftly turned to flee. Yet, as he spun around, he found the girl, who had been a dozen meters away, now standing directly before him. The man rubbed his eyes in disbelief and shouted, "A ghost!" Zhang Xining retrieved a knife from the space and pressed it against the man's throat, her voice sharp and commanding. "Do not utter a sound." Upon seeing the blade, the man trembled uncontrollably, instinctively covering his mouth with his hands, fearful that a careless noise might provoke the specter before him. Zhang Xining posed 3 incisive questions, her gaze piercing as she scrutinized the man. Upon hearing her voice, he lowered his hand from his mouth and exhaled deeply. "You are indeed human." Feeling a slight ache in his neck, he immediately cowered. "My lady, I am merely a scavenger, hoping for a stroke of luck. I assure you, I am a local resident, and I am perplexed as to why everyone at this factory has departed today. I thought, since they were gone, I might search for some treasures, and here I am, encountering you. But why do they leave? I truly do not know. I only came here to pick up a few bargains. I am innocent and have no connection to this garment factory." The man continued to plead for mercy, lamenting to himself, "Had I known such a terrifying woman was here, I would have chosen to come tomorrow morning. Regret fills me deeply." Zhang Xining sheathed his knife, and the man promptly fled. Shen Li, having taken an effective medicine, felt remarkably revitalized and was already awake when Zhang Xining entered. As he attempted to rise, Zhang Xining restrained him, saying, "You should remain lying down and rest. It suffices to converse in this manner." Zhang Xining moved a stool to sit beside Shen Li, who gazed at her with profound gratitude, his eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion. "Ning Ning, thank you for saving me." His voice, tinged with a slight rasp, brought a sense of comfort. "Do not speak such words. It was also because of me that they have all perished. You must recover swiftly, so that you can continue to command the Divine Machine Army and safeguard the safety of the people," Zhang Xining stated with earnest sincerity. Shen Li's gaze flickered. "My aspiration has always been to become a valiant warrior, protecting my homeland. Now that my wish has been fulfilled, yet, Shen Li, I must depart early tomorrow." Zhang Xining interrupted, seemingly aware of what Shun Li was about to say. A strained smile broke across Shun Li's face. You are leaving so soon? Yes, I have matters to attend to. I need to find Qinghuai. Qinghuai? Shun Li appeared unfamiliar with the name, suddenly recalling something and inquired. Is he the one who entrusted you to me? He should have anticipated it. Someone willing to sacrifice for Zhang Xining undoubtedly deserved such a remarkable companion. Zhang Xining nodded, yet the sorrow in his eyes was unmistakable. Is he all right? In such circumstances, with such wounds, despite knowing that person might not survive, Shun Li could not help but inquire. As he uttered these words, Zhang Xining's gaze appeared hollow, and the atmosphere became suffocating. I shall not bid you farewell tomorrow. This parting leaves us uncertain of when we shall meet again. Nonetheless, it brings me joy to see you fulfilling your wishes. Having said that, he rose, placed the remaining medicine on the table, and departed without a trace of reluctance. In that moment, Shun Li felt an overwhelming fatigue. Even with the entire world at his disposal, without Zhang Xining, his heart remained a stagnant pool, devoid of the stirring emotions he once felt. Chapter 140. The misunderstanding deepens as dawn broke. Zhang Xining eagerly drove away. Ning, 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 ning. A series of calls echoed from behind, and she glanced through the rearview mirror at Zhao Shuo, who was pursuing her. She halted the vehicle. In no time, Zhao Shuo caught up breathless. Ning, ning, you didn't take me with you. Zhang Xining gazed ahead and softly said, come up. Zhao Shuo swiftly opened the passenger door. Your seat is in the back. Noticing Zhang Xining's somber mood, Zhao Shuo refrained from saying much and directly settled into the rear seat. Truth be told, a tinge of guilt lingered within him, yet he dared not reveal the true answer to Zhang Xining. The atmosphere inside the car was oppressively silent, and after what felt like an eternity, Zhao Shuo hesitantly spoke, Qinghuai will be fine. Indeed, at that moment, he fervently hoped that Qinghuai was still alive. Even though he had never possessed Ninger, he wished not to witness her current state, as if her face were shrouded in a veil, leaving him unable to touch or see her clearly. Zhang Xining tightened her grip on the steering wheel. Well, I know he will be fine. If I were to die, would you feel sorrow? Zhang Xining furrowed her brows slightly, her tone tinged with displeasure. What do you mean by death? You will not die, nor will Qinghuai. Not only will you both survive, but you shall also live to a ripe old age. As if catching a glimpse of the former Zhang Xining, Zhao Shuo's lips curled into a faint smile. Very well, for Ninger's wish, I shall strive to live until my hair turns gray and my teeth fall out. To reach the age of 100. Fat San sat resting against a tree by the roadside. Lean San pondered. So many extraordinary individuals have gone. It should be fine, right? I believe you're being overly cautious. In a sudden burst of energy, Fat San leapt up and patted Lean Air's shoulder. You, my friend, have grown tall, but not wise. There's an old saying, pies do not fall from the sky. Now, more than ever, even if they can enhance our abilities, I suspect they must have ulterior motives. Lean Air frowned, contemplating. That does seem to hold some truth. Fat San cast a sidelong glance at him, indicating his disinterest in further conversation. However, Lean Air, oblivious to his thoughts, pressed on. Having barely escaped from Jianghai City, where shall we go next? The question of their next destination was a vexing one, as Fat Air rubbed his sore legs. Let us find a vehicle. We can go anywhere. Lean Air looked puzzled, but the roads are littered with wrecked cars. Where will we find a good one? Fat San's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea as he drew a gleaming knife from behind him. Lean Air instinctively took a step back, assuming a defensive stance. San, what are you doing? With a chuckle, Fat San replied, Air, what are you thinking? We are extraordinary beings. Is it too much to commandeer a vehicle? Commandeer a vehicle. Lean Air murmured, his eyes widening in realization. You mean to rob? That's against the law. Fat San rolled his eyes in annoyance. Against the law? Are the police going to arrest me? At this point, I'd welcome imprisonment. It would spare me the worries of food and shelter. Come on, let them take me away. Lean Air felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Well, just this once. Fat San kicked Lean Air's leg playfully. Of course, just once. Do you think I enjoy robbing? It's only because I can hardly move. Now, hurry up and carry me. Let us set up some obstacles on that road ahead. When a vehicle passes by at night, we will make our move. Lean Air hoisted Fat San onto his back, and under his guidance, they proceeded to the front to establish their barriers. As darkness fell, Zhang Xining showed no signs of resting, while vehicles continued to speed along the road. They encountered a few zombies along the way. To save time, they avoided them when possible and utilized their skills to dispatch those they could not evade. It was only when the headlights illuminated the ground, reflecting a glimmer of light, that Zhang Xining halted the vehicle, a smile gracing her lips and her eyes sparkling with delight. Upon closer inspection, although she wore a smile, one could sense that her heart was burdened with discontent. "What troubles you, Ning Ning?" Zhao Shua inquired, gazing ahead. "We're being watched, since some wish to court death." "Let's oblige them," she replied. A sudden chill enveloped Zhao Shua, sending a shiver down his spine, while simultaneously he hoped that the assailants would take flight. Ning Ning, in her current state, was quite intimidating. However, contrary to Zhao Shua's hopes, the lurking bandits, upon seeing their target come to a halt, donned masks and brandished knives from behind their backs, stepping onto the road to block the vehicle. Among them was a stout man of short stature, brandishing his blade, who declared, "This tree I have planted, this road I have forged. Should you wish to pass, you must leave your vehicle behind." The lanky accomplice frowned slightly. "3. You have misquoted." The portly one shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "That is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in our intention to commandeer the car." Zhang Xining understood. The visitor intended to hijack her vehicle. Noticing the occupants inside remained unresponsive, the burly figure known as Fat 3 menacingly declared, "Exit the car now, and I may spare your lives, or else." A dart gun barrel pointed through the window, aimed squarely at his head. The night was too dim for him to discern the features of those within, yet the weapon was distinctly visible. Lean, the second in command, trembled slightly. "Boss, they are armed." "I am aware," Fat 3 replied, his eyes keenly observing. Suddenly, a hauntingly melodic voice emerged. "Clear the road, and I may grant you mercy. Otherwise, prepare for death." Terrified, Lean immediately began to remove the obstacles from the road, while Fat 3 stood still, pondering the familiarity of that voice. "Moments latte." His mind raced as he recalled its owner. He removed his mask and dashed toward Zhang Xining, shouting, "Ancestor, my dear lady, is that truly you?" As he approached, Zhang Xining recognized him as the arms dealer from before. "But what of it? Please, my lady, save us. We are on the brink of starvation. Would you be so kind as to offer us a ride?" Zhao Shua, observing this unexpected twist, found it amusing that Xining was acquainted with such a peculiar duo. Yet, the comical appearance of the rotund figure was particularly entertaining. Zhao Shua leaned out of the window and addressed the portly man. "Call me granduncle, and I shall persuade Xining to consider giving you a lift." Only then did Fat 3 notice the handsome young man speaking to him, but upon hearing his words, his face turned a shade of pale and green. "Call you granduncle? Dream on. You still have to heed the lady's wishes." After pondering this, he glanced at the expressionless Zhang Xining, continuing his internal monologue. "This lady is truly remarkable. Having encountered her thrice, she has attracted 3 different men, each seemingly formidable. I wonder if she can handle this. The last one openly engaged in a public affair. Well, what can one do when others are so powerful?" Finally, unable to suppress her emotions any longer, Zhang Xining cast a complex gaze toward Fat 3, bewildered by his thoughts. What on earth did he mean by openly engaging in a public affair? Chapter 141. Return to the Qingling gang at that moment. Lin had cleared the road and rushed to Fat 3's side. Zhang Xining cast a sidelong glance at them before starting the car. Fatty San hastily implored, "Dear lady, we beg of you, allow us to accompany you. From now on, should you direct us eastward, we shall never venture west." The plump duo had originally intended to journey to the capital, yet the distance was daunting, fraught with uncertainties along the way. This woman, though her affiliations remained a mystery, exuded an aura of complexity that Fatty San could discern with each encounter. If they could travel alongside her, the duo would be spared the hardships of sleeping under the stars each night. Zhang Xining cast a fleeting glance at them and uttered 3 words, "Qingling gang." With that, the vehicle sped away, leaving the two individuals exchanging bewildered looks. The slender man scratched his head and remarked, "Did she just mention Qingling gang?" The stout man, stroking his chin, furrowed his brow in contemplation. Those three words are unmistakable. Could that possibly be her residence? Should we seek her out there? Indeed, it must be so. After Zhang Xining's relentless journey, the following day at noon, the vehicle finally halted at the entrance of Qingling gang. Gazing at the firmly shut gate, Zhang Xining hesitated, reluctant to approach. She feared encountering what she wished to avoid and seeing whom she did not wish to meet. Ning, until suddenly, the patrolling guard dog, upon spotting the vehicle at the entrance, barked loudly, "Brothers below, announce your names and purpose." Zhao Shua stepped out of the car and shouted, "Brother Dog Dan, it's us." "Zhao, is it? Open the gate quickly." Dog Dan called to the others, who slowly began to operate the gate mechanism, allowing it to creak open. Zhang Xining drove into the Qingling gang. With 3 days remaining until the new year, the atmosphere within Qingling gang was filled with joy, starkly contrasting the bustling vibrancy of Jianghai City. Here, one could truly sense the warmth of human connection and the essence of life. Zhang Xining parked her car by the roadside and stepped out, basking in the long-awaited warmth. How wonderful it would be if Qinghuai were here at this moment. During her absence of over 10 days, it seemed that new faces had emerged in the Qingling assistance group, and the market remained the liveliest of places. People donned thick cotton garments, some of which were worn and tattered, with a few even adorned with patches, yet their faces radiated joy. An elderly man, in excellent health, nimbly sold tofu pudding, offering a bowl to Zhang Xining. "My dear, you must have endured quite a bit. You look so thin. Do enjoy this bowl of tofu pudding to warm yourself." Gazing at the tofu pudding in her hands, Zhang Xining felt a surge of mixed emotions. "Thank you, Grandma." "My child," a clear and melodious voice chimed in. "They all say it's too cold for you to be out. You should stay home. If you catch a cold, Dog Dan will surely worry." Zhang Xining looked up to see a Tian, clad in a vibrant red down jacket, emerging from within. Upon noticing Zhang Xining, he paused for a moment, then confidently stepped forward, though a hint of an awkward smile lingered on his face. "Miss Zhang has arrived." Zhang Xining understood that her companion felt a sense of guilt due to past events, so she gently remarked, "What has transpired is now behind us. One cannot remain tethered to the past. It is essential for a person to look ahead and cherish the present." Tian's face flushed with a mixture of pale and crimson, grasping Zhang Xining's intent. Although the elder was somewhat bewildered, they offered a comforting response. Tian is a wonderful daughter-in-law, and the girl is correct. What has happened is in the past. Now that we are here, we are family. Tian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she glanced between Zhang Xining and the elder, her voice trembling as she expressed, "Tian will remember." Zhang Xining cast a fleeting glance at her, uttering no further words, before turning away and walking along the familiar path of that day. The solitary house stood resolutely against the biting wind, resembling an aged elder in twilight, its door firmly shut and the area before it in disarray, suggesting it had been uninhabited for quite some time. Zhang Xining stood there quietly, gazing at the solitary house, a myriad of intricate emotions swirling in her eyes. Meanwhile, Zhao Shua stood at a moderate distance, his gaze heavy upon her delicate figure. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a familiar voice resonated in the air. "Ning, boss, boss." Zhang Xining continued to gaze ahead, where every member of the Dark Knight 11 stood united behind her. Luo Yi, without a hat obscuring his striking features, stepped forward, positioning himself about a meter away from Zhang Xining, his eyes betraying a hint of unease. "You wretched woman, the leader. I understand now. This matter does not concern you, and there is no need for you to feel guilty. If your conscience truly weighs upon you, then safeguard every inch of this land in his stead." Luo Yi lifted his gaze, striving to discern the expression on Zhang Xining's face. Zhang Xining smiled gently at everyone, reassuring them, "Thank you for your concern. I am perfectly fine. I have always said that our leader is exceptional, incomparable to ordinary women. Wouldn't you agree?" Luo Chun stepped forward to address the crowd. Zhang Xining's gaze was fixed upon the mask, as if he were peering through it to behold another person. And everyone present understood this unspoken truth. Zhang Xining held Su Mo's hand as they made their way towards the quaint little villa. The villa remained unchanged. In the moment the door swung open, Zhang Xining experienced an overwhelming sense of relaxation. Perhaps home is the soul's sanctuary that allows one to unwind. You glutton, why are you gabbing away? Shouldn't you be in the kitchen? Su Mo immediately interrupted Zhuang, startling him into retreating to the kitchen. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mo winked at Zhang Xining, her hands playfully resting on her arms as she cooed, "Let us chat tonight," while casting a glance at the crowded room within. Zhang Xining immediately understood. 4 individuals from the Night 11 group had arrived. Luo Chun, Luo Yi, the handsome brown-haired Luo Hao, and a masked figure. Zhao Shua, along with the long-unseen Wang Dahu, also made their entrance. Before long, the dining table was laden with an array of dishes. Zhang Xining scanned the crowd, but did not spot Qian'er. Turning to Su Mo, she inquired, "Where's Qian'er?" Su Mo pursed her lips, and, after a prolonged silence, replied, "Yuan Bao has left, and Qian'er has been training with Godin these past few days." Yuan Bao has left? Zhang Xining was taken aback, realizing why that house appeared so desolate. Luo Yi sighed and recounted the events in detail. Zhang Xining's expression subtly shifted as she reiterated her inquiry. "Did you witness Yuan Bao leaving with Qing Huai from the Qingling gang?" Luo Yi nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I saw it with my own eyes." "Do you think he intends to find a solution concerning Qing Huai? However, regarding Qing Huai." At this point, he glanced at Zhang Xining, swallowing the words that lingered unspoken. Zhang Xining gazed intently at Luo Yi, pondering whether Yuan Bao truly possessed a means to resolve their plight. It was as if she were posing the question to others while simultaneously seeking an answer from within herself. Chapter 142. The arrival of extreme heat. Zhao Shua sensed the weighty atmosphere, slipping his hand into his pocket to grasp the letter pen by Qing Huai, as if grappling with a difficult decision. The meal was bountiful, yet the shadow of Qing Huai's demise and Yuan Bao's departure cast a pall over the gathering. As the crowd dispersed, Zhang Xining prepared to ascend the stairs. "Ning Ning." Zhao Shua lifted his gaze, a hint of sorrow flickering in his eyes. "Do you harbor resentment towards me? Why would I resent you? You resent me for not informing you of Qing Huai's fate. In truth, my intentions were for your benefit. This was also Qing Huai's unfulfilled wish." Zhang Xining turned her back to Zhao Shua, closed her eyes momentarily, and when she reopened them, clarity filled her gaze. "Zhao Shua, I am not incapable of living without a man, nor would I resort to self-destruction out of despair," she asserted. "So rest assured, I am well. However, I cannot endure deceit." With that, she ascended the stairs without a glance back. Zhao Shua retrieved the letter from his pocket, tightening his grip on it before hastily approaching her, pressing the letter into Zhang Xining's hand. "Though this is Qing Huai's wish, I believe you have the right to know the truth." With those words, he turned and departed, his speed leaving behind only a fleeting shadow. Ning Ning and Su Mo stepped forward, concern evident in their eyes. Zhang Xining gently tousled Su Mo's hair, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Montak, Montak, as long as you all can live well, I shall also be fine, so do not worry about me." Upon returning to her room, Zhang Xining closed the door behind her and retrieved the blood-stained envelope from her hands. Her fingers trembled uncontrollably as she struggled to open it, fumbling several times before finally extracting the letter within. Though it contained only a few lines, she found herself staring at it for over half an hour. Eventually, she shut her eyes and slid down against the door, feeling her heart quiver violently, as if it were being squeezed and twisted by unseen hands, causing waves of pain to wash over her. The image of that eternally gentle smile haunted her thoughts, and at last, Zhang Xining could no longer contain her sorrow. Tears streamed down her cheeks, pooling upon the cold floor beneath her. She then buried her head in her arms and wept bitterly. "Zhang Xining, this time, embrace your true self. Beyond today, you shall not merely be Zhang Xining, but also embody the spirit of Qing Huai and live life to the fullest." That evening, as she lay in bed under a thick quilt, enveloped in the warmth of the heater, she succumbed to a deep slumber after several days of unrest. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming heat. Even after kicking off the covers, the warmth persisted. Touching her feverish skin, she murmured, "Could it be a fever?" She slipped on her slippers, ventured out of her room, and turned off the heating for the entire building before entering Chinner's room. Chinner had already tossed off his covers, sprawled across the bed in an unceremonious manner. Zhang Xining approached and felt his forehead, discovering beads of sweat that glistened from his brow down to his neck. She lifted the heavy quilt from the bed and placed it on a nearby cabinet, then opened the windows to let in fresh air. After completing this task, she proceeded to Su Mo's room to do the same. The sound of the window creaking open startled Su Mo, who blinked her bleary eyes and wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Ning Ning, it's so hot." Zhang Xining gazed at her and said, "You should take a shower before you retire for the night." Zhang Xining retrieved a nightgown and a cooler outfit from the space and placed them on Su Mo's bed. Just as she was about to leave, Su Mo's voice echoed. Zhang Xining paused, gazing into the pitch-black abyss outside, her eyes glimmering faintly. "Sumonadidim-fatikli." The following day, the temperature continued to rise, surpassing 30 degrees. Zhang Xining took another shower and donned a fresh ensemble of white short-sleeved attire and shorts, embracing a casual summer look. For the past few months, aside from bathing and sleeping, her wardrobe had mirrored that of a sports ball, severely impairing her physical grace. Now, clad in summer garments, it felt as though she had shed a heavy layer of armor. As she stepped out of her door, she encountered Su Mo, who was also emerging from within, muttering, "Ning Ning, it was winter yesterday, and today we are thrust into summer. This weather is utterly peculiar." The two descended to the first floor, where de Zhuang was already bustling about, preparing breakfast. Zhang Xining glanced in to see de Zhuang shirtless, as if he had just emerged from a pool. "Good morning, rich lady. You're awake," he greeted with an earnest smile. Zhang Xining furrowed her brows as she glanced at the kitchen, confirming that there was no air conditioning installed. She retrieved a cooling fan from the space and placed it on the ground near the socket. Upon switching it on, a refreshing breeze enveloped the area, invigorating all who stood nearby. Da Zhuang was moved to tears, exclaiming, "Thank you, wealthy benefactor." Zhang Xining waved her hand dismissively, urging against sentimentality. "I have noticed your diligence in your work. It is merely a cooling machine." With that, she departed the kitchen and made her way to the power distribution room located at the rear of the small villa. Utilizing her lightning-based abilities, she upgraded each engine to prevent excessive electricity consumption that could lead to a power outage. Once this was accomplished, she contacted Zhao Shuo Godan and Luo Chun via her communicator. After breakfast, the group gradually arrived, knocking at the door, and they gathered around the dining table. Zhang Xining addressed them directly. "If my predictions are accurate, the temperature is likely to continue rising. We should have prepared for the heat in advance." Luo Chun nodded in agreement. "You're right, boss. But what should we do?" He wiped the sweat from his brow. "If the temperature exceeds 40 degrees, I urge everyone to refrain from going outside or engaging in any activities outdoors to prevent heat stroke." Zhao Shuo contemplated, articulating his thoughts. Zhang Xining nodded and continued. "Currently, everyone relies on well water. However, we must place significant emphasis on water usage. First, we should gather all those with ice, water, and lightning abilities." Zhao Shuo immediately grasped her intention. "Is Ninging suggesting that these individuals serve as our support?" "Yes, that's essentially the idea. Each room is already equipped with air conditioning. But I'm unsure if the previously constructed houses are complete," Zhang Xining remarked, glancing at Dogdan. In a brief span, everyone was drenched in sweat. Zhang Xining stood to measure the outside temperature, which had reached an astonishing 50 degrees. Only when Zhang Dezhuang activated the central air conditioning in the living room did a wave of coolness wash over them. Curiously, while everyone else was perspiring profusely, Zhang Xining appeared unfazed, her complexion steady, not a single bead of sweat gracing her brow. Chapter 143. Coping with extreme heat, unaware of her own transformation. She resumed her seat, occasionally tapping her fingers against the table. With the outside temperature soaring to 50 degrees, the extreme heat had arrived. Today, we must strive to assemble all the ability users. Those with lightning powers will reinforce each household generator to ensure a steady supply of electricity, while ice users will deliver ice blocks to every family daily to prevent heat stroke. As for the water users, they may take a temporary respite. Dog Dan will oversee this matter. Anyone in need of assistance should come directly to me. Ningning, what can I do? Zhao Shuo volunteered eagerly. Zhang Xining's eyes darted around. You are constructing a structure akin to a security booth atop the wall, ensuring a clear line of sight. In the extreme cold, many perished outside, and during that time, there were few superhumans. Visitors were a rarity. Occasionally, Yuan Bao would come to check in. However, the situation has changed. The number of superhumans increases daily, and their levels are gradually rising. It remains uncertain whether zombies will remain dormant in the sweltering heat. For the safety of all, it is imperative to secure the entrance. Safety has been meticulously considered. The remaining concern lies in provisions, particularly food. Our group currently comprises nearly 1,000 people, neither a small nor an insignificant number. Under these circumstances, with food only being consumed and not replenished, it is inevitable that we will face starvation within 3 months. Zhang Xining contemplated the expanse of land designated for the expansion of Qinghua, envisioning the crops that could thrive in the sweltering heat, such as sweet potatoes, lettuce, tomatoes, and cucumbers. Particularly, sweet potatoes captivated her imagination, for they not only satiate hunger, but can also be transformed into a variety of delectable dishes. The sole predicament lay in the absence of sweet potato seedlings. Luo Cheng, you shall oversee the development of the plot at the rear. Assess whether the soil is suitable for cultivating some grains. Luo Cheng nodded, but he voiced his concerns. If the soil proves conducive, do we possess any seeds? Given the oppressive heat, it is unlikely anyone would be inclined to plant. Zhang Xining mentally retraced the events, contemplating the matter of the seeds. As for the individuals responsible for planting, we shall inform them that those who partake in the cultivation will be allocated food proportional to their labor once the harvest is ripe. Each day, those engaged in the work will keep a record, and a comprehensive tally will be conducted upon completion. What if too many people wish to participate? Luo Chen inquired, as it appeared that Zhang Xining had become the cornerstone of their group. If the number is excessive, we shall organize shifts, one group today, another tomorrow, ensuring that everyone has the opportunity to contribute, she replied. I shall make the arrangements immediately, Luo Chen declared, rising to his feet. Wait, it is too hot outside now. Let us venture out tonight. However, we can disseminate our plans to alleviate the anxiety of the others, Zhang Xining suggested. Luo Chen slapped his forehead, acknowledging, you are right, I have been too hasty. After their deliberations, the group departed from the small Western-style building, each attending to their own affairs. Zhang Xining opened the door, ready to step outside, when Su Mo called out to her. Ning Ning, the temperature outside is too high. Let us wait a little longer before we go out. Zhang Xining smiled gently at Su Mo. Mo, do not worry. I have suddenly realized that I am no longer afraid of the heat. If you do not believe me, feel for yourself. Su Mo grasped her hand, gazing sincerely into Zhang Xining's eyes. Ning Ning, I have a strong premonition that our formidable leader will be just fine. Yuan Bao must be devising a way to rescue him. Zhang Xining curled her lips into a faint, sorrowful smile. I believe in you. Zhang Xining, adorned with a sun hat, strolls along the road beneath a boundless azure sky. The sun relentlessly scorches the ground, rendering it searing hot, when a basin of water is splashed upon the surface. It crackles with a sound reminiscent of a parched soul quenching its thirst. The bustling market of yesterday now lies desolate, devoid of any passers-by. Unbeknownst to Zhang Xining, she once again found herself at the solitary house, prying open the lock of the grand door and stepping inside, where a cloud of dust mingled with the scent of mildew assailed her senses. As she pushed open the door to the study, a towering bookshelf came into view, accompanied by a closed laptop and a water cup resting upon the desk. Upon entering the bedroom, she noticed the light gray sheets meticulously laid upon the bed. Aside from a layer of dust, the entire room appeared clean and minimalistic. After surveying each room, she opened all the windows and retrieved a cloth, diligently wiping down every surface. A multitude of murky water collected before her, and after an indeterminate amount of time, the house was restored to its former state. Congratulations, host. You have earned 200 points. Available balance. 50 points, the long-forgotten system voice echoed, a subtle smile gracing Zhang Xining's lips. System, let's negotiate, she began. Host. The system lacks the authority, it replied timidly. Oh, is that so? Then you may either vanish, or I shall destroy you. The system trembled, fearing the reinstalled host's formidable presence, and stammered. What does the host wish to do? I no longer desire points. How about you directly fulfill my request? Convert my 50 points into 500 acres of sweet potato seedlings. Apologies, host, the system lacks operational authority. Then let us simplify matters. I shall concede a bit. Just convert it to 500 acres of sweet potato yield. I've already compromised. It is a matter of choosing one or the other, or you shall face the consequences. After a prolonged silence, the system's resigned voice finally emerged. The sweet potato seedlings have been placed in the host space. It announced before hastily disappearing, eager to evade further threats from Zhang Xining. With the sweet potato seedlings secured, her focus now shifted to the experimental results from Luo Chun. Meanwhile, the duo of Fatty and Slim had traversed mountains and streams to arrive at the Qingling Gang. Upon their arrival, Dog Dan opened the door, welcoming them inside and arranging accommodations, which brought tears of gratitude to their eyes. Fatty 3 clung to Dogden's leg, sobbing uncontrollably. We have been robbed by bandits, pursued by zombies, and faced dire shortages of food. Life outside has been unbearably harsh. Dogdan reassured them, once you step inside, we are all brothers. As long as I have a morsel to eat, so shall you all. We have already planted sweet potatoes and various vegetables. It won't be long before we reap the rewards, and you will no longer go hungry. Zhang Xining diligently monitors the growth of the sweet potatoes each day, departing early and returning late. During this period, she has moved out of the small villa and relocated to the residence in Qinghua. Zhang Xining gently caressed her hair and remarked with a smile, Momo, there have been numerous matters weighing upon us lately. I fear it may disrupt your rest. Moving closer to the plantation would allow me to monitor the situation at any time. We cannot afford to fail in this endeavor. The provisions in the warehouse have dwindled significantly, with many resorting to consuming watery porridge. If this continues, it is not merely the heat that will claim lives, but hunger as well. Su Mo bit her lip, her eyes filled with concern. Are you waiting for Qinghua? In truth, if possible, Zhao Shuo would be quite commendable. Chapter 144. The Secrets Concealed by Qinghua. Zhang Xining was momentarily taken aback. It had been over a month since the sweltering heat had subsided. How long had it been since she last heard that name? Hearing it once more, her heart was still filled with a tumult of emotions. Zhang Xining offered a bittersweet smile. I am aware that rumors abound outside proclaiming his demise. Yet I cannot help but ponder, what if just perhaps he still lives? Mo, even if it is but a self-deception, could you grant me a sliver of hope? Su Mo tightly embraced Zhang Xining, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Rest assured, Ning Ning, even in the absence of Qinghua, I shall remain by your side eternally. Indeed, you are the most wonderful Mo. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Suddenly, an urgent voice, tinged with excitement, broke through. Mo. Quickly open the door. Look what I have brought for you. Zhang Xining gazed at Su Mo, a smile dancing in her eyes. This illustrious star truly cares for Mo. Su Mo blushed and smiled shyly. Ning Ning, what are you saying? Youth and Qinghua share a mutual affection, while I harbor unrequited feelings for Yuan Bao. He holds no feelings for me, yet my life must carry on. Zhang Xining gazed at Su Mo with a sense of satisfaction. This was the true Mo. If Luo Hao were to treat you poorly in any way, I would not hesitate to confront him. All right, Su Mo replied with a smile as she opened the door. Luo Hao stood before her, presenting a bowl of watermelon slush. Mo, do try this. A few watermelons ripened today, and I made it especially for you. It's perfect for this weather. His eyes sparkled, and his chestnut hair gleamed under the sunlight, while his gaze towards Su Mo was imbued with tenderness. Zhang Xining, without needing to listen to his inner voice, instinctively knows that Luo Hao genuinely harbors feelings for Su Mo. Luo Hao continues to chatter on, a hint of regret in his tone. In just a short while, It's nearly turned to water. I'll make you another bowl shortly. Suemo takes the bowl from him and drinks eagerly, revealing a sweet smile upon finishing. It tastes delightful. Don't forget to bring a bowl for Ning Ning, with ice, Suemo emphasizes. Luo Hao nods enthusiastically. Yes, yes, I will certainly do that. Clearly adopting the demeanor of a devoted partner. Who could have imagined that a once celebrated idol, adored by countless fans overseas, would now shower such affection upon a girl? Perhaps this is the enchanting power of love. 3 months swiftly passed, and May arrived. Under the diligent care of Luo Chun and Zhang Xining, the plantation was finally ready for harvest, as the temperature gradually fell to the 30s. The townsfolk rejoiced, for the long-closed market reopened its doors today. During the sweltering heat, Zhang Xining refined the entire system of the Qingling society. This included addressing monetary issues, issuing each household a card that contained a certain number of points, which could be used to purchase anything akin to currency. Once the points were exhausted, families could exchange labor or food for additional points. Those who worked diligently accumulated more points, naturally affording them better provisions. The harvested sweet potatoes were distributed as per the previous method, allowing those who contributed labor to receive their fair share of sweet potatoes and vegetables. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, and the entire bookshelf split into two, revealing a small door through which only one person could pass. Zhang Xining peered curiously into the darkness, grasping a flashlight as she cautiously stepped inside. The beam of light illuminated a switch-like apparatus, and she instinctively pressed it, flooding the hidden chamber with brilliance. To her astonishment, she discovered a figure standing within, the silhouette of a woman, seemingly asleep on her feet. Approaching slowly, Zhang reached out to touch the woman's skin. It was soft yet chilling, starkly contrasting with the warmth of human body temperature. On the woman's side, there was a processor, adjacent to which loomed a colossal screen, currently shrouded in darkness. As she ventured further into the room, she found an array of similar processor-like devices meticulously arranged throughout. System, activate. Host, the system has vanished. Zhang Xining directly ignored the question and inquired, how do I connect the robot to this screen? Simply instruct me on the operation. It should be quite effortless for you. The system, under Zhang Xining's insistence, ultimately revealed the method of operation. Greetings, I am Robot 003, named Yuanju by my master. As 003 opened its eyes, a delicate visage was fully unveiled before Zhang Xining. How could this robot resemble her so closely? Yuanju, the surname Yuan? In an instant, Zhang Xining comprehended the peculiarities of Yuangbao. Even in temperatures plunging below zero, he donned a tailcoat because he too was a creation of Qinghuai. Before her stood Robot 003. Yuangbao was either Robot 002 or 001, which implies there exists yet another robot. But where could the other robot be? At that moment, the large screen illuminated, revealing the gentle and handsome face of Qinghuai. Robot 002 has become increasingly perfect, bearing almost no distinction from the person I envisioned. By implanting my thoughts, personality, and preferences into his mind, he becomes an exact replica of me. Following this statement, the visage of Robot 002 appeared on the screen. Zhang Xining stood frozen in place. Robot 002 was actually Chu Hanqing? Chu Hanqing was a robot created by Qinghuai? No, the Chu Hanqing at school could not possibly be a robot. Yet how could she explain the current situation? What precisely had gone awry? Zhang Xining felt an excruciating pain in her head, akin to an explosion. She sensed that she had lost something, yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not remember what it was. After what seemed like an eternity, the throbbing in her head began to subside, and she realized that as long as she refrained from thinking about Chu Hanqing, the pain would not be as severe. Chu Hanqing. Again, it was Chu Hanqing, yet she and he shared no connection, which baffled Zhang Xining. The scene shifted once more. Qinghuai gazed at the figure before him, designated as 002, and sighed, Ning Ning, is this how we can begin anew? From now on, Chu Hanqing is no more. Only Qinghuai remains in this world. Zhang Xining strained her eyes to discern a line of small text below. October 15th, 3028. Last October? If her memory served her correctly, during that time last year, She was at the Su family villa in City A, without any interaction with Qinghuai. So how could Qinghuai possibly know her? At this moment, Zhang Xining was unaware that the entanglements she experienced with Chu Hanqing, in both her previous and current lives, were confined to their school days. Whether she had chosen to forget the events that transpired outside that realm, or whether it was the handiwork of Jingxian, remained a mystery. Chapter 145. The Zombie Siege on Qingling Gang. She continued to read, discovering that Qinghuai frequently encountered her and Chu Hanqing, until a particular phrase sparked a realization within Zhang Xining. Subject 002. Remember, from this moment forth, you are Chu Hanqing. You possess all my thoughts, actions, and even my very essence. Go forth, bewilder Nan Yu and the Great Spider. The grievances of the past must be resolved, and should Ningning wish to conclude it herself, let her. Zhang Xining widened her eyes, her heart racing uncontrollably, unable to believe that Qinghuai was, in fact, Chu Hanqing. But why would he do such a thing? Glancing at the figure before her, designated as number 003, Zhang Xining inquired, "Who is your master?" "My master is Qinghuai," came the response. Zhang Xining, aware that she could glean no further information, exited the laboratory and made her way to the study. There, she diligently rummaged through the contents, ultimately discovering a small box nestled within the innermost drawer, secured with a lock. Zhang Xining approached Zhao Shuo, cradling a small box in her arms. Zhao Shuo's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Ning Ning, you can find me?" She presented the box before him, saying, "Can you open this? Please do not damage the lock." Zhao Shuo glanced at the box and chuckled, a trivial matter. He retrieved his tools, and within 5 minutes, the lock was finally released. The box sprang open to reveal a photograph nestled within, capturing an intimate moment between Zhang Xining and Chu Hanqing, the two of them nestled closely together. Zhang Xining smiled radiantly, exuding happiness, while Chu Hanqing appeared inscrutable, devoid of joy. Zhao Shuo, upon seeing the photograph, widened his eyes in astonishment. "Ningning, when did you and Chu Hanqing?" A wave of discontent surged within him. If it were merely a fleeting affection, he could tolerate it. But why should Chu Hanqing be involved? Zhang Xining wore a perplexed expression, as she had no recollection of this photograph and was hardly acquainted with Chu Hanqing. Yet, the woman's face in the image was unmistakably hers. She continued to examine the photos within, all of which depicted intimate moments between Chu Hanqing and herself, until the final image, where the focus shifted from Chu Hanqing to Qinghuai, albeit it was evident that this particular photo had been altered. Observing the growing discomfort on Zhang Xining's face, Zhao Shuo hesitated to speak. Zhang Xining, after perusing the photographs, placed them into a box, her bright and clear eyes dimming with a sense of melancholy. "The person in the photographs is not me." Zhao Shuo, having just exhaled in relief, immediately sensed something amiss. "Not you? Do you perhaps have a twin sister?" Zhang Xining shook her head. "Zhao Zhua, I shall take my leave." Embracing the box, Zhang Xining slowly made her exit. Zhao Zhua called out to her, "Ning Ning, you are irreplaceable in my heart. Even if someone were to resemble you perfectly, my choice would forever remain you." Zhang Xining halted his steps, tightening his grip on the box, ultimately choosing silence as he turned to depart. He comprehended Zhao Shuo's implication. Yet she too was in the dark. The term substitute bore a bitter irony. She was merely a stand-in within the confines of the box. It was no wonder that Chu Hanqing wore such an expression in death. They had all been mistaken. Upon realizing this poignant truth, Zhang Xining promptly vacated Qinghuai's residence, opting to reside with Su Mo, who was currently entwined with Luo Hao on the sofa. Their relationship had blossomed remarkably since its inception, and as Zhang Xining shielded his eyes, preparing to slip away unnoticed, Su Mo, with a morsel in her mouth, called out, "Ying, why are you running away?" Zhang Xining halted her steps, casting a glance at Su Mo's blissful expression, and made a playful grimace. As a glaring 1,000-watt light bulb, I might as well illuminate the lives of those solitary souls. Luo Hao gently smoothed the furrowed brow of Su Mo, chuckling, "Rest assured, our leader is no ordinary person. He would never succumb to despair." Su Mo abruptly brushed his hand away, exclaiming in indignation, What do you mean by succumbing to despair? It's you who is lost in thought. I'm merely concerned that Ning Ning keeps everything bottled up inside without voicing her feelings. Do you understand? Luo Hao enveloped Su Mo in his embrace, softly replying, all right, I admit my fault. If you communicate with me properly, I will understand. Humph, now that sounds more like it. Under the scorching sun, Zhang Xining arrived at the wall. Today it was Fat Third and Thin Second who were guarding the gate. Upon seeing Zhang Xining, Fat Third, with a sycophantic demeanor, exclaimed, my dear aunt, you have arrived. Please, take your seat here. Zhang Xining cast a fleeting glance at him, remaining silent, her heart inexplicably troubled by an unknown unease. She gazed into the distance, lost in thought, while the two others dared not intrude upon her contemplation. It was not until she noticed a disturbance in the distant woods that her attention was fully captured. In the month of June, with no breeze to speak of, what could possibly cause the trees to sway? Only one possibility lingered in her mind. Something was approaching, and it was not alone. Zhang Xining swiftly tore the telescope from Fatty Air's coat, his expression grave. Fatty, sound the alarm. Fatty San, who had been wiping sweat from his brow, heard the command and hastened to blow the horn. Soon, the once tranquil Qingling gang erupted into a frenzy, while members of the Dark Knight team, including Zhao Shuo and Dog Dan, along with nearly all the principal combatants, gathered atop the walls. As the distance diminished, they beheld a vast horde of corpses advancing towards them. They braced themselves, prepared to fire at any zombie that exceeded the confines of the trap, which had been set by Qinghuai previously. The several hundred-strong group split into two factions, one comprising superpowered individuals who would attack and then rest, while the second group of ordinary people utilized firearms. Approximately 2 hours later, the zombies drew ever closer, seemingly catching the scent of food, and they surged towards the Qingling gang with alarming speed. These zombies, having endured floods and extreme temperatures, possessed significantly enhanced physical capabilities compared to their initial forms, a fact that deeply concerned Zhang Xining. As the first wave of zombies fell into the trap, subsequent waves followed suit, but to their astonishment, the later arrivals began to crawl back out, with some even managing to evade the trap entirely. It was evident that these zombies had developed a semblance of intelligence. What in the world are these still zombies? Luo, Chun exclaimed, his heart racing, unable to suppress his curse. The others wore serious expressions, wary of underestimating the threat. As the zombies traversed the trap, they drew perilously close to the gates. Countless supernatural abilities erupted from the walls, yet some zombies required sustained fire to be completely eradicated, undeniably complicating matters for the defenders. The foremost black zombies charged directly toward the gates, prompting Zhang Xining to unleash a powerful wind blade that struck true to his zombie skull. With an overwhelming number of zombies and dwindling human forces, the gathering at the gate intensified. Even though the gates were robust, they could not withstand the relentless assault indefinitely. Should the gates be breached, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhang Xining continuously unleashed her supernatural abilities, declaring, "Shall I descend with you?" Without hesitation, she leaped from the surrounding wall, utilizing her lightning powers to cleave a path through the midst of chaos. The members of the Night 11 group, along with Zhao, Shaw, Dog Egg, and the plump and slender duo, all descended from the wall to join the fray against the relentless horde of zombies. As the battle wore on, the frequent use of abilities began to take a toll on everyone. Fat San drew a machete from his back and handed it to Zhao Shuo, ensuring that each member was armed as they continued their assault on the undead. "Grandson, your grandpa is here," he exclaimed, striking down upon a zombie's head. Yet, the creature merely regarded him with a vacant stare. Just as he believed it to be vanquished, the zombie suddenly regained its ferocity and bit down on his shoulder. "Damn it, how can it still be alive?" Fat San grimaced in pain, cursing under his breath. "Sanda, are you all right?" Slim Air rushed over to shield Fat San. With a chuckle, Fat San replied, "It's merely becoming a zombie. Even in that form, I shall continue to slay." A chilling scream echoed through the air. It was Slim Air. He had been overwhelmed by a zombie and was instantly engulfed by the throng of corpses. Fat San shouted in despair, but his injured arm could no longer rise. He caught a glimpse of his aunt approaching, seemingly attempting to speak to him. Gradually, the sounds around him faded into silence, replaced by a crimson haze before his eyes. "Kill me, Auntie, I beg you," he pleaded. Zhang Xining brandished the obsidian dagger, driving it into the head of Fat 3. With a resolute farewell, he rose once more to rejoin the fray. These zombies seem indestructible, relentless in their pursuit. Has the undead truly evolved? Luo Chen shouted. Zhang Xining observed her teammates wielding various weapons, struggling to slay the zombies on their first and second attempts, only succeeding on the third. In contrast, the dagger in her hand could dispatch an enemy with a single, lethal strike. Though she felt a flicker of confusion, she dared not let her concentration waver. Luo swung his blade at a zombie's head, but failed to sever it, and as he continued to watch, more zombies began to rise and advance nearby. Cautiously, Zhang Xining unleashed her lightning powers, incinerating all the zombies in close proximity to Luo. Zhao Shua attempted to kick one, but failed. Zhang Xining promptly crouched down, her obsidian dagger plunging directly into the creature's skull. Concern etched on her face, she cast a worried glance at Zhao Shua. He met her gaze with a smile, which inexplicably tugged at her heartstrings. "Ning Ning, I'm fine, don't worry about me," he assured her, resuming his assault on the zombies. Zhang Xining followed in Zhao Xiao's footsteps as he charged into the fray. With his extraordinary abilities, Zhang Xining annihilated the surrounding zombies. Zhao Xiao cast a glance at Zhang Xining, who ultimately succumbed. "Zhao Xiao!" Zhang Xining's cry startled everyone, drawing them all together to form a circle, enclosing Zhang Xining and Zhao Shua within. "Ning Ning, do not weep. I delight in seeing your smile." Zhao Shua gently caressed Zhang Xining's face. "Isn't it wonderful? Only then will your eyes be filled with thoughts of me. System, save him." Zhang Xining cried out desperately, yet the system remained unresponsive. "All right, you must recover. I shall smile for you every day," Zhang Xining said, her voice trembling. Zhao Shua brushed away the tears from her eyes, his expression filled with anguish. "Your smile looks so unappealing like this, Ning Ning. From now on, when I am no longer by your side, you must take good care of yourself and live well. I will watch over you from above." Zhang Xining grasped Zhao Shua's hand, which caressed her face, shaking her head. "No, you cannot die, Zhao Shua. Don't you like me? I will find a way to save you, and once all is well, we shall be together." Zhao Shua gazed into Zhang Xining's sorrowful eyes, within which he perceived only himself. How wonderful that was. "Hearing you say that brings me immense joy, Ning Ning. Do not be disheartened. This is my only request." Upon uttering these words, he raised his right hand, plunging the blade directly into his own skull. "I fear I may harm you. I dread that you might find it in your heart to spare me. Thus, before the transformation, I choose to end my own life." Blood splattered across Zhang Xining's face, yet she appeared oblivious to it. Gradually, she laid Zhao Shua's lifeless body down, rose, and unleashed all her abilities against the remaining zombies. This reckless display astonished the others present. Luo rushed to her side, attempting to halt her self-destructive actions, but was met with Zhang Xining's unleashed powers. Her eyes were ablaze with fury, seemingly intent on annihilating the entire world. Meanwhile, far away, Qing Huai suddenly opened his eyes. A beautiful woman with golden hair and blue eyes smiled at him, asking, "Awake?" Qing Huai furrowed his brow. "Did you save me?" The woman replied with a sultry smile. "Is this how you treat your savior? Do not forget, you destroyed the system and your own appearance. It was I who restored your visage. I believe I am more than just your benefactor." Qing Huai did not deign her with a glance, rising from the bed and striding towards the exit. The woman stepped forward, wrapping her arms around his waist, coyly asking, "Are you not planning to repay my kindness?" Qing Huai, expressionless, pulled her hand away. "I'm already a married man." Unperturbed, the woman replied in a sweet, soft voice, "Ah, but your wife lies in a deep slumber. It seems you must yield to me. Hey, where are you going, ungrateful one? I truly rescued a thankless wretch." Yuan Bao, holding a bowl, noticed Qing Huai's expression brighten. Yuan Bao quickly summoned Qing Ling. At that moment, Su Mo sat by Zhang Xining's bedside, incessantly wiping her tears. "Nink Nink, why have you not awakened yet?" "Nink Nink, Mo, you should rest. I will watch over Luo Hao, he said, observing the redness in Su Mo's eyes and the weariness etched on her face, his concern unabashedly evident. Zhang Xining has been in a coma for 3 days, and Su Mo has not slept a wink during this time. After examining her, the doctor shook his head, stating, Miss Zhang possesses robust health. Although her internal abilities are completely depleted, she is not in mortal danger. The reason for her unresponsiveness seems to stem from overwhelming psychological pressure, leading her to resist awakening. Those close to her should converse with her more often. Doctor, by when can we expect her to awaken at the latest? Su Mo asked anxiously. The doctor pondered for a moment before replying, it could be at any moment, or it may take a lifetime, for 3 consecutive days and nights. Su Mo remained by Zhang Xining's side, yet there were no signs of her regaining consciousness. Unable to bear the sight of Su Mo neglecting her own well-being, Luo Hao decided to carry her away after rendering her unconscious. Time passed, and Luo Yi entered the room. A gentle breeze wafted through the curtains, caressing Zhang Xining's serene visage, while the pristine sheets accentuated her unblemished beauty, causing Luo Yi to momentarily lose his focus. He settled into a chair beside her bed and whispered, You wretched woman, I still await your apology. If it were possible, I would gladly trade my life for Zhao Shua's. I live daily in a state of remorse and guilt. I seek not your forgiveness, but I implore you to awaken. The Qingling gang requires your leadership. At that moment, Zhang Xining's fingers twitched slightly. A soft breeze stirred her hair, brushing it against her face. Luo Yi rose and gently swept aside the strands, pausing to tenderly caress her delicate features. Chapter 147. Qing Huai returns. Luo Yi was uncertain of the reasons behind his feelings. He simply knew that regardless of whether the woman before him awakened or not, he would care for her for a lifetime, for it was what he owed her. He understood better than anyone the tragedy of Qing Huai's demise. Her body, marred by wounds and devoid of warmth, had no trace of breath. Now that Zhao Shua had also departed, he would have given the most exquisite treasures of the world to the girl before him, had he been able. Unbeknownst to Luo Yi, chaos had erupted outside as people began to murmur among themselves. Isnt the leader dead? Why is she stayed to recuperate and instead ventured out? They felt a mix of sorrow and a tinge of injustice for Zhang Xining, whose contributions over the past months had not gone unnoticed. Despite these thoughts, everyone gathered at the entrance, eager to uncover the truth. The doors slowly opened, revealing a vehicle that glided in. The driver, strikingly handsome and clad in a black tailcoat topped with a magician's hat, commanded attention. Seated in the back was a man with a finely chiseled face, his expression stern and his eyes betraying a hint of urgency. Yuan Bao disregarded the speculations of those behind him and drove directly to the small villa. A series of urgent knocks echoed through the air. Luo Yi frowned as he stepped out of his room and encountered Luo Hao, who wore a similarly puzzled expression. Qian was the first to open the door. Brother, the master exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached as Qing Huai bypassed Luo Hao and Luo Yi, heading straight for Zhang Xining's bedside, where he grasped her hands tightly. At this moment, Luo Yi stood frozen in astonishment, having just witnessed Qing Huai, a person believed to be deceased, seemingly return to life. He was on the verge of entering when he was halted by Yuan Bao, who stood at the doorway. Observing this equally striking man adorned in a black tailcoat and a signature hat, Luo Yi questioned once more, Are you Yuan Bao? Yuan Bao nodded in silence. Luo Yi remained rooted to the spot, motionless, until Luo Hao approached, sighed, and patted his shoulder before turning toward Su Mo's room. As Luo Hao entered Su Mo's chamber, a shadow of melancholy flickered in Yuan Bao's eyes. Meanwhile, Zhang Xining was engulfed in an abyss of darkness, unwilling to open her eyes. She wished to remain in that state, burdened by no thoughts or conjectures, simply existing. It was not until that familiar voice pierced through her tranquility, disturbing her peace, that she loathed herself for it. The doppelganger, did it truly embody reality? How convincingly it masqueraded. But where was Zhao Shua? Why had he vanished yet again? Her mind spiraled into chaos. Her head throbbed as if it might split, and her body involuntarily began to convulse. Noticing Zhang Xining's tightly furrowed brow and her expression of agony, Qing Huai sat at the edge of the bed, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Duan Bao, summon a physician, he urged as Zhang Xining's body began to tremble violently, racked with pain. When Luo Yi entered, this was the scene that greeted him. At that moment, Su Imo also awakened. She bore no resentment towards Luo Hao and instead rushed to Zhang Xining's room. After a momentary surprise at Qing Huai, she saw the weeping Zhang Xining in his arms and moved forward, only to be restrained by Luo Hao. How? Ning Ning is in so much pain. What should we do? If she could, she would willingly bear Zhang Xining's suffering. Luo Hao embraced Su Imo, gently patting her back, assuring her that the leader would surely have a solution. Indeed, it was she who had rejected Zhang Xining, yet here she was questioning her own motives. Su Mo's gaze caught a glimpse of a familiar outfit, and she looked up only to be met with Yuan Bao's face, which filled her with disappointment. When she heard Qing Huai call out Yuan Bao, disbelief widened her eyes. He was indeed Yuan Bao. Sensing Su Mo's and Yuan Bao's reactions, Luo Hao calmly remarked, "There are too many people here. It may affect the boss. Let's wait outside." Su Mo did not refuse. The doctor examined Zhang Xining, but found nothing amiss. Witnessing her agony, he administered a painkiller. After the injection, Zhang Xining gradually quieted, and the throbbing headache began to subside. As Zhang Xining stabilized, Qing Huai gently laid her back on the bed, keeping vigil by her side day and night. On the third day, as Zhang Xining's eyelashes fluttered and her hand stirred, Qing Huai, who had been holding her hand, instantly opened his eyes, filled with joy as he gazed at Zhang Xining. "Ning Ning, Ning Ning, you have awakened." Zhang Xining finally opened her eyes, revealing a face of striking beauty, yet marked by fatigue before her. Qing Huai, after a prolonged silence, her throat felt somewhat hoarse, her voice faint and fragile. Yet Qing Huai still heard her. He gently propped Zhang Xining up against the edge of the bed, his tone betraying an unmistakable excitement. "It's me. It's me." As he spoke the last words, Zhang Xining seemed to crumble. Qing Huai was momentarily taken aback, and then tears streamed from Zhang Xining's eyes, as if the final thread of reason in her mind had snapped. Qing Huai held her close, her tears soaking the fabric of his shirt. Zhang Xining broke free from Qing Huai's embrace, her voice hoarse as she questioned, "Chu Hanqing, who is that girl who resembles me?" Qing Huai's expression instantly froze, his hands suspended in midair, gazing at Zhang Xining with an incredulous look. Zhang Xining curled the corners of her lips, smiling beautifully, yet her eyes were filled with sorrow. "Have you nothing more to say? You may leave. Let us consider this." Qing Huai suddenly leaned in, kissing her lips with a forceful intensity that brooked no refusal. Let me go." Zhang Xining struggled desperately, yet her efforts only fueled Qing Huai's relentless advances. Eventually, she ceased her resistance. After all, she had experienced kisses before and could simply dismiss it as a fleeting encounter. The air was thick with a suggestive atmosphere, and Qing Huai, overwhelmed by desire, let his icy hand slip beneath Zhang Xining's clothing. In an instant, she regained her composure and forcefully pushed him away. Qing Huai, gazing at the girl whose face was flushed yet radiated a fierce anger akin to that of a lion, found her quite captivating. He pulled her into his embrace once more, his voice imbued with an ineffable tenderness. "The girl who bears your resemblance. It is you, is it not? Have you truly forgotten?" Zhang Xining was increasingly perplexed. "You, and I, with Chu Hanqing?" She boldly posed a question that had long troubled her. "Chu Hanqing, why have you transformed into Qing Huai? Your face?" She gently caressed Qing Huai's visage, attempting to uncover any hint of disguise. Chapter 148. Zhang Xining give birth. Qing Huai's eyes flickered as he grasped her wandering hand, solemnly declaring, "Regardless of who I am or who you are, from this moment forth, I am simply Qing Huai, your man, your husband, and you're merely Zhang Xining, my one and only woman." "But, Ning Ning, shall we not dwell on the unfortunate matters? Let us allow them to pass, shall we?" Qing Huai's tone bore a trace of pleading. Zhang Xining unexpectedly collided with a pair of obsidian-like eyes, and she found herself unwittingly ensnared within their depths. She pondered, is this not already splendid? Why delve into the past? Although she was unaware of what she had forgotten, her current happiness sufficed. Days of joy invariably passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a year had elapsed. The Qingling gang had also attracted a greater multitude, with its expanse multiplying several times over, expanding from a mere few hundred members to over 9,000. On this day, Zhang Xining, with her pronounced belly, was hanging clothes. Their residence remained at the former site of Qinghua, yet the dilapidated cottage had vanished, replaced by an elegantly designed villa adorned with a variety of flowers and plants. The petite blossoms radiated brilliant hues of blue and pink, reminiscent of children blinking in dazzling light. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying with it a delightful fragrance that invigorated the spirit. Zhang Xining had just taken her clothes out and shaken them slightly when someone snatched them from her hands. Dr. Shun has mentioned that you are now in an advanced stage of your pregnancy. There is no need for you to handle such tasks personally. Why do you insist on disregarding this advice? The voice was calm and unhurried, imbued with a hint of affection and a touch of reproach. Zhang Xining rested one hand on her waist while the other gently caressed her belly, a subtle smile gracing her lips, exuding an aura of maternal warmth. Very well, I understand now. This is not idleness, yet a sense of unease stirs within me. Zhang Xining playfully protested, that is not what I meant. I merely thought that some movement would be beneficial for the child. Qinghua, having finished hanging the laundry, gently supported her waist with one hand while caressing her abdomen with the other, his eyes brimming with affection. Dr. Shin mentioned that a cesarean section can be performed the day after tomorrow. 2 days' wait is inconsequential. Ever since Zhang Xining became pregnant, she had been in a constant state of unease, not for any other reason but her fear of pain, particularly the agony of childbirth. After a night of diligent research, Qinghua resolutely opted for the cesarean. To facilitate this, he meticulously renovated the medical facility, with the first floor designated for outpatient injections and the second floor serving as the wards. Survivors seeking refuge were welcomed, provided they had any connection to the medical field. All were admitted. Zhang Xining tilted her head as Luo Hao supported Su Mo while approaching. He cautioned her gently, "Take your time. What if you were to fall?" Su Mo waved her hand in annoyance. "All right, I will be careful." Qinghua furrowed his brow slightly, his tone cool and disapproving. It's a daughter just like Ning Ning, equally beautiful. With that, he snatched the sweater from Zhang Xining's hands and handed it to Luo Hao. "Say, you can keep this for yourselves." He then cast a glance at Su Mo's slightly protruding belly. Zhang Xining sighed helplessly, taking Su Mo's hand as they walked into the house. Mo, don't pay her any mind. You must be cautious during these first 3 months. Walk slowly. Zhang Xining chattered incessantly. Su Mo stuck out her tongue and replied, "Ning Ning, at home Luo Hao mentioned that you should give my ears a little respite, if you please." Zhang Xining and Su Mo sat on the sofa in the living room, engaged in a conversation about children. As they chatted, they playfully arranged a betrothal for their yet-to-be-born offspring. If both were boys, they would become brothers. If both were girls, they would become sisters, and if one were a boy and the other a girl, they would become husband and wife. However, they emphasized that the children's wishes would take precedence, and as parents, they would not overly involve themselves in their children's futures. Suddenly, Zhang Xining felt a warm sensation trickling down her leg, causing her complexion to change drastically. "Ning Ning, what is wrong?" Qinghua and Luo Hao were attentively monitoring the situation, and upon hearing Su Mo's voice, Qinghua swiftly moved to Zhang Xining's side. Zhang Xining wore a distressed expression, her voice tinged with panic as she exclaimed, "It seems my amniotic fluid is broken." The group was taken aback. Enqing swiftly scooped Zhang Xining into his arms, rushing toward the infirmary. Mo, slow down. Upon hearing the news, Su Mo felt an ache in her heart, ready to dash forward, only to be halted by Luo Hao, who lifted her effortlessly. "I understand your concern for the boss, but we must also be mindful of our child. With the leader around, the boss will be just fine." Gradually, Su Mo's frantic heart began to settle. She wrapped her arms around Luo Hao's neck, burying her head against his chest, her voice muffled. "I know. It's just that I easily become agitated when it comes to Ning Ning." As Luo Hao carried Su Mo toward the medical room, his eyelashes gently lowered. He murmured, "Mo, I think I might be feeling a tinge of jealousy." Mo glanced up, locking eyes with Luo Hao's profound gaze, her heart fluttering. She reached out a hand to caress his cheek. "You are different. You are the one I share my days with, my beloved, while Ning Ning is my family." Luo Hao looked at Mo with a tenderness that radiated from his smile, revealing his good spirits. A shadowy figure lingered at the street corner, observing the affectionate couple with an expression devoid of emotion, merely twitching a finger ever so slightly before turning away as the figure disappeared from sight. Inside the infirmary, Zhang Xining was in agony in the delivery room, while Qing paced anxiously outside the door. The doctor assisting with Zhang Xining's delivery boasted over 20 years of clinical experience. Yet Qing could not suppress his worries. "Doctor, I can't do this anymore, I can't," Zhang Xining gasped, looking as if she had been pulled from the depths of water. The midwife, Shun Man, continuously encouraged her. "Ning Ning, your baby is working hard to make its entrance. If the baby is striving, so must you." 1, 2, 3. The seasoned doctor was caught between laughter and exasperation, knowing they were past the point of no return. Hearing Zhang Xining's anguished cries, Sumo's expression turned anxious as she rubbed her hands together, while Luo Hao watched her with a pained heart, reflecting that had they known childbirth could be so excruciating, they might have reconsidered having this child. Chapter 149. Jiang Xian reappeared. Qing attempted to enter several times, but was stopped by the mother of Godan. The elder advised, "You going in will distract the girl. She must not be diverted while giving birth. Let's wait a while longer." As news of Zhang Xining's labor spread, the families of Godan and Mo anxiously gathered at the door of the delivery room. Zhang Xining felt her throat had gone hoarse, rendering her unable to cry out. Outside the door, Qinghuai pondered whether to inquire of himself or of them. How one could shout. Was it? He dared not dwell on the thought. After Zhang Xining's pregnancy, he diligently immersed himself in the comprehensive knowledge of childbirth and child-rearing. What nonsense! She should be giving birth any moment now. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the sound of a newborn's wail echoed, and the onlookers outside finally exhaled in relief. Subsequently, the elder physician emerged, cradling the child with a beaming smile. "Congratulations, master, it's a boy." Yet upon turning, he discovered Qinghuai had already stepped into the delivery room, while the infant in his arms merely lay with closed eyes, utterly unaware of how little regard his father held for him. Years later, he would even question if he was truly his father's biological son. Qinghuai gazed at the weary Zhang Xining and gently kissed her forehead. "My love, you endured much. Let us not have any more children." Zhang Xining immediately burst into tears, nodding fervently. "Yes, I won't have another child, not even if it kills me." Shin Man cast a glance at Zhang Xining, her tone tinged with reproach. "Ning Ning, you mustn't cry during the confinement period, or it may leave lasting consequences." Qinghuai gently wiped away Zhang Xining's tears, his voice imbued with utmost tenderness. "Let us focus on a proper confinement. Once it concludes, we shall take the opportunity to give that wretched boy a good thrashing to vent our frustrations." Zhang Xining chuckled softly. "You are talking nonsense again. That is merely an infant. Have you seen it? So small and soft, quite unattractive. She had once been considered fairly pretty herself. Yet Qinghuai bore the visage of Chu Hanqing, a face that could captivate countless young maidens. How could their offspring turn out so unappealing? A chill washed over Zhang Xining's heart in an instant. Nevertheless, no matter how unsightly, it was still her child. Fortunately, she had the foresight to arrange a betrothal for the little rascal. Otherwise, how would he ever find a bride in the future? It was a pity for Sumo's child, but with such a caring mother-in-law, she would undoubtedly ensure that the little rascal would not bully that girl. However, what if Sumo also bore a son? The brat referred to by Zhang Xining had no idea that his mother had been fretting over his inability to find a partner since the day he was born, which is truly heart-wrenching to contemplate. 5 years later, on a hillside, 2 5-year-old children wielding knives were engaged in vanquishing zombies. After dispatching their foes, a chubby little boy with large, twinkling eyes unblinkingly dissected a zombie-esque skull to extract its crystal core. He presented it to a little girl, who, with a soft and tender voice, turned her head away and said, "Qing Beimao, I don't want it." The boy's eyes glimmered with a mischievous grin as he leapt in front of her, pinching her plump cheeks and declaring, "You ought to call me brother." Upon hearing his name, Qing Beima's expression shifted, and he glanced at Ziyuan with a sly smile. "Then don't blame me if I leave you here to feed the wolves," he added, howling playfully like a wolf. Ziyuan tilted her head in contemplation, seemingly finding it fair, and nodded in agreement. A gentle breeze swept by as Qing Beima took in his hand, his gaze vigilant as he surveyed their surroundings. Suddenly, a pair of legs swooped down towards him, prompting Qing Beima to release Ziyuan and sidestep, calling out to the empty space ahead, "Uncle Yuan Bao, is ambushing fun?" A shadow swiftly materialized before them, addressing the two children. "Beima, you shouldn't bring Ziyuan along when you play. She's a girl, and you're teaching her to kill zombies. That's not how a girl should behave." With an air of maturity, Qing Beima sighed, "Uncle Yuan Bao, you are mistaken. By teaching Ziyuan to fight zombies now, she will not be bullied when she grows up. In Yuan Bao's mindset, girls were meant to be protected, much like Su Mo," and he found a degree of rationale in the brat's reasoning. The once-named Qingling Gang had now transformed into Qingling City, which boasted a population of approximately 60,000 and had gradually expanded its territory. Within the city, various administrative departments, such as the Public Security Department, Logistics Department, and Agricultural Department were established, with Qing Huai serving as the city lord. One day, an unexpected guest arrived in Qingling City, rumored to be an old acquaintance of the mother from the capital. Qing Beima peered through the crowd, catching sight of a bespectacled man who appeared both refined and handsome. Xiang Jingxian noticed the little head protruding from the crowd, his expression one of astonishment, for the child bore a striking resemblance to someone he knew. Bending down, he smiled at the little head. "What is your name, little one? How old are you?" Realizing he had been spotted, Qing Beima stepped forward with his short legs. "Has no one warned you not to pry into a child's age and information?" "Bad uncle." He shot him a glare before swiftly disappearing back into the throng. Xiang Jingxian stood awkwardly, feeling as though he had been scorned by a child. Reminded of his mission, he set off towards Zhang Xining's residence. Qingling City practiced a separation of pedestrians and vehicles. Thus, upon entering, Xiang Jingxian chose to walk through the bustling areas to admire the city built by his old friend. Under the guidance of another, he walked for an entire hour. After this duration, he found himself before the villa of Qing Huai, where he once again encountered the child who had looked down upon him. Qing Beima furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Xiang Jingxian, whose small head immediately scrunched up, prompting Xiang Jingxian to feel an urge to reach out and pat it. "Why are you following me? If you intend to abduct me, I advise you to reconsider your approach. Otherwise, I shall make you regret it," he declared, stretching out his small arms. "Beima, who are you speaking to?" A melodious female voice resonated from within, followed by the appearance of Zhang Xining. Both parties were momentarily taken aback as their gazes met. Zhang Xining donned a pristine white dress, accentuating her elegantly sculpted neck and prominently visible collarbones. Her long, raven hair danced gracefully in the gentle breeze, enhancing her allure. Observing the gaze with which Xiang Jingxian regarded his mother, Qing Beima approached and deliberately stepped on Xiang Jingshuan's immaculate shoes, leaving a distinct footprint, before swiftly retreating into the house. Chapter 150. Zhang Xining departs. End of text. Zhang Xining exclaimed, "Qing Beima, are you looking for a fight?" "Qing Huai, you should manage your son." "Mom, Dad left early this morning, didn't he, you know?" Qing Beima peeked out with a sly smile. Xiang Jingxian regarded Zhang Xining with a hint of curiosity. "Is this your son with Qing Huai?" It was not a matter of suspicion, but rather that this lad bore an uncanny resemblance to Chu Hanxing, lacking even the slightest trace of Qing Huai's features. Zhang Xining smiled and nodded, acknowledging the inevitable truth. This boy possessed an extraordinarily powerful gene, utterly devoid of any thoughts of her, mirroring his father entirely. As Qing Beima gradually matured, rumors began to circulate in Qingling City, suggesting that Qing Beima was the offspring of her and another man, labeled as an illegitimate child. Qing Huai worked tirelessly through the night to investigate those spreading malicious gossip, ultimately expelling them from Qingling City, leading others to refrain from discussing the matter thereafter. The group conversed for an entire afternoon, their expressions tinged with gravity. After Xiang Jingxian departed, Qing Beima trotted over to Qing Huai, his short legs propelling him forward as he proudly declared, "Father, my mother is so beautiful. If you don't keep a close watch, what if someone else deceives her? Fortunately, you have a clever and adorable son like me to help look after her." Qing Huai, rarely inclined to agree, nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "In that case, I shall cultivate my relationship with your mother. You wouldn't mind, would you?" Zhang Xining, overwhelmed with a mixture of shame and indignation, playfully retorted, "What nonsense are you speaking to the child?" Qing Beima, with his large eyes darting about, scampered towards the door with his little legs, exclaiming, "Mom and Dad, I'm off to Annie's house to play with Ziyang." After making a cheeky face, he turned and dashed away. Qing Huai gazed at Zhang Xining, his eyes growing ever more fervent as he swallowed hard and said, "Ning Ning, you look absolutely enchanting today." With that, he lifted her effortlessly into his arms and ascended the stairs. Zhang Shi gently patted his chest, playfully chiding, "What are you thinking about in broad daylight? We are already an old married couple." Qing Huai tenderly placed her on the bed and bestowed a soft kiss upon her forehead. "I shall take a shower first. Please wait for me." Time slipped by unnoticed, and when Zhang Xining awoke again, the world outside had succumbed to darkness. She reached out to glance at the clock, noting it was 2 in the morning. Suddenly, a pair of hands began to wander restlessly over her body. Zhang Shi immediately seized the misbehaving hand, feeling a touch of grievance as she pleaded, "Could you let me rest properly today?" Xiang Jingxian is still in Qingling City. Upon hearing Xiang Jingshuan's name, Qing Huai's eyes narrowed, and he leaned in closer, ultimately relenting only when Zhang Xining begged, allowing her to nestle in his embrace for a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Zhang Xining awoke to find Qing Huai had already departed. Checking the time, she noted it was 10 o'clock. Rising from her bed, she encountered Aunt Zhao, who was tidying up downstairs. "Aunt Zhao, where has that rascal gone this morning?" she inquired. Aunt Zhao paused her work upon seeing Zhang Xining and replied respectfully, "Madam, the young master left early this morning." Zhang Xining asked no further questions and proceeded directly to the dining table to enjoy the breakfast that Aunt Zhao had just prepared for her. Over the years of their companionship, Zhang Xining had become thoroughly acquainted with the nuances of life that stemmed from sentiment. As for Qing Beima, there was no cause for concern. At such a tender age, he already possessed dual elemental abilities of ice and thunder, rendering him impervious to harm from ordinary individuals. The couple adopted a laissez-faire approach toward this child, while Zhang Xining occasionally accompanied Qing Beima. Qing Huai's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation upon discovering that this child was not a daughter. He justified his attitude by proclaiming that boys should be raised ruggedly. As long as they are well-fed and clothed, and as long as they steer clear of unlawful activities, the rest would be left to their discretion. Xiang Jingxian departed Qingling City after a mere 3 days, and Qing Beima observed that the expressions on his parents' faces were far from sorrowful. Instead, they conveyed an inexplicable sentiment. After turning 2, this marked the first instance he lay in Zhang Xining's embrace, weeping for an extended period, clutching her clothing to prevent her from leaving, while Qing Huai made no move to separate him from her. Qing Beima looked up, his tear-filled eyes glistening as he sniffled. "Yes, I will listen to my mother. Be a good child, and take good care of my sister Zian. Our Beima has truly matured. He will undoubtedly grow into a remarkable man in the future." Ning Ning. Qing Huai hesitated, words caught on the tip of his tongue. Zhang Xining turned her head to glance at Qing Huai, letting out a light laugh. "What is the matter? Do you wish for a hug as well?" "Don't worry. I've assured Jingxian that it won't exceed a month." Ning Ning. "Aunt." Zhang Xining placed Qing Beima on the ground and said to Ziyuan, "If Beima ever bullies you again, just inform your uncle and let him deal with him." This trip to the capital left Zhang Xining with a sense of uncertainty, since the individuals there had already taken notice of her. Her refusal to cooperate could potentially endanger the entire Qingling City. Thus, she felt she had no choice. However, given her capabilities, extricating herself from any predicament should pose no challenge. Qing Beima stood atop the tall wall, watching as the car, carrying his mother, grew increasingly distant until it vanished from view. The father and son stood hand in hand, radiating a strikingly similar aura despite their differing appearances. 3 days after Zhang Xining's departure, Qing Huai quietly left as well, entrusting all matters in the city to Yuan Bao, with Luo Chun, Luo Hao, and Go Dan assisting him. Following the departure of their parents, Qing Beima took up residence at Sumo's home. Prior to leaving, Qing Huai had specifically instructed Yuan Bao to care for Beima, yet a grown man could never match the attentiveness of a woman. Thus, Su Mo welcomed Qing Beima into her home to raise him alongside Ziyan. In time, Qing Beima discovered that Uncle Luo he had also left Qingling City, mirroring Qing Huai's stealthy departure, with no one aware of his whereabouts. As Beima reached school age, he attended classes and practiced martial arts alongside Ziyan, occasionally falling victim to surprise attacks from Uncle Yuan Bao. Standing atop the tall walls, he vividly recalled the image of his mother leaving, his innocent eyes blinking as he gazed at Yuan Bao. Uncle Yuan Bao merely stared into the distance, holding Beima's small hand, his eyes concealing an unfathomable tenderness. With a resolute nod, Qing Beima declared his intentions. He would study diligently, eat well, sleep soundly, and train hard, vowing to protect his parents, Uncle Yuan Bao, and his sister Ziyan. A glimmer of determination sparkled in his lively eyes, embodying an unwavering resolve. Thus, the tale of Zhang Xining and Chu Hanqing, Qing Huai, comes to a close, a moment to celebrate. It remains uncertain how many readers will reach this conclusion, and though the narrative may possess its shortcomings, gratitude is extended to all readers for their understanding and tolerance. The couple's journey may have reached its conclusion, yet I sensed an enduring sense of regret, prompting me to pen a continuation concerning the children. It is unclear whether this edition will resonate with everyone. Although this book is brief, the author has endeavored to bring it to a fulfilling end, encapsulating a complete journey. I'm also grateful for the unwavering support along the way. While this book has concluded, the story of Qing Beima continues, and our narrative remains far from over.